Ding! Martial arts are auto-cultivating. Programmer Lu Chen transmigrates to the high martial arts blue star with a self-made cheat system. Skills train automatically 24/7. Cultivation has no bottlenecks. Tablet splitting hand breaks through on its own. Golden Bell Shield evolves into a divine technique. In this world where martial arts reign supreme and fierce beasts roam, he is determined to rise against the odds with his cheat and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Ding! Chi gathering technique has awakened, beginning to retemper the host's body. Ding! Chi gathering technique is extremely hungry. Host, please replenish energy ASAP. Growl! Lu Chen was jolted awake by the notification sounds in his mind and the thunderous rumbling in his stomach. Pushing himself up from the desk, he saw an unfamiliar classmate's face leaning close. Bro Chen, didn't you eat lunch? Who are you? Where am I? Lu Chen shuddered as a flood of memories poured into his mind. Blue Star, a high martial arts world where technology and martial arts coexist, overrun by ferocious beasts. He had transmigrated, taking the identity of an orphan with the same name and appearance, and bound to the martial arts auto-cultivation cheat he developed in his past life. He quickly checked his status panel. Name, Lu Chen. Level, Martial Apprentice Rank 3, 95%, Martial Skills, 9 Shadow Step, Minor Accomplishment 83%, Tablet Splitting Hand, Major Accomplishment 1%. The progress bars were still slowly ticking. Feeling a physical strength far exceeding his previous life, Lu Chen felt this transmigration was definitely worth it. Bro Chen, got amnesia? His best friend, Chen Yufei, joked. Passed out from hunger, Lu Chen managed, forcing himself to appear normal. Told you not to skip lunch. Chen Yufei shoved a nutrition bar worth thousands into his hand. If you're polite with me again, don't call me brother. Lu Chen didn't refuse this time, wolfing it down in a few bites. The extreme hunger was quickly replaced by a warm current. Ding! Chi gathering technique is full and satisfied, continuing to solidify the foundation, aiding host in breaking through in one go. He broke through. Martial Apprentice Rank 3 directly to Rank 4, 5%. Supplementing with high energy accelerates the Chi gathering technique. Lu Chen silently noted. Damn, Bro Chen, you broke through? Chen Yufei's jaw dropped. We agreed to be losers together, but you secretly overtook me? Despite complaining, his eyes were full of happiness for his friend. Looks like if I want to keep getting stronger, I need to make money for resources. Lu Chen realized the practical problem. The college entrance exams were approaching, and martial arts scores were crucial. Afternoon, martial skills practical class. On the training grounds, students from the entire grade were shouting and practicing punches. Bro Chen, look, Class 1 school beauty, Xiang Yueya. Chen Yufei excitedly pointed towards a tall, elegant girl in white in the distance. I think she's stealing glances at me again. Lu Chen was speechless. The girl was clearly facing away from them. Yeah, looking with the back of her head. He knew Xiang Yueya was a rank 9 martial apprentice prodigy from a prominent family, aiming for top martial arts universities. She wouldn't possibly be interested in academic failures like them. With no distractions from romance, one's focus on the blade becomes divine. He had zero interest. Alright, warm-up's over, pair up for sparring. Class teacher Wang Tong, rank 8 martial artist, boomed. As Lu Chen practiced, he kept an eye on his panel. The auto-cultivation never stopped, improving his skills noticeably. He began to feel the power of his breakthrough. Damn it, that punk Sunzi is here again. Chen Yufei's expression changed. A fierce-looking student, Sunzi, martial apprentice rank 5, tablet splitting hand major accomplishment, walked over, specifically calling out Chen Yufei to help him practice. Why does he always target you? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. It's because of Xiang Yueya. Just because she thanked me for giving up my seat in the cafeteria last time, this bastard has had it out for me. Chen Yufei said glumly. Bring it on. Who's afraid? Goaded by Sunzi's taunts of the toad wanting to eat swan meat, Chen Yufei stubbornly accepted the challenge. Lu Chen sighed at their immaturity. At the same time, the class representative assigned to help him, Lu Qingqing, a cute girl, approached shyly. Classmate Lu Chen, please give me pointers. Before Lu Chen could respond, a cry of pain came from nearby. Chen Yufei had been sent flying by Sunzi's slap, a clear handprint left on his face. Oops, couldn't hold back my strength, Sunzi sneered. Didn't expect you to be so weak. The school encouraged practical combat competition. As long as no one was seriously injured, teachers usually didn't interfere. Though Chen Yufei's nose was bleeding, he repeatedly got up, roaring as he charged at Sunzi, only to be easily knocked down again and again. The difference in strength was vast. This kid's got some grit, nearby students whispered. After being knocked down for the 6th time, Chen Yufei was staggering but still tried to charge. A vicious glint appeared in Sunzi's eyes, preparing to end this farce harshly. Yufei, that's enough. Lu Chen suddenly flashed forward and grabbed him. Let me vent your anger for you. Ignoring Chen Yufei's worried protests, Lu Chen forced him to sit down and turned to Sunzi. I'll practice with you, please. A pair of cowards lining up to get beaten? Sunzi scoffed. They took their stances. Lu Chen initiated with the first form of tablet-splitting hand, his palm strike generating wind. Sunzi met it head-on with the same move. Bang! Both staggered back 2 steps, evenly matched. Sunzi was surprised. Martial Apprentice Rank 4, tablet-splitting hand major accomplishment? You broke through? No wonder you dared to provoke me. Then he sneered, I was holding back just now. Lu Chen was also inwardly surprised. He could actually clash evenly with Sunzi, who was a rank higher. Is it the effect of the chi gathering technique refining my foundation? Sunzi attacked aggressively, his moves sharp. They traded blows, evenly matched for a time. Unable to gain the upper hand after a prolonged attack, Sunzi secretly employed 9 Shadows Step, already at major accomplishment. His movements suddenly became faster, creating multiple afterimages. Lu Chen's 9 Shadows Step, minor accomplishment, couldn't keep up. Sunzi exploited an opening, grabbing his shoulder and striking him with a palm. Lu Chen stumbled back, almost falling. Ha ha, if you can't hit me, you can only take hits. Sunzi laughed triumphantly, pressing his advantage. Just then, ding! 9 Shadows Step feels indignant, spurred by shame into courage. Cultivation speed skyrockets, breaking through to major accomplishment, 60%. Ding! Tablet-splitting hand refuses to fall behind, achieves another great enlightenment. Cultivation progress increases by 50%, reaching major accomplishment, 52%. It can even do this? Lu Chen felt invigorated. Sunzi's palm strike came again, but in Lu Chen's eyes, it was no longer erratic. 9 Shadows Step, major accomplishment. Whoosh! Sunzi's palm hit empty air, striking an afterimage. Before he could react, Lu Chen appeared behind him like a ghost, striking his back. Thump! Sunzi was sent sprawling forward. Before he hit the ground, Lu Chen followed closely, delivering a resounding slap to his right cheek. 4 shadows. Lu Chen's 9 Shadows Step reached major accomplishment too, a student exclaimed. Lu Chen didn't stop, pressing forward and delivering another backhand slap to Sunzi's left cheek. Smack! Teeth mixed with bloody spittle flew out. Sunzi was completely stunned. Lu Chen raised his palm, preparing to knock him out completely. Wait! Surin, Sunzi cried out in terror. Thump! Before he could finish, Lu Chen's palm descended. Sunzi's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The entire crowd was in an uproar. Confirming Sunzi was unconscious, Lu Chen quickly went to help him up, his face full of concern. Classmate Sunzi, are you okay? Sorry, couldn't hold back my strength. I really didn't expect you to be so weak. Watching Lu Chen's poor acting and the unconscious Sunzi on the ground, the students suddenly felt that this usually inconspicuous top student seemed even more ruthless than the class bully, Sunzi. After the practical class, teacher Wang Tong called Lu Chen and Chen Yufei to his office. Lu Chen was trying to figure out how to explain his sudden power surge when Wang Tong spoke first. Lu Chen, your situation looks like a sudden enlightenment, or perhaps a second awakening. It's normal for potential to explode around adulthood. The teacher actually came up with an excuse himself? Lu Chen rejoiced inwardly and quickly thanked him. Wang Tong nodded, his expression serious. Maintain this state. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Your comprehension is good. You were just focusing too much on academics before. There are still 3 months until the college entrance exam. Work hard, and getting into a top martial arts university isn't impossible. If you perform well in the next mock exam, I'll apply for more resources for you: scholarships, nutritional subsidies, even new martial techniques. Thank you, teacher. I'll definitely work hard. Lu Chen felt greatly encouraged, sensing his teacher's expectations. Then, Wang Tong turned to Chen Yufei, his tone stern. Chen Yufei, think about why you got beaten today. Look at Lu Chen. If you don't start working harder, can you two still be brothers in the future? The usually jovial Chen Yufei was uncharacteristically silent. Evening, back in the subsidized housing in the shantytown east of the city. Lu Chen ate the dinner he'd prepared and sat cross-legged to check his panel. Name, Lu Chen. Level, Martial Apprentice Rank 4, 12%, Martial Skills, 9 Shadows Step, Major Accomplishment 66%, Tablet Splitting Hand, Major Accomplishment 58%. Making progress even while idle, this feels great. But Lu Chen wasn't complacent. His goal was a top university, requiring at least Martial Apprentice Rank 8 and 2 skills at the subtle realm. Cultivation requires high-energy nutrition, gotta make money. I also need to ace the mock exams for funding. Martial skills. Sparring accelerates them. What about active practice? No sooner thought than done. Lu Chen went to a nearby abandoned construction site and began practicing 9 Shadows Step and tablet splitting hand repeatedly. About 15 minutes later, the system notification sounded. Ding! 9 Shadows Step / tablet splitting hands see the host's diligent efforts and are greatly gratified. Cultivation speed quadrupled. The hourly 2% progress instantly soared to 8%. It really works. Overjoyed, Lu Chen immersed himself even more intently in his training until midnight, when his stomach protested again. He excitedly opened his panel. Name, Lu Chen. Level, Martial Apprentice Rank 4, 22%, Martial Skills, 9 Shadows Step, Subtle Realm 2%, Tablet Splitting Hand, Subtle Realm 1%. 2 major skills, after one night of hard practice, had both reached the Subtle Realm. Even though Lu Chen was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel surprised when the 2 martial arts techniques truly reached the Subtle Realm. In less than a day, he had advanced both techniques. From minor success to the Subtle Realm, which was probably unprecedented in the entire history of the school. With these 2 subtle techniques, he was equivalent to having 1 foot in a key martial arts university. As long as his cultivation kept up, he would be secure. The only problem was still the lack of money. Lu Chen patted his flat stomach, feeling the familiar hunger, and had to rush home to devour everything edible in the house. Even so, he still felt unsatisfied, his body feeling depleted. The path of martial arts was like a bottomless pit, and Lu Chen once again realized the urgency of making money. Lying in bed, he didn't rush to sleep but continued to count the time, calculating the speed of his cultivation and the active training of his techniques. He quickly discovered that after mastering the 2 techniques, the speed of automatic cultivation had decreased from 2% per hour to 1%. Meanwhile, the speed of the qi gathering technique remained at 2% per hour. In other words, the further along you go, the harder it gets, and the speed will naturally slow down. This point didn't surprise Lu Chen, it was a normal phenomenon. Instead, he felt optimistic and content, thinking that he had found a way to accelerate his training. Besides practical combat, he could also make up for it through diligence. With a sense of hunger, he dozed off, and when Lu Chen woke up again, it was just dawn, around 6 in the morning. There was no choice, he had been awakened by hunger. The side effect of the qi gathering technique was that it continuously consumed energy. From a scientific perspective, this was called energy conservation. Lu Chen had no right to lie in bed, so he got up, put on his faded blue school uniform, and hurriedly washed up before heading out. Fortunately, the original owner had been frugal and left him with over 2,000 in savings. After eating 5 pounds of meat buns at a breakfast shop near his home, Lu Chen ran to school. This was also a disadvantage of ordinary food. It filled the stomach with quantity but didn't sustain for long, lacking the high concentration of nutrients. Of course, in terms of taste, it surpassed most nutritional foods. The 10+ kilometers to school took Lu Chen just 15 minutes, and his progress in the shadow step technique increased by another 2%. Upon entering the classroom, Lu Chen was surprised to find that Chen Yufei, who usually arrived just in time for class, was actually there earlier than him today. Chongge, Chen Yufei turned to Lu Chen, who had just taken his seat, and said seriously, "I've decided that from today on, I will study hard and strive to get into a key university with you." Lu Chen recalled this guy's equally weak martial arts and cultural classes but didn't want to discourage him. He simply replied, "Let's work hard together." Then he saw Chen Yufei pull out a phone from the middle of his textbook and click into a virtual wargame interface. Before the class bell rang, students filed in, and Lu Chen was reviewing the history of the exotic beasts in this world. It was said that this mutation had begun over 100 years ago, marking the start of humanity's martial arts era. There were also rumors that this was an invasion by an alien civilization, advancing in a manner similar to ecological invasion. Prophecies stated that the real extraterrestrial visitors were likely to arrive in 10 years. Therefore, in recent years, countries on Blue Star had been making related preparations, with some looking forward to it while others resisted. Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. It was Sunzi, whom he had knocked out yesterday. This guy had only been in the hospital for a day and had mostly recovered, though his teeth were still not fixed, making his speech a bit slurred. "Lu Chen, if you have the guts, fight me again today. Yesterday you took advantage of my unpreparedness and won by surprise, that doesn't count." Last night, when Sunzi woke up, he was absolutely furious, not just because he had been defeated by Lu Chen. It was also because Lu Chen had been too ruthless, not only knocking out 2 of his teeth but also lifting him up with one hand in front of everyone and carrying him across the entire playground to the infirmary. On the school forum, his embarrassing photos were even posted, subjecting him to ridicule. If he didn't take revenge, how could Sunzi hold his head high in the future at number 1 high school? How would Xiang Yuya look at him? Lu Chen glanced at Sunzi, too lazy to respond. Yesterday he had indeed narrowly won, taking advantage of Sunzi's complacency. But today he had no intention of taking this guy seriously. "What's wrong, scared?" Sunzi leaned forward aggressively, one hand pressing down on Lu Chen's desk. If you're scared, admit defeat in front of the whole class right now and apologize. Sunzi, what do you mean? It's clear you're the one who's inferior, and now you still want to show off? Chen Yufei couldn't hold back any longer, putting away his phone and shouting angrily. None of your business. Sunzi was even ruder to Chen Yufei. Almost forgot, you're still my support target. Fine, if Lu Chen doesn't want to play with me, then I'll just keep beating you today. Sunzi said fiercely. Don't worry, you'll definitely be worse off than me. No need for that, I'll accompany you for another round in today's practical class. Lu Chen said, looking up. Lu Chen originally didn't want to bother with this defeated opponent, but upon hearing this, he understood that this matter wasn't over and he couldn't avoid it. Since he wouldn't back down, then they might as well fight again. Just right, he could see if he could speed up his training through practical combat. That's more like it, unlike some useless trash. Sunzi stood up satisfied, not forgetting to mock the pale-faced Chen Yufei before leaving. Chen Yufei, however, didn't care and turned to Lu Chen. Shown good. Do you have confidence? You don't have to fight him for me. I'm fine, just consider it a dog bite. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. I actually think you're right. We have to beat him into submission so we can have some peace later. When the class bell rang, it was surprisingly their homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, who walked into the classroom, causing many students' faces to change. Students, Wang Tong stood at the podium, his expression calm. The virtual esports teacher had a bad stomach this morning, so this class will be changed to a practical class. Immediately, there was a chorus of wails from the students. They were truly speechless at the homeroom teacher's old tricks. Lu Chen didn't care, but Chen Yufei was especially furious, like a wolf whose tail had been stepped on, nearly slamming his hand on the desk. Too much. Of course, facing the gaze from the homeroom teacher, Chen Yufei still held back. Lu Chen sensed something and looked towards the corner of the last row, recognizing Sunzi's silent lip movements. You're finished. In the practical class, with a command from the homeroom teacher Wang Tong, the students dispersed in an orderly manner. Before Lu Chen could observe, Sunzi had already walked straight towards him. He didn't forget to create a scene, shouting, "Classmates, please bear witness, today I will have a showdown with Lu Chen." At the same time, Sunzi called out his two close friends, pulling out their phones to take photos and videos. He had his plans, of course. He needed to upload the scene of his comeback today to the school forum to clear his name. Naturally, it wasn't just his close friends, other classmates in the class, and even some from nearby classes, came to hear the news and actively raised their phones. Lu Chen glanced at the homeroom teacher on the platform. He noticed that, in the face of this chaos, the teacher remained indifferent, neither supporting nor opposing. But thinking about it, it was a practical class, allowing students to observe battles, which could be beneficial. After all, in class 5 of the 3rd year, Sunzi was indeed one of the top experts. Before the fight began, the surrounding students had already started whispering. It seems Sunzi is still unconvinced. He was beaten so badly yesterday, yet he dares to provoke Lu Chen. What do you know? Yesterday, Sunzi underestimated his opponent. If it comes to strength, he still has the upper hand over Lu Chen. A few students, usually intimidated by Sunzi's power, actively cheered for him. Good job, Sunzi, I support you. Sunzi looked at Lu Chen with pride. Did you see that? The students' eyes are sharp. Don't think that a momentary victory proves you're stronger than me. Chen Yufei, seeing Sunzi's smug expression, couldn't help but want to retort. Lu Chen blocked. Chen Yufei leisurely took off his school uniform jacket, handed it to him, and then cupped his fists at Sunzi, saying, "Please." Before the battle, words were unnecessary. Sunzi clenched his fist, his expression becoming serious. He remembered yesterday's lesson and wouldn't underestimate his opponent again. Today, he would give it his all, determined to redeem himself. With a loud shout, Sunzi took the initiative, stepping into the Great Accomplishment Realm's 9 shadow steps, leaving his shadow behind. He leaped in front of Lu Chen, striking out with a powerful palm. His movements were quick, but to Lu Chen at that moment, they seemed full of flaws. After mastering the 9 shadow steps and the opening stone palm, his eyesight had improved significantly. Mastery is to excel in the minutiae, a completely different realm from great accomplishment. Just as Sunzi's palm wind approached, Lu Chen slightly sidestepped, easily dodging the attack. Sunzi, unaware of the anomaly, followed up with the 9 shadow steps, leaving another shadow, and struck horizontally with his palm. However, Lu Chen took another small step back, perfectly avoiding the attack, not even letting the hem of his clothes be touched. Sunzi changed his moves repeatedly, combining the 9 shadow steps and the opening stone palm to the extreme, yet he still couldn't hit Lu Chen. The most terrifying part was that Lu Chen had been moving within a small range of 1 zhang, yet he had Sunzi spinning in circles. The surrounding students were in an uproar. Is Lu Chen also using the 9 shadow steps? There are no shadows, and it doesn't look impressive. Why can he always dodge just in time? I don't know, it feels like a coincidence, but isn't this too coincidental? Such frequent coincidences can't be just luck, can they? At that moment, homeroom teacher Wang Tong had jumped down from the platform, his eyes shining with excitement as he approached, exclaiming, "Of course, it's not a coincidence. You all need to look closely. This is the 9 shadow steps at the realm of mastery, where the truth is revealed in the minutiae." Wang Tong never expected that just one night had passed and Lu Chen's 9 shadow steps had once again broken through, reaching the realm of mastery. Among high school students, there were those who could cultivate a martial skill to mastery, but he had never seen anyone with such a rapid cultivation speed. He distinctly remembered that Lu Chen was still at the minor accomplishment stage the day before yesterday, and yesterday he had reached the great accomplishment stage. This might still make sense, after all, there has been a long accumulation in the past. However, to go from great achievement to subtlety in just one night is truly unfathomable. Could it really be a second awakening, becoming a genius with extraordinary insight? Wang Tong felt a surge of excitement in his heart. If that's the case, then Class 5 of the senior year has hope of producing a candidate for a key martial arts university. With the homeroom teacher's reminder, the surrounding classmates erupted in discussion. Has anyone in our class even reached the subtlety level of the 9 shadows step? It seems that reaching the subtlety level in martial arts gives hope of getting into a key martial arts university. When did Lu Chen become this strong? On the battlefield, Sunzi did not hear the discussions of his classmates. He was fully focused on chasing Lu Chen. Although it seemed he had the upper hand, he felt extremely frustrated inside. He had already given it his all, yet for so long, he had not only failed to take down Lu Chen but hadn't even managed to hit him. His stamina was already more than half spent. He couldn't continue like this. Thinking of this, Sunzi quickly withdrew, his face flushed as he shouted, "Lu Chen, what do you mean by dodging me? How can we fight like this? If you're too scared to face me head-on, you might as well admit defeat early." Lu Chen was savoring the 9 shadow step at the subtlety level and pondering the automatic cultivation system. The reason he was toying with Sunzi was to see if he could still trigger a burst in his cultivation speed. Unfortunately, after dozens of exchanges, neither the 9 shadow step nor the opening stone hand showed any signs of progress. They were still cultivating at the original pace. So, is it because Sunzi is too weak to be effective? Lu Chen speculated inwardly. He now inferred that improving cultivation speed through actual combat also required certain conditions, at least a partner who could provide him with some pressure. Seeing that Lu Chen was ignoring his question and seemed lost in thought, Sunzi was instantly filled with rage and charged forward again. Lu Chen came back to his senses, having lost interest in playing around with Sunzi. When Sunzi pushed forward with a palm strike, Lu Chen's figure suddenly vanished from his sight, reappearing behind Sunzi. Then, Lu Chen casually slapped down, hitting Sunzi squarely on the back. Bang! Sunzi didn't even have time to react or cry out in pain before he fell forward, landing face first on the ground. "Didn't you want to fight me head-on? Why are you turning your back to me? Come on, today I won't knock you out, I'll give you a chance to go all out," Lu Chen said expressionlessly. Sunzi scrambled to his feet and shouted angrily, "I'll fight you to the end." Bang! This time, Lu Chen did not dodge and firmly met Sunzi's palm strike. However, the one who was sent flying was still Sunzi, who had used all his strength. After reaching the subtlety level, the power amplification effect of the opening stone hand was doubled, so Lu Chen naturally wasn't afraid of him. Subtlety. The homeroom teacher Wang Tong's eyes lit up even more. The opening stone hand has also reached subtlety. Waves of excitement surged in his heart. This was truly a series of surprises, almost turning into shock. Shame. It's simply too shameful. Sunzi was sure he had given it his all. Lu Chen hadn't taken any shortcuts this time, nor had he knocked him out. But now, he would rather have been knocked out. At least he wouldn't have to be stared at by so many pairs of eyes, lying on the ground unable to get up. He felt as if all his bones were about to be shattered by Lu Chen's open stone hand, and in such a humiliating position, his classmates had recorded it all on their phones. Sunzi was utterly humiliated and furious. "This is what you call shooting yourself in the foot. Let's see what you have to say this time," Chen Yufei said from the side, smugly, more pleased than Lu Chen, who had just beaten Sunzi. Sunzi buried his head in the ground, unable to say a word. He had just admitted defeat, otherwise, he feared Lu Chen would really knock all his teeth out. "All right." The homeroom teacher intervened in time. "Chen Yufei, take Sunzi to the infirmary. Lu Chen, come with me, the rest of you continue with your class." Lu Chen knew he couldn't hide his level from the homeroom teacher, but fortunately, he had already thought of an excuse and followed the teacher to the office. On the playground, Chen Yufei had no intention of helping Sunzi, he just watched coldly. A few of Sunzi's close friends stepped forward, holding their phones, asking, "Brother Sun, should we keep filming?" "Film your mother, can't you see what I've become?" Sunzi struggled to turn over, cursing loudly. At the same time, he didn't forget to threaten the other classmates around him, "If anyone spreads today's incident, I won't let it go. TSK. Really impressive. Why didn't you dare to say a word in front of Brother Chung just now? Chen Yufei continued to point his phone at Sunzi, making a mocking sound. Sunzi glared fiercely at Chen Yufei, then swept his gaze over his. Close friends, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me to the infirmary. He knew that anything he said now would be superfluous and only make him more embarrassed. Besides, even if Sunzi's classmates didn't film him or upload the video and pictures to the school forum, those from other classes would do so. Sunzi just wanted to leave this place of shame as soon as possible and never see anyone again. Ha ha! As Sunzi left the playground, a burst of raucous laughter erupted from Class 5. In the homeroom teacher's office, Wang Tong stared with wide eyes and asked very seriously, Lu Chen, when did you master the 9 shadow steps and open stone hand? Lu Chen honestly replied, last night. I was practicing near my home when I suddenly had an epiphany and it just happened. Wang Tong was stunned for a full 10 seconds before coming back to his senses. For an average high school student, mastering such a low-grade martial skill from entry to minor success usually takes about a month. However, from minor success to major success, it takes a bit longer, averaging around a year. And from major success to the realm of mastery, it takes even longer. Most students find it difficult to achieve even one skill by the time of the college entrance examination. Of course, students with private tutors or exceptionally gifted talents are not included in this category. However, no matter how exaggerated a student is, none have had a situation like Lu Chen's. From just entering major success to directly achieving mastery, he had done it in just one night. Even in a key class like Class 1 of the 3rd year, there had never been anyone like that since the school's founding. So at this moment, Wang Tong felt he had struck gold, and it was the kind of extraordinary talent. Because he knew Lu Chen couldn't afford a private tutor. Thinking of this, Wang Tong looked at Lu Chen seriously again. It seems my previous guess was correct. You experienced a second awakening at the threshold of adulthood, especially in terms of comprehension, which is extraordinary. Teacher, there won't be any problems, right? Lu Chen feigned ignorance and asked. Wang Tong shook his head decisively. This is a good thing for you, there's no need to worry. But there's one thing I still need to discuss with you in advance. Wang Tong thought of something and suddenly said seriously, please speak, teacher. Lu Chen also became serious. After all, his knowledge was far inferior to that of this homeroom teacher. Wang Tong nodded and continued, your talent will soon be known throughout the school, and I don't recommend that you hide it any longer. After all, the school will invest more effort in students with potential. As I mentioned before, the resources I can help you apply for can be done now, without waiting for the mock exams. Lu Chen nodded, acknowledging the homeroom teacher's words. His public performances these past 2 times were also considering this point. After all, without the school's resource allocation, it would be difficult for him to fully utilize his advantages. However, Wang Tong changed the subject. You now have the opportunity to choose to switch classes. Do you want to jump to Class 1, which is a key martial arts class? Wang Tong looked at Lu Chen nervously. What does the teacher mean? Wang Tong replied calmly, Class 1 has always been the key class in our school, with top students like Xiang Yueya, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan, all at the 9th level of martial arts. I must tell you, the teaching staff in Class 1 is indeed the best in the school. Moreover, with the potential you have shown, as long as I help you apply, I can send you over. In fact, once the teachers in Class 1 know about it, they are very likely to come and recruit you themselves. So, I must first ask for your opinion, Wang Tong said seriously. Lu Chen then understood and thought for a moment before saying, thank you for telling me this, teacher. I want to ask, will the scholarship and nutritional supplements in Class 1 be more than ours? Lu Chen countered. Wang Tong quickly understood Lu Chen's meaning and said firmly, I can guarantee that there will be no bias in this regard. As long as you show your potential, I can apply for the same resources for you, or even more than what you would get there. Lu Chen then had no hesitation and decisively said, then it's settled, teacher. I won't switch classes. It wasn't that Lu Chen was acting impulsively, nor did he have deep feelings for Class 5. His choice was based on practicality. With less than 100 days left until the college entrance examination, switching to a new class could bring unforeseen difficulties and waste a lot of time. Moreover, given Wang Tong's honesty and their interactions over the past 2 times, Lu Chen now recognized this homeroom teacher. If he switched to a new class, what if he didn't get along with the teacher? Since he could receive the same resources for training and had a homeroom teacher who valued him, he could just stay here and continue to prepare for the college entrance examination. In a key class full of martial arts top students, even if the teaching staff was stronger, could any teacher provide him with one-on-one guidance like this? Good. Wang Tong suddenly slapped his thigh. Since you are so righteous, then the teacher cannot be stingy. Now, I will reward you with a new martial skill in my personal capacity. This is a reward I received for meritorious service during my time in the army, a mid-grade human-level martial skill. Wind-splitting leg. When Lu Chen returned to the playground, a mid-grade martial skill had already appeared on his personal panel. According to the homeroom teacher, this was a leg technique derived from the earth-level axe technique, focusing on offense and better complementing the 9 shadow steps. Moreover, this was the only martial skill the homeroom teacher had perfected, allowing him to better guide Lu Chen. Wang Tong specifically emphasized that Lu Chen should practice this leg technique with him every afternoon after school to receive one-on-one instruction. This leg technique is grand and expansive, emphasizing momentum over form, and is significantly more difficult than low-grade martial skills. As long as you can grasp the basics within 10 days, you have a chance to achieve great success before the college entrance examination and aim for prestigious martial arts schools. This was what Wang Tong said after passing the martial skill to Lu Chen. Without a perfected mid-grade martial skill, it would be very difficult to get into a national prestigious school. However, Lu Chen had some concerns and wasn't sure if he should tell the homeroom teacher. Because, on the way from the homeroom teacher's office to the playground, he realized that he had officially grasped the wind-splitting leg. Wind-splitting leg bound and awakened, sensing the pressure of a newcomer has self-initiated. Thus, Lu Chen's personal panel changed name. Lu Chen level, Martial Apprentice 4th stage, 33%. Martial skills, 9 shadow steps minor, 10%. Stone tablet hand, minor, 7%. Wind-splitting leg basic, 1%. Just like that, the wind-splitting leg, which the homeroom teacher said would take at least 10 days to grasp, Lu Chen could already perform at a basic level. After thinking it over, Lu Chen decided not to say anything, worried it might upset the homeroom teacher. I'll wait until tonight's guidance session to mention it, Lu Chen thought. The practical combat class took up all the cultural classes in the morning, and by the time it ended, it was already lunchtime. Ha ha! Chonggu is awesome, no need to say more, today's lunch is on me, eat whatever you want, Chen Yufei said, throwing an arm around Lu Chen's shoulder as soon as class ended. Is this really worth getting so excited about? Lu Chen casually asked while secretly observing his training progress. Chen Yufei exaggerated, that kid Sunzi has definitely been beaten into submission this time, isn't that worth celebrating? Let's see, Chen Yufei then mysteriously pulled out his phone and held the screen up to Lu Chen. Chonggu, look, you're really famous at school now. Lu Chen glanced at it and indeed, photos and videos of him beating up Sunzi had become the top trending posts. There was also a striking title, Martial Apprentice 4th Stage with Dual Minor Skills. A genius who has hidden his talents for years suddenly shines. Lu Chen shot a look at Chen Yufei. You didn't post this, did you? Chen Yufei said proudly, of course, how about that, isn't it impressive? What about Sunzi? Lu Chen asked, changing the subject. That kid is completely deflated, whatever he does. I didn't even add insult to injury in the post title, that's already generous of me, Chen Yufei said nonchalantly. Of course, mainly because he doesn't deserve to be compared to you, Chonggu, just being a stepping stone is enough. The two laughed and walked toward the cafeteria, and Lu Chen felt many unusual gazes directed at them along the way. It seemed Chen Yufei was right, because of the practical combat earlier, he had indeed gained some recognition at school. As they joked, a soft voice suddenly came from behind, Lu Chen classmate. Lu Chen turned to see Lu Qingqing, the representative of the practical combat class, blushing as she looked at him. Is there something you need? Lu Chen asked curiously. Lu Qingqing nodded and looked up at Lu Chen. Lu Chen classmate, I have something I want to discuss with you privately. Chen Yufei quickly stepped aside and winked at Lu Chen, whispering, alright, the class flower has an appointment. I'll just make way. Chonggu, I'll wait for you in the cafeteria. After saying that, Chen Yufei turned and ran off. Luo Qingqing clearly heard Chen Yufei's words and explained with an even redder face, classmate Lu Chen, please don't misunderstand. I just wanted to ask you about martial arts training. Lu Chen, of course, was not narcissistic to that extent and calmly replied, you have often helped me before. If you have any questions, I can discuss them with you in practical classes later. No, that's not it, Luo Qingqing hurriedly said. What I mean is, I want to ask you to be my private instructor. Mainly, I want to use the time after school to focus on martial arts training and prepare for the college entrance examination. Classmate Lu Chen, don't worry. I can pay you by the hour. Is 1,000 per hour okay? Luo Qingqing mustered her courage to ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen became interested. Although the homeroom teacher promised to apply for resources for him as soon as possible, how could he refuse such an opportunity when he was extremely short on money? Just 1 hour would earn him a nutrition bar like the one he had last time. It was a good deal to both train and make money. He could refuse a woman, but he couldn't refuse the money needed for martial arts training. However, he was still curious, why don't you go to a martial arts school to find those professional martial artists as private instructors? As far as he knew, the price for private instructors at off-campus martial arts schools was about the same. Luo Qingqing replied frankly. I also have a private instructor at a martial arts school, but the gap between us is too large, making it hard to gain more insights. Lu Chen understood then, it was because her cultivation was weak, just like Luo Qingqing, both being martial apprentices. Moreover, his two major martial arts techniques were at the subtle level, so he was indeed the most suitable as a sparring partner. No problem, I can spare some time to practice with you an hour after school every day, Lu Chen readily agreed. He also needed to set aside an hour to go to the homeroom teacher for extra training. What private instructor? What sparring partner? Brother Chong, I think you're just too much of a straight guy. The class flower clearly has her eyes on your body, coveting your looks. In the cafeteria, Chen Yufei couldn't contain his excitement but still whispered with a smirk, don't blame me for not reminding you, boys must protect themselves out there. Get lost. Lu Chen kicked the stuffed Chen Yufei away and quickly finished his meal. After school in the afternoon, Lu Chen arrived first at the homeroom teacher's apartment building. He wanted to practice the wind split kick for an hour here before going to find Luo Qingqing to earn some extra money. Wang Tong stood barefoot in the small courtyard downstairs, calmly instructing Lu Chen, first, practice the wind split kick a few times and I'll correct your posture. Yes, Lu Chen replied. He then assumed the starting position, his legs like axes, executing the 36 forms of the wind split kick in the small courtyard. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, it was vigorous and smooth, without any hesitation from start to finish. Wang Tong's eyes nearly popped out, and he didn't know when his hands had clasped tightly at his chest. Is this the entry level? Wang Tong could hardly believe his eyes, feeling his heart race. However, this kid in front of him seemed to have truly reached the entry level, with every move executed flawlessly. Yes, teacher. I practiced a bit by myself this afternoon and just felt like I reached the entry level, Lu Chen said honestly. As he finished. In fact, it was more than just the entry level. He looked at his progress with the wind split kick and saw that he had already reached 18% of the entry level. If he practiced for a few more hours, he estimated he could achieve minor success by tomorrow morning. This progress was indeed slower than the 9 shadow steps and the stone-breaking hand. This leg technique, you should not expose it for now. Wait until the college entrance examination to use it. The college entrance examination has practical tests, and if others see through you completely, it's easy to be targeted. After taking a deep breath several times, the homeroom teacher Wang Tong finally calmed down a bit and solemnly reminded Lu Chen. Understood, teacher, Lu Chen nodded. The college entrance examination is divided into written and martial tests, and the martial test includes practical assessment items, so the teacher wanted him to keep a trump card. Alright, now I will demonstrate the wind split leg, just practice along with me, Wang Tong said, standing barefoot on the grass and assuming the starting position. Don't be arrogant, the moves of the wind split leg are not difficult, but the challenge lies in the technique of channeling energy and the momentum of cutting through all obstacles. As Wang Tong demonstrated, he taught step by step. His wind split leg kicked out, indeed presenting a different scene, with his legs like 2 heavy axes, chopping through the wind, roaring like thunder. Lu Chen followed Wang Tong, practicing repeatedly, carefully sensing the differences. Observing the wind split leg in practice is incredibly beneficial. My training speed has increased 5-fold. The prompt in his mind surprised Lu Chen again, so having a master to guide me can also enhance my training speed. The training speed increased 5-fold, meaning what was originally 3% per hour became 96% per hour. Wow, in just 1 hour here, I could master the wind split leg, Lu Chen calculated in astonishment. While following Wang Tong in practice, he felt his understanding of this martial skill was rapidly increasing at a noticeable speed. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Whoosh! After more than half an hour, Lu Chen's leg kicks began to produce a sound like the wind, as if each kick was an axe splitting through the air. Wang Tong, who was demonstrating and explaining, suddenly felt something was off, as if he was about to go crazy. What is this? Could it be that he is about to master it? Teacher, please continue. I feel your guidance is excellent and has greatly benefited me, Lu Chen quickly reminded as he noticed the homeroom teacher's movements slowing down. Don't stop, or it will affect the rapid training speed of the wind split leg. Am I really that outstanding? Wang Tong quickly resumed his movements, forcing himself to calm down, but his mind couldn't help but wander. This is not just beneficial, it's like a sudden enlightenment. He had never seen anyone comprehend so quickly. By the end of the hour, Lu Chen's wind split leg had clearly reached the minor mastery stage and his training speed had slightly decreased. Wind split leg minor mastery 15%. He thought that if he practiced with the teacher for a few more hours, he might directly reach major mastery or even finer mastery. Let's stop here for today. Too much is as bad as too little. You should consolidate what you've learned when you go back, Wang Tong said as he first withdrew his stance. He also needed to go back and calm down. Back when he practiced this wind split leg, it took him a full 6 months to reach minor mastery, and he was praised as the genius elite of the entire team. But for Lu Chen, achieving entry and minor mastery in 1 day, how could that compare? Thank you, teacher. See you tomorrow. Lu Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. Wait, Wang Tong suddenly called out to Lu Chen, taking a nutritional bar from his pocket and instructing, this is a basic nutritional item I applied for you. You will have one every day from now on. Make sure to practice the chi gathering technique when you get back. With your comprehension, you don't need to worry about martial skills, but your cultivation at the 4th stage of a martial apprentice is still far from enough. After saying this, Wang Tong turned and walked back, fearing he couldn't handle the excitement. After thanking him, Again, Lu Chen left the teacher's dormitory alone. Another 1,000 or so in hand, Lu Chen thought joyfully. Plus the salary agreed upon with Lu Qingqing, he could earn over 2,000 in a day, which should be enough for his expenses. Just right. Having consumed too much during practice, Lu Chen took a bite of the nutritional bar and immediately felt warm all over. With the qi gathering technique fully nourished, my training speed has doubled. Not bad, with the support of the nutritional item. It really is different. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. At this speed, I'll be able to break through to the 5th stage by tomorrow. Morning. After leaving the school gate, Lu Chen found that Lu Qingqing was already waiting at the entrance. Let's go. Where? Are we studying? Lu Chen asked with a smile, in a good mood. Lu Qingqing was infected by Lu Chen's handsome and sunny smile. Her face suddenly flushed, and she hurriedly said to cover it up, "Let's go to my house. My parents aren't home anyway." Lu Chen was slightly taken aback but didn't think much of it and casually agreed. However, when he followed Lu Qingqing around the corner of the school gate, he saw a luxurious black van waiting there. "Miss, please get in the car." At the van's door stood a woman in a sharp black suit, wearing sunglasses, looking like a bodyguard. But Lu Chen noticed that this capable-looking woman, who seemed to be just over 30, was definitely a martial artist. The pressure she exuded was absolutely no less than that of their homeroom teacher. Wow, Lu Qingqing's family background is impressive. Even the bodyguard is a true high-level martial artist, Lu Chen thought to himself. High-level martial artists hold a respected status in society, and they can even become esteemed guests in ordinary martial arts schools or high-paid private instructors with annual salaries in the millions. 1. Can imagine what kind of family background it takes to hire such a bodyguard. In comparison, the top students in Class 1 who drove sports cars to school seemed weak in comparison. Once Lu Chen got into the car, he noticed that there was also a middle-aged male driver dressed similarly, whose aura was no less imposing than that of the woman. Two high-level martial artists picking me up. Lu Qingqing really is quite low-key in her daily life, Lu Chen thought in amazement. "Uncle Zhong, let's go home," Lu Qingqing said, appearing less restrained in front of these two, exuding a subtle air of authority. "Yes, miss," Uncle Zhong replied and started the van. The vehicle sped through the streets and alleys, but it was extremely stable, taking over half an hour before entering a manor in the western suburbs of the city. The manor covered more than 10 acres, featuring pavilions, towers, and flowing streams, a typical Chinese style. As they traveled, although Lu Chen didn't see any sentries, he could feel no less than 10 oppressive gazes sweeping over him from the windows. This manor is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. The van stopped in front of a 3-story wooden building, and Lu Qingqing turned to Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, we've arrived. This is my family's training room. I'm sorry, my family doesn't allow me to train at the martial arts school, so I can only bring you here." "No problem, it's just right for me to broaden my horizons," Lu Chen joked, not truly intimidated. After getting out of the car, Lu Chen saw an old man with white hair and a hunched back waiting at the door. "Miss, is this the classmate? Lu Chen?" The old man greeted Lu Qingqing with a smile and then turned to Lu Chen and asked, "Hello, I am Lu Chen." Lu Chen stepped forward to introduce himself. "I'm sorry, this classmate." The old man slightly bent over and politely said, "My young lady can be a bit willful. I apologize for the disturbance. However, to prove that you truly have the qualifications to be the young lady's private instructor, we must conduct a test on you," the old man said politely but with an air of authority. "Old Chen, how can you do this? He is my classmate, here to help me train." Before Lu Chen could respond, Lu Qingqing was the first to object, anxiously clutching the old man's arm and calling out. It was clear that in front of old Chen, Lu Qingqing could only act cute and didn't dare to give direct orders. Old Chen chuckled and reassured her, "Miss, the master entrusted you to my care, so I must take responsibility. Don't worry, miss, it's just a simple test, it won't harm him at all." After saying this, old Chen turned to Lu Chen and said, "I believe this classmate won't mind, right?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "It's fine, it's only right. What could he do if he minded? He was already here, would he sulk and leave empty-handed? One can't bite the hand that feeds, and for the sake of making money, he would just go along with it." "Good, you're quite agreeable. Please follow me." Old Chen immediately showed a kind smile and turned to lead the way into the wooden building. "I'm sorry, Lu Chen, I didn't know old Chen would do this." Lu Qingqing came to Lu Chen's side and apologized awkwardly, sticking her tongue out at the hunched figure ahead. Lu Chen entered the wooden building without looking sideways, saying, "It's fine." Once inside, old Chen led Lu Chen straight down to the lower level, which was a completely different world. It was no longer antique and quaint, but a modern training facility of at least 300 square meters, fully equipped with various training equipment. This place has even better facilities than the Xiang family's martial arts hall in the city center. Lu Chen was once again astonished. "Lu Chen, our test is very simple. As long as you can last through 10 moves from Xiaoyu, you can stay on as the young lady's private instructor." Old Chen turned to Lu Chen and said directly, "Sister Yu?" Lu Qingqing immediately objected. Sister Yu is a knight-and martial artist, how could Lu Chen possibly fight her? Lu Chen glanced at the cold woman in a suit and sunglasses who had followed them in. The Xiaoyu old Chen mentioned was indeed her. a ninth dan martial artist stronger than their homeroom teacher Wang Tong. However, Lu Qingqing was right. This time, wanting to last through 10 moves against a ninth dan martial artist was a bit too much for Lu Chen. To be precise, he couldn't even withstand one move right now. Old Chen laughed heartily. Miss, don't be anxious, let me finish. Xiao. You will control her strength and won't exceed this classmate's level, and will only use the most basic opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps. If Lu Chen can last through 10 moves without losing, I can double your pay. If you can defeat Xiao Yu, it will be doubled again. Old Chen looked at Lu Chen with a smile. What does Lu Chen think? There's such a good deal? Lu Chen immediately began calculating his earnings. 1 hour of practice was 1,000, doubling it would be 2,000, and doubling it again would be 4,000. This was like picking up money for him. He could train and earn big at the same time. No problem, I accept. Lu Chen had no reason to refuse. Although he knew that even if Sister Yu suppressed her strength, she was definitely not simple, given her years of training and combat experience. But Lu Chen also had confidence. He wanted to give it a try. Good, Lu Chen has guts. In that case, let's begin, Old Chen said with a smile. Once Old Chen pulled Lu Qingqing to the side, the usually silent Sister Yu finally revealed her sharpness, coldly saying to Lu Chen, in the past, I accompanied the young lady in training. Let me see what you can do to replace me. In less than 10 moves, I'll make you admit defeat. Lu Chen thought to himself, with the way they treated Lu Qingqing so meticulously, it was no wonder she sought him out as a sparring partner. Please. Lu Chen said no more and cupped his fists towards the woman. First move. Xiao Yu coldly counted, simultaneously transforming into a whirlwind, leaving behind an afterimage, while her real self charged towards Lu Chen. She indeed controlled her cultivation level, also at the 4th stage of a martial apprentice, and the movement technique she used was the 9 shadow steps. Lu Chen noticed that this 9th stage martial artist's 9 shadow steps were also at the subtle realm, but already infinitely close to perfection. As the two drew closer, Xiao Yu's palm push had unknowingly arrived, heading straight for Lu Chen's shoulder. The opening stone hand, similarly close to perfection. The homeroom teacher had once said that the further one goes in martial arts training, the harder it becomes, especially the final step of achieving perfection, which many cannot reach. Even those high-stage martial artists may not necessarily be able to cultivate a low-grade martial technique to perfection. It requires not only hard training but also a deep compatibility with the technique. Just like the homeroom teacher Wang Tong, who was only at the subtle realm in the opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps, but had already reached perfection in the mid-grade martial technique, the wind-splitting kick. The Sister Yu before him was the same. Her 2 foundational martial techniques were already infinitely close to perfection, but still one step away. Yet even so, she had already surpassed Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not dare to be careless and immediately used the 9 shadow steps to quickly retreat, leaving behind one after another afterimage. But Sister Yu was not comparable to Sunzi from the class. She followed closely like a shadow, that seemingly soft jade hand always looming over Lu Chen's shoulder. Let's try once. Lu Chen realized he couldn't dodge, and with a determined heart he boldly struck back, also using the opening stone hand to meet Sister Yu's palm head-on. Bang! As their palms collided, Lu Chen felt as if his palm had struck empty space, with no point of force to push against. Just as he was secretly puzzled and his remaining strength was exhausted, he saw Xiao Yu's lips curl up, and a surge of force suddenly erupted from her hand. Lu Chen inwardly cursed, quickly exerting all his strength to use the 9 shadow steps and withdraw to release the force. But even so, he still felt his right hand and arm faintly numb. Is this still the opening stone hand? Lu Chen secretly doubted. But soon he understood that the technique she used was indeed the opening stone hand in 9 shadow steps. However, this high-stage martial artist had long surpassed that. She could flexibly adapt in actual combat. Just now, when they made contact, she cleverly absorbed the force, then took advantage of his old strength being exhausted and new strength not yet born to launch a powerful counterattack. This was not just a gap in martial techniques, but also a difference in combat experience. No wonder she is so confident, Lu Chen thought to himself, as Sister Yu once again exerted force and closed in. Her speed was faster, her figure becoming elusive. She was preparing to take Lu Chen down with another move. The hidden and unspoken was the most terrifying and exhausting. Lu Chen continuously used the 9 shadow steps, trying to find a flaw while engaging with her. However, the gap in martial techniques and experience left him feeling inadequate. This won't do. If it goes on like this, not to mention 10 moves, I might be defeated by the second move, Lu Chen thought inwardly. He felt a dual pressure of strength and psychology. At that moment, a familiar prompt sound suddenly appeared. In Lu Chen's mind, the 9 shadow steps sensed immense pressure, experiencing explosive growth, reaching the realm of perfection. The opening stone hand, unwilling to fall behind, continuously comprehended, reaching the realm of perfection. Miss, you saw it, right? Although this classmate Lu Chen has good talent, he lacks experience. It's still better for Xiao Yu to accompany you in your training. That way, it will make the old master feel more at ease. Shen Lao, who was watching from the side, smiled knowingly, as if he had already anticipated the outcome of this match. Lu Qingqing retorted, Sister Yu is a dignified ninth dan martial artist. It's not surprising that Lu Chen lost. You all just don't want me to find an outside tutor. But when Sister Yu trains with me, she always lets me win, so my progress is very slow. Lu Qingqing spoke the truth. Chen Lao said earnestly, Miss, with the old master and us here, you won't encounter any danger. The old master only wants you to live a safe life, not to take risks like he did. So, why must you work so hard? I knew you would think this way. Lu Qingqing turned her head away, sulking and ignoring the old man. Just then, Chen Lao suddenly exclaimed, this kid. He actually broke through at the last moment? Hearing this, Lu Qingqing's spirit jolted and she quickly focused her gaze. On the field, Sister Yu was already poised to strike. With her seasoned experience, just one more hit would secure her victory. But at that moment, she suddenly noticed that the boy who had been passively defending had undergone a dramatic change in momentum. Especially the movements that had seemed full of flaws to her now appeared fluid and effortless, leaving her with a feeling of being at a loss for how to attack. At the very least, under the condition of only being able to use the 9 shadow steps in the opening stone hand, it was difficult for Sister Yu to find that kind of confidence that victory was assured. Is this the perfection of the 9 shadow steps? Watching the young figure across from her, flickering and leaving behind after images, Sister Yu realized that this just turned adult boy had actually comprehended the 9 shadow steps to perfection. But how could this be possible? Just a moment ago, he was still at a rudimentary level, and even in that realm, he was far inferior to her. How could he leap directly to perfection? A sudden epiphany in the heat of battle? Wasn't that a bit too far-fetched? But the facts were right in front of her, and Sister Yu had to face them. At that moment, she knew that she was very likely not going to win. Although she was only a step away from the perfection of the 9 shadow steps, that very step was enough to create a huge gap in actual combat. Perfection meant being able to use it as if it were an extension of her own body, meaning there were no flaws in this martial skill. To break through it would require overwhelming strength. But under equal cultivation, Sister Yu did not possess that strength. The key point was that the movement Lu Chen was now displaying had already put her out of reach. She couldn't even touch him, let alone talk about victory. Let's call it a day. At that moment, Chen Lao, standing at a distance, suddenly spoke, if we keep entangling, it can only end in a draw. Chen Lao felt a bit emotional. He had actually misjudged the situation. Just a moment ago, he was still assessing the outcome, and in the blink of an eye, it had been reversed by a young boy. Sister Yu was very unwilling, but she could only stop her movements. She knew Chen Lao was right. As long as Lu Chen kept dodging, she wouldn't be able to win. Now that she thought about a boastful word she had just spoken about winning in 10 moves, even this cold-hearted Sister Yu couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. However, she still believed that if Lu Chen dared to take the initiative and give her a chance, she would definitely be the one to emerge victorious in the end. Lu Chen also stopped, but he had no intention of giving up. He turned to Chen Lao and said seriously, I still want to try and see if I can turn the tables. Lu Chen wasn't motivated by pride. He couldn't bear to give up that double reward. The difference between 2,000 per hour and 4,000 per hour was still significant. Chen Lao was taken aback by his words. Looking at Lu Chen with a half smile, he gently said, Are you sure? If you haven't completed 10 moves and you lose again, you might miss a good opportunity. Lu Qingqing, who was beside them, also felt anxious. Her heart, which had just calmed down, was now racing again, but she didn't know how to persuade Lu Chen. Sister Yu's towering chest heaved, clearly agitated by Lu Chen's overconfidence. This kid really didn't take himself, a high-level martial artist, seriously. It was one thing to stand undefeated with the perfected 9 shadow steps, but to think he could actually defeat her? I really don't know who gave you the courage, Sister Yu coldly questioned. Lu Chen smiled humbly, I just want to give it my all. He certainly wouldn't tell her that his opening stone hand had also reached perfection. Facing this experienced high-level martial artist, he could only catch her off guard to achieve an unexpected victory. Alright, come on, let me see if your skills match your bravado, Sister Yu said with a cold shout, assuming the stance of the opening stone hand. She wasn't planning to continue attacking actively, but if Lu Chen dared to confront her head-on, she would make sure this ignorant kid knew just how naive he was. Thank you for your guidance. Lu Chen politely cupped his fists again. Then, his smile faded, replaced by a calm expression. With the 9 shadow steps, he left a residual shadow in place and had already crossed 3 meters to stand before Sister Yu. Opening stone hand. He thrust his palm forward, aimed directly at Sister Yu's towering chest. Looking for death. Sister Yu shouted angrily, her palms like the wind, one striking towards Lu Chen's hand while the other sliced towards his neck. This furious strike was meant to make Lu Chen taste defeat, rendering him unable to continue fighting. Hey! Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. What seemed like an old move suddenly changed, feigning a strike and leaving a residual shadow in place. This feint caused Sister Yu's fierce consecutive attacks to miss. Meanwhile, Lu Chen used the perfected 9 shadow steps to shift to a parallel position beside Sister Yu. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen also executed a horizontal strike aimed at the back of Sister Yu's neck. This move was extremely fierce, even producing a sound of breaking air. In contrast, Sister Yu, who had attacked in anger, had no time to change her move to dodge or block. Bang! Lu Chen's palm, like a blade slicing through, struck Sister Yu's neck. However, it didn't deliver the decisive blow he had anticipated. He felt as if his palm had hit steel reinforcement, nearly breaking. You tricked me. Sister Yu, unharmed, turned to counterattack. At that moment, Elder Chen's voice suddenly rang out from a distance, cold and filled with anger. Enough! You just violated the rules by using other martial techniques. There's no need to continue, Elder Chen said sternly. This was clearly directed at Sister Yu, as she had indeed used a higher-level martial technique to block Lu Chen's horizontal strike. Faced with Elder Chen's severity, Sister Yu's face paled slightly as she withdrew her hands and respectfully said, Yes, Elder Chen. Seeing the situation, Lu Chen quickly took the opportunity to bow to Sister Yu, saying, Thank you for your guidance. I'm sorry, if I hadn't provoked you just now, I might have lost my only chance to win. Sister Yu snorted lightly, not responding. She understood what Lu Chen meant. At that moment, Elder Chen approached with a beaming Lu Qingqing, exclaiming, Young people are formidable. This classmate need not be modest. If I'm not mistaken, your opening stone hand has also reached perfection, right? Sister Yu was immediately shocked, raising her head to look at Lu Chen in disbelief. Sister Yu noticed that Lu Chen's 9 shadow steps had reached perfection, but she did not realize that his opening stone hand had also attained the same level. It was one thing for a foundational low-grade martial skill to reach perfection, but for 2 simultaneously cultivated martial skills to both reach perfection was exceedingly rare. The most critical point was that Lu Chen was simply too young. He was just a newly adult high school student. Such students, across the entire country, numbered no more than 100 each year. Moreover, when she first started battling him, he was clearly still at the subtle realm. Why had he suddenly reached perfection? Sister Yu couldn't make sense of it, but she knew she had truly stumbled today. It was Elder Chen who spoke again to clarify for her. If it weren't for the perfection of the opening stone hand, how could Lu Chen strike just now have been so fluid, even posing a threat to you and triggering an instinctive reaction in your body? And, Elder Chen's wise eyes turned to Lu Chen. If I'm not mistaken, you broke through during the battle just now, right? Yes, Lu Chen did not hide it, knowing he couldn't deceive the sharp-eyed Elder Chen, and humbly said, I must thank Sister Yu for her guidance, which allowed me to gain insight and breakthrough. He had to admit that this was the greatest gain of this trip. Without this opportunity, it would have taken him about 10 more days to possibly break through to perfection in his opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps. Truly worthy of the young prodigy that the young lady values. Elder Chen smiled. Since that's the case, this old man certainly cannot go back on his word. You can stay to accompany the young lady in her training. However, you must have Xiaoyu by your side, Elder Chen stated firmly. Before leaving, he reminded her, by the way, according to our previous agreement, your salary can be increased after each class. Just find Xiaoyu to collect it. With that, Elder Chen left the training room with his hands behind his back. Lu Chen, are you okay? Once Elder Chen's figure disappeared, Lu Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran to Lu Chen to ask, I'm really sorry. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have troubled you. I'm fine, Lu Chen smiled. If it weren't for this opportunity, I wouldn't have been able to break through. I should be thanking you. Sister Yu, who was nearby, seemed a bit impatient and said, If you continue to waste time here, I can't guarantee I won't deduct your salary. After saying that, Sister Yu sat down cross-legged to meditate, but her eyes behind the sunglasses remained fixed on Lu Chen, as if afraid he would take away her young lady. Lu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and whispered, Don't blame Sister Yu. Although she looks fierce, she is actually very kind to people. Probably just to you, the young lady. Lu Chen thought to himself, a dignified 9th-tier martial artist wouldn't look up to ordinary people. Let's get started. Lu Chen, mindful of his salary, feared that Sister Yu would cut it. Next, the two began to focus on practical combat in the spacious and bright training room, helping Lu Qingqing improve her martial skills. Now that Lu Chen's 2 martial skills had truly reached perfection, guiding Lu Qingqing was effortless. Even Sister Yu, who was watching coldly from the side, had nothing to say now. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. Lu Chen successfully received his 8,000 yuan salary and left Lu Qingqing's estate. Lu Qingqing wanted Uncle Zhong to drive Lu Chen home, but Lu Chen felt embarrassed to trouble a high-tier martial artist to take him. He decided to run home, practicing the breathing technique along the way to accelerate his cultivation. While guiding Lu Qingqing just now, Lu Chen had not neglected his own training. With the nutritional bars given by his homeroom teacher, Lu Chen felt confident in improving his cultivation. In just those 2 hours, his progress in the breathing technique surged by 30%. It seems I underestimated my cultivation speed. By tonight, before going to bed, I should be able to break through to the 5th stage. After reviewing his personal data, Lu Chen felt a secret joy. After a quick run, in less than an hour, Lu Chen returned home, nearly 100 miles away. This time, he didn't go out to practice martial arts but sat cross-legged in the living room, actively practicing the qi gathering technique. 3 hours later, as Lu Chen exhausted the nutritional bars given by his homeroom teacher, his cultivation finally reached a natural breakthrough, smoothly entering the 5th stage of a martial apprentice. Name, Lu Chen level, martial apprentice 5th stage, 1%. This really burns money, $1,000 gone in one night. And after the cultivation improvement, the automatic training speed of the chi gathering technique should also decrease, so it will cost even more in the future. Also, for the wind split leg, after reaching minor success, the automatic training speed has become 1% per hour. However, Lu Chen was not disheartened. This was all a normal phenomenon. Whether it was cultivation or martial arts, the further one went, the harder it became to improve, and the more resources it consumed. Lu Chen was not in a hurry about practicing the wind split leg because having a homeroom teacher with such perfect mastery was much more efficient than practicing on his own. As for cultivation, Lu Chen now had a way to earn money, so he didn't need to worry for the time being. Lying in bed, Lu Chen thought about whether his goals were set a bit too low. With my current growth speed, by the time of the college entrance examination, getting into a prestigious school is almost a sure thing. So why not try to aim for the renowned martial arts universities in North China or Jiangnan? These two universities were the pinnacle institutions that all students aspired to. Of course, there was also a military academy in central China that was on par with these northern and southern stars, which was equally impressive. But Lu Chen was used to freedom, so he excluded that school first. Both North China Martial Arts University and Jiangnan Martial Arts University were his top choices. I heard that if you get into one of these three major schools, both the school and the city will offer substantial scholarships, which could also help with my financial needs. Lu Chen thought further. Or, why can't I aim for the top student in the city, or even the top student in the province? The more Lu Chen thought, the bigger his ambitions grew, and before he knew it, he had fallen into a beautiful dream. Early the next morning, Lu Chen was finally not awakened by hunger but by the piercing ringtone of his phone. He picked up the phone to see it was Chen Yufei. Hey, Changgu. Wake up quickly, something big has happened. Class 1 has sent a challenge to our class. Isn't this bullying? The school forum is in an uproar. Hearing Chen Yufei's words, Lu Chen quickly opened the school forum of Izhong. Sure enough, the post made at 6 in the morning had already been pinned as a hot topic. Class 1 boldly declared a friendly combat exchange with Class 5, each side sending 5 people, and whichever side could stand until the end would be the winner. Because Class 1 had always been a key class, this strange challenge quickly attracted countless students to watch and comment. Even students from other schools joined in. What's going on with Class 1? Isn't this bullying? Besides, haven't they always looked down on communicating and sparring with other classes? That's unclear, but I heard Class 1 will only send students at the 5th level of martial arts to fight, so it can't really be considered bullying. That's already their weakest. So what? Who doesn't know that the students in Class 1 have the highest comprehension? Even with the same level of cultivation, their martial skills are impressive. Various comments flooded in below, but undoubtedly most were disparaging Class 5. There's no way around it. In Yunqing Izhong, and even in all of Guanyun City's high schools, Class 1 was the top class, renowned far and wide. Lu Chen was also somewhat puzzled, but after receiving a call from his homeroom teacher, he understood. This matter actually stemmed from himself. It turned out that after he became famous yesterday, the teacher from Class 1 intentionally wanted to recruit him over there. It was only after his homeroom teacher argued strongly that he was allowed to stay in Class 5. By the way, a teacher from the Academic Affairs Office came to ask for my opinion yesterday afternoon, Lu Chen recalled. However, he didn't expect Class 1's reaction to be so intense. Was it really necessary? Just because he didn't choose to transfer to Class 1, they had to give a show of strength to prove their presence. But thinking about his experiences at school these past few days, and the atmosphere of competing through martial arts here, it seemed quite normal. Lu Chen didn't delay, quickly got up to wash up, took a bite of the nutritional bar he bought last night, and then ran to school. 20 minutes later, Lu Chen arrived at the bustling classroom. Changgu, come quickly, everyone is waiting for you to make a decision, Chen Yufei shouted excitedly as soon as he saw Lu Chen in the crowd. Changgu. Changgu. All 56 students of Class 5 were present, and many classmates, upon seeing Lu Chen, voluntarily made way, calling out Changgu along with Chen Yufei. In literature, there is no first, in martial arts, there is no second. After Lu Chen had beaten the previous class bully, Sunzi, twice, these students all respected him. Lu Chen, the challenge letter from Class 1 has been delivered. What are your thoughts? Asked the martial arts class representative, Lu Qingqing, as she took out a challenge letter and handed it to Lu Chen while inquiring. Only she understood that Lu Chen was not just at the dual entry level, he was truly at the pinnacle of martial arts, undoubtedly the number 1 in Class 5. Chonggu, damn it, who's afraid of who? Worst case, we all go to the infirmary together, Chen Yufei boasted boldly. Yufei, it's easy for you to say. You don't have to go into battle, a classmate complained. Indeed, each class would send 5 people, and of course, they would choose the best. Chen Yufei wouldn't make the cut. Chen Yufei shrugged, so what? With my Chonga backing us up, who's afraid? Lu Chen ignored Chen Yufei and continued to look at Lu Chen, saying, the homeroom teacher said we should decide for ourselves, we can accept or decline. Clearly, as the class representative, Lu Qingqing was now willing to take Lu Chen as the leader. Lu Chen thought for a moment this might not be a bad thing, and since it involved the honor of the class, it would be hard to avoid the fight. Or rather, avoiding the fight would mean directly admitting defeat, destined to be laughed at by all the teachers and students in the school. TCH, if we fight, we fight. Who's afraid? It's just the 5th level of martial arts anyway, I'll sign up first. At that moment, a rough voice came from the back of the classroom and the students turned to see Sunzi, who had just come out of the infirmary. Sunzi stood up, pushed through the crowd, and came before Lu Chen. He didn't look at Lu Chen but instead addressed the class representative, Lu Qingqing, saying, I'll be the first to fight. Then I'll be the second. Another student from the 5th rank of martial arts stood up to sign up. I'll be third. A third student stepped forward. Lu Qingqing looked around and said, I'll be fourth. After that, everyone turned to look at Lu Chen. There was no choice, Class 5 only had these 4 students at the 5th rank of martial arts, and then there was Lu Chen, who could defeat Sunzi, a 4th rank martial artist. No one knew that Lu Chen was now also at the 5th rank of martial arts. In contrast, the weakest in Class 1 were all at the 5th rank. Lu Chen smiled, then I'll be the last. He thought to himself that he should give his classmates a chance to perform and learn, otherwise if he fought 5 alone it wouldn't be interesting. With the opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps, reaching perfection and his cultivation breaking through to the 5th rank, Lu Chen felt that there was no student in the school who could defeat him in the same realm. Good. Lu Qingqing said, then it's settled, the time will be during the afternoon practical class. I'll go report to the homeroom teacher first. No need, I've already heard everything. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, walked in from outside. His expression was calm, but his voice carried a hint of excitement. I am very pleased with your performance. You have been in the same class for 3 years, although you often have disputes and disagreements, being able to unite in the face of external pressure is the most important thing. I hope you remember today's lesson. This is also what I want to tell you as you graduate. It doesn't matter if there are conflicts in daily life, but when facing external enemies, you must unite sincerely and stand together against them. The homeroom teacher said earnestly, it is because of this spirit that our Huaxia can stand at the pinnacle of the world, resisting all invading enemies, whether they be foreign races or beasts. The classroom fell silent. The students seemed surprised that their usually cold and rough homeroom teacher could say such words. Lu Chen pondered. He recalled the homeroom teacher's military background, which helped him understand this sentiment. Lu Chen, come out with me for a moment. The homeroom teacher looked at Lu Chen again. Lu Chen quickly left the classroom and followed the homeroom teacher to a secluded corner of the hallway. Lu Chen, this challenge from Class 1 is actually aimed at me, or rather, it's a suppression of the ordinary class. Of course, the main route lies with you. Do you know why I don't want you to leave Class 5? The homeroom teacher asked Lu Chen. Lu Chen shook his head. Wasn't it to produce a student for a key university from Class 5? The homeroom teacher said earnestly, because I want to give more children some hope, to tell them that there is hope everywhere in life, and that success or failure should not be judged by temporary gains or losses. Lu Chen instantly understood the homeroom teacher's meaning. He wanted to use himself as an example to tell those ordinary class students not to easily give up the opportunity to become stronger. Of course, first, I can guarantee that you won't be delayed here. And for this challenge, you must give it your all. I've asked the principal to come and watch. If you perform well, there might be unexpected surprises. Lu Chen had a new understanding of the homeroom teacher's broad perspective. He never expected that this burly man had a truly delicate heart and spirit for teaching. However, asking the principal to observe the match seemed a bit exaggerated, didn't it? After all, as the principal of the key high school in Guanyin City, he was no simple character. It was said that he was a true martial arts master. While it couldn't be said he was the strongest in the city, Principal Wei, over 80 years old, was definitely the most experienced and had countless students under his wing. Lu Chen, your situation is quite special. It might be even more impressive than you think. The homeroom teacher seemed to sense Lu Chen's thoughts and reminded him seriously. So, if you can receive guidance from the principal, it will be of great significance to you. Moreover, the homeroom teacher said with a hint of mischief, the principal has plenty of good things, especially some martial arts inheritance permissions that only he can grant. Lu Chen's heart stirred, realizing the homeroom teacher's good intentions. He understood best that with his automatic cultivation system he was indeed suited to practice more martial arts. Especially after perfecting the stone tablet hand and 9 shadow steps, the only martial art he needed to cultivate now was the wind split kick. It wouldn't be easy to buy suitable inherited martial arts with his meager income. Ultimately, he would still have to rely on the school. Thank you, teacher, I will do my best. Lu Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. There's no need to thank me, the homeroom teacher replied nonchalantly. You must remember, the path of martial arts is all about striving. In the end, you have to fight for it yourself. After reminding Lu Chen a few more things, the homeroom teacher let him return to class. Surprisingly, this morning the homeroom teacher did not occupy the cultural class of Class 5, allowing the students to relax a bit. However, throughout the morning, the school forum buzzed with discussions about the exchange between the two classes, creating quite a stir. Not just Class 1 and Class 5, but even other classes in the senior year, as well as those in the first and second years, spread the news, preparing for students to go to the playground in the afternoon to watch the match. This was the atmosphere brought about by the national emphasis on martial arts. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed. After lunch, the students of Class 5 did not take a nap but all came to the large playground to warm up and practice. By the time class started, the playground was lively, with nearly 2,000 students from 32 classes gathered there. Many school leaders and teachers also took their seats in the stands. When Principal Wei Jiangwo was the last to arrive and take his seat, the playground was already in an uproar. Lu Chen stood among the students, looking at the principal sitting in the middle of the stands. The old principal appeared rosy-cheeked and youthful, and, despite being over 80, he still looked quite robust. Beside him, the homeroom teachers of the senior classes sat in a row. Homeroom teacher Li Qingjun from Class 1 and homeroom teacher Wang Tong from Class 5 sat on either side of the old principal, mainly to facilitate the introduction of the students who would soon compete. Old classmate, are you really willing to let this precious student take the stage? Li Qingjun glanced at Wang Tong and said with a smile, what if he gets discouraged or decides to join our Class 1? Don't get mad. Wang Tong replied expressionlessly, aren't you just trying to take this opportunity to suppress us, show off your power, and conveniently poach Lu Chen? I'm giving you this chance. Li Qingjun immediately cried out in protest, looking distressed as he appealed to the old principal, Old Wei, you must stand up for me. Class 1 is doing this entirely to respond to the school's call and encourage the students to strive for the college entrance examination. Wang Tong rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with this old comrade. The old principal took a sip of tea from his thermos and then slowly said, let's see how it goes. The kids are the main characters. In the center of the playground, under the guidance of the teachers and class leaders, a wide space was cleared. The students of Class 1 and Class 5 of the third year stood on either side, with the 10 who were about to compete positioned a bit closer. The two sides were about 10 meters apart, and compared to the fierce gazes of Class 1, Class 5 clearly showed signs of fear even before the battle began, with each of them not daring to look directly at their opponents. Lu Chen shook his head secretly. Regardless of the outcome, they were already at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. This was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Chongge, it seems like Xiang Yueya is looking at me again. Can you help me see if that's true? Chen Yufei stood behind Lu Chen, helping him massage his shoulders to relax while excitedly whispering. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless, but he still glanced at the girl surrounded by admirers on the opposite side, unable to help but be a little distracted. This girl, praised by the students as the school beauty, indeed appeared flawless from the front, possessing both grace and beauty. A 9th level martial artist, she was undoubtedly far ahead among the third-year students of the first high school. Among all the high schools in Guanyin City, only her classmates Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan could compare with her. As for the specific strengths, based on the results of the last monthly exam, Xiang Yueya was still slightly ahead. Standing next to Xiang Yueya were the two tall boys, who were indeed those two. It was clear to everyone that Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan were both pursuing Xiang Yueya. Although high school students were prohibited from dating, it couldn't stop the hormones of youth from soaring. In comparison, Chen Yufei, who claimed to have a crush on Xiang Yueya, seemed too ordinary. As if sensing Lu Chen's gaze, Xiang Yueya, who was lost in thought, suddenly glanced over and made eye contact with Lu Chen. Her sharp phoenix eyes seemed to challenge him, as if wanting him to back down first. Lu Chen smiled slightly, turned his head away, and chose not to engage with her. How is it, Chongge? Is she still looking at me? Chen Yufei anxiously pressed on. She's been looking at you the whole time. You should go confess to her, Lu Chen replied irritably. Chen Yufei certainly didn't have the courage. He couldn't even handle Sunzi, so how could he dare to approach someone as fierce as Zhao Longfei or Huang Junyan? Wait until you help me clear the obstacles, and I will definitely rescue my princess myself, Chen Yufei said seriously. Shameless, Lu Chen ignored him. At that moment, Zhao Longfei stepped forward, looking at Class 5's martial arts representative, Lu Qingqing, and arrogantly said, are you ready? Let's get started quickly. Finish it early, don't affect our training. His words were extremely casual, as if they were just there for a meal and were about to wrap things up. After speaking, Zhao Longfei arrogantly scanned the crowd of Class 5. Who is Lu Chen? Step forward and let us see what you're so proud of. Lu Chen smiled and ignored him, thinking to himself that he must find an opportunity to beat this guy up before the college entrance examination. Name, Lu Chen level, Martial Apprentice 5th stage, 13%. Martial skills, perfected 9 shadow steps, perfected opening stone hand, minor accomplishment in wind split leg, 32%. Lu Chen glanced at his data. Tonight he should be able to reach major accomplishment in win split leg. I need to hurry and find more martial skills, otherwise it would be a waste of my automatic cultivation cheat. Lu Chen became more aware of this. Therefore, in this sparring session between the two classes, he really needed to perform well to apply for more and better martial skills. In the open area, Sunzi was the first to step forward, his tall figure standing straight, facing the strong ones from Class 1, not shrinking back like the other students. Come on, Sunzi roared like a tiger, as if to pump himself up. Zhao Longfei scoffed disdainfully, looking at his classmates preparing to fight, and called out, Zhou Feng, you go. If you can't win within 10 moves, today's practical class will be spent practicing with me. A lean boy from Class 1 stepped out immediately, smiling at Zhao Longfei. Don't worry, class leader, 5 moves will be enough. If I can't do it, I'll practice on my own when I get back. While speaking, Zhou Feng completely ignored his opponent Sunzi, seemingly not taking him seriously at all. When the two stood facing each other, Zhou Feng casually said to Sunzi, Sunzi, it seems you've forgotten the pain after getting your scars, daring to challenge our Class 1 now? Sunzi had clearly suffered a loss to Zhou Feng before, but now facing him, he was unafraid. If we're going to fight, let's fight. Who's afraid? At worst, I'll just lie in the infirmary for another day. Well said. The students from Class 5 cheered, seemingly invigorated by Sunzi's momentum. Lu Chen had to admit that although Sunzi acted strangely and domineeringly, he was truly brave when facing a challenge. If we count today, he would have been lying in the infirmary for 3 days straight. Please. Zhou Feng reined in his smile, cupping his fist towards Sunzi, and then took the initiative to strike. That's the major accomplishment, 9 shadow steps. Lu Chen recognized the opponent's martial skill at a glance. And the major accomplishment, opening stone hand, it should be about the same as Sunzi's. Opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps were basic martial skills that most high school students had to master, so they were quite common. Sunzi also used the major accomplishment, opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps, clashing fiercely with Zhou Feng. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged 3 moves. Although Sunzi was slightly at a disadvantage, he could at least hold on for a while longer. But at that moment, Zhou Feng suddenly changed his move, his original palm push abruptly transforming into a heavy punch. Moreover, this punch had a strange trajectory, cleverly avoiding Sunzi's palm wind and striking heavily against his chest, sending Sunzi flying 3 meters away. The surrounding students even faintly heard the sound of ribs breaking. Zhou Feng's punch was indeed not light, leaving Sunzi without the strength to fight back. This is also a major accomplishment, fist technique. Lu Chen could only make this judgment, but he couldn't tell exactly what kind of fist technique it was with his current knowledge. For moves, Zhou Feng proudly blew on his fist, calling out, easily. Send Sunzi to the infirmary. Some students from Class 5 stepped forward to support Sunzi. I'm not going, I'll go after you finish, Sunzi stubbornly said as he forced himself to stand up. At this moment, Zhou Feng looked at the other fighters from Class 1, who's next? Another martial apprentice at the 5th stage from Class 5 stepped forward, cupping his fist before actively attacking Zhou Feng. Unfortunately, this student's strength was even weaker than Sunzi's, and after 3 moves, he was knocked down by Zhou Feng's unexpected punch. The third student was the same, none of them were a match for Zhou Feng. You guys are really weak, doesn't your class have anyone who can fight? Zhou Feng looked around Class 5 with increasing pride. The little morale that Class 5 had just built up dissipated instantly. There was no way, the gap in strength was just too vast. A single person has just come out and defeated all 3 of them, and it didn't even take more than 5 moves. In the stands, the old principal was feeling a bit drowsy, while the class teacher of Class 1, Li Qingjun, pretended to scold. Zhou Feng is too ruthless, he doesn't even know to leave some face for the students of Class 5. Alas, it's my lack of guidance. I'll have him apologize to his classmates when we get back, Wang Tong said, lifting his eyelids, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, and remained silent, quietly pouring another cup of tea for the old principal. Lu Chen hasn't even taken the stage yet, you can't fall asleep now. On the playground, discussions were buzzing, and the students from various classes could see that the gap between Class 5 and Class 1 was too great. They were simply not opponents. This sparring session had no suspense at all. Lu Qingqing was preparing to take the stage, her expression not looking too good. Her strength was about the same as Sunzi's, and she had no confidence in defeating Zhou Feng across from her. At that moment, Lu Chen stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Qingqing, saying, let me go first, you can be the last line of defense. It wasn't that Lu Chen was being chivalrous, it was just that the guy opposite was too ruthless. If he injured his employer, he wouldn't make any money tonight. You are Lu Chen? Zhou Feng suddenly became interested, and even the students from Class 1 behind him turned to look. They had actively challenged Class 5 this time, not only to establish authority in front of the ordinary classes but also to find fault with Lu Chen. They had heard that this guy was very arrogant, even refusing the class teacher's invitation and willingly staying in the ordinary class. Wasn't that looking down on them? Lu Chen calmly clasped his fists. It's me, please. Good. Zhou Feng seemed a bit excited. Still 5 moves. If you can still stand after 5 moves, I'll consider it my loss. Lu Chen smiled, then stepped into the 9 shadow steps, leaving a series of afterimages, and pushed towards Zhou Feng's chest with one palm. You're just as weak as them, Zhou Feng scoffed coldly, launching a heavy punch to take down Lu Chen. Although his iron wire fist was also of low quality, it had a certain restraining effect against the opening stone hand and had reached a near-perfect level, which was why he had been invincible in previous battles. Facing Lu Chen's seemingly ordinary opening stone hand, Zhou Feng didn't expect any surprises. Bang! As their fists and palms collided, a muffled sound echoed, almost simultaneously followed by a crisp crack. The once confident Zhou Feng let out a scream, flying backward and directly crashing into the crowd of Class 1. Looking at the arm he had just punched with, it was completely drooping down, clearly broken. A wave of gasps erupted among the students. The power of Lu Chen's palm seemed somewhat different from the opening stone hand they were familiar with. They were both opening stone hands, yet why was there such great power without any show? In the crowd of Class 1, Xiang Yue's gaze fell on the calm Lu Chen, somewhat doubting her own judgment. In the stands, the old principal finally lifted his head, put down his teacup, and smiled. This is getting interesting. Wang Tong, you never told me this kid's opening stone hand was already perfected. Wang Tong was also in a daze now because he didn't know either. When did this happen? Has Lu Chen's stone tablet technique reached perfection? Moreover, his cultivation has also broken through to the 5th stage. As the homeroom teacher, Wang Tong is now somewhat confused. Wasn't he just guiding him last night? How could it change so quickly? Wait, the stone tablet technique, didn't he just break through to the subtle stage yesterday? Wang Tong couldn't help but doubt himself. Was his judgment correct? Did Lu Chen's second awakening come a bit too far? Beside him, Class 1's homeroom teacher, Li Chengjun, also fell silent. The perfection of the stone tablet technique and the subtle stage he learned about yesterday are completely different concepts. The simplest comparison is that almost half of the students in Class 1 have a martial skill at the subtle stage. Even top students like Xiang Yue, Zhao Lonfei, and Huang Junyan have at least 2 martial skills at the subtle stage. So, he was somewhat tempted to poach Lu Chen, but not overly excited. However, the perfection of a martial skill is another matter entirely. In the entire Class 1, or even in the many high schools of Guanyin City, there isn't a single student who has cultivated a martial skill to perfection. The conditions for this are incredibly harsh. It's not just a simple combination of talent and effort, but also requires an opportunity. Yet, this ordinary student at the 5th stage of martial apprentice has actually achieved it, which is truly absurd. I must secure this student, Li Chengjun thought. Putting him in Class 5 would be a waste. The old principal certainly knows what the perfection of a martial skill represents, but he regretfully said, it's a pity his cultivation is still a bit weak, otherwise, getting into the 2 top schools wouldn't be a problem. Wang Tong was momentarily stunned but ultimately held back from speaking out. He clearly remembered that just a couple of days ago, Lu Chen was still at the 3rd stage of martial apprentice, and now he has reached the 5th stage. His current cultivation is indeed not outstanding, but with his rocket-like speed, becoming a martial artist before the college entrance examination is not impossible. Maybe the nutritional bars I gave him had an effect? Wang Tong hesitated, deciding to keep the old principal in the dark for now, mainly because he feared the old principal wouldn't believe him and was even more worried about Li Chengjun having ulterior motives. On the playground, the vast majority of students did not notice Lu Chen's perfection in martial skills. Only a few perceptive students had some doubts, but they didn't dare to believe it. The students of Class 5 cheered. Having been frustrated for several rounds, they finally felt relieved. Shonggu is awesome. Shonggu, keep it up. We support you spiritually. Shonggu, the beauties are all watching you. Be a bit cooler. The last line was naturally shouted by the flamboyant Chen Yufei. In contrast, over in Class 1, although Zhou Feng was frustrated, he quickly rallied and sent out a robust young man. They were confident and could afford to lose. Mobai, please. The second student appeared much steadier than Zhou Feng and didn't boast anymore. As he made his move, it was the subtle stage's 9 shadow steps, leaving trails of afterimages on the ground, circling around Lu Chen, ready to deliver a decisive blow at any moment. This kid's 9 shadow steps are also subtle. He's clearly afraid of Chong Ji's stone tablet technique, so he doesn't dare to confront him directly. Chen Yufei analyzed seriously. But if that's the case, Chonggu can't do anything about him either. If this drags on, he'll eventually be worn out, and there are still 3 people on the other side. A student from Class 5 expressed concern. Among the students of Class 1, Xiang Yue closely watched Lu Chen's every move, wanting to confirm whether her earlier judgment was true. She didn't have the keen eyesight of those teachers and couldn't determine from just a fleeting glance that Lu Chen's stone tablet technique had reached perfection. Just under her watch, Lu Chen suddenly moved. The action was small, as if he casually stepped back a bit, then lightly waved his palm in a horizontal cut. Immediately, Mobai's residual shadow on the field completely dissipated. Lu Chen's palm, skillfully poised, stopped at Mobai's throat, transforming from a strike into a grip, lifting him into the air. You lost. Lu Chen calmly stated as he released his hold. Thank you. Bai looked at Lu Chen gratefully and cupped his fists in salute as he stepped back. He knew Lu Chen had shown mercy, otherwise that strike could have knocked him out cold. Cheers erupted again from the crowd in Class 5, and even students from other classes outside were astonished. Although most of them couldn't figure out how Lu Chen had done it. This isn't the advantage of the opening stone technique but the 9 shadow steps? Xiang Yueya took a deep breath, feeling even more confused. Lu Chen had clearly not relied on the advantage of the opening stone technique, he had simply struck out in an unremarkable manner. However, his timing was so exquisite it was as if he had completely predicted Bai's movements waiting there for him. To achieve this, one could only hone the 9 shadow steps. This indicated that Lu Chen's mastery of the 9 shadow steps was not merely superficial but far surpassed Bai's martial arts level. Even the teachers who had reached the martial artist realm could not accurately assess his level of the 9 shadow steps due to Lu Chen's lack of overt display. Only the old principal in the stands smiled and said, not bad, a good seedling. Mastery of both the opening stone technique and the 9 shadow steps is truly rare. Li Chengjun beside him was even more bewildered. How had another complete martial technique emerged? Wang Tong was also confused, but as Lu Chen's teacher he couldn't show that he knew nothing, so he endured the struggle. This kid, why didn't he give me a heads up? Who is he trying to scare? Wang Tong decided he would have to interrogate him thoroughly when he got back. Li Chengjun reacted quickly and echoed the old principle, indeed, a good seedling. It's a pity he's stuck in Class 5. If he were in our class, his cultivation would definitely be beyond this. Old Wei, there are only 3 months left until the college entrance examination. I, Li Chengjun, am willing to make a military pledge. Li Chengjun turned to the old principal and confidently continued, I will definitely help him reach the 9th rank before the exam, assisting him in getting into the top 3 universities. The top 3 referred to North China Martial Arts University, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, and Central Plainstown Martial University. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong was so amused he almost laughed. Li Chengjun, do you have no shame? I dare to make a military pledge that Lu Chen will take the top spot in the city. Of course, if Old Wei fully supports it, I believe Lu Chen can take the top spot in the province. Old Wei leisurely sipped his tea, smiling as he glanced at Lu Chen, who had just won against 2 opponents. Let's see what this child wants. I haven't taken a student in a long time, perhaps I should personally guide him. Upon hearing this, Li Chengjun and Wang Tong fell silent. Damn, they almost forgot, the old principal's thick skin was far greater than theirs. When the clam and the snipe bite, the fisherman benefits. On the playground, Lu Chen faced the last opponent from Class 1, effortlessly defeating him with a single move. Although this final student had mastered the 9 shadow steps and 3 other martial arts to a significant degree, it was still not enough against Lu Chen's 2 fully perfected martial arts. If Class 1's defeat of Class 5 was a comprehensive dimensional reduction strike, then Lu Chen's defeat of those 5 opponents was also a dimensional reduction strike. With both sides at the 5th level of cultivation, their practical combat abilities were simply not on the same level. The students of Class 5 were nearly hoarse from cheering, excitedly rushing to surround Lu Chen and celebrate. This was not just Lu Chen's victory, it was also a remarkable comeback for the ordinary class students, allowing them to finally hold their heads high. It can be confirmed that both of his martial arts have reached perfection. Xiang Yueya, who had been watching intently, finally concluded at this moment that Lu Chen's 9 shadow steps and stone-breaking hand had both reached a flawless state. Xiang Yueya, who always prided herself on being the best in martial arts among all students, couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. Coming from the largest martial arts school in Guanyin City, she had been influenced from a young age and trained diligently, yet she had not reached such a level. Although she possessed 3 martial arts at a significant level, and was a 9th-level martial artist far ahead of her peers, it was precisely because of this that she realized how rare it was to achieve perfection in martial arts. Even among the advanced private instructors at their martial arts school, few had mastered martial arts to the level of perfection. Yueya, what are you thinking about? Huang Junyan, who had been indifferent and taciturn beside her, asked. Nothing, let's go back to class, Xiang Yueya replied coldly, glancing once more at Lu Chen, who was surrounded by the crowd, before turning to leave. Zhao Longfei shot a sidelong glance at Lu Chen and snorted, just a small person getting ahead. If he weren't so weak, I would definitely send him to the infirmary. Myself. If he were at your level, you could only rely on your body refining martial arts to hold your ground. Huang Junyan chuckled lightly, then followed behind Xiang Yueya as they left. The anger on Zhao Longfei's face flickered and he called out to Huang Junyan's back, aren't you also relying on other martial arts to counter him? Besides, the mock exams and college entrance exams won't limit cultivation levels. At the gathering place of Class 5, Lu Chen finally managed to escape due to the homeroom teacher's summons. He was somewhat unaccustomed to such a scene. Lu Chen, Principal Wei wants to see you, the homeroom teacher said as he led Lu Chen away from the playground, heading straight for the principal's office. Teacher, what does the principal want with me? Lu Chen asked curiously, mainly wanting to know what benefits he might gain. Wang Tong looked around to ensure no one was nearby before whispering, the principal might want to personally guide you. Make sure to seize the opportunity and ask for more benefits. The principal has a self-created body-refining martial art that is quite remarkable. At this point, Wang Tong became even more mysterious. Just say you want to refine your body and see if you can get your hands on it. Body-refining martial arts. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. He had only heard of such things but had never seen them. Body-refining martial arts were extremely precious, capable of significantly enhancing physical strength, explosive power, defense, and overall qualities based on current cultivation levels. However, body-refining martial arts were particularly difficult to practice, requiring not only high comprehension, but also many special auxiliary materials such as specific beast blood and extracts from mutated plants. Wang Tong did not elaborate further, simply advising him to handle it as he saw fit, as he could not influence the principal's decision. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Tong knocked on the principal's office door, and soon a strong voice came from inside. Come in. You go in, I'll wait outside, Wang Tong said, then sent Lu Chen in alone. Lu Chen pushed the door open and saw the spacious office where the old principal sat alone behind the desk, with a bookshelf filled with books behind him. Lu Chen, right? Come and sit. The old principal put down the thermos in his hand and gestured invitingly. Lu Chen sat honestly in the chair in front of the desk and politely said, Hello, principal. Principal Wei smiled and said, No need to be formal. Although I am the principal, I am first and foremost a teacher, so you can just call me teacher from now on. Yes. Hello, teacher, Lu Chen quickly responded. He roughly understood the old principal's meaning and, combined with the homeroom teacher's earlier reminder, realized that the principal had recognized his qualifications and potential and wanted to take him as a student. It wasn't the ancient kind of master-student relationship that was almost like a father-son bond, but it was closer than the usual teacher-student relationship. It was more like the relationship between a mentor and a graduate student in a previous life. You are quite good. Teacher Wang mentioned that you recently had a second awakening, so you suddenly gained astonishing insight? The old principal was very pleased with Lu Chen's attitude and did not clarify, instead asking. Lu Chen's heart tightened. It was not wise to speak carelessly in front of such a strong person, so he pretended to be unclear and said, Actually, I don't really know what my situation is. I just feel that I suddenly have a lot of insights into martial arts training. No need to be nervous. Your situation is not uncommon among students at this stage, the old principal said lightly. In fact, I have seen even more exaggerated students. However, as your teacher, I must remind you not to become complacent. There are many more talented individuals in this world. With over 1 billion people in China, we have never lacked for prodigies. But how many prodigies in history have truly grown into towering trees? There are many who falter, who die prematurely, or who give up halfway. I have seen far too many such prodigies. So, having talent is a good thing, but if you give up on effort and become arrogant, you will inevitably be as fleeting as a shooting star. The old principal said earnestly, Do you understand? Lu Chen quickly adopted a respectful attitude. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. That's good to hear. The old principal shifted his tone and said, With your current qualifications, the school will naturally focus on nurturing you. Even if you stay in class 5, you won't lack resources. Teacher Wang has already applied for these things from me, and he will hand them over to you. However, as your teacher, I cannot be stingy. It is only natural for me to give you some help from a personal perspective. The old principal fixed his gaze on Lu Chen and asked seriously, Tell me, what do you want to learn? Here it comes. Lu Chen recalled the homeroom teacher's reminder and said without hesitation, Teacher, I want to learn body-refining martial arts. The old principal was slightly taken aback but quickly reacted, That Wang Tong really sold me out completely. Well, I happen to have a high-quality body-refining method here called the Golden Cicada Cloak. I'll pass it on to you to try. But I must tell you in advance, the materials needed for body refining will have to be borne by you. The inheritance of martial arts techniques is considered a strategic resource under official control in the Huaxia nation. Generally, places where one can obtain inherited martial arts techniques include schools, the military, and martial arts academies. As for personal inheritance, such as the wind-splitting leg passed from Wang Tong to Lu Chen and the golden cicada garment given to him by the current principal, they also cannot escape official control. These martial arts techniques can only be taught through inheritance jade slips, which contain not only superficial moves but also the inner insights and rhythms of perfected mastery. The conditions for creating such jade slips are extremely stringent. They require advanced high-tech methods and the cooperation of someone who has perfected the technique. Most importantly, these jade slips can only be taught to registered and approved individuals after being customized and licensed by the Huaxia authorities. There are a few special cases, such as the principal, who has greater autonomy over the inheritance of their self-created martial arts and can enjoy similar benefits to intellectual property royalties. Lu Chen has some understanding of these matters and knows their value. According to official pricing, a high-quality human-level martial art technique costs at least over 100,000, and one must pass various political and qualification reviews to be approved for inheritance. Only during school can one possibly receive free instruction. As for high-quality body refining techniques like the golden cicada garment, they are even more expensive and rare, with most people lacking the qualifications to purchase or practice them. He couldn't help but think about how much royalty the principal must have received over the years for his self-created martial arts. Indeed, knowledge changes destiny. If I could create a practical martial art, I could just lie at home and collect money. However, martial arts are precious and friendship is priceless. Since it was a gift from his teacher, Lu Chen felt embarrassed to decline. Go ahead, if you have any questions, come find me again, the principal said after watching Lu Chen use the invaluable jade slip. After thanking him again, Lu Chen left the principal's office, gently closing the door, and saw his anxious homeroom teacher waiting at the entrance. How did it go? Wang Tong asked quietly after they had walked a few dozen meters away. Lu Chen smiled and said, I got it. Great. Wang Tong excitedly patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. With this body-refining martial art, you'll have a better chance of getting into a prestigious school. Teacher Wang. Lu Chen did not go to class but directly said, I have some things I want to ask. You, aren't you going to class? Wang Tong glanced at his watch, and just as he finished speaking, he paused. Forget it, there's not much point in you practicing with them anyway. Let's go to my office to talk. Wang Tong personally led Lu Chen to skip class and went to his office. Once in the office, Wang Tong even poured a cup of hot water for Lu Chen and asked, if you have any difficulties, just say it. I'll help as much as I can. Teacher, Lu Chen did not drink the water but said seriously, I want to take other martial arts techniques offered by the school as electives. Lu Chen knew that the basic martial arts education in high school was not limited to just the stone-breaking hand and the 9 shadow steps. However, ordinary class students in the past could only access these two. It wasn't that the school was stingy, but rather concerned that students might take on too much. Only in key classes like Class 1 would more martial arts techniques be taught based on individual circumstances. For example, the iron wire fist used by Zhou Feng is one of them. The iron wire fist is also a low-quality human-level martial art belonging to the attack category like the stone-breaking hand, but there are significant differences between the two. Simply put, the stone-breaking hand is more comprehensive and foundational, while the iron wire fist has a singular move, great power, and focuses more on forceful attacks. What Lu Chen wants now are martial arts techniques similar to the iron wire fist in school to comprehensively enhance his practical combat abilities without leaving any weaknesses. Especially after sparring with the students from Class 1 today, he would no longer underestimate any martial art technique. Wang Tong frowned and pondered for a moment before he said seriously, I've already helped you apply for this, and the Academic Affairs Office has approved it. The school currently has 5 types of martial arts: iron wire fist, eagle claw technique, cloud piercing finger, mountain stick, and heart stabbing kick, all of which are of the low human level. Which one do you want to learn? Lu Chen smiled awkwardly and said, Teacher, to be honest, I want to learn them all. Put. Wang Tong spat out the water he had just sipped and coughed twice before recovering. Lu Chen, Wang Tong's expression became serious. Although your comprehension is good now, you must remember not to be greedy. At this stage, it's not better to learn more martial arts. Besides, aren't you still going to practice the wind split kick and the old principal's martial arts? Also, you can't neglect your cultivation. Where will you find the time to practice more martial arts? Wang Tong earnestly advised, genuinely afraid that Lu Chen would become arrogant and hinder his own progress. Lu Chen knew that the homeroom teacher would have doubts, but the teacher didn't know that he had a cheat for automatic martial arts cultivation. With the cheat in hand, Lu Chen could confidently say that even if he were given 10 more martial arts, he could digest them without taking up too much time. Even if he didn't have time to accelerate his cultivation, they could still grow slowly on their own. After all, these martial arts were inherently diligent. I just wonder if there's a limit to the number of these cheats, Lu Chen thought, realizing he had to try it out to know for sure. The automatic martial arts cultivation cheat was like multiple programs running simultaneously, and he suspected that if there were too many, it might cause the host to crash or lag. However, Lu Chen couldn't explain this to the homeroom teacher and could only patiently say, Teacher, don't worry, I'm not being impulsive. You also saw that my opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps are already perfected, and it didn't take too long. As for the wind split kick, I've already reached a small success, and I believe it won't take much time to achieve great success or even mastery. By then, I won't have any martial arts left to practice. Moreover, I'm just going to try it out first. I definitely won't let it delay me. Who knows, I might even cultivate faster due to the mutual verification of various martial arts. Wang Tong suddenly realized, yes, this kid in front of him has already perfected 2 martial arts, which means he doesn't need to spend time practicing them anymore. And judging by his performance these past few days, it seems quite possible for him to master a few more. I still want to remind Wang Tong's tone softened. The difficulty of practicing different types of martial arts varies for everyone. Some martial arts may be easy for you, perhaps because they resonate with you, but that doesn't mean all martial arts are like that. At this point, Wang Tong gritted his teeth and said, "How about this? I'll allow you to practice 2 more martial arts for now. If you can cultivate the wind split kick to mastery within a month and reach the 6th stage of cultivation, I can approve the remaining school martial arts for you." Lu Chen felt helpless, knowing that no amount of talking was as good as proving it through action. However, it was fine, it was just mastering the wind split kick after all. 3 days should be enough. Lu Chen ultimately chose the 2 martial arts techniques, cloud-piercing finger and mountain clinging. The reason was simple, these 2 techniques had almost no overlap with his existing skills, allowing him to fill in his weaknesses. The cloud-piercing finger focuses on the fingers, emphasizing stealth and piercing power. The mountain clinging technique is a close combat skill that utilizes body parts like elbows, shoulders, and knees to generate force at close range, combining hardness and softness. The homeroom teacher was also very efficient. After making Lu Chen wait in the office for half an hour, he brought over the inheritance jade slip for him to receive in person. Ding! As Lu Chen absorbed the 2 jade slips, a prompt sounded in his mind. A cloud-piercing finger has just arrived, entering the basics to please the master. Mountain clinging is not to be outdone. Directly entering the basics. Lu Chen thought to himself. As expected, both cloud-piercing finger and mountain clinging went straight to the basics, while the golden cicada robe he received from the old principal had no progress at all. After accepting the inheritance, there was no prompt, which made Lu Chen think for a moment that his external aid had malfunctioned. It seems that body-refining martial arts indeed require special potions or nutrients to make progress, Lu Chen mused. Just like cultivation, this thing not only requires comprehension but also external conditions to support it. In any case, knowing that his external aid was not down or malfunctioning was a good thing. Lu Chen, remember your promise, you must not be greedy. The homeroom teacher, seeing Lu Chen's excitement, couldn't help but remind him again with some concern. Understood, thank you. Teacher, may I go to class now? Lu Chen sincerely thanked him. He knew that the homeroom teacher was not stingy but genuinely looking out for him. Wait a moment, there's one more thing I wanted to remind you about. Wang Tong called Lu Chen back. Please go ahead, teacher, Lu Chen said, straightening his posture and looking at the homeroom teacher. In 21 days, it will be the last practical simulation exam before the college entrance examination, so you can prepare well. Wang Tong said seriously, the school has made a firm decision this time, preparing a large amount of educational funding to reward those who perform excellently in the simulation exam. The first place will receive a nutrient worth 300,000, and other top students will also receive corresponding rewards. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The school was really investing heavily. Well, although our number 1 high school is a key school in Guanyin City, it doesn't rank in the top 10 in the entire Hadong Base province. So, not only the school but also the Education Bureau will provide strong support, striving to have number 1 high school recognized as a provincial key school to prevent the loss of talent from the city, Wang Tong explained. Understood, teacher, I will do my best. Lu Chen immediately felt motivated. After all, this reward was too enticing, and he wasn't from a wealthy family. Also, Wang Tong continued, after the simulation exam every year, the school will select 30 top students to participate in the pre-exam training camp prepared by the Education Bureau. It lasts for a month, and it's a rare opportunity for you, so don't slack off. You can't let the key class students take all the spots. Okay, teacher, I will do my best, Lu Chen said, adopting a determined posture. Go ahead, remember to come find me after school to practice the wind split kick, the homeroom teacher said, seeing that Lu Chen took it to heart before letting him leave. Back in the classroom, it was just in time for the second afternoon class, which was history. Although Lu Chen was late, the teacher only smiled at him and let him return to his seat. The troubles of a poor student were non-existent. For a top student, after all, his history grades had always been perfect. Shown good, you're famous again. Chen Yufei leaned over, excitedly showing his phone in a hushed voice. Look, now even students from other schools know your name, saying you're a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy, a potential stock with dual martial arts skills perfected. And there are female classmates confessing their feelings for you from afar. Lu Chen ignored the show-off, propped up his textbook, and began to think about his upcoming training plan, contemplating whether he could earn that 300,000 through the mock exam. Chen Yufei, the history teacher, threw a piece of chalk at him. Take your phone and stand by the podium, don't disturb classmate Lu Chen's studies. Chen Yufei immediately grimaced in pain, a small bump forming on his forehead. After all, this nearly 70-year-old history teacher was also a true martial artist. Lu Chen suppressed a laugh, watching Chen Yufei leave with a pitiful expression, finally enjoying some peace. There are 21 days until the mock exam. I need to make good use of my time. Lu Chen quickly returned to his thoughts. This was a chance to make a lot of money, enough to resolve his current predicament. Whether it was improving his cultivation or training, the golden cicada garment. Both were costly endeavors, and Lu Chen had to prepare in advance. Relying solely on being a private tutor for Lu Qingqing was not enough. Moreover, he didn't want to miss the special training camp before the college entrance examination. So, in the next 20 days, I need to spend a lot of time actively cultivating my skills in the golden cicada garment. Lu Chen thought. With the homeroom teacher's personal guidance, his training in the wind split leg would progress quickly. The recently acquired cloud-piercing finger and mountain clinging technique were both low-grade martial arts, and their automatic training speed was already not slow. He could at least reach a fine level before the mock exam without needing to set aside special time for them. 2 history classes passed in the blink of an eye, and by the time school was over, Lu Chen's cultivation and martial skills had made good progress. Name: Lu Chen. Level: Martial Apprentice Stage 5, 38%. Martial skills: Perfect 9 Shadow Step, Perfect Open Stone Hand. Minor achievement in Wind Split Leg, 36%. Golden Cicada Garment not started, 2%. Cloud Piercing Finger Beginner, 9%. Mountain Clinging Technique Beginner, 9%. Indeed, with the support of nutritional substances, the growth speed of my Qi absorption technique has skyrocketed, increasing by 8 points in 2 hours. Lu Chen particularly noted the improvement in his cultivation. At this rate, he wouldn't need a month, and in just one more day, he would reach martial apprentice stage 6. However, to avoid startling the homeroom teacher, Lu Chen decided to wait until tomorrow to mention it. First, I'll find the homeroom teacher to train the wind split leg. I should be able to master it in 2 days. Watching the wind split leg demonstration, I gained a lot and my training speed increased 5-fold. Indeed, when Lu Chen practiced the wind split leg with Wang Tong, the system prompt appeared again. However, after reaching the minor success of the wind split leg, the automatic training speed dropped to 1% per hour, so after increasing 5-fold, it became 32% per hour. It seems like it's still not enough to reach major success today. An hour later, Lu Chen's progress in the wind split leg reached 68% of minor success. There was still a bit of a gap to major success, but Lu Chen was not anxious. After all, with the homeroom teacher providing extra help, the efficiency would be very high. Even so, Wang Tong was still astonished. After Lu Chen left, he murmured in a daze, "This kid is probably close to major success, right? In just a few hours, he covered what took me over a year. Is this the difference between a genius and a mediocre talent?" Lu Chen had no idea what the homeroom teacher was thinking. He hurriedly left the school, preparing to go to Lu Qingqing's house to make some money. However, just as he exited the school gate, he was blocked by someone. "Zhao Longfei, what does he want with me?" Lu Chen recognized the person and thought to himself, "Lu Chen." Zhao Longfei approached Lu Chen, his usual arrogant demeanor on full display. "Come with me, someone wants to see you." Lu Chen didn't bother to argue with him. He simply replied calmly, "I have things to do. If you have something to say, let's talk about it at school tomorrow." Saying this, Lu Chen intended to head towards the luxurious vehicle at Lu Qingqing's house, but he was once again blocked by Zhao Longfei stepping in front of him. "You better think it through before you speak. I'm here to invite you to the Xiang Family Martial Arts Hall as a private instructor. It's a good opportunity for you to improve your life. So don't be ungrateful." Zhao Longfei's words carried a hint of condescension, as if he were genuinely helping a classmate. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. This way of inviting someone was indeed rare. "Well, I can tell you right now, I'm not interested." With that, Lu Chen skillfully executed the 9 shadow steps and slipped past him. What a joke! Did he really think he was something special? Lu Chen wouldn't indulge such an arrogant student. As for the private instructor at the Xiang Family Martial Arts Hall, it might be related to Xiang Yueya, but so what? With that kind of attitude, it wouldn't matter who came. In comparison, Lu Qingqing, this low-key and polite super-rich girl, was much easier to get along with. Zhao Longfei was stunned. In the entire Yin City No. 1 high school, no student had ever dared to ignore him like that. Moreover, this was a task assigned to him by Xiang Yueya. How could he mess it up? Lu Chen. Zhao Longfei didn't lower his stance to chase after him but instead coldly threatened, "I'll give you one more night to think it over. Come find me at school tomorrow. Otherwise, you'll find out what the consequences are." After Zhao Longfei coldly finished speaking, he turned around and left with a flourish. He believed that once that kid, whose reputation was just starting to show, thought it through, he would know what to do. He must be a fool. Lu Chen muttered to himself as he slipped into the parking alley and directly got into Lu Qingqing's vehicle. With this little rich girl around, he couldn't be bothered to work as a private instructor at the martial arts hall. Even high-level instructors didn't earn as much as he did. Besides, he really didn't have any extra time right now. After spending over an hour at Lu Qingqing's estate, Lu Chen returned home with 4,000 yuan. It's worth mentioning that with him, a dual martial arts expert, as a sparring partner, Lu Qingqing's martial arts progress was indeed impressive. With Lu Chen's current insight, he judged that Lu Qingqing was very likely to master both martial arts within a week. This money feels well earned. Back at home, Lu Chen didn't rush to practice the Qi gathering technique. Instead, he opened his phone and entered the official martial arts mall. Here, there are various items needed by martial artists, including some publicly available inherited martial techniques, nutritional products of all grades, and materials collected from various exotic beasts, as well as rare herbs and medicinal materials picked from the wild. There are even many video materials of martial arts experts demonstrating or fighting, which are available for a fee. However, Lu Chen had tried watching the video materials before, but they had no effect on his training speed. At most, they could broaden his horizons. According to his summary, it was only effective when someone personally taught him or when he engaged in face-to-face combat. Lu Chen entered the martial arts mall with a clear purpose. The nutritional products were sufficient as rewards from the school. However, to practice the golden cicada cloak passed down by the old principal, he had to purchase the necessary body refining materials himself. Found it. The essence blood of the second-level exotic beast, blade wing golden cicada, and the second-level medicinal herb, phoenix tail grass, are both available. Lu Chen's eyes lit up quickly as he found his target. The practice of the golden cicada cloak could not be separated from these two materials, which needed to be mixed in a certain ratio to create a bathing solution for soaking and refining the golden cicada cloak. However, when Lu Chen saw the prices, despite being mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp. 1 drop of blade wing golden cicada essence blood costs 2,000. 1 stalk of phoenix tail grass costs 1,000. Lu Chen felt a bit of a toothache because he needed 1 drop of cicada essence blood and 3 stalks of phoenix tail grass to prepare a bathing solution. That would add up to 5,000. Although it was said in the martial technique inheritance that such a bathing solution could last for many days, Lu Chen, who had an external advantage, didn't think he needed that long. Forget it, I'll buy one and try it first. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and spent 5,000, placing an order online. With this one slip of the hand, his newly achieved $10,000 asset shrank by half. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about food and clothing now, and I have the nutritional products provided by the school. Otherwise, I would really go bankrupt at lightning speed, Lu Chen sighed. While waiting for the delivery, Lu Chen couldn't help but glance at other products, feeling a rush of excitement. It wasn't until he saw a low-grade martial technique worth over 30,000, a mid-grade martial technique over 80,000, and a high-grade body refining martial technique exceeding 200,000 that Lu Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. This can be considered an intangible asset we've earned from the school. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Hello, the items you ordered from the martial arts mall have arrived. The delivery person's voice came from outside the door. So fast. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, then excitedly opened the door to retrieve the package. Next, let's see how fast I can practice this body refining martial arts. Lu Chen opened the package and began to prepare the medicinal bath himself. Another half an hour later, Lu Chen carefully lay down in the bathtub. The water in the bathtub was a fiery red, resembling a wine bath glowing with flames. Ding! At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Lu Chen's mind. With external assistance, the golden cicada garment has a complete supply of nutrients, and confidence has surged, leading to a rapid advancement in cultivation progress. 3%. 10%, 50%. 2 hours later, the golden cicada garment has entered the initial stage, restoring cultivation speed. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, he found that his golden cicada garment had successfully entered the initial stage. The medicinal liquid in the bathtub had lost its color, and the fiery burning sensation on his body gradually faded. At the same time, he noticed that a layer of old skin had shed from the surface of his entire body, revealing new skin with a slight metallic sheen, full of resilience. Is it all used up already? Lu Chen was astonished. In just 2 hours, 5,000 worth of the prepared medicinal liquid had been completely consumed. Fortunately, the golden cicada garment had successfully entered the initial stage, so his money wasn't wasted. According to the old principal, even with the medicinal bath, it would take at least 2 months to cultivate the golden cicada garment to the initial stage. The old principal had never expected Lu Chen to master this high-grade body refining martial art before the college entrance examination. Considering this, using money for high efficiency, I still come out ahead, and I've saved a lot of time costs. Lu Chen thought contentedly, deciding not to purchase more medicinal liquid, planning to continue tomorrow night, as he simply couldn't afford to consume more. How effective is the initial stage of the golden cicada garment? Lu Chen touched his skin with a metallic sheen, feeling as tough and solid as leather. This is just the initial stage. What about when it reaches the small success or great success stages? Lu Chen was even more eager. The high-grade body refining martial art had indeed not disappointed him. As his thoughts stirred, the metallic sheen on the surface of his skin faded away, revealing skin that looked even healthier than before. Collecting his thoughts, he wanted to take advantage of the time before bed to practice the chi gathering technique. Just as the homeroom teacher had said, while practicing martial skills, he couldn't neglect his cultivation level. Biting into the nutritional bar he received from the homeroom teacher today, Lu Chen began to sit cross-legged and practice the chi gathering technique. In an instant, the cultivation speed of the chi gathering technique doubled. on top of the already accelerated pace reaching 8% per hour. After 3 consecutive hours, the cultivation progress of the chi gathering technique increased by 24%. After a good sleep, I should just break through to the 6th stage tomorrow. Sleep during the martial apprentice stage still needed to be guaranteed. Lu Chen didn't push for a breakthrough, as the chi gathering technique and martial skills would continue to cultivate automatically while he slept. March 9, 2136, Friday, sunny. After 6:30 a.m., Lu Chen was awakened by a warm sensation. Name: Lu Chen. Level: Martial Apprentice 6th Stage, 1%. I really broke through. After a good sleep, both my cultivation and martial skills have improved. This feeling is really nice. Lu Chen wasn't surprised. He got up, washed up, and ran to school, feeling that his physical condition was more than twice as good as yesterday. After 4 classes in the morning, just as Lu Chen was about to head to the cafeteria for a meal, he saw several students from Class 1 at the classroom door, led by the cold-faced Zhao Longfei. Lu Chen, come out for a moment. Zhao Longfei didn't speak. It was a classmate behind him who shouted loudly, "Don't go, Changgu." Chen Yufei, seeing that the visitors were not friendly, quickly stood up to advise against it. He then turned to the 5 students from Class 1 and shouted, "What's going on? Class 1 students can't take a loss. Is this going to be a private revenge?" The students from Class 5 also stood up, their gazes fixed on the 5, knowing that individually they were not as strong as Class 1, but that didn't mean they could let outsiders bully them. Zhao Longfei silently stared at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with a threatening meaning. "It's fine, he just has something to discuss with me." Lu Chen knew why they had come, and after smiling to reassure his classmates, he left the classroom alone. Chen Yufei, still worried, resolutely followed him. A group of students arrived at the rooftop of the teaching building and only then did. Zhao Longfei turned to Lu Chen, coldly saying, "I told you I would give you a chance to consider. Why didn't you come to find me today?" Lu Chen said calmly, "I told you yesterday, I'm not interested in what you mentioned." Zhao Longfei snorted, "Do you know the conditions we're offering? Accompanying Xiang Yueya in practicing martial arts, 1,000 per hour, and I can give you an extra 1,000 as a subsidy. This is your honor and also an opportunity to improve your living conditions." Zhao Longfei still had a condescending attitude, as if he were bestowing charity upon a poor person. Chen Yufei beside him was stunned. Was there really such a good deal? Not only could he be close to the school goddess, but he could also make quick money. Why not? However, Lu Chen smiled. He was currently training with Lu Qingqing, and the compensation was far better than this offer. The key was that Lu Qingqing treated him with respect, unlike Zhao Longfei, who couldn't even speak like a human. Thinking of the mysterious Xiang Yueya behind the scenes, it seemed that such matters required a human touch, and she probably wasn't someone easy to deal with. Just because she had a good appearance didn't mean Lu Chen would go out of his way to flatter her. "I still say, I'm not interested." Lu Chen remained calm and was about to leave with Chen Yufei. The students from Class 1 immediately blocked their way. "My patience is limited, Lu Chen. Do you know the consequences of refusing me?" Zhao Longfei stepped in front of Lu Chen, coldly confronting him. Lu Chen chuckled, "Are you looking to fight me at school? Go ahead and try." The school prohibited private fights, otherwise, expulsion was immediate. Even with Zhao Longfei's decent background, he wouldn't be exempt, and he could even lose his qualification for the college entrance exam. Fine. Zhao Longfei's face turned dark. "I won't touch you here, but the mock exam is coming up soon. Let's see if you can still be so tough then." Lu Chen didn't wait for Zhao Longfei to finish and took a bewildered Chen Yufei downstairs. He looked down on associating with him. As for the mock exam, if he had the chance to encounter Zhao Longfei, that would be perfect. He had long wanted to teach that kid a lesson. On the way to the cafeteria, Chen Yufei sighed, "Brother Chong, you really don't have to consider my feelings. Although I like Xiang Yueya, I also like Lu Qingqing, and I like Chai Yufan from Class 2, as well as Niao Yuan from Class 4. If you have the chance to pursue Xiang Yueya, I wouldn't complain. As a brother, I would only congratulate you." Lu Chen was speechless and quickened his pace to avoid being judged. On the rooftop of the teaching building, a student behind Zhao Longfei asked, "Brother Fei, what should we do? Should we find someone to deal with him?" Zhao Longfei glared fiercely at the backs of the two below before retracting his gaze and coldly replied, "No need. We can't let Xiang Yueya look down on us. Besides, Lu Chen is currently the favorite of the teacher from Class 5. We can't play dirty. For someone self-deprecating, envious of the rich, and self-righteous, we just need to defeat him openly in his proud domain, and he will naturally be subdued. In the mock exam, I will let him know what's what." Watching the demonstration of the wind split leg, I have gained a lot and my training speed has increased 5-fold. The wind split leg has reached great success, and I will continue to strive for improvement. After school in the afternoon, Lu Chen continued to practice the wind split leg with his homeroom teacher. In just over 10 minutes, he broke through to the great success stage. The homeroom teacher, Wang Ton, was taken aback and had no choice but to stop the lesson, smiling wryly, "You brat, not only did you break through today, but you've also directly achieved great success in the wind split leg? It seems that in a few days, I won't have much to teach you anymore. Lu Chen quickly humbly replied, how could that be, teacher? You haven't taught me the 3 martial arts techniques from school yet. Wang Tong felt a bit frustrated. It was really a slap in the face. Just yesterday, he had warned Lu Chen not to be greedy and had set what he thought were 2 strict conditions. Who would have thought that today Lu Chen would break through, even achieving great success in the wind split leg? With his current level of abnormality, it seemed he could complete it in another 3 or 4 days. Continue practicing, and we'll talk after your wind split leg reaches the subtle stage. Holding on to the last bit of his dignity, Wang Tong continued to teach face to face. Lu Chen didn't say much more, but after achieving great success in the wind split leg, the difficulty increased. Even with the guidance of his homeroom teacher, who was at the perfect stage, his progress still halved. Now he could only increase his progress by 16% each hour. Mid-grade martial arts techniques are indeed much more difficult, Lu Chen thought to himself, not daring to voice it out loud for fear of being scolded by the teacher. After an hour, the homeroom teacher didn't rush Lu Chen to leave but curiously asked, I heard you were threatened by the people from class 1 today? Lu Chen casually replied, it wasn't really a threat, don't worry, teacher. They just wanted to invite me to be a private tutor. Wang Tong frowned, what do you mean by private tutor? I suspect that old Li Chengjun is behind this, trying to use beauty to lure you and coerce you into their class. Lu Chen, you don't need to worry. Just focus on your training. If you really encounter any trouble, you still have me and the old principal. Wang Tong assured him. Thank you, teacher. I'm fine, and I'm not interested in their invitation, Lu Chen reassured his homeroom teacher. That's good. As a martial artist, you should always be mentally prepared to face disputes. This may not be a bad thing for you. After saying this earnestly, the homeroom teacher let Lu Chen leave. For a while after that, Lu Chen's life became calm and very regular. He attended classes, as usual, during the day and took the time to guide his classmates in their martial arts training. After school in the evening, he first practiced the wind split leg with his homeroom teacher, then went to find Lu Qingqing for sparring, and when he returned home, he practiced the golden cicada cloak with a medicinal bath, and before sleeping, he actively practiced the breathing technique. Even on weekends, Lu Chen wouldn't waste time. Instead, he would seize the opportunity to train or spend more time guiding Lu Qingqing to earn some extra money. After all, practicing the golden cicada cloak cost him 5,000 a day, and he was a bit stretched financially. During these days, his strength grew at a visible rate, both in cultivation and martial arts. 5 days later, Lu Chen successfully reached the subtle stage of the wind split leg. Homeroom teacher Wang Tong kept his promise and, both surprised and delighted, passed on the remaining 3 martial arts techniques from the school to Lu Chen. Time continued to pass, and for most third-year high school students, the grueling sprint phase was difficult, but Lu Chen cherished every day and didn't dare waste any time. In the blink of an eye, it was March 29, 2136, and tomorrow was the last mock exam before the college entrance examination. That night at 10:30, Lu Chen got out of the bathtub, and another layer of dead skin shed from his body. The golden cicada cloak has finally reached the subtle stage. It wasn't easy in just over 20 days. The surface of his body gleamed with a rich metallic luster, as if coated in gold. Lu Chen extended his right hand and tapped on his left arm, producing a crisp sound. When his golden cicada garment reached perfection, he had once tried it at home, using a kitchen knife to chop down, directly causing the knife to bounce off and leave a dent, yet his skin remained unbroken. As for how strong his defense was now that he had reached the micro level, Lu Chen did not know. Once the golden cicada garment reached the micro realm, not only his skin and muscles but even his bones began to strengthen, which was quite miraculous. Although Lu Chen still looked lean, at a height of 1.83 m, he weighed nearly 500 pounds, which showed how high the density of his body was. Lu Chen concealed the abnormalities of the golden cicada garment, and his body surface returned to normal, but even in this normal state, his defense and physical strength were still quite terrifying. After all, to quickly reach the micro level with the golden cicada garment, he had spent nearly 200,000 in the past 20 days, and his savings had barely exceeded 10,000. During this time, it's not just the golden cicada garment that has improved. Lu Chen looked at his personal data. Name: Lu Chen. Level: Martial Apprentice 8th stage. 18%. Martial skills: perfected 9 shadow steps, perfected stone tablet hand, perfected cloud piercing finger, perfected mountain leaning technique, perfected eagle claw skill, perfected iron wire fist, perfected heart piercing kick, perfected wind splitting leg. Golden cicada garment micro 1%. For an ordinary person, 20 days might yield minimal progress. However, Lu Chen's 20 days had covered the ground that others might take several years or even a lifetime to traverse. His cultivation had reached the martial apprentice 8th stage, and all 8 martial skills, aside from the golden cicada garment, had also reached perfection. After all, Those lower-grade martial skills, even if Lu Chen did not actively cultivate them, would have been perfected in 20 days just by their own cultivation. This level of progress was too astonishing. Lu Chen himself felt it was nothing, but his homeroom teacher, who watched him grow every day, had recently started to get nosebleeds from excitement. Even so, the homeroom teacher only knew about Lu Chen's cultivation and the progress of his wind-splitting leg, unaware of his golden cicada garment reaching the micro-level, or the perfection of the new martial arts he had learned. Lu Chen was afraid that his teacher and classmates would not be able to accept it, so he had never revealed any of the other martial skills. However, my consumption is increasing and the speed of my cultivation improvement and the training speed of the golden cicada garment have slowed down. He now had to consume 5 nutrition bars every day, and even so, the automatic cultivation speed of the breathing technique was very slow, allowing his cultivation to improve by only 5% each day. The golden cicada garment was even more difficult. After reaching the micro level, even with the help of medicinal baths, it only improved by 1% each day. There are only 2 months until the college entrance examination. At this rate, it will be very difficult for me to break through to a martial artist by the time of the exam. The golden cicada garment also struggles to reach perfection. Lu Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied. To accelerate further, I need more money to buy higher grade nutrition products and more medicinal baths. With no other martial skills to cultivate for the time being, Lu Chen had to devote most of his time and energy to improving his cultivation and the golden cicada garment. So, for this mock exam, I have no choice but to take first place. Lu Chen made up his mind. He absolutely could not miss the huge reward of 300,000. On March 30th, the day of the mock exam began. As for the cultural course mock exams, they had already concluded 2 days prior. Unsurprisingly, Lu Chen once again secured the top spot in the entire school, or rather, it would be more accurate to say, he was first in the whole city. However, aside from specialized cultural universities, domestic martial arts universities and comprehensive universities place greater emphasis on martial arts assessments. In this type of examination, the cultural course scores only account for 20%, while the martial arts assessment is the most important. The cultural course exams lasted 2 days, while the martial arts assessment would take a full 6 days. The first morning was the basic martial arts exam, testing the candidate's foundational data. This included 4 aspects: cultivation level, basic strength, basic speed, and neural response, which would be compiled into a total score for the foundational items. Each item had a maximum score of 100, with a total of 400 possible points. There was a rough standard for a perfect score, which represented the foundational data of a novice martial artist. Of course, if someone could exceed this line, they could earn extra points. As for the martial skills assessment, it required practical application to be evaluated, and it was also the item with the highest score proportion and the most flexibility. Lu Chen arrived at school early, meeting up with his classmates before heading to the school's testing site for the foundational data assessment. Shomgo, do you have confidence in making it into the top 10 in the school this time, to bring glory to our class 5? Chen Yufei followed behind Lu Chen, both of their student numbers being towards the end of the line, waiting for the test. However, he didn't care much, as he was still at the 3rd level of martial apprentice, the lowest in the class. Besides the homeroom teacher, only he and Lu Qingqing knew that Lu Chen was currently at the 8th level of martial apprentice, far ahead of his classmates. Lu Chen smiled but said nothing. His goal was singular, but he was afraid that stating it would scare others. The foundational test proceeded quickly, and there were hardly any outstanding students in class 5. The best performance was Lu Qingqing, who reached the 6th level of martial apprentice, with decent scores in strength, speed, and neural response, ultimately scoring 268 points, barely meeting the basic line for key martial arts universities. Soon it was Lu Chen's turn, and he entered a testing room alone. Outside this room were not only the homeroom teacher Wang Tong but also the homeroom teacher of Class 1 and the academic affairs director of the senior year. Joan Oldley, why aren't you in your own class, but here in Class 5? Joan was a stout, bald man, and when he smiled, he resembled a Maitreya Buddha. However, in the entire first high school, there was no student who wasn't intimidated by this unassuming academic affairs director. Joan was a genuine martial master, rumored to have cultivated some special martial skills, which explained his unusual physique. He was a true smiling tiger the character students feared the most. Li Qingjun, however, did not fear this academic affairs director. He merely smiled and said, "Isn't the director here too? I'm just here to see how the student, who was treated like a treasure by the old class leader, is doing now. We can't let him be delayed in class 5, Wang Tong snorted. You should take care of your own class, don't let us surpass you. The academic affairs director knew these two were old comrades and didn't really hold a grudge, smiling with narrowed eyes. You two, I'm here on Old Way's orders to check on this kid. Besides, he received the highest reward in our school and all the martial skills. I also want to know just how capable this kid is. Wang Tong turned his head away, no longer paying attention to Li Qingjun, focusing instead on the changing data on the screen outside the testing room. Here, they could see all the data Lu Chen was testing, as well as the quickly announced score results. Li Qingjun was still not giving up. Continuing to mutter, "It's such a pity for such a good seedling. If he were in our class, he should have already reached the 6th level of martial apprentice by now." Wang Tong chuckled a couple of times, too lazy to respond to this short-sighted guy. Just as Li Qingjun was about to continue provoking his old comrade, Zhou suddenly froze, his face pale, and exclaimed, "This can't be possible?" Li Qingjun quickly followed their gaze to the screen data, and his mouth dropped open as he shouted almost the same words, "This is impossible. Is there something wrong with the instrument?" On the screen outside the room, Lu Chen's cultivation test data was displayed. Cultivation, Martial Disciple 8th stage 80 points. What the hell? Li Qingjun, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Lu Chen has long since broken through to the 8th stage. I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Tong's eyes widened as he finally found the chance to retort, feeling a rush of clarity and refreshment. He guided Lu Chen every day, so he certainly knew Lu Chen's current cultivation progress. However, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wang Tong wouldn't have imagined that Lu Chen's cultivation could advance at such a speed. Now, finally, after being suppressed for so long, he could regain some psychological balance through others. He had almost burst from the pressure over the past 20 days. Moreover, Lu Chen was still his student, so no matter how surprised they were, they could only feel envy and jealousy. Li Qingjun and Zhou stared at each other, both stunned into silence. They both knew Lu Chen and were aware of his cultivation level from a while ago, having just broken through to the 5th stage. How could he have reached the 8th stage so quickly? Old squad leader, you didn't give him any banned substances, did you? Li Qingjun was momentarily dazed before suddenly reacting. That would ruin this kid. It's one thing if his foundation isn't solid, but it would also affect his future potential. Zhou also looked at Wang Tong with suspicion, though he didn't speak. Wang Tong was feeling great, but suddenly being questioned made his face flush with anger. What the hell are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I know more about banned substances than you do. Let's not rush to argue. Zhou suddenly spoke seriously. However, this child's cultivation progress is indeed somewhat unreasonable. What if he secretly took some drugs and ruined his foundation? That's not impossible. Zhou frowned as he analyzed. Such situations weren't unheard of. In fact, they were quite common. As the college entrance examination approached, students used such substances to rapidly advance their cultivation, which could earn them extra points, and it wasn't considered a violation. However, this would overdraw the student's potential, which was not beneficial for long-term development. Wang Tong knew Lu Chen wouldn't do that. He was about to refute when he suddenly pointed to the screen and said, "Can't you see his other scores? If he had taken drugs to boost his cultivation, his other 3 scores would show problems." That makes sense. Let's take a look. First, Zhou calmed down, signaling Li Qingjun not to speak recklessly and to look at the data together. Just then, Lu Chen's next score appeared on the screen outside the room. Basic strength 945 kilograms, 95 points. As soon as this set of data came out, Zhou and Li Qingjun almost simultaneously blinked, rubbed their eyes hard, and looked again. It was still the same. Wang Tong also wanted to rub his eyes, but in the end he held back, wearing an expression of "I knew it all along." How could a martial artist at the 8th rank have a foundational strength of nearly 950 kilograms? Li Qingjun finally came to his senses after a long while, speaking in disbelief. Yes, this should be a strength that many martial artists at the 9th rank find hard to achieve. Zhou agreed thoughtfully. As far as I know, Zhao Longfei from your class, although already at the 9th rank, seems to have a foundational strength of around 860 kilograms. Zhou recalled. Wang Tong, standing by, said lightly, "That might be because Zhao Longfei's foundation isn't solid enough." So satisfying, I shot back again, Wang Tong thought to himself, feeling overjoyed. He continued to feign calmness, saying, "You wouldn't understand the path of a genius." Zhou nodded, feeling somewhat uncertain himself. Li Qingjun did not rebut further, nor did he continue to question whether Lu Chen had taken banned substances. If taking drugs could lead to such foundational strength, he would have sent his students to take drugs without a second thought. Let's take a look at Lu Chen's other data, Zhou suggested to ease the tension. Soon, Lu Chen's third data point appeared on the screen. Basic speed 23 meters per second, 92 points. As soon as the data came out, the 3 fell silent again. Clearly, this figure once again exceeded the typical speed expected of a martial artist at the 8th rank. The foundational speed after truly stepping into the realm of martial artists is 25 meters per second, and Lu Chen, being at the 8th rank, was already very close. These results completely shattered the speculation that Lu Chen had taken banned substances. It could even be said that Lu Chen's foundational stability far surpassed that of others at the same level. When the final score for neural response came out, the 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief. 83 points. Thankfully, he's a normal person. Otherwise, I would have wanted to take him back for research, Zhou joked. However, Wang Tong had no intention of letting the now silent Li Qingjun off easily, grinning as he said, "So, Qingjun, if Lu Chen were in your class, would he achieve these results? A martial artist at the 6th rank? Are you trying to make someone laugh to death?" Li Qingjun chuckled, putting on a smile for Wang Tong. But these foundational data are just one aspect. The real focus is the practical combat assessment. Let's hope he doesn't run into someone from our class. After all, our class has 3 martial artists at the 9th rank and as many as 9 at the 8th rank. Moreover, practical combat doesn't just look at these rigid data, it also values temperament, will, and experience. Has this kid ever seen blood? Has he ever faced a real beast? Li Qingjun asked confidently. Let's see the truth in the practical combat assessment, Wang Tong said, turning away with an air of arrogance. Lu Chen indeed had not experienced real combat, not the kind of sparring between students, but actual battles against beasts. Those who have not undergone such experiences find it hard to imagine the gap. In contrast, most students in Class 1 are wealthy heirs with deep backgrounds who can face real beasts at home with the guidance of experts, accumulating a wealth of practical experience. The real college entrance examination practical assessment involves facing genuine beasts in the wild, no longer the gentle sparring of the arena. I wonder how much of the practical experience I've imparted to Lu Chen he has actually absorbed. Sigh. Wang Tong sighed, not believing Lu Chen would achieve outstanding results in the practical assessment. Alright, don't be sour just because you can't reach the grapes. Old Wang finally found a good seedling and you still want to discourage him? Zhouan said with a smile, looking at Li Qingjun. Li Qingjun laughed and joked, I just don't want old class leader to waste too much time in an ordinary class. Let's go. The practical assessment starts in the afternoon, and I still need to give those little brats some extra lessons. After Li Qingjun left, the director of the academic affairs office, Zhouan, took a deep look at the testing room where Lu Chen was, then hurried away. He needed to inform the old principal of Lu Chen's test results. With the old principal's insight, he should be able to discern something. A moment later, Lu Chen walked out of the room, somewhat lost in thought. My foundational strength and speed exceed the level of an 8th grade martial artist. This should be due to the second refinement of the Qi gathering technique. It's also because of the golden cicada robe enhancing my overall physique, Lu Chen analyzed to himself. However, my neural response is relatively unremarkable. This involves brain region development, which indeed isn't easy to improve. Lu Chen merely kept these data in mind and then returned to class feeling relaxed. However, when he joined his classmates, he noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. What's wrong? Lu Chen asked Chen Yufei. Beside him. What do you mean what's wrong? Brother Chong, everyone's scores have been announced, Chen Yufei exclaimed. Your total foundational score is 350 points. Do you know what rank you are? Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied. Honestly, I should be in the top 10 of the school, right? He didn't underestimate himself. Although he hadn't reached the 9th grade in cultivation, his strength and speed had performed exceptionally, so entering the top 10 should be no problem. Chen Yufei bit his lip and gave a thumbs up. Not just the top 10, Brother Chong, you are directly second in the whole school. Only Xiang Yueya scored 5 points higher than you, and everyone else, including Zhao Longfei and Huang Junyan, has been surpassed by you. Even though Chen Yufei already knew Lu Chen had reached the 8th grade of martial arts, he was still stunned after seeing the school's ranking. Lu Chen had only recently broken through to the 8th grade. But Class 1 had 9 8th grade martial artists and 3 9th grade martial artists. Who would have thought that Lu Chen, an 8th grade martial artist, would sort a second place in foundational scores? Brother Chong, you might be the one with the greatest improvement in school history. If the school doesn't award you, I can't stand it. Chen Yufei still remembered that just over a month ago in the test, he and Lu Chen were almost neck and neck, ranking over 400 among the senior students in the school. And there were only a little over 500 senior students in the entire first high school. Chen Yufei was shocked, let alone the classmates from Class 5 who were unaware beforehand. For example, Sunzi, who had been defeated by Lu Chen in 2 battles recently, now looked at Lu Chen with a somewhat evasive gaze. He was still at the 5th grade of martial arts. Who would have thought that Lu Chen, whom he had bullied back then, had already reached such heights? Alright, the foundational scores are out. At this moment, the homeroom teacher walked over cheerfully and said loudly, students who didn't do well, don't be discouraged. This afternoon, we will begin a 5-day practical assessment in the hunting grounds. Before that, I need to emphasize a few points to everyone. Lu Chen perked up. This was indeed his first time participating in a real practical assessment. His original self had never had such opportunities, lacking both the conditions and the courage to experience those bloodthirsty exotic beasts in the wild hunting grounds. This simulated combat was a chance. And this stage was crucial for Lu Chen to see if he could secure first place. The practical assessment venue is not at the school, nor in the city, but in the beast hunting ground on the outskirts of the city. The beasts in this hunting ground are mostly captured and raised by humans during their struggle against the beasts, which is different from the truly wild beasts. Therefore, the hunting ground still falls within the range of the urban base, with controllable danger making it suitable for high school students to practice in real combat. The hunting ground is not open to the public on regular days. It is mainly used to study the living patterns of the beasts or to provide practical opportunities for students. That afternoon, over 40,000 third-year students from 108 high schools in Guanyun City arrived at the outskirts hunting ground. This mock exam covers all high schools in the city, and the hunting ground will be fully open. Most students have never seen a real beast before, and now they can finally see the beasts that only exist in textbooks or videos. They are both excited and nervous. Students, before entering the hunting ground, you will each receive a Yuan Energy Protective Talisman. Then you will be mixed up by class and enter the hunting ground separately. If you encounter a life and death crisis, the talisman will automatically activate for your protection, and someone will quickly come to rescue you, but your score will stop there. The hunting ground is clearly divided into zones, with the beasts becoming stronger from the outskirts to the core area. From level 1 initial stage beasts to those just entering level 2, their numbers will decrease. Your goal is to hunt as many beasts as possible. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. You do not need to kill the beasts, just grab the positioning monitor hanging from their necks. Of course, killing a beast will not deduct points, but you cannot take it with you. Remember, safety first. Do not act impulsively. You can compete with other students for prey, but you cannot deliberately attack other candidates, otherwise, the student who strikes first will lose points. You can team up with others, but the score will be distributed according to contributions. Outside the hunting ground, the homeroom teacher Wang Tong tirelessly emphasized the assessment rules, even though the students were already familiar with them. Once the students from various schools and classes were mixed up and taken away by military vehicles to spread out around the hunting ground, Lu Chen was still pondering the rules within. Are these exam rules reasonable and fair? Lu Chen thought, seeming to find some loopholes, but this is a practical assessment, and situations that may occur in real combat will also happen in the assessment. Therefore, there is no absolute fairness, but it is very realistic. Level 1 beasts are equivalent to martial artists among humans, also divided into 9 stages. A level 1 initial stage beast is worth 1 point. The second stage is 2 points, the third stage 4 points, doubling each time. In other words, capturing a 9-stage beast is worth 256 points, equivalent to over 200 level 1 beasts. The further you go, the harder it gets, but the efficiency is much higher, and the number of competitors will decrease, provided you have the strength. Lu Chen analyzed quietly while waiting to enter the exam site. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Yuan energy light wall covering a radius of hundreds of miles disappeared on time, allowing students to enter the hunting ground from all directions. An alarm sounded, and a broadcast voice came through each student's headset. All students, please note, enter the hunting ground assessment within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the light wall will restart, and no one may enter. Lu Chen looked around. He was the only one there. He no longer hesitated and resolutely stepped into the dilapidated area ahead. 10 minutes later, the Yuan energy light wall fell again, enclosing all candidates within the hunting ground. Before him lay a desolate and ruined town, with collapsed old buildings everywhere and moss and vines growing on the modeled ruins. Lu Chen, well-versed in history, knew that this hunting ground of the Guanyun City base was actually the product of a brutal street battle between humans and beasts. 15 years ago, after a fierce battle, humans repelled the beast tide, but half of the city's buildings were destroyed. Rather than demolishing, it would be better to rebuild, and we can leave the remnants of war here as a warning for future generations, which has formed the relic hunting ground on the outskirts of Guanyun City. Alas! Just as Lu Chen was silently traversing the streets, a shadow suddenly darted out from a window on his left, accompanied by a wailing sound, quickly lunging towards his neck. It was a shadow cat. Lu Chen glanced over and saw a pitch-black feline beast known for its speed, agility, and sharp claws. However, this cat was only a first-level creature, and its speed was truly insufficient. In Lu Chen's eyes, just as the shadow cat, with its glowing green eyes, revealed its claws and was only 5 inches away from Lu Chen's neck, he suddenly moved. He slightly turned to the side, his left hand darting out like lightning, while his right hand swatted down like a fan. Immediately, Lu Chen's left hand produced a nameplate, while his right hand, like an eagle's claw, seized the shadow cat by the neck, lifting it into the air. Is this the shadow cat? Lu Chen did not rush to continue on his way but carefully observed this so-called beast. It's a pity I can't take it back, otherwise it could fetch some money, Lu Chen thought regretfully. He did not kill the shadow cat just because he couldn't take it. Instead, he held it in his hand and examined it slowly. Having finally encountered a beast, he felt he should study it well so he could deal with similar creatures in the future. This shadow cat was half a meter long, with sleek, shiny black fur, and its claws were like barbed hooks, extremely sharp. Its teeth, bared as it snarled at Lu Chen, were also quite sharp. A pair of deep green eyes with inverted pupils indeed gave it a fierce Appearance. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was still turning the shadow cat over in his hands like a curious child. On the other side, in the monitoring hall, not far from the hunting ground, Wang Tong had shrunk to the back of the crowd, blushing and unable to look directly at the screen. At that moment, the huge screen at the front of the hall displayed many split screens showing live monitoring of some students, especially for those with excellent basic scores. The live footage would be intentionally enlarged for the audience below to watch. Of course, if a student with poorer fundamentals performed outstandingly, staff would promptly switch to their feed. The people sitting below were either influential figures in Guanyun City or teachers directly supervising the students. Besides the homeroom teachers of the senior classes, there were also principals from various high schools present. Additionally, there were high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau and the military and police guarding Guanyun City. The live broadcast here was confidential and could not be leaked at least until the college entrance examination. Everyone had signed a confidentiality agreement. Principal Wei Jiangwo of No. 1 High School sat in the front row near the center, watching the students on the big screen with a smile. "Old Wei, which student are you paying attention to?" asked an elderly man in a long gown sitting next to him, who looked to be several years younger. Wei Jiangwo glanced at Lu Chen on the screen, smiling as he pointed. "Look at my student, his future is limitless." The principal of No. 3 High School looked at Lu Chen, who was playing with the cat, slightly astonished, and chuckled. "Is there no one left in No. 1 High School?" No wonder Principal Fong from Sanzhong is suspicious, because anyone with a bit of insight can see that Lu Chen is clearly entering the hunting ground for the first time. To be precise, it is his first real encounter with living exotic beasts. Not only because Lu Chen is studying cats, but also due to his complete lack of vigilance after entering the hunting ground, he really does not seem like an experienced hunter. He even appears quite naive. Other students, including those with better martial arts foundations, are cautious and always on guard against surprise attacks from exotic beasts once they enter the hunting ground. There are also some students who perform well and are experienced, already beginning to explore their own routes and hunting methods, scoring efficiently. In contrast, Lu Chen has been wandering around near the entrance for almost half an hour, swaggering about. This can no longer be said to be a case of skill giving one courage. It is more like a young calf not fearing a tiger. Everyone present knows that even in an area occupied by first-tier exotic beasts, one must never let their guard down. Because once surrounded by numerous first-tier exotic beasts, even an 8th or 9th-tier martial artist could be trapped and ultimately exhausted and defeated. This knowledge is taught in class, but many students either do not take it seriously or forget it once they are in the examination or battlefield. Lu Chen now appears to be in this situation. However, in the face of Principal Fong's doubts, Wei Jiangwo simply picked up his teacup, leisurely took a sip, and said with a smile, "Old Fong, after all these years, you still have no talent for recognizing people." Damn! Principal Fong was immediately provoked. "You old rascal, stop pretending to be a big shot. Tell me, what outstanding qualities does your student have?" Wei Principal chuckled. "How about this? I heard that you have a few good seedlings in Sanzhong this time. Let's compare and see who performs better in this simulated combat. As long as any student from Sanzhong can surpass Lu Chen, I'll call you Big Brother from now on." Upon hearing this, Principal Fong perked up. After being suppressed by Old Wei for so many years, he had long wanted to turn the tables. "Bring it on, who's afraid? Don't say this is just an 8th-tier rookie." Even those from the key class in Yizhong were not afraid of them. "Wait." Wei Principal looked at Principal Fong. "I'm making such a big sacrifice. If you lose, you have to pay something, right?" Principal Fong glared and then laughed. "I knew you weren't up to any good. Come on, what do you want?" Wei Principal then cheerfully said, "Old Fong, your self-created tiger roar technique is quite good. How about you pass it on to my student?" He. Principal Fong chuckled. "You think you can trade my top-notch tiger roar technique for just calling you Big Brother? Aren't you asking for too much? If you trade it for your golden cicada cloak, that would be more reasonable," Principal Fong quickly added. "All right," Wei Principal said nonchalantly, "then it's settled. But I want you to personally guide my student during the special training, is that okay?" Mutual benefit, Principal Fong quickly added conditions. "Colonel Huan, you heard that, right? Just in time for us two old fellows to have a witness," Wei Principal said, looking at the middle-aged officer with a square face sitting nearby. The colonel, stationed at the military base in Guanyun City, quickly stood up and saluted. "Yes, teacher." Colonel Huan, who had once been a student of Wei Principal, was now over 40 and a true peak martial artist. However, he was also a bit curious about why this seemingly naive junior brother was valued by such a discerning teacher. In the back row, Li Qingjun also noticed Lu Chen's nonchalance and glanced at the score leaderboard on the right side of the big screen. "Did you see that, old class leader?" Li Qingjun looked at Wang Tong. "Your precious student has only scored 1 point so far. Look at Xiang Yueya and Zhao Longfei, they are far ahead, having scored over 100 points. This is true. It's not just the students from class 1, all the students with higher cultivation have already rushed past the outer area and entered the territories of the 4-segment and even 6-segment beasts to hunt. After all, although there are many beasts in the outer area, their score values are too low, and they are scattered, making them hard to find when hidden, which greatly affects the efficiency of hunting. Wang Tong glanced at the score leaderboard and then at Lu Chen, who had finally released the shadow cat, and then he regained his spirits and said, "What's the rush? Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of wood. There are still 5 days left, let's see who can laugh last." Li Chengjun noticed that Wang Tong was also nervous and didn't continue with his cold remarks, fearing he might truly anger this old class leader. What sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of wood? This is an exam, even with 5 days, every second counts. At this moment, Lu Chen was unaware that he had attracted attention from multiple parties. After leisurely releasing the shadow cat in his hand, he continued along the designated street, moving straight inward. The reason he spent time studying a shadow cat that was only at the 1st segment was not that he didn't know time was tight, nor was it intentional leniency or overestimation of his abilities. Rather, he knew that in this simulation exams hunting ground, the only beast present was the shadow cat. Therefore, he wanted to observe the details and confirm his understanding of this beast through the shadow cat, making his knowledge of it more thorough. Now, he felt he had a bit of a grasp on things. The most important point was that Lu Chen firmly remembered the scent or aura of the shadow cat. Ever since he had mastered the golden cicada cloak, his 5 senses had become particularly sharp. As long as he remembered this aura, it would be much easier and more efficient for him to find prey later on. As he stepped deeper along the street, Lu Chen still wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he leisurely took away the positioning, monitoring devices of those 1st-segment shadow cats. Throughout, he only used the most basic techniques of the stone tablet opening and 9 shadow steps, and with his control, few could tell that he had already perfected these 2 martial arts. It wasn't until nightfall that Lu Chen stepped into the territory of the 2nd-segment shadow cats. At this point, his score was only 36. He could also see through the uniformly distributed communication distress signal device that the top student on the score leaderboard had already obtained 232 points, which was Xiang Yueya from Class 1. The 2nd place was not Zhao Longfei or Huang Junyan, but a student from Class 3 named Shui Chang, who had 218 points. It's getting dark, it seems I need to hurry up and start my performance. Lu Chen glanced at the sky, took a bite of a nutrition bar, and then accelerated towards the inner area. The habits of shadow cats are to lie low during the day and come out at night. Their eyes can easily catch prey in the dark. Therefore, the vast majority of students choose to hide in prepared corners after nightfall, avoiding the large number of shadow cats that come out at night. Even those students with stronger abilities mostly do the same. Without a large number of students to distract the shadow cats, they can easily fall into encirclement. However, Lu Chen was quite the opposite. He intended to go against the tide and take advantage of the night to reap a harvest. The golden cicada cloak not only provided him with strong defense but also allowed his eyes to see easily in the dark. As for the possibility of being surrounded by shadow cats, Lu Chen was not worried. With his perfected 9 shadow steps, he was indeed not inferior in speed and agility to the shadow cats of the same realm. The night was also his home ground. He casually swatted away a 2nd-stage shadow cat that pounced on him while swiftly taking the locator device from its neck. For Lu Chen, this was merely basic skill. He didn't even need to harm the shadow cats to easily intimidate them. Most of the shadow cats he swatted away would not charge at him again after sensing his aura up close. Indeed, night hunting is the most exhilarating, Lu Chen thought as he scoured the streets, adjusting his combat strategy. In the darkness, he didn't even need to actively search. A large number of shadow cats would naturally come to him, offering points. Even if a dozen shadow cats surrounded him at once, Lu Chen could easily weave through the crowd with his 9 shadow steps, coming and going freely. By 9 o'clock that night, Lu Chen had already scored 128 points and successfully entered the territory of the 3rd-stage shadow cats. At this time, the score leaderboard showed that the scores of the top 100 students had begun to plateau. The 1st place, Xiang Yueya, had a score of 356. The 100th student, Xin Xuan, had a score of 201. In the monitoring hall, Wang Tong was still nervously staring wide-eyed, switching back and forth between Lu Chen's livestream and the score leaderboard. Beside him, Li Chengjun chuckled, "Don't be so nervous, look at how bold your student is, daring to hunt alone at night. Truly a young calf not afraid of tigers." Li Chengjun sighed. "At this rate, I don't think he can last through the night and will have to be brought out." Wang Tong ignored Li Chengjun, feeling somewhat worried about Lu Chen. He believed Lu Chen was not an impulsive person, but why would he break the taboo and act at night? Even with his martial arts level, acting at night would be fraught with danger. As it approached 10 o'clock, almost all the students had hidden themselves away, not only to avoid the large number of shadow cats active at night but also to conserve energy for the upcoming sprint. The practical assessment was long, and endurance was an important factor to consider. In the front row, Principal Fong from the third school also noticed Lu Chen's performance. Although he was surprised by Lu Chen's perfected 9 shadow steps, that was all there was to it. He confidently looked at Principal Wei beside him, only to find that this old buddy had already fallen asleep in his chair. In the dark of night, Lu Chen continued without rest, delving deeper into the hunting grounds, where no shadow cat could block his path. By the time he entered the territory of the 4th stage shadow cats, his score had more than doubled, reaching 271 points. Finally made it into the top 100. Keep it up. Lu Chen continued deeper, and the number of shadow cats charging at him began to decrease, but their strength became increasingly formidable. However, they still posed no threat to him. His perfected 9 shadow steps and the stone-breaking palm were enough for him to handle with ease. He lingered in this area for over an hour, reaching a score of 351, leaping to 2nd place on the leaderboard. If it weren't for the sharp decrease in the number of shadow cats and the fact that they had already been harvested by the previous students, his score would be higher. However, Lu Chen didn't mind. He continued to delve deeper without resting. It was now close to 1 in the morning, and in the silent hunting ground, only the occasional sharp cries of shadow cats could be heard. The number of shadow cats was even scarcer and increasingly powerful. It seems I have to rely on myself to find them, Lu Chen thought to himself as he began to actively follow the scent of the shadow cats, searching through the dark alleys around him. The higher the level, the smarter the shadow cats would be. It couldn't simply be a matter of strength. One also had to learn to play hide and seek. After climbing over a wall covered in long vines, Lu Chen squeezed into an old, dilapidated 3-story building. It's right in here. Following the relatively fresh scent, he arrived at the rundown living room on the 3rd floor of the building. Who? A low voice came from within. Lu Chen glanced over and was surprised to see his classmate Sunzi. Besides Sunzi, there were 2 other boys hiding in the living room, but Lu Chen didn't recognize them. These 3 must have teamed up to come to the territory of the 5-segment shadow cats, hiding here to rest after nightfall. From their appearance, they all bore some injuries, roughly bandaged. The energy protection talisman would only activate in the event of a fatal injury, so they had managed to hold on until now. If any student felt they couldn't continue, they could also actively seek help, taking the points they had already earned to exit the exam. Chongguo? Sunzi recognized him and said with a hint of joy. This guy had been beaten by Lu Chen twice and had watched Lu Chen swiftly reach the 8th segment of martial disciples, so he had long since accepted it and called him Chonggu along with the other classmates. Lu Chen nodded, then looked at the 3 with a strange expression and whispered, "You guys can really sleep?" Sunzi was puzzled and asked, "What does Chonggu mean?" Lu Chen pointed to the beam behind the 3, urging them to look for themselves. Sunzi vaguely sensed something, froze in place, and turned his head. Upon seeing it, Sunzi's face instantly turned pale. Oh my god! On the beam, behind them, a shadow cat with glowing green eyes was crouched, watching them intently. He hadn't noticed it at all while he was on watch. If Lu Chen hadn't arrived in time, this shadow cat would have surely struck when they were off guard. What should we do? If we fight it here, it might attract more shadow cats. The other 2 students also woke up, seeing the lurking shadow cat, feeling a bit lost. This was the terror of the night. Once discovered by a shadow cat, the result was almost certain elimination, as no one could hold back the other shadow cats to help them escape. Sunzi looked at Lu Chen, clearly wanting him to make a decision. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. I think the reason it hasn't attacked is that it's waiting for its companions." Perfect. We can catch them all at once. Sunzi was taken aback, somewhat incredulous. Did they really think they could encircle it with just the 4 of them? Are you crazy? The other 2 students were terrified. We don't want to be eliminated this early. Rather than searching everywhere, it's better to surround and support. This was the good idea that Lu Chen thought of after seeing the shadow cat beside Sunzi. The shadow cat in front of him, clearly at the 5th stage, had a certain level of intelligence and vigilance, knowing that facing 3 opponents alone was not in its favor. So, it hid on the beam, waiting for an opportunity, while using its unique method to summon companions for help. Lu Chen thought to himself that it was just right to use its plan against it, saving him a lot of time. However, the 2 unfamiliar students clearly did not trust Lu Chen. One shadow cat had already frightened them in the dark. How could they dare to summon more? We should leave here quickly, or resolve this shadow cat swiftly. Maybe there's still a chance, one of the students urged. Yeah, if we attract a group, we'll be eliminated tonight, the other student echoed. Lu Chen remained silent, looking at Sunzi, who had not spoken. Sunzi had calmed down and glanced at Lu Chen before saying, "I believe you. But, Brother Chong, can we temporarily team up?" As long as Lu Chen agreed, they could gain something from this round. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Since he needed to use these people to fish, sharing some points with them was no big deal, so he agreed. No, we don't want to." The 2 students quickly shook their heads in refusal. "If you want to team up, you 2 can team up. We'll leave first." After saying this, they exchanged glances and were about to leave, clearly intending to leave Lu Chen and Sunzi as cover. You guys? Sunzi was about to call them back when Lu Chen stopped him. It's fine, let them go, Lu Chen said with a half smile. He had already sensed several familiar auras surrounding them from all directions. Now, it didn't matter whether they left or not. Sure enough, just as the two students left the third floor, they saw 6 pairs of green eyes staring at them, revealing fierce expressions. They're coming, they're all coming. The two were startled and almost jumped up, hurriedly running back upstairs. However, at this moment, there were already 3 more shadow cats on the third floor, making a total of 10 fifth-stage shadow cats upstairs and downstairs combined. They had probably summoned all the nearby shadow cats. Meow. With reinforcements arriving, there was no more hesitation from either side. The 4 shadow cats on the third floor pounced on the 4 people. At the same time, the 6 on the second floor did not hesitate either, quickly rushing up from various angles to attack the 4. Just in time, Lu Chen showed a pleased expression, using the opening monument hand to stun one shadow cat while reaching to take the positioning device off the other's neck. The second shadow cat, attacking from behind, seized the opportunity to claw at Lu Chen's back of the head. This strike was extremely fierce, aimed directly at a vital point. However, when it swiped its claws, it only grasped at air, passing right through Lu Chen's figure. It was an afterimage. For Lu Chen's agility, this level of attack posed no threat to him at all. Instead, the shadow cat that had passed through, startled and about to flee, was caught by Lu Chen by the tail and directly thrown against the wall, knocking it out. Taking the positioning device, Lu Chen used his footwork to reach Sunzi's side, quickly resolving his predicament and collecting 3 more positioning devices. Help us. At this moment, the 2 students were already in a precarious situation, facing 5 shadow cats, only able to defend themselves, and were about to trigger their protective talismans, leading to their elimination. Brother Chon, please help them, Sunzi pleaded, holding his left arm, which had been scratched again. Without needing Sunzi's request, Lu Chen would have gone anyway, not to help those 2, but to get those positioning devices. Without saying a word, Lu Chen used the 9 shadow steps to approach, using the opening monument hand again, taking down the remaining shadow cats one by one. When all the shadow cats were knocked out, the place returned to silence, and the 2 students were still in a daze. Is this it? Who is this amazing classmate? Facing so many shadow cats and resolving it so easily? The key point is that Lu Chen was unscathed, not even a speck of dirt on his black training outfit. These 5 positioning devices are yours. Lu Chen ignored the 2 students who were still shaken and regretful, directly tossing 5 positioning devices to Sunzi. Brother Chon, that's too much. I didn't contribute much. Sunzi waved his hands repeatedly. Since we formed a temporary team, of course, I can't shortchange you. Take it, I don't lack this little bit. Lu Chen smiled. Besides, this is just a mock exam. After saying that, Lu Chen unceremoniously put away his positioning device, turned, and leaped down from the 3rd floor, stepping into the quiet night. Thank you. Sunzi put away the positioning device, silently thinking. Sunzi? Who is that classmate? Why is he so powerful? After Lu Chen left for a moment, the other 2 students finally came to their senses and asked. They were too embarrassed to bring up the earlier teaming up matter again and didn't feel envious of the positioning devices in Sunzi's hands. There was no use in envy, this thing couldn't be snatched away, and taking it would be ineffective, as there were cameras everywhere. Moreover, they had just confirmed that they wouldn't team up with Lu Chen, and that would be recorded. However, the 2 were very curious about the identity of that impressive classmate. Sunzi absent-mindedly said, he is my classmate, Lu Chen, also the strongest one in our class. Lu Chen, one of the students murmured, I didn't see him on the leaderboard during the day. At that moment, the other student opened the leaderboard and exclaimed, Lu Chen? This is the top of the leaderboard. When did this happen? Sunzi was also taken aback because he had been resting and hadn't paid attention to the rankings. He quickly looked at the updated leaderboard on the distress signal device and immediately saw the prominent name at the top. First place, Lu Chen, 431 points. Second place, Xian Yue, 356 points. Wow, he surpassed the second place by nearly 80 points. What a pity, we couldn't hitch a ride on his coattails. I just want to say 4 words, the boss is amazing. On the other side, perhaps because he had attracted all the nearby shadow cats earlier, Lu Chen didn't encounter any more shadow cats on his way and smoothly arrived at the territory of the 6-segment shadow cats. It was only 3 in the morning, he could continue harvesting. In the monitoring hall outside the hunting ground, Wang Tong had been staring at the big screen, his eyes slightly red. When that name jumped to the top of the leaderboard, he excitedly slapped his hand on Li Chengjuan's thigh. Li Chengjun was meditating with his eyes closed and nearly went into a trance from the slap. Immediately irritated, he shouted, What are you doing? Look at the leaderboard. Wang Tong said with a grin. Li Chengjun frowned and looked over, his eyes widening in surprise. First place, Lu Chen. Damn, I took a nap, and he's already in first place? Wang Tong said triumphantly, This is just the beginning. Look at the second place, he's 75 points behind. the gap will only widen. Li Qingjun turned his head away, not wanting to see Wang Tong's smug face, and simply closed his eyes again. A night passed, and as the dawn's light illuminated the earth, the silent hunting ground finally regained its vitality. Most of the shadow cats, which had been active throughout the night, returned to their little nests to sleep. As long as no one invaded their territory or provoked them, these shadow cats rarely moved during the day. In the hunting ground spanning 100 miles, the students' scattered light rain merged into the Great River, making it impossible to disturb all the shadow cats. They also needed to search for their targets one by one. At this time, most of the students in the hunting ground had awakened and were preparing to begin the second day's hunt. However, after a night of searching by the shadow cats, at least 20% of the students here had been eliminated. Although they had hidden away at night, just like Sunzi and his companions' experience, there was still a chance of being found by the shadow cats. Then, in isolation, some were eliminated, and their practical assessment scores stopped there. You advance while I retreat, and I advance while you retreat. This also somewhat resembles the years of struggle between humans and strange beasts. The first thing most students did upon waking was to check the freshly updated score leaderboard. Even those who knew they wouldn't make the top 100 wanted to see how far they were from the list. Who is this? Class 5 of number 1 high school, Lu Chen. How did he suddenly rise to the top? I remember not seeing this person before going to bed yesterday. Damn, 680 points. Am I seeing things? That's over 300 points higher than the second place. Where did this genius come from? The students were astonished and discussing among themselves, hardly believing their eyes. In just one night, going from obscurity to the top, how could that be possible? Did this guy not sleep at all and just replenish his stamina? The key point is that, according to their teacher's instructions, the night should not be the most dangerous time, so the best tactic was to hide and rest. Even those high-ranking students rarely moved at night. In isolation, it was easy to make a misstep. The principle of many ants killing an elephant had been taught by the teachers many times in class. Is this Lu Chen who worked hard at night? Still in the hunting ground, some students began to question. Hunting at night may indeed be more efficient, but the chances of being eliminated also greatly increase. He's probably already been eliminated. At this moment, at the student camp outside the hunting ground, over 6,000 eliminated students had gathered there, receiving treatment from doctors. Most of these students had been unlucky last night, found by shadow cats, and eliminated. Chen Yufei and 5 classmates were among them. Chonggu is amazing. Chen Yufei had also seen the leaderboard and was now excitedly dancing around, as if he himself had reached the top. This guy was not eliminated last night. Instead, he had actively sought help when surrounded by 2 3-tier shadow cats yesterday afternoon, retreating almost without getting hurt. As for his practical score, it was naturally pitifully low, only 25 points. However, Chen Yufei didn't care at all and kept an eye on the leaderboard, waiting for his good brother to make the list. Unfortunately, he waited until he fell asleep at 8 last night and still didn't get his wish. Who would have thought that upon waking up today, he would see such a big surprise? Rising to the top overnight, besides our Chonggu, who else could it be? Chen Yufei celebrated with his classmates nearby. He even surpassed Xian Yueya by over 300 points. Chonggu is amazing, the classmates excitedly echoed. Although he had been eliminated early, having such an impressive classmate should be a source of pride, right? They are still doubting whether Chonggu was eliminated last night. They really are frogs at the bottom of a well. Chen Yufei saw some eliminated students discussing on the school forum and couldn't help but sneer. He was now waiting to see Lu Chen continue to refresh his scores and slap those doubters in the face. On the other side, in the strictly guarded monitoring hall by the military, Li Chengjun had a grim expression, truly not wanting to see Wang Tong's smug face. In the middle of the front row, the principal of the third school also looked displeased. He knew that the student valued by Old Wei had not been eliminated and was currently enjoying a comfortable basement, sound asleep with the door closed. In contrast, his most prized student, Shui Chang, who ranked third, was barely over 300 points. Old Wei, your student is quite confident, like a shadow cat that hides during the day and comes out at night, not afraid of losing his grip? Principal Fawn looked sourly at the seemingly dozing Principal Wei beside him. Principal Wei didn't even open his eyes, lazily replying, "No need to worry about my student, just prepare your tiger roar skill." Principal Fawn was immediately left speechless, glaring at the big screen. Seeing that kid's comfortable sleeping posture made him feel furious. Colonel Huang observed everything with a smirk in his heart, realizing that his teacher seemed to be quite confident. The 9 shadow steps and the opening stone hand are both perfected, the only one among this batch of students. My junior brother is indeed impressive. Colonel Huang thought to himself, but then felt it shouldn't stop there. After all, the 9 shadow steps and the opening stone hand were merely low-grade martial skills, and even in perfection, their power was limited. If they encountered mid-grade martial skills at the subtle realm, they would suffer greatly. It was like a handgun facing a grenade. No matter how accurate you are, a stray grenade can still blow you up. Let's wait and see. Since the teacher values him, this kid should have more good stuff that hasn't been revealed yet. Deep in the hunting ground, in the territory of the 7-segment shadow cats, Xiang Yueya, Zhao Longfei, and Huang Junyan gathered here. In fact, they had already met here yesterday afternoon. Although the hunting ground covered a radius of 100 miles, making it vast, the students had no way to contact each other. However, the deeper they went into the shadow cat territory, the smaller the area became. So, the three had already agreed to meet quickly in the territory of the 7-segment shadow cats to facilitate their hunting together. At this moment, Zhao Longfei was staring at the leaderboard on the distress signal device, his expression fluctuating. He should have been eliminated by now. It's been half an hour and there's been no movement in the scores, Zhao Longfei maliciously speculated. Huang Junyan calmly replied, that's not necessarily the case. After a busy night, it's normal to take a break now. Zhao Longfei shot Huang Junyan a glare, but before he could retort, Xiang Yueya coldly said, if he hasn't been eliminated, he will definitely arrive here soon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Longfei's eyes lit up. Right. Then we can actively surround him. Humph. Losing 100 points is nothing. As long as we can knock him out, I don't care. I'm not interested in him, Xiang Yueya said, turning to walk towards the territory of the 8-segment shadow cats. Lu Chen woke up and it was already past 2 in the afternoon on March 31st. He was still at the martial apprentice stage and couldn't go without food or sleep for days, so he needed some rest to maintain his condition. After taking a bite of a nutrition bar, Lu Chen looked at the score leaderboard. First place, Lu Chen 680 points. Second place, Xiang Yueya 635 points. Third place, Shuicheng 505 points. After a whole morning, Lu Chen still held the top position. However, several students closely followed behind, especially Xiang Yueya, who was very efficient. Based on her rising score trend, Lu Chen judged that she must have reached the territory of the 8-stage shadow cats. He was currently in the 6th-stage shadow cat area, having swept through it last night and then rested in place. Not wanting to linger, Lu Chen got up energetically and headed straight for the 7th-stage area. The deeper he went into the hunting ground, the stronger the shadow cats became, and their numbers dwindled. Correspondingly, the number of students also decreased, as there weren't many capable of venturing this far. As soon as he stepped in, Lu Chen sensed a chill enveloping him. A shadow darted out like lightning, aiming for the back of Lu Chen's head. Am I this lucky? Lu Chen felt delighted instead of startled, not even turning his head. He executed a precise kick to the shadow cat's abdomen, sending it flying into the air. The shadow cat yelped in pain, rolling its eyes and fainting before it even hit the ground. Lu Chen reached out and grabbed the shadow cat, pulling off the locator device from its neck. His score on the leaderboard instantly increased by 64 points, reaching 744 points. This refreshed score quickly caught the attention of many inside and outside the hunting ground. It's Lu Chen, he started again. This godly figure wasn't eliminated last night and is only just beginning to act. A student couldn't help but exclaim in envy. Outside the hunting ground, in the resting area, Chen Yufei laughed heartily. See, Brother Chong is making his move again, and he's already trending on the campus forum. Thank goodness. If he had waited any longer, Xiang Yueya would have overtaken him, a classmate sighed in relief. Chen Yufei stared at Xiang Yueya's name, feeling conflicted, but soon relaxed. Forget it, women aren't as important as brothers. Brother Chong is awesome, don't hold back. In the hunting ground, Lu Chen quickly followed the scent and found 2 7-stage shadow cats. However, this time his luck wasn't great, as both shadow cats had their locator devices removed. It was clear that someone had gotten there first and taken them. Rather than competing with others here, it's better to delve deeper and hunt alone, Lu Chen decided, not continuing to search for prey in the 7th-stage area but heading straight for the territory of the 8th-stage shadow cats. Only a few students could hunt in the 8th-stage area, which was reserved for truly high-level students. However, as Lu Chen passed through the energy barrier between the two areas, he saw a student from Class 1 who, upon seeing him, turned and walked away without a word. Lu Chen thought for a moment and recalled that this person was a martial apprentice at the 8th-stage level from Class 1. Without further thought, Lu Chen skillfully followed the scent to search for the 8th-stage shadow cats. Having walked from the outermost area, he was now familiar with the terrain and confident in dealing with shadow cats of the same level. The 8th-stage shadow cats were faster, their claws sharper, and their intelligence higher. Lu Chen even sensed that the 7 and 8th-stage shadow cats had begun to understand certain tactics. They acted like night assassins, retreating immediately if their first strike missed, then following stealthily to wait for the right moment to attack. Thus, the shadow cats here were quite troublesome. Even if one had the strength to confront them, capturing them was very difficult. To deal with an 8-segment shadow cat, one either needs the strength to strike true or speed faster than the shadow cat, otherwise, one can only hope to protect oneself. Soon, Lu Chen followed the aura and spotted a shadow cat crouching on the eaves of a dilapidated house. The creature was basking in the sun, lazily squinting its eyes. For the shadow cat, leaping and climbing walls was second nature. In contrast, even with the perfected 9 shadows step, it was difficult for Lu Chen to gain an advantage in such a complex terrain. The best approach was to lure it down. Lu Chen noticed that this shadow cat had a locator device hanging from its neck. Meow. Lu Chen merely glanced at the shadow cat nestled on the eaves, and it immediately opened its eyes, alert, and called out to him. Then, the shadow cat stretched lazily, gazing down at Lu Chen, but did not leap down. Really cautious, Lu Chen thought, shaking his head secretly, deliberately ignoring it as he swaggered past. As long as he could lure it down, Lu Chen was confident he could win with a single strike. The shadow cat watched Lu Chen walk by, turning into a shadowy alley. It was clearly reluctant to let the intruder into its territory go. For the shadow cat, humans were also good food, helping them accelerate their evolution. Without much hesitation, the shadow cat silently leaped down from the eaves, landing on a wall over 3 meters high, quietly pursuing Lu Chen along the brick wall. However, when it turned the corner and stretched its head out to find Lu Chen's trace, what met its eyes was a close-up, enlarged smiling face. "I've been waiting for you," Lu Chen silently called out, his already poised claw shot out like thunder. Meow. The 8-segment shadow cat sensed the fierce momentum of the strike, letting out a startled cry, its black fur standing on end. It quickly retreated, but found that Lu Chen's hand was like a shadow, faster than its own retreat. Knowing there was no escape, the shadow cat flipped over and jumped off the wall, trying to use the brick wall as cover to block Lu Chen and facilitate its escape. Boom! The half-foot-thick brick wall collapsed with a crash, and Lu Chen's figure broke through the wall, his eagle-like hand still firmly locking onto the shadow cat that had landed and rolled to its feet. Meow! The shadow cat let out an angry cry, finally no longer retreating, but baring its teeth, standing upright, and slashing its front paws towards Lu Chen's hand. Come on! Lu Chen was unafraid. His palm felt like it was forged from steel, meeting the shadow cat's claws head-on. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking accompanied the shadow cat's pain scream. Its claws were actually broken in the collision with Lu Chen. Handed over. Lu Chen extended his other hand, taking the locator device from the shadow cat's neck and, in one motion, kicked the shadow cat that was about to bite him away. Score plus 128. Lu Chen's total combat score reached 872 points, shaking off Xiang Yueya behind him once again. Clap, clap. At that moment, clear applause rang out not far away, catching Lu Chen's attention. Zhao Longfei approached while clapping, sneering, "One person can take down an 8-segment shadow cat. Impressive, impressive. Lu Chen, I have to admit, I underestimated you. However, I must also tell you, your simulated combat assessment should come to an end here." Accompanying Zhao Longfei were 4 students from Class 1, converging from other directions, each one a martial artist at the 8th segment. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy, secretly thinking, "They've come to me, I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time." In the monitoring hall outside the hunting ground, the largest split screen was broadcasting the current top contender, Lu Chen. The majority of the high-ranking officials and teachers present were focused on this dark horse who had never shown his true colors before. Especially when they saw Lu Chen single-handedly take down an 8-segment shadow cat, people began to discuss fervently, praising him endlessly. Lu Chen was a martial artist at the 8th segment, and it wasn't particularly surprising for him to confront a shadow cat of the same level one-on-one. However, the fact that he could so easily and successfully pursue and kill the shadow cat, which was deliberately retreating and evading, was somewhat extraordinary. Strength was the best proof. By now, very few people questioned Lu Chen's abilities. Perhaps his tactics and experience were still somewhat immature, but his strength was undeniable. Moreover, with their keen eyes, these people could see that Lu Chen possessed not only the perfected opening stone hand in 9 shadow steps, just the heart-piercing foot and eagle claw technique he had casually displayed earlier, though only a fleeting glimpse, was at least at the subtle level. Well, Teacher Wang really is deep and unassuming. This student Lu Chen from your class is at least proficient in 4 martial arts techniques. A senior teacher from another school looked enviously at Wang Tong, exclaiming in amazement, "Can you give us a hint? How many martial arts techniques has he actually learned?" Yeah, at such a young age, mastering so many martial arts techniques, he's the only one. In this year's senior class, Wang Tong replied with a smile, cupping his fists in a humble yet loud manner. "Oh, it's nothing much. This kid really can't keep his cool. He doesn't know how to hide his talents." In fact, even Wang Tong was unaware of Lu Chen's current progress in martial arts training. He only knew that besides the opening stone hand in 9 shadow steps, Lu Chen had also perfected the mid-grade martial technique, wind-splitting leg. However, this was a secret weapon he had taught Lu Chen, so it certainly couldn't be made public here. Li Qingjun, sitting next to Wang Tong, recalled the treatment he used to enjoy, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart and not wanting to speak much. Just then, Zhao Longfei appeared on the split screen, along with the 4 8-segment students, blocking Lu Chen's path. Under the attention and operation of the staff, Zhao Longfei's cold words spread throughout the hall. "Your simulated combat assessment should come to an end here." As soon as this sentence was uttered, the hall erupted in an uproar. The teachers present realized that Zhao Longfei intended to surround Lu Chen, willing to commit a foul and incur point deductions just to eliminate him. Li Chengjuan's already poor mood plummeted to the depths. Li Chengjun, what does this mean for your class? Wang Tong, having seen this scene, put away his smile and questioned Li Chengjun. Li Chengjuan's expression was even worse than Wang Tong's. This was not his doing. The problem was that the 5 students who confronted Lu Chen were all from their class, which made it hard for anyone to believe. Any explanations? Old class leader, let me explain. I didn't know it would turn out like this. There must be some misunderstanding. Li Chengjun could only grit his teeth and explain. Wang Tong sneered, openly violating the rules. Even if it's just a simulated assessment, it's still embarrassing. It's not just our faces that are at stake, but also the reputation of our school. In the front row, Principal Fong from the 3rd school looked at Principal Wei beside him with a smile, ready to tease a few words, but upon seeing Principal Wei's tense and frightening expression, he wisely shut his mouth. Principal Wei set down his teacup, his voice booming like thunder, echoing throughout the hall. Li Chengjun, after this assessment ends, bring Zhao Jingcheng to the school to see me. Who is Zhao Jingcheng? Many people realized that Zhao Jingcheng was the head of the Zhao Martial Arts School. In the city, a 4th segment martial artist, a highly respected figure. At the same time, Zhao Jingcheng was also Zhao Longfei's father and was once a student from their school. Good heavens! In the hall, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone knew that the principal of No. 1 middle school, who held significant influence in Guanyin City, was truly angry. Has it come to calling the parents? That can't be right. Only a few, like Principal Huan, Wang Tong, and Li Chengjun, understood that the principal's open anger was not just because No. 1 middle school had lost a student. With the principal's temperament, losing a few students was no big deal. A little competition among students was normal and even encouraged. However, what the principal could not tolerate the most was that, in the face of external threats, there were still people daring to create internal strife. In the current environment, the Shadow Cats were the external enemy, and the students outside No. 1 middle school were the opponents. Moreover, Zhao Longfei had gathered 4 students to gang up on Lu Chen, which was even more despicable. Li Chengjun responded with a hint of grievance, while Wang Tong's expression improved slightly. Principal Fong from No. 3 middle school noticed that Principal Wei quickly returned to normal and kindly reminded him, "Old Wei, calm down. It's not worth getting upset over such a small matter. If you get too angry, you still have to keep your promises, right? Don't worry." Principal Wei shot a half-smile glance at Principal Fong. "If Lu Chen loses just like this, I won't play dirty." In the hunting ground, within the territory of the 8-segment Shadow Cats, Lu Chen faced the siege of 4 equally ranked martial disciples without changing his expression and asked, "Is it just because I rejected your invitation?" "That's right." Zhao Longfei, looking strategic, coldly replied, "I already told you, you need to bear the consequences." Top of the assessment? Lu Chen, do you want to win that hefty reward? Zhao Longfei said proudly, "I won't let you have your way. I don't even need to lift a finger to deal with an ant like you." This was exploiting the loopholes in the exam. Zhao Longfei didn't need to act himself, and he wouldn't even be penalized for violating the rules. Boring. Lu Chen chuckled indifferently and turned to leave. Want to leave? Stop him. Zhao Longfei shouted, and the 4 martial disciples immediately surrounded Lu Chen. Don't let him be eliminated too easily. Hit him hard, Zhao Longfei added. A student from Class 1 was the first to approach Lu Chen, launching an iron wire fist at the micro realm. At the same time, another student on the left used the 9 shadow steps to close in, employing the opening stone hand from the micro realm to assist in the attack on Lu Chen. They all knew that Lu Chen possessed the opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps at the perfect realm, so they aimed to work together to make up for their lack of martial skills. However, facing this punch and palm, Lu Chen showed no signs of dodging. Instead, he countered with a palm and a kick against 2 opponents. The perfect realm's opening stone hand and heart-piercing kick were unleashed simultaneously, creating a terrifying momentum. Bang! Bang! With 2 consecutive sounds, the 2 students who had surrounded Lu Chen were sent flying, then quickly got up, their faces tense. They realized they had underestimated Lu Chen's combat ability. To be honest, this was the first time Lu Chen had fought against students of the same level since reaching the 8th stage of a martial apprentice, so his earlier moves were merely a slight probe. However, he now realized that these 2 students were actually quite weak. The martial techniques they employed were ones he could perform as well, and he was even more proficient than they were. Yet, the depth of his martial skills was something the opponents might not fully grasp. Go on, don't use the opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps, disrupt his rhythm. Zhao Longfei, standing nearby, believed he was strategizing well but failed to notice that Lu Chen's earlier use of the heart-piercing kick had already reached perfection. The 4 no longer hesitated and attacked from 4 directions. One used iron wire fist, another used cloud-piercing finger, one employed eagle claw hand, and the last used mountain pressing technique. It must be said that these 8th stage students from Class 1 indeed had considerable strength. They not only practiced the opening stone hand in 9 shadow steps but also each had at least one minor martial technique, mastered to a subtle level. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to focus entirely on perfecting their martial skills, it was just that after reaching a subtle level, the next step to perfection couldn't be achieved merely through effort. Rather than wasting time on the opening stone hand in 9 shadow steps, it was better to branch out and practice other martial techniques. Thus, what Lu Chen faced now were the subtle level iron wire fist, cloud piercing finger, eagle claw hand, and mountain pressing technique, all attacking simultaneously. If he hadn't practiced these martial techniques before, he might have been flustered when encountering them for the first time. Unfortunately, Lu Chen had already perfected these techniques long ago. Therefore, the various martial skills they displayed were full of flaws in his eyes. The difference between subtle and perfect was only a step apart, but it was truly a world of difference. Lu Chen's footwork shifted slightly, perfectly avoiding the student who charged at him, while he used a forceful push to send that student into the arms of another behind him. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen arrived in front of the student on the left who was using iron wire fist. With a single opening stone hand, he met the opponent's fist head-on. Just as that student was about to unleash his full power to push Lu Chen back, he felt as if his punch had struck empty air, and then, under Lu Chen's palm's guidance, he found himself in front of his companion behind him. Bang! The iron wire fist collided with the eagle claw hand, while the mountain pressing technique crashed into the cloud piercing finger, causing chaos among themselves. At this moment, Lu Chen did not pause. He executed the swift and continuous 9 shadow steps, weaving among the 4, delivering a palm strike to each, just enough to knock them unconscious. In the examination hall, once someone was knocked out, it meant immediate elimination. Zhao Longfei watched from a distance, his eyelids twitching. He couldn't even figure out how Lu Chen had accomplished this. To effortlessly defeat 4 8th-stage classmates of the same level was something he felt he couldn't achieve himself. In reality, this seemingly easy victory was not as simple as it appeared. If Lu Chen hadn't been able to see through the martial techniques of these 4 and grasp their flaws, a direct confrontation would have required considerable effort. In the monitoring hall, many teachers were captivated, but their insight was not something Zhao Longfei could compare to. These teachers and higher-ups were all seasoned warriors, each had been through countless battles. How could he predict the moves and strength of those students so easily, using their own force against them? If he hasn't practiced those martial techniques, I absolutely don't believe it, one teacher doubted. I don't know about other things, but this student Lu Chen has already used eagle claw technique and heart-piercing kick before, and at least at a subtle level. You could say it's not impossible for him to be proficient in iron wire fist, cloud piercing finger, and mountain pressing technique. In the hunting ground, Zhao Longfei had already begun to feel like retreating, as he thought he might not easily defeat Lu Chen either. However, Lu Chen did not want to let him leave so easily. Didn't you say you wanted to eliminate me? Is this all there is to it? Lu Chen stepped closer to Zhao Longfei, countering with a question. Zhao Longfei found himself in a dilemma, so he simply stayed put and continued to feign calmness, saying, "Don't get too cocky too soon. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to bully the weak, do you think you could still be standing here?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately laughed. "Oh really? Then why don't you give it a try and see who gets eliminated first?" Zhao Longfei wanted to trip him up during the mock exam, and Lu Chen was equally eager to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Such a blatant chance to beat someone up was hard to come by. But at that moment, Zhao Longfei had already calmed down. "You want me to make a move against you and then get points deducted? Unfortunately, I won't fall for that." Lu Chen continued to approach Zhao Longfei, shaking his head. "I think you misunderstood. I'm not trying to get you to lose points, I'm here to give you points. Don't you want to stop me from taking the top spot? Fine, I'll just give you 100 points, what's the big deal?" As his voice fell, Lu Chen had already activated the 9 shadow steps, charging towards Zhao Longfei with a fierce aura. He had already decided that even if he lost 100 points, he would first eliminate this guy who could trip him up at any moment. Just 100 points, even if he lost them, he would still be at the top. Zhao Longfei cursed the madman under his breath, steeled his resolve, and charged at Lu Chen. He couldn't believe that as a dignified 9th-level martial artist, he wouldn't be a match for Lu Chen. Moreover, he was not like those classmates from earlier. His martial skills did not only come from school. In the monitoring hall, many people cautiously looked towards Principal Wei in the front row, unsure if this big shot would have the same attitude towards Lu Chen's proactive attack. Unexpectedly, the old principal suddenly burst into laughter. "Well done. A real man should be clear about love and hate. If someone comes to fight you, what's there to be timid about? Did you see that? This is true bravery." The crowd around him was speechless, unable to comprehend the old principal's line of thought. "Old Wei, your student is proficient in many campus martial arts, even unusually skilled in several to perfection, far surpassing others of the same level. Indeed, he is quite impressive. Principal Fong from the 3rd high school stroked his goatee and continued, but he is now actively challenging Zhao's kid, who is a 9th level martial artist. It's not that I want to boost his confidence, but the Zhao family's mid-grade body refining martial arts are no joke. I've heard that this kid from the Zhao family has been refining his body since he was young, and that scale armor body technique has long been perfected. Ordinary opponents of the same level probably can't break through his defenses, they can only take a beating. Principal Wei leisurely picked up his teacup, blowing on the floating tea leaves, ignoring Principal Fong. In the hunting ground, Lu Chen and the suddenly more powerful Zhao Longfei finally faced off. Lu Chen still executed a standard opening stone hand, while Zhao Longfei used the heavy and forceful iron wire fist to meet Lu Chen's punch head-on. Boom! The ground beneath them faintly vibrated, and they both retreated a few steps to dissipate the force. This guy isn't bad. His foundational strength as a 9th-level martial artist, combined with the enhancement of the iron wire fist, is on par with my perfected opening stone hand, Lu Chen thought to himself. At the same time, Zhao Longfei also sensed the power that Lu Chen unleashed, which was definitely not inferior to his own. But the other party was only an 8th-level martial artist, making it hard for him, who had already stepped into the 9th level, to accept. Today, I'm going to cripple you, Zhao Longfei roared, moving with the 9 shadow steps and charging again. But this time, it was no longer the iron wire fist. Instead, he used the more penetrating and agile cloud-piercing finger, which had also reached the perfected stage. However, whether it was the 9 shadow steps or the cloud-piercing finger, Lu Chen had already perfected them, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the opponent. He didn't use the cloud-piercing finger but instead moved his feet continuously, executing the perfected 9 shadow steps to dodge the sharpness of Zhao Longfei's cloud-piercing finger, swiftly flashing to Zhao Longfei's left side and suddenly striking out with a palm slap. Zhao Longfei reacted extremely quickly. Although his movement skills were not as good as Lu Chen's, he timely raised his hand to protect his chi, barely managing to block Lu Chen's opening palm strike with his arm. Lu Chen's palm strike was executed with full force, hitting Zhao Longfei's hastily defended arm hard. However, just when Lu Chen thought his strike should have knocked the opponent down, he found that it felt like hitting a slippery snake. His strength was reduced by more than half, and the remaining force couldn't even injure Zhao Longfei. At this moment, Zhao Longfei had a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity when Lu Chen's move was exhausted, he threw a punch at Lu Chen's chest and abdomen, knocking him back several steps. So what if your 9 shadow steps are perfect? You can't move me at all, Zhao Longfei said proudly, waving his hand. On the hand he raised, there was a shimmering, fish-scale-like glow, smooth yet resilient, which was the family heirloom, the mid-grade body-refining martial art, scale armor body. Once this martial art was mastered, not only did it greatly enhance defense, but it also had the effect of passive force reduction. No wonder the Zhao family took pride in it. Body-refining martial arts, huh? Lu Chen muttered, seems a bit interesting. But I wonder if it can withstand my mid-grade martial skills. Different martial arts have varying effects on the enhancement of basic qualities. Even among low-grade martial arts, there can be significant differences. For example, the Kaibei hand and iron wire fist primarily enhance strength, while the 9 shadow steps mainly boost agility and speed, and the cloud-piercing finger focuses on penetrating power, among others. Moreover, within the same martial art, the degree of enhancement can differ based on the practitioner's realm. If the martial arts belong to the same category and the realms are comparable, the enhancement effect will depend on the grade of the martial art itself. In such cases, the enhancement effect of mid-grade martial arts is at least double, if not more, than that of low-grade ones, and the techniques are more exquisite. Lu Chen possesses a perfected mid-grade martial art, the wind-splitting leg, which he has compared to the perfected heart-piercing kick, finding its power at least 3 times stronger. However, facing Zhao Longfei, who is currently employing body-refining martial arts, he does not rush to use his own mid-grade wind-splitting leg. With such a good target, it's just right to test the power of my various martial arts. Lu Chen fully unleashes the 9 shadow steps, circling around Zhao Longfei and leaving behind a series of afterimages. A total of 9 afterimages appear, flickering in and out, making it impossible to locate his true form. This is the true perfected 9 shadow steps. When fully executed, it leaves 9 afterimages. Confronted with such a level of agility, Zhao Longfei has no other choice but to activate his scale armor body, waiting in place for a chance to counterattack, responding to change with stability. Bang! One of the afterimages suddenly solidifies and rushes forward, striking Zhao Longfei on the back. Zhao Longfei instantly turns to counterattack, but Lu Chen strikes and retreats, giving him no opportunity to land a hit. Although this strike fails to injure Zhao Longfei, protected by his scale armor, it greatly wounds his pride. Lu Chen also feels the overwhelming strength of the body-refining martial arts. His full power strike cannot even budge Zhao Longfei. However, he does not feel discouraged. Instead, he circles faster, changing his palm strike into a claw, and in a sudden attack, he tears off one of Zhao Longfei's sleeves. Before Zhao Longfei can retaliate, Lu Chen has already moved to the other side, using the eagle claw technique to snatch away another sleeve. The eagle claw technique is certainly not meant for tearing clothes, but Lu Chen has no choice. His hand grips Zhao Longfei's arm, which is incredibly slippery, making it difficult to break the skin. He also practices body-refining martial arts, even stronger than Zhao Longfei's, so Lu Chen understands that this is due to the opponent's exceptionally strong body defense. Lu Chen, enough. If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Tearing clothes is nothing. Zhao Longfei, unable to reach Lu Chen, angrily curses. Lu Chen strikes again, tearing off the back of Zhao Longfei's shirt, leaving a scratch on his skin. Bang! Lu Chen suddenly leaps up, delivering a heart-piercing kick to Zhao Longfei's back, leaving a footprint and sending Zhao Longfei staggering forward several meters. Zhao Longfei shouts in anger, although he is protected by body refining martial arts and suffers no real injury. Being passively beaten like this is incredibly frustrating and humiliating. Coming to his senses, he sees Lu Chen stop, no longer pursuing, simply looking at him with a smile. Zhao Longfei then realizes that this guy is deliberately humiliating him. You can't defeat me. If this continues, your stamina will run out, and that will be your end, Zhao Longfei stubbornly retorts. Is that so? Lu Chen grins. I've had enough fun, now let me see how many moves you can withstand. As soon as he finishes speaking, Lu Chen leaves another afterimage, the stone ground beneath him cracking and shattering. His speed is even faster than before. As he approaches Zhao Longfei, he leaps up, sweeping a leg out with a fierce wind. Zhao Longfei, instead of being alarmed, feels joy, for this time Lu Chen is not toying with him but is ready for a direct confrontation. With body-refining martial arts, Zhao Longfei fears nothing. More than a head-on clash, he does not need to worry about being hit, only focusing on attacking the enemy's vital points. Considering this, Zhao Longfei completely ignored Lu Chen's sweeping leg aimed at his neck and focused all his strength on striking Lu Chen's chest. Abandoning defense and solely attacking was Zhao Longfei's greatest advantage. However, when Lu Chen's kick first struck Zhao Longfei's neck, he realized just how wrong he was. The force was nothing like before. Zhao Longfei felt as if he had been struck in the forehead by a heavy axe, his head spinning. His full-force punch had no chance of reaching Lu Chen, as he had completely lost his balance and was sent flying. Spinning in midair, Zhao Longfei landed awkwardly 5 meters away, headfirst. Lu Chen's kick was not just a simple jab but a powerful wind-split kick, a mid-grade martial skill at the perfected level. Using this kick against the careless Zhao Longfei, even his mid-grade scale armor body at the subtle realm couldn't withstand it. How could this be? Zhao Longfei's head was spinning as he tried to force himself up. But Lu Chen would not give him the chance. He stepped forward in a rush and delivered another kick, sending Zhao Longfei flying several meters, landing directly beside a few classmates from Class 1, unconscious. Moreover, at this moment, the disheveled Zhao Longfei looked far more pathetic than his classmates. After finishing, Lu Chen paid no further attention to Zhao Longfei and turned to leave. Soon, emergency personnel would arrive to take them away, and Zhao Longfei would not be able to interfere with his scores in the following days. In the monitoring hall, after a moment of silence, a wave of discussions erupted. Lu Chen broke Zhao's scale armor body. He didn't use the school's leg techniques but a mid-grade martial skill. Indeed, it was the wind split kick, and it was also at the perfected level. It's hard to imagine that this Lu Chen not only mastered the stone tablet hand, 9 shadow steps, eagle claw technique, and heart-piercing kick to perfection but also fully grasped a mid-grade martial skill. This level of talent and comprehension hasn't been seen in many years among the high schools in Guanyun City. Li Chengjun looked somewhat resentfully at Wang Tong, whose expression was not good. He knew that this mid-grade martial skill must have been passed to Lu Chen by the old class leader. Wang Tong said irritably, "What are you looking at? If it weren't for your student pressuring him, Lu Chen wouldn't have needed to expose the wind split kick in the mock exam. Once exposed, his advantage in the college entrance examination would be greatly reduced." Li Chengjun quickly turned away, not daring to retort. In the middle of the front row, Principal Fong from the 3rd high school side, Old Wei, actually passing the tiger roar technique to this kid is also a good choice. To be able to teach such a student, I, Old Fong, am also content. Principal Wei shot him a sidelong glance, too lazy to expose Fong's little thoughts. This old fellow clearly recognized Lu Chen's immense potential. He just wanted a master's student title. But no matter what, Lu Chen came from their first high school and would always represent its glory. As for how many mentors Lu Chen would have in the future, he couldn't care less. Lu Chen did not know how much attention he was receiving right now, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. It was just a deduction of points, he could always earn them back later. However, the trouble with Zhao Longfei had to be resolved quickly. He had long realized that this was a world of great competition, and weakness would not earn him kindness. Looking down at his score, he found that he had indeed lost 100 points, leaving him with 772 points. Nevertheless, even so, he was still in first place. The second place, Xiang Yueya, had caught up with a score of 763 points. Lu Chen sensed something and looked up, spotting 2 figures standing on the rooftop several hundred meters away. It's was Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan. These two were clearly also watching the battle between Lu Chen and Zhao Longfei. As if sensing Lu Chen's gaze, the two figures quickly leaped off the rooftop and disappeared from sight. Lu Chen did not know if Xiang Yueya had instigated Zhao Longfei's actions against him. However, as long as Xiang Yueya did not come looking for him, he had no intention of causing her trouble. Otherwise, whether she was the school beauty or a martial arts second generation, Lu Chen would show no mercy. There are 3 days left, let's continue. Lu Chen continued to search for targets in the territory of the 8-segment Shadow Cats following the scent. He was determined to secure the top spot in the mock exam, especially since there was a reward of 300,000. As he rushed along, by sunset that day, Lu Chen had captured 3 more detection devices, bringing his score to 1156, far ahead of the others. When night fell, most students once again lay low, while Lu Chen remained invigorated, waiting for the Shadow Cat group to move. After an afternoon of wits and courage against the 8-segment Shadow Cats, Lu Chen was confident in dealing with these beasts at night. That night was still Lu Chen's personal performance time. He did not use the mid-grade martial skill, wind-cleaving leg. Instead, he relied on the open stone hand, 9 shadow steps, eagle claw technique, and heart-piercing kick, moving freely among the Shadow Cats and reaping great rewards. By the time dawn broke on April 1st, Lu Chen's score had reached 2052 points. The second place, Xiang Yueya, only had 1078 points, and the gap between them was growing larger. Although there were still 3 days left in the practical assessment, those in the monitoring hall could see that Lu Chen was undoubtedly the rightful first place. Unless he foolishly sought out the 2 level 2 Shadow Cats in the hunting ground, no one could surpass him. Lu Chen was not reckless, however. After waking up that afternoon, he directly entered the territory of the 9-segment Shadow Cats. Even martial artists at the 9-segment level like Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan had not yet entered this area. It wasn't that they were afraid, but they intended to reserve this place for the final day of hunting, so even if they failed and were eliminated, their overall scores would not be significantly affected. Lu Chen understood this examination strategy very well. After all, he had participated in various exams in his past life, and the hardest questions were always left for last. However, after making his way from the outermost area to here, Lu Chen felt reassured, knowing that the 9-segment Shadow Cats did not pose a threat to him. He might encounter difficulties, but he would not be eliminated, and that was enough. After all, it was just a mock exam. Gaining more experience would also give him more confidence during the real college entrance examination. The territory of the 9-segment Shadow Cats was smaller. As soon as Lu Chen stepped in, he was targeted by a 9-segment Shadow Cat crouching on a treetop. Meow. Facing the human intruder, the Shadow Cat did not hesitate. With a sharp cry, it leaped down directly from the 5-meter-high treetop. Its speed was astonishing, even surpassing Lu Chen's when he used the 9 shadow steps, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air as it extended its claws toward Lu Chen's head. "Come at me," Lu Chen said, stepping forward instead of retreating, meeting the Shadow Cat's claws head-on with an open stone hand. This time, Lu Chen felt a strong tearing force transmitted to his palm. However, with his mastery of the Golden Cicada Cloak to a subtle degree, even without actively using it, his skin and bones had become tough enough to be impervious to blades and guns. Therefore, the Shadow Cat's claw not only failed to pierce Lu Chen's palm but instead shattered its own sharp, blade-like nails. Lu Chen's counterattack did not stop there. His perfected stone-breaking palm was not just for show, and with one strike, he sent the Shadow Cat flying, causing it to spin in midair and lose its balance. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen had already used the 9 shadow steps to close in, and just as the Shadow Cat was about to land, he precisely removed the locator device from its neck. A heart-piercing kick followed, knocking the slightly dazed Shadow Cat unconscious. The speed and agility of the 9-stage Shadow Cat have completely surpassed me. If it weren't for the protection of the Golden Cicada Cloak, it would have been quite difficult to take it down. Lu Chen did not become complacent but instead reflected quietly. Outsiders could not see him using the Golden Cicada Cloak, but Lu Chen understood that if it weren't for the cloak's ability to remain still, he would have been injured just now, affecting his combat effectiveness. Without pausing, Lu Chen continued to search for the Shadow Cat's traces around him. Throughout the night, Lu Chen had reaped significant rewards, not only obtaining 4 locator devices but also accumulating enough practical combat experience. Only by battling beasts of this level could he truly feel pressure and rapidly accumulate skills. If it weren't for the excessive speed of the 9-stage Shadow Cats, with several of them fleeing at the first sign of danger, he could have scored even more points. By the time dawn broke on the second day, Lu Chen's score had reached 3,076 points, which had undoubtedly shocked many teachers and students. On the last day of the third assessment, a group of students at the 8th and 9th stages, including Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan, finally arrived at the territory of the 9-stage Shadow Cats. However, what awaited them were either Shadow Cats that had been scared away or prey from which the locator devices had already been taken. Lu Chen had already cleared this 9-stage territory several times. As for the Deeper level 2 Shadow Cat territory, Lu Chen ultimately did not venture in. It wasn't out of fear but rather a lack of necessity. His score was already firmly locked in at the top. Moreover, if he were to confront a Shadow Cat comparable to a human warrior, Lu Chen would inevitably have to reveal all his strength, including the subtle mastery of the Golden Cicada Cloak. This would not be beneficial for his upcoming college entrance examination. The simulated combat assessment concluded here, and all candidates' scores were thus locked in. First place, Lu Chen 4100 points. Second place, Xiang Yue 1850 points. Third place, Xueqing 1638 points. Fourth place, Huang Zhenyan 1569 points. As for Zhao Longfei, who was eliminated the next day, he ended up with a pitiful 424 points. Lu Chen was, of course, the undisputed top scorer, the first in the entire city for this simulated exam. The efficiency of the city's education bureau and schools is very high. The day after the mock exam ended, a commendation ceremony and college entrance examination pledge conference were held at the large playground of No. 1 High School. Lu Chen, who ranked first in the city for this mock exam, was specially invited to speak on behalf of the students. Of course, what he valued more was the 300,000 in cultivation expenses allocated to him. Although it wasn't cash, he could choose what kind of nutrients or medicinal liquids to purchase. With this substantial resource, Lu Chen believed he could break through to a martial artist before the college entrance examination, and his Golden Cicada garment could also reach perfection. It's worth mentioning that Lu Chen, as a dark horse, had taken the lead to win the title of first in the city, which made him quite famous, especially since he came from an ordinary class and had rapidly progressed from the bottom of the school to first in the city within a month. This kind of representation and speed of progress was naturally something the Education Bureau and various schools wanted to utilize and promote vigorously. Look at that student Lu Chen, going from a 3rd-tier martial apprentice to an 8th-tier martial apprentice in just a month, and he's taken the first place in the city. Are you still saying you don't have time to sprint? Learn more from Lu Chen. There are still 2 months left, and everything is still possible. For a time, Lu Chen became the standard of other people's child in the entire senior class circle of Guanyun City. Some students were encouraged and began to seize the time for a final sprint. Others complained, feeling that Lu Chen had ruined them. But no matter how the outside world changed, Lu Chen had returned home with ample resources, ready to continue his closed-door training. After the mock exam, they could rest for 2 days, and then he would participate in special training organized by the Education Bureau with the top students selected by the school. In Class 5, only he and Lu Qingqing were selected. Lu Qingqing also performed well in this mock exam, which is why she earned this spot. Back home, Lu Chen first looked at his personal data. Name: Lu Chen, level 8th tier martial apprentice, 43%. Martial skills: perfected 9 shadow steps, perfected open stone hand, perfected cloud piercing finger, perfected mountain leaning, perfected eagle claw skill, perfected iron wire fist, perfected heart piercing kick, perfected wind splitting leg, golden cicada garment minor, 2%. After reaching the 8th tier martial apprentice, my cultivation speed has really slowed down. And the golden cicada garment, the last step, is even slower. This was what truly worried Lu Chen. If this trend continued, his external advantages would diminish. The same went for the cultivation of martial skills. The higher the grade of the martial skills, the slower the automatic cultivation speed would be. I must find a way to further accelerate, especially the speed of automatic cultivation. Lu Chen was very clear that this was his greatest advantage and absolutely could not be ignored. For now, he could temporarily speed up the accumulation of his cultivation by taking higher grade nutrients. For example, the intermediate nutrient bar he exchanged for today doubled the speed of his chi absorption technique. Additionally, for the medicinal bath required for cultivating the golden cicada garment, he previously only dared to use it once a day, but now he could use it without limit. Let's begin. Lu Chen didn't care about the cost. While consuming the intermediate nutrient bar, he immersed himself in the medicinal bath. He planned to spend the next 2 days in the bathtub. Lu Chen roughly calculated that he would consume 5,000 worth of medicinal liquid every hour, which would amount to over 200,000 in 2 days. Moreover, even with this, his golden cicada garment still couldn't reach perfection. This really is burning money every minute and second. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. At this rate of spending, he would soon be broke again. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was burning money to accelerate his cultivation. Although it pained him, it was quite enjoyable. On the other side, in the Zhao family martial arts school located in the north of the city, Zhao Longfei was kneeling dejectedly in the underground training chamber, with his father Zhao Jingqing sitting in front of him. "You bastard, do you know you've completely humiliated me? The old principal personally called me over, and I was met with a barrage of cold sarcasm. I really wish I could stuff you back into your mother's womb." Zhao Jingcheng was about to explode with anger. He only found out what his son had done in the hunting grounds after the mock exam ended. Not only did he lose his ranking in the mock exam, but he also missed the opportunity for special training before the college entrance examination. Most importantly, this kid actually angered the old principal, which led to him being summoned for a severe reprimand. In fact, being criticized by the esteemed old principal didn't bother Zhao Jingcheng much. Many high-ranking officials in Guanyin City had been educated through the old principal's scoldings. But the problem was, there were too many acquaintances of Zhao Jingcheng in the monitoring hall at that time, which could be said to be a public embarrassment throughout the city. With the character of those teachers, his son would probably become a negative example for generations of students. In front of his father, Zhao Longfei didn't dare to act recklessly. He could only say with some grievance, "Dad, I was just following your advice to get close to and please Xiang Yueya. That kid offended Xiang Yueya and I was just looking for a chance to deal with him." Who knew? Zhao Longfei couldn't continue, but Zhao Jingcheng took over. "What do you mean? Who knew it would be live-streamed the whole time? Can't you think for yourself? That kid performed so outstandingly, how could no one pay attention? Is this how you look for opportunities?" Zhao Jingcheng said, exasperated. "So what should I do now, Dad? I can't just let that kid go, right?" Zhao Longfei couldn't let go of his hatred for Lu Chen. Not only had he repeatedly looked down on him, but he also made him lose face at home, which was a great humiliation for someone as proud as Zhao Longfei. Zhao Jingcheng snorted and gritted his teeth. "That's right, a gentleman does not let grievances go unpunished. This matter cannot be considered over. Before the college entrance examination, we must make him pay the price." Zhao Jingcheng's tone turned sinister. "Isn't he about to participate in the wilderness training organized by the Education Bureau? Let's use this opportunity to let him know the power of the Zhao family." Zhao Longfei's eyes lit up, but then he hesitated. "But I can't participate in the training this time. How do I deal with him?" Zhao Jingcheng replied irritably. "Don't worry about it. It's not just you, even I can't show my face. That kid is currently favored by the old principal and is almost becoming a public role model, so we can't act openly against him." "So what do you mean, Dad?" Zhao Longfei was a bit confused. "Silly boy, what kind of place is the wilderness?" Zhao Jingcheng looked at Zhao Longfei and said with a dark smile, "That's the true territory of exotic beasts and also a paradise for bounty hunters. Isn't it easy to find a few unfamiliar martial artists with money?" Zhao Jingcheng said confidently. Zhao Longfei's eyes brightened, and he quickly flattered, yes, Dad, you're right. With real martial artists taking action, let's see how that kid dies." "Humph. You keep kneeling, I'll personally go find someone to arrange it." Name, Lu Chen level, Martial Apprentice 8th stage, 88%. Martial skills, perfected 9 shadow steps. Perfected wind split leg golden cicada garment, subtle, 57%. On April 7th, the weather was clear. Lu Chen did not go to school but went directly to the military camp outside the suburban hunting ground to gather just a little more and I can reach Martial Apprentice 9th stage. As for the golden cicada garment, the training progress is considerable, but my bonus is almost spent, so it's just right to take this opportunity for special training to earn some more. This time, only 100 high school seniors participated in the special training, with 30 slots taken by the first high school. After all, the first high school is the best in the city. Lu Chen quickly saw Lu Qingqing and her companion, Sister Yu. Other students not from Class 5 were familiar to him, but he had not really interacted with many of them. There were Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan from Class 1, along with 4 martial apprentices at the 8th stage and 11 at the 7th stage, making up more than half of the school slots. Lu Chen did not know the others, but all the students here recognized him mainly because of his outstanding performance in the mock exam, which had been widely publicized. "Lu Chen, come here." Lu Qingqing greeted him warmly. After spending some time together, Lu Qingqing had become quite familiar with Lu Chen and no longer seemed shy. "Hello, Sister Yu." Lu Chen approached Lu Qingqing and politely greeted Sister Yu. She was a 9th stage martial artist, so it was important to maintain a good relationship. "Sister." Yu still wore a black suit and large sunglasses that covered half her face, only giving Lu Chen a cold nod. Lu Chen didn't mind. He knew that Sister Yu was actually warm inside despite her cold exterior, as she had never cut his private lesson fees during this time. "What is Sister Yu doing here?" Lu Chen leaned closer to Lu Qingqing and curiously whispered. Lu Qingqing's face turned slightly red and she said shyly, "Sister Yu is a bit worried about me, so she wants to follow me into the wilderness." So that was it. Lu Chen understood and also noticed that several students here had brought experts with them. After all, entering the wilderness meant facing real exotic beasts, and it was reasonable for families with conditions to send someone to protect them. Moreover, the special training camp seemed to have no restrictions on this situation. For example, Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan both had a martial artist accompanying them. "Are you Lu Chen?" At that moment, a sharp-looking male student with a buzz cut and dressed in a black Zhongshan suit approached Lu Chen and asked, "I am Lu Chen." Lu Chen looked at the other person curiously, realizing he was not from the first high school. The male student had a stern expression and introduced himself. "I am Shui Chang, from Class 1 of the 3rd high school. The teacher has praised you highly, but I want to compete with you again during this special training to see who can earn more military merit." Shui Chang said seriously. Lu Chen then remembered that Shui Chang was the student from the 3rd high school who ranked 3rd in the mock exam, a top student at the martial apprentice. 9th stage. However, Lu Chen was not interested in competing with him. What he cared about was how much military merit he could earn by hunting exotic beasts during the special training. From what he understood, tasks like hunting exotic beasts and gathering medicinal materials during the special training could be directly exchanged for military merit, which meant resources. This was a great opportunity for him to make money. After all, after the consumption of the past 2 days, the rewards he received after the mock exam were almost spent. He needed to fully cultivate the golden cicada garment, which would cost at least around 200,000. I'm not interested. Lu Chen straightforwardly declined. While they were still comparing, he had to hustle for his livelihood and training resources. Sigh. The children of the poor grow up early. But Shui Chang clearly had no intention of giving up. He seemed to know about Lu Chen's family situation and directly threw out a bait, saying, "If you can win against me again, all my military merit will belong to you." If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have been so sleepy. As soon as the topic of money came up, Lu Chen became interested and said directly, "Alright, it's a deal. What if you lose?" Shui Chang asked with satisfaction, raising an eyebrow. Lu Chen had never considered that he might lose, but he still humbly replied, "What do you want? If you lose, I want you to be a private coach for Xiang Yueya for a month, training with her for an hour every day." Shui Chang stated his demand without hesitation. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Xiang Yueya in the distance, who had her back turned to him. Wow, this school beauty from number 1 high school has quite the influence, even affecting students from other schools. However, fortunately, Shui Chang was slightly more rational than Zhao Longfei. At least he knew what he was lacking right now. No problem, Lu Chen readily agreed. Only then did Shui Chang leave, satisfied. Lu Chen, if you lose, will you really be Xiang Yueya's private coach? Lu Qingqing, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, approached with some reluctance. Lu Chen laughed heartily. How could I possibly lose? Don't worry, with the reward you're offering, I won't be giving free coaching to anyone else. Lu Qingqing then smiled happily, but she still felt a bit uneasy. The students gathered in groups, discussing among themselves, and it wasn't until 10:30 a.m. that the instructors for this special training finally arrived. The special training instructors were no longer teachers from various high schools, but real warriors from the military. There were a total of 7 instructors, each tall and imposing, exuding a powerful aura. Compared to high school teachers, these instructors carried a more serious and intimidating presence, clearly seasoned veterans who had experienced the brutality of battle. In addition to the 7 instructors, 2 important figures were present, Colonel Huang and Principal Fong Yuan from number 3 high school. With the arrival of these 2 big shots, the students in the camp quickly quieted down, focusing their attention on them. Dear students, I am your lead instructor for this special training. You can call me Teacher Fong, or simply Old Fong if you prefer. Hello, Principal Fong. The students recognized this principal, who was second in prestige only to Principal Wei, and greeted him loudly. Principal Fong smiled and waved his hand, then continued. Every year, the students in this special training are the best candidates for the college entrance examination in our Guanyin city. The reason for organizing this special training is to let you truly experience the wilderness combat, as it is much closer to the college entrance examination than a mock test. The 7 instructors here are all from the military and have fought against exotic beasts. Moreover, each instructor has perfected at least one school martial art. Therefore, during the special training, having them guide you will be the most efficient. As for the precautions you need to take once you enter the wilderness, let Colonel Huang explain that to you in detail. The pre-exam special training organized by the Education Bureau can be said to have put in a lot of effort. Led by Principal Fong Yuan from the 3rd High School, with skilled instructors from the military camp guarding the Guanyin base, and military soldiers escorting them into the wilderness. Especially the 7 instructors sent by the military, who were carefully selected true martial artists, each proficient in at least one form of campus martial arts. Techniques like the opening monument hand, 9 shadow steps, iron wire fist, cloud piercing finger, heart piercing kick, mountain leaning, and eagle claw skill were all included. With such conditions, the 100 students participating in the special training could completely find corresponding instructors to improve their martial skills based on their own situations. Colonel Huang did not say much. After introducing some precautions to be aware of in the wilderness, he left alone. Although the students were to enter the true wilderness, it was actually near the base, with military soldiers ready to assist at any time, ensuring the students would not encounter any accidents. Set off. With Principal Fong's command, 100 students boarded the military vehicles that had been arranged in advance, bypassing the hunting grounds and arriving at the fortress at the edge of the base. This was the first line of defense of the Guanyin city base, not only featuring thick city walls over 100 meters high but also several layers of energy light walls, with heavy troops patrolling year-round. Their camp this time was on the city wall, where they would eat and live with the military soldiers stationed there, carrying out various reconnaissance and hunting tasks together with the officers. Students, only by experiencing real wilderness combat can you become warriors who bring glory to the country. This is also the most important course for you after entering university. Of course, at this stage you can still receive protection, mainly focusing on training and broadening your horizons. Every year, the practical examination for the college entrance examination will have different hunting grounds, so you should take this opportunity to encounter more exotic beasts and enhance your adaptability. When there are no external tasks, you can practice on your own in the fortress camp or train martial skills with the instructors. After reiterating the rules of the special training, Principal Fong handed the students over to the 7 instructors. However, before leaving, his voice entered Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen, come find me after class tonight. Telepathic communication. This is a capability that can only be possessed after reaching the martial sect realm. Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled as to why this principal from the 3rd high school, whom he had never met, wanted to meet him alone. Students, I am Chung Dongya, a 7th tier martial artist, proficient in the opening monument hand. I am Lian Yunfeng, a 6th tier martial artist, proficient in the 9 shadow steps. Lu Zicheng, a 6th tier martial artist, proficient in mountain leaning. After Principal Fong left, the 7 military instructors introduced themselves briefly, especially highlighting the basic campus martial skills they were good at. It must be said that the military truly has a wealth of talent. Just a 3rd-tier base city can easily gather experts proficient in various basic martial skills. It is worth noting that it is not easy to find 7 such teachers among the 108 high schools in Guanyun City. Of course, the theoretical knowledge and martial skills of the teachers still exceed those of ordinary soldiers. For example, the homeroom teacher Wang Tong, as Lu Chen knew, although he had not perfected any school martial skill, he had reached the subtle realm in all 7 martial skills. In the coming month, we will let you experience real military camp life, temper your will, and allow you to get close to real exotic beasts. Be aware, this is no longer the child's play. Of the hunting grounds, what you will see are not the exotic beasts that have lost their fangs after being raised in captivity. After a sharp lecture from the instructors led by Chung Dongya, the students were taken to their resting place. Each student was assigned a tent, and the attendants they brought could also settle in the camp, but they must obey the instructors' arrangements. After a day had passed, the students had gained a preliminary understanding of the fortress. After dinner, while the other classmates returned to rest or practice, Lu Chen went alone to Principal Fong's residence. Come in. Before Lu Chen could knock, Principal Fong's voice had already come through. Lu Chen pushed the door open and saw Principal Fong, dressed in a long robe, with a kind expression. Hello, Principal Fong, Lu Chen greeted respectfully. No need to be formal, just call me Teacher Fong. Principal Fong smiled at Lu Chen and continued. It seems Old Wei didn't tell you. The thing is, your performance in the hunting ground was outstanding, so I proposed to your Principal Wei to pass on a martial art I created called the Tiger Roar technique to you. After all, both our 1st high school and 3rd high school are part of Guanyin City, and during the national college entrance examination, we need to present a united front against other bases. Principal Fong's words were eloquent, but Lu Chen didn't fully believe them. He thought a more reasonable explanation was that Principal Wei had fought for a new martial skill for him. However, regardless of the reason, Lu Chen, who was currently in need of martial skills, was very interested in this so-called Tiger Roar technique. Thank you, Teacher Fong. Lu Chen curiously asked, I wonder what grade this Tiger Roar technique is? Principal Fong said with a hint of pride, it's a top-tier human-level technique, not bad, just a bit stronger than your Principal Wei's golden cicada garment. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's spirits lifted. A top-tier human-level technique was already the strongest martial art that could be cultivated below the warrior level. He didn't expect that this unassuming and somewhat deceptive Principal Fong could create a martial art of such caliber. Ahem. Principal Fong then somewhat shyly added, of course, if we talk about actual combat power, the Tiger Roar technique might not necessarily be stronger than the golden cicada garment. My Tiger Roar technique is quite special. It focuses not on offense but on refining the spirit, Principal Fong declared earnestly. Refining the spirit? Lu Chen was a bit surprised, as he had only heard of such martial arts but had never seen them. It's not as mysterious as you think. It's actually a martial art that trains mental will and improves your nerve reactions, Principal Fong rephrased. He wasn't being modest, it was just that this kid would definitely consult Old Wei after going back, so it was better not to boast. Only by mixing truth and falsehood could he keep this kid intrigued. Mental will, nerve reactions. Lu Chen thought back to the previous simulation test. During that test, Lu Chen found that his nerve reaction score was not outstanding, it could only be described as average. I didn't expect to find a martial art to improve my nerve reactions so soon. Lu Chen felt secretly pleased. Principal Wei really understands me. The golden cicada robe can indeed enhance Lu Chen's overall qualities. Besides improving physical defense, the increases in basic strength and speed are also quite remarkable. The golden cicada robe, however, cannot touch the most mysterious part, the brain's nerves. It was unexpected that this Principal Fong could create such a magical martial art. You'll know the specific effects once you practice it, Principal Fong said without much explanation, directly taking out a jade slip of inheritance for Lu Chen to receive in front of him. Of course, Lu Chen welcomed it. Such martial arts are priceless outside, and they certainly wouldn't be cheaper than the golden cicada robe. Soon, Lu Chen had engraved the cultivation method of the tiger roar technique into his mind. Principal Fong continued, the tiger roar technique has certain moves, but it primarily focuses on the word roar. When practiced deeply, it can form sound wave attacks that have a stunning effect on the mind. Of course, as a top-tier martial art, its difficulty is also quite high, and it cannot be aided by medicinal liquids. During this time, you can come to me for guidance after class every day. I believe you should be able to achieve some progress before the college entrance examination. Principal Fong was still chattering away, unaware that Lu Chen had already fallen into a state of quiet joy. Just after he fully received the inheritance of the tiger roar technique, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. The tiger roar technique has been inspired by the eagle claw technique, 9 shadow steps, and mountain leaning, entering the minor achievement stage with cultivation speed doubled. The tiger roar technique has received guidance from a master, benefiting greatly, with cultivation speed further doubled. Wow, a top-tier martial art directly reaching minor achievement and the cultivation speed doubled, what a benefit! Lu Chen himself did not expect that cultivating this top-tier martial art would go so smoothly. However, upon reflection, Lu Chen felt that there seemed to be some logic to it. The 7 martial arts learned in school were fundamentally basic, laying the groundwork for practicing more advanced techniques in the future. The moves in the tiger roar technique involve tiger claw, tiger pounce, and tail whip, which indeed have some overlap with those basic martial arts. It's just that while an ordinary person would need time to transform and absorb them, Lu Chen could directly graft them onto the new martial art. So, basic martial arts are definitely not useless. Even after improving one's cultivation, they still have great significance. Lu Chen deeply realized the importance of low-grade martial arts. It's like the foundational knowledge learned in primary and secondary school. Does it lose its value once you enter university and society? Without that foundational knowledge, one might not even understand university courses, and in society, one might not even be able to do basic accounting. Therefore, Lu Chen was very glad that he had perfected the 7 martial arts in high school, which would save him a lot of time in the future for catching up. Lu Chen, are you listening? Principal Fong noticed Lu Chen had zoned out and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. At such an important moment, this kid could zone out. Was his tiger roar technique not worth it? I'm listening, please continue, Teacher Fong. Lu Chen quickly snapped back to attention. Good. Principal Fong stood up. Now, I will demonstrate. The tiger stance for you. When you can initially form the tiger stance, it will prove that you have entered the door. After saying that, the seemingly elderly Principal Fong suddenly straightened his body, appearing much more imposing. Then, he slightly bent his legs, leaned his upper body forward, raised his arms horizontally, and curled his fingers slightly like tiger claws. Not only that, but Principal Fong then began to run back and forth in the less than 30 square meter stone chamber in that posture, and his speed increased, creating a gust of wind. Lu Chen watched in fascination. At that moment, he truly felt as if he were seeing a tiger descending the mountain to hunt, majestic and awe-inspiring. You try it, follow me, Principal Fong said, slowing down as he passed by Lu Chen after running 3 laps. Lu Chen had long been itching to try it out. Without a second thought, he mimicked the same stance and followed Principal Fong, striding alongside him with the same imposing presence. Fortunately, it went smoothly. After all, he had already made some progress. Lu Chen felt it was only natural. However, after a round of walking, Principal Fong was completely unsettled. He abruptly stopped, turned around, and blocked the eager Lu Chen, glaring at him as he asked, "Kid, have you already practiced the tiger roar technique?" Lu Chen was not surprised by this situation. He understood why Principal Fong was asking, so he honestly shook his head and said, "No, Principal Fong, didn't you just teach it to me?" Yes, I did teach it to you." Principal Fong scratched his beard. "But do you know that you have already gone beyond the basics? You have already achieved minor success in the tiger roar technique. The tiger form is taking shape. You can start to emulate its spirit," Principal Fong said in disbelief. He was truly taken aback. He had heard that this kid had high comprehension, but he had never seen it to this extent. Was this really just a matter of high comprehension? This was like cheating. Principal Fong knew there was a gaming term among the students that seemed to express this idea. However, out of respect for his own authority, Principal Fong did not ask but instead stroked his beard and regained his composure, saying, "Don't be arrogant. Although your comprehension is good, you have not yet touched the essence of the tiger roar technique, so you need to practice diligently with me from now on." Lu Chen humbly replied, "Understood, Principal Fong." Don't be so formal, just call me teacher from now on, Principal Fong emphasized again. Okay, teacher, Lu Chen responded accordingly. Well, practicing the tiger roar to refine the spirit here is not very suitable. Principal Fong looked around and decisively said, let's go outside to practice the tiger roar technique. Lu Chen naturally complied respectfully. Following Principal Fong outside, Lu Chen did not expect that the old principal would suddenly grab him and leap off the 100-meter-high fortress wall. The direction they were heading was not inside the fortress but towards the dark wilderness outside. Principal Fong was actually going to take Lu Chen to practice the tiger roar technique in the wild. A gust of air soon emerged beneath Principal Fong's feet, helping him slow down in mid-air as they glided for hundreds of meters before landing smoothly. Lu Chen clicked his tongue in amazement, while Principal Fong nonchalantly said, it's just a small technique of the martial sovereign to manipulate the air. When you reach this level, you can do the same. Lu Chen nodded, but in reality he was even more curious about the surrounding wilderness environment. This place was completely different from the hunting grounds. It was a truly sparsely populated area, belonging to the beasts. A whoa! Low howls echoed around them, and Lu Chen saw pairs of crimson eyes emerging. This feeling was entirely different from that in the hunting grounds, and the hair all over Lu Chen's body stood on end involuntarily. When the owners of those scarlet eyes revealed their true forms, Lu Chen recognized them as the two-headed dogs of the which he had seen in textbooks and videos. Moreover, Lu Chen could determine from the physical characteristics of these 6 two-headed dogs that they were level 8 beasts. He had to admit that the 8-segment two-headed dogs in the wilderness were indeed far more terrifying than the shadow cats of the same realm in the hunting grounds. It wasn't about strength, but rather an indescribable fierce aura, as if they were about to pounce on him and fight to the death at any moment. This feeling was completely different from the concept of the domesticated beasts raised in the hunting grounds. Lu Chen suddenly realized how significant this special training was. Did you see? These creatures are all mutated from former house pets. Principal Fong calmly glanced at the restless two-headed dogs and continued, so, in the current human basis, it is forbidden to keep pets privately. You haven't even seen the ferocious beasts mutated from wild animals. They are much more savage than these guys. Seemingly sensing Lu Chen's tension, Principal Fong's tone became a bit more relaxed. Of course, don't overestimate them either. As long as you have enough strength, more ferocious than these beasts, you can suppress them so they don't dare to raise their heads. After saying this, as if to prove his words, Principal Fong assumed a tiger stance. Lu Chen quickly focused on Principal Fong, watching as the elderly man, over 80 years old, had his chest and abdomen rise and fall like waves, an invisible force finally transmitting to his throat. Then, Principal Fong opened his mouth wide and let out a roar that shook the surroundings. This roar no longer resembled a human voice, it was more like the call of a tiger, containing the majesty and imposing aura of the king of beasts. Although Lu Chen had already covered his ears in advance, he still felt a buzzing in his head, and his hands and feet felt a bit weak. Sensing the two-headed dogs closing in around him, Lu Chen noticed that those beasts, which had just been extremely fierce, were now emitting a low, submissive whine and fled without looking back. How terrifying is this? The true power of the tiger roar technique? Lu Chen was secretly astonished. At this moment, Principal Fong had already finished and stood calmly, hands behind his back, saying lightly, this is only 10% of the tiger roar technique's power. If I had used my full strength just now, these little beasts wouldn't have run away, they would have been scared to death. Lu Chen was slightly stunned, realizing he had underestimated this top-tier martial art. Alright, this area is clear now, no beast will dare to come here tonight. Let's practice here. After clearing the area with a roar, Principal Fong officially began to teach Lu Chen the mental cultivation method of the tiger roar technique. As Principal Fong had said, the most outstanding aspect of the tiger roar technique was not its offensive capabilities, nor even its sound wave attacks, but the honing of one's own mental will. Just like that roar earlier, the sound wave attack was merely superficial, the true shock and honing were actually of one's spirit. Over time, this would naturally allow one's mental will to become more refined and powerful. This was the essence of the tiger roar technique. With the guidance of Principal Fong, a perfected master, Lu Chen quickly got into the zone, and the speed of his tiger roar technique training was even much faster than when he practiced the golden cicada cloak. With guidance from a master, the training speed of the tiger roar technique has doubled. Feeling the owner's diligence, the training progress of the tiger roar technique skyrocketed, reaching great success. By 11 o'clock that night, Lu Chen's tiger roar technique had successfully entered the realm of great success. Alright, let's stop here for tonight. I need to go back and get some sleep, Principal Fong said, feeling that his heart couldn't take it anymore, and hurriedly called a halt to Lu Chen's training, taking him back to the fortress without further ado. God, in just one night, from just starting to entering the door, and then from minor success to great success, is this even human? Principal Fong suddenly understood why Old Wei valued this student so much, and he also realized why Lu Chen was able to cultivate so many martial arts to perfection. Not To mention Principal Fong, even Lu Chen himself was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected his practice of the tiger roar technique to go so smoothly. What surprised and delighted him even more was that after mastering the tiger roar technique, a prompt sounded in his mind again. The chi gathering technique senses the master's spirit is uplifted. Cultivation speed quadruples. The golden cicada garment senses the master's spirit is uplifted. Cultivation speed quadruples. This was definitely an unexpected joy. Lu Chen, feeling a bit dazed, returned to the tent without fully understanding why the cultivation speeds of the chi gathering technique and the golden cicada garment had suddenly increased. Wait, could it be because of the tiger roar technique? Lu Chen suddenly realized that the change he experienced that night was due to practicing the tiger roar technique. His eyes lit up as he thought, to be precise, it should be because of the tiger roar technique's effect on refining the spirit, which enhanced my mental will, thus raising the overall performance of my external skills. How to describe this phenomenon? Lu Chen felt it was like fundamentally updating and enhancing the external program, so the speed of automatic cultivation of martial arts had overall improved. Wow, does that mean I can use a similar method to upgrade my external skills? With this thought, Lu Chen's heart was filled with joy as it resolved his biggest concern in recent times. If this were true, then even if his cultivation level increased and practicing martial arts became stronger and more difficult, he wouldn't have to worry about his external skills becoming useless. The tiger roar technique means so much to me, Lu Chen thought happily. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly felt a warm current flowing into his body, followed by a long-lost feeling of hunger. Lu Chen quickly looked at his personal panel. This means my cultivation has broken through. Name, Lu Chen level, Martial Apprentice 9th stage, 1%. Martial Arts, 9 Shadow Steps perfect. Wind Cleaving Leg perfect. Golden Cicada Garment subtle, 58%. Tiger Roar technique mastered, 1%. What a double joy, I've finally broken through to the Martial Apprentice 9th stage. Lu Chen was overjoyed, and most importantly, he had just solved the problem of upgrading his external skills. Even after breaking through to the 9th stage, the speed of automatic cultivation wouldn't decline. Moreover, with deeper cultivation of the tiger roar technique, his mental will would continue to strengthen, and correspondingly, the speed of all his cultivation would rise, creating a virtuous cycle. This is exhilarating. Just this one gain makes the trip worthwhile. On April 8, as dawn broke, a loud and urgent whistle woke the students who were about to enter the fortress for special training. Lu Chen had only slept for 3 hours, but he still got up energetically and quickly made his way to the assembly point. After breaking through his cultivation level last night, he spent several hours studying his own condition, checking for any signs of regression. Fortunately, the automatic cultivation system had indeed shown growth as he had hoped. The most obvious point was that after breaking through to the 9th stage, the speed of automatic cultivation did not decrease. Instead, it seemed to have subtly improved. With the supply of intermediate nutrition bars, his cultivation could increase by 10% each day. At this rate, in less than 10 days, he hoped to break through the major barrier and become a true martial artist. It was rare to see an 18-year-old martial artist, but they were not uncommon nationwide, with a wave emerging every year during the college entrance examination. However, it should not be forgotten that Lu Chen had only been at the 3rd stage of martial apprentice for a month. In just over a month, breaking through from the 3rd stage of martial apprentice to martial artist could not be said to have no predecessors, but at least it was unprecedented. Lu Chen was not proud of this, as he understood that having talent or an advantage could only be considered a congenital advantage. If he did not work hard, he would eventually be caught up by others. Moreover, if he were to encounter fierce beasts or enemies, they would not care whether he was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Instead, they would go all out to attack him. A genius who has not grown can only be called a potential stock, not a true strong person. Students, today you will follow our warriors into the wilderness to carry out reconnaissance and clearing tasks. However, this time the main characters will no longer be the warriors, but you. The warriors will only assist you in the battle and record military achievements, gathering the results. We will depart at 8 o'clock and return to the camp at 2 o'clock. We will tally your military achievements each day. These military achievements can be used at your discretion to exchange for money, resources, or even military techniques. Additionally, Colonel Huang has personally ordered that after the special training, the one with the highest military achievement may be awarded military rank honors, depending on the situation. I believe you all know what this means. As the chief instructor Chang Dongye's words fell, the 100 students erupted in an uproar. While Lu Chen was thinking about what he should exchange his military achievements for, the other students were discussing the military rank honors mentioned by Chang Dongye. Although it was not a direct power to command troops, most people understood how powerful this military rank honor was. To put it simply, this military rank honor was like a protective talisman. It allowed one to enjoy many national policies and benefits, to be revered by others, and it was a symbol of status. The most important point was that those who held military rank honors could receive corresponding salary benefits and enjoy priority access to military resources, gaining many opportunities for inheritance that were not open to society. When Lu Chen vaguely heard this discussion, he became invigorated. Salary benefits, military resources, these were exactly what he needed. The resources and martial techniques available in schools and on the market could not compare to those of the military. Moreover, accepting military rank honors did not require serving in the military, allowing him to attend university and do what he wanted. Where can I find such a good opportunity? No doubt about it, I, Lu Chen, have already reserved the first place in this special training. Lu Chen made up his mind, feeling a surge of motivation as the shining military rank honors began to beckon to him. Not just him, but all the students present felt the same way. Eager to jump down from the fortress and fight fiercely against the beasts. The chief instructor knew when to stop and did not continue to encourage these eager students, instead starting to group them. Each instructor would take a group of students, with each group consisting of 14 or 15 people, accompanied by a class of warriors. Lu Chen and Lu Qingqing were assigned to the same group, and apart from them, he didn't recognize any of the other students. The instructor leading this group was a 6th-tier martial artist named Lu Ziqiang, who was a 2nd lieutenant squad leader. According to the military camp's organizational structure, squad leaders are generally mid to high-tier martial artists, while class leaders are low-tier martial artists, and the ordinary soldiers in the class are mostly martial apprentices. The 7 instructors here were clearly all 2nd lieutenants. The soldiers who would soon escort the students into the wilderness were mostly high-tier martial apprentices. Set off. At 8 o'clock, Cheng Donye commanded, and the students passed through the open light wall one by one, arriving in the wilderness. The wilderness here was completely different from the desolate town ruins of the base's hunting grounds. It was true wild mountainous terrain. The 7 student groups immediately dispersed, scouting in different directions. Their task was to investigate the wilderness within 50 miles. Identify potential hazards, collect precious medicinal herbs, and eliminate any emerging exotic beasts. The students led the way, with the instructors and a class of soldiers following closely behind, ready to provide support at any moment. Of course, there were also a few students who brought their own escorts, like Sister Yu, who quietly followed at the back. Unless faced with an irresistible crisis, these external aides were not allowed to disrupt the students' special training. Lu Chen, if you encounter danger, call for me in time, and I will have Sister Yu help you, Lu Qingqing nervously reminded Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled at Lu Qingqing, expressing his gratitude. However, unless he faced a truly dangerous situation, he would not call for help, as that would affect his ability to earn military merit. Squad leader, is he the top scorer from the simulation exam a few days ago? At the back of the line, the class leader leaned closer to Lu Ziqiang and asked, in a low voice. Lu Ziqiang nodded, his voice serious. That's him, Lu Chen. It is said that his opening stone hand, 9 shadow steps, eagle claw technique, and heart-piercing kick are all perfected. That's why old Cheng had me follow this team, to guide him in practicing the leaning against the mountain technique, Lu Ziqiang said. Isn't that a bit biased? The young class leader was even more curious. Whose connection is this, that he needs special care? Lu Ziqiang shot him a glance, kicked the class leader 3 meters away, and said irritably, focus on your own duties. Do you know what it means to be the flower of the motherland? Do you know what a genius is? Tell all the soldiers to be ready for fire support at any time. These precious gems are just here to experience life. We can't afford to have even one incident. Once the class leader walked away with a grin, Lu Ziqiang glanced at Lu Chen in the distance, recalling Cheng Dongye's reminder. This one is someone Colonel Huang values highly. There must be no mistakes. I'll have to see how much weight a student so valued by the colonel really carries. I hope he doesn't get scared and wet his pants in the wilderness. In the wilderness, danger lurks everywhere, but at the same time, opportunities abound. Perhaps due to the presence of exotic beasts, the soil here can nurture all kinds of special herbs, which are quite valuable to humans. For example, the phoenix tail grass needed by Lu Chen to cultivate the golden cicada suit mainly comes from the wilderness and is difficult to obtain through artificial cultivation. Therefore, bounty hunter warriors and reconnaissance soldiers from the military often take risks to enter the wilderness, hunting and eliminating exotic beasts while searching for various precious herbs. Both exotic beasts and herbs are scarce resources in the human world. Look, it's a first-level herb, the blazing sunflower. During their journey, a student suddenly brightened up, pointing at a striking 3-leaf red flower. As he spoke, he bent down to grab the red flower. This primary herb isn't particularly expensive, but it can still be worth a few $100. The key is that collecting herbs can also earn military merit. But just as the student's hand approached the fiery red petals, a shadow suddenly sprang out, heading straight for his neck. Be careful, a nearby student shouted loudly. However, the shadow was too fast, and the student reaching for the herb had no time to react. At that moment, a dark light suddenly shot in from a distance, accurately striking the shadow and sending it flying. The one who Acted was Lu Chen, a dozen meters away, who had been holding 2 pebbles in his hand, and at this moment they came in handy. The students breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the shadow that had been knocked down, unable to suppress their surprise. That's a 3-segment black mosquito. One bite could take half our lives. That was close. The creature struck by the pebble was indeed a mosquito. However, this mosquito was much larger than any Lu Chen had seen in his previous life, with its blood-sucking mouthpart being as long as a pinky finger. Thank you, Lu Chen. The student who was about to pick the flower turned pale with fright. If Lu Chen hadn't acted in time, he would have needed urgent medical attention. Now, you're welcome. Lu Chen walked over, cheerfully picked the blazing sunflower from the ground, and handed it to the soldiers following behind. Both the blazing sunflower and that black mosquito were military merits, and he naturally wouldn't let them go. The student didn't mind and continued to thank Lu Chen repeatedly. The students continued forward, but they became much more cautious. They realized that this was the wilderness, where deadly dangers could emerge at any moment. Behind them, Instructor Lu Ziqian quietly put away his handgun. If Lu Chen hadn't acted, he would have intervened to stop that black mosquito as well. These battle-hardened soldiers knew best that in the wilderness any creature could harbor deadly danger. Just like that primary 3-segment black mosquito, it could still ambush and take the life of a high-level martial artist. This was not a drill but real combat. No one would warn you in advance that they were coming. Conducting a thorough search, the students delved deeper into the wilderness, encountering more and more herbs, as well as various hard-to-detect first-level mosquitoes. These mosquitoes, which usually only appeared in textbooks, always showed up in unexpected ways, directly launching ambushes to claim lives. Fortunately, the students' learning adaptability was quite good. They quickly combined practice with theory, found their rhythm, and stopped stepping into traps. However, what frustrated them was that almost more than half of the mosquitoes and exotic beasts that emerged were harvested by Lu Chen first. Only some herbs discovered by other students were not forcibly taken by Lu Chen. These are all military merits. When it comes to stealing kills, I'm a professional. Lu Chen felt no embarrassment. They were already in a competitive relationship. As long as the instructor didn't say anything, it was tacitly allowed for him to steal kills. Moreover, most of those students who usually lived in comfort didn't care much about this little money. Instead, they were quite unaccustomed to such bloody scenes and would rather let Lu Chen take them. This kid really isn't afraid of blood, the squad leader murmured in surprise as he approached Lu Ziqian from behind. Lu Ziqian shrugged nonchalantly. It's just a few low-level bugs, squashing a few mosquitoes. What's there to be afraid of? True courage is when he sees the blood of his own people and doesn't change color, Lu Ziqian said meaningfully. The squad leader recalled the first time he saw a soldier beside him have his arm bitten off, and the first time he witnessed a beast tear away a chunk of flesh, nodding in deep agreement. Unknowingly, it was already noon, and they had successfully scouted 40 miles outside the fortress. Just 10 more miles and they could turn back safely. Although the journey had been filled with tension but no real danger, the students were already showing signs of fatigue. In such a place, they had to keep their nerves taut at all times, which was a significant psychological strain on them. Just the thought of returning to the fortress made the students relax their tense nerves. This truly wasn't a life for humans. But just as they were about to turn back, Lu Chen's nose suddenly twitched and he turned sharply to look at a towering tree a dozen meters away. Upon seeing it, Lu Chen couldn't help but be startled. There, coiled around the brown trunk of the tree, was a snake that looked remarkably like tree bark, its flat head hidden among the drooping branches, staring down at a student passing below, less than 2 meters away. Hiss! At that moment, the snake's head suddenly moved, springing into action with incredible speed. Not good! Lu Chen and the instructor behind him reacted almost simultaneously. One threw a stone while the other drew his gun and fired. Bang! The stone hit the snake's head, and the bullet struck the snake's vital spot. However, this snake was not like the low-level mosquitoes they had encountered before, but an 8-segmented deadwood snake, with a much stronger vitality. Though it was in pain, it merely swayed its body and lunged down faster, opening its gaping maw to bite the student's forearm. The startled student reacted just in time, using his arm to shield his head. But that was all he could do. He had long forgotten the martial skills he had learned, leaving only a reflexive response. With that bite, the student screamed in agony, frantically shaking to try to throw off the long snake. At that moment, Lu Chen arrived first, using the eagle claw technique to fiercely grab the snake's vital spot. His 5 fingers pierced into the snake's body, causing blood to ooze out. With a powerful tug, Lu Chen lifted the deadwood snake, tearing a chunk of flesh from the student's arm in the process. The deadwood snake, caught by its vital spot, cried out in pain, its 2-meter-long body whipping around like a long whip, striking at Lu Chen. You've been spoiled, Lu Chen thought to himself, gripping the snake's tail with his other hand, refusing to back down. Then, with a sudden force, he actually tore the long snake in half, blood mist spraying everywhere. The scene became extremely bloody, frightening the surrounding students into a panic. Goodness, this kid is even more brutal than the beasts, the squad leader muttered in shock. What are you standing there for? Hurry and save him, Lu Ziqiang shouted after glancing at the blood-soaked Lu Chen. A piece of flesh was bitten off the forearm of that student from another school, injuring an artery, and blood was still gushing out. However, with the medical techniques in this world, even a severed arm can regenerate, so this injury was not fatal. The surrounding students were pale with fear and dared not approach. The class leader quickly brought 2 soldiers to perform first aid on the student, temporarily stopping the bleeding. Lu Chen took the handkerchief that Lu Qingqing handed him and wiped the snake blood off his face, feeling not too uncomfortable. He had already mentally prepared himself for such situations and even watched related bloody videos several times in advance. However, Lu Chen once again felt the dangers of the wilderness, which were completely different from the domesticated beasts in the hunting grounds. The shadow cat from the previous simulation test, although not tamed, clearly did not possess the wild aura of the beasts in the wilderness. "Kid, are you okay?" Instructor Lu Ziqiang asked as he approached Lu Chen. Lu Chen watched the other soldiers help him collect the spoils and smiled, shaking his head. "Instructor, can I ask how many military merits I have now?" After working hard for half a day and taking many heads, Lu Chen was eager to know about his military merits. Lu Ziqiang was visibly taken aback. This kid showed no concern for his classmate and had no fear, but instead wanted to know his military merits first. He didn't know whether to call him cold-blooded or carefree. 352 military merits. "Don't worry, you're currently in first place," Lu Ziqiang replied irritably. Lu Chen roughly calculated. Based on common sense, 1 military merit was worth over 100 yuan, so he had earned over 30,000 today? Great, this is faster than being a private tutor. Lu Chen thought happily. The key was that military merits had a higher value than corresponding money because they could be exchanged for resources not available in the market. If only I could get a few martial arts techniques for free like the teachers at school, Lu Chen thought to himself. But he also knew that this was very difficult. Soldiers were soldiers, and the military was not a charitable institution for education. Everything was based on military merits. Of course, private transmission of skills did not count. Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked meaningfully at instructor Lu Ziqiang beside him. This martial arts instructor must have some resources, right? What are you staring at? Lu Ziqiang felt uneasy under Lu Chen's gaze. Lu Chen honestly said, "Report, instructor, I would like to ask you to guide me in my martial arts techniques." Lu Ziqiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was something serious. It turned out this genius kid also knew to be humble and seek advice. "Let's talk about it later. The training for martial arts is in the afternoon." Their group's reconnaissance mission was completed, and they quickly returned to the fortress in an orderly manner. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all the students gathered at the training ground. Some were injured, some were dejected, and others were more excited. Clearly, the first day's wilderness journey had given these students an experience unlike any before. Lu Chen also noticed that the electronic bulletin board at the training ground displayed the military merit rankings of all the students. As Lu Ziqiang had said, the first place was indeed Lu Chen, with 352 military merits. The second place was surprisingly Xuechang from Class 3, who had provoked Lu Chen earlier, with 297 military merits. The third and fourth places were Xiang Yueya and Huang Junyan, both with over 200 merits. Xuechang glanced at Lu Chen from a distance, still full of fighting spirit. Lu Chen smiled back, calculating in his mind, 352 plus 297, I now have a total of 649 military merits. Chief Instructor Chang Dongye began his speech. "You all must be very clear about your performance in the wilderness. I have to say, you are the worst group I have ever led. If there is no improvement going forward, my suggestion is that you pack up and go back to school to Playhouse." As soon as the students heard this, more than half of them immediately lowered their heads in shame, thinking it was about them. "Now, you have half an hour of break time. After half an hour, we will start martial arts training. Find the appropriate instructor for sparring based on your own situation." At this point, Chang Dongye smiled somewhat sinisterly, causing the students present to shiver involuntarily. They had heard from previous students that sparring with these instructors was simply a form of torture. After all, the motto of military training is to push oneself to the brink of death and then be reborn, which means training to the point of exhaustion. Many students, even new recruits, have said they would rather face wild beasts in the wilderness than spar with the devil instructors. Lu Chen, however, didn't mind. He was still thinking about how to take advantage of the instructors. During the break, Lu Chen took a look at his personal panel name. Lu Chen level, Martial Apprentice 9th stage, 4%. Martial skills, 9 shadow steps perfected. Wind cleaving leg perfected. Golden cicada cloak subtle, 59%. Tiger roar technique major achievement, 2%. The automatic cultivation speed of golden cicada cloak and tiger roar technique is still a bit slow. Lu Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied. The golden cicada cloak requires medicinal liquid for assistance, and Lu Chen planned to exchange military merits for the liquid. tonight, soaking it while he sleeps. The tiger roar technique is a top-tier skill, so it's understandable that the automatic cultivation speed is slow after reaching major achievement. Anyway, with Principal Fong providing extra guidance, he believed that in a month's time he could at least reach subtlety close to perfection. So, I can definitely learn a few more martial skills, the more, the better. Especially after realizing the importance of basic martial skills, Lu Chen wouldn't mind having more, as it would save time for future cultivation. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen didn't look for other instructors and headed straight for Lu Ziqiang. Since he had already perfected the 7 martial skills at school, it didn't matter who he found, what mattered was who could teach him new skills. Lu Qingqing's opening stone hand and 9 shadow steps had already reached subtlety under Lu Chen's sparring, so she simply chose to join Lu Chen's group. To Lu Chen's surprise, Xiang Yueya, Huang Junyan, and even that Shuachang also chose instructor Lu Ziqiang. Are they all wanting to learn the closed mountain technique? Lu Ziqiang stood proudly facing the 15 students who chose him, his voice booming. I may not understand teaching as well as your teachers, but I can suppress my own cultivation level and engage in the most authentic martial arts sparring with you. What I want to teach you is not the logic of the closed mountain technique, but how to use it to defeat your opponents. As for how much you can comprehend, that depends on yourselves. Who will come first? Lu Ziqiang's tiger-like gaze swept around. The students all lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact, and no one volunteered. Then I'll call names. Lu Ziqiang suddenly looked at Lu Chen in the crowd. Lu Chen, step forward. Lu Chen responded and stepped out, cupping his fists to the instructor. Please guide me, instructor. Alright, I will spar with you using my martial apprentice ninth stage cultivation. Lu Ziqiang nodded and announced loudly. Ninth stage? The students stirred in the crowd. When did this happen? Wasn't Lu Chen a martial apprentice 8th stage? Moreover, after the campus forums discussions, the students present all knew that Lu Chen had not broken through to the martial apprentice 8th stage for long. But just a few days had passed and now he was at 9th stage? Did they think it was as simple as eating and drinking? Lu Ziqiang was unaware that Lu Chen had just broken through and didn't know about Lu Chen's previous progress speed. He only judged Lu Chen's cultivation level as martial apprentice 9th stage after seeing him act in the wilderness. Quiet! Lu Ziqiang roared. Other students, watch carefully, it will help you. 2. Once the students quieted down, Lu Ziqiang looked at Lu Chen and shouted, Kid, watch closely, this is the perfected close mountain technique. Before the words fell, Lu Ziqiang had already charged towards Lu Chen with large strides, each step seeming to shake the ground beneath him, thudding loudly with great momentum. As he closed in, Lu Ziqiang suddenly bent his elbow and turned his body, unleashing an even greater speed as he slammed into Lu Chen's chest. Lu Chen, unfazed, executed the Taizhan Cow technique, inhaling deeply as if his chest had collapsed, dissipating half of the instructor's force. At the same time, Lu Chen's right knee shot up sharply, driving into Lu Ziqiang's leaning chest and abdomen. With a muffled thud, Lu Chen staggered back a few steps, while the instructor, who had just been full of vigor, also retreated 2 steps before steadying himself. Lu Ziqiang was shocked. In a clash between experts, one encounter was enough to gauge the other's strength. From Lu Chen's reaction and the subtlety of his counterattack, he could tell what kind of Taizhan Cow Lu Chen was practicing. This kid, his Taizhan Cow is also perfected, it must be. Lu Ziqiang almost cursed, wondering how the Education Bureau had reviewed the submitted materials. This perfected Taizhan Cow, and he still had to point it out in vain? He quickly realized that this kid named Lu Chen was no simple character, hiding such a skill and wanting to make him, the instructor, look foolish in public? You've already perfected it, why are you bothering me? Lu Ziqiang felt a bit of a headache because he had boasted too much earlier. If he couldn't guide even the first student, how could the others practice? At this moment, Lu Chen, silent, had already taken the initiative to attack, his movements and momentum not losing to instructor Lu Ziqiang at all. Bang! The two collided closely, entangled in the Taizhan Cow technique, appearing evenly matched. Lu Ziqiang finally couldn't hold back, lowering his voice. What do you want, kid? You've perfected it, yet you still come to tease me? Lu Chen chuckled inwardly, but on the surface he remained calm as a seasoned veteran, his voice equally low. Instructor, I just want to ask you to guide me in my martial arts. Guide you? Nonsense, aside from Taizhan Cow, I'm not skilled in other campus martial arts, Lu Ziqiang replied irritably. Lu Chen replied earnestly, it's fine, I'm not interested in other campus martial arts either, so I want to ask the instructor for some new techniques. Anything of lower quality is fine, I won't mind. Lu Ziqiang was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing what Lu Chen wanted, almost bursting out in anger. Trying to take advantage of me, you little brat, what are you thinking? Lu Ziqiang never expected that he would originally want to take the opportunity to suppress Lu Chen's arrogance, but instead, he was put in a difficult position by this kid. If he couldn't take down Lu Chen soon, how could he command respect and establish authority among the other students? However, yielding like this made Lu Ziqiang very unwilling. Wouldn't he be laughed at if this got out? At that moment, Lu Chen, who had been firmly rejected, attempted a close-body throw, which Lu Ziqiang managed to evade. Instructor, think about it, I'm helping you gain fame. In the future, when I use the martial arts you taught me, it will also bring you glory, right? After trying a hard approach, Lu Chen switched to a softer one, still wanting to give the instructor a way out. Sure enough, upon hearing Lu Chen's softer words, Lu Ziqiang stopped insisting, gritting his teeth and said, "Fine, you little brat, I'll help you exchange for a military martial art. The 7 steps killing fist. Don't worry, it's a medium-grade martial art," Lu Ziqiang added. Lu Chen was overjoyed. "Thank you, instructor." Immediately after, Lu Chen deliberately exposed a flaw, and Lu Ziqiang seized the opportunity to deliver a sharp elbow strike, sending him flying into the group of students. Lu Chen pretended to stumble as he got up, cupping his fists and saying, "Thank you, instructor, for your guidance. It has given me a new understanding of the close mountain lean." Lu Ziqiang stood with his hands behind his back, slightly nodding, and casually remarked, "You're already quite good. Your close mountain lean is subtle, you're not far from perfection." In reality, his heart was bleeding. Medium-grade martial arts weren't something that could just be passed on, it required consuming nearly 1,000 military merits and also needed to guarantee for that kid. However, Lu Ziqiang felt that Lu Chen's words made sense. With Lu Chen's potential, as long as he didn't die young, he would definitely become famous in the future, and at that time, his own contribution to passing on martial arts wouldn't be overlooked. If he didn't truly believe in Lu Chen, he wouldn't have sacrificed so much for the sake of face. The surrounding students didn't notice Lu Chen's mastery of the close mountain lean, they only found it hard to believe when the instructor mentioned the subtlety of the technique. They knew that Lu Chen's opening stone hand, 9 shadow steps, eagle claw technique, and heart-piercing kick were all perfected, but they didn't expect that even his close mountain lean was at a subtle level. Is this still a student of our age? However, seeing the instructor's moves, it doesn't seem as fierce as the rumors say, so we don't need to worry too much. With this mindset, the remaining students began to eagerly step forward to practice the close mountain lean with the instructor. Thus, Lu Ziqiang, who had been holding in a belly full of anger, ruthlessly pummeled all the students who came forward several times, almost sending them all to the military medical office. Only the 2 girls, Xiang Yueya and Lu Qingqing, were spared, but they still had to go to the military medical office to recover from their hidden injuries. Before Huang Junyan and Xue Changlin were carried away, they were still resentfully staring at Lu Chen, who seemed unaffected, not understanding why their treatment was so different. By around 4 in the afternoon, only Lu Chen remained in this training area. In fact, the other 6 groups were in similar situations, with each instructor being quite harsh. Leaving Lu Chen to wait in place, Lu Ziqiang quickly went to exchange for the medium-grade fist technique he mentioned, and it was approved smoothly. Remember, don't tell anyone about this for now. After returning to the training area and passing the 7 steps killing fist to Lu Chen, Lu Ziqiang couldn't help but emphasize, "If you have any hidden skills, go find other instructors to try tomorrow. I can't be the only one to suffer," Lu Ziqiang said with a sly smile. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, he still had the iron wire fist and cloud-piercing finger that hadn't been revealed. This was just 2 opportunities to take advantage of. "Thank you for your guidance, instructor." Lu Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. Again, this trip to the military camp was truly rewarding. Once Lu Chen received the 7 steps killing fist, a prompt sounded in his mind. The 7 steps killing fist absorbs experience from the iron wire fist in 9 shadow steps, achieving minor success directly. The 7 steps killing fist receives guidance from a master, and the cultivation speed quadruples. Lu Chen was secretly pleased. Sure enough, the 7 steps killing fist has something in common with the iron wire fist and the 9 shadow step, and can be directly transformed and enhanced. Moreover, due to Lu Chen's improved mental will, the automatic training speed of the 7 steps killing had already doubled, and with the instructor's guidance, it increased 2 more times. At this stage, after minor success, the 7 steps killing could improve by 16% every hour. 2 hours later, Lu Chen looked at his training progress for the 7 steps killing minor success, 32%. To avoid startling the lovely instructor, Lu Chen did not practice but merely observed from the side. Lu Ziqiang thought Lu Chen was still in the digestion phase and said after finishing his training, "Remember, the 7 steps killing fist is a fist technique that accumulates killing intent, which can be enhanced through footwork. With each step, the killing intent grows stronger and it must not be interrupted." Lu Chen nodded. He had already gained some understanding of this fist technique after achieving minor success. "The reason I helped you choose this fist technique is that I have mastered the 7 steps killing fist and can personally guide you. In the future, I can spare an hour every afternoon to train you in this 7 steps killing fist. You can go back now." Lu Ziqiang said this, but in his heart, he was thinking, "Let you kid trick me. Starting tomorrow, you'll know how tough it is. If the Tai Shan Qua can't handle you, won't the 7 steps killing fist beat you to the military doctor?" Lu Chen was thinking, no wonder the training speed of the 7 steps killing fist, which is also a mid-grade martial skill, is not as fast as when he trained the Win split leg with the homeroom teacher. It turns out the instructor's martial skill is too weak, only now reaching great success. Tomorrow afternoon? Lu Chen calculated his training speed and time. By tomorrow afternoon, he would achieve great success, and at that time, who knows who would be guiding whom. However, Lu Chen still sincerely thanked the instructor again before returning to the camp. The day's training had ended, but his evening was also fully scheduled. First, he had to train the Tiger Roar skill with Principal Fong, and then he needed to exchange military merit for medicinal liquid to soak and train the Golden Cicada garment. Sigh, busy yet fulfilling days. That night, Lu Chen's cultivation shocked Principal Fong. However, what was even more shocking was his progress in the Tiger Roar skill. Principal Fong felt that this top-tier martial skill was improving in Lu Chen's hands every moment, and it probably wouldn't take a month before he could master it. After another night of medicinal bathing, Lu Chen paid attention to his training progress early the next morning. Name: Lu Chen. Level: Martial Apprentice 9th Stage 15%. Martial Skills: 9 Shadows Step Perfect. Win Split Leg Perfect. Golden Cicada Garment Entry 65%. Tiger Roar Skill Great Success 22%. 7 Steps Killing Fist Minor Success 80%. Not bad. At this rate, a month from now will be a whole new world. Lu Chen was very satisfied. Although last night's medicinal bath had almost exhausted the military merit he had accumulated yesterday, it didn't matter. His Golden Cicada garment was progressing rapidly. Moreover, Shui Chang was still saving up for him. Today, continue to earn military merit. Which instructor should I find to learn martial skills this afternoon? On this day, the students once again advanced 20 miles into the wilderness. The strange beasts in the wild were like wild grass, sprouting one after another, impossible to eradicate completely. Fortunately, within 100 miles of the fortress, there were few second-level beasts, making it suitable for the students to train. Although some students were still injured, most had adapted significantly, so they didn't completely forget how to fight when encountering first-level beasts. Lu Chen, of course, continued to insist on his style of snatching kills, earning over 300 military merits by the end of the day. There was no choice. If he didn't snatch, he wouldn't know where tonight's medicinal bath would come from. When he returned to the camp, Lu Chen specifically checked Shui Chang's military merits. Not bad, he had just over 300, only a few dozen less than Lu Chen. This was good, otherwise, if the gap was too large, Lu Chen feared this kid might give up halfway and stop earning military merits for him. When it was time for the afternoon training in martial skills, Lu Chen chose not to go to Lu Ziqiang again, but instead to another instructor who was proficient in Iron Wire Fist. Following the same method, he successfully acquired another mid-grade martial skill, Gale Step. This was a technique purely for enhancing sprinting speed, quite different from the small-range maneuvering of 9 Shadow Step. Lu Chen gladly accepted it and returned to Lu Ziqiang to share the good news. Ah, great. Old Zhang has been tricked by me again. Lu Ziqiang laughed maliciously, then looked at Lu Chen with ill intent. You've been practicing your 7 steps killing fist for a day now. Let's spar today. He had long wanted to beat this kid, and how could he miss such a good opportunity? Yes, please guide me, instructor. Lu Chen naturally did not refuse, humbly asking for advice. He knew what the instructor was thinking, but sorry, his 7 steps killing fist was already perfected. So, a quarter of an hour later, Lu Ziqiang once again shouted to stop, repeatedly exclaiming that it wasn't real, that this couldn't be true. Have you really never practiced this fist technique before? Lu Ziqiang asked repeatedly, receiving only Lu Chen's affirmative replies. Fortunately, he had already sent the other students to the military doctor in advance, otherwise, today he would probably have been tricked by Lu Chen again. Alright, I can't guide you anymore, you should seek higher ground. Lu Ziqiang finally sent Lu Chen away as if he were sending off an elder, and went off to scratch his head alone. Why was there such a big gap between people? However, by the third day, Lu Ziqiang had come to terms with it, as another instructor, Zhang, had the same experience. Moreover, it was witnessed by Lu Ziqiang himself, as Lu Chen defeated Zhang using Gale Step. On the same day, Lu Chen once again got what he wanted, using the last undisclosed technique, Cloud Piercing Finger, to obtain a mid-grade martial skill, 3-inch palm, from another instructor, Chang. This martial skill had its unique aspects, focusing on unleashing lethal force within 3 inches, a close-range killing technique emphasizing inch power. Lu Chen naturally did not refuse. So by the 4th day, this instructor Chang was also defeated by Lu Chen using 3-inch palm under the supervision of Lu Ziqiang and instructor Zhang. By the afternoon of the 5th day's martial skill training, all the instructors no longer paid attention to Lu Chen, leaving him neglected on the side. Clearly, the 7 instructors had already learned of his actions and chose to avoid him. After class that day, the 7 instructors specifically sought out Principal Fong to complain, "This student is impossible to teach, we are all nearly drained." Upon learning of Lu Chen's actions, Principal Fong laughed heartily, as he too had been driven nearly mad by Lu Chen these past few days. Who would have thought that his top-notch Tiger Roar skill would, in Lu Chen's hands, be nearly perfected in just 5 short days? This kind of frustration, where one person outshines another, was simply maddening, and now he finally didn't have to bear it alone. Of course, Principal Fong, being cunning and shrewd, would not disclose this matter to the several instructors. He was only thinking that he needed to conduct special training for Lu Chen. He couldn't let him idle around, as it would also affect the cultivation of other students. With this in mind, Principal Fong said to the instructors, daily wilderness training is still necessary. It can help him continue to broaden his horizons, and this kid also needs these military achievements. However, the martial arts training in the afternoon does need to be adjusted specifically for Lu Chen. Principal Fong pondered, what are your thoughts? Chang Dongye hesitated for a moment before saying, why not let him spar with the soldiers, without restrictions on martial skills? Principal Fong immediately slapped his thigh and said, good, let's do it that way. The soldiers are all seasoned fighters, and without restrictions on martial skills, it counts as real combat and killing techniques. Not just Lu Chen. After the other students have been tempered for half a month, they should join as well. Let them know what a true warrior is. Instructor Lu Zicheng suddenly spoke up, but if it's soldiers of the same realm as Lu Chen, it might be hard for them to pose a threat to him. You don't know, that kid can be ruthless. He was the instructor who personally took Lu Chen to the wilderness and knew best about Lu Chen's fierceness. The soldier's ferocity might not be enough to subdue him. Chang Dongye snorted, no need to worry, if one isn't enough, then bring two. If that doesn't work, we'll have a whole class of soldiers go at him. Hee, I don't believe he can still achieve 100 kills. Principal Fong, enjoying the spectacle, nodded. Well said, we must let this kid learn a lesson during the special training. In the military camp, who fears whom? If you don't accept it, then fight. Whoever is strong is the big brother. Lu Chen was still unaware that he had been clearly arranged, soaking in a bath inside the tent, sorting through the gains of the past few days. Name, Lu Chen level, Martial Apprentice 9th stage, 65%. Martial skills, 9 shadow steps. Perfected open stone hand, perfected cloud piercing finger, perfected mountain leaning technique, perfected eagle claw technique, perfected iron wire fist, perfected heart piercing kick, perfected wind splitting leg, perfected golden cicada. Cloak subtle, 85%. Tiger roar technique, great achievement, 59%. 7 steps killing fist subtle, 50%. Gale steps subtle, 35%. 3-inch palm subtle, 10%. Looking at the 13 martial skills he had mastered, Lu Chen felt immensely fulfilled. 7 low grade for mid grade, 1 high grade, 1 supreme grade. Lu Chen thought to himself, I'm afraid there won't be anyone else in the martial apprentice stage who can cultivate so many martial skills like me. On April 13, less than 2 months before the National College Entrance Examination, when the students returned from the wilderness to prepare for intensive training in martial arts, they found that Lu Chen, who had always performed outstandingly, was missing. Chief Instructor, are you going to give me personal guidance? Lu Chen asked curiously, looking sincerely at Cheng Dongye, who had summoned him. After all, this chief instructor had yet to teach him anything. Could he perhaps impart 1 or 2 military martial arts techniques to him? Stop your delusions right there. Without needing to think, Cheng Dongye could guess what the kid was thinking. He was trying to put the idea on him. He had been on guard against this and would not be fooled. I have nothing to teach you, Cheng Dongye said seriously. Not just me, but the other instructors also don't have time to train you in martial arts for now. The instructors are too modest. I still have many things I want to ask, Lu Chen said, his face full of regret. Cheng Dongye's mouth twitched. Could that be called asking? That was just digging a pit for their military achievements. Enough, stop talking nonsense here. Although we don't have time to teach you, we have found a more suitable special training method for you. Cheng Dongye got serious. I have arranged for a soldier from a special operations class to spar with you. These soldiers are seasoned veterans, 9th level martial artists. They may not be able to teach you much in martial arts. However, you can learn the most practical combat techniques and experiences from them. If you can defeat them, you will be a true warrior, not just a student who talks big. Do you understand? Cheng Dongye asked sternly. Only then did Lu Chen understand the instructor's intention, feeling a stir in his heart. This was indeed what he needed most at the moment. From these battle-hardened soldiers, he should be able to learn a lot, and it would be extremely practical. I understand, thank you, instructor, Lu Chen said with a hint of gratitude. Good, follow this Sergeant Lee to the soldier training camp, Cheng Dongye said with satisfaction. Next to him stood a burly soldier, Sergeant Lee, who was indeed a true martial artist. However, Lu Chen did not rush to leave but instead asked, Instructor, if I can defeat all the soldiers in the special operations class, is there any reward? Rest assured, instructor, I don't need much. A few thousand military achievements or a high-quality martial arts technique will do. I'm not picky. How could Lu Chen let go of such an opportunity to ask for benefits? Cheng Dongye felt a surge of anger. Did this mean he had to prepare a generous reward for training this kid? He did not directly refuse Lu Chen but looked at Sergeant Lee behind him. Sergeant Lee, it seems this student Lu Chen is quite confident. What do you say? Sergeant Lee immediately stood at attention and saluted, his voice booming. Report, squad leader. We do not agree. We will definitely take good care of this student. What if you lose, considering he has made such bold claims? Chang Dongye pressed. Of course. Seeing Sergeant Li preparing to make a military pledge, Chang Dongye quickly added, I mean the whole squad against him. Sergeant Li was clearly taken aback. Did the squad leader look down on their special operations class too much? It should be known that apart from himself, the other 10 soldiers in their class were all 9th level. Martial artists with rich combat experience ganging up on a student? Answer me. Chang Dongye did not give Sergeant Li a chance to question, directly asking. Because he understood that with Lu Chen's qualifications, once he figured out the soldiers' combat styles, defeating 1 or 2 of them would be quite easy. Therefore, he could not set his target too low. Sergeant Li quickly stood at attention. Report, squad leader, we will not lose. If we lose, we are willing to pool resources to meet the student's demands. Chang Dongye grunted in acknowledgement and then turned to Lu Chen, asking, so, how about it? Do you dare? Lu Chen's face immediately lit up with joy as he looked gratefully at Chang Dongye. Thank you, chief instructor. Humph. Chang Dongye snorted, you're quite confident, but what if you lose? What I meant was, within 10 days, you won't be able to break through a special operations team. Lu Chen was taken aback. This chief instructor was not playing by the rules, and even wanted to take advantage of the students? Alright. Chang Dongye didn't make things difficult for Lu Chen and suggested, if you can't do it, then during the subsequent training sessions, accompany the soldiers to hone their martial skills. This won't be a loss for you, Chang Dongye said with a smile. Lu Chen thought. For a moment, wasn't this just turning around to be a martial skills instructor for the soldiers? It wasn't a bad thing, so Lu Chen replied earnestly, I'll follow the chief instructor's orders. Alright, go on. Chang Dongye waved his hand, not wanting to look at this kid's face any longer. Once Lu Chen left with that squad leader Li, Chang Dongye chuckled to himself, this brat thinks he can take advantage of me. No matter if you can do it or not, I, old Chang, won't suffer any loss. Squad leader Li, I still don't know your full name. On the way to the special operations team, Lu Chen took the initiative to ask. Li Yibing. Squad leader Li responded. Briefly, with a hint of coldness. Clearly, this special operations team leader was somewhat annoyed by Lu Chen's arrogance. Lu Chen didn't make things awkward and silently followed Li Yibing to a camp far from the student training area. Before reaching their destination, Lu Chen could already hear the soldiers' fierce shouts and the occasional bursts of cheers. This kind of momentum is really not something the students can compare to. Just from the sounds, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of blood boiling. When they arrived at the soldiers' training area, Lu Chen saw that there were actually over 100 soldiers engaged in combat. Although they weren't using weapons, each one was bare-chested, showcasing their strong muscles and the numerous scars on their bodies. Most of them were young soldiers, and there were even a few who were not much older than Lu Chen. After all, many high school graduates do not necessarily choose martial arts universities but instead enlist directly in the military, entering the great melting pot of the military to achieve merit and serve their country. Lu Chen also noticed that the soldiers' battles were much fiercer than the practical training they had at school. Many soldiers were genuinely bloodied and injured, with some even having broken bones, yet they gritted their teeth and continued to persevere. This was no training, it was simply a brutal fight, as if treating comrades as enemies. Lu Chen could understand this situation. Bleeding and sweating in peacetime could reduce sacrifices in wartime. No matter how confident Lu Chen was, he always held the utmost respect for these soldiers who defended their country. They were the most admirable and pure people in the world. Stop! Li Yibing shouted as he entered the training ground, and the soldiers immediately halted their actions, standing at attention. In unison, looking at Li Yibing. This is Lu Chen, a student from the first high school who was about to take the college entrance examination. The platoon leader has asked him to practice with our soldiers. This student also claims to have the confidence to break through our special operations team within 10 days. Note, it's 1 against 10 to break through. As Li Yibing said this, his voice grew louder. Soldiers, tell this student, do you agree? We don't agree. Over 100 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices echoing like 1,000 horses charging. Lu Chen showed an awkward yet polite smile. This squad leader Li was clearly stirring up trouble. More than 100 pairs of fierce eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. These warriors were not comparable to the students in school. Each of them had blood on their hands, having killed both exotic beasts and even people, their gazes filled with killing intent. Although killing intent is intangible, it truly exists, and Lu Chen could feel it now. Class monitor, since this student is so confident, let me, old Nyo, have a go first and see if it's just empty talk. A warrior whose body was covered in muscle and looked even more robust than Li Yibing stepped forward. Let's have a match. Let's have a match. Clap, clap. The surrounding warriors instantly became excited, with some leading the applause. Li Yibing nodded in satisfaction and shouted, good. Old Nyo, if you embarrass our special operations team, you can take the initiative to run 20 kilometers with a heavy load. Nyo Ben, step forward to prepare. Everyone else, clear the area to watch. Don't scare our little classmate. The warriors moved quickly, orderly dispersing to create a large open space in the middle, surrounding Lu Chen and the warrior named Nyo Ben. Lu Chen humbly cupped his fists and said, "Student from Class 5, Senior Year 3 of Number 1 High School, Lu Chen." Nyo Ben pounded his chest loudly, his voice booming like thunder. "There are confidentiality regulations. You just need to know that my name is Nyo Ben. Kid, feel free to make your move. If you injure me, I'll treat you to a drink. Of course, it can only be during our break. Ha ha." The surrounding warriors erupted in laughter, clearly showing that these pure warriors had no malice towards Lu Chen. However, in the military camp, what everyone feared the least was sparring, and the ones they respected the most were the true strong ones who emerged victorious in combat. Lu Chen said no more, adopting a fighting stance, focusing on the seemingly relaxed posture of Nyo Ben. He did not let his guard down because he realized he couldn't discern what martial technique this warrior was about to use, but he could feel that the opponent was loose on the outside yet tense on the inside. This is what is known as no move defeating a move. It appeared full of flaws, but it could very well be a trap laid out for him. This was true combat. No one would tell you what martial technique they would use next, nor would they stick to just one technique throughout. In real battles, it was often about combination techniques, seamlessly switching and combining various martial arts to use the most suitable moves at the most critical moments. Nyo Ben did not take the initiative to strike, so Lu Chen chose to take the offensive first, stepping forward one after another, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he charged at his opponent. It was the perfected 9 shadow steps. Since he didn't know what technique his opponent would use, Lu Chen decided to employ the ambiguous 9 shadow steps, making it difficult for the opponent to grasp his movements. Only when he was within 3 feet did Lu Chen unleash his killing move, a straight punch that cut through the air, heading straight for the warrior's face. It was the direct and powerful iron wire fist. The perfected iron wire fist, combined with the equally perfected 9 shadow steps, was even more formidable. Good move. Nyo Ben's eyes widened like copper bells, and, as he shouted, his aura changed dramatically, his palms striking out like 2 large fans. One palm sliced horizontally, but it was a soft force that easily wrapped around Lu Chen's forearm, effortlessly deflecting it. The other palm almost simultaneously pushed forward, heading straight for Lu Chen's exposed chest. Lu Chen still couldn't discern what martial technique this was, only able to barely judge that these 2 palms came from 2 different martial techniques, one hard and one soft, perfectly coordinated. Nyo Ben's 2 martial techniques were clearly not perfected yet, not reaching the level of being able to control them freely and flawlessly. Facing this unknown combination technique, Lu Chen remained unafraid, actually bracing his chest to take the opponent's pushing palm head-on. However, his other arm had already bent at the elbow, and as the opponent's palm made contact, he executed a top elbow strike, crashing into Nyo Ben's side. Close mountain lean. Lu Chen, who excelled in close combat, called it countering the move as it comes. With his indestructible golden cicada garment as a base, he was not afraid of a head-on clash. Bang! With this collision, both of them felt the impact. However, Lu Chen's body was too solid, and he didn't budge an inch. Instead, Nyo Ben not only hurt his own palm but was also knocked back 3 meters by Lu Chen's push, stumbling in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen didn't give Nyo Ben a chance to regain his balance. With the 9 shadow steps, he shadowed him closely and once again unleashed the iron wire fist, striking fiercely at the off-balance Nyo Ben. However, Lu Chen didn't expect that this warrior, despite being in pain and losing his balance, could still adjust in time, executing a vicious and tricky low sweeping kick aimed at his lower body. This was a move to save oneself from danger. If Lu Chen continued to throw punches, he could very well be knocked down by Nyo Ben's sweeping kick, which would be counterproductive. Fortunately, his reaction was also quick, especially after practicing the tiger roar technique, which enhanced his nerve response speed. He retracted his fist, leaped up, and kicked in one fluid motion. The 9 shadow steps and iron wire fist instantly transformed into a heart-piercing kick from mid-air. While avoiding Nyo Ben's sweeping kick, Lu Chen's heart-piercing kick descended like an ice pick, targeting Nyo Ben's chest. Although Nyo Ben's instinctive reaction was quick, raising his arms in time, how could he withstand Lu Chen's perfected kick? Boom! Nyo Ben, who hadn't even had time to get up, was slammed down by Lu Chen's kick, crashing onto the bluestone ground, with the sound of bones cracking echoing from his back. However, this warrior did not give up. With a fierce roar, he slapped the ground with both hands, using the force to rebound and lunged at the barely landing Lu Chen. Even severely injured, the warrior's spirit did not waver. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, not feeling that the other party was being excessive, but rather feeling a sense of respect. He swayed his body and dodged the tackle, moving to the side of the slowing warrior. A heavy strike to the back of the neck knocked Nyo Ben out cold. He knew that if he didn't do this, this warrior would likely fight him to the end. It wasn't that the warrior was being unreasonable, this was simply their usual training state. It didn't matter if they got hurt, they could recover quickly at the military hospital. But facing someone like this, Lu Chen didn't want to truly incapacitate him. The surrounding warriors watching were momentarily silent at this scene. Then, before Lu Chen could react, a wave of cheers erupted. Good. This student is no softy. Old Nyo is also impressive, not a coward. Li Yibing looked at the still calm Lu Chen with some surprise, finally realizing what kind of little monster the squad leader had sent him. He was a true martial artist, with insight far superior to most of the surrounding warriors. In just those few moves, Li Yibing could see that Lu Chen had used 4 martial techniques: the open stone hand, 9 shadow steps, close mountain lean, and heart-piercing kick. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that all 4 of this kid's martial techniques were perfected. Damn it, the squad leader tricked me. This little troublemaker is not easy to handle. Carry him to the military doctor, and don't forget to make him run 20 kilometers with a load once he wakes up. Li Yibing ordered, and immediately a nearby waiting military doctor stepped forward and carried Nyo Ben away on a stretcher. Then, Li Yibing looked at Lu Chen and nodded, saying, "Not bad, I admit I underestimated you. How about a break before continuing?" Lu Chen nodded, took out a nutrition bar and took a bite, then said, "Let's continue, I'm fine." Li Yibing glanced at Lu Chen again, feeling that this kid seemed a bit anxious. Lu Chen, on the other hand, thought to himself that it wasn't his anxiety, but rather that if he didn't seize the time, he would soon break through to the martial artist level. Not to mention 10 days, according to Lu Chen's calculations, he would likely break through to the martial artist level in 4 or 5 days. Therefore, before that, he needed to fulfill the agreement to break through the special operations team, so he could receive the martial arts reward. Squad leader, I'll go. A lean-looking soldier stepped forward, volunteering. Good job, Lao Zhu. The surrounding soldiers cheered. Li Yibing reminded Zhu Changfeng, don't be careless. If you lose, you'll train with Nyo Ben. Once a master makes a move, you can tell if they have skill. After the previous battle, Li Yibing would no longer underestimate Lu Chen. Zhu Changfeng responded seriously, leaping into the arena and cupped his fists at Lu Chen, saying, Zhu Changfeng, please give me guidance. Lu Chen, please. Lu Chen also cupped his fists. Before Lu Chen could say more, Zhu Changfeng had already charged in, using the martial technique that Lu Chen was familiar with. The mid-grade 7 steps killing fist, and it was clear he had already mastered it. Lu Chen did not wait in place but also pushed off the ground and executed the 7 steps killing fist he had just practiced. Not long ago. Bang! The fists collided and separated instantly. Following that, both of them almost simultaneously charged and punched, the force heavier than the first punch. The second punch still collided head-on, neither giving way. However, by the time of the third and fourth punches, Lu Chen's movements were faster than Zhu Changfeng's, connecting more fluidly and naturally. By the time the fourth punch landed, Zhu Changfeng's 7 steps killing fist had been completely disrupted, unable to continue. The essence of the 7 steps killing fist lies in its continuity and accumulation. Once interrupted midway, its power would be greatly reduced, even less than that of a low-grade martial technique. In contrast, Lu Chen's 5th punch arrived as expected, its power 3 times that of the first punch. With this punch, almost no one at the martial apprentice level could withstand it. In a critical moment, this soldier changed his fists. Momentum shifting from attack to defense, retreating while alternating his hands to dissipate the force, making brief contacts to break down Lu Chen's punch power. The surrounding soldiers saw this and immediately cheered again. This was a purely defensive martial technique, which Lu Chen had not practiced, but he could tell it had reached the mid-grade level. He did not interrupt his 7 steps killing fist but, while unleashing a heavier and faster 6th punch, he added speed with another technique, the Gale Step. When the speed of the Gale Step combined with the power of the 6th punch, the soldier's expression changed, as he could no longer evade and could not fully dissipate the force with his martial technique. Bang! Lu Chen's 6th punch struck heavily against Zhu Changfeng's chest, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away, coughing up a mouthful of blood mist. This soldier was still trying to get up to counterattack, but Lu Chen, who followed closely, struck with his palm like a knife, stopping just an inch from his throat. Thank you for your guidance. Lu Chen did not knock this soldier out, and given the current situation, there was no need to use excessive force. Zhu Changfeng was about to retort when Li Yibing timely called for a stop. Come back, if this were the battlefield, you would have been killed. Next, Lu Chen stood with his hands at his sides, not resting, just scanning the remaining soldiers. I'll go. I'll go. The soldiers, unafraid, eagerly stepped forward to face Lu Chen's challenge. Li Yibing had already noticed that Lu Chen had added the 7 steps killing fist and the Gale Step from the subtle realm to his repertoire, realizing that this student was truly formidable. The key point was that he discovered Lu Chen's combat experience was also growing rapidly. He could adapt skillfully and use combination martial arts. Exceptional comprehension, outstanding combat awareness, rapid progress, and decisive strikes. If only he were my soldier. He realized that in his special operations class, it would be difficult for anyone to defeat this senior student alone. No wonder this kid dared to challenge an entire special operations class. He truly had that potential. Next, the remaining 8 soldiers from the Special Operations class took turns to face Lu Chen in one-on-one duels. These soldiers had different fighting styles. Some were fierce and aggressive, some balanced strength and gentleness, some excelled in speed, and others in defense, but without a doubt, each was fearless in battle. However, Lu Chen's foundational skills and martial arts background were simply too strong, and he was continuously adapting to the soldiers' combat rhythms. In the end, not a single soldier could last 10 moves against Lu Chen. In fact, as the matches progressed, Lu Chen won increasingly easily. The soldiers couldn't figure out Lu Chen's true capabilities, while Lu Chen saw through their strengths and weaknesses clearly. In less than 2 hours, half of the 10 9th Dan soldiers from the Special Operations class had been sent to the Military Medical Center by Lu Chen. The soldiers from other classes around them did not glare at Lu Chen in anger. Instead, they praised him and cheered. Li Yibing's expression was somewhat better than at the beginning. As long as it wasn't just empty boasting, he was willing to give the respect that was due. Lu Chen, let's continue tomorrow after they recover, Li Yibing said, coming to Lu Chen's side sincerely. For now, you can practice with the soldiers from other classes and give them some pointers on their martial arts. Although there was an agreement between them, Li Yibing didn't want to waste time waiting so long. He realized that the squad leader had sent him not a troublemaker but a gem who could efficiently train soldiers. Yes, I will spare no effort. Lu Chen had a very good impression of the soldiers, and even without that agreement, he was willing to lend a helping hand to these admirable soldiers. Of course, he would not give up on the high-quality martial arts techniques he needed. That day, the military medical center was busier than usual. The students participating in the special training lay on their hospital beds, noticing that one by one, soldiers with bruised faces were being brought in, not much better off than they were. Big brother soldier, what happened? Is there a fight outside the fortress? A student couldn't help but ask the fellow soldier in sympathy. The young soldier chuckled and gave a thumbs up. You guys have a classmate named Lu. He's really something. He beat all of us old soldiers. The students were stunned, suddenly realizing what Lu Chen, who had gone missing during the training, had been up to. On April 14, after returning from the wilderness, Lu Chen came to the Special Operations training ground again. After yesterday's impressive display, no soldier dared to underestimate him anymore. Instead, due to his generous guidance in martial arts, they held Lu Chen in greater respect and felt closer to him. However, Li Yibing still sent soldiers from the Special Operations team to fight Lu Chen as previously agreed. This time, it was not a one-on-one match, but 2 soldiers together. For the soldiers, their strength had never been in solo combat, but in their tacit cooperation. Transitioning from one person attacking to 2 soldiers working together was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This was something Lu Chen, as the opponent, felt deeply. The absolute trust between the soldiers allowed them to unreservedly entrust their backs to their comrades. With just a glance or a movement, they knew what the other would do next. Lu Chen felt several times the pressure and had to concentrate fully, relying on his solid foundation to cleverly maneuver and find opportunities to win. You 2 step down first and then bring in 3 more, Li Yibing ordered. He was more surprised than Lu Chen because this kid seemed to be improving every moment. Just a day had passed and his mid-tier martial skill had come closer to perfection. Moreover, Lu Chen quickly adapted to the rhythm of the soldiers' cooperative combat and achieved victory in one fell swoop. With 3 soldiers attacking at once, Lu Chen felt even greater pressure and had to reveal another mid-tier 3-inch palm technique, defeating 1 soldier in close combat and ultimately breaking through the enemy. 7 steps killing fist, gale step, and now another mid-tier 3-inch palm technique. How much has this kid cost the officers? Li Yibing said, exasperated. He didn't need to think to know where this 3-inch palm technique came from. After returning yesterday, he had asked instructors like Cheng Dongye about Lu Chen's background, especially regarding the origins of those 2 military martial skills, gale step and 7 steps killing fist. He found out that 2 instructors had already been outsmarted by Lu Chen. However, they hadn't told Li Yibing that Lu Chen also had a mid-tier 3-inch palm technique. In hindsight, it wasn't that they were deliberately hiding it, but rather they were afraid of losing face, which is why they hesitated and didn't explain it clearly to Li Yibing. Forget it, Li Yibing didn't dare to trouble the squad leaders. But the key point was that in just a few days, this kid had managed to refine 3 mid-tier martial skills to a subtle level. Was he even human? Li Yibing once again realized the gap between people. He was now somewhat looking forward to this year's National College Entrance Examination, wondering how far this batch of dark horses from Guanyin City could go and how many people they would astonish. It's just that his cultivation is still somewhat lacking. Those who ranked at the top in previous years' college entrance examinations were all martial artists. Perhaps his martial skills aren't as solid as this kid's, but their cultivation can suppress him completely. Looking at the nation, there are simply too many prodigies. Can he really break through the encirclement? Li Yibing came back to his senses and stopped overthinking, directly sending out the remaining 5 soldiers. This time, Lu Chen couldn't hide his perfected gale leg anymore, relying on these multiple mid-tier martial skills. He managed to break through the siege and achieve victory once again, truly astonishing the soldiers. Alright, that's enough for today. Lu Chen, tomorrow I'll have them all fight together. I won't go easy on you, Li Yibing said sternly, looking at the still-spirited Lu Chen. He now felt that even if he put more pressure on this kid, it wouldn't crush him. Perhaps it would help him advance further before the college entrance examination. Thank you, squad leader Li, Lu Chen said, recognizing the others' good intentions with gratitude. On April 15, the soldiers of the Special Operations Team arrived at the training ground once again full of energy. Today, Lu Chen would take on the entire class by himself, and the number of soldiers coming to watch had doubled, creating a lively atmosphere. Challenging an entire Special Operations Team as a 9th-tier martial apprentice was indeed a fresh event in the military camp. This feat had not occurred in the Guanyun City military camp for a long time. However, today, Lu Chen clearly felt more relaxed than yesterday. It wasn't blind confidence, rather, it was because this morning he had successfully mastered 3 mid-tier martial arts techniques, all reaching perfection. Name: Lu Chen. Level: Martial Apprentice 9th stage, 99%. Martial arts: perfected 9 shadow steps. Subtle golden cicada garment, 95%. Great accomplishment of tiger roar technique, 85%. Perfected 7 steps killing fist. Perfected gale steps. Perfected 3-inch palm. Not just the 3 military techniques, my golden cicada garment is also nearing perfection, Lu Chen thought to himself. What excited him the most was his cultivation level. After such a long period of accumulation, he was finally on the verge of breaking through a significant barrier and entering the true realm of a martial artist. Perhaps due to the enhancement from the tiger roar technique, his cultivation speed was faster than expected, just a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. The difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice was merely a word, yet it was a world apart, with a clear dividing line in between. This could be seen from the status of martial artists. In high school campuses, martial artists were qualified to serve as teachers. In society, martial artists could earn high rewards in martial arts schools, or venture into the wilderness as bounty hunters. In the military, martial artists could serve as squad leaders and complete tasks independently. The various treatments were akin to a transformation from youth to adulthood, signifying the possession of the strength and capability to stand on one's own. Thus, Lu Chen was particularly looking forward to it. Additionally, the unique abilities of martial artists, as well as the earth-tier martial arts that could only be cultivated after becoming a martial artist, were beyond the reach of martial apprentices. And this step had trapped countless martial apprentices. There was a straightforward statistical ratio in Huaxia: among 30 martial apprentices, only one could become a true martial artist, let alone a young martial artist. It wasn't that they didn't want a breakthrough, but rather that their talent and resources were limited. Not everyone could cross that line. Lu Chen, step forward. Li Yibing's shout brought Lu Chen back to his senses. Here, Lu Chen responded and stepped forward, facing 10 fierce special forces soldiers alone. What's up, kid? Are you scared? Soldier Niu Ben teased lightly upon seeing Lu Chen lost in thought. This battle was highly anticipated, with even Principal Fong and 7 instructors coming nearby to watch. To keep Lu Chen's situation confidential, they did not allow other students to approach, only letting them practice among themselves. If Lu Chen were to back down now, it would be quite anticlimactic. Just as Lu Chen was about to retort, he suddenly felt a surge within him, shrugged his shoulders, and turned to Li Yibing at the sidelines, saying, "Sorry, class leader Li, but this match can't continue." "Why?" Li Yibing frowned slightly, not believing Lu Chen would be afraid to fight at this moment. Lu Chen felt the warm flow continuously rising within him and innocently said, "Because I'm about to break through." Break through to a martial artist. Principal Fong leaped over, both surprised and delighted. "You're breaking through just like that?" Li Yibing stood frozen, thinking this kid was treating such an important breakthrough too lightly. Li Yibing was still thinking today that Lu Chen's cultivation was somewhat lagging behind. Who would have thought that in an instant this kid would break through? An 18-year-old martial artist, this truly has the strength of a top scholar. At the very least, he now has the qualifications to compete for the Provincial Top Scholar. Principal Fong landed in front of Lu Chen and faced the few instructors who were anxiously approaching, saying, "Instructor Chang, please seal off this area and don't let anyone disturb. Also, keep Lu Chen's breakthrough confidential for now." Instructor Chang nodded seriously, repeatedly issuing orders, and led the other instructors to take away the surrounding soldiers, leaving Lu Chen with a quiet space. A martial artist's breakthrough is a significant event that cannot be disturbed. He also did not expect that Lu Chen would break through so casually. As for the confidentiality matter, it was not difficult for these disciplined soldiers. Once all the soldiers within 100 meters of Lu Chen had retreated, Principal Fong looked at Lu Chen, who was standing still with a look of enjoyment, and helplessly said, "Kid, can you be a bit more serious? This is a martial artist's breakthrough, not a meal or drink. At least give me a heads up. If something goes wrong, how am I supposed to explain it to Old Wei when I get back?" While speaking, Principal Fong took out a high-grade nutritional bar from his pocket. "Take this as a backup and sit cross-legged to circulate the qi gathering technique. Lu Chen gratefully accepted this nutritional bar that he usually couldn't afford, sat cross-legged, and thought to himself, is it really that dangerous? Didn't I just break through naturally? From 99% to 100%, it seemed there was really no bottleneck for him, nor did he have much of a reaction. Oh right, there was a prompt. Just now, the chi gathering technique accumulates sand to form a tower and is about to break through a major barrier. That was all. Of course, Lu Chen couldn't say these things to Principal Fong. He simply followed the instructions, sat in place, took a bite of the energy pure high-grade nutritional bar, and began to actively operate the chi gathering technique. At this moment, Lu Chen finally felt something different. Previously, when he practiced the chi gathering technique, he could only extract energy from the food he ingested, especially from nutritional substances, to strengthen his body. However, now he had a new discovery. It seemed he could sense the chi that was drifting outside his body. Moreover, he could use the chi gathering technique to absorb this chi into his body, merging it with the energy from the nutritional substances throughout his flesh. Principal Fong's voice echoed in his mind again. You continue to cultivate and stabilize, I'll guide you. You should have sensed it, now you can absorb the drifting chi from the world. This is a discovery we made from the bodies of alien beasts after the disaster. This chi is called Yuan energy, the source of all energy. It is invisible and intangible, yet it truly exists. There is Yuan energy in nutritional substances, and there is also drifting and scattered Yuan energy in the world, even in outer space. It is through the widespread chi gathering technique that we can sense this invisible Yuan energy, thereby strengthening our bodies and reviving the prowess of ancient martial artists. Under conditions where technological means are restricted, only by reviving ancient martial artists can we face those mutated ferocious beasts and establish our own survival bases. Of course, as we have developed to this point, we have also created many Yuan energy weapons, including the Yuan energy light walls you saw in the hunting grounds and fortresses. Principal Fong continued, back to cultivation. Before becoming a martial artist, one cannot sense the drifting Yuan energy outside the body. Therefore, during the martial apprentice stage, we can only absorb Yuan energy through nutritional substances to strengthen our bodies. Once our bodies reach a critical point, we can form a special resonance with the external Yuan energy and absorb it into our bodies. That is what makes a martial artist. Of course, most of the drifting Yuan energy in various places is very thin, so to accelerate the accumulation of Yuan energy, the assistance of nutritional substances is still needed. Now, let's talk about the evolution of Yuan energy within our bodies. When it accumulates to a certain level in the body, that is when you break through to become a martial artist, the primordial energy is no longer just integrated into the muscles, bones, and internal organs. At this point, the invisible primordial energy will give birth to tangible vital energy within the martial artist's body, continuing to strengthen the physique while also being able to be released as a protective aura. Although the vital energy dissipates after leaving the body, its power diminishes with distance and time, it still serves as a means of long-range attack. This method of releasing vital energy to harm enemies is the main characteristic of Earth-level martial arts. Earth-level martial arts can be used for both close combat and long-range attacks, naturally more powerful than human-level martial arts, but they also consume more vital energy and stamina. Therefore, do not give up on your human-level martial arts. This way, you can conserve energy when facing ordinary opponents. At the same time, the difficulty of cultivating Earth-level martial arts is far greater than that of human-level martial arts, and the vast majority of martial artists can only study 1 or 2 Earth-level martial arts in their lifetime. Earth-level martial arts are also rarer and more expensive, with very few people able to create their own. Most are discovered or deduced from ancient martial relics. As for the higher-level heaven-level martial arts, there's even less to say. There are no more than 20 existing in all of Huaxia, and more than half are incomplete. Breaking through to become a martial artist is very important. It is your first transformation of primordial energy, giving birth to vital energy. So, kid, absorb as much as you can. This will be your foundation and depth in the future. Principal Fong emphasized again, don't worry, there will be plenty of nutrients. Lu Chen remembered these words, which were also taught in the theoretical classes. What he focused on the most was Principal Fong's last sentence, plenty of nutrients? That was just great. At this moment, a notification sound echoed in his mind. The chi absorption technique has evolved. Efficiency and potential doubled. The chi absorption technique is insatiable and lacks follow-up energy. Please replenish energy as soon as possible, master. Lu Chen realized that this was probably what Principal Fong referred to as foundation and depth, a chance that belonged to him. What truly surprised him was that his chi absorption technique had also evolved, becoming different from the average person's. Not to mention anything else, he felt that his speed of absorbing primordial energy had increased, as if his body were a high-power converter, continuously generating new vital energy that flowed through his limbs and bones. Lu Chen could even distinctly feel his bodily functions strengthening continuously. Hungry? Eat. After all, Principal Fong was backing him up. Without hesitation, Lu Chen stuffed the remaining half of a high-grade nutrient bar into his mouth. A high-grade nutrient bar costs 100,000 on the market, but Lu Chen felt no regret at all. However, in less than a minute, Lu Chen felt his body once again depleted, the primordial energy from the nutrient bar consumed completely. Principal Fong was still chattering away, imparting experience, when he suddenly noticed Lu Chen had opened his eyes and was looking at him. Teacher Fong, I'm hungry. Principal Fong paused, quickly took out another high-grade nutrient bar from his pocket and handed it over. Eat slowly. Be careful not to choke, Principal Fong reminded. He didn't feel any pain, instead, he was quite satisfied. This kid's initial absorption was indeed much faster than ordinary people, and his demand was greater. This is a good thing, it shows his foundation is more solid. Principal Fong thought, for an ordinary person to break through to become a martial artist, 2 high-grade nutrient bars would be enough. This kid can at most handle 3, I still have enough resources for this. Just as he thought this, he saw Lu Chen open his eyes again, looking at him with a hungry gaze. So soon? Principal Fong was somewhat surprised. Logically, the absorption speed should have slowed down by the time he reached the second one. However, he didn't hesitate and handed the third nutrient bar to Lu Chen. Indeed, Lu Chen's speed of absorbing the nutrient bar slowed down a bit. 2 minutes later, he reached out to Principal Fong again. One more? Principal Fong was slightly taken aback, but still took it out. The fourth one. This time, he stared intently at Lu Chen, watching him eat the entire nutrition bar instead of secretly hiding it. Feeling in his pocket, Principal Fong realized he only had 1 reserve left. That should be enough, right? That's 4 already. Principal Fong began to feel a bit pained. That was 400,000. But before he could blink, Lu Chen opened his eyes again and reached out. Taking the last nutrition bar from Principal Fong's hand, Lu Chen even managed to smile. Thank you, Teacher Fong. Damn! Principal Fong couldn't help but curse under his breath. Shouldn't I ask Old Wei for reimbursement for this? Feeling pained or not, Principal Fong didn't dare to delay and quickly sought outside help, urging Instructor Chang and the others to gather more nutrition bars. Eat, I just don't believe I can't fill you up, kid. 6 sticks, 7 sticks, 8 sticks. Until the 10th high-grade nutrition bar was consumed, Lu Chen finally felt a sense of satisfaction, his internal energy and blood temporarily reaching a state of saturation. Looking at his cultivation level, Lu Chen was filled with surprise again. Level, Martial Artist Stage 1, 80%. This is almost on the verge of breaking through to Stage 2. The most important thing was that he felt a surge of power throughout his body, the flowing energy and blood continuously giving him a feeling of fullness that he couldn't shake off. However, Lu Chen had not yet come into contact with Earth-level martial techniques, so he didn't know how to externalize his energy and blood to form the so-called qi. Ignoring his own state for the moment, Lu Chen opened his eyes and saw several pairs of blood-red eyes in front of him. Teacher Fong, instructor, do I have something on my face? Lu Chen touched his cheek and asked curiously. Principal Fong sighed and waved his hand, saying, forget it, it's just 10 high-grade nutrition bars, I won't hold it against you, kid. 10 nutrition bars were worth $1 million. Cheng Dongye beside him lamented, old principal, that's not fair. The few of us instructors contributed 5 bars, all exchanged with our military merits. Principal Fong cleared his throat and turned back, saying, boldly, what's yours and mine? As special training instructors, you have nothing to teach, shouldn't you at least provide some nutrition for the students? Hey! Well, it seems we instructors can't escape this kid's tricks. Several instructors exchanged glances, knowing that this military merit was not going to be returned. However, to be honest, they didn't really care. Seeing such a student emerge from the special training camp made them feel quite satisfied. Cheng Dongye spoke up, but the high-grade martial techniques we mentioned earlier are gone. Lu Chen quickly smiled and thanked. Thank you, instructor, I'm content. If he pushed his luck further, he was really afraid these instructors would lose their patience. Alright, let's not mention that anymore. Principal Fong looked at Lu Chen seriously again. What I'm curious about now is your basic data after the breakthrough. Lu Chen was also eager to know how much stronger he was compared to an average beginner martial artist. After all, his qi absorption technique had evolved, and the nutrition bars consumed for the breakthrough indeed far exceeded that of ordinary people. There's a testing point here, follow me, Cheng Dongye said quickly. The other instructors followed closely, seemingly looking forward to Lu Chen's current state. Lu Chen entered the testing point alone, while Principal Fong and the 7 instructors waited outside, all staring intently at the screen at the door. For an average beginner martial artist, the standard data is strength 1000 kilograms, speed 25 meters per second, and nerve reaction 100 turns. I wonder what level Lu Chen can reach. Cheng Dongye looked at Principal Fong and tentatively asked. Principal Fong shook his head. Hard to say, this kid has too many strange things about him, it's difficult to predict. Another instructor, Lu Zifeng, said, the military's record is 3,500 kilograms, 30 meters per second, and 120 turns. Overall, he is almost not weaker than a stage 3 martial artist. Do you think Lu Chen has a chance to break the militaries record? Chung Dongye slightly shook his head. It's difficult. The military has absorbed so many talents over the years, yet they still can't break this record. Principal Fong agreed. Indeed, as far as I know, since the martial arts college entrance examination began, no candidate has broken this record. Just then, the screen flickered and Lu Chen's strength data appeared. Basic strength 4,500 kilograms. The few people in front of the screen were instantly wide-eyed. This strength was astonishing, already the basic strength of an ordinary stage 4 martial artist. Principal Fong awkwardly said, strong strength doesn't necessarily mean speed is sufficient. However, before he could finish, the screen flashed again with the speed data. Basic speed 32 meters per second. The 7 instructors didn't look at Principal Fong's expression, continuing to stare intently at the screen. This is the rhythm that will break the record, and they are the witnesses. The final item, nerve reaction speed, has finally arrived. Nerve reaction 150 turns. Inhale. Except for Principal Fong, the other instructors all gasped in shock. This nerve reaction is even more outstanding compared to strength and speed. This is no longer just a newly advanced martial artist, he is almost catching up to an 8th or 9th rank martial artist. However, Principal Fong was not surprised this time, as he personally taught Lu Chen the Tiger Howl technique, which can enhance nerve reactions. He looked seriously at the 7 instructors and said, we must keep this matter confidential. Aside from Colonel Huang and Principal Wei, it absolutely cannot be leaked. Understood, Principal Fong. Rest assured, the instructors quickly responded with solemn expressions. You all know better than I do that since the human survival bases have stabilized in recent years, certain foreign forces have begun to stir again, even targeting us in Huaxia with their so-called eradication plans. Eradication of what? It's clearly aimed at our promising talents here. Therefore, every year, the basic data of the students taking the college entrance examination is sealed by the state and will not be made public. With the potential this kid has shown, if some foreign spies find out, they might recklessly carry out an assassination. After Principal Fong spoke earnestly, the instructors also showed anger. In the face of the invasion of unknown civilizations, humanity has managed to hold on to their survival bases with great difficulty, yet those foreign forces have once again revealed their wolfish ambitions, making it shameful to associate with them. Just then, Lu Chen came out from the testing point and the group quickly fell silent. Principal Fong greeted him with a beaming smile. Very good, very good. Lu Chen, you don't need to participate in special training today, go back and rest for a while. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange martial artist sparring for you. Yes, teacher. Lu Chen, without suspicion, left directly. However, Principal Fong's voice echoed in his mind again. Come find me tonight. Once Lu Chen left, Chung Dongye turned to Principal Fong and said, Principal Fong, actually, if we report Lu Chen's situation, he could be directly and secretly recommended to the Jinwu Military Academy. He wouldn't need to take the college entrance examination. Chang Dongyi emphasized. Principal Fong pondered. For a moment, neither opposing nor agreeing, only saying, you can discuss this with him yourselves. As for whether he is willing to be recommended to the military academy, I am not sure. But based on Principal Fong's understanding of Lu Chen, he felt the possibility was slim. At this moment, Lu Chen had already returned to the tent, observing his martial skills. Just now, his martial skills had begun to undergo inexplicable changes on their own. The golden cicada garment felt its master's strength surge, feeling ashamed and breaking through to perfection. The tiger roar technique, unwilling to fall behind, broke through to the subtle realm. At this point, except for the tiger roar technique, all the martial skills that Lu Chen had cultivated had reached the state of perfection. However, after truly becoming a martial artist, these human-tier martial skills seemed less appealing. What Lu Chen now craved were the more precious and powerful earth-tier martial skills. Just then, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. The stone tablet hand, not wanting to be looked down upon, is autonomously deducing and evolving into an earth-tier martial skill. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it really do that? If so, it would save him a lot of trouble. But immediately after, another prompt appeared. The stone tablet hand lacks sufficient after-power evolution. Failed. Lu Chen was speechless. If it couldn't evolve, then there was no need to show off, right? Wasn't that just giving people hope and then snuffing it out? The prompt sound continued, appearing one after another. The 9 shadow steps, not wanting to be looked down upon, is autonomously deducing and evolving into an earth-tier martial skill. The 9 shadow steps lack sufficient after-power evolution. Failed. The cloud-piercing finger, not wanting to be looked down upon, is autonomously deducing and evolving into an earth-tier martial skill. The cloud-piercing finger lacks sufficient after-power evolution. Failed. The iron wire fist, not wanting to be looked down upon, is autonomously deducing and evolving into an earth-tier martial skill. The iron wire fist lacks sufficient after-power evolution. Failed. Failure, failure, still failure. Lu Chen could hardly bear to watch. Since they were all failures, why torment him like this? The wind-splitting leg, not wanting to be looked down upon, is autonomously deducing and evolving into an Earth-tier martial skill. The wind-splitting leg evolution succeeded, evolving into an inferior Earth-tier martial skill. Lu Chen suddenly jolted. Wait, this is evolution succeeded? He had already given up the previous 7 campus. Inferior martial skills had indeed failed to evolve. He never expected that the wind-splitting leg would bring him a surprise, successfully evolving into an Earth-tier martial skill. Lu Chen quickly looked at his martial skill panel and sure enough there was a change. Wind-splitting leg great success 50%. This represents that the wind-splitting leg after evolution has gained potential for further enhancement. Lu Chen suddenly remembered that when his homeroom teacher Wang Tong had passed the wind-splitting leg to him, he had mentioned that this martial skill was derived from an Earth-tier axe technique, so that's why it could successfully evolve? Lu Chen speculated, if that's the case, then what difference does my evolved wind-splitting leg have from the original axe technique? Could it be 2 different evolutionary directions? Lu Chen pondered. At this moment, the prompt sound in his mind continued. The 7 steps killing fist, not wanting to be looked down upon, is autonomously deducing and evolving into an Earth-tier martial skill. The 7 steps killing fist lacks sufficient after power. Evolution failed. The 3-inch palm, not wanting to be looked down upon, is autonomously deducing and evolving into an Earth-tier martial skill. The 3-inch palm lacks sufficient after power. Evolution failed. The Gale steps, not wanting to be looked down upon, is autonomously deducing and evolving into an Earth-tier martial skill. The Gale steps evolution succeeded, evolving into an inferior Earth-tier martial skill. Lu Chen felt a surge of energy again. The 7 steps killing fist and the 3-inch palm both failed to evolve, but the Gale steps succeeded. He originally thought that perhaps all medium-tier martial skills could successfully evolve. Now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case, or perhaps there were other influencing factors. I'll ask the instructor tomorrow if the Gale steps have a direct relationship with a certain Earth-tier martial skill. Lu Chen continued to observe the remaining 2 martial skills, one being the superior golden cicada garment and the other the top-tier tiger roar technique. He had high hopes for both of these martial skills. Sure enough, a prompt soon appeared again. The golden cicada garment, not wanting to be looked down upon, is autonomously deducing and evolving into an Earth-tier martial skill. The golden cicada garment evolution succeeded, evolving into an inferior Earth-tier martial skill. Lu Chen felt a mix of joy and a hint of disappointment. He had thought that the golden cicada garment could directly evolve into a mid-grade or even a high-grade Earth-level technique. As he continued to wait, Lu Chen did not see any changes in the tiger roar technique. Why is that? Even if it can't successfully evolve, there should at least be a failure prompt, Lu Chen pondered, somewhat confused. Then he realized, it's because my tiger roar technique hasn't been perfected yet. Indeed, all the martial arts he practiced, except for the tiger roar technique, had reached perfection. This meant that only martial skills that reached perfection had the qualification for evolution. As for whether it could succeed, that depended on potential or what could be called endurance. After taking a full quarter of an hour to calm his emotions, Lu Chen looked at his panel again. Name: Lu Chen level, martial artist level 1, 81%. Martial skills: 9 shadow steps perfected, heart-piercing kick perfected, wind-splitting leg major achievement 50%, golden cicada garment major achievement 50%, tiger roar technique subtle 1%. 7 steps killing fist perfected, swift wind steps major achievement 50%. 3-inch palm perfected, it's too chaotic, it needs some adjustments. Also, the names of the 3 techniques that evolved to Earth level need to be changed, Lu Chen thought. With a thought, his panel changed again. Name: Lu Chen level, martial artist level 1, 81%. Martial skills: human level low grade, 9 shadow steps perfected, steel opening hand perfected, cloud piercing finger perfected, mountain leaning technique perfected, eagle claw technique perfected, iron wire fist perfected, heart-piercing kick perfected, human level mid-grade, 7 steps killing fist perfected, 3-inch palm perfected, human level top grade, tiger roar technique subtle 1%, earth level low grade, wind blade leg major achievement 50%, golden bell shield major achievement 50%, swift wind shadowless steps major achievement 50%, not to mention the wind blade leg, golden bell shield, and swift wind shadowless steps evolved from the wind splitting leg, golden cicada garment, and swift wind steps, respectively. Lu Chen didn't just randomly name them, he based the names on the characteristics of these 3 techniques after their evolution. After the evolution of these 3 martial skills, each reached a major achievement due to their original foundation, allowing Lu Chen to discern their characteristics. The wind-splitting leg, after evolution, could kick out wind blade-like external energy. The golden cicada garment, after evolution, could cultivate both internally and externally, forming an energy shield on the surface of the body, which reminded Lu Chen of a martial art from his past life, the golden bell shield. As for the swift wind steps after evolution, the speed increased even further, and in the later stages it could reach a level of landing without a trace, hence the name. However, Lu Chen still needed to experiment to know the true power of these three Earth-level low-grade martial arts. He was now somewhat curious and looking forward to what the automatic cultivation speed of these martial arts would be like. After all, they were Earth-level techniques, and according to Principal Fong, the difficulty of cultivation far exceeded that of human-level techniques. However, after Lu Chen broke through to become a martial artist, his mental will was further enhanced, coupled with the support of the Tiger Roar technique. Therefore, he felt that his cultivation speed for Earth-level martial skills should not be too lacking. Taking advantage of the free time for rest, Lu Chen observed for a full 3 hours before gaining a new understanding of his current training speed. At this stage, the Qi gathering technique automatically improves by 1% every 2 hours, provided I have high-grade nutritional bars. If I actively train, the speed can double. Lu Chen was relatively satisfied with this speed. The accumulation of cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. One cannot become fat by eating just one meal. Even if he were provided with higher-grade nutritional items now, the Qi gathering technique would not be able to digest them. At this rate, I hope to reach the third stage of a martial artist before the college entrance examination, which is enough. He then looked at the 4 martial arts techniques that were not yet perfected at this stage. The automatic training speed of the Tiger Roar technique had significantly improved, rising from 5% per day to 1% per hour. This was just the speed of automatic training. If he included Principal Fong's guidance every night, the training speed would double. So, before the special training ends, I will definitely be able to perfect it. As for the 3 newly evolved low-grade Earth-level martial arts, Lu Chen frowned slightly. After 3 hours, each had only improved by half a percentage point. And these 3 Earth-level martial arts were still only at the major achievement stage. Once they reached the subtle stage, the speed would be even slower. Indeed, the difficulty of cultivating Earth-level martial arts has increased. I will have to wait until close to the college entrance examination to perfect them. Moreover, Lu Chen could not find anyone else to guide him to speed up the training of these 3 evolved Earth-level martial arts. If Principal Fong were here, he would probably scoff at Lu Chen's worries. The difficulty he spoke of was vastly different from what Lu Chen considered difficult. For an ordinary martial artist, it would take at least a year or 2 to achieve major success in an Earth-level martial art. As for whether one could reach the subtle stage or even perfection, that would depend on compatibility and opportunity. Many martial artists could spend a lifetime studying a single Earth-level martial art. Who could lie at home for over a month like Lu Chen and have Earth-level martial arts automatically cultivate to perfection? Of course, there are exceptionally talented geniuses whose speed in cultivating Earth-level martial arts far exceeds that of ordinary people, but none could match Lu Chen's speed and ease. This was not to mention that Lu Chen's Earth-level martial arts had originally evolved from existing martial arts, starting from the major achievement stage. If other martial artists knew about these circumstances, they would probably be so furious they would spit blood and give up on the path of martial arts. It was too demoralizing. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen saw Principal Fong again. This time, Principal Fong did not rush to take him to the wilderness to practice the Tiger Roar technique but smiled and said, "Now that you've become a formal martial artist, don't you have many questions? You can ask them now." Lu Chen nodded and immediately asked a question that almost made Principal Fong spit out his food. "Teacher Fong, after breaking through to become a martial artist, can the school or the education bureau reward me with an Earth-level martial art?" Principal Fong laughed and scolded, "What are you thinking, you little rascal? Do you really think Earth-level martial arts are as common as cabbage? Let me put it this way, the inheritance price of the most ordinary low-grade Earth-level martial art is over $1 million. Most importantly, high schools and local education bureaus are not qualified to reward students with Earth-level martial arts. Moreover, high school teachers generally do not have the ability to teach Earth-level martial arts. This belongs to university courses. Only those lecturers and professors who study martial arts have that capability," Principal Fong said emphatically. $1 million in value. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, seizing the key point. So, that means the 3 martial arts techniques that automatically evolved for him were equivalent to earning him $3 million for free. Reliable. As for what Principal Fong said about how difficult Earth-level martial arts are and that only university professors can teach them, Lu Chen did not take it to heart. Perhaps seeing Lu Chen's indifference, Principal Fong continued earnestly, "Never be proud because of your previous achievements. Lu Chen, the difficulty of cultivating Earth-level martial arts is not something you can understand right now. Let me put it this way, your class teacher Wang Tong, I know him quite well. He has been practicing that Earth-level wind-cleaving axe for 10 years and is still stuck at the great accomplishment stage without any progress. Lu Chen was taken aback, thinking to himself, is Earth-level martial arts really that difficult? However, he did not reveal his own situation. 1. He was afraid of scaring Principal Fong, and 2. It was hard to explain. A newly advanced martial artist mastering 3 great accomplishment Earth-level martial arts would definitely be taken to the lab for research. He might as well wait 10 days or half a month before saying anything. With this thought, Lu Chen was inspired and asked Teacher Fong, is there a possibility of deducing Earth-level martial arts from human-level martial arts? Principal Fong looked at Lu Chen with curiosity, seemingly not understanding why he had such an idea. However, after careful consideration, he responded seriously, in theory, it is possible. In fact, some old professors at martial arts universities have conducted similar research. After all, if we can deduce a large number of human-level martial arts into Earth-level martial arts, it would also solve the problem of the scarcity of Earth-level martial arts. Moreover, martial artists could use the corresponding human-level martial arts as a foundation to cultivate Earth-level martial arts more quickly. Lu Chen nodded repeatedly, understanding the reasoning. So, was it successful? Principal Fong nodded slightly. Indeed, there have been successful cases, but they are very few, and the time and effort required are immense. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This was it. In the future, when he showcased his evolved martial arts, it would make sense. Principal Fong continued, more people believe that rather than spending so much time and effort, it would be better to take the opposite approach. We can decompose and simplify existing Earth-level martial arts into human-level martial arts. In this way, although we cannot increase the number of Earth-level martial arts, we can still gradually reduce the difficulty of cultivating Earth-level martial arts. For example, the wind-cleaving leg you are practicing is simplified from Wang Tong's wind-cleaving axe. When you have the opportunity to practice the wind-cleaving axe in the future, it will be much easier. Principal Fong provided a real example. Lu Chen understood and seized the opportunity to ask, then the swift wind step I learned from the instructor, is it this kind of situation? Principal Fong recalled carefully and then nodded, that's right, I remember there is an Earth-level martial art called wind control step in the military, which is the source of the swift wind step. Lu Chen suddenly realized, so that's how it is. What about the golden cicada cloak and tiger roar technique? Lu Chen pressed on. The golden cicada cloak is the same. It was derived from the Earth-level body refinement martial arts by Old Wei and can barely be considered his creation. However, my tiger roar technique is different. It is completely self-created, but I have yet to develop a corresponding Earth-level martial art. At this point, Principal Fong seemed a bit proud. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt somewhat disappointed. This meant that the tiger roar technique likely had no potential for evolution for the time being. It seemed that the few human-level martial arts he had successfully evolved were not created from nothing, but rather because they were originally derived from Earth-level martial arts, which gave them that potential. However, the direction of evolution seemed to deviate somewhat from the original Earth-level martial arts. So, is there any possibility of finding a way to evolve my failed martial arts again? Lu Chen still felt a bit unwilling. The countdown to the college entrance examination is 50 days. In the morning, Lu Chen still swept through the wilderness with other students, and no one knew that he was already a formal martial artist. In fact, if Lu Chen did not actively reveal his aura, even Yu Jia, who was following behind, would not be able to tell. In reality, hunting beasts in the wilderness had become no challenge for him. After all, there were rarely second-level exotic beasts near the fortress. However, Lu Chen cared a lot about the military achievements here, as they were his means to exchange for resources. Moreover, there was a Shui Chang waiting to send him military achievements. Lu Chen was now more in need of money than before his breakthrough, and it was not just a little. Improving his cultivation required high-grade nutrients, each costing 100,000, and he could consume one every 10 days. After reaching perfection with the golden cicada cloak, it evolved into the Earth-level golden bell shield, which also required more advanced potions to assist, not cheaper than the nutrients. Therefore, every day when Lu Chen opened his eyes, he had to think about how to earn money to support himself. But even though he was becoming more skilled at taking down opponents, the military achievements that could be gained near the fortress were still limited, barely over 300 points a day, just a little more than the second place, Shui Chang. This is good too. Shui Chang has never given up, and he can just repay me when the special training ends. Lu Chen calculated that by the end of the special training, Shui Chang should be able to accumulate nearly 10,000 military achievement points for him, barely enough to support him until the college entrance examination. In the afternoon, Lu Chen still did not have to train with the students but instead faced off against martial artists from the military. It was the Special Operations class leader, Li Yibing, who had previously trained him. This class leader, who had reached the third stage of martial arts, increasingly admired Lu Chen and was willing to spar with him tirelessly, helping him familiarize himself with the combat methods of formal martial artists. Although Lu Chen did not reveal his Earth-level martial skills, he was able to learn various applications of aura from Li Yibing, benefiting greatly. Li Yibing was astonished to find that with his third-stage martial arts, cultivation, combined with a fully mastered Earth-level martial skill, he could only match Lu Chen evenly. Although Lu Chen used human-level martial skills, he had so many of them, and each was at perfection, making them flawless. What shocked Li Yibing the most was that Lu Chen, who had just recently broken through to martial artist, was not at all inferior to him in terms of strength, speed, and neural response. After 3 days of fighting, Li Yibing had to seek help and brought in other class leaders to take turns sparring with Lu Chen. Lu Chen was also generous with the soldiers, dedicating an hour each day to guide them in their martial skill training. Eventually, many young soldiers began to actively call Lu Chen Instructor Lu. When this bizarre scene fell into the eyes of Principal Feng and instructors like Cheng Dongye, one can imagine how shocked they were. Cheng Dongye couldn't help but exclaim, "If this kid stays in the military camp, it won't be long before he becomes a chief instructor." Unfortunately, Lu Chen had no intention of that. Cheng Dongye, under the instructions of Colonel Huang, personally spoke to Lu Chen about the special recruitment into the military academy, but Lu Chen politely declined. It wasn't that Lu Chen looked down on the Jinwu military academy, but he was used to freedom and knew he couldn't stand the militarized management of the academy. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of April, with only a week left until the special training ended. The martial skill training of the other students also came to a close, and they began practical combat with soldiers of the same level in the military every afternoon. Then, they found that Lu Chen's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Instead, the soldiers they sparred with spoke highly of Lu Chen, even calling him instructor. The students then realized that Lu Chen's special training was completely different from theirs. He had even started to train the soldiers here in reverse. What kind of situation was this? At this time, Lu Chen was, of course, still mingling with the class leaders. However, after half a month of breaking through, Lu Chen is now a second-tier martial artist, and his strength has increased exponentially, allowing him to spar with instructor Cheng Dongye, a second-tier martial artist and without any Earth-level martial skills, managing to fight to a standstill against the 7th-tier Cheng Dongye left the group of class leaders feeling utterly ashamed. As a result, during this time, the class leaders have indeed been pushed hard in their training, each making rapid progress. Name: Lu Chen level, second-tier martial artist, 72%. Martial skills: human level low grade, perfected 9 shadow steps. Perfected heart-piercing steps, human level mid-grade, perfected 7 steps killing fist, perfected 3-inch palm human level top grade, perfected tiger roar skill earth level low grade, subtle wind blade leg 16%, subtle golden bell shield 12%, subtle swift wind shadow steps 16%. After finishing the day's training, Lu Chen looked at the panel again. It was another day of surpassing himself. He believed that if he truly used these 3 Earth-level low-grade martial skills, even Cheng Dongye would not be his match. After all, his 3 Earth-level martial skills had already reached the subtle realm, far surpassing Cheng Dongye, the chief instructor. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. In a cave over 100 miles away from the fortress, 2 men dressed in dark clothing were quietly discussing. "Big brother, we have already grasped the kids' activity patterns. Shouldn't we act quickly?" One of them spoke up. The other nodded. "Indeed, it's time. Damn, it's not easy to ambush a student right under the eyes of the regular army. If it weren't for that kid's need to show off, we would have a hard time finding an opportunity." The first black-clad man said, "Yeah, although we are martial artists, there are several high-tier martial artists nearby. Even if we can ambush him, we won't have a chance to escape." The big brother snorted, "If we pull this off, we can leave Hadong province with the money and take some time to cultivate in peace before coming out again." "Big brother, you're amazing. Using the method of mother and baby rats to assassinate that kid. The baby rat died at that kid's hands yesterday. We'll release the second-level mother rat at dawn to lock onto him, and it can bite him to death in one go." Ha ha. The muffled laughter of the 2 men echoed in the cave. But at some point, a young man dressed in a black tracksuit appeared at the entrance of the cave. Once the 2 inside finished their discussion, the young man cleared his throat and gently asked, "Excuse me, are you looking for me?" "Who?" A startled voice came from the cave, and then 2 figures in black rushed out, exposed to the moonlight. Lu Chen looked at the 2 and grinned. "Weren't you just discussing how to assassinate me?" 2 men in black stared intently at Lu Chen under the moonlight, then suddenly swept their gaze around, extremely vigilant. "Don't worry, no one will interfere, it's just me here." Lu Chen knew what they were looking for. They were simply afraid that the military would send experts to protect him. "It's you." The leader in black snapped back to reality, fixating on Lu Chen. "How do you know about us and find our hiding place?" The second man in black immediately questioned. Lu Chen did not respond but curiously said, "It seems you really know me, and you want to kill me. I've come right to your door, so tell me, why are you looking for me?" The 2 men in black exchanged glances but did not answer Lu Chen's question. Instead, they silently drew the long knives hanging at their sides. "Since you've come out on your own, it saves us brothers some trouble." Before the words were even finished, the leader in black had already pointed the tip of his knife forward and charged towards Lu Chen, covering a distance of 10 feet with each step. The second man in black silently raised his knife, standing nearby to prevent Lu Chen from escaping while also keeping an eye out for any of Lu Chen's allies. Facing the murderous long knife of the leader in black, Lu Chen simply let his hands hang down, standing motionless as if he were paralyzed with fear. "Die!" The leader in black spat out a cold word, leaping into the air, his long knife slashing down like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the night sky and descending upon Lu Chen's head. Just when the blade was 3 inches from Lu Chen's head and the two men in black thought Lu Chen was about to die, he finally moved. Within 3 inches, he held the universe in his palm. The military's 3-inch palm, at the moment of life and death, erupted in Lu Chen's hand. The men in black didn't even have time to see when Lu Chen's hand was raised or why it suddenly appeared in front of their chests. His move was already too old, and there was no time to change tactics. It was with this palm that he struck faster than the knife, lightly slapping the leader in black's chest. Bang! Crack! The leader in black flew back in response, already spitting out a mouthful of blood mist in midair, his entire left chest caving in. He could no longer hold on to his murderous knife, and as his body fell to the ground, his gaze had already dimmed. By the time the second man in black reacted and rushed over to help his brother, he was horrified to find that the leader was already breathing his last. Not to mention the second man in black, even Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. "Sorry, I really didn't expect him to be this weak. I originally wanted to leave him alive," Lu Chen said, expressing his apologies indifferently. After all, he was a killer at the second stage of martial arts. With such a sharp blade, who would have thought he was just a decorative pillow, unable to withstand even a single strike from Lu Chen's mid-grade 3-inch palm? The second man in black stared wide-eyed as his brother quickly gasped his last, and he glared angrily at Lu Chen, cursing inwardly. Who the hell said this kid was just a martial apprentice? "Kid, today we admit defeat. I will take revenge for this grudge." After saying this threatening remark, the second man in black actually abandoned his brother's corpse and turned to flee. What a joke! He wasn't a fool. How could he still consider Lu Chen an ordinary martial apprentice? What kind of student could be so fierce, killing a martial artist with a single move? He was no match at all. Just as Lu Chen was calming his complex feelings after his first kill, he saw the other killer turning to run. What kind of competitors were these? Were they too unprofessional? Lu Chen collected his emotions and quickly used the wind step technique, bursting forth with a speed far surpassing that of his opponent to chase after him. "Your boss has been killed by you. Why are you still chasing me?" The second man in black, noticing Lu Chen was pursuing him, immediately panicked and shouted. Lu Chen comforted him while running. "Don't worry, this time I will show mercy and won't kill you again. Liar!" The killer cursed loudly, and without any grace, he pulled out a handgun from his pocket and fired several shots behind him. However, in front of Lu Chen now, this ordinary handgun posed no threat to him at all. He could even predict the trajectory of the bullet, dodging it directly or withstanding it using the golden cicada cloak. With a leap, Lu Chen kicked off the back of the black-clad second-in-command, sending him flying like a dog eating shit. This kick was merely a low-level heart-piercing strike. Mainly, Lu Chen was worried about accidentally killing the opponent. When he practiced with the soldiers, he always held back, suppressing his cultivation and strength to match the same realm. He never expected that when he unleashed his full power, it would be so fierce. Even more unexpectedly, a dignified assassin would be so weak. By the time the black-clad second-in-command scrambled to his feet, Lu Chen was already beside him, kicking away his long knife while delivering a heavy palm strike to the back of his head, knocking the assassin unconscious. "I'm really disappointed. I didn't even get to use any earth-level martial skills." Lu Chen sighed inwardly. He thought he had found 2 good opponents, but it turned out they were useless. At that moment, a tall figure dropped from the tree above, revealing Principal Fong, who had been hiding in the shadows. "You were right, someone really did want to assassinate you during the special training," Principal Fong said, clicking his tongue in amazement. Lu Chen, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "You know, I've been practicing Principal Wei's golden cicada cloak, so my senses are quite sharp." In reality, the sensitivity the golden cicada cloak provided him wasn't that keen, otherwise he would have noticed it long ago. It was only after the golden cicada cloak evolved into the golden bell shield and he refined it to a fine degree that he felt someone was watching him when he entered the wilderness. The sensitivity brought by the golden bell shield far surpassed that of the golden cicada cloak. Being secretly and maliciously watched is uncomfortable for anyone. So, Lu Chen secretly informed Principal Fong and asked him to take him deeper into the wilderness that night to search for the enemy's traces. With Principal Fong's level, finding the hiding place of these two based on subtle clues wouldn't be too difficult. Once it was confirmed that the newcomers were indeed assassins. Lu Chen took the opportunity to have Principal Fong hide in the shadows to support him, giving him a chance to face the assassins alone. He was already quite adept at slaying exotic beasts and felt no psychological burden. However, he had never faced an enemy who was also of the human race, making this a great opportunity. Principal Fong agreed to Lu Chen's request. However, neither of them expected that the incoming martial artist, a second-tier warrior, would be so easily defeated, unable to withstand even one move from Lu Chen. Originally, Lu Chen had intended to leave one alive, but unexpectedly, he ended up killing one with a single palm strike. When facing such treacherous enemies, there's no need to be merciful, nor should you feel any psychological burden. Principal Fong said, seeing Lu Chen lost in thought, mistakenly believing it was his first time killing and that he was struggling to adapt. Killing is just that simple. As long as you kill those who deserve to die, it's no different from slaying exotic beasts. At that moment, Lu Chen sensed a strong aura of killing intent from the old principal. Without needing to guess, it was clear that the principal had experienced bloodshed and had killed many people. However, upon reflection, Lu Chen didn't feel any discomfort. Remember, sometimes the human heart is scarier than exotic beasts. Principal Fong sighed, then looked at the unconscious, black-clad second-in-command. How dare they attempt to assassinate his student right under his nose? Did they really think the tiger wouldn't show its might? This matter was serious. Principal Fong could hardly imagine the consequences if these two had succeeded. From the moment Lu Chen broke through to become a martial artist, he was no longer an ordinary student, but a key training subject recorded in confidential files. If Lu Chen were to be assassinated, it would not only be a loss for Guanyun City, but even the province would hold someone accountable. Of course, for Principal Fong, Principal Wei, and even Principal Huang, Lu Chen himself carried significant weight. The three had long regarded him as a close student, even the hope for Guanyun City's rise. Therefore, Principal Fong's unusual anger was only not very apparent in front of Lu Chen. Fortunately, Lu Chen's strength had recently surged, allowing him to detect the assassin early and even resolve the situation on his own. Confronting the assassin and turning the tables was also an excellent training opportunity for Lu Chen. On this point, Principal Fong was quite satisfied. Let's take another look in the cave, Principal Fong said, coming back to his senses and reminding Lu Chen. Lu Chen had the same intention and entered the cave alone, carefully retrieving a black leather bag left by the two. A faint squeaking sound came from inside the bag, and Lu Chen looked at Principal Fong and said, "This should be the mother rat they mentioned, a level 2 gold-eating rat." Principal Fong gestured for Lu Chen to open the bag, and suddenly a shadow sprang out, heading straight for Lu Chen's face. However, before Lu Chen could react, Principal Fong had already struck with his palm in mid-air, a surge of fiery red energy bursting forth, enveloping the gold-eating rat. The level 2 gold-eating rat dashed left and right but was burned and squealed in pain, unable to escape the range of Principal Fong's energy. Is being able to condense energy outside the body a technique of a martial sovereign? Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he watched. This was a world apart from his current abilities. He clearly saw the appearance of the gold-eating rat, which indeed resembled the one he had killed yesterday. With a body the size of a palm, its fur was pitch black and shiny, but it had a tuft of golden fur on its forehead, and its exposed teeth were extremely sharp. This was the gold-eating rat. Despite its small size, its lethality should not be underestimated. This type of exotic beast was very fast, and its main means of attack relied on its sharp teeth. A level 2 gold-eating rat could even bite through 2 centimeters of high-strength steel plate. The gold-eating rat fed on various hard metals, making its body extremely tough, practically impervious to blades and bullets. Of course, gold-eating rats could also eat humans, which could accelerate their evolution. If Lu Chen had not broken through to become a martial artist, facing such a level 2 gold-eating rat that had set its sights on him would likely have made him no match. Principal Fong calmly put the gold-eating rat back into the black leather bag and said, "These two assassins have really gone to great lengths to avoid exposing themselves. They even found such a pair of mother and child rats. First, they released the child rat for you to kill, and in doing so, the mother rat will remember your scent and target you. When you enter the wilderness tomorrow, the lurking mother rat will strike a fatal blow, not even giving the instructors time to react." What a clever plan. From start to finish, they don't need to show themselves. Principal Fong snorted coldly. Lu Chen now understood the method of the assassination against him and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Who exactly wanted to assassinate him? Naturally, Lu Chen thought of this. It seemed he hadn't made any deadly enemies. If it were a matter of unintentionally infringing on someone's interests, Lu Chen first thought of Zhao Longfei, whom he had driven out of the hunting ground last time. Could it be him? Lu Chen couldn't be sure. Such matters were impossible to guess. However, Lu Chen felt a bit more wary of Zhao Longfei in his heart. No need to overthink it. Principal Fong seemed to see what Lu Chen was pondering and waved his hand, saying, "I will help you investigate this matter. However, you must remember, not being envied is a sign of mediocrity. This is nothing new. So, you must always be on guard. Do you understand?" Lu Chen quickly replied, "Thank you, Teacher Fong, I will remember." "Good," Principal Fong said with great vigor, "but don't let that make you timid. If anyone dares to target you openly, just come to me." I don't think Old Wei would agree either. Lu Chen felt a bit moved but didn't say much, just kept these words in his heart. "Go back," Principal Fong said, "the special training will end in a few days. I will try to find some second-level exotic beasts for you deep in the wilderness, so you can practice more. The military merits for killing second-level exotic beasts, including this golden-eating mouse, will also be quietly accumulated for you." Lu Chen thanked him repeatedly. Although second-level exotic beasts were dangerous, they were full of treasures and quite valuable. A typical second-level exotic beast could be exchanged for 500 military merits, which is about 50,000 huaxia coins. Upon returning to the fortress, Lu Chen went straight to rest, while Principal Fong took the assassin and went to investigate overnight. By early the next morning, Principal Fong found Lu Chen and said with some frustration, "I couldn't find anything. All I could find out was that they are registered foreign bounty hunters who have previously engaged in murder and smuggling in the wilderness. However, the person who contacted them this time did not show up. They only issued tasks and transferred money through an overseas virtual platform, making it impossible to trace the source." Lu Chen had already guessed this. With the two assassins being so cautious, how could the person behind them easily surface? Lu Chen comforted Principal Fong in return, saying, "It's okay, Teacher Fong, I'll just be more careful in the future. Once I become a formal martial artist, I will have some self-protection ability," Lu Chen said confidently. Principal Fong nodded. "If you have any suspects, just let me or Principal Wei know. Fortunately, it's not foreign spies targeting you, otherwise, they would be even more ruthless. During this time, don't enter the wilderness alone. It's still very safe within our base," Principal Fong advised. Lu Chen nodded seriously, but a thorn remained in his heart, thinking he had to find a chance to remove it. On May 1st, the students went hunting in the wilderness as usual. By the afternoon, news came that one of the students had broken through to become a martial artist, and it was Xiang Yueya. The students were in an uproar. After all, it was extremely rare for a student to break through to martial artist before the college entrance examination in the small Guanyin city. However, Lu Chen didn't pay much attention. Who wasn't a martial artist? He was already a second-tier martial artist. In the following days, perhaps due to the special training where the students accumulated efforts, several students broke through their cultivation one after another, including Lu Qingqing, who also broke through to the 7th stage of martial apprentice on May 3rd, greatly increasing her strength. On May 5th, the day before the special training ended, another martial artist was born among the students, and it was none other than Shui Chang from the 3rd school. Thus, this young man who had just broken through to martial artist sought out Lu Chen that afternoon, declaring his intention to challenge him. On the afternoon of the 5th, at the student training ground, when Lu Chen learned that Shui Chang was going to challenge him, he quickly bid farewell to the class leaders who were in a match and rushed over. This good classmate was clearly here to deliver military achievements to him. How could he refuse? Lu Chen, during the special training period, military achievements are accumulated. "I lost to you. I accept the bet. All my military achievements go to you." Upon seeing Lu Chen, Shui Chang said openly, "You're too polite. We're all classmates," Lu Chen replied while calculating how many military achievements Shui Chang had accumulated over the past month. Not bad. Second only to himself, he already had over 11,000 military achievements, which would be worth over 1,000,000 huaxia coins. Although Lu Chen had accumulated the most military achievements in a month, he had already spent most of them. He glanced at the coldly observing chief instructor Chang Dongya. Chang Dongya knew what this kid was thinking and spoke up. "You can use his military achievements to exchange for resources, but they cannot be added to your personal military honor." "No problem, thank you, instructor," Lu Chen replied, understanding. Military achievements from the military can not only be used to exchange for resources but also involve the issuance of some honors later on, so one must rely on their own merits to earn them. Lu Chen was already satisfied that he could use Shui Chang's military achievements to exchange for resources. Shui Chang's face turned a bit red. After all, he had initially vowed to challenge Lu Chen, yet now he had lost so thoroughly, even giving Lu Chen military achievements worth over 1,000,000. However, he was no longer the 9th-tier martial apprentice but a formal martial artist. So, he wanted to take this opportunity to regain his face. "Lu Chen, do you dare to have another fair match with me?" Shui Chang asked with great momentum in front of all the students and instructors. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed and said, "We're all classmates, why ruin the harmony?" Shui Chang scoffed, seemingly understanding Lu Chen well, and pressed on, "If I lose, I'll give you 500,000. If you lose, the same condition applies." Lu Chen's heart leaped with joy. He knew this classmate was quite reasonable. However, he couldn't help but glance at the indifferent Xiang Yueya not far away. This girl had a great charm, quietly sitting behind the scenes. So many male classmates were doing things for her. Didn't they know the principle of ending up with nothing after flattering someone? Never mind, making money was more important. Lu Chen had no time to pity these sycophants and was even less interested in the pretentious Xiang Yueya. While lamenting that Xue Cheng's family was indeed wealthy, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Alright, I'll accompany you, gentlemen. Xue classmate, please be merciful." At this moment, Cheng Dongye, who was watching the excitement, suddenly spoke up. "I forgot to inform everyone that Lu Chen from Class 1 broke through to a formal martial artist more than 10 days ago. So, in the future, if classmates have questions, they can also consult Lu Chen more." After saying this, Cheng Dongye couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen with pride, thinking, "Letting you kid take advantage of us, I've finally turned the tables." The surrounding students immediately erupted in an uproar, especially the students from Class 1 who knew Lu Chen, feeling as if they were dreaming. They clearly remembered that Lu Chen had only broken through from 8th tier martial apprentice to 9th tier after arriving at the special training camp. How could it be that just a few days later he had become a formal martial artist? Was this the cultivation speed of a normal human? But then again, Lu Chen didn't seem to be a normal human. He could even turn around and become an instructor. In the military, was that normal? Lu Chen, exposed by Cheng Dongye, didn't blush. He just thickened his skin and said to the slightly changed expression of Xue Chang, "Actually, it was just a lucky breakthrough. If you're scared, we can cancel our match." Listen to what he said. Even Cheng Dongye beside him exclaimed that he was quite skilled. This kid's heart was really dark. To earn some money, he even resorted to provocation. Sure enough, the young and impetuous Xue Chang could not withstand this provocation and directly shook his head, saying, "No need, since we are both formal martial artists, let's have a fair fight." "Fair my ass, Lu Chen is already a second-tier martial artist," Shang Dong secretly complained. The students didn't know, but how could he not know Lu Chen? Let alone Xue Chang, who had just broken through to martial artist. Even he, a 7th-tier martial artist, might not be able to defeat Lu Chen if he personally stepped in. This was simply giving money to Lu Chen. However, Cheng Dong did not say more. If that greedy kid remembered it, he would inevitably be taken advantage of in the future. Lu Chen was overjoyed. Since someone insisted on giving him money, it would be rude to refuse. But he still maintained his composure on the surface and said, "Then I will learn from you." Xue Chang stopped talking nonsense, and the aura of a formal martial artist suddenly erupted, causing dust to fly everywhere. His body shot forward like an arrow, released from a bow, and the martial technique he used was not any of those taught in school. Clearly, given Xue Chang's family background, he had long been training in higher-grade martial arts at an external dojo. Before the punch arrived, a cold wind rushed toward him. Facing Xue Chang's perfected upper-grade fist technique, Lu Chen only used the strength of a first-tier martial artist and the low-grade opening stone hand. There was no choice. Lu Chen had to hold back a bit, or he feared he might accidentally kill this little money giver with a single palm strike. When their fists collided, both Lu Chen and Xue Chang staggered back 2 steps. Xue Chang was pushed back by Lu Chen's strength, while Lu Chen was, of course, pretending. Bullying someone is one thing, but he still had to leave a bit of face for the little money giver in case he came back to give money in the future. Xue Chang gritted his teeth, the blue stone beneath his feet cracking as he charged forward. With even greater speed, throwing a punch heavier than before. Lu Chen still met it with the opening stone hand, just slightly increasing his strength. Bang! The two exchanged blows, clashing back and forth, making it quite a spectacle. However, to the insiders, especially the few instructors, it seemed that Lu Chen was just playing around. From their understanding, Lu Chen should have been able to win after the first collision. The two students were simply not on the same level. But Xue Chang didn't know that. He still felt he had a chance of victory, thinking Lu Chen wasn't as invincible as imagined. With another strike, Xue Chang's heavy punch came again, but just as it was about to collide with Lu Chen, a bone-chilling coldness surged within that fist, ready to explode. Interesting. Even before receiving the blow, Lu Chen had already sensed it. This was not an ordinary low-grade martial technique. He could clearly feel that Xue Chang's punch contained a rich power of vitality, ready to burst forth. Boom! With a loud bang, at the moment their fists collided, a wave of chilling energy erupted from Xue Chang's fist, striking toward Lu Chen's palm. However, it was somewhat akin to a punch from a ground-tier martial technique. After it landed, it was Xue Chang who was sent flying back, his entire powerful arm drooping down. His expression changed drastically as he looked up at Lu Chen. "How could you possibly block my punch infused with energy?" In fact, just as Xue Chang's fist was about to strike, Lu Chen had already sensed something unusual about this punch. Unlike ordinary martial techniques of the human rank, this was a punch infused with the essence of blood and energy, transformed into a powerful force. However, Lu Chen could also confirm that this was not a standard Earth-rank martial technique, so he did not employ any other techniques, merely increasing his strength slightly. Sure enough, at the moment their fists collided, Lu Chen not only felt the force of Xue Chang's punch but also a bone-chilling energy that erupted from it, surging through his palm and into his body. If he had not been exposed to Earth-rank martial techniques, Lu Chen might have been injured by this penetrating energy. But having practiced with those class leaders every day, Lu Chen was already very familiar with the operation of such energy. Therefore, as Xue Chang's energy burst forth, he quietly circulated his own blood and energy to dissipate it. silently. Shui Chang, who returned empty-handed, found his arm directly broken by Lu Chen's sudden surge of power, instantly losing half of his strength. He was astonished, not understanding how Lu Chen could break through the energy technique he had mastered, yet he still did not want to admit defeat. However, before he could continue, Lu Chen had already stepped forward, delivering a palm strike that stopped at his forehead. "Thank you for the match, classmate Shui," Lu Chen said as he withdrew his hand and stepped back. Shui Chang knew he had completely lost. No matter how unwilling he felt, he had nothing more to say. "I'll transfer the money to you after we get back." Losing was losing, and Shui Chang was quite magnanimous, not lingering on the matter but instead proactively saying, "No rush, no rush." Lu Chen immediately smiled, stepping forward to help Shui Chang up, insisting on personally escorting him to the military doctor. The instructors, such as Chung Dongya, could hardly bear to watch. This kid was truly motivated by money. Once Lu Chen took Shui Chang away, the students could no longer hold back their discussions. Warriors. In this special training, 3 official warriors had emerged among them. This was extremely rare among the college entrance examination candidates from Guanyun City in previous years. Especially Lu Chen, who, after winning the last mock exam, continued to lead by a wide margin, not only successfully breaking through to become a warrior but also defeating the deeply rooted Shui Chang. They had already begun to wonder if the other warrior student, Xiang Yueya, could be a match for Lu Chen. Lu Qingqing watched Lu Chen's departing figure, silently clenching her jade-like hand, encouraging herself. "Qingqing, you need to work harder, or you won't be able to keep up with him." Huang Junyan stood beside Xiang Yueya and softly asked, "Do you have confidence in defeating him now?" Xiang Yueya withdrew her gaze and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Not yet, but it shouldn't be difficult before and after the college entrance examination." Huang Junyan did not question her, instead feeling it was only natural. No one at the high school taught earth-rank martial techniques, but with Xiang Yueya's qualifications, it wouldn't be hard for her to learn an earth-rank martial technique at the Xiang Family Martial Arts School. And without an earth-rank martial technique to rely on, Lu Chen would eventually fall far behind Xiang Yueya. When the time for the college entrance examination came, who could claim the top spot was still uncertain. This highlighted the importance of background and resources. While the martial apprentice stage might not be very obvious, the impact of resources would grow larger as one progressed. What if Lu Chen broke through to become a warrior first? With his meager conditions, could he support the resources needed for warrior cultivation? Did he have an earth-rank martial technique to practice? Did he have a renowned teacher to guide him? Not to mention Xiang Yueya's conditions, even someone like Huang Junyan, an ordinary rich second generation, believed that Lu Chen would inevitably fall behind him in the future. The path of martial arts is long. This is just the beginning. What do the gains and losses of a single city and a single pool matter? Huang Junyan recalled his father's earnest teachings and found them very reasonable. His and Xiang Yueya's goals were not limited to the small Guanyun city but looked towards the entire Hadong province and even to China and the world. That was a vast world where heroes gathered and winds surged. How could a poor orphan with only a bit of talent understand the importance of family background? Speaking of Lu Chen, he personally supported Shui Chang to the military doctor, taking care of this fortune-bringing boy whom he had defeated with his own hands with meticulous attention. Once Shui Chang's arm was set and he regained some vitality, Lu Chen smiled kindly and asked, "Shui classmate, are you all right now?" Shui Chang shook his head and thanked Lu Chen, saying, "Thank you for showing mercy and for bringing me to seek medical help. However, I will challenge you again when I have the chance. Not for Xiang Yueya, but for myself," Shui Chang declared earnestly. Lu Chen immediately showed a more sincere smile and said, "You are always welcome. I just happened to win by luck, it's nothing special." Seemingly moved by Lu Chen's humility and sincerity, Shui Chang rarely smiled, feeling a bit more recognition for Lu Chen in his heart. Seeing the opportunity, Lu Chen took the initiative to ask, "Shui classmate, I have a question. I wonder if I should ask." Shui Chang boldly replied, "Feel free to ask. We are not enemies." Only then did Lu Chen voice his doubts, pretending to be confused. "The last fist technique you used just now concealed the power of blood and energy. Could it be a ground-level martial skill?" Hearing this, Shui Chang let out a bitter laugh and said, "Of course, it's not a true ground-level martial skill. I just broke through to a martial artist. How could I possibly master a ground-level martial skill? Actually, it's just a technique for exerting force. When using a human-level martial skill, it releases the power of blood and energy at the point of contact, disrupting the opponent's internal energy. Compared to a true ground-level martial skill, whether in terms of explosive power or density, it falls far short," Shui Chang explained. Honestly, Lu Chen then understood that there was such a technique, somewhat like a transition from human-level martial skills to ground-level martial skills. Why didn't Principal Fang and the instructors teach me this? Lu Chen thought to himself. If he had this technique, the various human-level martial skills he mastered would surely increase in power. He didn't ask Shui Chang how he learned this technique, as it might involve the secrets of his training, which should be avoided. He believed that Principal Fong and the instructors should understand the key, and he could just ask them for it. That night, Lu Chen sought out Principal Fong. However, Principal Fong's response was that this technique had both advantages and disadvantages, so he didn't want him to get involved. Let's put it this way, this is a method of taking shortcuts, which can easily lead to dependency and even have side effects on your future training of true ground-level martial skills. Many people find the difficulty of training ground-level martial skills too great, which is why they resort to such methods. But with your comprehension, training ground-level martial skills is the right path, you shouldn't take this detour. Lu Chen then began to understand, but he still insisted that Principal Fong teach him. As for whether it would affect his future training of ground-level martial skills, Lu Chen was not worried. After all, he could train his martial skills by himself, so why worry about this little influence? On May 6, the last day of the students' special training, the students did not go out into the wilderness again, nor did they continue training in martial arts, but instead relaxed and rested. The 7 instructors, along with the class leaders and soldiers who had accompanied them for a month, rarely took a day off to have a meal together with the students, mingling as one. In addition, there was the ceremony to confer the rank on the top of the military merit list. Lu Chen, Colonel Huang personally presented Lu Chen with the rank of 2nd lieutenant, which made the other students envious. A 2nd lieutenant, while not exactly a meteoric rise, could at least be said to be a child of humble origins achieving greatness. The 7 instructors were merely 2nd lieutenants, yet they commanded hundreds of soldiers. Of course, Lu Chen's 2nd lieutenant rank was merely honorary and held no real power. However, he could receive the basic salary of a 2nd lieutenant, which was 10,000 huaxia coins per month. And just this alone was enough to make Lu Chen beam with joy. The most important point for him was that after obtaining the rank, he could enjoy some of the military's resources, especially the martial arts heritage within the military. It is no exaggeration to say that the military's martial arts heritage is probably the most comprehensive and prioritized in all of Huaxia. Naturally, to enjoy these resources, one must contribute, and only military merits can be exchanged for them. Lu Chen was not an exception. In recent years, the military had opened up some honorary ranks to attract talent from society. This way, even those free-spirited prodigies and experts who did not want to join the military could collaborate with the military, making it easier to manage them. Although the students were envious after so many days, they understood that Lu Chen had this qualification. Did not even the soldiers and the 7 instructors fully acknowledge Lu Chen? In the military, without real skills, one could not earn the respect of these veterans. Lu Chen, don't slack off during the college entrance examination. If you can bring back the top score in the province, we instructors will specially go to the city to celebrate with you, Cheng Dongye said, putting his arm around Lu Chen's neck and making a bold promise at the farewell banquet. Little instructor Lu, don't forget us. After the college entrance examination, if there's a chance, we'll take you to the wilderness to eat wild game. Some soldiers sincerely invited him. Most of these people had been guided in martial arts by Lu Chen, and they felt both close to and respectful of him. Lu Chen agreed one by one. It must be said that these Huaxia soldiers had always been the most lovable and pure people in his heart. Without their protection, there would be no survival base for the vast Huaxia, and certainly no learning opportunities for these students. It wasn't until 3 o'clock that afternoon that the students reluctantly boarded the military vehicle, which took them back to their respective schools. As soon as Lu Chen returned to school, he was summoned to the office by Principal Wei, where the homeroom teacher Wang Tong was also waiting. Good boy, you did really well this time, you didn't bring shame to our school. Principal Wei laughed heartily upon seeing Lu Chen. Wang Tong, standing by, did not dare to interrupt, but his face was also filled with smiles. It was unprecedented for a student from an ordinary class to emerge as a martial artist before the college entrance examination. Moreover, Lu Chen's achievement was not just about breaking through to become a martial artist. According to the news from the military camp, Lu Chen had many astonishing feats during the special training, and he even earned the honor of a 2nd lieutenant rank in the end. Wang Tong had come from the military. He had served for a full 10 years before he managed to become a 2nd lieutenant, and that was the peak of his career. Who would have thought that his student, barely an adult, could already stand on equal footing with him? Even without commanding troops, Wang Tong could boast loudly when he met his old comrades. Wouldn't Li Qingjun have to take a detour when he saw him in the future? Thinking of this, Wang Tong felt a wave of satisfaction, and the more he looked at Lu Chen, the more pleased he became. At this moment, Principal Wei changed the subject, asking with a hint of seriousness, I heard that you were assassinated by a villain during the special training? Do you have any suspects? Wang Tong's expression also turned cold upon hearing this. The nature of this matter was truly too vile. Who could be so heartless as to secretly harm an orphan still in high school, especially one who was the greatest genius in the history of the school? Although Lu Chen had his suspicions, he had no evidence at all. He simply shook his head and said, I don't know, I shouldn't have any deadly enemies. The old principal nodded slightly, took a sip of tea, and said, "You shouldn't go home for a while. Stay in the teacher's dormitory. Don't worry, I won't charge you for it. It's my own other house," Principal Wei said with a smile when he saw Lu Chen hesitating. He had heard that this kid had swindled quite a few people during the special training, being greedy for money. Lu Chen then smiled and said, "Thank you, Teacher Wei. Well, it's all small matters. Your safety is the most important," Principal Wei continued nonchalantly. "Moreover, before the college entrance examination, I will personally teach you the earth-level martial arts above the golden cicada cloak. High schools indeed cannot teach earth-level martial arts. But if I teach you in my own name, no one will dare to say anything," Principal Wei said grandly. Wang Tong was about to say something, but Principal Wei interrupted him first. "Let's not teach this kid the wind-cleaving axe for now. Your salary can't afford it." Wang Tong was immediately speechless. He indeed wanted to teach Lu Chen the earth-level wind-cleaving axe in his personal capacity. However, he also needed to pay out of his own pocket to buy the inheritance jade slip, which cost over $1 million. Putting a lot of pressure on him, Principal Wei continued, "Moreover, you can't use weapons in the practical assessment of the college entrance examination. After Lu Chen enters university, he can choose to study it on his own." Wang Tong thought this made sense and gave up. Lu Chen felt grateful but didn't say much, only keeping this teacher-student bond in his heart. "You shouldn't have any psychological burden. Participating in the college entrance examination is also to bring glory to our school. Since you've already broken through as a martial artist, we will try our best to create conditions for you, just like the other students. However, I must remind you that earth-level martial arts are not like the martial arts you practiced before. The difficulty is very high. I can't guarantee how far you can cultivate before the college entrance examination," Principal Wei said solemnly. At this point, the old principal suddenly remembered that when he first taught Lu Chen the golden cicada cloak, he seemed to have said something similar. Was the so-called difficulty really that hard for this kid? "Yes, thank you, Teacher Wei. I will do my best," Lu Chen replied earnestly. The earth-level martial arts that share the same origin as the golden cicada cloak is called Golden Light Wave. It is a low-grade earth-level martial art that not only has protective effects but also has a certain degree of passive rebound power. "You can accept the inheritance from me now." Principal Wei took out a jade slip and handed it directly to Lu Chen. Lu Chen respectfully accepted it, while in his heart he was wondering what the difference was between this so-called golden light wave and his own golden bell shield. After cultivating the golden bell shield, could he still cultivate this? Would there be a conflict? This question had lingered in his mind for a long time, and today he could finally verify it. The golden bell shield and the golden light wave coexist harmoniously, merging and evolving into a mid-grade martial skill of the earth level. As Lu Chen received the golden light wave bestowed by Principal Wei, a pleasant notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. "This is..." Lu Chen was both surprised and delighted. The golden bell shield has actually evolved again, leaping to a mid-grade of the earth level. These two mid-grade martial skills of the earth level, both related to the golden cicada garment, not only did not conflict but instead smoothly merged and evolved, becoming a more precious and rare mid-grade skill of the earth level. If an ordinary mid-grade martial skill of the earth level is worth $1 million, then the corresponding mid-grade skill is at least double that. Moreover, the golden bell shield is an even rarer body-refining martial skill, which can stand out among earth-level skills, worth at least $5 million. Of course, martial skills cannot be measured solely by money, and Lu Chen was not a greedy person. However, this at least indirectly confirmed the power and potential of this martial skill. Quickly looking at his personal panel, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Name: Lu Chen. Level: Warrior 3rd stage, 10%. Martial skills: Human level lower grade, perfect 9 shadow steps, perfect heart-piercing steps, human level mid-grade, perfect 7 steps, killing fist, perfect 3-inch palm, human level top grade, perfect tiger. Roar skill: earth level lower grade, wind blade leg minor 30%, swift wind shadowless step minor 30%. Earth level mid-grade, great accomplishment of golden bell shield 26%. His cultivation had already reached the warrior 3rd stage, which was a natural progression he had broken through 3 days ago. What he was now focused on was the golden bell shield that had just evolved into a mid-grade of the earth level. Indeed, after the evolution of the golden bell shield, its potential has increased, but its realm has dropped back to the great accomplishment stage. However, Lu Chen knew that this was a good thing for him. As long as there was potential, he was confident he could quickly improve. Moreover, the great accomplishment of the mid-grade golden bell shield was far more powerful than the previous minor stage. He also had a clear feeling that he could not only unleash the evolved golden bell shield but could also decompose it back into the golden light wave and the previous golden bell shield. Furthermore, breaking it down further into the perfect golden cicada garment would also be within his grasp. "Alright, you should take a break now," Principal Wei, seeing Lu Chen lost in thought, reminded him. "Today, let Teacher Wang take you to move the things you need." With the college entrance examination approaching, don't take on private tutoring jobs outside. Principal Wei added, I know you earned quite a bit of military merit during the special training that you haven't used and even got a large sum of money, right? Lu Chen knew that Principal Wei was referring to the military merit and 500,000 he had won from Shui City, and he couldn't help but smile shyly. It's nothing, as a warrior. One should strive. It's nothing to be ashamed of to support yourself with your own intelligence. Principal Wei also smiled, showing no intention of blaming Lu Chen. However, don't lose sight of the main goal and be blinded by money. In the month leading up to the college entrance examination, you should focus your time and energy on cultivation. If you need anything, just let me know, Principal Wei said earnestly. The college entrance examination is the most important turning point in a student's life, especially for someone like Lu Chen from a humble background. And you should also know that the college entrance examination is actually an opportunity to earn a lot of resources. Principal Wei looked at Lu Chen meaningfully and said, if you seize it, perhaps you won't have to worry about money during your 4 years of university. Lu Chen nodded, deeply agreeing. In fact, as his strength soared, his ambitions grew larger and his goals for the college entrance examination became more distant. If he could top the scores in Guanyun City, the city's education bureau and his alma mater would reward him handsomely. Even some local businesses or martial arts schools would take this opportunity to sponsor the city's top scorer, both to advertise themselves and to forge a good relationship with a promising student. And if he could become the top scorer in the college entrance examination for the Hedong province base, not only would the rewards from the city double, but there would also be great prizes from the province. However, these are not really considered big money. What Principal Wei was clearly referring to was not this. What could truly allow Lu Chen to earn a substantial amount is the opportunity for live streaming during the college entrance examination. Every year, during the practical phase of the exam, in addition to the official live broadcast, each candidate will have their own unique live streaming account. Whether it's the official live room or the candidate's own live room, it will be broadcasted to over 1 billion viewers nationwide. Is this live streaming just to ensure comprehensive supervision of the exam or to give candidates a chance to showcase themselves? Of course not. Since it's a live broadcast, it will generate traffic and also open up channels for rewards and incentives. Why? The Huaxia authorities are not trying to attract attention for the sake of it, rather, they want to use this moment of national focus to promote the spirit of martial valor. At the same time, the public, seeing the performance of these students, will selectively reward those who perform excellently or those candidates they favor. This is not just taking advantage, it's a genuine policy aimed at benefiting the students. All the money rewarded through the candidates' live rooms will be fully disclosed by the authorities after the exam and given entirely to the students, tax-free. The public often supports this kind of live streaming because everyone knows that it is these outstanding students who, after graduation, will go to the battlefield in batches, securing a survival base for Huaxia and ensuring their safety. Shouldn't these students be encouraged? So how could Lu Chen not be tempted? Earning a large sum of money in the college entrance examination live room based on his own abilities, doesn't that sound appealing? He had even specifically looked at the records of past college entrance examination live rooms where students had earned tens of millions in incentive money in just 6 days of practical assessments. Tens of millions may not mean much to the second-generation heirs from wealthy families, but for Lu Chen, it would be the capital for his future cultivation. If I can make a stunning comeback, I shouldn't have to worry about money for a while, Lu Chen thought excitedly. That day, he returned to his somewhat shabby home with his homeroom teacher, tidied up a bit, and moved into the teacher's apartment behind the school. Although Principal Wei only left him a 1-bedroom apartment, it came with an underground training room. This training room is far from the training building at Lu Qingqing's home, but it still spans over 100 square meters and is equipped with many training and testing devices. It can be said to be small but complete. Lu Chen thought that once he had money, he would also need to create such a private space for living and training. College entrance examination. Once I pass this hurdle, it will be a truly vast world. Lu Chen was full of fighting spirit, ready to face his first major test since arriving in this world. This was an exam that held the promise of soaring to great heights. 1 month left until the college entrance examination. The curriculum for the 3rd year of high school has become much lighter, with almost half of the time left for the students themselves. This is not to let the students relax, but to give them time to express themselves freely. Students with better conditions can even skip classes to train intensively at martial arts schools outside. Those from average families can stay at school and seek help from corresponding teachers for last-minute preparations. There are also students who have already given up. The school will no longer strictly manage them, allowing them to come and go freely. For example, Chen Yufei, this guy hardly comes to school for more than half the time, playing various virtual war games at home. Anyway, he has just reached the 4th rank of martial artist and no matter how much he crams, it's impossible for him to get into a martial arts university. Getting into a comprehensive university would be good enough. However, this die-hard friend of Lu Chen still manages to spare some time every day to chat with Lu Chen, reminiscing about high school life, mainly about his unrequited love history. As for his dream girl, Xiang Yueya, Chen Yufei has long given up, or rather, it has always been just his imagination. Besides Chen Yufei, the only classmate who occasionally contacts him is Lu Qingqing, asking him for advice on cultivation and cultural class questions. Other than that, Lu Chen hardly interacts with any other students and rarely attends classes, spending most of his time cultivating in Principal Wei's apartment. It's worth mentioning that Xuechang from the 3rd high school came to find him once, handing over the 50,000 huaxia coins to him. However, this time Xuechang has learned his lesson and did not propose to compete with Lu Chen again during the college entrance examination, which left Lu Chen a bit disappointed. As for the military achievements that Xuechang lost to Lu Chen, most of them were used to exchange for medicinal baths and nutritional items that could be used before the college entrance examination. Therefore, Lu Chen has finally saved up a sum of 50,000 funds, which he can temporarily keep in his pocket. Zhao Longfei hasn't caused him any trouble during this time. This student seems to have vanished without a trace, and he hasn't come to school at all. This has left Lu Chen without any opportunity to test him. Time passes, and before long, it's June, and the atmosphere among the third-year students becomes increasingly tense. It's not the tension of studying or training, but a mental tension, as most students begin to tighten their nerves. On June 4th, the official virtual platform finally opened personal accounts for every third-year student. This account is of great significance to the students. It is their first virtual platform account in life and will accompany them for a lifetime. This means that even after the college entrance examination, they can still use this account to post various statuses, including pictures, videos, live broadcasts, etc., just like an ID card. It's not to promote any internet celebrities, but to give everyone a chance to voice themselves and create personal value. Name: Lu Chen. Level: 3rd rank martial artist, 88%. Martial skills: low grade human, perfect 9 shadow steps, perfect heart piercing steps, medium grade human, perfect 7 steps killing fist, perfect 3-inch palm, top grade human, perfect tiger roar. Skill: low grade earth, subtle wind blade leg, 90%, subtle swift wind shadow steps, 90%. Medium grade earth, subtle golden bell shield, 8%. In the underground training room, Lu Chen woke up from his training and looked at his various data, feeling quite satisfied. It will take another 4 to 5 days to break through again, hopefully in time for the practical assessment of the college entrance examination. Lu Chen's primary concern is still his cultivation. Although he has spent a lot of time recently actively practicing the qi gathering technique, he is still a bit short of breaking through to the 4th rank. The wind blade leg and swift wind shadow steps are also just a step away from perfection. By the time of the practical assessment, I should be able to achieve perfection. The golden bell shield is barely subtle, and the training speed has slowed down a bit, but it should be enough to cope with the college entrance examination. For the upcoming major exam, Lu Chen was full of confidence, and he had only one goal: to be the top student in the province. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete for the national top student, but he simply didn't have the conditions for it. After all, China is vast, and with candidates from 34 domestic and overseas bases, it was impossible to achieve complete uniformity. Perhaps the cultural subjects and martial arts foundational assessments could be standardized, but when it came to the real major practical assessments, there was no way to gather all the candidates from across the country in one hunting ground. The conditions of the hunting grounds varied from province to province, and the competitive environments for the candidates were also different, making it naturally impossible to unify. Therefore, the college entrance examination generally only referred to provincial top students, and the term national top student rarely appeared. Want to dominate on a national level? There would be plenty of opportunities once in university. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Once in university, there would be platforms for competition and even the chance to look at the entire blue star. Lu Chen didn't continue to let his thoughts wander. Instead, with a hint of curiosity, he opened the official virtual platform called Huaxia Kuning. Previously, he had watched some expert teaching and combat videos through this platform. Now, he had his own real name personal account, which was also marked with the designation of this year's candidate. There are already over 200 people following me? Lu Chen was a bit surprised. Was his social circle this wide? He casually clicked in, and what caught his eye was a flashy avatar, that of Chen Yufei, who had a banner on his forehead saying, "Fight for the college entrance examination." Lu Chen ignored this show-off and continued to scroll. There were Principal Wei, Principal Feng, Major Huang, the homeroom teacher, the 7 instructors from the military training camp, as well as a dozen class leaders and hundreds of soldiers. There was also Lu Qingqing and over 30 classmates from Class 5. The most familiar face was Xuechang from the 3rd high school, with whom he had clashed a few times. Besides these, Lu Chen also saw a few unexpected names. Li Chengjun, Xiang Yueya, Wang Junyan, and even Zhao Longfei? Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Why were they following him? However, he didn't mind if they wanted to follow, so be it. If they could give him some rewards, he wouldn't refuse. On the platform, transactions were based on mutual willingness. No one owed anyone anything. Apart from these recognizable names, there were about 20 to 30 people Lu Chen didn't know at all, and he had no idea why they would follow him. However, a few of them looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them at a school assembly. They should be leaders from the Guanyun City Education Bureau or something similar. Many people had left him private messages, mostly encouraging him for the exam and wishing him success. Lu Chen noticed that among them was Xiang Yueya, the so-called school beauty with whom he had never had direct communication. He casually set his followers and those he followed to private, and Lu Chen didn't reply to the private messages one by one. Instead, he thought, this number of people is not enough. Not to mention the whole country, just the population of the Hadong province base is over 30 million, which has enormous potential. If I could gather a group of people before the exam, I could earn a bit more. Unfortunately, before the college entrance examination, Lu Chen still had no opportunity to do some promotion and attract attention. The personal promotions from various self-media outlets were overwhelming, and most of them required payment, which was not cheap. Lu Chen didn't want to waste his little savings. Besides, he wasn't trying to become an internet celebrity, so why rush to establish a persona? Fortunately, the official media of Guanyun City was relatively fair, releasing some videos from previous mock exams and student scores, which indirectly increased Lu Chen's popularity. However, public memory is short, especially on such virtual platforms. So even with the title of first in the mock exam, Lu Chen's popularity was still far behind those candidates who were heavily promoted. For example, Xiang Yueya, who was called the heir of the Xiang family, had far surpassed Lu Chen in popularity. A second-tier martial artist, a stunning school beauty, and with some eye-catching personal showcase videos, who wouldn't pay attention to such a person? Xiang Yueya's promotion not only reached the population of 2 million in Guanyun City but even extended throughout the province, attracting a large wave of followers in just 2 days. Well, mostly male. The night before the college entrance examination, Xiang Yueya's follower count had already surpassed 2 million, and she was the center of attention in Guanyun City, with the highest calls for winning the provincial championship. Also, Zhao Longfei, Wang Junyan, Shui Chang, and others whom Lu Chen was more familiar with mostly leveraged the power of media to attract hundreds of thousands of fans. Even Chen Yufei managed to accumulate over 100,000 followers in just 2 days. He didn't showcase martial arts skills or combat videos but released some classic videos of himself playing virtual war games. Goodness, the number of followers was indeed considerable. Chen Yufei also took this opportunity to advertise Lu Chen on his account, urging his fans to pay attention to Lu Chen, the soon-to-be provincial champion. This led to a slight increase in Lu Chen's popularity, and by the night before the exam, it barely broke 100,000. Not a lot, but not pitiful either. The key was that most of the young people who followed Lu Chen through Chen Yufei raised many doubts under Lu Chen's only martial arts teaching video. Looks pretty ordinary. Why is he confident about becoming the provincial champion? Is he really a seed player? Besides being handsome, his strength seems quite average. You can't say that. I just like his handsome and masculine face, and his figure is great. I'm in love. Faced with a chorus of doubts, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. When the exam came, he would have the chance to prove himself to these people. On June 7, the National College Entrance Examination officially began, a grueling 8-day test that would attract nationwide attention. Even those powerful figures at the top would follow the college entrance examination through virtual platforms. Why do students who are already financially well-off spend huge sums on promotion to attract attention? They are not like Lu Chen, who is just trying to earn some resources for cultivation. The main goal of these students is still to gain the attention of certain powerful figures. If they could be remembered by one of those strong individuals and taken as disciples, that would truly be a leap to success. Such things are not mere fantasies, they happen every year. After all, those strong figures also want to take in disciples to pass on their legacies. The annual National Unified Examination is a great opportunity to find good seedlings. The cultural subject exams on the 7th and 8th were relatively calm, with not many people paying attention. On the night of the 8th, Lu Chen's cultural scores and rankings were released, just 35 points short of full marks. In cultural subjects, Lu Chen ranked first in the province and 5th in the nation. This result was directly displayed on his personal account, bringing him another wave of attention. Even some official accounts of key universities in liberal arts and sciences directly started recruiting in the comments section, with extremely favorable conditions. Lu Chen certainly did not look down on these schools, but his ambitions lay elsewhere, so he did not pay much attention. As for the mixed reviews from fans, Lu Chen completely ignored them. He was now just waiting for the practical live broadcast starting tomorrow, which was when he could truly showcase his abilities. However, starting tomorrow, all candidates would enter a closed examination venue for 6 days, unable to see the status of their personal accounts. I hope that when I return from the college entrance examination, it will give me a surprise. Lu Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and prepared to face the real big test starting on the 9th. He would not underestimate any opponent because just from the information revealed in the past few days, there were already no less than 20 formal martial artists among the candidates. In the province, there must also be those martial artist candidates who were unwilling to expose themselves, all of whom were Lu Chen's competitors. Of course, Lu Chen would not belittle himself either. His only goal now was to be the top scorer. In the province, on the morning of June 9, all candidates began the martial arts basic assessment. It was also from here that the national public began to flock to the platform, paying close attention to the candidates' performances. The national live broadcast account, provincial live broadcast account, municipal live broadcast account, and numerous self-media accounts all began to live stream the college entrance examination dynamics, broadcasting from various angles to the audience. In an instant, candidates' parents, various levels of strong individuals, and onlookers all surged in. According to statistics, starting from this day, the number of people flocking to the various live broadcast platforms for the college entrance examination in Huaxia exceeded 600 million and remained high. Some watched the official live broadcast, some followed the candidates' personal platform broadcasts, and even more watched multiple screens simultaneously. When the basic martial arts scores were released that morning, the platform traffic began to shift widely, surging towards the personal accounts of those students with outstanding scores. At this moment, Lu Chen did not know that after his 4 perfect scores were announced, his account had already surged by 1 million followers within an hour, and it was still increasing. Everyone knew what 4 perfect scores meant. It was a symbol of a formal martial artist. The upper limit of the basic assessment was 4 perfect scores, totaling 400 points. Even if you were a third-tier martial artist, the basic items would not add extra points. This was actually to keep the candidates' data confidential and prevent their basic data from leaking. On that day, the official live broadcast room of Hadong Province announced a total of 51 perfect score candidates for this year. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the official host was passionately announcing they are the top contenders for this year's provincial top scorer. Of course, there are also dark horses who may break through during the practical examination. Who will ultimately win the championship? Let's wait and see. After this wave of official appearances, Lu Chen's account once again attracted a large number of followers, exceeding 3 million in total. It was also at this time that his personal live broadcast screen was activated, allowing people to clearly see his every move in the upcoming practical assessment. At 2 p.m. on the 9th, all candidates were transported by specially assigned military vehicles to the provincial hunting ground at the Hadong base. This provincial hunting ground is significantly larger than the Guanyun City hunting ground, occupying an area that is more than 5 times its size, spanning a natural barrier and linked through the Taiyuan mountain range that runs north to south across Hadong Province, also known as the Taiyuan hunting ground. Due to its terrain, the Taiyuan hunting ground serves as a natural shield and buffer zone for the Hadong base against battles with foreign beasts. After arriving in this world, it was Lu Chen's first time leaving Guanyun City. To be precise, even his original self had never left Guanyun City. The cost of travel in this era is exceedingly high, as the areas between various bases are wilderness zones, teeming with foreign beasts that are impossible to eradicate completely. Although powerful foreign beasts above level 4 rarely appear within the borders, they are not something an ordinary person can easily traverse. Therefore, for people to move from one base city to another, they require strong escort forces, which naturally incurs high costs. The candidates from Guanyun City now heading to the Taiyuan hunting ground need military escort, with military vehicles transporting them, surrounded by various weapons for protection. Of course, many skilled experts from the military are also deployed, with Colonel Huang personally leading the guard unit, and it is said that 2 martial arts masters have been invited to oversee the operation. The students participating in the college entrance examination are not like those bounty hunters who voluntarily enter the wilderness. There must be no mistakes. In the event that a powerful foreign beast appears midway, the provincial military district will dispatch combat-level super experts for support, striving to ensure that the candidates' conditions are not affected. During the journey, Lu Chen did not communicate with any other candidates. He simply gazed out the window at the primitive scenery of the wilderness while observing his own state. Name: Lu Chen. Level: Martial Artist Level 4, 1%. Martial Skills: Low-grade Human Level, perfected 9 Shadow Steps. Perfected Heart-Piercing Steps. Medium-grade Human Level, perfected 7 Steps. Killing Fist, perfected 3-inch Palm. Top-grade Human Level, perfected Tiger Roar Skill. Low-grade Earth Level, perfected Wind Blade Leg, perfected Swift Wind Shadow Steps. Medium-grade Earth Level, Jin Zhong Zhao, 18%. As expected, I successfully broke through to Martial Artist Level 4 today. First, regarding his cultivation. He smoothly entered martial artist level 4 an hour after completing the test this morning. Secondly, his 2 low-grade earth-level martial skills, Wind Blade Leg and Swift Wind Shadow Steps, also finally reached perfection just now. As for the medium-grade earth-level Jin Zhong Zhao, after entering the micro stage, the cultivation speed slowed down and it would take at least another month to reach perfection. Lu Chen was not in a hurry. He believed that with his current cultivation and martial skills, along with the practical experience accumulated during the special training period, achieving the top score in the provincial entrance examination should not be too difficult. Although he had learned that several top students from key high schools in the provincial city had reached martial artist level 5 this year, and even some had reached level 6, Lu Chen, possessing several earth-level martial skills, was not worried. What he needed to do most was to pay attention to the exam's rhythm and not let anyone disrupt him. In the distance, the faint sound of beast roars could be heard, sounding like a level 2 foreign beast, but Lu Chen noticed that before the beast could show itself, it was already cut down by the military experts on the periphery. Lu Chen remained calm. He was now somewhat of a small expert himself and was not unfamiliar with such scenes. The journey was uneventful, and in less than 2 hours, the numerous students were delivered to the southern line of the Tian hunting ground, which is also the closest boundary to Guanyin City. The military vehicles began to disperse along the boundary, dropping off each candidate to wait for the hunting ground to open. All candidates had only a distress signal device and a protective talisman. The distress signal device could display their scores and rankings, and most importantly, it could be used to call for help, while the protective talisman was meant to save their lives in critical moments. Aside from that, the only companions left were the live-streaming drones hovering above each candidate's head. Of course, there are also the nutrition bars and drinking water I brought, enough for 6 days, all carefully inspected to eliminate any suspicion of cheating among the candidates. After waiting in place for half an hour, just before 4:30 in the afternoon, the alarm suddenly rang. All candidates, please note, enter the hunting ground. Assessment within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the light wall will restart and no one may enter. Once again, a reminder to all candidates, if you do not enter the hunting ground after 10 minutes, it will be considered a forfeiture. As this voice echoed, the energy light wall in front of Lu Chen opened, revealing the mountainous hunting ground inside. Lu Chen did not hesitate, stepping in with a few strides, and only left his original spot when the light wall rose again after 10 minutes. It has finally begun. Lu Chen felt a slight excitement in his heart. This is the real big exam, and it carries the highest weight in scores. Lu Chen glanced at the scoring and rescue device, and of course, he currently had 0 points. But in just these 10 minutes, a batch of candidates' names and their scores had already appeared on the top 100 leaderboard. Although they were just scattered single digits, Lu Chen understood that as long as they appeared on the leaderboard, they would easily be seen by millions of viewers outside, thus increasing the attention on their personal live streams. Therefore, many students, even if they knew they would struggle later, would spare no effort at the beginning just to ride the wave of the leaderboard's popularity. The longer you occupy the leaderboard, the higher your rank, the greater the traffic you attract, and the more rewards you receive. Realizing this, Lu Chen no longer hesitated. His gaze locked onto the vast northern mountains, and without further delay, he unleashed the gale step and rushed out. He entered the Tian hunting ground from the southern line. So to reach the core of the hunting ground and compete for the positioning devices of those high-level exotic beasts, he had to head north. This time, Lu Chen would not wait any longer. He aimed to leave everyone behind and dominate the exam rankings. Not just him. At this moment, around the Tian hunting ground, along the long boundary line, hundreds of thousands of candidates were pushing toward the core area. Through the aerial shots from the official live broadcast of Hedong province, this scene could also be seen, with candidates pouring into the hunting ground like rivers flowing into the sea from all directions. It has begun. It has begun. The host of the official live broadcast also started speaking excitedly, stirring the hearts of tens of millions of people. It is reported that the preparations for this Tian hunting ground are extremely thorough. Inside the hunting ground, there are not only territories of first and second level exotic beasts, but in the most core area, there are even 2 fierce exotic beasts that have just entered the 3rd level, waiting for candidates to explore and score. However, 3rd level exotic beasts are equivalent to human martial masters. Do any candidates really dare to venture there? At this moment, the host's camera switched to an expert nearby. The expert shook his head slightly. Very difficult, very difficult. The audience should know that among this year's candidates in Hedong province, a highest-ranked student has already reached the 6th stage of martial arts. From what I understand, this student's martial arts training is also quite good. But he can at most break through the territory of a 2nd-level 8th-stage exotic beast. There might be a bit of hope for a final push at the 9th stage. As for the 3rd-level exotic beast area in the core zone, that seems hopeless, the expert stated emphatically. The host couldn't help but ask, but if that's the case, why did we prepare a 3rd-level exotic beast area in the hunting ground? The expert cleared his throat before answering. This is a hope, the hope of our Hedong province. Our Huaxia has produced many talents, and in recent years some first-tier bases, especially the Capital Base and the Magic City Base, have seen cases of college entrance examination candidates defeating third level. So, of course, we hope that our talented and blessed Hadong Base can also produce such outstanding individuals in the college entrance examination, catching up with the first tier. What if 1 year such a dark horse really emerges and we haven't prepared for third level in advance? Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? The expert said half-jokingly. Not only in the official live broadcast room, but at this moment, various discussions were boiling over on the Huaxia Heroes platform. It's starting, everyone hurry to see my son, he's already ranked 90 on the top 100 list. A parent of a candidate was pulling people into the official live broadcast room. I still have high hopes for Li Qianzhong from Longcheng No. 5 Middle School, a martial artist at the 6th stage, standing out on his own, who can compete with him. There were also experts from various levels in their own live broadcast rooms analyzing the situation, and their attention was equally high. In the official live broadcast room of Guanyun City, besides the host, there were also 3 split screens of candidates, namely Lu Chen, Xiang Yueya, and Shui Chang, the 3 official martial artists. They represented Guanyun City's hopes this year, promising candidates who could compete with other municipal bases. Next to the host sat an elderly man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor, the principal of No. 1 Middle School, Wei Jiangwo. Principal Wei, you have been educating martial artists for over 30 years, and you have guided 21 batches of college entrance examination candidates. You must have unique insights into this year's candidates. Could you give us a rough prediction? Especially regarding the final scores and rankings of our 3 candidates from Guanyun City, the host asked curiously. Nearly 1 million people in the live broadcast room were commenting below, eager for Principal Wei to provide a prediction. Principal Wei calmly set down his teacup, then looked directly at the camera and said loudly, without a doubt, the strength of our 3 candidates from Guanyun City is quite good, and it is inevitable that they will enter the top 100 list. Old principal, that's just stating the obvious. Who doesn't know that these 3 official martial artists can make it into the top 100? An audience member immediately teased in the comments. However, no one dared to insult this old principal who had rooted himself in Guanyun City for over 30 years in the comments section. They didn't dare, nor did they want to, because most of them had been students of the old principal. Ha ha! Principal Wei chuckled mischievously, stroking his beard. Just kidding, in fact, I can tell everyone with certainty. This year's provincial champion has already been reserved by our Guanyun City. Boom! The comments section immediately exploded. The old principal really dared to speak up. Who could possibly hope to win the provincial champion? Not to mention other cities, but this statement clearly looked down on the provincial capital city base. It should be noted that among the 51 martial artist candidates in the province, half were from the provincial capital Longcheng, including several 5th-stage martial artists and 1 6th-stage martial artist. What right does our small Guanyun City have to compare with them? There were even viewers from other cities starting to stir up trouble, saying the old principal was overly boasting and seeking attention. Even the host beside him awkwardly interrupted the old principal, saying, Principal Wei is joking, but I believe everyone can understand, after all, it's the old principal's expectation. However, Principal Wei did not take the hint and instead said seriously, I'm not joking, and I dare to guarantee with my own reputation that my prediction is quite accurate. The one who I believe can win the provincial champion is our student Lu Chen from No. 1 Middle School. Kid, this is all I can do for you. Although it might draw some hatred, at least it can help you gain some popularity, Principal Wei thought to himself. However, the audience below was becoming increasingly restless. Was Principal Wei really serious with this stance? A powerful martial artist and the head of a school publicly vouching for someone's reputation was no joke. Yet, no one understood why. The curiosity of the crowd was piqued to the maximum by the old principal. No, we need to pay attention to that candidate named Lu Chen and see what makes this student so highly regarded by the old principal so special. Moreover, the audience that disagreed with Principal Wei had already captured the live broadcast footage and were sharing it everywhere. The old principal of Yuncheng No. 1 High School is shamelessly boasting, claiming the student has the potential to be a top scholar. How ridiculous and self-unaware, a small high school from a 4th-tier base city actually dares to aspire to dominate the entire province. Various discussions and mockeries spread across major platforms in Hadong province within just half an hour, truly attracting a wave of attention for Lu Chen. Lu Chen himself was unaware that his personal livestream had already surged to over 1 million viewers, reaching a staggering 3 million, almost surpassing Xiang Yueya. However, a large portion of this audience was merely there to question and laugh at him. But when they truly began to pay attention to Lu Chen, they couldn't help but be shocked. Wasn't this candidate too fierce? How did he charge into the territory of second-level beasts? How long had the candidates been in the hunting ground? Not even An hour. Most candidates were still lingering in the territory of first-level beasts, and many might even stop there. Even those who had reached the level of formal martial artists had only ventured into the territory of first-level 9-stage beasts, pausing for a while. On one hand, they were exploring and adapting to the environment of the Taiyan hunting ground, and on the other, they wanted to hide in a relatively safe area for the night before continuing deeper as it was getting dark. However, Lu Chen, who was currently being watched by over 3 million people, was charging straight into the territory of second-level beasts without any hesitation. The first-level beasts that tried to block his path were no match for him. He moved through the perilous mountains and forests as if on flat ground, effortlessly dealing with the beasts that ambushed him along the way. It was precisely because of Lu Chen's relentless and hasty sprint that the number of positioning devices he collected was not very high, currently only at 426 points, barely making the leaderboard. But Lu Chen was not anxious, as this was his home ground. After reaching the 4th stage of martial arts, Lu Chen had long since lost interest in first-level beasts. Only second-level beasts could ignite his fighting spirit. Moreover, the points represented by second-level beasts were incomparable to those of first-level beasts. A first-stage second-level beast was worth 500 points, a second stage was 1,000 points, and so on, with a 9-stage second-level beast being worth 12,800 points. Before he set off, the old principal specifically informed him that the Education Bureau of Guanyun City promised that whatever score Lu Chen achieved in the practical exam, the reward from the Education Bureau would be 10 times that score. With such a great benefit, how could Lu Chen resist? So, no one should think of competing with him for the beasts. No, it was competing for his money. The rewards launched by the Education Bureau of Guanyun City are certainly not aimed at Lu Chen alone, but rather directed at all local candidates who can make it onto the provincial top 100 list, regardless of what the other two think. Lu Chen knows he must grasp his own situation. As the sky darkens, the roars of beasts in the mountains begin to rise and fall, echoing in all the live broadcast rooms. The vast majority of students have found relatively safe areas, such as hiding in concealed caves, while others huddle together for warmth, fearing being attacked and eliminated at night. However, Lu Chen has already arrived in the area of second-level exotic beasts, not hiding or taking cover, but deliberately staying outside, continuing to take the risk of being attacked. At the same time, thanks to the tempering of the Golden Bell Shield, his vision, smell, and hearing far exceed that of ordinary people, allowing him to keenly detect the movements of exotic beasts even at night. The hunting ground here is completely different from that of Guanyun City. It is no longer a single type of exotic beast, but a mix of various beasts forming a small ecological chain, making it difficult for Lu Chen to identify them all at once. But it doesn't matter, he still has confidence in venturing through this area. Roar! A shadow suddenly leaped out from a bush 3 meters away, a foul smell hitting him. Lu Chen had already caught the scent of the beast. Without even looking, his right leg sprang up like a spring, slicing through the night sky. A scream echoed as the shadow flew back at an even faster speed. Lu Chen quickly followed, catching up to the unbalanced shadow in midair and accurately removing the tracking device from it. Unicorn wild boar, a top-notch snack, but unfortunately, I can't take it back. Lu Chen glanced at the shadow that had fallen and couldn't get up, muttering to himself before quickly leaving. With 500 points secured, Lu Chen's score jumped to 926, placing him at 79th on the leaderboard. However, this was just the beginning. On the first night of the practical assessment, Lu Chen's primary goal was to reach first place. At this moment, not only was Guanyun City's live broadcast room focused on him, but even the provincial official live broadcast room was broadcasting Lu Chen's live footage. In an instant, the number of viewers in Lu Chen's personal live room surged again, exceeding 5 million, surpassing Xiang Yueya. However, it seems that not many people are tipping Lu Chen at the moment. Most are still skeptical, waiting to see his performance. After all, if Lu Chen is merely seeking attention and acts recklessly, only to be eliminated tonight, it would hardly be worth following. In fact, it's not that the provincial officials value Lu Chen highly. There are very few candidates daring enough to venture into the second-level exotic beast area at night. Among the 3 official martial artist candidates from Guanyun City, only Lu Chen has entered the second-level exotic beast area. Currently, among all the candidates in Hedong Province, only 6 martial artists have entered this area, with the other 5 being renowned students from the provincial city, 4 of whom are 5th-level martial artists and 1 is a 6th-level martial artist. The appearance of these 5 candidates in the second-level exotic beast area is not too surprising, given their strength and reputation. However, Lu Chen is only somewhat well-known in Guanyun City. What gives him the courage to venture into the territory of second-level exotic beasts at night? Soon, experts in the live broadcast room began to analyze. This student Lu Chen from Guanyun City No. 1 High School is quite strong. Based on my observations, he should be a 4th-level martial artist now, and that previous wind-slicing leg move has also reached an extremely rare state of perfection. The audience then realized that Lu Chen was not just a novice martial artist, his cultivation was indeed far ahead, only slightly inferior to those 5. Moreover, achieving perfection in a mid-grade martial skill is not common even in key high schools in the provincial city. In the teacher's dormitory of Guanyun City No. 1 High School, Wang Tong was also nervously following the official live broadcast room and Lu Chen's live room. Hearing the expert's words, he immediately beamed with joy, pulling his wife beside him and proudly saying, "Did you see that? This is one of our class's students. This kid has actually broken through again. He's already a level 4 warrior. And his wind split kick, heh, is my personal teaching." His wife, who was closely watching, immediately smiled upon hearing this. She knew how much her husband valued Lu Chen as a student. However, the viewers in the major live streaming rooms had just begun to accept the expert's words and re-evaluate Lu Chen as a dark horse when they noticed something was off. Lu Chen did not stop in the area of level 2, stage 1 beasts, nor was he looking for opportunities to hunt beasts. Instead, he maintained high-speed movement, heading north straight into the level 2 area. What is he trying to do? He's almost surrounded by beasts. Does he dare to go deeper? The viewers in the live stream were shocked. Wasn't this too reckless? Nighttime was when beasts were most active, and Lu Chen actually dared to go deeper, provoking even more powerful beasts. In the hunting ground, Lu Chen was indeed moving straight ahead, not stopping to deliberately look for beasts. But even so, his blatant advance attracted many nocturnal beasts. 1, 2, 3. Soon, 12 level 2, stage 1 beasts were trailing behind him, constantly chasing this delicious and bold prey. Just as Lu Chen was about to approach the level 2 beast area, he slowed down, waiting for the 12 beasts behind him to catch up. Not bad, this is efficient, nothing wasted. Lu Chen muttered, turning back to charge at the group of beasts that were baring their teeth and coming at him. Opening stone hand, 9 shadow steps, iron wire fist, cloud piercing finger, heart piercing kick, various martial arts techniques were unleashed by Lu Chen. No longer fixed routines, but rather combination techniques tailored to the situation, striving to defeat the beasts with maximum efficiency. The beasts that appeared before him were no match for him. With one move each, they fell to the ground. Throughout the entire process, Lu Chen didn't even use any martial arts techniques of medium grade or above. As he passed through the 12 beasts, he also acquired a corresponding number of positioning devices. Not a single one could escape, and under his deliberate restraint, no beast was seriously injured. This was, of course, intentional on Lu Chen's part. If he killed or severely injured the beasts here, the pressure on other candidates would lessen, allowing them to compete for his points. The first wave of gains after nightfall instantly caused his score to soar several times, directly reaching 6,926 points, jumping to third place on the leaderboard. The 2 people ahead of him were strangers. One was named Li Qianzhong and the other Wang Shan. Their scores were 8,689 and 7,955 points, respectively. Sure enough, someone is stealing my points. It seems I need to hurry, Lu Chen said with a bit of heartache. Then without looking back, he stepped into the area of level 2, stage 2 beasts. At this moment, his personal account's live stream room, along with the 2 major official live streaming rooms broadcasting him, erupted in chaos. Opening the monument hand, 9 shadows step, iron wire fist, cloud piercing finger, heart piercing kick, plus the previously used wind splitting leg, all of them are perfected. In the Provincial official live broadcast room, the experts were astonished, their voices a bit hoarse. No wonder the student Lu Chen from Guanyun City No. 1 High School is so confident. With so many perfected martial arts techniques, his strength is beyond doubt. He can move freely among these second-level initial stage exotic beasts. It's all a piece of cake. At this moment, the host also excitedly chimed in, and it is precisely because of these perfected martial arts that Lu Chen can control the situation, retrieving the positioning device without seriously injuring any exotic beasts. It can be said that taking the enemy's head is as easy as reaching into a bag, truly achieving the lightness of lifting heavy weights. While the host was speaking, he looked at the expert beside him and asked, "What do you think about Lu Chen's strength? How far can he go?" At this point, the expert hesitated, and after some consideration, he said, "It's hard to say. I can confirm that among all the high school candidates in the province, there is absolutely no one else who can simultaneously cultivate so many martial arts to perfection. However, these martial arts are all of the lower grade of human level, and their power is actually quite limited. They are very effective against exotic beasts of a lower realm, but if he encounters more powerful exotic beasts, it's hard to say. Like the top students from Longqing No. 5 High School, although they haven't mastered so many perfected martial arts, they have all practiced upper-grade human-level martial arts and even earth-level martial arts. Moreover, as far as I know, some have already cultivated earth-level martial arts to the great success stage, and their power is definitely not comparable to human-level martial arts. So, how far this student Lu Chen can go depends on whether he has practiced more powerful high-grade martial arts, the expert declared confidently. Not only the provincial official live broadcast room but also the Official live broadcast room of Guanyin City, including some self-media accounts, were discussing Lu Chen's strength and potential. Especially Lu Chen's own personal account live broadcast room, where the number of viewers had reached a new high of 8 million. These people were quite energetic, staying up late to accompany the candidates in the live broadcast room. I've said it long ago, our Lu Chen from Guanyin City No. 1 High School is definitely a dark horse. Did you see? How long has it been, and he's already surged to third place? No doubt he deserves a reward. Indeed, I also see this kid has a bright future. He is definitely the hope of martial arts for our country, bringing glory to Guanyin City. However, with so many people watching Lu Chen's live broadcast, there were naturally many voices of doubt. This is just the first day, what can you tell? And going deep into the territory at night, isn't that asking for death? What if he gets surrounded by those more powerful exotic beasts? Where's the way out? The college entrance examination also requires tactics. I think this kid is just too reckless, inexperienced, and won't go far. He only knows some human-level martial arts. How can he compare with those who have practiced Earth-level martial arts? Almost at the same time, those who knew Lu Chen were all paying attention to his live broadcast. Principal Wei, Principal Fong, Class Teacher Wang Tong, and even Class Teacher Li Qingjun from Class 1 were all watching Lu Chen. The soldiers escorting the students, along with a group of instructors and soldiers, were also watching Lu Chen's live broadcast under the leadership of Colonel Huang. Many soldiers who had received guidance from Lu Chen in martial arts were spontaneously cheering him on. However, at this moment, Lu Chen naturally could not see these discussions and support. He was now fully focused on charging deeper, rampaging through the area of second-level second-stage exotic beasts, where the beasts roared and surged. However, Lu Chen's speed was too fast. He did not linger in battle. His strikes were indeed as swift as lightning, touching and leaving, absolutely not stopping, and he almost made no mistakes. By the time Lu Chen rushed through the second segment of the beast area, he had already seized 9 more positioning devices. His score increased by 90, bringing his practical score to over 10,000, reaching 15,926 points. Naturally, his ranking shot straight to the top, leaving the second-place Li Qianzhong behind by more than 6,000 points. At this moment, he had already entered the third segment of the second-level beast area. It was now the early morning of the 10th, a time when candidates were supposed to be lying low, but many were unable to rest due to the shock of the night. Where the hell did this reckless kid come from, charging around at night? Doesn't he fear being eliminated for wandering in the dark? However, the vast majority of candidates merely complained and envied him for a moment before ignoring it. They had no hope of making the leaderboard, let alone competing for the top spot. They were content to guard their own little patch of land and wouldn't venture into the second-level beast area to compete with Lu Chen. But those who had reached the level of formal warriors were somewhat bewildered. What was this rhythm? It was clearly supposed to be a time for lurking and resting. How could a candidate take the opportunity to rack up points when it was only the first day? Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. So what if you top the leaderboard on the first day? You'll be eliminated early and still won't be better than me in the end. Some warrior candidates quickly balanced their mindset and stopped paying attention to the showy Lu Chen. However, there were also some proud warrior candidates who couldn't sit still. Especially those top students from launching No. 1 high school. How could they endure such humiliation? Without saying a word, they continued their efforts at night, determined not to be completely suppressed by a candidate from a lower-tier city. Thus, more than a dozen candidates who had reached the level of formal warriors stopped lurking and began to hunt during the night, entering the second-level beast area. The night was indeed more dangerous, with no one to share the pressure, but correspondingly, there were also more prey. The premise was that you could stand your ground among the second-level beasts rather than being eliminated early, otherwise, the hunter would become the prey. As a result, the first night of this practical assessment became lively, especially in the second-level beast area, where battles erupted continuously. This was probably what was meant by internal competition. However, it didn't take long for some warrior candidates to realize they had been led astray. The hunting grounds at night were truly terrifying. Often, being entangled by one beast would attract several others, even a dozen or 20 beasts attacking at once. Just because Lu Chen could move freely among the beast horde didn't mean other warrior candidates could do the same. Even candidates at the second or even third level of warriors found it difficult to move when facing the siege of a dozen first-level second-tier beasts. Thus, by the time dawn broke on the second day, 2 candidates at the second level of warriors were directly eliminated. 3 other warrior candidates, although they didn't call for help to exit, were also injured and needed to rest properly. Only then did they completely calm down, realizing that not all warrior candidates could perform like Lu Chen. They had been thrown off their rhythm by the sudden internal competition among candidates, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. In contrast, Lu Chen's popularity surged, with the number of viewers in his personal livestream exceeding 10 million, undeniably the top candidate. His ranking, of course, remained at the top, with a score of 27,926. Although Li Qianzhong, who was closely following, also started racking up points in the latter half of the night, his efficiency was clearly not as high as Lu Chen's, now only at 16,689 points. As for the other candidates, there is no need to mention them. Lu Chen was truly far ahead, leaving the other candidates on the top 100 list far behind. 270,000 huaxia coins, earning so much in one night, not a loss at all. At this moment, Lu Chen had arrived at the level 2, stage 4 beast area, where the number of beasts was noticeably reduced. However, Lu Chen calculated that each beast in this area was worth 4,000 points, which could be said to be fewer in quantity but more in value. Although he had been rushing through the night, Lu Chen was still invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. After reaching the martial artist realm, even if one stayed awake for 3 days and nights, it wouldn't affect their mental state. Moreover, Lu Chen had practiced the Golden Bell Shield and Tiger Roar techniques, making his body and spirit particularly outstanding. Let's start sweeping from here. I believe the beasts on the outskirts can hold off other candidates for a while, Lu Chen thought to himself. He no longer charged forward but instead used his keen senses to actively search for the traces of stage 4 beasts in this area. His plan was simple, to start from here and capture all the beasts, turning them into his own points. Oh no, to be precise, into money in his pocket. After clearing the beasts deep in the hunting ground, he would then sweep the outskirts for those with fewer points but in large numbers. This way, he could score and earn money more efficiently. This scene, broadcasted in various livestreams, finally allowed many who had been on edge to breathe a sigh of relief. They truly felt as if they were there, fearing that Lu Chen would recklessly charge deeper and be eliminated early. If that happened, it would indeed disappoint the audience and dampen their enthusiasm. It seems he has some self-awareness. A stage 4 martial artist dealing with level 2, stage 4 beasts is quite a match. And it's just daytime, so he doesn't have to worry about being surrounded by beasts of the same level. This Lu Chen student is somewhat clever. However, after a whole day passed, they realized they had underestimated Lu Chen. In the territory of level 2, stage 4 beasts, this stage 4 martial artist, Lu Chen, was actually pushing through with almost no resistance. Moreover, they didn't know how he managed to do it, but he could accurately find the vast majority of hidden beasts in a short time and defeat them. By the night of the 10th, Lu Chen had actually collected 32 positioning devices, earning another 128,000 points. His total score reached 155,926. Is this still human? How could Li Qianzhong, who only had over 50,000 points, look at him? On this day, even the official live stream of Huaxia began to pay attention to Lu Chen and set up split screens for him. In an instant, Lu Chen's live stream attracted a large number of viewers from other provinces, with the number soaring to over 20 million. Wow! There are actually strong contenders in this high school in Hedong province. Is it because the other competitors are too weak? Some viewers from outside the province began to discuss. After all, earning 150,000 points in one day was quite remarkable. Even when looking at examination sites across the country, Lu Chen's current score could rank in the top 10. Although the examination environments and competition in each province were different, practical scores still held a certain objective reference value. Especially for someone who could achieve such a high score on the first day, there weren't many candidates nationwide. There were even official accounts from key martial arts universities entering Lu Chen's personal livestream, starting to pay attention to this candidate who was about to choose his major. Once the college entrance examination was over, the candidates' scores would be released, and that would be the time for universities to compete for students. At this moment, Lu Chen did not linger but headed straight for the stage 5 beast area as night fell. Although he hadn't completely cleared the positioning devices for the stage 4 beasts, other candidates had already arrived, and Lu Chen didn't want to waste time clashing with them. There were also some beasts skilled in burrowing underground that wouldn't show up for a while, and Lu Chen didn't have time to wait. Taking advantage of the second night of the practical exam, he aimed to continue his sweep. With the cultivation of a stage 4 martial artist, he entered the territory of level 2, stage 5 beasts, and it was nighttime. Lu Chen's actions immediately sparked heated discussions. It was simply too crazy. Did he really think the exotic beasts in the hunting ground were just decorations? Due to the influx of many people from other provinces, the local audience began to mostly support Lu Chen, hoping he wouldn't falter at such a critical moment. However, as they watched Lu Chen continue to charge recklessly, they felt helpless and could only hope he wouldn't be eliminated. Howl. Not long after Lu Chen entered, he was blocked by a massive howling moon silver wolf. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the beast wasted no time and lunged at him ferociously. Before the wolf's claws could reach him, the howling moon silver wolf unleashed arcs of silver light from its mouth, slashing towards Lu Chen. This was the characteristic of a second-level exotic beast. Like formal human warriors, it could perform detached attacks similar to Earth-level martial techniques. Although the exotic beasts didn't understand martial techniques, they possessed innate bloodline abilities due to their mutations. While not as exquisite as Earth-level martial techniques, their power was still formidable. Faced with these arcs of light capable of shattering gold and jade, Lu Chen didn't take them head-on. Instead, he used the wind step technique at its perfected stage for the first time, evading all the arcs. As he moved, he had already reached the top of the Howling Moon's silver wolf, delivering a powerful kick that sent the suspended wolf crashing to the ground. What of a 5-segment exotic beast? When Lu Chen was in the military camp, he was only a 2-segment warrior, yet he could fight evenly with the 7-segment chief instructor without using Earth-level martial techniques. Before the silver wolf could rise, Lu Chen easily took the positioning device from it and transformed into a whirlwind, disappearing from sight. However, before he could leave for long, he heard howls coming from all directions. Not good. It's a pack of wolves. The audience was even more nervous and sensitive than Lu Chen. Lu Chen was careless. Wolves are pack animals and naturally skilled in tactics. He's being ambushed. Defeating a second-level 5-segment silver wolf is acceptable, but being surrounded by a pack of wolves leaves Lu Chen no chance to escape. Sigh, this is the downside of nighttime operations. If there were other candidates to share the pressure, it wouldn't be like this. At this moment, Lu Chen was silently counting in his heart, 1 wolf, 2 wolves, 3 wolves, 80,000, 80,000, 80,000. A total of 18 Howling Moon silver wolves meant 144,000 points, or 1.44 million Chinese yuan. Fantastic. He loved the thrill of counting money. Howl. With a roar, pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from all directions, fixating on Lu Chen, who stood alone in the center. As the howl fell, the pack seemed to receive a command, collectively opening their mouths filled with fangs, unleashing arcs of light that densely covered Lu Chen. There was no gap for him to escape, neither above nor below. Even with the most agile movements, he couldn't evade the impenetrable barrage of arcs. In the live broadcast room, many viewers gasped, calling for the officials to rescue him quickly. A failed exam was minor, but if a candidate were truly eaten by an exotic beast, it would be an accident. Even with protective talismans, they could only hold on for a few minutes. However, soon these discussions came to an abrupt halt as hundreds of thousands, even millions, of viewers stared at the live broadcast of Lu Chen in disbelief. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room was either worried, mocking, or gloating over Lu Chen, he was already submerged in a sea of arc light in the hunting ground. Without any defensive weapons, how could he rely on his body to withstand these arc lights that were as sharp as blades? Lu Chen quickly provided the answer. Look, what is that? Chi protection. Is it an earth-level martial skill? A flash of golden light suddenly appeared amidst the countless arcs, followed by a burst of golden light that rippled like waves. This golden light, under its fluctuations, blocked all the arc lights, rendering them powerless. When the arc lights settled and revealed the figure enveloped in golden light, millions of viewers in the live broadcast room gasped in astonishment once again. It really is an Earth-level martial skill, and it's an Earth-level martial skill at the subtle realm. Can anyone tell me which martial skill this is? Someone quickly responded, this is a low-grade Earth-level martial skill focused on body refinement, the Golden Wave. I didn't expect that among this year's candidates in our province, there would be someone who could cultivate this martial skill to the subtle realm. In terms of martial skill cultivation alone, Lu Chen is undoubtedly the #1 in the entire province. Not only the public, but even the hosts, experts, and consultants in various official live broadcast rooms were discussing the Earth-level body refinement martial skill that Lu Chen had used for the first time. In the official live broadcast room of Guanyun City, the host excitedly looked at the proud old principal beside him. Principal Wei, you should know Lu Chen the best. Can you tell us about this martial skill? At this moment, many people had entered the Guanyun City live broadcast room, as a large number of outsiders flocked in due to Lu Chen's influence. By now, very few people still questioned the old principal's previous boastful words, at least for the moment. Lu Chen truly held the top position, and it was only a matter of time before he claimed the title of the top scorer in the province. Principal Wei seemed to have foreseen everything, calmly yet proudly said, this low-grade Earth-level golden wave is precisely what I taught Lu Chen. This kid is quite impressive, managing to cultivate it to the subtle realm before the college entrance examination. As for Lu Chen's comprehension of martial skill cultivation, I have to elaborate. Regardless of how the old principal boasted in the live broadcast room, Lu Chen, who was in the hunting ground, was indeed using an Earth-level martial skill. It was not the mid-grade Earth-level golden bell shield, but rather the golden wave derived from it, slightly weaker in power, yet capable of blocking the arc lights from the Howling Moon silver wolves without any issue. After using the golden wave to fend off the arc light attacks from the pack of wolves, Lu Chen certainly would not continue to stand there and take hits. With the rippling golden light enveloping his body, he fearlessly charged into the wolf pack. The wolves showed no fear, with claws, jaws, and tails coming at him from all directions, targeting his vital points. However, the subtle realm golden wave was not to be trifled with. Lu Chen didn't even need to dodge. He could simply use the rebound force of the golden wave to shatter those wolf claws and fangs, allowing him to move through the pack as if it were an uninhabited realm, suffering no harm whatsoever. Once Lu Chen passed through the wolf pack, a number of howling moon silver wolves lay defeated behind him, and his clothes showed no signs of damage. This was still Lu Chen holding back, otherwise, these second-level, 5th stage silver wolves would not recover in a short time. At this point, Lu Chen's total score reached 299926, while the second-place Li Qianzhong had just barely broken the 80,000 mark. Lu Chen remained far ahead, truly leaving others in the dust. However, he was still not satisfied, feeling that the few candidates behind were closing in a bit too tightly, as if they were trying to snatch his score. Thus, taking advantage of the deepening night, Lu Chen continued to delve deeper. Meanwhile, in the area of second-level, third-stage exotic beasts, 3 candidates gathered in a concealed cave, their expressions darkening as they saw the changes in the scores on the top 100 list. This kid hasn't been eliminated yet. At this rate, we won't have much score left to earn. One candidate, with a few freckles on his nose, was filled with frustration. His name is Chen Yuan from Longcheng No. 5 Middle School, and he is also a top figure in the provincial capital high school, having reached the 5th stage of martial arts, currently ranked 4th. The other 2 candidates are even more outstanding, one male and one female, namely Li Qianzhong and Wang Shan, who are ranked just below Lu Chen on the top 100 list. One is at the 6th stage of martial arts and the other at the 5th stage. These 3 come from the same school, but there is actually a competitive relationship among them in the college entrance examination. However, over the past 2 days, they have truly been stimulated by a candidate from a lower city. If it weren't for Lu Chen, the 3 of them might have gone their separate ways, each trying to seize the top spot. But Lu Chen's rapidly rising scores and rankings have made them restless. They observed the fluctuations in Lu Chen's scores and realized that he had already entered the territory of 5th stage exotic beasts and was still advancing vigorously. At this rate, if they did not change their strategy, the deeper exotic beasts would soon be cleared out by Lu Chen. Initially thinking that Lu Chen's reckless approach would lead to his quick elimination, they believed they could still catch up later. However, seeing Lu Chen's scores continue to rise, even at night without pause, how could the 3 of them remain calm? Thus, these 3 most likely candidates for the provincial top scholar coincidentally gathered in the area of the 3rd stage exotic beasts. When someone attempted to invade and take away their prey, the 3 still preferred to unite against external threats. Wang Shan, an ordinary-looking girl with a hint of coldness, spoke after a brief silence. We can't just sit and wait. We can't rely on the hope that the other side will be eliminated. Instead, we should temporarily team up to seize points. After all, the deeper the hunting ground, the more limited the number of exotic beasts. Whoever gains the advantage can lead the way. That's right, that's my thought too, Chen Yuan quickly agreed. If the 3 of us team up, we can protect ourselves even if we enter the areas of 5th and 6th stage exotic beasts at night. Only in this way can we suppress him. Then we can part ways and see who can claim the top spot. Li Qianzhong, what do you think? Chen Yuan and Wang Shan looked at Li Qianzhong. Li Qianzhong appeared mature for his age, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, his square face showing a resolute expression. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "Okay." The 3 candidates from the key high school in the provincial capital quickly reached an agreement and finally stopped holding back, joining forces to break into the area of the 4th stage exotic beasts. However, 2 hours later, the 3 began to feel a bit exhausted. Isn't this kid Lu Chen too cunning? We've been fighting in this area for half a day, defeating dozens of exotic beasts, and only found 3 positioning devices. It's obvious that while Lu Chen was scavenging for positioning devices, he didn't strike hard, deliberately making things difficult for us, Wang Shan said calmly. The 3 of them teamed up in the area of the 4th stage exotic beasts, engaging in chaotic battles with various exotic beasts, but in the end, they were almost empty-handed. Most of the exotic beasts in the 4th stage area had already lost their positioning devices, but their combat power remained intact, causing them considerable trouble. Stop blaming the heavens and ourselves. This place is not suitable for staying long. We need to catch up to him as soon as possible. Li Qianzhong realized the seriousness of the situation and said urgently, if they really allowed Lu Chen to clear out the deeper exotic beasts, then even if they teamed up to catch up, there would be no points left to compete for. When Li Qianzhong and the other 2 entered the territory of the 5 segment, they were met by a pack of wolves that had just been beaten by Lu Chen, who had taken their positioning device. These howling silver wolves, having been trampled by Lu Chen, were seething with anger. Upon seeing Li Qianzhong and the others, they immediately went wild. The key was that the 3 noticed the wolves no longer had their positioning devices on their necks and had no intention of fighting them. They just wanted to quickly find Lu Chen to intercept him. Thus, the three put on a chase for the millions of viewers in the livestream, performing a dramatic pursuit in the territory of the 5 segment. The wolves surrounded and blocked them, while the three kept breaking through to escape. With the strength of these 3 candidates, if they went all out, they could indeed match the wolves. The problem was that it wasn't worth it. They couldn't score points, so why seek unnecessary hardship? Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already entered the territory of the 6th segment, searching for the beasts here. A level 2 6 segment was worth 16,000 points, and Lu Chen was full of energy. The beasts in this area were no longer howling silver wolves but a type of heavily armored yak with strong defenses. This beast wasn't very fast, nor was it particularly aggressive, but its fur was as hard and sharp as steel needles. When its fur was spread out, it resembled a thick layer of iron armor. When provoked, the yak could shoot its fur like detached steel needles, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The one Lu Chen encountered was a level 2 6 segment armored yak. No words were needed, it was time to fight. Moo! With a deep, muffled roar, the armored yak was enraged by the human intruding into its territory, lowering its head and displaying its horns as it charged. However, even though it was a level 2 6 segment beast, its speed was far too slow in Lu Chen's eyes. With a nimble 9 shadow step, Lu Chen dodged the horn's charge and swiftly moved to the side of the armored yak. He struck with a powerful palm, hitting the yak on the neck. It wasn't that Lu Chen didn't want to take the positioning device from the beast, it was just that the yak's fur was too long and thick, completely covering the device, making it impossible for Lu Chen to find it. This palm strike was powerful enough to overturn a large truck, yet it only caused the armored yak to stumble, not even a single hair falling off. Interesting, let's do it again. Lu Chen's fighting spirit was ignited as he transformed his palm into a claw, reaching for the yak's neck. He wanted to take the opportunity to part the fur and find the positioning device. But at that moment, the armored yak seemed to be completely enraged, its fur standing on end, each hair standing upright, each about a foot long, resembling arrows ready to be shot. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Lu Chen's claw could land, hundreds of hairs from the yak's side had already shot out, turning into streaks of light aimed at Lu Chen. Ding, ding. Lu Chen didn't dare to be careless and quickly used the golden light wave, enveloping himself in a layer of shimmering golden light, even his hands glimmering with gold. The yak's hairs couldn't penetrate Lu Chen's golden wave barrier, but the immense impact still forced him back several steps. However, Lu Chen was not alarmed but rather pleased, for he finally spotted the positioning device on the yak's neck. No longer engaging the armored yak head-on, Lu Chen once again used the 9 shadow step, darting past the yak that was preparing to charge again. By the time the yak reacted, Lu Chen had already snatched the positioning device and made his escape. The armored yak let out a thunderous roar, stomping its hooves in pursuit, but soon lost sight of Lu Chen. Next, Lu Chen found another armored yak and repeated the process, first provoking it to activate its fur, then using his agile movements to take the positioning device without competing with these tough-skinned giants. As dawn approached, Lu Chen finally cleared the area of armored yaks. Looking at his haul, 10 positioning devices amounted to 160,000 points, and with his previous score, Lu Chen's total reached a terrifying 450,000 plus. Meanwhile, Li Qianzhong and his companions had just broken free from the encirclement of wolves and entered the territory of the armored yaks. They had hardly any gains that night. The formidable beasts they had fought were long devoid of positioning devices, making their efforts feel futile and exhausting. What awaited them next was the furious armored yaks toyed with by Lu Chen. Fortunately, they quickly realized that the positioning devices had already been taken from the armored yaks, so there was no need for a drawn-out battle. The 3 of them sped away, and the armored yaks couldn't catch up to them. We're almost on his tail. Lu Chen should have entered the territory of the level 2 segment 7 beasts, Chen Yuan said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Even he didn't know what he was so excited about. After chasing all night, they had nothing to show for it and were utterly exhausted. At that moment, Wang Shan calmly interjected, "The area of segment 7 beasts is not the same as before. We have no guarantee of success if we go in." Hearing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, even if they reached the segment 7 beast territory, what would it matter? They couldn't defeat the beasts there, which would only lead to their early elimination. Given their strength, their original main targets were the level 2, segment 4, 5, and 6 beasts, which were both feasible and efficient. But now, Lu Chen had almost swept the positioning devices from those 3 areas, and they had nothing to show for their night of chasing. It was just as the saying goes, a lonely pursuit. Now, even if they knew Lu Chen had entered the segment 7 beast territory, what difference would it make? Li Qianzhong calmly snorted, "It's daytime now. The 3 of us working together should be able to handle a level 2, segment 7 beast without much trouble. We lost our advantage in the past 2 days, we must catch up now." At this point, Chen Yuan also realized, yes, even if he entered the segment 7 beast territory before us, can he handle it? This is our opportunity, Wang Shan agreed. At this point, we only have hope of surpassing him. If the 3 of us work together, The three made up their minds, no longer hesitating, and stepped into the territory of the segment 7 beasts. In the major live streaming rooms of Hadong province, there was almost a frenzy. In just 2 days, someone had scored a terrifying 450,000 points, and even the title of the top 100 list felt somewhat limiting for this dark horse, Lu Chen. The second place, Li Qianzhong, had yet to reach 100,000 points, a significant gap. In previous years, Li Qianzhong's score would undoubtedly have been the top at this stage. But this year's college entrance examination in Hadong province seemed to be changing the game. Experts in the Provincial live streaming rooms spoke candidly. What we're looking at now is no longer who can become the provincial champion, but how far this student Lu Chen can go. Can he truly compete with the top scorers from provinces across the country? Actually, for Lu Chen right now, the safest approach is not to continue challenging deeper, but to seize the next 4 days and seek victory steadily. Returning to the area of low-level exotic beasts and quickly scoring points, then, this provincial champion is as good as his. Unlike the provincial live broadcast room, the host in the official live broadcast room of Guanyun City had a different take. What she said also represented the voice of a large number of locals. They didn't want Lu Chen to compete with champions from other provinces, they just felt that securing a provincial martial arts champion was enough. Over the years of martial arts examinations, Guanyun City had never produced a provincial champion. Especially the local government and education department leaders shared this sentiment. After the host finished speaking, she turned the camera to Wang Tong, who had just been invited as Lu Chen's homeroom. Teacher, what does Teacher Wang think? Principal Wei had said this morning that the overall situation was settled and then went home to rest, reluctantly pushing Wang Tong out. Facing the live camera with millions of viewers, Wang Tong spoke a bit shyly. Based on my understanding of Lu Chen, he is not a reckless person. If he doesn't have confidence, he won't continue to delve deeper, Wang Tong declared earnestly. However, the viewers in the live room still had some doubts. Now, very few people were making sarcastic remarks about Lu Chen. Most were supportive of this dark horse, strategizing from afar or predicting the outcome of the big exam. Actually, I think the host is right. If Lu Chen returns to the areas that haven't been cleared yet, he can land safely. He is definitely the provincial champion. But if he continues to delve deeper and challenge stronger exotic beasts, he might be eliminated early. At that time, those few competitors could completely catch up with his score using the remaining time. After all, the total score of provincial champions in previous years usually exceeds 500,000 points. Various analyses filled the live broadcast rooms, including Lu Chen's personal live room. Today was already the 11th, and the number of viewers in Lu Chen's live room remained high, surpassing 25 million. Among them, even 30% were viewers from outside Hadong province, attracted by Lu Chen's outstanding performance. However, the total amount of rewards Lu Chen received from viewers during this time had not yet been tallied and announced. In the hunting ground, Lu Chen had already entered the territory of a level 2, 7-segment exotic beast, where the beasts were even rarer and stronger. It was daytime, and Lu Chen still had to actively search for the resting exotic beasts. In the mountains, Lu Chen walked briskly, deliberately leaking his aura to attract nearby exotic beasts to take the initiative. At a certain moment, his nostrils flared, and he suddenly felt a familiar sensation. Is this a shadow cat? Just as a ridiculous thought of guessing the exam question flashed through his mind, a warning surged in Lu Chen's heart as a vague black shadow descended from the sky, reaching for his forehead. It was indeed a shadow cat, but it was far stronger than the one he had picked up in the Guanyun City hunting ground. First was its speed. The suddenly appearing shadow cat was as fast as lightning, having been on a tree one moment and in front of Lu Chen the next. And those swinging claws were as sharp as blades, accompanied by a cold, ghostly light, which was the bloodline ability of the shadow cat. Lu Chen didn't even have time to raise his hand. Just as the cat's claw descended, he activated the protective aura of the golden light wave. Sizzle! The ear-piercing sound of friction echoed through the mountains. The shadow cat's claw scraped across the golden light wave shield but still couldn't break through this earth-level body-refining martial skill. Although Lu Chen was only at the 4-segment martial artist level, his foundation was incredibly solid, and his internal energy was definitely not weaker than that of an ordinary 9-segment martial artist. Moreover, his golden light wave had already reached the subtle realm, easily blocking the level 2, 7-segment shadow cat. However, the rebound force of the golden light wave could not break the claws of the shadow cat. The two sides separated at once, and when Lu Chen looked again, the shadow cat had already landed on another large tree, watching him warily. With this speed, I can only catch up by using the earth-level wind shadow step. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Although he was not afraid of the shadow cat, it was indeed not easy to counterattack and catch up. However, Lu Chen did not want to expose his wind shadow step in front of the public. It was not that he wanted to hide his skills, but this martial art was an evolution of the human-level wind step, and its origins were hard to explain. But Lu Chen quickly thought of another solution. He provocatively looked at the shadow cat on the treetop and beckoned with his fingers. Meow! Provoked, the shadow cat roared and leaped down again faster than before with sharper claws. Lu Chen remained unafraid and once again activated the golden light wave's protective shield. At the same time, Lu Chen, who was already prepared, pointed his fingers like a sword, using the more condensed power of the cloud-piercing finger, stabbing like a sharp sword towards the shadow cat's abdomen. A hint of disdain flashed in the shadow cat's eyes as it forcibly changed direction in midair, its claws reaching for Lu Chen's shoulder, ready to spring away again, not giving Lu Chen a chance for a direct confrontation. Lu Chen sneered, and the momentum he had been building suddenly erupted. His abdomen collapsed, and his chest swelled high, letting out a roar that resembled a tiger's roar, echoing like thunder in the shadow cat's ears. It was the tiger roar technique, a top-tier human-level martial art at perfection. It was this soul-stirring roar that caused the shadow cat, which was about to flee, to suddenly freeze, its body pausing for 0.1 seconds. And that moment was enough for Lu Chen. As if he had already anticipated the shadow cat's landing point, he did not retract his right hand's fingers. Instead, his left hand transformed into a palm blade at some point, unleashing all its power in a small space, striking the shadow cat. The 3-inch palm at perfection. Moreover, it was not an ordinary human-level 3-inch palm, but a 3-inch palm that utilized the power techniques of Earth-level martial arts, surging with overwhelming energy at the moment of contact. This palm could be said to be full of explosive power, directly sending the shadow cat flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against the tree trunk. Lu Chen pressed the attack, unceremoniously grabbing the dazed shadow cat in his hand and taking the locator device from its neck. 32,000 points in the bag. Lu Chen satisfiedly tossed the shadow cat aside and quickly left, continuing to search for the next target. Beautiful. Did you see that? Lu Chen's instantaneous change of moves just now was simply classic. The major live streaming rooms erupted again. Lu Chen's personal live streaming room was even more flooded with rewards, cheers echoing endlessly. This is a technical job, it deserves a reward. Ha ha. This is my self-created tiger roar technique, which I personally taught to that kid Lu Chen. In the teacher's dormitory of Yunchang No. 3 Middle School, Principal Fong finally saw Lu Chen using the martial art he had taught. Instantly feeling as happy as a child, completely forgetting that Xue Chang was actually a student of his school. He couldn't help but be happy, because in various live streaming rooms, there were analysts specifically mentioning that this martial art came from him, old Fong. The speed of the shadow cat is very fast, it can move freely. I didn't expect that Lu Chen could unleash the tiger roar technique, which has a stunning effect, just as the shadow cat approached. Everyone pay attention, the key is his next move. The shadow cat is limited to just a moment. If Lu Chen can't take advantage of this blink of an eye, he will still return empty-handed. But it is here that Lu Chen's calm mindset, predictive ability, and explosive power are demonstrated. If I'm not mistaken, he has already predicted the landing point of the shadow cat. No, wait, not just prediction, that finger technique, like a sword, is also the essence, making the shadow cat hesitant and forcing it into the predetermined spot. Then comes the sudden change, unleashing another martial art that excels in explosive power, another perfect 3-inch palm. It is this finishing touch that causes the shadow cat to lose its initiative, allowing Lu Chen to seize the opportunity. If any link in this chain had gone wrong, everyone would have missed this memorable scene. In the hunting ground, Lu Chen was unaware that his duel had sparked so much discussion. In reality, during the actual battle, he had no time to think so much. Everything was just a matter of adapting and almost instinctive reactions. Of course, this was also thanks to his special training in the military camp. If he hadn't practiced daily with those experienced soldiers, Lu Chen wouldn't have developed such combat instincts. While it couldn't be called extraordinary, it at least made him more relaxed and at ease. After defeating one shadow cat, Lu Chen continued to search around. The simulated exam in Guanyun City had accurately predicted the exam questions, giving Lu Chen a certain advantage here. He had long memorized the habits and scents of the shadow cats, making it relatively easy to find the hidden ones during the day. Sure enough, half an hour later, Lu Chen followed the scent and found another level 2, 7-segment shadow cat. Following the same method, Lu Chen executed his combination of martial arts even more skillfully, subduing this shadow cat in 3 moves and seizing the positioning device. By now, Lu Chen's score had surpassed 500,000, reaching 523,926 points, still far ahead. And when converted to Lu Chen's way, that was over 5 million Huaxia coins. Whether in his past life or here, Lu Chen had never seen so much money, making him even more excited to search. However, when he found the third shadow cat, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. Someone has actually caught up. They want to steal my money. A sense of urgency arose in Lu Chen's heart. Yes, the shadow cat in front of him was being besieged by 3 candidates. And these 3 were Li Qianzhong, Wang Shan, and Chen Yuan, who were closely pursuing Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen had never seen the 3, he had noticed these potential competitors in the platform's push notifications before the exam, remembering their appearances and cultivation levels. It's them. Lu Chen glanced at the scoring rescue device. Sure enough, the total scores of these three were also not low, just behind him, only about 40,000 points away. It seems they are teaming up to break my monopoly, Lu Chen thought. With some heartache. This wouldn't do, scores could be given to them, but when it came to money, that was not acceptable. At this moment, Li Qianzhong and the other two were using all their skills, combining Earth-level and human-level martial techniques, managing to trap the agile and fast Shadow Cat in the middle, unable to escape. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the three of them subdued the Shadow Cat. When Lu Chen saw this, he couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. He activated the golden light wave and executed the perfect realm's swift wind step, rushing in like a gust of wind. Li Qianzhong and the others were in the heat of battle, preparing to strike hard at the Shadow Cat and secure the positioning device. But just as they were about to succeed, they suddenly heard a sharp wind sound coming from behind. Then, they saw a figure shining with golden light, charging through the residual waves of their martial techniques and into the encirclement. By the time they reacted, there was no trace of the Shadow Cat in front of them. It had already been taken away by that figure. Did you see that? Who was it? It seems we were robbed. Chen Yuan was a bit dazed, unsure of what had just happened. Remove the word seems. What are we waiting for? We got intercepted, hurry and chase. Wang Shan said irritably, quickly using her movement technique to pursue the fleeting golden figure. It's Lu Chen. Li Qianzhong's expression was also grim as he gritted his teeth and shouted, chasing after him. During the college entrance examination, students were not allowed to fight each other, but they were tacitly permitted to snatch prey from one another. Lu Chen did not attack the three of them, he simply snatched away the prey they were about to secure in a flash. It wasn't against the rules. Not to mention the three of them, even the Shadow Cat, which had been darting left and right, was now confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? After 3 consecutive questions, the Shadow Cat still hadn't figured out what had grabbed it when it was suddenly thrown back by the golden figure, landing in front of the 3 students. However, it felt a chill around its neck. The positioning device given to it by the human was already gone. Li Qianzhong and the others saw the Shadow Cat return but didn't have time to feel happy before noticing the positioning device was missing, and their hearts sank. Is this something a human would do? Even if they caught up to Lu Chen now, it would be useless because the moment the positioning device was taken off, the points already belonged to Lu Chen. Li Qianzhong's face was grim as he said, Chen Yuan, you're the fastest, go after him. You don't need to engage him, just interfere so he can't continue scoring. Wang Shan and I will look for other prey. Don't worry. We're a team now, and the points can be shared. Li Qianzhong emphasized. Chen Yuan sighed, gritting his teeth and continuing the chase. The Earth-level martial technique he practiced excelled in speed, making this task quite suitable for him. What the hell is this? We originally wanted to catch up to him and steal his prey, but we didn't expect to be the ones robbed first. Chen Yuan was extremely frustrated, unable to hold back any longer, and opened up his speed, madly pursuing Lu Chen's aura. This dramatic scene in the hunting ground caused an uproar in various live streaming rooms outside. Isn't this Lu Chen being a bit too cautious? Facing 3 candidates with higher cultivation than him, he dares to fight back and steal. It was those 3 who teamed up against Lu Chen first. This is what you call losing the chicken and losing the rice. Good. I love watching this. It's better than watching others cough. The eyes of tens of millions of people in the live broadcast room are sharp as snow, and most do not feel that Lu Chen's actions are inappropriate. After all, the motivation of those 3 top students from the provincial city was to suppress Lu Chen. What Lu Chen did was merely a small counterattack. Moreover, the practical assessment should inherently have such a competitive atmosphere, otherwise, they could just set up a beast arena and be done with it. Why go through so much trouble? Furthermore, since ancient times, people have enjoyed stories of grassroots comebacks, and Lu Chen is currently playing that role, aiming to bring down the pre-exam favorites, the scions of prestigious families. Although we can't see their direct confrontation, having a contest through the medium of exotic beasts is also quite good. This is the sentiment of many. In the hunting ground, Lu Chen had just slain a Shadow Cat and was feeling pleased when he heard a rush of wind behind him, quickly approaching. Upon looking back, he was surprised to see one of the 3 chasing him at a speed that exceeded his own. As for the other 2 candidates, they were nowhere to be seen. With a bit of thought, Lu Chen understood their plan. They clearly intended to have one person specifically entangle him, preventing him from scoring further. The other 2 would then take the opportunity to seize points in this area. If this were at night, you wouldn't even have a chance to chase me, Lu Chen thought to himself. If it were nighttime, with all the 2nd level, 7th tier exotic beasts out, these 3 wouldn't necessarily be able to handle it. But now it was daytime, and they could deal with a lone 7th tier Shadow Cat, so Lu Chen didn't have much of an advantage. Moreover, he noticed that the person behind him, Chen Yuan, was extremely fast, and without using the wind shadow step, he couldn't shake this guy off, unless he could first eliminate or scare him away. With that in mind, Lu Chen stopped running and turned to face Chen Yuan, coldly saying, Do you want to fight me? Chen Yuan quickly halted, standing 10 meters away from Lu Chen, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, saying, "You're overthinking it. I'm just looking for prey, not breaking any rules." By now, Chen Yuan and the others had long realized that Lu Chen's true strength was definitely not weaker than theirs. If it came to a direct confrontation, Chen Yuan had no confidence at all. Lu Chen felt helpless. This was troublesome. If the other party attacked first, it wouldn't count as him breaking the rules, and eliminating him would be fine. But if he attacked first, not only would he be penalized, but he also didn't want to provoke the audience in the live broadcast room, as it could lead to negative reactions. Negative reactions weren't a big deal, but his reward income would take a significant hit. How about we give up on this exotic beast and head straight to the area with 8th tier beasts? Lu Chen thought. He believed that these three wouldn't have the confidence to deal with 2nd level 8th tier exotic beasts, and they might even hesitate to enter. But he wasn't quite willing to let it go. Forget it. For the sake of training resources, revealing a little bit of my trump card isn't a big deal. It's not embarrassing. Lu Chen sighed, and then, right in front of Chen Yuan, who was staring at him intently, he suddenly accelerated, his speed skyrocketing. This was a genuine burst of speed. Visibly, a vortex of energy formed beneath his feet, propelling him at twice the speed he had just been moving. Indeed, it was the Wind Shadow Step, a perfected low-grade, Earth-level martial skill. Damn! Chen Yuan was stunned. How am I supposed to chase this? Although he also specialized in speed with a low-grade Earth-level martial skill, he had only reached the major achievement stage, while Lu Chen had already attained perfection. The difference was simply incomparable. Not to mention chasing him in the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan couldn't even see the dust kicked up by Lu Chen's departure. No way, I need to quickly find the other two to regroup. This kid is truly not to be trifled with. Chen Yuan decisively turned and left. The gap was too great. Not only could he not entangle Lu Chen, but he couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. This scene has once again caused a huge stir in various live streaming rooms. This student Lu Chen truly surprises us continuously. This is yet another Earth-level martial skill displayed after the golden light wave of the subtle realm. Moreover, have you all noticed? This Earth-level martial skill, which is extremely fast, has already been cultivated to perfection by student Lu Chen. Such comprehension of martial skills among all the national candidates can be counted on one hand. Let me count the martial skills that student Lu Chen has used. 9 Shadow Steps perfected, Stone Breaking Hand perfected, Cloud Piercing Finger perfected, Mountain Leaning Claw perfected, Eagle Claw Technique perfected, Iron Wire Fist perfected, Heart Piercing Kick perfected. In other words, all 7 basic martial skills he cultivated in high school are perfected. Then, among the human-level mid-grade martial skills, there are Gale Steps, Wing Cleaving Leg, and 3-inch Palm, all perfected as well. There's also a top-grade human-level martial skill, Tiger Roar Technique, which is also perfected. Adding to that the golden light wave of the subtle realm and the recently revealed perfected Earth-level martial skill. God, when you add it all up, Lu Chen is undoubtedly the #1 martial skill practitioner among this year's candidates. Note, this is on a national scale. However, has anyone seen this speed-oriented martial skill? An analytical expert expressed some confusion at this point, asking, martial arts masters or theoretical experts? The experts in the official live streaming room quickly provided an answer. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the low-grade Earth-level wind control steps, which is also the source of Gale Steps. However, the wind control steps displayed by student Lu Chen seems to differ slightly from the ones I have seen. In the official live streaming room of Guanyin City, Principal Wei was invited again and was asked the same question by the host. The old principal was now a bit troubled. Who knew when this kid had cultivated another Earth-level martial skill? As far as he knew, no one had taught him the wind control steps. Moreover, the wind control steps used by Lu Chen indeed differed somewhat from the true wind control steps. However, with millions of viewers in the live streaming room staring at him, Principal Wei could not turn a blind eye. Thus, the old principal began to stroke his beard and made up a story. This is indeed the wind control steps, but it does have subtle differences from the original wind control steps. In fact, after Lu Chen perfected the wind control steps, he had his own insights and, after many discussions with me, he finally comprehended this new application. Although he was embellishing his own image, Principal Wei was actually helping Lu Chen out of a tight spot. Otherwise, if someone pursued the origin of this martial skill on the spot, Lu Chen would face criticism. The old principal was also thinking that he needed to quickly contact the relevant officials to suppress this issue for Lu Chen. The formal inheritance of martial skills needs to be registered, and Lu Chen must clarify how he acquired his wind control steps. But the old principal thought that could only be investigated after the college entrance examination. It couldn't affect Lu Chen's exam. This kid is truly excellent to the point of being worrisome, the old principal thought with a smile. Now, I have started to look forward to what other hidden strengths this classmate Lu Chen has. The challenges I thought I would face have not materialized, at least not in the area of the level 2, stage 7 beasts. So, what about the level 2, stage 8 or even stage 9? Can he still charge through like this? The heated discussions in various live streaming rooms continued, while Lu Chen was truly unstoppable at this moment, sweeping through the area of the level 2, stage 7 beasts. Since he revealed his wind shadow step, the shadow cats here were doomed to have no way to escape. Lu Chen didn't even need to use the tiger roar technique. As for the team formed by Li Qianzhong and the others, they were far behind Lu Chen. Not to mention snatching Lu Chen's prey, they couldn't even catch up to his shadow. When they finally spotted a shadow cat, it was already one that Lu Chen had beaten, now in a frenzied state. Just as Lu Chen resolutely entered the area of the level 2, stage 8 beasts, the three had no choice but to withdraw from this competition and hurried back. Are we just giving up like this? Chen Yuan was still somewhat unwilling. Li Qianzhong had suffered consecutive setbacks, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and calmly analyzed, the beasts in the stage 8 area are not something we can handle. We can't stop Lu Chen, and we might get eliminated early. Why cling to it? Exactly. Wang Shan echoed. Fortunately, in the previous stage 1, 2, and 3 beast areas, he hasn't had the chance to sweep them yet. We can still make it back in time. Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. There's nothing we can do, sigh, watching him feast while we can only sip some soup. If we don't hurry, we won't even get the soup, Wang Shan said irritably. Not to mention the three turning back to compete with other martial artist candidates for low-tier prey. At this moment, Lu Chen was checking his score. In the stage 7 area, he found 8 shadow cats, and his total score jumped to 715,926 points. This was indeed a score that others could hardly match. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Lu Chen lay flat in the hunting ground and did nothing, he would undoubtedly be the top student in the province. However, Lu Chen was still not satisfied. Every point represented resources for his future cultivation. How could he stop here? The further he progressed in his cultivation, the more resources he would need. Hundreds of thousands or even millions might not be enough to support him until he graduated from university. In the area of level 2, stage 8 beasts, each beast represented 64,000 points, and Lu Chen felt his eyes shining with golden light. What worried him now was whether the City Education Bureau could fulfill its promise and afford this considerable educational funding. Before Lu Chen could search carefully, he saw a large green python coiled around a tree not far away. Level 2, stage 8 green fire python. Lu Chen recognized this type of beast and charged forward without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Not just his eyes, but his whole body shimmered with golden light. Faced with a beast of this level, Lu Chen did not dare to be careless and directly used the golden light wave to protect himself. The green fire python, whose body was thicker than a tree trunk and over 10 meters long, fixed its gaze on Lu Chen the moment it saw him, flicking its tongue. Before Lu Chen could get close, the green fire python opened its mouth and spat out a scorching fire tongue, crossing over 10 meters in the air, burning towards Lu Chen. This was not an ordinary flame, but a blue flame enhanced by elemental energy, with a temperature reaching around 6,000 degrees. Before the fire tongue arrived, Lu Chen felt the air around him starting to distort. He did not use the golden light wave to confront the fire tongue. Instead, he once again employed the wind shadow step, transforming into a whirlwind to evade the blue fire tongue. Immediately, Lu Chen leaped up, preparing to engage in close combat with the green fire python. To strike a snake, one must aim for its vital point. Lu Chen was looking for the python's critical weakness. However, before he could get close, a shadow fell from the sky, and it was the green fire python's long tail covered in green scales, whipping down like a long whip. When it comes to close combat, the azure fire python is not weak either. Its tail strikes, body entangles, and sharp, high-temperature fangs are all its weapons. The two fangs of the azure fire python do not contain toxins in the usual sense, but they can generate a temperature higher than the blue flames, injecting fire poison into the prey's body. Lu Chen, with no leverage in midair, was struck head-on by the rapidly swinging tail. However, the tail hit the golden light wave, causing a slight ripple, and did not harm Lu Chen, who was within the protective energy. It merely sent him flying backward due to the immense force. But Lu Chen was not just passively taking hits. At the moment he was struck by the tail, his hands had already transformed into eagle claws, gripping tightly onto the azure fire python's tail, his fingertips digging deep into the snake's skin. Now, it's my turn. Lu Chen landed on the ground, rooting himself and exhaling forcefully, his hands firmly gripping the tail, a surge of power erupting from within him, actually pulling the massive azure fire python straight. Having cultivated the golden bell shield, Lu Chen had never feared anyone when it came to explosive power, even surpassing ordinary 9th-tier martial artists. Crack, crack. The upper body of the azure fire python was still tightly coiled around a large tree, but under Lu Chen's monstrous strength, it actually broke the 20-meter-high tree at the trunk. With no leverage, the azure fire python fell to the ground, attempting to coil around Lu Chen. At this moment, having gained the initiative, Lu Chen would not let it have its way. He suddenly exerted tremendous force, grabbing the tail and spinning it 360 degrees, shaking the azure fire python straight and stiff. Boom, boom. The 10-meter-long azure fire python was spun around like a small dot by Lu Chen crashing into nearby rocks and trees, creating continuous thunderous sounds. The azure fire python roared in pain, ultimately spewing fire tongues, but could not reach Lu Chen, who was at the center. After several spins, the azure fire python was disoriented, nearly vomiting its lunch. Boom! Lu Chen seized the opportunity, suddenly advancing along the tail to the head, delivering a 3-inch palm strike that severely injured the azure fire python, then easily took away the positioning device. At this point, Lu Chen could no longer hold back. If this azure fire python still had strength left and later teamed up with other beasts to attack him, he would be at a disadvantage. After scoring another 64,000 points, Lu Chen did not linger and quickened his pace to find other beasts. It was already past 3 in the afternoon on the 11th, nearing the third night of the practical assessment. Lu Chen wanted to clear this area of beasts before nightfall. In the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was still boiling. Especially when Lu Chen was spinning and swinging the azure fire python, it reached a fever pitch. So satisfying. So fierce, I'm about to lose it. This is a real man. No doubt he deserves a reward. It's only right for Lu Chen to take the provincial champion, trampling beasts with a mortal body. Why do I love watching this so much? In Lu Chen's personal live broadcast room, waves of rewards floated by. A blue fire python represents 64,000 points. By the time night fell that day, Lu Chen had successfully hunted 5 blue fire pythons. In the area of level 2, 8 segments. His total score finally broke 1,000,000, reaching an unforgettable 1,035,926 points. That left other students in awe. At this moment, the practical assessment was only halfway through, with a full 3 days remaining. However, whether among the candidates in the hunting grounds or the viewers in the live broadcast rooms, everyone knew that even if Lu Chen were eliminated now, he would still be at the top of the leaderboard. The second-place contestant, Li Qianzhong, had only just surpassed 120,000 points, and even if he stayed awake for the next 3 days, he could not reach half of Lu Chen's score. Moreover, Lu Chen was close to clearing out the areas with level 2, 3 segments and above. Would Li Qianzhong dare to provoke the remaining level 2, 9 segments beasts, or the even more terrifying level 3 beasts? Not to mention him, even if he gathered all the other martial artist candidates, they might not dare to venture in. After all, the candidates were ultimately competing for their own scores. No one wanted to be a sacrificial pawn in the charge. Is he going to continue challenging the beasts in the 9 segments area? This question arose not only in various live broadcast rooms but also among the remaining half of the candidates in the hunting grounds. The candidates actually hoped Lu Chen would continue to challenge stronger beasts, as the scores there had nothing to do with them. Furthermore, if Lu Chen were eliminated due to overestimating himself, he wouldn't come back to compete with them for the lower scoring beasts. The tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast rooms also hoped Lu Chen would keep challenging, because that would be exciting, allowing him to compete with the top scorers from provinces across the country. Nationwide, the competition among the top scorers was no longer about points, but about who could challenge stronger beasts. Currently, Lu Chen, with a martial artist level of 4 segments, had crossed 4 segments to defeat a level 2, 8 segments beast. This kind of strength and surpassing levels had already exceeded the majority of the top scorers from various provinces. If he could continue and defeat a level 2, 9 segments beast, he would be able to compete with the top scorers from the 5 major first-tier bases. Even more so, if Lu Chen could, with a martial artist level of 4 segments, surpass a major realm to defeat the most core level 3 beasts. Even if it ended in a tie, he could be considered the uncrowned king of national candidates. Even if another candidate could achieve this, they would still be overshadowed by Lu Chen, because the current top scorers from other provinces were all at a higher level than Lu Chen, such as the 2 from the Magic City Experimental School and Beijing No. 1 High School, who had already reached martial artist level 8 segments. How to choose was something everyone was eagerly watching. However, in the end, they were disappointed to find that Lu Chen did not follow their wishes. As night fell that day, after Lu Chen had swept through the level 2, 8 segments beast area, he did not push further but instead chose to turn back, heading straight for the lower segment beast area. Is he giving up on continuing the challenge? It seems this dark horse's run ends here. After all, with his current total score, there's really no need to go back for more points. Even if he continued to challenge and failed, it wouldn't affect his top scorer position. The viewers in the live broadcast room felt a bit disappointed, not because they thought Lu Chen was not excellent, but because they wanted him to perform even more dominantly. Little did they know that Lu Chen was turning back precisely because he valued the points. After all, the more points he scored, the more rewards the city would offer. What he pursued was the highest efficiency in scoring. Since no candidates dared to enter the level 2, 9 segments beast area to snatch his points, it was certainly more efficient for him to turn back and take others' points. Otherwise, by the time he passed the last 2 challenges, there might not be many points left in the lower segment area. This was Lu Chen's true thought and the plan and goal he had in mind for this assessment. As for the second level 9 section area and the most core third level area of exotic beasts, he would naturally have time to give it a try on the last day of the assessment. With 3 days left, his cultivation and the Golden Bell Shield could advance further, and his chances would be even greater then. As the night deepens, it's the perfect time for me to move. Lu Chen looked at the completely darkened forest, moving through it as if on flat ground. In less than half an hour, he rushed into the area of the second level 3 section exotic beasts. This area was larger than the deeper regions, and correspondingly, there were more exotic beasts, unlike the pitiful single-digit number in the depths. Even on the night of the third day of the assessment, there were still quite a few exotic beasts here, not yet taken by the positioning devices. With nightfall, the exotic beasts were frequently active in this area, and Lu Chen was naturally unreserved. One of the exotic beasts here represented 2,000 points, which Lu Chen did not find too little. Thus, that night, the other martial artist candidates lingering in the second level 3 section exotic beast area were once again startled by Lu Chen's sweeping momentum. Is he crazy? He's leaving no way out for us poor souls. Chen Yuan, resting in the 3 section area, was almost going mad. Originally, he and Li Xianzhong and Wang Shan had returned here, already parting ways to earn points on their own. Who would have thought that in less than half a day, Lu Chen would come back again? Although he hadn't encountered Lu Chen yet, seeing the top score jump by 2,000, everyone understood what was happening. Chen Yuan really wanted to challenge Lu Chen one-on-one, but he knew he couldn't win and would only humiliate himself. Even after witnessing Lu Chen's speed, he realized that even if he found Li Qianzhong and Wang Shan to team up again, they probably wouldn't be able to catch up to Lu Chen's shadow. This guy's efficiency in racking up points is just too high. After such a long period of intense fighting, doesn't he feel tired? Watching Lu Chen's score continuously rise, Chen Yuan's eyelids twitched. There was no way out, he could only be forced to join the nighttime hunting team, racking up whatever points he could, as he couldn't wait until tomorrow morning with no points to earn. It wasn't just him, Li Qianzhong, Wang Shan, and 2 other martial artist candidates who entered the 3 section exotic beast area felt the same way. By the time the night passed, the chaotic 3 section exotic beast area finally returned to calm, while Lu Chen had already run into the 2 section exotic beast area, continuing to seize the beasts there. Thus, the candidates in this area experienced the same tragic fate as Chen Yuan, having more than half of their prey snatched away by Lu Chen alone. By the morning of the 13th day, after another day had passed, Lu Chen had already swept through the second level 1 section exotic beast area and was preparing to enter the first level exotic beast area. The remaining martial artist candidates had no other choice but to retreat to the first level exotic beast area, competing with those martial artist candidates. The candidates had reached such a level of internal competition, this could be considered a miracle in the Gaokao concept of Hadong province. At this point, Lu Chen's total score had already exceeded 1,200,000. As he entered the first level 9 section exotic beast area, besides continuing to rack up points, he also had another purpose: to find one of the candidates to have a chat. Zhao Longfei was truly terrified now, unable to perform at his normal level. By the 5th day of the practical assessment, he had barely scored over 1,000 points. With the cultivation of a 9th-tier martial artist, this score could only be described as mediocre. Not to mention the 3 top-tier universities in Huaxia and the 10 prestigious schools. Whether he could even enter the 36 key martial arts universities was uncertain. It wasn't that his strength was lacking, but ever since entering the assessment hunting ground, Zhao Longfei's mind had been unsettled. He frequently checked the leaderboard on the scoring device, fixating on that name that sent chills down his spine. The first half of the day was manageable, that name was barely on the list, not worth worrying about. But after night fell on the first day, Zhao Longfei's nightmare began. It felt like he was back in the mock exam, where that name had suddenly soared to the top overnight and had never come down since. But this wasn't a mock exam in Guanyun City, it was a major test with 300,000 candidates from the entire province and tens of millions of spectators. Why would a previously unremarkable orphan like him be able to dominate in a test filled with geniuses running rampant until now? Yet, no matter how unwilling he was to accept it, he watched as that person's score skyrocketed, surpassing 1,000, 10,000, 50,000, and finally breaking 1,000,000. Zhao Longfei felt his heart grow heavier, suffocating him with a sense of oppression. He couldn't help but recall what his father had told him some time ago. The assassins sent to kill Lu Chen have failed, one is dead, and the other captured. But you don't need to worry, they don't know who was behind it. So, as long as you and I keep this matter to ourselves, no one can trace it back to us. After that incident, Zhao Longfei had hardly gone to school, claiming he was in seclusion at home. In reality, he was worried about encountering Lu Chen, who was already a martial artist, and accidentally revealing his true self. But even so, Zhao Longfei still couldn't shake off the psychological shadow Lu Chen cast over him, causing him to miss the last opportunity to break through to a martial artist before the exam. It wasn't until he finally entered the examination hall that, after much effort to adjust his mindset, he faced Lu Chen's distant attacks on the first day. Lu Chen's constantly rising scores felt like increasingly heavy blows striking deep within his soul, filling him with fear, anxiety, jealousy, and hatred. Why? Why was he so outstanding, leaving him so far behind? With my father's and family's support, I can definitely catch up to him. I will. Zhao Longfei had comforted himself like this countless times. I don't need to fear him. A genius who hasn't fully grown yet might die on the wild road at any moment. Zhao, I've been looking for you everywhere. Turns out you're here. Just as Zhao Longfei was lost in thought during his break, a calm and ethereal voice suddenly rang in his ears like a ghostly whisper. It was already past 11 at night on the 13th, and Zhao Longfei was hiding in the treetops of the 8th tier area. He never expected a voice would suddenly appear behind him. The key was that when he turned to look around, he couldn't see a single figure. The voice seemed like an auditory hallucination, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Just as he began to lower his guard, that cold, eerie voice reappeared. You've caused me great suffering. To help you harm others, I was killed in my body, discarded in the wilderness, devoured by beasts. It's you. The voice turned piercingly shrill. You caused me to die without a complete corpse. You owe me your life. Zhao Longfei was nearly driven mad. In the pitch-black forest, such a voice suddenly emerged without a trace of a figure. He had just come of age. How could he bear it? Adding to the fact that he already had a guilty conscience, the psychological shadow brought by Lu Chen made him restless day and night, leading him to be unable to think normally. At this moment, he did not know that every move he made, even every word he spoke, was being watched by tens of millions of viewers across the country through the live streaming platform. It's not me, it's my dad. It's my dad who paid you. It was your own failure. You couldn't kill Lu Chen. It's not my fault. Zhao Longfei, in a state of panic, turned his pale face around, constantly explaining. This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest. All the viewers in the live stream exploded. Assassination of a genius. Who is this? Must be severely punished. We need to find out who he is. In the Zhao family of Guanyin City, when Zhao Jingqing saw Lu Chen searching all the way and entering the 8th segment area, he knew something bad was about to happen. Especially when Lu Chen found Zhao Longfei in the afternoon and began to follow him, Zhao Jingqing became even more worried. He didn't know what Lu Chen was planning. If he wanted to personally eliminate Zhao Longfei, why didn't he act during the day? It wasn't until midnight, when Lu Chen appeared beside Zhao Longfei with his ghostly movements, that Zhao Jingqing finally understood. He realized how ruthless this younger generation, whom he had looked down upon, truly was. This was clearly a ploy to scare Zhao Longfei into revealing something, using it to find evidence of his assassination attempt on Lu Chen in front of the national audience. At this moment, Zhao Jingqing still held on to hope, wishing that his son could calm down. In the college entrance examination, as long as Zhao Longfei gritted his teeth, Lu Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At worst, he would just be eliminated early. Zhao Jingqing knew very well what was more important. However, he never expected that his son would be so useless. A dignified 9-segment martial artist was actually scared out of his wits by some ghostly tactics, spilling everything. Zhao Jingqing knew it was over, not only for Zhao Longfei, but for himself, a dignified martial master, as well. This was a confession in front of the national audience. Even though Zhao Jingqing had been rooted in Guanyin City for many years, he couldn't cover up everything. During the special training period for students, hiring someone to commit murder was an extremely serious crime. How could this barely adult kid be so vicious? This is cutting off the retreat, leaving no way out. Zhao Jingqing's eyes turned red, stunned. Bang! Before Zhao Jingqing could come up with a countermeasure or take any remedial action, his door was forcibly broken open. A team of military police burst in, led by a martial artist, and approached Zhao Jingqing. Mr. Zhao, you are suspected of hiring someone to commit murder. Please come with us. On the other side, not long after Zhao Longfei confessed, the supervising personnel responsible for patrolling the skies directly descended to take him away. It wasn't until Zhao Longfei was taken away that Lu Chen revealed himself, muttering to himself, "This kid is too easy to scare. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly." Then, he turned to the drone's live streaming camera, cupping his fists in thanks from multiple angles. "Sorry, I didn't mean to occupy public resources. But without doing this, I couldn't force out the murderer. I just don't want the murderer to go unpunished and harm more people." Lu Chen's personal live streaming room was immediately filled with a wave of support and a continuous surge of donations. In the live broadcast room, some people unfollowed, but even more supported Lu Chen. Some felt that Lu Chen's actions were too radical, but the vast majority believed that this was the true martial spirit, clear about grievances and returning hatred with hatred. In an era where the country advocates that martial artists should fight, why should one be timid towards a murder suspect? Moreover, Lu Chen's clever approach of forcing out the suspect garnered countless supporters. No matter how the outside world evaluated his actions, Lu Chen felt no psychological burden at all. A controversial test that resolved the hidden threat posed by the Zhao family of Guanyun City was not a loss in any way. Otherwise, with this family's ruthless methods, who knows how they would harm him in the future? Enemies hiding in the shadows are always more terrifying than those in plain sight. After dealing with Zhao Longfei, Lu Chen did not continue hunting but instead guarded his score of over 1.2 million, taking a rare night to rest. Since the start of the practical assessment, Lu Chen had been on the move, not daring to stop for a moment. Of course, he had no complaints about earning resources for himself. He just needed to rest well and adjust his state to the best so he could face the most challenging tests on the final day. Lu Chen managed to rest, but the viewers in the live broadcast room were not calm. Is Lu Chen going to lie down and enjoy the fruits of victory? There are still 18 hours left, he could push a bit more. Let's wait and see, maybe he's preparing to challenge the deepest level. Various discussions ensued, some questioning, some praising, but most were still waiting for a miracle. Would anyone dare to challenge the final level of the second level 9 section exotic beast and the even more terrifying third level exotic beast? It all depended on this last day. They waited for a full 6 hours until 7 a.m. on the 14th when Lu Chen woke up on time. He stretched lazily, feeling full of energy. Looking at his personal panel, Lu Chen was even more confident. Name: Lu Chen level, martial artist 4th section, 5%. Martial skills, low-grade human level, perfect 9 shadow steps. Perfect heart-piercing steps, mid-grade human level, perfect 7 steps killing fist, perfect 3-inch palm, top-grade human level, perfect tiger roar skill, low-grade earth level. Perfect wind blade leg, perfect swift wind shadow steps, mid-grade earth level, micro golden bell, 21%. Although my cultivation in golden bell haven't broken through again, it's still stronger than a few days ago. With this thought, Lu Chen no longer hesitated, looking towards the core of the mountain forest and resolutely set off on his journey. Not just him, the remaining hundreds of thousands of candidates in the hunting ground also began to take action, choosing to challenge their limits on the last day, striving for one last push. However, their limits were hardly even a starting point for Lu Chen. Thus, the most watched was still Lu Chen alone. On the contrary, the remaining martial artist candidates had lost the desire to challenge again. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they couldn't implement it. The second level exotic beast area, from the 1st section to the 8th section, had been completely cleared. Now, even if they wanted to challenge their limits, there were no points to gain. Lu Chen sped northward, racing through one area after another like the wind, quickly arriving at the territory of the second level 9 section exotic beast. It's starting. Lu Chen is really going to continue the challenge. Look, even the examiner's planes are hovering above Lu Chen, ready to rescue at any moment. Of course, Lu Chen is now our treasure in Hedong province. There can't be any accidents even if he fails the challenge. Go, Lu Chen. If you get through the last 2 levels, you can claim the national title. Come on, I'm here to bear witness. As long as Lu Chen can get through the last level, I'll reward him with 3 months' salary. How much is your monthly salary? Less than 100,000, a little over 3,000. The major live streaming rooms were bustling with excitement, especially Lu Chen's personal account, which was flooded with all sorts of playful comments. The official national live streaming room provided a split screen of Lu Chen, while the live streaming rooms in Hedong province, Guanyun City, and even other cities in the province all focused their cameras solely on Lu Chen. Hosts, experts, and consultants from all sides were analyzing the possible outcomes of Lu Chen's challenge. A level 9 beast should be Lu Chen's limit, was the judgment of the vast majority. Look, it's here, someone exclaimed, staring at the beast that appeared in the livestream. What species is this? It's the spiked armored mountain eater, a mutation of the pangolin. This thing is tough to deal with. Without strong offensive power, it can't be moved at all. In the hunting ground, Lu Chen focused on the short-legged, long-tailed beast in front of him, which was only 1 meter long, and immediately recognized its species. The spiked armored mountain eater, mutated from a pangolin, could indeed burrow underground and through mountains, its iron armor capable of grinding rocks to dust. This creature's scales were extremely hard, with a defense several times stronger than that of the iron-armored yak of the same realm. Although its scales couldn't detach and attack like the iron-armored yak, they could be raised to form extremely sharp and tough blades, even more resilient than alloy steel weapons. Additionally, the spiked armored mountain eater's long tongue was also a terrifying weapon. With a 1 meter long body, it had a tongue curled up inside that was over 2 meters long, slender as a whip and tough to break. At this moment, the spiked armored mountain eater was also watching Lu Chen, extremely vigilant, with its lower body hidden in the ground, ready to flee at any moment. If it burrows away, I won't be able to do anything. So, it has to be a one-hit kill, Lu Chen thought to himself as he cautiously approached the creature step by step. Puff! Before Lu Chen could get within 3 meters, the spiked armored mountain eater suddenly turned its head and burrowed into the ground, disappearing. That's too cautious, Lu Chen thought. However, he remembered from his textbooks that the spiked armored mountain eater was quite aggressive, just with a rather sneaky method of attack. So, this creature wasn't fleeing but hiding underground, waiting for the right moment to strike. Sure enough, before Lu Chen could think much more, a long crimson whip suddenly shot up from the soil beneath his feet, swiftly wrapping around his legs. This wasn't a whip but the pangolin's long tongue. Just afraid you wouldn't. Come out, since you've shown yourself, then die. Lu Chen grunted softly. No longer hiding, he unleashed the low-grade wind blade leg technique that he had never used in the assessment. Suddenly, a circle of sharp energy erupted from beneath his feet, breaking the spiked armored mountain eater's tongue apart. At the same time, Lu Chen's right foot stomped down hard, and the surging energy burst through the ground below. Boom! With a loud bang, the soil exploded, revealing a 2-meter deep pit at the bottom of which lay a spiked armored mountain eater that had fainted. As for Lu Chen, he had already leaped out of the pit's range, quietly waiting for the spiked armored mountain eater to reappear. The perfected wind blade leg technique was no joke. As long as it hit, even this spiked armored mountain eater couldn't withstand it. For Lu Chen, a level 9 beast was hardly a challenge. At most, it would just take some time to find these creatures that were good at hiding. Is that it? What technique did Lu Chen just use? There was another uproar in the live streaming room. Too fast. With the cultivation of a 4-stage warrior defeating a level 9 beast so easily. What is the principle behind this? And it's a spiked mountain-eating beast which is known for its defensive and burrowing skills. Isn't this the hardest to hunt? I've realized the most important thing is that ground strike, a single blow to kill. However, I can't recognize what martial skill that is. The enthusiasm of the audience in the live broadcast room was at an all-time high, with most discussing the new martial skill used by Lu Chen. However, soon an expert from the official live broadcast room provided an answer. It seems to be an evolution of the wind-cleaving leg, transformed into the wind-cleaving axe technique, just without using a weapon. But one thing can be confirmed, this leg technique of Lu Chen's is also at the perfect realm. This is truly incredible, another perfect realm earth-level martial skill. Even the experts from various official live broadcast rooms were once again shocked. In the live broadcast room of Guanyin City, Principal Wei took the opportunity to sip his tea and let out a heavy sigh. Can't this kid give me a heads up in advance? Well, here we go again, having to explain everything. The last time Lu Chen revealed the shadowless gale step, he hadn't even clarified it, and now another brand new wind blade leg was exposed. The old principal was really feeling a bit exhausted. Pain and joy intertwined. He was too lazy to respond in the live broadcast room, as he truly had nothing more to say. Regardless of the excitement in the live broadcast room, Lu Chen had already found another spiked mountain-eating beast and once again used the wind blade leg to defeat it in one blow. Faced with such a beast that had high defense and concealment, Lu Chen had to strike true, with almost no second chance. Thus, he had no choice but to reveal his wind blade leg. In terms of attack power, the wind blade leg was undoubtedly the strongest technique he currently mastered. The Earth-level attack methods are still somewhat singular. I can only find opportunities to supplement them after entering university, Lu Chen thought to himself, somewhat dissatisfied. The Golden Bell Shield is good for defense, the Shadowless Gale Step excels in speed, but only the Wind Blade Leg is best at attacking. As for the human-level martial skills he mastered, although their power was also considerable, they were still far weaker compared to these Earth-level martial arts. Like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, after circling around this area, Lu Chen had collected a total of 4 positioning devices. Each positioning device represented 128,000 points, and his total score had now exceeded 1.8 million, making him the first person in the history of Hedong Province's martial arts examination. However, Lu Chen did not stop there. After resting for a while, at 1:10 p.m. that afternoon, he resolutely stepped into the territory of the level 3 beasts. A level 3 beast represented 300,000 points, and although there were only 2 in total, how could Lu Chen give up? Since it was already the last 5 hours of the college entrance examination, he had to give it a try. This scene sparked an unprecedented frenzy in various live broadcast rooms. With the cultivation of a 4-stage warrior entering the territory of level 3 beasts, he is the first person in this year's college entrance examination. Although the 2 from Beijing No. 1 High School and Shanghai Experimental High School have already made it through, their cultivation levels are both at the 8th stage. If Lu Chen can succeed, he will surely be recorded in history, at the very least, leaving his name in the annals of martial arts. Various discussions filled the live broadcast rooms, and Lu Chen's personal live broadcast account even surpassed 40 million viewers, more popular than the official live broadcast room of Hedong Province. It wasn't until the 2 level 3 beasts appeared that all the live broadcast rooms suddenly quieted down, becoming unusually silent. This battle was finally about to begin. In the hunting ground, as soon as Lu Chen entered the level 3 beast area, he heard the sound of rushing water. Following the sound and the inexplicably powerful aura, Lu Chen circled around a grove and quickly saw the source of the sound. Before him was a 10-meter-high cliff, with a silver waterfall cascading down, the water flowing into a pool below, its destination unknown. And what Lu Chen was most concerned about were the two tall exotic beasts drinking and playing by the pond. "It's the Storm Force ape!" countless people exclaimed in front of the live broadcast camera. Storm Force ape. Lu Chen stared intently at the two beasts, his expression becoming serious. Their majestic and towering bodies stood over 3 meters tall, with smooth and shiny blue fur all over. They looked quite human-like, but this species known as the Storm Force ape was incredibly powerful. The term storm referred to their remarkable speed and bloodline abilities, while force highlighted their strength, which could be described as innate divine power. Statistics showed that Storm Force apes of the same realm surpassed human martial cultivators in defense, speed, and strength, and with their bloodline talent, they could be considered well-rounded. Many martial cultivators of the same realm would take a detour upon seeing them. The intelligence of these ape-like beasts was also quite high, making it difficult to deal with them. As Lu Chen observed, the two Storm Force apes became alert, stopping their playful splashing and turning to look at him. Roar! One of the Storm Force apes opened its mouth and let out an angry roar at Lu Chen, as if telling him to get lost, before turning back to play with the other one. "Oh, look at that, they seem to be a pair. Is this the rhythm of breeding in the hunting ground?" Lu Chen felt a sense of disdain from the two beasts but didn't mind. These high-intelligence beasts understood their situation and knew they couldn't feast on human flesh in the hunting ground, so they simply chose not to play along. Otherwise, they might have charged at him long ago. Ahem! Clearing his throat, Lu Chen shouted, "Could you two pause your show of affection and join me for a fight?" The two Storm Force apes shook their backsides at Lu Chen, showing no intention of responding. "This is just slacking off. The hunting ground is serving you well, and you don't want to do any work?" Lu Chen said irritably. One of the Storm Force apes scratched its backside, reluctantly turned around, and beckoned Lu Chen with a finger full of provocation. "Damn it, this beast is almost becoming sentient," Lu Chen muttered, then summoned the golden light wave. Stepping into the wind shadow step, transforming into a streak of golden light, speeding towards the provoking Storm Force ape. Roar! It seemed that Lu Chen's sudden burst of momentum piqued the interest of the Storm Force ape, which let out a furious roar, standing upright and pounding its chest as it charged back. As the Storm Force ape charged, a green whirlwind rose beneath its feet, greatly increasing its speed in an instant, colliding with Lu Chen. Man and ape, without any fancy moves, the sound of the impact echoed, and Lu Chen's relatively smaller body was sent flying, landing over 10 meters away. He only stopped after crashing into a large tree. As for the Storm Force ape, it merely took a step back, steadied its tall body, and cast a disdainful glance at Lu Chen in the distance. Lu Chen was not injured. The defense of the golden light wave was no joke, but he was still shaken by the power of the Storm Force ape. This thing is indeed not to be trifled with. The vitality of a level 3 beast far surpasses that of a level 2, 9th stage, and its overall qualities are the same. The Storm Force ape is even more of an outstanding example, with almost no weaknesses. It is already quite an achievement for Lu Chen to have come this far, but to defeat a level 3 Storm Force ape is akin to grasping at the moon and water. Lu Chen's only advantage lies in his various proficient and perfected martial skills. However, whether he can shake the level 3 Storm Force ape is truly concerning. The livestream was filled with various analyses, and some even brought out specific data for comparison, confirming Lu Chen's shortcomings from all angles. It wasn't until Lu Chen charged out again, seemingly unfazed, that the livestream quieted down. Boom! Another collision, and Lu Chen was sent flying once more. Again, the result was the same. Again. Time and again, Lu Chen collided head-on with the Storm Force ape 15 or 16 times before finally stopping, panting heavily. He still hadn't managed to injure the Storm Force ape. Although the Storm Force ape sent him flying each time, it hadn't been able to break through Lu Chen's golden light barrier, so he wasn't truly hurt. And Lu Chen's seemingly futile charges were not in vain. He had already figured out the general defense, speed, and strength of the Storm Force ape. But because of this, Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless. The Storm Force ape was like an impregnable mountain, difficult to shake. All the martial skills he had mastered at the human level could not possibly harm it. His strength couldn't even penetrate the thick fur on its body. The only opportunity. Lu Chen fixed his gaze on the relaxed Storm Force ape across from him is its throat. He had noticed that every time he charged, the Storm Force ape would deliberately protect its throat. So, this should be its fatal flaw. With this in mind, Lu Chen stopped trying to clash head-on and instead used the wind shadow step again, transforming into a whirlwind, circling around the Storm Force ape, looking for an opportunity to strike. Although the Storm Force ape had decent speed, after several collisions, Lu Chen found that his wind shadow step still held a slight advantage. Thus, the Storm Force ape stood atop a massive rock, remaining unchanged in the face of change, not pursuing Lu Chen. Suddenly, Lu Chen's speeding figure paused slightly, and his right leg shot up to kick out. Instantly, a curved wind blade shot forth, slicing toward the Storm Force ape's chest. The Storm Force Ape had just turned around but reacted quickly, raising its arms to block Lu Chen's wind blade. Its arms were even surrounded by a protective aura, safeguarding its precious fur. The wind blade struck the Storm Force Ape's long and thick arm but failed to break through. However, Lu Chen's second wind blade followed closely, connecting seamlessly and aiming directly at the Storm Force Ape's throat. The Storm Force Ape had just blocked one wind blade and couldn't possibly stop the incoming one in time. But just as Lu Chen felt a surge of pride, he suddenly noticed the Storm Force Ape's mouth opening. Roar! Accompanying this roar was a swirling gust of green wind that burst forth, directly sweeping away Lu Chen's wind blade, causing it to dissipate in midair. Damn! How am I supposed to fight now? The Storm Force Ape's bloodline long-range attack ability is not weak either. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly, realizing that his carefully timed wind blade had also returned without success. Moreover, with this move, the Storm Force Ape had clearly become wary of him, making it even more difficult to employ the same tactic again. Cackle! The female Storm Force Ape beside them cackled and clapped, seemingly mocking Lu Chen for overestimating himself while applauding her mate. It's too difficult. The Storm Force Ape has almost no flaws. Lu Chen's cultivation is still too low. He can hardly break through its defenses. However, have you noticed? That Storm Force Ape also can't do anything to Lu Chen. With the golden light wave and the swift wind shadowless step, Lu Chen was almost invincible. If this stalemate continues, it can only end in a draw. But there is still some regret, just a little more to go. The discussions in the livestream were lost on Lu Chen. He was focused on continuing to use the swift wind shadowless step to evade the whirlwinds constantly spat out by the Storm Force Ape. Although his previous strike hadn't harmed the opponent, it wasn't entirely ineffective. At the very least, it had provoked the proud old ape. Relying on the swift wind shadowless step and his predictive abilities, Lu Chen could still move freely amidst the opponent's whirlwinds. It was possible to withstand the attacks with the golden light wave, but that would consume too much stamina. It's good that you're angry, otherwise I wouldn't easily find a flaw. Facing the irritable Storm Force Ape, Lu Chen felt joy instead of fear, for only in this way could he find an opportunity to strike. In an instant, the winds around the pond roared and sand and stones flew, while Lu Chen dodged continuously, not a leaf touching him. The perfected swift wind shadowless step was enough for him to handle attacks of this level with ease. The Storm Force Ape also realized that its whirlwinds couldn't do anything to Lu Chen, so it erupted several times, trying to close in and smash him. But Lu Chen's speed and agility were too high, making it impossible for the Storm Force Ape to catch up. The two of them played a game of chase around the pond, thoroughly enjoying themselves. As Lu Chen ran, he continuously provoked the old ape, making it increasingly agitated, its eyes turning a fierce red. Come on, you can only be considered brave if you can catch me. Aren't you tough? You still can't do anything to me. No matter how strong you are, you're still trapped. Here. Lu Chen's taunting voice filled the major live streams, causing many viewers to empathize with the Storm Force Ape, wishing they could rush in and give Lu Chen a beating. The Storm Force Ape clearly understood Lu Chen's words and became even more restless. Lu Chen's laughter echoed like a haunting melody. The level 3 Storm Force Ape indeed had more vitality and stamina than Lu Chen, but in its frenzied state, its reckless outbursts would ultimately lead to exhaustion. After cursing at full throttle for a quarter of an hour and being chased for so long, Lu Chen finally sensed the Storm Force Ape's breath starting to become erratic. Now's the time. Lu Chen suddenly executed a beautiful ground-level spin as he rushed past, colliding head-on with the enraged old ape. The Storm Force Ape clearly didn't expect Lu Chen to come charging at it, and it had no time to change direction before crashing into Lu Chen. However, the old ape was not afraid. In a head-on collision, it wouldn't fear this little human. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Lu Chen collided, the force shifted from hard to soft. He pressed against the mountain, curling his body to slip through the old ape's crossed arms, then leaned against the Storm Force Ape's belly. Here we go. Lu Chen's next move followed immediately, his right leg springing up like a spring, akin to a giant axe swinging, the tip of his foot landing heavily on the Storm Force Ape's throat. Wind blade leg. Ugh. A muffled sound came from the Storm Force Ape's throat, its large eyes turning white and its massive body crashed backward. Roar! Another Storm Force Ape, watching coldly from the side, became furious and charged forward, wanting to avenge its companion. Really won. How did classmate Lu Chen do it? Why did he suddenly win with one strike? He broke the record, defeating a level 3 beast with the cultivation of a level 4 warrior. Has anyone done that in the history of the college entrance examination? This year, a prodigy has emerged in Hedong province. At the moment Lu Chen knocked out the Storm Ape with a kick, the major live streaming rooms exploded, and countless people cheered with joy. This was no ordinary exam, it was a record-breaking victory over a beast of a higher level. Moreover, among this year's candidates, Lu Chen's total score and achievements were enough to make him the top scorer. Not just in Hedong province, but nationwide, no one surpassed him. Although the examination environments in different provinces varied, this unofficial king, Lu Chen, was truly deserving of the title. Hey! He won, so why isn't Lu Chen voluntarily withdrawing? Is he going to fight the second storm ape to the end? Someone in the livestream noticed the new situation, and many viewers quickly paid attention. In the hunting ground, after Lu Chen defeated the storm ape, another female ape charged in furiously. Lu Chen reacted quickly, grabbing the locator and using his agility to evade the female ape's fierce attacks. For the viewers outside, Lu Chen reaching this point and defeating a level 3 beast was already a complete success in the exam, even breaking the record. His total score had already risen to first place nationwide. Gaining a few more points didn't hold much significance. But for Lu Chen, it was different. 300,000 points meant a reward of 3 million from the city. He couldn't give up so easily. With over 3 hours left until the exam ended, even if it meant just stalling for time, he was determined to take down this female ape. Of course, the battle with the previous storm ape had drained him significantly. So now, he swallowed half a high-grade energy bar, replenishing his energy while dodging the enraged female ape with swift movements. The female ape's strength was clearly slightly weaker than the first one, giving Lu Chen a chance to catch his breath. After dodging for half an hour, Lu Chen had mostly recovered and began to counterattack. This time, there were no major surprises. With his fighting experience, Lu Chen ultimately ended the female ape with a wind blade kick, successfully obtaining the locator. 2,352,000 points. That was Lu Chen's final score. That's over 20 million. Ha ha. Lu Chen felt exhilarated. Such a reward made his relentless efforts over the past few days worthwhile. Without waiting for the exam to conclude, Lu Chen waved to the proctor waiting in mid-air, and he was promptly escorted out of the examination room. At this moment, the livestream was still buzzing with excitement, but none of that mattered to Lu Chen. He was utterly exhausted and just wanted to sleep well. Back at the military camp escorting the candidates from Guanyun City, Lu Chen immediately spotted many familiar faces, each giving him a salute and excitedly congratulating him. The 7 instructors from the special training camp, along with the squad leaders and soldiers he had trained with, greeted him warmly, feeling honored to be associated with him. Even Colonel Huang personally came forward to welcome him, saying, "You've worked hard. Today, Guanyun City will surely take pride in Lieutenant Lu. Everyone disperse, let Instructor Lu rest well." Colonel Huang dismissed the enthusiastic soldiers, personally leading Lu Chen into the camp and arranging a private tent for him. It wasn't favoritism from Colonel Huang. Lu Chen's contributions this time were too significant. For Guanyun City and the unit Colonel Huang belonged to, it was the same. It was easy to imagine that the funding from the state and province for the Guanyun City base would significantly increase in the future. Colonel Huang understood better than Lu Chen that the educational fund awarded to Lu Chen was merely a small token compared to the national funding. This was the reward Lu Chen rightfully deserved. After sending Lu Chen into the tent, Colonel Huang stood guard outside, not allowing anyone to disturb him. Of course, the most important thing was to protect Lu Chen's safety. A record-breaking provincial top scholar, even the national king without a crown of this year's college entrance examination, deserved such attention. In fact, Colonel Huang had already received instructions from his superiors to specifically send a high-ranking martial arts master to escort Lu Chen back to the Guanyun City base. Over the years, there have been numerous dark spies attempting to assassinate domestic geniuses, and Lu Chen absolutely could not have any accidents. When he woke up, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon on the 14th, and this year's college entrance examination had finally come to an end. All the candidates quickly gathered to return to their respective city bases. Lu Chen did not see any other candidates because he was directly arranged by Colonel Huang to get into an armored vehicle, accompanied by a cold and taciturn old man. Lu Chen did not speak to the other person, only feeling a bit anxious to return and log into his personal account to see how many rewards he had received. The live streaming platform had already closed, and soon the total amount of rewards from these few days would be tallied up, which was what Lu Chen looked forward to the most. Fortunately, the journey went smoothly. Within the national borders, there were rarely any exotic beasts or foreign spies daring to provoke the regular troops. By the time they returned to Guanyun City, it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. "Lu Chen, come take a look," Colonel Huang called to Lu Chen, who had his eyes closed in a feigned nap, gesturing for him to look out the window. Lu Chen responded and leaned over to the window, instantly startled. Goodness, the brightly lit streets were filled with crowds holding banners and glowsticks. The large characters on the banners were incredibly eye-catching. Congratulations to Lu Chen for becoming the provincial top scholar. The light of Guanyun City, Lu Chen breaks records. "Lu Chen, I want to marry you." This last one was from a 20-year-old girl holding a light board. Many of the banners bore the names of martial arts schools or companies, providing a free wave of advertising. The crowd filled both sides of the street, extending all the way to the entrance of Ijon High School. "How about it? Do you want to go out and greet everyone?" Colonel Huang asked with a smile. Lu Chen quickly shook his head. "I'd rather not. I can't handle this kind of scene." The armored vehicle drove directly to the entrance of Ijon, where a crowd of younger students was also waiting for Lu Chen's return. Even the old principal and a group of teachers were eagerly looking forward at the front of the crowd. This is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Lu Chen helplessly stepped out of the armored vehicle only to be surrounded by a swarm of students. Who is touching my butt? Lu Chen wailed inwardly, not daring to shout out loud. Alright, the school will organize a celebration in 2 days. Everyone disperse for now. Principal Wei's voice calmed the lively crowd. Then, the old principal looked at Lu Chen and said, "Come with me, I need to ask you some questions." In the principal's office, only Principal Wei and Lu Chen were present. Principal Wei was unusually serious, as if even Lu Chen's joy at becoming the top scholar had been dampened. "Lu Chen, you must answer my questions seriously," Principal Wei said straightforwardly. "Okay, teacher, please ask." Lu Chen nodded, already having some guesses. In his heart, where did the other 2 Earth-level martial arts you used in the practical assessment come from? Principal Wei stared into Lu Chen's eyes and asked earnestly. As expected, Lu Chen thought to himself, then said, "The golden light wave was taught to me by you. The other 2 martial arts, the wind-cleaving leg, was taught by our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. The swift wind step was given to me by the instructor during special training in the military camp. These martial arts have all been reviewed and registered," Lu Chen added seriously. Principal Wei said irritably, "What wind-cleaving leg? What swift wind step? You know what I'm talking about. What you displayed was not merely human-level martial arts, but true Earth-level. Moreover, it was Earth-level martial arts that had reached perfection. So many people saw it. Do you think you can still hide it?" Lu Chen quickly smiled and said, "Teacher, don't be anxious, I was just about to tell you. The wind-cleaving leg and swift wind step I used in the college entrance examination are indeed different from the original human-level martial arts. They are not stolen Earth-level martial arts. Rather, after I became a formal martial artist and cultivated the golden light wave, I comprehended them on my own. You also know that my comprehension ability is quite strong, and since I perfected the wind-cleaving leg and swift wind step early on, having some insights is normal," Lu Chen explained forcefully. He absolutely could not mention the automatic cultivation cheat. If he did, no one would believe it, so he could only attribute everything to his own comprehension. After all, no one could understand so many martial arts in such a short time like he did. So, with his explanation, who could verify its authenticity? Principal Wei was clearly taken aback, then widened his eyes and asked, "How can you call that a little comprehension? It's simply creating something out of nothing." Principal Wei was not an old fossil. He knew that there was such a term as cheat in modern games. He did not realize he had hit the nail on the head and continued seriously, "Although deriving Earth-level martial arts from human-level martial arts is not impossible, the difficulty can make even the old stubborn professors of prestigious schools cough up blood. You, on the other hand, have only just broken through as a martial artist, and you can derive human-level martial arts into Earth-level martial arts by yourself and even reach perfection. How many old professors will this infuriate, and how many people can believe it?" Principal Wei said with a frown. Lu Chen quickly replied, "Teacher, didn't you also say that this is feasible? Moreover, precisely because I derived it myself, I could reach perfection so quickly. This way, it would be more credible, right?" Principal Wei waved his hand, almost getting confused by Lu Chen's logic, but vaguely felt that Lu Chen had a point. He again asked seriously, "Are you sure you didn't learn martial arts from any underground channels?" This time, Lu Chen shook his head firmly, "Absolutely not. You also saw that my Earth-level martial arts differ from the original wind-cleaving axe and wind control step. Have you seen such martial arts from other channels?" Lu Chen countered. Principal Wei stroked his beard and let out a big sigh of relief. "That is true. Well, just remember what I said today. I will personally report the situation and vouch for you. If anyone asks, just stick to this statement. If others can't do it, that's their incompetence. A true genius who achieves greatness late in life is not something ordinary people can understand." With Lu Chen's assurance, Principal Wei once again firmly stood by his side. "It's not really late blooming. I'm not old," Lu Chen muttered to himself. However, he was still very grateful for the support and trust of the old principal, and he sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, teacher. It's nothing. At worst, you'll have another chance to show them your understanding of martial arts techniques, and you can prove your innocence. This ability, once you get to university, there will be plenty of opportunities to showcase it. I'm afraid you'll become the favorite of those old fellows." Principal Wei seemed to think of something amusing and laughed heartily. "You did very well this time, better than I expected, and beyond what many people anticipated." Principal Wei revealed a kind smile again. "Teacher, about the reward promised by the Education Bureau, it won't." As soon as Lu Chen heard this, he became a bit worried. Principal Wei laughed again. "You brat, still thinking about that little reward. Don't worry, you've brought great honor to our Guanyin city, and the Bureau can't wait to elevate you. If anyone dares to cut your reward, I'll be the first to disagree." "That's good." Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Over 23 million, how could he not be nervous? Principal Wei said meaningfully, "Do you care about this little bonus now?" Lu Chen asked in confusion. What do you mean? The live broadcast fees, Principal Wei said with a hint of amazement. Do you know how much reward money you earned from the live broadcast of your 6-day assessment? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart raced. Indeed, he hadn't had the chance to check yet. Has it been tallied? Lu Chen asked eagerly. Principal Wei nodded, leisurely sipping his tea, then raised a hand, looking at Lu Chen with a beaming smile. 50 million? Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, hard work pays off. His efforts in the college entrance examination were not in vain. 50 million? The old principal's voice rose. It's 500 million. Crash. Lu Chen shot up from his chair, losing control of his strength and breaking the chair in the principal's office. 500 million? Lu Chen was stunned. How could it be so much? From what he understood, previous provincial top scorers usually received only 20 to 30 million in live broadcast rewards. Where did this 500 million come from? Seeing Lu Chen's shocked expression, Principal Wei seemed to take delight in it and laughed heartily. It's indeed 500 million. You just came out of the exam room, so you really wouldn't know. In this college entrance examination, you are not just the top scorer of the province, so I said your performance was unexpected. Let's put it this way, your total score is the highest in the country, and you successfully defeated a level 3 beast with a martial artist level of 4, breaking a record. So, your influence is already beyond Hedong province. Countless viewers across the country are following you in the live broadcast. According to statistics, your personal live broadcast room had over 60 million viewers at its peak. You do the math, 60 million people, if each person gives 10 yuan, how much is that? Principal Wei countered. 600 million. Such a simple calculation Lu Chen could certainly do. He hadn't expected that he would accidentally fulfill a childhood fantasy. If everyone in the country gave me 1 yuan, that would be over a billion. This kind of dream, probably many people have had. So, when calculated, 500 million seemed quite normal. Lu Chen never imagined that just wanting to earn more points would lead him to the national first place and break some records. 500 million, how should I spend it? Lu Chen then had such an absurd thought. In his past and present life combined, he had only seen so much money in the news and dreams. So, do you still care about that little reward from the Education Bureau? Principal Wei laughed heartily. The better the student, the happier he was. Seeing Lu Chen reach this point truly brought him joy as a teacher. Of course I care, I still need money. Lu Chen quickly responded as he came to his senses. After calming down, he roughly calculated that over 500 million might not be enough for him to spend for long. He had only been in this world for a little over 100 days, and his cultivation had progressed from the 3rd stage of a martial apprentice to the 4th stage of a martial artist. How much had he spent? At least 2 million, right? Lu Chen pondered, realizing that there were even more expenses after becoming a martial artist. To continuously grow stronger, one had to consume increasingly more resources. It was essentially a bottomless pit. Principal Wei nodded. At least you haven't let it go to your head. I must remind you, this money cannot be wasted. It should be spent wisely to enhance your own strength. Remember, wealth is external. Transforming it into your own power is the true wealth that belongs to you. Principal Wei advised seriously. Yes, teacher, I understand. Lu Chen replied earnestly. Alright, that's all for now. I hope you can truly keep this in mind. Principal Wei then changed the subject. Tomorrow, you will probably be busy again. Major universities will soon come to recruit you, and you need to hold your ground to secure the best conditions for yourself. Lu Chen had anticipated this. Having reached the top of the nation, how could he not attract the attention of universities? He nodded. I hope you can help me with advice then. Of course. Otherwise it would be a disservice to your talent. Principal Wei chuckled, revealing a hint of cunning. By the way, I need to inform you, Zhao Longfei and Zhao Jingcheng have already been detained and will soon be sent directly to a military court for sentencing. You don't need to worry about this matter, they won't affect you anymore. Military court? Lu Chen was puzzled. How did it involve the military? Attempting to harm you during special training in the military camp is extremely serious, so it must be transferred to a military court, Principal Wei explained briefly. Then, the old principal waved his hand. You can go back and rest now. As Lu Chen turned to leave, the old principal added, oh, by the way, that apartment of mine has been transferred to you. No need to refuse, consider it a personal reward from me. Remember, no matter how far you go in the future, this will always be your home. Lu Chen trembled all over, turned around, bowed respectfully, and then strode away. Returning home, Lu Chen finally had time to open his phone, only to be nearly overwhelmed by the vibrations. There were missed calls, text, notifications, and the majority of messages came from the Huaxia Kuning platform. For now, he ignored those messages and directly opened the platform to access his personal account. Upon seeing it, Lu Chen was genuinely shocked. The number of followers on his account had actually exceeded 60 million and was still rising. Looking at the summary of rewards and incentives from the past few days, Lu Chen finally felt relieved. 566238841. This long string of numbers made Lu Chen experience for the first time what it meant to have the joy of wealth. The money on this platform was directly linked to his personal account, and he could now use it as he pleased. After calming his emotions, Lu Chen did not review his livestream replay but instead clicked on the only video he had posted earlier. This seemingly ordinary martial arts practice video had now garnered over 10 million likes and over 1 million comments. Lu Chen glanced through it. Most comments expressed congratulations. Among them were some special comments that caught his attention. For instance, official recruitment invitations from dozens of key martial arts universities, collaboration intentions from some martial arts schools and large enterprises, and even a few marriage proposals from beautiful women that almost made Lu Chen laugh. Of course, on such a virtual platform where there are praises, there are also trolls. Lu Chen merely glanced at them and ignored them. With so many people rewarding me, I can't just remain indifferent. With this thought, Lu Chen recorded a video, mainly expressing his gratitude to his supporters and mentioning that he would share some insights on martial arts training in the future as a way to give back to society. This was a courtesy he felt obliged to fulfill, and Lu Chen was not stingy. After sending out the video, thousands of comments poured in again, but Lu Chen did not look closely. He did not want to become an internet celebrity and would not spend too much effort managing the account, otherwise he would truly be seen as just a money maker. He muted his phone and went to sleep, as there was a mountain of tasks waiting for him the next day, and he just wanted to rest well. The next day, on the morning of June 15, Lu Chen was awakened by the old principal and his homeroom teacher. The recruitment teachers from North China Martial University, Jiangnan Martial University, and Zhongyuan Martial University have all arrived. On the way, Principal Wei began to remind Lu Chen. And there are teachers from the top 10 prestigious schools, you should meet them all. Principal Wei said. You two just help me screen them, I can't handle these people as a student. Lu Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. Deep down, he actually preferred North China Martial University or Jiangnan Martial University. Zhongyuan Martial University was a military school which had the best conditions, but it was not suitable for someone like him who cherished freedom. North China Martial University was in the capital, while Jiangnan Martial University was in the Magic City. One had the greatest influence and the other had the strongest financial backing, with both having top-notch faculty. So, he was actually just trying to choose between the two. Principal Wei smiled and said, actually, the conditions of the top 10 prestigious schools are also quite good, they are just slightly inferior to those two. Moreover, the conditions offered by the top 10 prestigious schools will definitely be better than those of North China Martial University and Jiangnan Martial University. Principal Wei reminded him. So, what do the teachers suggest? Lu Chen countered. Principal Wei laughed. Of course, you should still choose North China Martial University or Jiangnan Martial University. Lu Chen was speechless, but then he heard Principal Wei continue, however, when you meet them later, you must not show any clear intentions. Do you understand? Lu Chen quickly understood and smiled. Got it, the teacher means to wait for the right price, right? Ha ha. Principal Wei and Wang Tong exchanged glances, knowing that this kid was sharp and wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The more hesitant you appear, the higher the conditions they will offer. Principal Wei said. You need to make the representatives of the two major schools feel uneasy. As for why we ultimately chose them, the faculty strength is one aspect, but the most crucial part is that the information there is often at the forefront, including various legacies, ancient martial relics, and even the exploration of extraterrestrial civilizations. You might come into contact with all of that there. Lu Chen nodded seriously. Yes, this was the focus of his choice. Since he had the qualifications to choose, he naturally wanted to go to the best. As the three spoke, they arrived at the large conference room of the first high school. Pushing the door open, Lu Chen immediately felt a wave of pressure hit him. Goodness! The conference table was surrounded by mentors or leaders from various martial universities, each with considerable strength, at least peak martial masters. The three super first-class universities and the top 10 prestigious schools were all present, while the 36 key martial universities didn't even qualify to compete and had turned back home. Everyone, this is student Lu Chen, the old principal said as he brought Lu Chen to the main seat, smiling as he introduced him. Even in front of these strong figures from big places, Principal Wei remained calm and composed. Hello, teachers, Lu Chen politely saluted those around him before sitting up straight, allowing Principal Wei to preside over the meeting. I believe everyone is aware of Lu Chen's achievements, so I won't elaborate further, Principal Wei began. As for which university he will choose, it depends on who can persuade him. The three elders sitting on either side of Principal Wei were all resting with their eyes closed, showing no intention of speaking. First, these three were mentors from North China Martial University, Jiangnan Martial University, and Central Plains Martial University. and their stance was to give other schools a chance first. You go ahead, we're not in a hurry. The teachers from the top 10 prestigious schools were also quite perceptive, not being modest, and each began to state their conditions. I am a teacher from Chang'an Martial University. If student Lu Chen can come to our school, we can waive his tuition for 4 years. In addition, there is an annual education fund of 20 million. Furthermore, all the human level and earth level martial skills in the school's arsenal will be open to student Lu Chen. After the first teacher finished speaking, Lu Chen showed a look of interest. Just the condition of having full access to the arsenal was enough to tempt him. However, this was just the beginning. The conditions offered by the second teacher were even more generous. I come from Heiham Martial University. If student Lu Chen comes here, tuition will be completely waived, with an annual education fund of 30 million, full access to the arsenal, and the option to choose any professor or even the principal as a mentor. Oh, having the principal as a mentor is a huge advantage. The principals of the top 10 prestigious schools are not just martial sect masters, they are all powerful figures at the martial king level. There are fewer than 100 martial kings currently recognized in Huaxia, each a giant in their own right. With such a master, Lu Chen could almost walk sideways within the country. The conditions offered by the next 8 prestigious schools were equally impressive. There was even one martial university located on the island that tempted Lu Chen with its low male-to-female ratio. In the end, the schools that had initially stated their conditions began to raise the stakes, with even more exaggerated offers. Lu Chen showed interest in each prestigious school but still did not express his stance. Alright, such prestigious schools in Huaxia, fighting over a single student like this, what kind of decorum is this? The teacher from North China Martial University finally spoke, calming the other prestigious schools before slowly saying, "Come to our North China Martial University, I can't offer you their conditions. However, you can enter the Ancient Martial Research Institute at North China Martial University as an assistant researcher." Upon hearing this, the other school's teachers were instantly stunned. This is a bit unseemly, isn't it? And you still dare to criticize us? It's not surprising that the people from the top 10 prestigious schools harbor grievances, because the North China Martial Arts University has proposed an Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute, which these schools simply do not have. This is clearly a dimensionality reduction strike. How can there be fair competition? Moreover, the identity of a researcher at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute is extremely tempting for students. Researchers can, in the name of research, access and utilize all the martial arts resources of the school without charge. Of course, the most crucial aspect lies in the term ancient martial arts, which means that researchers can access the cutting edge of ancient martial arts and even explore ancient martial arts relics. It is precisely because they possess ancient martial arts relics that the 3 top-tier universities can establish the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute and collect the latest unearthed ancient martial arts. In summary, Lu Chen essentially has access to the most core secrets of the school in the guise of a student. This secret holds extremely significant meaning for his martial arts cultivation and future development. As long as the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute is mentioned, the top 10 prestigious schools can only give up their hopes and lose all competitive edge. They can only look to the other 2 major teachers, as only they can compete with this one. Sure enough, a teacher from Jiangnan Martial Arts University quickly responded. Our Jiangnan Martial Arts University also has ancient martial arts relics and a research institute. Giving you a researcher identity is not a problem. In addition, the teacher from Jiangnan Martial Arts University revealed a knowing smile and continued, "We can also provide you with an annual project funding of 200 million. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was even more tempted. Goodness, 200 million a year, that's a total of 800 million over 4 years of university, which exceeds his current net worth. However, a teacher from North China Martial Arts University scoffed, "Sounds nice, but don't deceive children. Project funding cannot be freely allocated, it can only be used for ancient martial arts and exotic beast research." The teacher from Jiangnan Martial Arts University quickly retorted, "So what? As long as we can research and deduce new martial arts or fill in the gaps of ancient martial arts, this funding can be used for ourselves. Besides, can you even provide such funding?" The teacher from North China Martial Arts University was immediately stumped. He really didn't have such authority. To be precise, no one was as wealthy as Jiangnan Martial Arts University. At this moment, an elderly man in military uniform from Central Plains Town Martial Arts University spoke up. "We can, as long as student Lu Chen is willing to enter Central Plains Town Martial Arts University. We can offer you all the conditions they proposed, and the annual research funding can be raised to 300 million. I've seen your resume, you're already a second lieutenant, right? When you enroll in Central Plains Town Martial Arts University, you can be promoted to first lieutenant." Ha, an 18-year-old first lieutenant is rare in history. The old man laughed heartily. At this point, even the teachers from North China Martial Arts University and Jiangnan Martial Arts University fell silent. In terms of foundation and resources, Central Plainstown Martial Arts University, as the top military academy, is undoubtedly the best in the country. Lu Chen was also touched by the old man's attention, but he still insisted on his choice and subtly signaled to the old principal. Principal Wei understood and, after scanning the room, said, "Are these the only enrollment conditions from everyone? If there's nothing to add, we'll go back and discuss our decision." The teachers from various universities present continued to remain silent, but their gazes towards Principal Wei were somewhat unfriendly. Who doesn't know that? It's this old fellow who is instigating. It has already escalated to this extent. What more could they want? Principal Wei laughed heartily. "Since that's the case, let's leave it at that. We'll give you a response in an hour." After saying this, Principal Wei took Lu Chen out of the conference room, leaving Wang Tong to entertain them. Lu Chen understood Principal Wei's good intentions. The reason he didn't want him to express his stance on the spot was to avoid awkwardness or inadvertently offend the university teachers present. After leaving the conference room, Principal Wei took Lu Chen to a nearby office for tea and asked, "Have you decided?" Lu Chen did not move the teacup on the table and nodded, saying, "Jiangnan Martial Arts University." Principal Wei did not ask any further questions but encouraged, "Since that's the case, let's settle it. In an hour, I will personally go and explain it to them. You don't need to get involved with these old fellows." Principal Wei exhaled. "Thank you, teacher Wei." Lu Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. "However, I have one more request and I wonder if it can be fulfilled." Lu Chen continued. "Go ahead," Principal Wei said curiously. Lu Chen honestly stated, "Since there are still more than 2 months before the university starts, I don't want to be idle during this time, so I want to practice a few Earth-level martial arts in advance. I wonder if I can get in advance." Lu Chen spoke the truth. He currently did not have any perfected martial arts, only the Golden Bell shield left. For someone with an automatic cultivation cheat like him, this was just a waste of time. Thus, Lu Chen had such a request. Upon hearing this, Principal Wei roughly understood Lu Chen's thoughts, marveling at his monstrous talent while affirming, "This shouldn't be a problem. I've already given you the identity of an ancient martial arts researcher, so sending over a few Earth-level martial arts in advance is nothing. I'll help you with that. Do you have any specific requirements?" Lu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly said, "I want to practice the wind step and the wind split leg to verify them against the Earth-level martial arts I've comprehended myself." He thought that the Golden Bell shield could evolve to the mid-tier of Earth level because of this, so he wanted to see if it was feasible. "Besides that, I also want to learn a few Earth-level martial arts that are good at attacking, preferably ones that can complement my other martial arts," Lu Chen added. The Swift Wind Shadowless Step is a movement technique, the Golden Bell Shield is defensive, and Lu Chen currently only has the Wind Blade Leg as an attacking Earth-level martial art. Therefore, to develop comprehensively and fill in his shortcomings, he needed to practice other types of martial arts. "You have quite the appetite, huh?" Principal Wei thought of the human-level martial arts that Lu Chen had comprehended and immediately understood his intentions. "Alright, these shouldn't be too difficult. For the inheritances that can be practiced for free, we really don't need to spend money to buy them." Principal Wei laughed. "You really understand me," Lu Chen echoed with a smile. After that, the old and the young chatted over tea in the office. An hour later, Principal Wei finally left alone to talk with the representatives of those universities. Lu Chen waited in the office for a full hour before he saw Principal Wei return with people. Following him was the elder from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. However, there was also an elderly man in military uniform from Jinwu University closely behind. "Lu Chen, you don't need to be nervous, I'm not here to hold you accountable. In fact, I already knew you wouldn't choose Zhongyuan Town Martial Arts University, otherwise, you would have been directly admitted long ago. The reason I'm here to find you is actually to tell you that even if you don't enroll in Zhongyuan Town Martial Arts University, your military rank can still be promoted." The elder from Zhongyuan Town Martial University did not linger or make things difficult for Lu Chen, but instead brought him the notification of his military rank promotion. From this moment on, Lu Chen was promoted from second lieutenant to first lieutenant. "The military department values you highly. I hope you can continue to strive for military achievements in the future. It's fine if you don't join the army, there are also opportunities for collaboration and contributions," the elder earnestly reminded Lu Chen. Many instructors and students at Jiangnan Martial Arts University also hold military ranks. "We are all contributing to the country," a teacher from Jiangnan Martial Arts University echoed. After the elder from the military academy left, the teacher from Jiangnan Martial Arts University immediately handed Lu Chen the admission notice and watched him sign his name. There was also a contract exclusive to Lu Chen that he signed on the spot. This contract included all the conditions mentioned in the conference room. As for Lu Chen's personal obligations, the contract also mentioned confidentiality clauses, contributions to the country, and service to society, among others. Overall, aside from the confidentiality clause, the restrictions on Lu Chen were relatively lenient. The martial arts inheritance you need will be delivered tomorrow. Ha ha! Lu Chen, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, welcomes you. We'll see you in September during the school season in Modu. The teacher named Su Dongxing completed all the formalities and soon left in high spirits. When only Lu Chen and Principal Wei were left in the office, both of them almost simultaneously sighed in relief. Lu Chen, you are no longer a high school student, you are now a martial arts university student with one foot in society, Principal Wei joked. Teacher Wei, Yunqing No. 1 High School will always be my alma mater and I will never forget your teachings, Lu Chen expressed gratefully. Oh, don't be so sentimental, this old man can't handle it, Principal Wei interrupted Lu Chen and then said seriously, I must remind you that life in university is completely different from high school. There, it mainly relies on self-discipline for cultivation and study. No one will supervise you every day to push you to work hard. And the most important difference, do you know what it is? Principal Wei asked again. Before Lu Chen could respond, Principal Wei continued, high school students are mostly minors. You are all well protected by the state, whether in cultivation or practical assessments. The danger level is often minimized. Let me put it this way, there are no death quotas during high school. The top priority is the safety of the students' lives. Lu Chen thought about his months of training and indeed found it to be true. Whether it was mock exams, military camp training, or the final practical assessments, they were all well protected. The targets for practical assessments were mostly exotic beasts raised in hunting grounds, with danger levels within a controllable range. The only time they entered the wilderness for special training, there were soldiers accompanying them for protection, and there was almost no danger. But it will be different in university. Considering that you are now adults and about to step into society, you will become hunters or warriors in the wilderness. Therefore, the cultivation, training, and practical assessments in university are much closer to real combat, bloodshed and brutality. Are normal. Every university has death quotas, especially military academies like Xinwu, which have even more. Principal Wei's expression was serious, so, you must be careful, you can never let your guard down and must not become dependent. Lu Chen also realized the difference and nodded seriously. Alright, now I want to talk about another point. Seeing Lu Chen's eagerness to learn, Principal Wei changed the subject. Your performance in this college entrance examination was outstanding. You achieved the top score in the province and even in the country. Do you feel very satisfied, perhaps even unmatched? Principal Wei asked. Lu Chen quickly shook his head. Our Huaxia is full of hidden talents. I dare not have such thoughts. Principal Wei nodded in approval. That's right, never be complacent. You have just barely stepped out of the starting line. At best, you can be called a talented genius, but you absolutely cannot be considered a strong person. In the wilderness, and even in university, no one will give you a break just because you are young and let you grow freely. Those seniors who entered university before you, in terms of cultivation, martial skills, and experience, do you really think they would lose to you? Even students of the same grade and age as you may not necessarily be inferior. Principal Wei emphasized. It seems you scored the highest in the national college entrance examination, but that was under different testing environments in each province. If you were really placed in the same hunting ground as the top scorers from first-tier bases like the capital or Magic City, would you still be so smooth? Lu Chen nodded, deeply agreeing. If he were in the same examination room as those prodigies, he really might not be their match. The competition would be fiercer, and naturally, he couldn't score so many points. Also, every year before the college entrance examination, a batch of geniuses is directly recommended to major martial arts schools. These recommended students are not necessarily inferior to you top scorers. Among them are not only third-year high school students but also second-year and first-year students. In fact, every year, there are even middle school students aged 14 or 15 who are selected and start their university training early. There are plenty of individuals with special physiques or innate talents among them. They are like people who have opened a cheat. Principal Wei sighed. You have said something very true. Our Huaxia is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and it's not just the few geniuses and strong individuals we see on the surface. Lu Chen was greatly shocked. The credibility of these words coming from Principal Wei was very high. However, Lu Chen was not discouraged. Instead, he felt a greater fighting spirit arise from within. With so many prodigies competing, it would be even more interesting and would inspire him to unleash greater potential. Seeing Lu Chen becoming more and more spirited, Principal Wei felt even more gratified and laughed heartily. That's enough for now. I talk too much when I get old. I see you, kid. Don't even need my reminders. You understand everything. Lu Chen quickly said, what Teacher Wei said are all profound truths. I have benefited greatly. Alright, stop flattering me, go back and rest. You have a 2-month vacation, so arrange it well. If you have nothing to do, you can come chat with this old man. Lu Chen thanked the old principal again before leaving the office. The homeroom teacher, Wang Tong, was anxiously waiting outside. When he saw Lu Chen come out, he hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Lu Chen towards his home. You are a researcher and outstanding student from Jiangnan Martial University. My wife has become your fan now, and she personally cooked a feast for you today. If I don't invite you over, I won't be able to go home. Wang Tong joked. Then I'll trouble teacher Wang's wife, Lu Chen chuckled. Before reaching the homeroom teacher's house, Lu Chen's phone rang. It was Chen Yufei. Lu Chen answered the call and heard a loud voice on the other end. Chonggu, are you done? My brother is treating you to dinner. I'll pick you up from school. Lu Chen glanced at Wang Tong beside him and firmly declined. I haven't finished here yet. Let's do it tonight. Let's gather this evening. Chen Yufei didn't press the issue and instead said, Chonggu, I wanted to ask you, which university did you apply to? The classmates are all waiting for your good news. There was no need to hide this, so Lu Chen replied directly, Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Awesome. Chen Yufei sounded even more excited than Lu Chen. Then I'll announce this good news. As Lu Chen walked home with the homeroom teacher, he laughed. You brat, don't just talk about me. Where are you planning to go? Chen Yufei chuckled. What else is there to say? Of course, I'm following Chonggu to conquer the college girls in the Magic City. As for which specific university, that's a secret for now. I'll give you a surprise when I get the admission notice. Alright, stop bragging. I'm hanging up now. See you tonight. Lu Chen had already reached the homeroom teacher's door, so he said no more and hung up. Wang Tong had clearly heard the voices on the phone and frowned slightly. With Chen Yufei's grades, it's hard for him to get into a key martial arts university. It's a pity that this kid's intelligence is all used in the wrong places. Teacher Wang, everyone has their own aspirations, Lu Chen laughed. As soon as they entered, the teacher's wife, wearing an apron, came up to them and exaggeratedly hugged Lu Chen. Finally got to hug our Guanyun City's waxing. Honey, quickly take a picture of us. I want to make those girls envious. Wang Tong could only give Lu Chen an apologetic look and stood aside to take a photo of the two. Teacher's wife, you're too polite, just call me anytime. Lu Chen could only go along with it. I used to ask him to bring you home for dinner, but he insisted it would affect your studies and that you shouldn't be too comfortable. The teacher's wife rolled her eyes at Wang Tong. Look how thin this kid has gotten. Come often in the future, and I'll make good food for you every time. The meal was filled with joy, and Lu Chen became much more familiar with this kind and gentle teacher's wife. After dinner, homeroom teacher Wang Tong pulled Lu Chen into the study and chatted about many things besides the matters to pay attention to for university. He spoke most about the concept of patriotism, teaching Lu Chen that no matter where he goes, he must not forget his homeland. This teacher, who came from a military background, was like this in class, and it was one of the things Lu Chen admired most about him. Although he was middle-aged and his martial arts progress had slowed significantly, his sense of righteousness was unmatched by many. His contributions at school were no less than those of martial arts masters. Their conversation lasted until after 3 in the afternoon, and Lu Chen finally left the homeroom teacher's house and returned to his apartment. With everything settled, Lu Chen calmed down and checked his panel again. Name, Lu Chen. Level, Martial Artist 4th Stage, 7%. Martial Skills, Human Grade Lower Class, 9 Shadow Steps Perfect. Heart Piercing Steps Perfect, Human Grade Middle Class, 7 Steps Killing Fist Perfect, 3-inch Palm Perfect, Human Grade Top Class, Tiger Roar Skill Perfect, Earth Grade Lower Class, Wind Blade Leg Perfect, Swift Wind Shadow Steps Perfect. Earth Grade Middle Class, Golden Bell Shield Micro, 23%. In the next 2 months, I need to raise my cultivation to the 5th stage or even above the 6th stage. With ample funds to support me, the Golden Bell Shield can also be perfected. Once the martial skills from Jiangnan Martial Arts University arrive tomorrow, I can start practicing other Earth-grade martial arts. Lu Chen silently made his plans. Principal Wei was right, he was far from being carefree, not to mention the seniors in university. Even among his peers, there were those stronger than him. So, before enrolling, he needed to make an effort to catch up. With this in mind, Lu Chen directly placed an order online for a large quantity of medicinal bath materials. These supplies would last him until the start of university, costing Lu Chen over 2 million. Fortunately, he was now quite wealthy, so he wasn't too bothered by the expense. Before 5 in the afternoon, everything Lu Chen ordered was delivered to his home. Before he could even unpack, his phone rang again. It was a call from Chen Yufei. Chonggu, I'm downstairs. Lu Chen, dressed in a black casual sports outfit, went downstairs and saw a familiar luxury van. Lu Qingqing? Lu Chen was a bit surprised. This was indeed Lu Qingqing's family van. Chonggu, hurry up. Chen Yufei waved from the car door. Lu Chen got in the car and saw Lu Qingqing, along with the aloof Yu Jia. What's going on? Lu Chen looked at Lu Qingqing, unsure how the two of them ended up together. Ha ha. Chen Yufei laughed heartily. Chonggu, this is what a surprise is. As he spoke, Chen Yufei revealed his electronic admission notice. From now on, the three of us will still be alumni. This is our future alumni gathering. Let me formally introduce Lu Qingqing, Department of Mutant Biology at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, specializing in the study of interstellar civilizations and biological mutations. Lu Qingqing shyly smiled at Lu Chen, acknowledging Chen Yufei's words. Then, Chen Yufei patted his chest proudly and said, "As for me, Chen Yufei, Department of Virtual Warfare at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. That's a discipline exploring future interstellar warfare. Pretty impressive, right?" Chen Yufei boasted. Lu Chen was indeed a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that the two people he was closest to in high school would end up at the same university as him. Lu Qingqing's martial arts grades were above average, making it quite difficult for her to enter the martial arts department at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. However, her academic performance was outstanding, only slightly below Lu Chen's, so it was reasonable for her to get into the Department of Mutant Biology. But Chen Yufei was a different story. Lu Chen knew him well. His grades in both martial arts and academics were a mess, yet he still managed to get into Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Although it wasn't the highest demand martial arts department, the so-called virtual warfare department wasn't something just anyone could enter. Lu Chen suddenly thought of the virtual games Chen Yufei fought in every day and realized, "So you had this plan all along and didn't even tell me?" "Ha ha," Chen Yufei said proudly, "isn't this to give you a surprise? How could I reveal it in advance? I'm a special recruit, the only one from Guanyun City." Chen Yufei exaggerated. "Not to mention, from now on, we brothers can conquer college girls, cough cough, college students together." Seeing Yu Jie's cold gaze drift over, Chen Yufei quickly corrected himself. A group of people arrived at Lu Qingqing's estate in a luxury car. "Didn't you say you were treating me? Why are we here?" Lu Chen questioned Chen Yufei. Chen Yufei replied without a hint of embarrassment, "Eating out can't compare to the comfort here." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Lu Chen and whispered, "I only found out today that our class representative's family is so incredibly wealthy. Shonggu, hurry up, with this, you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life." Lu Chen pushed Chen Yufei away, not wanting to engage in that topic. In fact, he could sense that Lu Qingqing had some feelings for him. He wasn't completely oblivious. However, Lu Chen had other aspirations and didn't want to get entangled in romantic feelings at such a young age, so he pretended not to notice and downplayed it. This time, entering the Lu family estate, Lu Chen's treatment was clearly different. The head butler, Chen Lao, personally welcomed them and prepared an extremely lavish dinner for the three, even including some rare and precious exotic beast meats and special medicinal dishes. After the meal, Lu Chen's cultivation improved by 2%. As expected, second-tier exotic beast meat paired with a reasonable medicinal dish is even more nourishing than the high-grade nutritional bars I usually eat. Lu Chen thought it was time to upgrade his nutrition. The nutritional bars he had been using were more suitable for martial apprentices and beginners. By now, they were somewhat lacking in nutrients or energy. In fact, conditioned mid to high-level martial artists had already started switching to second-tier nutritional products. Second-tier nutritional products also come in lower, middle, and upper grades. For instance, a lower-grade compressed nutritional bar costs 200,000, mostly made from second-tier exotic beast meat and medicinal materials. Lu Chen had been reluctant to use them before, but now that he was wealthy, he could afford such expenses. Only by doing this can I catch up to the top performers in my class before school starts, Lu Chen thought to himself. The dinner was lively, mostly with Chen Yufei boasting. "Chonggu, you probably don't know yet, but Xiang Yue and Huang Junyan have both been accepted into Huabei Martial Arts University. Although they aren't as good as you, their scores ranked high in the Provincial College entrance examination," Chen Yufei said, somewhat disgruntled. Lu Chen wasn't interested in these people. He just teased with a smile, "What, you haven't given up yet? What are you talking about, Chonggu?" Chen Yufei exaggerated, "We're now also top students at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Our horizons have broadened. You can't give up a whole forest for a single tree," Chen Yufei joked, not caring about Lu Qingqing, who was quietly eating nearby. When it came to his high school crush, Chen Yufei was no longer so conflicted. Lu Chen, on the other hand, felt nothing for the so-called school beauty, who was quite scheming. In the future, everyone would be scattered far and wide, and they would hardly have any interactions. After the dinner, Lu Chen was kept behind by Chen Lao. "Lu Chen, you should know why my young lady chose Jiangnan Martial Arts University, right?" Chen Lao asked earnestly. Lu Chen merely nodded slightly but didn't elaborate. Chen Lao noticed that Lu Chen didn't want to discuss the topic further, so he chuckled to himself, "This is all your young people's business. I, as an old man, shouldn't meddle too much. But there's one thing I want to ask of you," Chen Lao continued. "When you get to Motu, I hope you can take care of my young lady." Only then did Lu Chen become serious. "You can rest assured, Chen Lao. Qingqing is my classmate and friend, and she helped me when I was in need. If you can think this way, it means I didn't misjudge you. Don't worry, we will remember your kindness and won't treat you unfairly." After a round of instructions, Chen Lao had the driver take Lu Chen back to school. Once back in his apartment, Lu Chen soaked himself in a medicinal bath and took the opportunity to order lower-grade second-tier nutritional bars. 100,000 each. Lu Chen directly ordered 30, spending 6 million just like that. Although it pained him a bit, thinking about how his cultivation could be accelerated. Lu Chen felt it was worth it. One night passed, and the next morning, Lu Chen received a call from the principal asking him to come and receive the martial arts inheritance sent by Jiangnan Martial University. The martial arts inheritance was extraordinary, personally escorted by a martial master from the Jiangnan Martial University office in Guanyun City. Moreover, Lu Chen had to accept the inheritance in front of the other party. The Earth-level inferior wind cleaving axe he requested, along with the wind control step, had all arrived. In addition, Jiangnan Martial University also sent 3 Earth-level martial arts, all quite remarkable. Earth-level inferior knife technique, the rolling knife 18 styles, Earth-level middle-grade fist technique, the mountain toppling seal, and a special claw technique. Reaching Earth-level superior, the dragon capture skill. These 3 martial arts are all top-notch in their respective grades, and the difficulty will increase progressively, the martial master advised. Professor Su asked me to tell you not to force it. If there are any parts you don't understand, you can wait until school starts to ask. Lu Chen was excited. The Earth-level inferior knife technique, the Earth-level middle-grade fist technique, and a special Earth-level superior claw technique, each one was extraordinary. With these martial arts, his Earth-level skills could develop comprehensively, and his strength would naturally see an all-around improvement. Thank you, and please thank Professor Su for me. Lu Chen knew that the Professor Su mentioned was the one who had come to recruit him, Su Dongxing. Subsequently, under the supervision of Principal Wei and the martial master, Lu Chen received the inheritance. In an instant, pleasant notification sounds kept appearing. The wind blade leg and the wind cleaving axe harmonize well, mutually fusing and evolving into an earth-level middle-grade martial skill. The swift wind shadowless step and the wind control step harmonize well, mutually fusing and evolving into an earth-level middle-grade martial skill. The rolling knife 18 styles gained inspiration from the opening stone hand, 3-inch palm, and 7-step killing fist, stepping into a small success realm with a doubled cultivation speed. The mountain toppling seal gained inspiration from the iron wire fist and 7-step killing fist, stepping into a small success realm with a doubled cultivation speed. The dragon capture skill gained inspiration from the eagle claw hand and cloud piercing finger, stepping into a small success realm with a doubled cultivation speed. By the time Lu Chen returned to his apartment filled with excitement, his panel had undergone a dramatic change once again. Name: Lu Chen level, warrior 4th stage, 6%. Martial skills: human level inferior, 9 shadow step perfect. Heart-piercing foot perfect human level middle grade, 7-step killing fist perfect, 3-inch palm perfect human level top grade, tiger roar skill perfect earth level inferior, rolling knife 18 style small success 65%. Earth level middle grade, golden bell shield micro 22%, wind blade leg micro 15%, swift wind shadowless step micro 15%, mountain toppling seal small success 12%. Earth level superior, dragon capture skill small success 1%. Looking at his latest panel, Lu Chen secretly felt exhilarated. The shadowless gale step and wind blade leg had indeed evolved into a mid-grade Earth-level martial skill due to the integration of the gale step and the cleaving wind axe. Although his realm had dropped to the subtle realm, his potential had greatly increased. Moreover, the practicality of these 2 martial skills had improved significantly. For instance, the wind blade leg, having incorporated the cleaving wind axe, could seamlessly transform into an axe technique, making its application much more diverse. Even without a weapon, just using his legs, the power of the wind blade leg had surged. The shadowless gale step allowed Lu Chen's speed to reach new heights, with even greater variability in agility. As for the 3 new martial skills he had learned, they filled the gaps in his current abilities, each directly entering the minor achievement realm, allowing him to exert some of their power right away. The low-grade earth-level martial skill, the rolling blade 18 styles, was naturally a sword technique. The so-called chopping palm like a blade inspired this sword technique from the monument opening hand and the 3-inch palm. Furthermore, because the 18 styles possess a continuous and cumulative momentum, they share many similarities with the human-level 7 steps killing fist. Once mastered, each strike of this sword technique would be stronger than the last, with its momentum and power growing like a snowball, hence the name Rolling Blade 18 Styles. Although Lu Chen had just acquired this sword technique, he had already gained some understanding of it. This was likely the most lethal technique among his current martial skills, purely pursuing destructive power. Even the mid-grade earth level wind blade leg was slightly inferior in terms of offensive capability. However, despite it being a sword technique, Lu Chen did not plan to purchase a sword-type weapon. It wasn't that he couldn't part with the hundreds of thousands, but he felt he didn't need it at the moment. With the golden bell shield, he was a weapon in himself. His chopping palm was more resilient than most weapons on the market. He aimed to forge himself into a true human weapon, rather than relying on external advantages. The cleaving wind axe was like this, and so was the rolling blade 18 styles. His legs were the heaviest axe, and his palms were the sharpest blades. As for the mid-grade earth level mountain toppling seal fist, it was also an attacking technique, but it differed greatly from the rolling blade 18 styles. The rolling Blade 18 styles focused on breaking through with pinpoint strikes, while the mountain-toppling seal emphasized a powerful area attack, placing more importance on momentum. Finally, there was the high-grade Earth-level dragon capture skill, which truly surprised Lu Chen. This was not a martial skill purely pursuing offensive capability, but a rare skill that combined control and aggression. The dragon capture skill, of course, did not literally capture dragons, but it could transform one's vital energy into claws of pure energy, allowing the user to seize opponents from the air, interfere with their actions, and control their life and death. Truly worthy of being a high-grade Earth-level skill. It already has a hint of turning decay into the miraculous, Lu Chen exclaimed in admiration. However, after observing in his room for over an hour, he also realized the difficulty of cultivating such a skill. The dragon capture skill was currently only at the minor achievement stage, and according to his calculations, its automatic cultivation progress was only 6% per day. At this rate, by the time he enrolled in school, this martial skill would barely reach the subtle realm. Fortunately, the cultivation speed of the other mid-grade and low-grade Earth-level martial skills was at least double or even triple faster, so he should be able to perfect them before enrollment. Thus, in the coming time, Lu Chen planned to focus his active cultivation time on accumulating his cultivation and the dragon capture skill. This way, his cultivation speed could double. Indeed, once reaching the martial artist realm, especially after starting to cultivate Earth-level martial skills, my speed has slowed down significantly, Lu Chen thought regretfully. If only I could learn from or spar with those who have perfected these martial skills, my speed could increase even more. But for now, he could only think about it. He would have to wait until he entered university to find such opportunities. In university, especially at a place like Jiangnan Martial Arts University, where experts abound, he would surely be able to meet his needs. It was precisely because Lu Chen dared to think this way that if his cultivation speed were known to others, he would probably be drowned in jealousy. With such cultivation efficiency, what else could he be dissatisfied with? There's one more thing. Lu Chen had another regret. I wonder if there are martial arts in universities similar to the tiger roar technique that train mental will. Lu Chen thought that this was the fundamental solution. If he could enhance the speed of automatic cultivation fundamentally like practicing the tiger roar technique, it would certainly make things easier for him. Once I get to Jiangnan Martial University, everything will become clear. Lu Chen decided not to think too much and focused on mastering the martial skills at hand. That afternoon, the first high school held a grand celebration, and as the #1 contributor, Lu Chen naturally had to attend. Due to his outstanding performance in this year's college entrance examination, the first high school would undoubtedly be recognized as a key provincial high school, receiving even more resource allocation. In fact, the entire Guanyun city would greatly benefit from Lu Chen's performance. Therefore, the old principal and the city education bureau's rewards for him were not favoritism but rather a form of gratitude towards Lu Chen. After speaking as the student representative, Lu Chen's account received an additional 2 million from the Education Bureau's public rewards. The celebration was also the graduation ceremony for this year's senior students. After the event, students organized a graduation dinner. However, Lu Chen had no interest in this and did not attend, returning to his apartment to cultivate alone. During the 2-month summer break, he did not plan to let himself idle. He aimed not only to improve his cultivation but also to perfect the newly acquired martial skills, go out into the wilderness for training, and earn military merit. He had already communicated with the instructors stationed at the base, planning to complete tasks outside the city as a lieutenant alongside the soldiers, which would naturally allow him to earn military merit. Lu Chen understood one thing: true strength is forged through real combat. If he wanted to establish a foothold in university and in society later on, he needed to prepare in advance, experiencing genuine wilderness combat, no longer being the sheltered flower in a greenhouse as he had been before. At the same time, Colonel Huang also invited him to the military camp every day to guide the soldiers, effectively making him the martial arts instructor for the station troops in Guanyun City. Lu Chen was barely qualified for this now. Thus, Lu Chen's summer life was both fulfilling and bloody, as he had to go out of the city almost every day. Each time he returned, the bloody aura, or rather the killing intent, on him would be heavier. Eventually, Chen Yufei felt a chill whenever he saw Lu Chen, often saying that Lu Chen was becoming increasingly eerie. By the end of August, Lu Chen's killing intent began to gradually recede, returning to a state of calm, as if he was actively restraining the bloodiness, achieving a level of control. His military merit had accumulated to over 300,000, which, when converted to money, amounted to over 30 million. The soldiers in the camp said that Lu Chen was the strongest summer worker in history. While others were resting or traveling during the summer, he earned tens of millions, and even his rank was promoted from lieutenant to captain. Colonel Huang personally told him that Lu Chen was currently one of the youngest captains registered in the military. On September 1st, Lu Chen did not report back to the military camp. He was already prepared to set off for the frontline base city, the rumored magical city that could suppress the Great River. At this moment, looking at his own panel, Lu Chen felt as if he were in a different world. Name: Lu Chen. Level: Warrior. Level 7, 36%. Martial skills: low-grade human, perfected 9 shadow steps. Perfected heart-piercing steps. Mid-grade human, perfected 7 steps. Killing fist, perfected 3-inch palm. Top-grade human, perfected tiger roar technique. Low-grade earth, perfected rolling knife. 18 styles. Mid-grade earth, perfected golden bell shield, perfected wind blade leg, perfected swift wind shadow steps, perfected mountain overturning seal. High-grade earth, perfected dragon seizing technique. For nearly 2 months, Lu Chen made it a point to practice the chi gathering technique and dragon capture skill, whether he was at the military camp or in the wilderness. Coupled with his ample funds, which allowed him to use second-level nutrients and various high-grade medicinal materials, his cultivation level continuously broke through, reaching the 7th stage of a martial artist. This speed of cultivation truly shocked many people, including the old principal and class teacher who often lectured him, as well as the instructors and soldiers in the military camp who openly and secretly referred to him as a little monster. What truly satisfied Lu Chen, however, was the progress he made in various martial arts techniques, all of which had now reached perfection. His combat power had thus seen a significant increase. If he were to face the level 3 Storm Force ape from the college entrance examination again, Lu Chen was confident he could defeat it with a single strike. This was also the confidence he had going to the Magic City to compete at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Although I spent over 20 million in 2 months, it was worth it. Compared to his nearly 700 million fortune, Lu Chen could afford this expenditure. Moreover, his earnings over the past 2 months were not limited to this amount. On September 1st, Lu Chen specifically set aside time to bid farewell to some close acquaintances in Guanyun City. He did not miss anyone, including Principal Wei, Principal Fong, the class teacher, Colonel Huang, and the instructors. Early on the 2nd, Lu Chen and Chen Yufei met at Lu Qingqing's house, and then they were personally sent to the airport by Old Chen. The airport here was completely different from Lu Chen's previous understanding, as it did not accommodate ordinary passenger planes but rather combat transport aircraft capable of withstanding at least level 4 beast attacks. In addition, each transport plane was accompanied by 2 fighter jets for escort, ensuring that they would not be disrupted by flying beasts during the journey. This was one of the reasons why the cost of human travel had significantly increased after the disaster. A ticket from Guanyun City to the Magic City cost over 200,000 Huaxia coins. How many people could afford that? Moreover, this journey, worth over 200,000, only took a little over 2 hours. As for why they didn't take the land route, it was naturally because it was much more difficult. The reconstruction after the Great Disaster had turned every city and province in Huaxia into relatively independent survival bases, with wilderness beasts making it hard for humans to completely eradicate them as they kept reappearing. Thus, traveling by land from one base city to another required high-level experts or military escorts. It was similar to how candidates had to be escorted to hunting grounds during the college entrance examination. The land route from the Guanyun City base to the Magic City frontline base required crossing numerous wilderness areas, making it impossible to calculate the manpower and resources needed. The ground and underground beasts were far more numerous than those that could fly. Currently, it could only be ensured that there were no level 4 beast kings within Huaxia, but the hidden beasts in the wilderness were difficult to completely eliminate. Moreover, humans had come to realize the necessity of these wilderness areas. Since the beasts within the territory could no longer threaten the survival bases, why not keep them to create more value for humanity? The beasts were a crisis, but they were also a huge resource pool. High-energy nutrients and rare mutated medicinal materials were all sourced from the wilderness. In summary, the various wilderness areas within Huaxia were equivalent to a vast natural hunting ground, with humanity being the true hunters. As for the areas outside, especially the primitive forests and ocean regions, that was another story. Of course, the crisis posed by the wilderness between these bases was nothing to true powerhouses. For instance, those at the martial sovereign level had the ability to traverse all bases within the territory. Lu Chen and his companions did not yet have that qualification, so they could only sit obediently on the transport plane heading to the frontline base in the Magic City. Of course, the state would reimburse this trip for their enrollment. In 4 years of university, students can travel back and forth 4 times. Beyond that, they have to cover their own travel expenses. Sitting on a large transport plane that can accommodate 500 people, Chen Yufei excitedly pointed out the window and shouted, "Chonggo, look! It's a Silver Sword 30 fighter jet. They say it can even drive off the Beast King." Lu Chen looked outside and saw a black fighter jet over 20 meters long, its streamlined body resembling a broadsword. Very cool. Lu Qingqing sat in the front row, next to her accompanying assistant, Sister Yu. Sister, you would also go to the Magic City with Lu Chen, specifically to take care of her. There shouldn't be any beast kings breaking into our borders, Lu Chen said, casually. That's true, Chen Yufei replied proudly. Our Huaxia borders are the hardest to breach. The life energy of the Beast King is so high that it will be detected and driven away as soon as it appears. While the two chatted, the transport plane had already taken off smoothly, soaring upwards. Changge, let me show you something good. Once they reached the stratosphere, Chen Yufei took out his phone from his pocket and chuckled. The three major rankings of Jiangnan Martial University. Lu Chen looked at Chen Yufei's screen. The top 10 beauties, the top 100 experts, and the credit ranking. Chen Yufei eagerly opened the beauty ranking first. Changge, look. This top-ranked one Ren Jinghong, isn't she beautiful? Chen Yufei flew to the top of the list. His eyes sparkled as he recounted. She's not just beautiful, if it were only about looks, she wouldn't even make the list. This senior, who just entered her third year, is also ranked 10th on the top 100 list. It's said she comes from a martial arts family, and at just 20 years old, she is already a third-tier martial artist, with her highest achievement being the solo slaying of a third-tier, 8th-stage flood dragon. Lu Chen looked at the image of the young woman in athletic wear, exuding a remarkable aura, and had to admit that she indeed possessed both grace and strength. A 20-year-old third-tier martial artist, already capable of independently slaying a third-tier, 8th-stage beast. Lu Chen was more concerned about her strength and sought his position on the top 100 list. Thus, he interrupted Chen Yufei's enthusiastic introduction and directly opened the top 100 list to take a look. Sigh. Chen Yufei immediately felt helpless and could only change the subject, saying, everyone on the top 100 list is a martial artist. The weakest among them has a record of slaying a third-tier, third-stage beast. Lu Chen's eyes brightened slightly. These talents were his competitors and posed a certain challenge. The top of the Jiangnan Martial University top 100 list was Wu Tao, a 9th-tier martial artist, a 4th-year student who had once slain a 4th-tier, third-stage breaking mountain bear. Second on the list was Wang Tang, a 7th-tier martial artist, a 3rd-year student who had fought a 4th-tier, 2nd-stage golden armored earth dragon without defeat. Third was Lu Fian. The 100th on the list was Gu Changfeng, a 2nd-tier martial artist, a 2nd-year student who had slain a 3rd-tier, 3rd-stage storm force ape. By the time Lu Chen finished looking through the characters on the top 100 list, the transport plane had begun to descend. With my current strength, I could barely make the list, but there's still quite a gap between me and the top 10. Lu Chen looked out the window, his heart surging. The Magic City was about to arrive. The plane landed at the airport in the Magic City, and Lu Chen and his group directly boarded the school bus, arriving at the Jiangnan Wuda campus located on Chongyang Island. Jiangnan Wuda is situated on Chongyang Island in the Magic City, covering nearly 100 square kilometers, with over 60,000 faculty and students on campus. While the faculty and students study and cultivate, they also have the responsibility of cooperating with the station troops to guard the Yangtze River estuary. The beautiful senior leading the way introduced the three of them to the registration area while explaining the overview of Jiangnan Wuda. It was Lu Chen and Chen Yufei's first time leaving Guanyun City and their first time coming to such a large base city. Their eyes nearly dazzled. The campus seemed boundless, its area comparable to a district in Guanyun City. The students passing by were all vigorous and spirited, practically embodying the essence of martial artists. Lu Chen was fine, but Chen Yufei and Lu Qingqing, both martial apprentices, couldn't help but feel a sense of insignificance. It was as if two rabbits had stumbled into a wolf's den. Chen Yufei, Virtual Warfare Department, Class 59, here is your student ID and dorm key. Lu Qingqing, Mutated Biology Department, Class 32, this is yours. The teacher at the registration desk handled the procedures for the three with a calm demeanor, clearly experienced. However, when he received Lu Chen's admission notice and found his information, he couldn't help but stand up in shock. Lu Chen, Martial Arts Department, Ancient Martial Arts Comprehensive Major, also an assistant researcher? The teacher found it hard to believe. The senior leading the three was also surprised, her mouth agape as she stared at Lu Chen's handsome face, suddenly exclaiming, I know. You're the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, Lu Chen. Is it really you? This senior never expected that she was meeting such a famous freshman among this year's first-year students. It wasn't her fault for being slow to react. After all, the college entrance examination had been 2 months ago, and memories on the virtual platform were quite fleeting. Who could remember someone who had little to do with them? But when Lu Chen stood before them, the senior realized he was no ordinary freshman. Moreover, the Ancient Martial Arts Comprehensive Major was the best program at Jiangnan Wuda, one of the top in the country and even across the Blue Star. Coupled with the title of assistant researcher, Lu Chen was practically at the pinnacle upon enrollment. Many top graduates from the 4th year would envy such an opportunity. It's me, teacher, thank you for your trouble. Lu Chen didn't feel anything unusual after seeing the Jiangnan Wuda top 100 list. He became even more humble. The teacher quickly regained his composure, becoming increasingly serious as he processed Lu Chen's paperwork, smiling throughout. Ancient Martial Arts Comprehensive Major, Class 341, Student. ID 01. Lu Chen didn't understand what this represented, but both the teacher and the senior knew it was the school's recognition of Lu Chen's strength, considering him the top student of this year's freshman. I wonder if those students with guaranteed admissions will be convinced. After Lu Chen and his group left, the teacher murmured with curiosity. Junior Lu Chen, let me reintroduce myself. I'm your sophomore senior Li Yuru from the Martial Arts Department, specializing in swordsmanship. On the way to the dormitory building, the senior became much more enthusiastic. Can we exchange contact information? Several of my classmates are your little fans. Senior Li, I'm the best brother of Chongge. Let's exchange contact information too. Chen Yufei's eyes turned red with envy as he hurriedly approached. This was a great opportunity to get close to the seniors, and who knows, one of them might be his future wife. Lu Qingqing felt slightly neglected but merely smiled and continued to enjoy the campus scenery. After getting more familiar with the three, Li Yuru didn't rush to the dormitory but instead took them to familiarize themselves with some important locations on campus. The library, teaching building, training room, combat square, and the unique energy chamber, virtual trial tower, and ancient martial arts research institute of Jiangnan Martial University. When they finally arrived at the ancient martial arts research institute and saw Lu Chen's nearby dormitory, everyone except Lu Chen was astonished. A standalone villa as a dormitory, Brother Chong, isn't this dormitory condition a bit too extravagant? Chen Yufei was envious again. Even the senior sister Li Yuru beside them exclaimed, at Jiangnan Martial University, generally only students on the top 100 list and a few outstanding students in the ancient martial arts comprehensive major receive such treatment. Junior Lu Chen, it seems you are really valued, Li Yuru remarked again. Lu Chen also felt quite satisfied. He had originally been considering whether to rent an apartment off campus for his training. Now it seemed he had saved a significant amount of money. It's important to know that in a place like Magic City, where every inch of land is precious, especially near Jiangnan Martial University, renting an apartment is extremely expensive. Not to mention a villa like the one in front of him, it would cost at least $1 million a year. However, Junior, you can't be careless. If you don't meet the credit requirements, by the end of the semester, the school will still take back such a scarce dormitory, Li Yuru kindly reminded. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister, I understand, Lu Chen replied gratefully, then invited, shall we go in and sit for a while? Li Yuru's eyes lit up. She had never had the chance to enter this villa area, having heard that everyone living inside was a prominent figure at Jiangnan Martial University. However, Chen Yufei laughed and said, no, Brother Chong, we need to go to the dormitory to secure a bed first. We'll come to bother you another day. Lu Qingqing nodded in agreement, saying, Sister Yu and I also need to find a place to rent. Lu Qingqing had come with Sister Yu and did not plan to stay in the collective dormitory. With her family's background, renting a place was no pressure at all. Even buying a house near the school would be easy. Naturally, Li Yuru had no reason to go back to the dormitory alone with Lu Chen, so after bidding farewell to him, she left with the two of them. Lu Chen entered the villa area alone, found his villa number 19, and swiped his card to enter. Closing the door and placing his luggage at the entrance, Lu Chen stepped inside and took a tour around the various floors of the villa. The first floor had a reception room and 2 guest rooms, covering an area of about 200 square meters. The second floor had the master bedroom, observation hall, and meditation room, with an excellent view that allowed him to see the distant sea. There was also a floor underground, nearly 300 square meters, which served as a relatively private training room. The conditions of this training room were no less than those in Lu Qingqing's home. All kinds of training equipment and testing devices were fully equipped. Moreover, the floor here was made of high-strength alloy, making it difficult for martial masters to damage. The walls around and above were equipped with excellent soundproofing materials, ensuring that sounds from inside could not escape. Furthermore, Lu Chen felt that once the heavy door of this basement was closed, it could serve as a refuge. For the next 4 years, I can train and live here. Lu Chen returned to the living room, half lying on the soft leather sofa, feeling very comfortable. After becoming familiar with the dormitory, Lu Chen shifted his focus to his future studies and cultivation. Studying at Jiangnan Martial University, or in university in general, is completely different from high school. Here, it all depends on self-discipline. The courses arranged by the school are very few, and students can even choose not to attend. In other words, students can selectively attend classes they like and learn what they need based on their own situations. The only thing to pay attention to is the accumulation of credits. If the credits are insufficient, one cannot graduate, and there is even the possibility of being advised to withdraw midway. Moreover, the credits in university are somewhat similar to military achievements in the army, which can be exchanged for various school resources. Therefore, what Lu Chen needs to focus on first is how to earn credits. Opening the campus platform of Jiangnan Martial University, Lu Chen saw several prominent category sections. There are credit acquisition channels, a credit mall, and a credit summary. The credit acquisition channel is where students can earn credits at Jiangnan Martial University. Clicking on this section, Lu Chen saw many categories which were very clear and specific. First is the major course credits. No matter how many classes you attend, as long as you perform satisfactorily in the final exams each semester, you can earn the corresponding credits. Next are task credits, which are somewhat similar to military tasks, involving going out to carry out school-assigned missions. These tasks are also categorized, including hunting wild exotic beasts, cooperating with law enforcement to capture criminals, and even participating in various competitions on behalf of the school. The third type is called reward credits, mainly referring to rewards for helping teachers complete research projects. There is also a type called outstanding contribution credits, which is more special and vague, generally awarded for making creative contributions to the school, with the final interpretation rights belonging to the school. As for the value of credits at Jiangnan Martial University, Lu Chen opened the credit mall for reference. Upon looking, Lu Chen truly felt like his eyes had been opened. The credit mall at Jiangnan Martial University is simply all-encompassing, with all kinds of cultivation resources available. The most eye-catching is the electronic armory, which comprehensively includes martial skills ranging from low-grade to top-grade. Each martial skill has the required credits for exchange. Outside the armory is the resource library, filled with various grades of nutrients, potions, and weapons, many of which Lu Chen had never seen or used before. In there, Lu Chen even saw special firearms, and there were even fighter jets. Of course, exchanging for a fighter jet requires a massive amount of credits. For example, the Silver Sword 30 that is escorting them today requires 8 million credits to exchange for one. Lu Chen roughly calculated that this is equivalent to 800 million. Yes, based on the value of items in the credit mall, 1 credit at Jiangnan Martial University is equivalent to 100 Huaxia coins. Moreover, many items that cannot be bought with Huaxia coins can be exchanged here with credits. It's no wonder this is one of the top martial universities in the country. Their scale is almost on par with the military. Lu Chen marveled more and more. After looking at the items in the credit mall, he felt that his current wealth of 700 million seemed insignificant. Not to mention the unattainable fighter jet, just one portion of the heart's blood of a beast king, is worth 1 million credits, which is over 100 million Huaxia coins. A complete set of Beast King leather armor requires 10 million credits, which is 1 billion. Of course, these items are indeed worth more than their price and are priceless in the market. They cannot be bought outside at all. The Beast King is equivalent to a martial king among humans, and the difficulty of hunting them is extremely high, making their value hard to estimate. A portion of the Beast King's heart's blood can forcibly enhance a martial artist's cultivation and also has the effect of tempering the body's strength. A complete set of Beast King leather armor, when worn, keeps one warm in winter and cool in summer, allowing a martial artist to withstand a strike from a martial ancestor without dying. Is it worth that price? What other specially crafted weapons made from Beast King bones are indestructible and have enhanced powers? How could they not be expensive? In short, as Lu Chen looked at the items in the credit mall, he was genuinely tempted. But when he opened the credit summary and saw the big zero on it, his restless thoughts cooled by half. I thought the school would reward me with 100,000 or 80,000 first. Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed. If he had known credits were so important, he should have made a request to be rewarded some credits earlier. It seems he has to start from scratch again. The credit summary section is mainly divided into cumulative credits and exchange credits. Cumulative credits refer to the total amount of credits earned, which will not decrease regardless of whether they are used or not. The credit leaderboard that Chen Yufei showed Lu Chen refers to these cumulative credits, somewhat similar to the accumulated military achievements in the army. As for exchange credits, it means exactly that, credits that can be used to exchange for various resources. Lu Chen did not linger here for long and returned to the credit mall to see if there was anything he urgently needed. He didn't need to worry about the martial arts techniques in the arsenal. As an ancient martial arts research assistant, he had the opportunity to practice those techniques for free. What he needed to look at were the resources. The daily nutritional items he needed could be purchased outside for about the same price, so there was no need to waste credits. However, there was one type of weapon that caught Lu Chen's eye. He originally didn't plan to use a weapon because his body was the best weapon. But after this journey, Lu Chen realized that there was one weapon he still needed. That was a bow and arrow, a powerful tool for long-range attacks or hunting flying-type exotic beasts. Coupled with a bow technique, he would have a way to deal with those flying exotic beasts in the future. So, Lu Chen wanted to choose a suitable set of bow and arrows. I'll wait until I find a suitable bow technique and earn some credits before choosing the bow and arrows, Lu Chen thought to himself. Although he was an assistant researcher, he still had to wait for his mentor and the research institute to review before he could start practicing the techniques in the arsenal for free. Besides weapons and techniques, what Lu Chen was focused on were the prominent energy chambers and virtual trial towers in the credit mall. Senior sister Li Euro had also specifically introduced these two places, which could be said to be the two treasures of Jiangnan Martial University. Within the entire territory of China, only the military North China Martial Arts University and Jiangnan Martial Arts University have such places. The energy chamber is filled with the purest and most concentrated energy, and practicing the qi gathering technique inside is more efficient than consuming nutritional items with no side effects. As for the virtual trial tower, it is a cutting-edge technological product that allows students to enter a virtual world and engage in the most realistic simulated battles. Both of these places require credits to enter, and they are exchanged by the hour. So, earning credits as quickly as possible is the way to go. Lu Chen felt a sense of urgency rising in his heart. Cultivating new martial arts skills. Earning credits. This was the urgent task for Lu Chen after enrolling. On September 4th, the official start of classes. Lu Chen arrived early at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute's classroom, where students of the Ancient Martial Arts Comprehensive Major gathered. When all the students from the major had arrived, Lu Chen realized that there were only 32 students in this program. It was worth noting that this year, over 13,000 freshmen enrolled at Jiangnan Martial University, with an average of several hundred students in each major. Yet, this best program in the school only accepted 32 students. However, Lu Chen had to admit that the quality of the students in this class was indeed high. All 32 were formal martial artists, and half of them were high-level martial artists above the 6th rank. In comparison, his status as a 7th-rank martial artist didn't seem so outstanding. The gender ratio was about 2-to-1, with the boys exuding confidence and the girls displaying grace, truly a gathering of elites. Any one of these young people would be among the top in their senior year. But when they came together from all over the country, harmony was not guaranteed. Since ancient times, there has been no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Moreover, a group of elite martial artists coming together would lead to a situation where no one would yield to the other, unlike scholars who would engage in polite exchanges. As Lu Chen observed his classmates, they were also watching him, some casting provocative glances. So what? If you were the top student in the province? Anyone picked at random here was of the same caliber. As for the so-called national top student, these students didn't take it seriously. They felt that if they were placed in a second-tier place like Hadong province, they could achieve the same. You are Lu Chen? A young man in a tracksuit with a buzz cut stepped up to Lu Chen. I heard you are the only assistant researcher in the class. What makes you qualified for that? This was how martial arts students greeted each other. Lu Chen could even imagine similar scenes playing out in many classrooms. The reason he was the first to be targeted was simply because of his title as the national top student and the status of an assistant researcher. The saying "the bird that stands out gets shot" applied to him now. Lu Chen didn't want to engage in such pointless disputes. He calmly replied, I am Lu Chen. As for why I can be an assistant researcher, you would have to ask the mentor. The young man sneered coldly, no need to ask, I already know. It's just that you performed outstandingly in the college entrance examination and scored the highest. But that only applies to your mere second or third tier base. It's hard to convince others. What makes you think you can overshadow us? With just a few words, the young man had placed Lu Chen in opposition to the other students. However, the young man's words were not without reason. Being the only assistant researcher among all the freshmen did imply that Lu Chen was stronger than the others. Lu Chen was not one to back down easily. Hearing this, he stood his ground and said, Want to fight? Then you'll know. He thought of Sunzi, who had become obedient after being beaten by him twice. Upon hearing this, the young man was not angry but rather eager to try, shouting, Alright, let's have a match. And show everyone your true skills. Alright. Other students around began to cheer. Whoever loses treats to a meal. Some students were eager to join in, wanting to showcase their strength and find their place. Even the girls were no exception. Everyone was a martial artist who said women were inferior to men. What are you doing, wanting to fight on the first day of class? Just as a group of students was preparing to head outside for a showdown, an old man with gray hair entered the classroom, his cold shout silencing everyone. Lu Chen looked up and saw it was his teacher Su Dongxing, who had come to recruit him. Principal Wei once said that this university professor's level is not low. He is a solid 6th-dan martial artist, much stronger than the old principal. At 62 years old, he is a whole generation younger than Principal Wei. Once the aura of the martial artist was released, the students present immediately became much more subdued, each lowering their heads to sit down. After all, they had just graduated from high school and still held a deep respect for their teachers. Su Dongxing saw the students sitting down in groups and then relaxed his expression, saying, I am your mentor for this cohort, Su Dongxing, which can also be understood as your homeroom teacher. First, let me teach you a rule of the school. If you want to spar within the campus, you must have the approval and notarization of the college's academic affairs office. According to convention, the loser will lose credits and the winner will gain credits. No one can cheat. Otherwise, wouldn't our campus be in chaos? Su Dongsheng said sternly. Lu Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Was there really such a good thing? Just as he was about to raise his hand to ask, the young man who had challenged him earlier asked first, "Mentor, how many credits are at stake for winning or losing?" This was exactly what Lu Chen was most concerned about. Su Dongsheng replied with a half-smile, "Not much, just 100 credits." Lu Chen's mind began to calculate. 100 credits was equivalent to 10,000 huaxia coins. This was great. Lu Chen looked around at the other 31 students. If I can beat all these classmates, I could immediately earn 3,100 credits, Lu Chen thought with shining eyes. Su Dongsheng continued, "You are new here and currently have no credits, but the school allows you to owe up to 300 credits. So, use them sparingly, don't get directly expelled for insufficient credits." The students immediately burst into laughter, not taking it seriously. According to Jiangnan Martial University's regulations, each semester requires accumulating 10,000 credits to be considered qualified. 10,000 credits might be a challenge for ordinary class students, but it was different for students in the ancient martial arts comprehensive major. Completing a task to hunt a second-level exotic beast could earn them thousands of credits. For them, it was a matter of minutes. In the ancient martial arts comprehensive major, students were not primarily concerned with those credits but with real strength and future prospects. They wanted credits, but they sought large amounts of credits that could be exchanged for necessary resources, not just small gains. Next, Su Dongsheng introduced some class rules and school regulations that they needed to pay attention to in their daily courses. Then, Su Dongsheng glanced at Lu Chen and said, "Now, I allow you to go out and spar. Martial artists should compete. There's nothing wrong with that. Whoever can stand until the end will be the chief of our major for this term, which means you will be the class leader." Lu Chen frowned slightly. He had no interest in this so-called class leader title. But Su Dongsheng's next words dispelled that thought. The class leader receives an additional reward of 10,000 credits each semester. So fragrant. Lu Chen thought that the class monitor in college didn't have much to do, and as the top student of class 341, he should indeed take the initiative. This Professor Su was clearly encouraging the students not to hold back but to directly engage in a grand competition at the start of the semester. Lu Chen realized that the competitive atmosphere in college was even more intense than in high school. Without hesitation, Su Dongsheng personally led 32 students to the martial arts arena of the ancient martial arts major. On the spacious arena, many students from the comprehensive ancient martial arts program were practicing their skills. Most of them were their seniors who, upon seeing the new students, quickly stopped and eagerly gathered to watch the match. Professors, lecturers, and students from the surrounding buildings were also drawn to the windows, paying attention to this year's debut of the new students in the comprehensive ancient martial arts program. The comprehensive ancient martial arts major was the best program at Jiangnan Martial University, and its students were the cream of the crop in their grade. The annual martial arts competition at the start of the semester had become a tradition, and everyone was used to seeing if any new stars would emerge or if there were potential candidates for the next generation of campus leaders. Right here, I will personally officiate the match. Those who do not wish to participate can watch from the sidelines, but they will lose their chance to compete for the class monitor position, Su Dongsheng stated directly. "You can start now. Who will go first?" "I'll go." A voice emerged. "I want to challenge Lu Chen." It was the buzzcut youth who stepped forward. After the roll call in the classroom, Lu Chen already knew that this student was named Lu Yufeng, student number 15. Lu Yufeng came from Changshan Bay City. Although he wasn't the top student in the province, he was admitted to Jiangnan Martial University's ancient martial arts program with the third best score in the province, also outstanding in his own right. Su Dongsheng looked at Lu Chen and subtly said, "Lu Chen, you can refuse, but you will lose the opportunity to compete for class monitor." In fact, Su Dongsheng also wanted to see how strong this assistant researcher, whom he and the academy had recruited with generous conditions, really was now. Could he still maintain his position among the elite students gathered from all over the country? Lu Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. He was determined to secure this position with credit rewards. "I accept." He stepped into the arena decisively and cupped his fists at Lu Yufeng, saying, "Please give me your guidance." Without further adu, Lu Yufeng unleashed his energy, revealing the aura of a 7th-tier martial artist. With a gust of wind at his feet, Lu Yufeng's speed surged, and in an instant he was in front of Lu Chen, transforming his palm into a blade, striking down towards Lu Chen's shoulder. Lu Chen did not recognize this martial skill, but it was undoubtedly an earth-tier martial skill, and the opponent had cultivated it to perfection, which was no easy feat. No wonder he is a top student in the ancient martial arts program. Lu Chen's fighting spirit soared, no longer hiding. He also revealed his cultivation as a 7th-tier martial artist. However, he did not confront it head-on. Instead, he flickered and vanished from his original spot, causing Lu Yufeng's palm strike to miss. The perfected Gale Shadow Step, evolved to the mid-tier of Earth-level martial skills, had already far surpassed Lu Yufeng in terms of movement. Su Dongsheng, watching from the side, was secretly astonished not by Lu Chen's martial skills but by the cultivation he had revealed. He clearly remembered that 2 months ago, when he went to Guanyun City, this student was only a 4th-tier martial artist. At that time, he had felt a bit regretful. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Lu Chen had rapidly advanced to the 7th tier, already catching up with the top tier of his age group. When he was at the 4th tier, he could defeat a level 3 Storm Force ape. Now that Lu Chen had reached the 7th tier, what about him? Su Dongxing became even more expectant. The two on the field exchanged blows, and after 12 moves, Lu Yufeng's palm wind was extremely sharp, but his speed was clearly inferior to Lu Chen's, and he could never truly hit Lu Chen. Lu Chen kept dodging, relying on the speed and agility of the shadowless wind step, repeatedly using his exquisite movements to leave his opponent empty-handed. Is dodging all you know? Lu Yufeng grew increasingly frustrated as he shouted in anger, no longer attempting to close the distance. Instead, he struck from the air with a palm, channeling his energy into a wave of blade-like chi that swept out in a wide arc. This large area of chi consumed a significant amount of energy and stamina, and its power diminished with distance. However, he had no better options and hoped to restrict Lu Chen's movements, leaving him nowhere to escape. Indeed, facing the oncoming wave of chi, Lu Chen found no place to hide. Yet, he still did not confront it head-on. Instead, he seemed to act in haste, unleashing a protective golden light that absorbed the force of his opponent's blade wind. The blade wind collided with Lu Chen's golden shield, creating ripples. Although it did not break through the golden light, it clearly caused Lu Chen's movements to slow down. Seeing this, Lu Yufeng was delighted. This was the effect he wanted. His figure accelerated again, closing in, and he aimed a palm strike at Lu Chen's neck, seeking a decisive blow. But this palm first had to face Lu Chen's golden light. This time, Lu Chen could not dodge and once again braced himself against the opponent's palm strike with his protective golden light. Clang! A sound like a bell echoed as Lu Yufeng's palm struck the golden shield, and he was immediately rebounded. However, Lu Chen's protective golden light had clearly thinned out a bit. What if you have body-refining martial arts? Watch me break it. Lu Yufeng was not surprised but rather pleased. His speed was not as fast as Lu Chen's, but once he got close, it would not be so easy to shake him off. His hands transformed into an unending series of palm strikes, alternating and slashing, the blade wind sealing off Lu Chen's retreat, striking continuously against Lu Chen's golden light as if it were free. Sure enough, after 6 strikes, Lu Chen's protective golden light finally faltered, shattered by the relentless blade wind. A look of joy flashed across Lu Yufeng's face, and his palms did not slow down at all, following through with a downward strike. However, before his palm could land, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A tremendous force surged forth, accompanied by excruciating pain, sending his body flying nearly 10 meters away. By the time Lu Yufeng reacted, Lu Chen's figure had already followed closely, pointing a finger at Lu Yufeng's brow. Lu Chen was sweating, panting heavily as he said, "You're strong, but still too careless. Thank you for the lesson." It seemed that Lu Chen had narrowly achieved victory over his classmate. However, the observing instructor Su Dongxing couldn't help but smirk to himself. This kid's acting of letting go was quite good. Looking at the eager students around him, Su Dongxing knew that most of them had been deceived. For this little bit of credit, I've endured quite a lot. Lu Chen continued to catch his breath, secretly sighing. Letting go and acting, this is truly a skill. The mentor Su Dongxing really didn't want to see Lu Chen continue performing, so he spoke up from the side. Lu Chen wins. 100 credits in the bag. Lu Chen sat on the ground, clutching his chest, secretly delighted. Acting requires a full performance, otherwise, how could the other students easily give him credits? Yes, the reason Lu Chen chose to hold back and make it seem difficult to win was simply to earn more credits. If he won easily right from the start, the other students would surely back down. The student Lu Chen defeated, Lu Yufeng, was actually not hurt and still somewhat unconvinced, saying, "Give me another chance, I can definitely beat you." In his view, he had only lost one move and his strength was not much different from Lu Chen's. Professor Su couldn't bear to watch and coldly said, "There won't be another chance this time, you can arrange to challenge each other later." He then turned to Lu Chen and said, "You can rest and recover for half an hour." At this point, Professor Su asked with some amusement, "Do you need it?" Lu Chen knew his acting couldn't fool the sharp-eyed old professor of martial arts, but he had to keep up the pretense, so he weakly replied, "Okay, mentor, I can fight again in half an hour." Professor Su directly turned his head to look at the other students. "You can continue." While pretending to consume a nutrition bar to recover, Lu Chen observed the reactions of the other students. Sure enough, many students showed disdain for him, thinking this so-called national champion was nothing special. Even the other students watching the match were whispering, believing Lu Chen was not deserving of his title. This was exactly the effect Lu Chen wanted, and he felt even more at ease. Who cares what they think? I'll earn my first credits first. So, for the next half hour, Lu Chen became a spectator, watching the battles and sparring of other students. Every student in the ancient martial arts program was proud and arrogant. Unless they truly fought, no one would concede to anyone else. However, it must be said that these students had real skills. Lu Chen noticed that almost every student who fought had their own unique earth-level martial skills, whether perfected or at a subtle level. Even students at the 4th rank dared to challenge those at higher ranks. Moreover, there were indeed 2 students who could rely on their martial skills and experience to defeat opponents of a higher level. After this observation, Lu Chen felt more confident. None of these students are my match, was Lu Chen's judgment. Even that student number 02, the provincial champion Chen Hao from the Heiha base, although he had reached the 8th rank of martial artists, Lu Chen was confident he could win within 3 moves. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that some of these students were hiding their true abilities. Half an hour later, 8 students had already been defeated and were resting on the side. Lu Chen stood up and requested, "Mentor, I've recovered enough, I can continue." Professor Su was too lazy to expose Lu Chen and scanned the remaining students who had not yet fought. Who wants to challenge Lu Chen? Step forward. Me. I'll go first. Sure enough, after seeing how hard Lu Chen had to fight to win, many of the remaining students were eager to take him on to make a name for themselves. Their talents are decent, but their judgment is truly concerning. They insist on kicking a steel plate, Professor Su silently mourned. For these few. He then turned to Lu Chen and said, "You can choose whom to accept a challenge from, or you can actively challenge someone else." Lu Chen pointed to one of the girls who had just stepped forward. "It's this classmate. Jiang Tao, right? Coward." The other students immediately muttered disdainfully. Shameless, Professor Su thought to himself. The girl Lu Chen pointed to was cute, petite, and had a pitiful look. The key point was that this classmate, Jiang Tao, was only at the 5th rank of martial artists, and her student number was at the very end. Lu Chen's challenge to others was clearly an act of bullying the weak with the strong. Hearing the murmurs around him, Lu Chen felt quite wronged. After all, it was the other party who had stepped up to challenge him first. Why should he be criticized for accepting the challenge? Of course, he had his own intentions in choosing the weakest opponent. After all, if he defeated the students ahead of him first, it might intimidate the others behind, causing him to lose the opportunity to earn credits one by one. Regardless, Lu Chen still mustered the courage to step forward. Jiang Tao did not show any dissatisfaction. She simply clasped her fists shyly and said, "Lu Chen, I've watched your battle video from the college entrance examination. I admire you and would like to learn from you." "Ah, a fan. Then I definitely can't let her lose." Too badly, Lu Chen thought to himself, returning the gesture with a clasped fist. "Please give me your guidance." Jiang Tao appeared gentle, but when she struck, her moves were incredibly fierce. Her footwork was extremely agile and elusive, making it hard to predict. It was a low-grade earth-level technique known as the Misty Step. What truly caught Lu Chen's attention, however, was her finger technique. The energy surged from her fingers, forming into threads that were both rigid and soft. The soft could entangle and restrict Lu Chen's movements, while the rigid could become straight and sharp. In the face of this finger technique, Lu Chen's wind shadow step was greatly restricted, making it difficult for him to completely evade the sharp energy from his opponent. He could only endure with his golden light wave while trying to find a flaw, engaging in a stalemate with Jiang Tao. From the discussions of the surrounding students, Lu Chen learned that this was actually a low-grade earth-level sword technique called the snake sword. The so-called fingers-like swords, Jiang Tao did not use a weapon, but the sharpness of her fingers was no less than that of a real sword. This sword technique is quite good. If I get the chance, I should learn it, Lu Chen thought to himself, already eyeing her earth-level sword technique. The two fought for a full quarter of an hour before Lu Chen finally seized the opportunity when Jiang Tao had exhausted too much energy, breaking through her energy threads and using an eagle claw technique to grasp her wrist. Using a human-level martial skill at the right moment could also lead to unexpected victories in battles between martial artists, just like now. Relying on one's cultivation to exhaust the opponent to win is really quite forced, some students around commented disdainfully. Lu Chen didn't mind, releasing Jiang Tao's wrist. "Thank you for your mercy." Jiang Tao blushed slightly as she stepped back, softly saying, "Thank you, Lu Chen, for going easy on me." Professor Su, unable to watch any longer, interrupted their pleasantries, saying, "Lu Chen wins, you can take a 15-minute break." Lu Chen looked at his mentor, beads of sweat on his forehead, and requested, "Mentor, may I take a half-hour break? I've exhausted too much energy." Professor Su suppressed his urge to scold him and said, "Enough chatter, continue now." Lu Chen quickly fell silent, knowing that this mentor disapproved of him bullying others. However, regarding the credits, Lu Chen didn't feel embarrassed and continued with his plan. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Chen entered the arena again, this time facing a classmate with student number 30. This boy, named Lu Chenkuan, had just defeated a higher-ranked student, and his confidence was at an all-time high. Therefore, after resting, he boldly chose to challenge Lu Chen without a hint of fear. Lu Chen, respecting him, sparred with Lu Qingquan for a full 10 minutes before barely securing another victory. Up to this point, the martial techniques he had used were still the golden light wave, the shadowless gale step, and the wind blade leg, along with some combinations of human-level techniques. In short, these were all techniques he had previously displayed during the college entrance examination. Against classmates whose cultivation was even lower than his own, there was really no need to use newly learned techniques. 3 perfected Earth-level martial techniques, combined with a comprehensive array of human-level techniques, were sufficient to handle various uncertainties. Next came students numbered 29, 28, 26, and 24, each taking the stage and falling one by one to Lu Chen's hands. As for the students numbered 27 and 25, they chose to avoid battle. Lu Chen felt quite regretful about these 2 absences. But even though Lu Chen's acting was superb, those classmates who had initially doubted his strength gradually began to sense something was off. Why do I feel like he's getting stronger with each fight, yet he wins so narrowly every time? It must be an illusion. In battles of this level, could he really have the ability to hide his true strength and win just right? The classmates whispered among themselves, harboring doubts, but more still did not believe that Lu Chen was deliberately holding back. It was like taking an exam. Aiming for an 80 or 90 might be difficult, but achieving exactly 60 every time would be even harder. The subtlety and sense of control were the most challenging aspects. Lu Chen vaguely heard the discussions among his classmates, but he was already in too deep and could only continue the act. Fortunately, these top students from all over the country were genuinely proud. Even if they had doubts, they were unwilling to give up the chance to defeat Lu Chen. From another perspective, the stronger Lu Chen was, the more valuable it would be to defeat him, right? Thus, this chaotic battle in the entire department continued from 9:30 in the morning until nearly noon. By this time, 25 classmates had already fallen to Lu Chen. Even if someone lost to another classmate, they still wouldn't miss the opportunity to spar with Lu Chen again. Professor Su had also mentioned that to compete for the top position and class leader, one must win the respect of others. Anyone who disagreed could challenge. 2,500 credits, not bad. Lu Chen silently calculated his gains. His rewards were not just credits, he had also witnessed various martial techniques from others, which was far more real than seeing them on video. After entering university, students' martial techniques began to diversify, and having the chance to experience the strengths and weaknesses of different styles was an extremely rare opportunity. In the future, when encountering opponents with similar techniques, he wouldn't be at a loss. Now, he was close to defeating the entire department, with only one student left, number 02, Chen Hao. Even the 3 students who had been directly admitted to Jiangnan Martial University and ranked in the top 10 were no match for Lu Chen, unable to force him to reveal more of his techniques. This top student from Heiha City, Chen Hao, was the only other person in the arena besides Lu Chen who maintained a perfect winning record. However, unlike Lu Chen, he didn't place much importance on credits, so he often displayed his full strength, scaring off many classmates. The remaining 2 naturally became the center of attention for everyone. Whoever emerged victorious would be the strongest in the ancient martial arts comprehensive program. It could even be said that they would be the strongest among the over 10,000 freshmen in the entire first year. Who do you think is the strongest? Although Lu Chen wins narrowly every time, anyone who still thinks he's just a name without substance is a fool. There's no need to mention Chen Hao. He hardly took more than 10 moves to defeat others, and his cultivation is even stronger than Lu Chen's. The classmates whispered among themselves, ultimately concluding that these 2 were likely evenly matched true opponents. As for the one who first provoked Lu Chen this morning, Lu Yufeng, he had long since fallen silent, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Initially, he thought Lu Chen had barely managed to defeat him, believing their strengths were quite similar. However, the more he watched, the more alarmed he became. If Lu Chen was in his current state, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even 3 moves. They were all smart people, and he now understood that Lu Chen was merely saving face for him, or perhaps just playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. At least for the time being, he had no chance of defeating Lu Chen again. Lu Chen, Chen Hao, do you 2 want to continue? At this moment, seeing that both had nearly recovered, Professor Su finally spoke up. He was still most concerned about Lu Chen, feeling that this kid hadn't given his all yet. But since they were already at the final match and the credits had been earned, there was no need to put on an act anymore. Lu Chen stood up and looked at the towering Chen Hao, who was over 2 meters tall, and said, I can continue. Chen Hao stared at Lu Chen with high fighting spirit, his voice booming like thunder. Only after a battle can we know who is strong and who is weak. It was clear that Chen Hao was a true battle fanatic, with a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. I hope you won't disappoint me, Chen Hao shouted. Immediately, everyone saw this already tall and imposing student suddenly grow another foot, reaching a terrifying height of over 2 meters and 4. Not only his height, but his entire body was rapidly expanding, soon tearing through his clothes, revealing his muscular physique. Chen Hao ripped off the upper half of his shirt, making his muscles even more pronounced, each one appearing as if cast from bronze, gleaming with a metallic luster. Even Chen Hao's head was the same, with a face full of flesh and a copper sheen. Good heavens! The surrounding classmates gasped in shock. Some well-informed students exclaimed, I get it now, this is a mid-grade earth-level body refinement martial art, the great strength diamond body. I didn't expect he would master such a difficult martial art. And it looks like this is the perfected version of the great strength diamond body. How did Chen Hao manage to achieve this? This body refinement martial art is known to be among the top 10 in difficulty at the earth level. Compared to Lu Chen's golden light wave, the great strength diamond body is at least twice as strong, and it's both offensive and defensive. Just a moment ago, I thought their chances were 50-50, but now I'm firmly supporting Chen Hao. An 8th-tier martial artist, combined with the great strength diamond body, wouldn't be something an ordinary martial artist could challenge. Even Professor Su Dongsheng, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, was somewhat surprised. This Chen Hao actually had a hidden card in the college entrance examination. To have perfected the great strength diamond body at this age, there's only one possibility. He has a special physique, a naturally strong body. The academy has truly struck gold this time. If that's the case, given Lu Chen's displayed strength, he might really be in danger. Lu Chen didn't know what others were thinking, but when he saw this classmate could actually transform, he felt a thrill of excitement. It was true that he wanted to earn credits, but encountering a true rival was what truly made him happy. The great strength diamond body? I wonder how it compares to my evolved golden bell shield. With this thought, Lu Chen's fighting spirit soared even higher. This time, he didn't summon the golden light wave, but instead activated the golden bell shield, which had reached the mid-tier of the earth level after evolution. A spherical layer of solid golden light enveloped Lu Chen, adorned with golden patterns and ripples. What is this? The martial arts this kid practices seem to have mutated, Professor Su exclaimed in surprise at the sight. The previous swift wind step was like this, faster and more agile than the wind step. Now, even the golden light wave had mutated, appearing even more powerful. When Chen Hao saw the radiance emanating from Lu Chen, his eyes lit up with eagerness. With a roar, he charged forward. With heavy steps, the ground trembled beneath Chen Hao's feet as if it couldn't withstand the weight of this powerful man. Lu Chen also accelerated with the swift wind step, simultaneously employing the close-to-mountain technique to meet him head-on. The two, one large and one small, one golden and one copper, collided violently. Duong! The sound was like a bell ringing, echoing far and wide, causing the glass of buildings 100 meters away to tremble and hum. Many students watching nearby couldn't help but cover their ears, feeling extremely uncomfortable. At the center of the impact, Lu Chen and Chen Hao both staggered back after the collision, each retreating 3 steps before charging at each other again. Duong! Duong! The continuous impacts came and went, and the two fought like wild beasts, recklessly crashing into each other, eventually disregarding technique altogether. The onlooking students were dumbfounded. These two were incredibly strong, even more ferocious than exotic beasts. They could clearly feel that if such pure brute force were to hit them, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow. Ha, that feels great, Chen Hao said, slightly out of breath but still flushed with excitement. You're the only one in the same realm who can wrestle and compete with me in defense. Lu Chen had to admit that this big guy's great strength diamond body was indeed remarkable, able to match his golden bell shield evenly. Moreover, the feeling of this brute force collision was quite exhilarating. After taking several deep breaths, Chen Hao clenched his fists, as large as cooking pots, and pounded his hard chest. Come on, try my fists. Earlier, Lu Chen had noticed that Chen Hao was also proficient in a low-tier earth-level boxing technique, which had reached perfection. It was called the rapid fire fist, focusing on explosive power and continuity with terrifying might. However, at that time, Lu Chen felt that Chen Hao lacked the strength to pose a threat to him. But now, seeing the excessively strong Chen Hao after his transformation, Lu Chen understood that the combination of the great strength diamond body and the rapid fire fist was simply too powerful. Boom boom! Chen Hao stopped talking and charged forward, his fists flying like cannonballs towards Lu Chen. His fists were surrounded by spiraling energy, carrying a lethal force that distorted the surrounding air. Lu Chen didn't brace himself with the golden bell shield, nor did he evade with a swift wind step. Instead, he unleashed the evolved wind blade legs. His legs kicked out in rapid succession, causing his body to spin in midair, stirring up whirlwinds of energy that clashed continuously with Chen Hao's fists. In this confrontation, Lu Chen truly realized how heavy this guy's fists were. If it weren't for his wind blade legs being so agile and the wind swirl force that could dissipate and borrow strength, he would have been sent flying long ago. It seems I really have to use some real skills. Relying solely on the power of the wind blade legs won't threaten this person. To defeat Chen Hao now, not only did he have to break through the opponent's powerful Vajra body, but he also had to avoid the heavy punches. The key point was that Chen Hao's arm span was over 2 meters. When he swung his arms, it was as if another layer of sharp spikes had sprouted from his Vajra body, making it impossible for Lu Chen to get close. To break through the relentless barrage of heavy punches and shatter his Vajra body, the only technique Lu Chen could think of was his most proficient martial art, the rolling knife 18 styles. Although it was a low-grade earth-level technique, the rolling knife 18 styles had a stacking effect as long as the momentum wasn't interrupted midway after the 18 consecutive moves. Even the golden bell shield wouldn't withstand that ultimate strike. With this in mind, Lu Chen's movements changed once again. He maintained his airborne posture, continuously executing the wind blade legs techniques to engage with his opponent. Meanwhile, his right hand had quietly transformed into a palm knife shape, gathering strength with each rotation of his body. On Lu Chen's palm, sharp blade energy was growing stronger and larger, as if it were about to condense into an unparalleled treasure knife. Not far away, Professor Su seemed to sense something, exclaiming in his heart, "The rolling knife 18 styles, he has actually mastered it and has reached perfection." But how long has it been? Professor Su calculated it had barely been 2 months. In just 2 months, to practice a low-grade earth-level martial art to perfection, is there really such a genius in this world? Chen Hao clearly felt Lu Chen's change as well, especially the increasingly larger blade energy gathering on Lu Chen's palm, which gave him a prickling sensation on his back. This was a warrior's intuition. He knew that if Lu Chen continued to gather strength like this, his Vajra body might not be able to withstand it. Watch my fist. In an instant, Chen Hao's punches became heavier and faster, his entire body's blood and energy began to surge violently, transforming into a more solid punch force, trying to interrupt Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's wind blade legs, which had reached the mid-grade earth level, were not easy to deal with. Although they were not as aggressive as the rolling knife 18 styles, this leg technique excelled in agility and variability. It was more than enough to entangle Chen Hao's fists for a moment, giving Lu Chen enough time to gather strength. Finally, after 18 rotations of gathering strength, a blade energy extending 2 meters erupted from Lu Chen's palm, solid and terrifying. "Let's see this knife of mine," Lu Chen shouted, performing a large somersault in midair, turning upside down. His right hand, carrying immense blade energy, slashed down directly towards Chen Hao's face. "If you want to defeat me, first break my iron fists," Chen Hao shouted, his fists like springs rapidly contracting and extending, unleashing wave after wave of punch forces, intending to weaken Lu Chen's blade energy and protect his final barrier. Even if the blade energy could sweep away the punch forces, it still had to get past his fists to harm Chen Hao's vital points. But at that moment, Lu Chen smiled. His left hand, which he had not used until now, suddenly reached out from his side, forming a claw shape, and grasped towards Chen Hao from a distance. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a 1-foot-long golden claw imprint unexpectedly burst forth from Lu Chen's left hand, as if it were an extension of his left hand, charging forward. The claw imprint dispersed Chen Hao's punch force and still had enough power to grasp Chen Hao's 2 fists. Following that was a tremendous pulling force that directly pried open Chen Hao's arms, exposing his muscular chest. Now's the time. At that moment, Lu Chen's immense blade energy followed closely behind, finally landing squarely on Chen Hao's chest. Bang! Chen Hao stared in shock, his eyes wide open. The bronze-colored protective barrier around his chest finally shattered, unable to protect his physical body any longer. His indestructible body had truly been broken. Is this the dragon capture hand of the perfected realm? Professor Su was genuinely stunned this time. When Chen Hao's powerful Vajra body was broken, he had already lost. "I concede," Lu Chen said as he landed, cupping his fists towards Chen Hao from a distance. Chen Hao's exceptionally strong body had returned to normal. He did not continue to dwell on the outcome but returned the gesture, saying, "You are indeed strong, worthy of the title of top scholar. However, I will not admit defeat. Once I have complete confidence, I will challenge you again," Chen Hao said firmly. "You are welcome to do so at any time," Lu Chen replied. He welcomed such challenges, as they not only broadened his horizons but also earned him credits. What's not to like? In fact, Lu Chen was already thinking about how to learn the unique martial arts techniques of his classmates. His automatic cultivation system destined him to follow a path of universal mastery rather than the specialized route of ordinary people. To be precise, Lu Chen aimed to be both proficient and comprehensive. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of his talent? Alright, it's getting late. If no one else wishes to challenge Lu Chen, then he is the chief of your class and the head of the ancient martial arts class, Professor Su announced, making a final decision. No one from the ancient martial arts program stood up again. They had all seen the last battle clearly, and there was no need for further challenges. Especially after Lu Chen showcased the rolling knife 18 styles and the dragon capture technique, they were once again reminded of the gap between them and Lu Chen. Upon calculation, Lu Chen had actually perfected 5 Earth-level martial arts techniques, including several of medium and even high quality. Meanwhile, they had at most mastered 2 Earth-level techniques and did not have an advantage in cultivation or experience. How could they compare with Lu Chen? However, as Chen Hao said, these proud sons of heaven from all over the country could temporarily concede but would not admit defeat. Given time and the educational resources of Jiangnan Martial University, they would surely have the opportunity to surpass Lu Chen. Even if they couldn't catch up in martial arts, they could still surpass him in cultivation, practical experience, and adaptability. The path of martial arts is long, and these students would not be discouraged. What a wonderful age of vigor and ambition. Professor Su noticed the students' fighting spirit, feeling both gratified and emotional. It seems these students will still be sending me credits in the future. That's great. Lu Chen also sighed inwardly. Seeing that the students had no objections, Professor Su spoke again. In that case, it's settled. Next semester, you will have another chance to compete. Let's stop here for today. You can find the course schedule and credit system on the school's platform. Arrange it yourselves. If there are any group tasks or activities, I will notify you separately. Dismissed. With Professor Su's command, the students began to leave in small groups. As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight them. After this class-wide competition, the students had quickly become familiar with one another. Lu Chen could faintly hear them discussing their recent gains, with some analyzing his strength, especially his martial arts. Lu Chen, come with me, Professor Su called, not giving Lu Chen a chance to socialize with his classmates. Okay, Professor Su. Lu Chen obediently followed behind him. A few students, including Chen Hao, had originally wanted to pull Lu Chen aside to get to know him better, but seeing this, they could only leave first. Professor Su led Lu Chen directly to the teaching building of the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute. Talking as they walked, do you know the benefits of being the chief and class leader? Earning credits, Lu Chen blurted out, then quickly corrected himself. No, it's to serve the classmates. Ha ha. Professor Su laughed a couple of times. You kid, Old Wei told me you love money. I thought he was exaggerating. I didn't expect he was quite accurate. As far as I know, you must have several hundred million now. Would you still care about these credits? Lu Chen saw that Professor Su was just teasing him, so he didn't hold back and said frankly, Professor Su, please don't make fun of me. I'm just scared of being poor. Besides, all my cultivation resources have to be earned by myself. Who would complain about having too much money? Professor Su didn't continue to tease Lu Chen but agreed. There's nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, martial cultivators should strive for themselves. This is actually one of the things I admire about you. Thank you, Professor Su. You are wise, Lu Chen said, taking the opportunity to flatter him. Cut out the flattery. Let's talk about your chief student and the class leader of the Ancient Martial Arts program, Professor Su said seriously. This position is, strictly speaking, an extremely important role among the students of Jiangnan Martial University. To put it bluntly, it might even be more significant than our roles as teachers. The so-called service to classmates is just talk. You don't really need to do much. However, the significance of you being the chief student and class leader is very important. The chief student determined today doesn't just represent our comprehensive ancient martial arts program. Professor Su turned around and said, or rather, the chief student of the ancient martial arts program is actually the chief among your cohort of over 10,000 students, the strongest in martial prowess. Do you understand what I mean? Professor Su asked, turning the question back to him. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then realized, you mean I will be representative and can take the lead for the students in my grade? Professor Su nodded in approval. Exactly, the chief student is the leader of your cohort. I don't need to elaborate on how important the role of a leader is. Many students in the same grade will look up to you, admire you, chase after you, and even use you as a benchmark, Professor Su said seriously. So, during your time as chief, you need to set a good example. And there's one more thing you probably haven't realized yet, Professor Su continued. As the chief of the entire grade and the class leader of the ancient martial arts program, you are the bond and backbone for this cohort of students, especially those talented students in the ancient martial arts program. Think about it. When these students grow up, the energy they will bring you will be immense. When you call out, it will be a grand scene of strong individuals responding. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. Teacher, are you painting a picture for me? Isn't that a bit much? Ha ha. Professor Su laughed again. At least there's this trend. As for how to utilize this identity, that depends on you. You should know that students who graduate from Jiangnan Martial University have limitless futures. Professor Su insisted on encouraging Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't argue further. He actually understood that Professor Su made a lot of sense. However, that was all in the future. The current students were still just fledgling eagles yet to spread their wings. Just remember, being the chief means you need to have the awareness of being the chief. Others are eager to take on this role, so it depends on how long you can hold on. Also, those talented students from other schools will challenge you, and these are all opportunities to hone yourself, Professor Su advised. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This chief identity seemed A bit troublesome. Professor Su seemed to know what Lu Chen was thinking and quickly reminded him, "Don't worry, if you bring glory to the school, defeat challengers from other schools, or achieve good rankings in national martial arts competitions, the credit rewards are very generous. Especially for you as the chief." "That sounds better," Lu Chen said, feeling relieved. At one of the top martial arts universities in the country, it is inevitable to face various challenges as the top student of the year. Compared to the relatively closed environment of high school, the openness of university is national and even global, extending beyond the campus and beginning to connect with society. One downside is that it can disrupt the students' peaceful lives. However, the benefits brought by these challenges are also evident. Students are no longer working in isolation and have more opportunities to test their abilities and gain experience, turning knowledge into action. Not just for him as the top student, most martial arts students in the university face the same issues. Just like Chen Hao, who was defeated by his own hands, will take himself as a target. Those students who were unable to defeat Chen Hao will always think about challenging him. This is a form of healthy competition, so Lu Chen is not very resistant to it. As long as he maintains a good balance between closed-door training and external challenges, allocating his time and energy well, he can achieve both. Professor Su led Lu Chen through the teaching building, continuing deeper inside, passing through multiple security checks and arriving outside a traditional-style courtyard building. Lu Chen noticed that the gate was marked with the words Martial Arts Research and Development Center, which made him feel a moment of disorientation. Moreover, upon entering, Lu Chen could vaguely sense a concealed and oppressive gaze sweeping over him. That feeling was reminiscent of facing Principal Fawn when he personally took action, indicating that at least a martial arts master was present. "I have arranged your identification for entering and exiting here. But you absolutely cannot bring anyone else in, otherwise the consequences will be severe," Professor Su reminded him. "Understood," Lu Chen replied, softly, afraid of disturbing the hidden big shots inside. Entering the small building directly opposite the main entrance of the research center, Professor Su took Lu Chen to the elevator, pressed the down button, and after an unknown descent, the elevator doors opened again. This research center is built on an ancient martial arts relic. What you see now is the remains of an ancient martial arts sect from 1500 years ago. Without needing further explanation from Professor Su, Lu Chen was already stunned by the scene before him. Who would have thought that hidden beneath the Jiangnan Martial University's ancient martial arts research institute was a paradise? Here, there were not only bamboo houses, earthen walls, and grassy fields, but also small bridges, flowing water, and a whole expanse of bamboo forest. Even the artificial dome felt so real. And those weapons like swords and spears, although mostly rusted, still exuded a faint chill. This is considered the most well-preserved site among ancient martial arts relics, Professor Su said proudly as he led Lu Chen through. Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. "Mentor, if these relics are treated as cultural artifacts, they are certainly very valuable. But what is the purpose of keeping them in the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute, the most important research center?" Professor Su seemed to anticipate Lu Chen's question and replied without hesitation, "The research value is certainly very high. Through the relics of ancient martial artists, we can infer their daily training methods. Of course, this is just one aspect. You see those ancient weapons? Many of the high-grade cold weapons we manufacture now have drawn from the forging techniques and forms of ancient weapons. The wisdom of ancient martial artists in cold weapons has many aspects that we cannot reach. Also, do not underestimate the seemingly simple layout of this relic. It also contains the philosophy of ancient geomancy. Our school's elemental energy chamber was developed from the research here. Once you try it, you will know how amazing it is," Professor Su said earnestly. Of course, the benefits brought to us by ancient martial arts relics go far beyond this. Their training methods, dietary habits, even the allocation of their daily schedules and battle traces can inspire us. But the most important inheritance, do you know what it is? Professor Su looked at Lu Chen and asked in return. "Martial arts inheritance?" Lu Chen ventured. Professor Su nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Yes, but not entirely. To be precise, it should be called the inheritance of martial Dao. As the saying goes, technique approaches Dao. When martial arts reach a certain level, it can no longer be called mere technique, but rather knowledge, or even the great Dao." Professor Su continued, "From the ancient warriors' techniques, we have summarized methods to absorb elemental energy. We have also refined various martial skills suitable for our current cultivation from their martial arts. It is precisely because of this that humanity can evolve almost in sync with those alien beasts during the cataclysm, safeguarding our human survival base. But the more we study, the more we discover that the martial Dao of ancient warriors is far more vast and profound than we imagine. What methods did they use to create these martial arts? Why did that era decline? And to what extent can one cultivate? These are the directions we need to research." Lu Chen listened, his heart racing as if he had unknowingly returned to that prosperous era of ancient martial arts. Records in the ruins state that in ancient times, someone climbed mountains and observed the sea, creating ultimate skills, ultimately achieving the ability to move mountains and drain seas. There were also those who walked with beasts, gaining the power to subdue dragons and tigers. Think about it, isn't this precisely the comprehension of the natural way of heaven and earth? Thus, we say that the inheritance of ancient warriors is the martial Tao. Professor Su returned to his earlier point. This is the direction we need to delve into, and it is also the original intention of establishing the Ancient Martial Research Institute. Professor Su looked at Lu Chen seriously. The progress of our research on ancient martial arts determines the speed of our collective evolution. If this speed cannot keep up with the evolution of those alien beasts, the consequences are unimaginable. Lu Chen nodded, becoming more aware of the importance of this so-called Ancient Martial Research Center. It was almost related to the fate of all humanity. It was akin to those world-class research centers in his past life, which were almost the driving force and guiding markers of human civilization's progress. Mentor, I still have one point I don't understand, Lu Chen said proactively. The cataclysm on Blue Star occurred 112 years ago. Didn't we discover ancient martial ruins before that? If we had explored the ruins earlier, wouldn't we have been able to avoid the losses in the early stages of the cataclysm? This historical question concerning the beginning of human evolution was not taught in high school, and online information was quite limited, which is why Lu Chen asked. Professor Su looked at Lu Chen with approval before saying, actually, this isn't too big of a secret, it's fine to tell you now. You're right, ancient martial ruins were not discovered only after the cataclysm. On the contrary, ancient martial ruins had already been unearthed on our Huaxia land more than 300 years ago. Professor Su sighed and continued, but so what? At that time, although we also studied ancient martial arts and even produced a large number of martial cultivators, no one could cultivate the great powers recorded by the ancients. Compared to technological progress, it was insignificant. Professor Su said, so gradually, the direction of research changed. The root cause lies in the disappearance of elemental energy in ancient times. By the way, the ancients referred to it as spiritual energy. Although we don't know if it's the same thing, its effects should be similar. Without this elemental energy, ancient martial arts could only serve to strengthen the body, at most reaching the level of a formal martial artist. Until that day came when elemental energy surged, as if unlocking the shackles of elemental energy on Blue Star. Plants and animals underwent mutations, and we thus opened the treasure of ancient martial cultivation. Professor Su sighed. That day, Lu Chen pondered, what exactly happened on May 23, 2024? Professor Su chuckled twice. I can't tell you that. Once you become a formal researcher, you'll naturally have the right to know. Lu Chen promptly fell silent and stopped asking. However, he felt that this secret must be related to extraterrestrial civilization. He just didn't know what the situation was at that time and what form the so-called extraterrestrial invasion took. Also, how could it be inferred that the next extraterrestrial invasion would occur around 2146? Let's not talk about that anymore. Professor Su interrupted Lu Chen's daydreaming and said seriously, now I need to tell you about your research direction. As an assistant researcher, Lu Chen immediately perked up. This meant he would have the opportunity to engage with new martial arts legacies. The research directions of ancient martial arts or ancient martial artists are numerous: history, culture, customs, feng shui, and so on. You don't need to concern yourself with them. Combining your strengths, you only need to focus on the research of the inheritance of ancient martial arts. Martial skills are the priority, followed by breathing techniques, Professor Su said solemnly. Of course, it's not that breathing techniques aren't important, but this area is too profound and complex for you to delve into at this moment. Your talent in martial skill practice is evident. I've heard that you can even deduce earth-level martial skills from human-level martial skills, just like the wind step, wind cleaver, and golden light wave you demonstrated? At this point, Professor Su seemed somewhat anxious and inquisitive. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and said, indeed, I have some insights, but they are not very mature yet. It wasn't that he was unwilling to admit it, but this thing still had its limitations for now. He had first practiced these 3 earth-level martial skills to break down the human-level martial skills, which allowed him to use external aids to deduce different directions of earth-level martial skills. The basic martial skills learned in high school, however, had not evolved. But even so, Professor Su took a deep breath and said excitedly, that's already impressive. It shows you have a high talent in this area. Moreover, being able to perfect the rolling knife 18 forms and dragon seizing skill that I taught you in 2 months is enough to further prove your comprehension talent. If I'm not mistaken, you should have also perfected the mountain transcending seal, right? Professor Su asked, staring at Lu Chen. There was nothing to hide about this, and Lu Chen nodded honestly. Professor Su was clearly a bit stirred. In his experience, he had never seen someone with such high comprehension. That's right. Although strength is determined by more than just martial skills are undoubtedly an extremely important aspect. It concerns not only the individual but also the future of martial cultivation in Huaxia as a whole. So, you must take it seriously. Seeing Lu Chen's unusually calm demeanor, Professor Su suddenly laid down the heavy medicine. Let me put it this way, as long as you can research out a brand new martial skill, you won't have to worry about resources for the rest of your life. I can promise you here that as long as it comes from your martial skill inheritance, you will receive corresponding rights. Protection. You should know what that means, right? Professor Su said with a smile, looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's heart stirred. He certainly understood that this was his intellectual property. As long as someone practiced it, it could bring him benefits. Even if he had to pay a portion to the country and the school, he could still lie at home and collect money. Isn't this my dream? Lu Chen was already starting to feel excited. Professor Su continued, repairing incomplete martial skills, breaking down earth-level martial skills, deducing human-level martial skills, plus the most challenging task of creating entirely new martial skills. This is your research topic. Although you are an assistant researcher, no one will forcibly interfere with you. You can work independently. If you encounter any problems, you can consult and discuss with the old professors at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute. How about it? Is this condition flexible enough? Professor Su said generously. Lu Chen indeed felt very satisfied and understood his research direction. However, these were all long-term matters. He still had immediate needs that had not been met. Professor, when can I start working with these martial skills? I want to begin as soon as possible. Lu Chen had long been eager for the martial skills in the school's arsenal, and the external aid for automatic cultivation had been idle for a long time. This was wasting his time. Professor Su laughed heartily. You can have your access activated today, as long as it's martial arts from the campus arsenal you can practice. In addition, you can also start accessing the incomplete martial skill inheritances from the Research Institute, but absolutely cannot disclose them. Kid, although the school's arsenal is open to you for free, don't just think about taking advantage of the school without putting in any effort. Professor Su reminded him seriously. If by the end of the year there are no results, the benefits of your assistant researcher position will be taken back by the college. I understand, mentor. Rest assured, I will certainly do my best to contribute to the country and the school. Lu Chen bowed earnestly. Good, it's great that you have this awareness, Professor Su said, feeling relieved. Your research project funding has also come through, which can be used to purchase resources from the outside market, but it cannot be equated to academic credits. This is to ensure fair competition among students. I hope you can understand. I understand. Lu Chen was not that greedy. Having an additional 200 million in funding each year was already very satisfying for him. Alright, let's go, Professor Su said as he led Lu Chen outside. Most of the formal researchers here are senior professors at the school. I will send you their information later. This will make it easier for you to consult with them. In the next 2 hours, Professor Su personally took Lu Chen around the Research and Development Center. Aside from some extremely confidential areas, Lu Chen had a preliminary understanding of the place. By the time he returned to the villa dormitory, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Lu Chen hung a no visitors sign at the door, closed it securely, and then went to the second-floor observation deck to access the college's electronic arsenal. Start selecting martial arts techniques. Lu Chen eagerly searched for the techniques he needed at the moment. First, he looked for a martial art that could enhance his mental will, like the Tiger Roar technique, which was crucial for upgrading his external capabilities. Without needing to look too much, Lu Chen already had a target in mind. To be precise, in the arsenal of Jiangnan Martial University, there was only one earth-grade martial art that could refine mental will. Dragon's Roar Wave. Lu Chen stared at the introduction of this martial art, feeling excited. An upper-tier earth-grade martial art, it resonated the vibrations of the body's blood and the brain domain to enhance mental will. It could also attack enemies by emitting sound waves of vital energy, intimidating their spirit and shaking their physique. Regardless of whether it's as powerful as they say, the name is quite mystical. Are there really dragons in this world? Lu Chen muttered to himself as he selected this martial art. After choosing one martial art, Lu Chen began to look for a second one that he liked, which was the archery technique he had thought of earlier. Soon, he found what he was looking for. Big Dipper 7 Stars Arrow, Mid-Tier Earth Grade. Wow, that name is quite imposing. The Big Dipper 7 Stars Arrow, when perfected, could easily hit a target 100 steps away. The most important aspect was the so-called 7 stars. The 7 arrows could collide and change direction, stacking their power. After selecting the archery technique, Lu Chen continued to search for other martial arts to further enrich his arsenal. If he weren't afraid of scaring people, Lu Chen would have wanted to inherit the entire arsenal directly. But even so, he felt a sense of exhilaration from head to toe. He had never been this extravagant before. The snake sword, layered waves palm, cloud smoke step, and continuous pearl cannon fist. Lu Chen checked them all. These 4 martial arts techniques were the ones that had caught Lu Chen's interest during today's sparring with his classmates. Most importantly, those classmates had cultivated these techniques to perfection. This meant that Lu Chen could significantly accelerate his training speed through friendly exchanges with them, saving a lot of effort. Of course, there were also some techniques he was very fond of, like Chen Hao's great strength diamond body. However, this body refinement technique was not available in the martial arts library of Jiangnan Martial University. Moreover, it had very specific requirements for physical constitution, so Lu Chen could only temporarily give it up. In addition, Lu Chen also chose the Poison Dragon Spear and 100 Flowers Whip, both of which were earth-level techniques representing spear and whip techniques, respectively. Thus, he had selected a total of 8 earth-level techniques from the school's library. There were over 100 earth-level techniques in the library, and Lu Chen was not in a hurry. He would try them out first. He still did not know the limits of the automatic training system, so he had to be careful not to overdo it. Besides these earth-level techniques, as an assistant researcher, I also need to see if I can repair incomplete martial arts. Professor Su had already granted him the necessary permissions. Therefore, Lu Chen selected a technique called breaking waves, which was also described as a high-quality earth-level technique. This technique was somewhat incomplete and could only be cultivated to the subtle level. Moreover, breaking waves was special in that it allowed martial artists to breathe underwater and swim quickly. The term riding the wind and breaking the waves probably refers to this. To test the limits of the automatic training system, Lu Chen then selected 20 techniques from the human-level category. Although the power of human-level techniques seemed somewhat lacking to him now, Lu Chen, who had come this far, understood that these foundational techniques were very important. The more solid the foundation, the higher he would start when cultivating higher-grade techniques, and the difficulty would correspondingly decrease. Furthermore, Lu Chen wanted to see if he could use the system's simulations to evolve some of these human-level techniques into Earth-level ones. This was also one of the topics he needed to research as an assistant researcher. Additionally, a broad foundation in martial arts would be the basis for his future creation of techniques. For Lu Chen, who possessed an automatic training system, broadening his knowledge was the most suitable path. It was like studying. First, he would read extensively, then focus on the essentials, gradually forming his own combat system. This was the path of accumulating knowledge and then unleashing it, which suited Lu Chen perfectly. After confirming his selections, Lu Chen was called over by Professor Su that evening. "Are you crazy? Choosing so many techniques at once, do you think you can eat them?" Professor Su found it hard to understand Lu Chen's thought process. Most people would thoroughly master one technique or choose another only after hitting a bottleneck. But Lu Chen had chosen 29 techniques at once, as if he were afraid they would run away, wanting to empty the martial arts library of Jiangnan Martial University in one go. Of course, Lu Chen couldn't explain the existence of the cheat system. He could only innocently and patiently explain, "Mentor, I'm doing this to better simulate martial arts. Think about it, the tasks you've assigned are so daunting. If I don't broaden my knowledge, how can I simulate martial techniques and repair those incomplete martial arts? Besides, you've seen the speed at which I cultivated techniques before. What I'm best at is cultivating multiple techniques simultaneously, verifying them against each other so that I can spark inspiration." Lu Chen fabricated this reasoning. However, although it was fabricated, it made sense, especially with his previous achievements as evidence. Upon hearing this, Professor Su seemed to find some truth in it. This kid's speed in cultivating techniques was indeed unmatched by others. He had given him 3 Earth-level techniques, even a high-quality Earth-level dragon seizing skill, thinking it would make him retreat in the face of difficulty. Who would have thought that in just 2 months he had completed all his cultivation? You can't measure it with ordinary people. With this thought, Professor Su calmed down and simply reminded, "I hope you don't go astray. However, with so many martial arts inheritances, it's safer for you to receive them here with me. Just wait," Professor Su instructed. "Thank you, mentor." It didn't matter where he received the inheritance, Lu Chen had no objections. Sure enough, in less than an hour, the martial arts inheritance jade slips that Lu Chen needed were delivered to Professor Su. Under Professor Su's watchful eyes, Lu Chen began to receive them one by one. By the time he had received all the jade slips, it was already late at night and his head was spinning. The amount of information was truly overwhelming for an ordinary person. "Now you know how formidable it is, hurry back and rest." Professor Su looked at Lu Chen, whose expression was numb, with a hint of amusement. Lu Chen quickly took his leave and soon returned to his villa dormitory. To be honest, he was really at risk of crashing right now. Just as he received 10 martial arts inheritances, Lu Chen discovered that the automatic cultivation system had reached its limit and no longer actively absorbed new martial arts. Even so, the constant stream of prompts in his mind nearly drowned him. The arm extending fist absorbed experience from the iron wire fist and 7 steps killing fist, directly reaching minor success. The snake sword absorbed experience from the cloud piercing finger and 7 steps killing fist, directly reaching minor success. Layered waves palm, directly reaching minor success. At this moment, looking at his personal panel, Lu Chen was almost dazzled. Name, Lu Chen level, martial artist 7th stage, 45%. Martial arts, low-grade human rank, 9 shadow steps. Perfect. Heart-piercing foot perfect mid-grade human rank, 7 steps killing fist perfect, 3-inch palm perfect, arm extending fist minor success, 88%. Top-grade human rank, tiger roar. Skill perfect low-grade earth rank, rolling knife 18 styles perfect, snake sword minor success, 45%, layered waves palm minor success, 63%, cloud smoke steps minor success, 56%, poison. Dragon spear minor success, 23%, 100 flowers whip minor success, 17%. Mid-grade earth rank, golden bell shield perfect, wind blade leg perfect, swift wind shadowless steps perfect. Mountain toppling seal perfect, big dipper 7-star arrow minor success, 1%, continuous cannon fist minor success, 15%. High-grade earth rank, dragon seizing skill perfect, dragon roar wave. Entry, 59%, breaking wave formula entry, 27%. On his personal panel, there were 10 martial arts that had not been fully cultivated. As for the other 19 human rank martial arts that Lu Chen had chosen, although he had received them, they did not show up. It was clear that the automatic cultivation system could only accommodate 10 martial arts for automatic cultivation. At the same time, any more and it would really crash. Indeed, there is a limit. It seems I still have to cultivate 10 at a time, I can't do it all at once. Lu Chen thought regretfully. As expected by Lu Chen, the progress and speed of automatic cultivation for these 10 martial arts techniques varied according to their focus and difficulty. Especially the Dragon Roar Wave and the Breaking Wave technique, both of which were high-grade Earth-level martial arts, had only reached the entry level. My own focus in cultivation is still on the Dragon Roar Wave and the Breaking Wave technique. These two techniques are the most difficult. The Snake Sword, Layered Wave Palm, Pearl Cannon Fist, and Cloud Smoke Step can be practiced with classmates to speed up. For the other martial arts, I can look for corresponding classes or seek guidance from teachers to accelerate. The faculty strength at Jiangnan Martial University was undeniable. Almost every martial art could find a proficient teacher. Lu Chen thought that as long as he could quickly cultivate the Dragon Roar Wave to a certain level, he could overall boost the speed of automatic cultivation. That day, Lu Chen ordered a set of secondary mid-grade bows and arrows from the credit mall, spending a full 2,200 credits. With this, the credits he had earned before were reduced to only 400. This amount of credits is barely enough for me to cultivate in the Yuan energy chamber for an hour. Lu Chen lamented. It was truly insufficient. The next day, Lu Chen took his meager few hundred credits to experience the effects of the Yuan energy chamber. He also wanted to know just how miraculous the highly praised Yuan energy chamber was. 300 credits for 1 hour. Be sure to manage your time, reminded a middle-aged teacher outside the chamber. 30,000 huaxia coins for 1 hour. This is really a money pit. Lu Chen watched as 300 credits were deducted, feeling heartbroken. Jiangnan Martial University had a total of 1,000 yuan energy chambers. Lu Chen casually chose an empty chamber and found it to be a closed space of about 10 square meters. In the center of the chamber was something resembling a cushion, and apart from that, it was quite ordinary. However, once he sat cross-legged on that cushion, he immediately felt something different. Invisible and colorless yuan energy surged from the cushion beneath him, extremely pure and rich. Lu Chen dared not waste time and quickly operated the qi absorption technique to accelerate the absorption of yuan energy. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his mind. The qi absorption technique has detected a pure and rich energy environment, beginning to accelerate. Cultivation speed increased 5-fold. Lu Chen was stunned. This speed made him feel as if he had returned to the time when he was still at the martial apprentice stage. It should be noted that after reaching the 7th stage of a martial artist, his cultivation speed had slowed down again, even after starting to take secondary mid-grade nutritional products. His cultivation could only increase by 3% each day. Adding in the active cultivation of the qi absorption technique, it was only 6% per day. Yet in this yuan energy chamber, his qi absorption technique cultivation speed could actually increase 5-fold. This was simply a bug. Lu Chen roughly calculated that if he actively cultivated here for 1 hour, his cultivation could increase by 8%. Over a full day of 24 hours, he could directly break through to the 8th stage of a martial artist. Of course, the credits required for a whole day would exceed 30,000, which was over 300,000 huaxia coins, something Lu Chen could not afford at the moment. Credits, so this is how important they are. No wonder the academy would rather give me 200 million than directly give me credits. Lu Chen thought while continuously operating the qi absorption technique, his mind racing. I must seize the time to earn credits. This could save me so much time in accumulating cultivation. Although it was a bit more expensive than taking nutritional products. The time saved was far more important than money. Lu Chen was unaware that at that moment, the middle-aged teacher in the Yuan energy chamber monitoring room was even more shocked and pained. Is this student named Lu Chen taking the wrong medicine, or is he cheating? The middle-aged teacher stared at the chamber where Lu Chen was, especially at the data showing the intense consumption of Yuan energy, feeling somewhat unable to accept it. The speed of absorbing Yuan energy was almost comparable to that of a high-level martial master. The school's energy chamber has its limits, and this energy doesn't come from nowhere. The middle-aged teacher kept blinking, confirming he wasn't mistaken, and hurriedly called his superior to inquire. This student named Lu Chen is almost draining the energy chamber dry. It's a losing proposition. Less than 10 minutes later, the response came from above. No need to worry too much. He is the top freshman this year, and it's normal for him to have exceptional talent. Supply him with as much as he can absorb and increase the energy output frequency. The middle-aged teacher then realized that it wasn't the student's problem but rather his own overreaction. This kid is remarkable. Spending an hour here is equivalent to several days of training for others. What a steal. When the hour ended and Lu Chen reluctantly emerged from the chamber, the middle-aged teacher specifically reminded him to consolidate his cultivation when he returned. Level, Martial Artist Level 7, 54%. When Lu Chen returned to his dormitory, he was still thinking about the meditation cushion in the chamber. The efficiency was just too high. If I could train in there every day, I'd probably reach Martial Sovereign in a year. No doubt about it, earning credits. Following that, Lu Chen's university life entered a busy and regular phase. He attended necessary classes, and when there were no classes, he would spar and exchange ideas with classmates like Chun Hao and Jiang Tao, or seek out corresponding teachers to accelerate his martial arts training. If any students came to challenge him, Lu Chen would also take the time to accept, earning some credits along the way. However, in less than a month, no one among the freshmen dared to challenge Lu Chen anymore. They simply couldn't compete. Lu Chen's position as the top freshman was thus recognized, and his reputation even spread to other universities. The virtual trial tower was something Lu Chen hardly visited. That thing was less effective than real combat, offered no credit rewards, and couldn't accelerate his martial arts training, so he had little interest in it. After nearly a month, the hundreds of credits Lu Chen earned daily were almost entirely spent in the energy chamber. By October 7, he had broken through twice, soaring to martial artist level 9. His martial skills had also made significant progress. Name, Lu Chen level, martial artist level 9, 5%. Martial skills, low-grade human rank, perfected 9 shadow steps. Perfected heart-piercing kick mid-grade human rank, perfected 7 steps killing fist. Top-grade human rank, perfected tiger roar technique low-grade earth rank, perfected rolling knife 18 styles, perfected wandering snake sword, perfected layered wave palm, perfected cloud smoke steps. Perfected Poison Dragon Spear, perfected 100 Flowers Whip mid-grade Earth rank, perfected Golden Bell Shield, perfected Wind Blade Leg, perfected Swift Wind Shadow Steps, perfected Mountain Toppling Seal, perfected Big Dipper 7-star Arrow, perfected Continuous Cannon Fist high-grade Earth rank, perfected Dragon Seizing Technique, Dragon Roar Wave Subtle 39%, Breaking Wave Technique Subtle 13%. It was also on this day that Lu Chen finally had the opportunity to earn a large number of credits, because a freshman challenge team from North China Martial Arts University came over for a friendly spar. In just a month, Lu Chen not only perfected the 8 martial arts he had recently learned, but he also brought the remaining 19 human-tier martial arts he had chosen last time to a state of perfection. Among them were the Thunder Palm, the Bagua Staff, and the Bone Transformation Palm, all of which were high-quality human-tier techniques. The only exceptions were the superior earth-tier techniques, the Dragon Roar Wave and the Breaking Wave technique, which were still at the subtle level. This speed of martial arts cultivation had completely surpassed the efficiency of the 2 months during the summer break. The reasons for this, aside from the excellent external conditions at Jiangnan Martial University, also included half the credit going to the Dragon Roar technique. The superior earth-tier Dragon Roar technique had a far stronger effect on the honing of his mental will compared to the initial Tiger Roar technique. As the water rises, the boat rises with it. The automatic cultivation system grew alongside, leading to a multiplication of cultivation speeds. The progress of the Dragon Roar Wave was steadily increasing, while the cultivation speed of the incomplete Breaking Wave technique had noticeably declined. What reassured Lu Chen was that although the cultivation of the Breaking Wave technique was slow after reaching the subtle level, it at least had not come to a standstill. This meant that he had hope of deducing this incomplete martial art to completeness, and thus achieving perfection. The significance of this was profound. Once he perfected this martial art and resubmitted it to the Ancient Martial Research Institute, it would become a martial arts legacy he led. At that time, a substantial amount of academic credits would be inevitable, along with other benefits in fame and fortune. Only then could he firmly establish himself as the so-called assistant researcher. Just as Lu Chen was preparing to find Professor Su to wholesale martial arts techniques again, the challenge from North China Martial University. For the first-year students arrived. This is a great opportunity to earn academic credits. He had been worried about not having many chances to earn credits, only able to spend 1 or 2 hours a day in the energy chamber. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to make a big profit, he would be confident in breaking through within a month and reaching the martial master realm. The school had clear regulations that only students who reached the martial master level could lead teams on external missions. Lu Chen didn't want to follow those seniors as a lackey, so he had to find a way to lead the team himself. At that time, his academic credits would flow in continuously and his cultivation would continue to rise, forming a virtuous cycle. This is really timely. Lu Chen found Professor Su that day and signed up to participate in the upcoming exchange battle between the two schools. What did you say? Professor Su was taken aback by Lu Chen. You want to challenge all the exchange students from North China Martial University by yourself? Isn't that a bit arrogant? Professor Su shook his head. True, your current martial artist level 9 is not weak. However, among the 9 first-year students coming from North China Martial University, there is one martial master. Even if you have strong combat power and can defeat that martial master student, can you withstand the others coming at you one after another? In this kind of exchange battle, there won't be any time for you to rest in between. Lu Chen still insisted on his opinion. Don't worry, mentor, when have I ever boasted? No. Professor Su continued to shake his head. This is not a child's play. It concerns the honor and reputation of Jiangnan Martial University. How can I let you take the lead? The competition between the two schools is fierce. They are not here with good intentions, Professor Su emphasized. Moreover, this matter is not solely up to me. The school will not allow you to act recklessly. You should keep those little thoughts to yourself. Don't let academic credits blind your eyes. Professor Su saw through Lu Chen's intentions. Lu Chen chuckled. Then how about this? I'll be the first to fight, and when I fall, the others can take over. He had already heard that the school placed great importance on this exchange battle. As long as the participating students fought, regardless of victory or defeat, they would receive academic credits. Of course, the rewards for winning would be even higher. Winning a match earns a reward of 10,000 credits, Lu Chen thought. If he could sweep all 9 opponents, that would mean 90,000 credits in his pocket. 90,000 credits. In the month since he enrolled, he had only earned a little over 10,000. He had already figured out how to allocate those 90,000 credits, with no extra credits to spare for other students. Professor Su saw that Lu Chen was insistent and nodded, saying, originally, I wanted you, the top student, to be the last to take the stage. Since you are so confident, you can go first. However, to prevent any unexpected situations later, you must at least defeat 3 opponents. Lu Chen was overjoyed at this. Yes, I guarantee I will complete the task and exceed it. Not for any other reason, but that one person equals 10,000 credits, which was enough to make him fight with all his might. 3 opponents? Even if it meant fighting until he bled, Lu Chen would break through all 9. On October 8, the playground of Jiangnan Martial Arts University was exceptionally lively. Although it was just a friendly exchange between the freshmen of the North and South schools, all the faculty and students were paying attention. The rivalry between the two schools had a long history, and every year at the National College Martial Arts Competition, they fought fiercely. This time, the freshmen from North China Martial Arts University had come to challenge, clearly trying to gauge Jiangnan Martial Arts University's strength. Therefore, not only the freshmen, but also some upperclassmen from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years came to see the level of this new batch of students. Among them were many who had made it onto Jiangnan Martial Arts University's top 100 list, the most famous being Wenren Jinghong and Lu Fian, who were surrounded by a large group of students. These two were 3rd-year students in the ancient martial arts comprehensive major, ranking 10th and 3rd on the top 100 list, respectively. Although Wenren Jinghong ranked lower than Lu Fian on the list, her fame and reputation were higher. This explosive figure, dressed in a wild manner, was also the top beauty of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Moreover, Lu Fian had always been low-key, even subtly following Wenren Jinghong's lead, willingly playing a supporting role. At the highest point of the eastern tiered stands, Wenren Jinghong lazily stretched, her impressive curve immediately eliciting numerous sounds of swallowing from those around. However, with a glare from Lu Fian beside her, those gazes quickly shifted away. Yanzi, no need to mind them, showing off a bit won't cost me a piece of meat, Wenren Jinghong said nonchalantly, her voice charming and soft, captivating hearts. Lu Fian nearly responded with an but her cold gaze continued to survey the surroundings. I heard there's an outstanding freshman from Kyoto this year. I wonder if our juniors can hold their own. It would be great if we could produce a good talent too. Sigh, I still vividly remember losing to North China Martial Arts University in last year's martial arts competition. Wu Tao and Wang Tang go to the wilderness every day, determined to redeem our honor. Unfortunately, that person from North China Martial Arts University is too strong. We might have to wait until he graduates for our chance. Lu Fian remains silent, only clenching her fist and then helplessly relaxing it. Yes, that person was indeed too powerful, capable of making Jiangnan Martial Arts University unable to lift its head. Wow, the 9 students from North China Martial Arts University this time are no ordinary people. On the other end of the playground, Chen Yufei shouted somewhat exaggeratedly. They're either recommended students or top scholars from various provinces. Each one is hiding their true abilities, and we only just found their information now. The strongest one, named Zhao Yuntian, is a recommended student who even entered North China Martial Arts University 6 months early. Also, Zhao Yuntian is already a second-tier martial master, far surpassing his peers, Chen Yufei said with concern. Beside Chen Yufei, a gathering of beauties could be seen. Lu Qingqing was on the left, and the recently familiar senior Li Yuru was on the right, along with 7 or 8 of Li Yuru's classmates. However, it was clear that these girls were not there for Chen Yufei. Their beautiful eyes were all fixed on Lu Chen, who was meditating on the playground. As Li Yuru said, these girls were all little fans of Lu Chen, having admired him for a long time. They had been following Lu Chen's personal account since the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. Later, after Lu Chen enrolled, they got to know him through Li Yuru's introduction. However, Lu Chen spent most of his time in training, so they weren't very familiar with him yet. But it was precisely this sense of distance that made these seniors even more in awe of Lu Chen. The top freshman and assistant researcher at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute was a legendary figure in their eyes. At this moment, hearing the news that Chen Yufei found online, the beauties suddenly turned pale. Lu's younger brother. Shouldn't lose, right? I remember he defeated a level 3 storm ape during the college entrance exam. One of the seniors hesitated. Listen to that, Lu's younger brother, both respectful and endearing. Chen Yufei envied him in his heart, but shook his head. It's hard to say right now. Zhao Yuntian is not just a simple second-tier martial master. Someone leaked that he once single-handedly hunted a level 3 6-tier exotic beast. Hearing this, Li Yuru and the others became even more anxious. Yes, he is also a genius, and his cultivation far surpasses Lu Chen's. How can they compete? Damn, this is cheating. Zhao Yuntian has been kept under wraps by North China Martial Arts University for so long, and now, suddenly released to challenge us, giving us no chance to prepare. Chen Yufei said with frustration. Instead, it was usually quiet and gentle Lu Qingqing who confidently said, I still believe in Lu Chen. His progress in these past few months has been greater. It's just that Lu Chen hasn't had time to hunt beasts in the wild, so he hasn't made it onto the top 100 list and doesn't have any dazzling achievements. When Chen Yufei heard this, it made sense, and after giving Lu Qingqing a thumbs up, he turned to comfort the other girls. Chen Yufei and the others held a pessimistic attitude towards this battle, not to mention the other students present. The surrounding stands, which could accommodate more than 20,000 people, were now packed, mostly with freshmen. These freshmen had come to see the fierce competition between the two schools, especially to see how strong the reclusive top student from their own school really was. However, when they saw the lineup from North China Martial Arts University and checked their strength and achievements, each one felt a bit horrified and nervous. One second-tier martial master was one thing, but the other 8 students were all 9-tier martial artists. Moreover, their records almost all included the glory of hunting level 3 exotic beasts. These 9 freshmen were clearly the new stars cultivated with all the resources of North China Martial Arts University. In contrast, the students from Jiangnan Martial Arts University were all from the Ancient Martial Arts Comprehensive Major. This was understandable, as it was the strongest major in the school. But what about their strength? Not a single martial master, and their cultivation levels were uneven. There were some at 9-tier, but most were 7 or 8-tier competitors. How could they compete? They came prepared, while we were just going about our usual teaching, hastily responding to the challenge. In the center of the stands, several leaders from Jiangnan Martial University had rather grim expressions. The president was absent, and the situation was being managed by a senior vice president named Zhou Yuantong. This vice president was already in his 80s, yet his hair was as black as steel needles, and his face bore no wrinkles. He was notorious for his fiery temper at Jiangnan Martial University, where he was in charge of student training. His strength was also substantial, being a well-known martial king expert. Beside Vice President Zhou sat Professor Su Dongxing, the class mentor for the Ancient Martial Arts program. However, the 68-year-old Professor Su looked much older than Vice President Zhou. There was no way around it. Without reaching the level of martial king, one's lifespan would only be around 120 years. Unlike Vice President Zhou, who, barring any accidents, could live at least 200 years. Damn it, Vice President Zhou's resolute square face was filled with anger. I miscalculated. Those old geezers from North China Martial University actually played dirty this year and launched a surprise attack. It's only been a month since the semester started, and so many good seedlings have popped up, specifically coming to provoke us. Is it really necessary? There was never such a rule before. Vice President Zhou's voice sounded like thunder, completely disregarding that the leading professor from North China Martial University could hear him from a distance. Professor Su felt a bit awkward and lowered his voice, saying, "Brother Zhou, you should calm down. They've come, so if we show fear before the battle, we'll just be laughed at." Laugh at what? Who dares to laugh at us from Jiangnan Martial University? Vice President Zhou's anger flared even more. If we're going to fight, let's fight. Who's afraid? Tell your students to just go for it and bring out the spirit of Jiangnan Martial University. However, Su Dongxing understood that even Vice President Zhou didn't have high hopes for their side. Well then, it's up to you, Lu Chen. I don't expect you to take down all 9, but if you can take down 3 or 4, we won't be completely at their mercy. He also wanted to see what Lu Chen's current strength was. This kid had spent almost the entire month in closed-door training or bullying his classmates, and he hadn't even tested his strength in the virtual trial tower, leaving Professor Su unable to gauge him. On the playground, the students from both sides had gathered for battle. As the top student in his freshman year, Lu Chen naturally took on the role of captain. Behind him were the 8 students with higher student numbers in the ancient martial arts program, including Chen Hao, all of whom looked serious and eager to fight. They could all see that North China Martial University was coming in strong this time and wouldn't be easy to deal with. However, when Lu Chen opened his mouth to assign the battle order, everyone was a bit stunned. "You all take a break, eat some snacks, I can handle this alone." After casually giving his instructions, Lu Chen turned and stepped forward alone, leaving everyone with a cool silhouette. Everyone was dumbfounded. There was a live broadcast going on. "Captain Lu, do you really have to be this arrogant?" At this moment, the official platforms of Jiangnan Martial University and North China Martial University have both started live broadcasts. Therefore, this competition between the two schools is not only being watched by teachers and students on the playground, but also by millions of online viewers on the platforms. Lu Chen's words reached the live broadcast platform, instantly causing a huge uproar. Isn't this the top scorer of the college entrance examination? Does he really think he's the best in the country, wanting to take on 9 opponents from North China Martial University? A rookie who only had a martial arts level of 4 during the college entrance examination dares to boast, completely unaware of his own limitations. He probably doesn't know that. We have students at North China Martial University who were directly admitted and didn't even take the college entrance examination, yet their strength far surpasses that of the top scorers from various provinces, commented a student from North China Martial University indignantly. Lu Chen's strength is evident to all. What's wrong with North China Martial University? We can still send you back. I just love Lu Chen's dominance. The students from Jiangnan Martial University were not backing down either. Before the competitors even began to fight, the students and supporters from both schools on the platform had already started a war of words. The participating students from North China Martial University clearly saw Lu Chen's casual provocation through the live broadcast platform. "Chief, let me go first. I guarantee that this so-called national top scorer will taste the bitter fruit of boasting," a young man with an afro volunteered. Zhao Yuntian stood tall and had a stern expression. He simply said, "No need to be overly excited, this is just the opponents baiting words. If we act too aggressively and lose our composure, that would be falling into his trap. Let's stick to the original plan. Luo Yuan will go first and test his strength." Zhao Yuntian said calmly. Luo Yuan was a stout man, his body bulky like a round ball, looking nothing like a martial artist. However, when he stepped up to fight, no student from North China Martial University raised any objections. And when Luo Yuan unleashed his aura, no one dared to underestimate him. A peak martial artist at the 9th level, just a step away from breaking through to the martial master level. This fat guy is not simple. There is a significant difference between being at the peak of the 9th level and just entering it. Lu Chen stepped forward, looking at the sneering fat man across from him, and cupped his fists, saying, "Students from North China Martial University have come from afar. I should show some hospitality. Please make your move first. I won't fight back for 3 moves. Such grand words. No wonder he is the chief of Jiangnan Martial University. A student from Jiangnan Martial University shouted in the live stream. Luo Yuan's sneer deepened as he mocked Lu Chen. Luo Yuan from North China Martial University. If you can only talk big, you might be out after 3 moves. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yuan's body turned into a blur, charging towards Lu Chen. Letting 3 moves be 3 moves, Luo Yuan did not try to show off at this moment. In his view, showing courtesy in battle was simply a path to death, just like Lu Chen across from him. Luo Yuan's body was large, but his speed was incredibly fast, like a rolling ball, exuding a strong sense of pressure. When this ball collided at high speed, Lu Chen surprisingly did not dodge, taking the hit head-on, which drew gasps from the crowd. However, they quickly realized that Lu Chen's body seemed to float like a falling leaf, retreating gracefully and dissipating most of the force, landing calmly. What excellent footwork! Neither Luo Yuan nor most of the audience on the stands and platforms could catch the flow of Lu Chen's energy. It's the cloud. Smoke step. Jiang Tao, sitting in the preparation area, was slightly taken aback. Isn't this the martial skill she excels at? When did Lu Chen cultivate it to such a level? This is clearly perfected. The cloud smoke step is agile and ethereal, excelling in small range movements and dissipating force even more than the windless step. One move. Lu Chen's voice echoed across the playground, carrying a provocative tone. Luo Yuan was not impatient. Instead, he transformed back into a ball, charging towards Lu Chen without looking back. This time, the sphere transformed by Luo Yuan not only rolled towards him, but also brought with it a dense array of energy beams shooting out in all directions. Such area damage, even with Lu Chen's exceptional agility, could not be completely avoided. Ding ding. Lu Chen still did not dodge. He relied on his agility to dissipate the force while raising the golden bell shield, bracing against the opponent's energy beams. The golden light wave of the perfect realm. This is a martial skill Lu Chen used during the college entrance examination practical test, and he has mastered it even more now. That's not the point. Didn't you notice? Lu Chen's cultivation level, his cultivation level. He has actually reached the 9th stage of a martial artist, an audience member exclaimed. I've been paying attention to him for a long time. During the college entrance exam, he was only at the 4th stage of a martial artist. In just 3 months, he has continuously broken through to the 9th stage. What kind of medicine did he take? This is insane. When Lu Chen activated the golden light wave and his aura leaked out, the audience finally realized his cultivation level. 9th stage of a martial artist. Although it wasn't that astonishing among the two schools, the problem was that compared to his previous level, this progress was truly terrifying. Even Chen Hao and others in his class were somewhat stunned. Just a month ago, wasn't he only at the 7th stage of a martial artist? How come we are still stuck in place while you've already broken through to the 9th stage? The 9th stage of a martial artist is absolutely the best among the freshmen at Jiangnan Martial University. Second move. Lu Chen shouted while defending against the opponent's energy beams. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, but Lu Chen aimed to defeat his opponent with the least cost. 1 through 9 was no joke. If Lu Chen truly wanted to achieve it, he had to conserve energy in the early stages. Therefore, by using the gimmick of allowing 3 moves, he could find the opponent's flaws and win with less effort. Luo Yuan was clearly provoked by Lu Chen's voice, no longer hiding, spinning like a top at high speed. The fierce wind accompanied Luo Yuan's furious roar, and around his body, a circle of increasingly solid energy rings began to form. Lu Chen's heart stirred. This was undoubtedly a martial skill of the perfect realm, and it bore a striking resemblance to the rolling knife 18 styles he practiced. The more energy accumulated, the greater the power. Clearly, Luo Yuan was turning the tables. You wanted me to give you 3 moves? Fine, as long as you don't interrupt my accumulation. This whirlwind slash will become increasingly terrifying. Let's see how you withstand it. However, just as Luo Yuan's energy accumulation reached its peak, with the energy spilling out 2 meters around him, he suddenly realized that Lu Chen was nowhere to be seen. When he finally spotted Lu Chen, he was shocked to find that the latter had already retreated 100 meters away, watching him leisurely. Damn it, why didn't you just leave the playground? Lu Chen stood at a distance, grinning. I only said to let you have 3 moves, but I never said I would stand still for you to hit me. I'm not going to just face you head on. You accumulate energy and I won't interrupt. But once you finish accumulating, it doesn't mean you can hit me. What now? Can you hold it in forever? Luo Yuan's face turned red from holding back, finally realizing he had fallen into Lu Chen's trap. In the first 2 moves, Lu Chen did not evade but faced them head on. This gave Luo Yuan a false sense of security, thinking the opponent wanted to confront him directly. Who would have thought that when he finally managed to accumulate energy for an attack, Lu Chen, with his superior agility and speed, had already run far away? How could he chase him? By the time he caught up, he would have already exhausted himself. Luo Yuan let out a roar, like an exploding balloon, launching himself towards Lu Chen in the distance. Forget it, even if they both got hurt, he wanted Lu Chen to pay a price. Unfortunately, Lu Chen didn't give him that chance at all. With the shadowless step combined with the cloud smoke step, he kept circling the playground, maintaining a distance of over 100 meters from the furious Luo Yuan. If you have the guts, don't run. Take my 3rd move. Luo Yuan was about to explode, his eyes red with rage. Lu Chen shouted. While running, aren't you satisfied with 3 moves? Do you still want me to stand here and let you fail? Boom! Finally, Luo Yuan could no longer hold back. The gathered energy within him erupted, exploding outward in all directions. The power was immense, but by the time it reached Lu Chen's side, it had already diminished. 3 moves have passed, it's my turn now. Lu Chen's voice, like a ghostly whisper, appeared in Luo Yuan's ear. That figure, who had somehow returned, delivered a wind blade kick, sending the severely weakened Luo Yuan flying, landing far away on the preparation seat of Huabei Martial University. Fourth move. Lu Chen lowered his leg. The outcome was already decided. He had allowed 3 moves, but the fourth would be a fatal strike. 10,000 credits in hand. Lu Chen had already started calculating his credits. The exchange between the two schools didn't require a life and death struggle. As long as one side admitted defeat or was pushed out of the designated area, the outcome could be determined. Luo Yuan was sent flying by Lu Chen's strike, still feeling unconvinced. This kid is using tricks. If he fought me head-on, it wouldn't necessarily be me who loses. He truly felt wronged, having not even unleashed half of his strength. So how did he lose? Alright. Zhao Yintian frowned slightly. You're still thinking too naively. In a real battle, who gives you the chance for a head-on fight? Go rest. Xianfeng, you go up. Don't give the opponent a chance to breathe. And don't rush. Even if you can't win, try to exhaust him as much as possible. Zhao Yuntian pointed to another person. It was the student with the explosive hairstyle. Xianfeng could no longer hold back, confidently saying, "Don't worry, at least I'll force him to use all his strength." At this moment, the audience and the live streaming platform were still buzzing with discussion. However, the positions of both sides were very clear. Jiangnan Martial University was, of course, supporting Lu Chen. Chief Lu was amazing, easily taking down one. What do you think? How many can Chief Lu take down? At least 3, right? The voices supporting Huabei Martial University were mostly on the live streaming platform. What's there to be proud of? It's just relying on a bit of cleverness. If you have the ability, fight with real weapons. Exactly. If it weren't for Luo Yuan's carelessness, he would definitely be the one losing. When Xianfeng took the stage, these discussions gradually quieted down, waiting silently for the second match to begin. Huabei Martial University, Xianfeng cupped his fists. I don't need you to hold back. Put away your tricks, Xianfeng continued. Lu Chen grinned. Alright. Before his words fell, Lu Chen's figure had already vanished from the spot. He wouldn't use the same tactic a second time. Since he didn't need to hold back, he would end it quickly. With the windless shadow step combined with the cloud smoke step, Lu Chen's figure became almost blurred, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. In terms of speed, I'm not afraid of you, Xianfeng shouted coldly. The ground beneath him suddenly exploded, turning black, propelling his body like a cannonball, accurately tracking Lu Chen's movements. This is the mid-grade Earth-level red flame body with extremely strong explosive power. I didn't expect the student to have cultivated it to perfection. In terms of body technique alone, Xianfeng is probably not inferior to Lu Chen. Lu Chen also noticed that while Chen Feng's movement technique was not as ethereal and unpredictable as his own, his short-distance explosive power was quite remarkable. He didn't have the advantage within the designated area. As he saw the opponent's speed and momentum blocking his path, Lu Chen didn't dodge but instead met it head-on, throwing a punch. In a direct attack, I've never been afraid of anyone. Xianfeng grinned savagely, and as his palms flew, a fiery red aura burst forth, meeting Lu Chen's fist. However, just as their fists were about to collide, Lu Chen's move suddenly changed from a punch to a claw. 2 claw-like energy marks extended from Lu Chen's palm, gripping Qianfeng's hands. A tremendous pulling force followed, and as Qianfeng's face changed in shock, it diverted his palm's strengthened body. Qianfeng watched helplessly as Lu Chen brushed past him. He wanted to turn and change his move, but the pulling force from the dragon capture technique, combined with his own inertia, was too great. He simply couldn't react in time. In contrast, Lu Chen, parallel to the opponent's body, suddenly delivered a 3-inch palm strike like a thunderclap, striking the back of Qianfeng's neck. Xianfeng couldn't evade in time and could only activate his aura to protect his vital points. But when Lu Chen's palm wind descended, Xianfeng realized he was wrong. This is not a 3-inch palm, or rather, it is not a martial skill in the usual sense. The energy contained within Lu Chen's palm surged like layers of waves, one after another, instantly breaking through the energy emanating from Qianfeng's neck. What followed was a tremendous force that sent Qianfeng crashing headfirst into the ground, knocking him unconscious. If Lu Chen hadn't reined in his strength in time, that single palm strike would have been enough to take Qianfeng's head off. It appeared to be a 3-inch palm, but internally it operated with the layered energy of the wave palm. The low-grade Earth-level wave palm focuses on internal attack, with energy concealed within, bursting forth in layers. Lu Chen simply didn't want others to see through his martial skills, which is why he used the guise of the 3-inch palm. Only when both martial skills reach perfection can such a seamless combination be achieved. With Qianfeng unconscious, the outcome was naturally clear. By the time he was carried off by the people from North China Martial University, the onlookers and the audience on the platform were still immersed in the lightning-fast battle that had just occurred, unable to extricate themselves. What just happened? Did you see Chief Lu's movements clearly? How many moves did he actually use? I feel like it was just one move that took down an opponent of the same 9th level. No way. I feel it should be 2 moves. Excluding his movement technique, he must have feigned a strike first, then used the 3-inch palm for a fatal blow. But that doesn't make sense. Shin Feng came in fiercely. Why did he miss? And it seemed like he was deliberately offering his neck to Lu Chen? You're all wrong. Look at the analysis from the expert on the platform. Shifu's movements were too fast. In the blink of an eye, he used a dragon capture technique, which threw off the opponent's attack and disrupted their balance. Dragon capture technique? My goodness, is that the one the school claims is the hardest to practice among the high-grade Earth-level techniques? Yes, that's the one. Moreover, the expert analyzed that Chief Lu's dragon capture technique has also reached perfection, allowing for effortless control. On the main stand, Vice Principal Zhou also widened his eyes slightly, looking at the somewhat dazed Professor Su beside him, and said in a hushed voice, "This kid is hiding quite a bit. It shouldn't just be about the moves, it's about how many types of martial skills he used in that series of strikes. If I'm not mistaken, aside from the wind step and the cloud smoke step, he also used the feint of the rapid fire fist and the pulling force of the dragon capture technique, plus the guise of the 3-inch palm and the final deadly wave palm, and each one is perfected?" At this point, even Vice Principal Zhou found it hard to believe. Professor Su gave Vice Principal Zhou a thumbs up. "You truly have an eye for detail. I couldn't see it. However, I do know that Lu Chen has indeed been practicing these martial skills." Professor Su was also at a loss. He knew it, but he didn't expect Lu Chen's martial skills to progress so quickly. The cloud smoke step, rapid fire fist, wave palm, hadn't they only been taught to Lu Chen a month ago? How could he have perfected them all? 20,000 credits. Lu Chen noted it down for himself again. Not to mention anything else, with these 20,000 credits, he could train continuously in the energy chamber for 3 days and nights, quickly breaking through to the rank of martial master. Thinking of this, Lu Chen became even more excited. The motivation that comes from becoming stronger was endless. In contrast to the excitement on the Jiangnan Martial University side, the situation for the North China Martial University, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, was somewhat awkward. They had traveled thousands of miles, imposing and proactive in issuing challenges, only to face setbacks as soon as they appeared. Not to mention themselves. Even the students from North China Martial University supporting them on the live streaming platform couldn't take it anymore. Zhao Yuntian, rise. Chief Zhao, victory is certain. The voices on the platform were high, urging Chief Zhao Yuntian, the martial master, to take the stage quickly. After 2 consecutive losses, they desperately needed a victory to turn the tide. Zhao Yuntian glanced at the leading professor on the high platform in the distance, saw him nod slightly, and then breathed a sigh of relief coldly, stating, "I will go." As the captain of North China Martial University and the strongest in the team, he realized that the morale of their side had been severely affected. If Lu Chen continued to win, even if he managed to turn the situation around later, the purpose of this trip would be greatly diminished. North China Martial University had prepared for so long for this surprise challenge, not just to win by a narrow margin, but to strongly defeat Jiangnan Martial University and establish their foundation as the #1 in the country. Seeing Zhao Yuntian personally take the stage, the audience on site and on the platform erupted. The North China Martial University side was filled with cheers. Chief Zhao is personally taking action. With the strength of a martial master, he will surely break through Jiangnan Martial University. Your chief from Jiangnan Martial University is just a stumbling block to him. Chief Zhao is mighty. On the Jiangnan Martial University side, apart from supportive voices, there was more worry and apprehension. Lu Chen has already fought 2 opponents and consumed quite a bit of energy. Does he still have a chance against Zhao Yuntian, who has reached the martial master level? Believe in Chief Lu, he defeated a level 3 beast when he was at the 4th stage of a martial artist. Now at the 9th stage, defeating a 2nd stage martial master should be a piece of cake. In the eastern stands, when Ren Jinghong's soft yet charming gaze shifted between Zhao Yuntian and Lu Chen, "Yan Zi, who do you think will win?" Lu Fian replied calmly and succinctly, "Zhao Yuntian." However, when Ren Jinghong shook her head slightly, "I think our junior Lu Chen has a greater chance of winning. This is my intuition as a woman. Junior Lu Chen is not simple." "What?" Ren Jinghong added. Lu Fian was slightly taken aback. He rarely heard when Ren Jinghong affirm a boy. Even the top 2 in the school's 100-strong list, Wu Tao and Wang Tang, couldn't catch her eye. "Let's wait and see. If he really has such strength, we might as well invite him to join us next time we go on a mission." On the playground, Lu Chen became more cautious upon seeing Zhao Yuntian take the stage. The martial master from North China Martial University could not be judged solely by cultivation level. His true strength was definitely beyond the 2nd stage of martial master, especially since this was an opponent he had never fought before and there wasn't much video material available, making it even harder to predict. The audience on site and on the platform grew increasingly silent, with only the encouraging messages continuously scrolling on the live streaming platform. Zhao Yuntian stood 10 meters away from Lu Chen, his expression stern as he clasped his fists and said, North China Martial University, Zhao Yuntian. Lu Chen returned the gesture. Please. As soon as the words fell, the two almost synchronously raised their protective energy shields. When facing an unknown opponent, the first step must be to establish a protective barrier. Otherwise, one misstep could mean that no matter how many techniques one had, it would be too late to use them. Of course, this was predicated on having protective martial skills. A layer of tangible scale armor emerged around Zhao Yuntian. This is not a body-refining martial technique, but rather the armor of vital energy that can only be possessed after reaching the martial master realm. While martial artists can indeed mobilize vital energy, once it leaves the body, it quickly dissipates, and the further it is from the body, the weaker it becomes. However, upon reaching the martial master realm, this drawback gradually diminishes. The vital energy that leaves the body can condense for a long time, resembling a solid form, and when used for long-range attacks, it will not create the awkward situation of diminishing power. Just then, as Lu Chen's golden bell shield just emerged, Zhao Yuntian had already waved his hand to slash out two intersecting vital energy blades, cutting through the air towards him. At a distance of 10 meters, the vital energy blades showed no signs of dissipating, and their speed was faster than any movement technique Lu Chen possessed. Lu Chen wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only brace himself with the golden bell shield and withstand the blade of vital energy. Clang! Clang! The deafening sound echoed like a bell ringing across the playground. Lu Chen staggered back 3 steps before he could dissipate that force. Is this the means of a martial master? Lu Chen's heart trembled. At least at this stage, he could not achieve such a feat from this distance. This became a natural suppression of martial artists by martial masters. They didn't even need to get close to threaten him. And if Lu Chen wanted to defeat Zhao Yuntian, he had to close the distance to unleash his own strength. Seeing Zhao Yuntian's palms flipping, the vital energy blades began to gather again. Lu Chen certainly could not just stand there and take the hits. No matter how strong the golden bell shield was, it had its limits. Lu Chen's feet stirred up the wind as he executed the swift wind shadow step, charging towards Zhao Yuntian. However, Zhao Yuntian clearly did not want to give him the chance to get close. A martial master fighting a martial artist must maintain their advantage. One after another, vital energy blades were slashed out from Zhao Yuntian's hands, the blade light erupting like thunder, continuously locking onto the fleeing Lu Chen. Zhao Yuntian simultaneously executed his footwork, keeping his distance from Lu Chen. Faced with these blades that were faster than himself, Lu Chen could not dodge at all. He could only run while continuously throwing punches, creating cannonball-like fist imprints to intercept along the way. The mid-grade earth-level rapid-fire fist, although the vital energy fist imprints would dissipate quickly after leaving the body, Lu Chen's timing was exceptionally precise. He waited until the vital energy blades were within a meter before countering with his fist's vital energy. Only at such a close distance could his fist's vital energy maintain most of its power to block the solidifying blade light. The rapid-fire fist had an extremely high punching frequency, and it was increasing, even surpassing Zhao Yuntian's blade frequency. Thus, there were fist imprints that surged upstream, smashing towards the distant Zhao Yuntian. Unfortunately, the vital energy unleashed by the martial artist dissipated too quickly. By the time it reached 10 meters away, its power had diminished by 80%, posing no threat to Zhao Yuntian. Nevertheless, this exchange of attacks from a distance was still a sight to behold, captivating the onlookers. It was as if two high-speed machine guns were firing at each other from afar. The most crucial part was that not only was their firing speed fast, but it was also 100% accurate. Zhao Yuntian's blade light aimed directly at Lu Chen's vital points. Even though Lu Chen's movements were swift and elusive, he could not evade. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's fist's vital energy wasted no effort, accurately dispersing each blade light, with the excess fist energy also targeting the equally fast-moving Zhao Yuntian. But collisions between fist energy and blade light erupted continuously, creating numerous pits of varying depths in the ground around them. This won't do. Although Lu Chen is held on for now, prolonged defense will lead to loss. His vitality is not as robust as his opponents, and he won't last long. Some perceptive students from Jiangnan Martial University began to worry. Indeed, Lu Chen is too passive. To turn the tide, he must get close. Get close? Supporters from Huabei Martial University interjected arrogantly. Don't say he can't get close to Zhao Chen, even if Zhao Chen lets him approach. What can he do? The martial artist is not only skilled in long-range attacks, Zhao Shoshi's close combat abilities will only be more prominent. Is that so? What close combat techniques and martial skills does Zhao Yuntian have? Some students from Jiangnan Martial University began to jeer. Of course he has. Zhao Shoshi, you're trying to extract information, aren't you? I won't tell you. A student from Huabei Martial University specializing in ancient martial arts reacted quickly and promptly shut his mouth. On the playground, Lu Chen also realized this. If he couldn't quickly close the distance, his disadvantages would only become more apparent. However, Zhao Yuntian was too cautious, not only attacking with rapid knife-like strikes but also using footwork that was no less impressive than Lu Chen's to maintain distance when Lu Chen attempted to close in. This made it, undoubtedly, more difficult for Lu Chen to get close. Damn it, Lu Chen thought to himself, if it weren't for the rule against using weapons in student battles, I would let him experience the power of the Big Dipper 7 stars arrow. Zhao Yuntian was clearly not the type to give up his advantages for the sake of pride and engage Lu Chen in close combat. Moreover, seeing that he couldn't break through after a prolonged attack, Zhao Yuntian wouldn't wait for Lu Chen to come up with a countermeasure. Instead, he changed his tactics and unleashed even sharper long-range martial skills. Returning to the origin sword technique, waves of sword shadows erupted from Zhao Yuntian's fingers, dense and sharp, even more so than the knife energy from before. These solidified sword shadows no longer fought individually but wove beautiful arcs in the air, then converged into a single line, piercing towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's fist energy could block one or two sword strikes, but it couldn't withstand the dozens or even hundreds of sword energies shooting towards him. This was a typical tactic of breaking through with points to shatter surfaces, aiming to break Lu Chen's fist energy and his golden bell shield from a distance. The situation seemed increasingly unfavorable for Lu Chen. But just as Zhao Yuntian's sword energy reached its most ferocious point, Lu Chen, who had been forced back repeatedly, finally changed his move again. Dragon capture skill. Faced with dozens of sword energies that shattered his defenses and were about to severely injure his golden bell shield, Lu Chen finally unleashed his long-prepared counterattack. The dragon capture technique not only allows one to seize and control the opponent's body from a distance, but also targets the energy itself. This is the true power of this high-grade earth-level martial skill. Suddenly, a claw mark with a diameter of 1 foot materialized in front of Lu Chen, its strong suction force enveloping all the sword energies. Immediately, those concentrated sword energies changed direction, turning back under the powerful guidance of the claw mark, and charged directly towards Zhao Yuntian. Zhao Yuntian's expression changed drastically, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to mount such a counterattack. The speed of the returning sword energies was even faster than before. Zhao Yuntian had no time to dodge and could only raise his arms, activating his energy armor to the utmost. However, his previous full-force strike had been too fierce, and he couldn't achieve complete defense. The incoming sword energies shattered the armor on his arms in an instant, and the residual force forced Zhao Yuntian to retreat repeatedly to dissipate the impact. By the time he used the opportunity of retreat to exhaust the remaining power of the sword energies, his arms were already covered in blood, and blood also trickled from the corner of his mouth. His arms were naturally injured by his own sword energies, while the blood at his mouth was due to internal injuries caused by the shock of the energies entering his body. The dragon capture technique actually has such miraculous power to turn decay into wonder. Zhao Yuntian was horrified. He had never practiced the dragon capture technique, nor had he fought against someone who had. Although he had seen video materials before, the person in the video had not perfected the technique. Therefore, Zhao Yuntian never expected that Lu Chen could utilize the dragon capture technique to such an extent, completely countering his distance suppression as a martial artist. While it couldn't be said to possess the might of turning the tides, it could at least be described as using strength against strength. This could be considered Lu Chen's first full display of the dragon capture technique, much more intense than when he faced Qianfeng earlier. Good. On the main stand, Vice Principal Zhou clapped his hands in delight. The dragon capture technique indeed has such power when perfected. However, it is Lu Chen's grasp of timing that is truly remarkable. If he had used the dragon capture technique to counter at the very beginning, he wouldn't have injured his opponent, and he would have been on guard, plus it would have consumed a lot of energy. But when that kid from North China Martial University used the return to origin sword technique, countering with the dragon capture technique was a different story. It was as if he used his opponent's strongest move against him, turning the tide of the situation in one fell swoop. Vice Principal Zhou analyzed the situation clearly, and Professor Su beside him nodded repeatedly. Only people of their level could see so clearly and understand the intricacies of Lu Chen's counterattack. Even the analysts on the live streaming platform were momentarily stunned, each exclaiming in surprise. And Lu Chen, who had gained the initiative with the dragon capture technique, certainly would not miss such a good opportunity. Taking advantage of Zhao Yuntian being held back by the sword energies, Lu Chen fully unleashed his speed, sweeping through the dust and closing in. By the time Zhao Yuntian regained his senses, Lu Chen was already 2 meters in front of him, opening his mouth to unleash a roar that shook the entire playground. Accompanying this thunderous roar was a burst of energy that surged towards Zhao Yuntian's face. Zhao Yuntian was taken aback. He wanted to counterattack but found his mind buzzing, his consciousness hazy and unfocused. The dragon's roar wave at the micro level, at such a close distance, was bound to hit its mark. although with Zhao Yuntian's level it was merely a momentary distraction, definitely not exceeding 1 second. But in front of the anticipative Lu Chen, that brief moment was more than enough. Zhao Yuntian was first struck in the face by a burst of light waves from Lu Chen, nearly breaking his protective energy shield. Immediately after, he was met with Lu Chen's fists, which came at him like a torrential storm. Rapid-fire punches. Lu Chen's fists blurred together, raining down on Zhao Yuntian's head, shoulders, and chest. Zhao Yuntian instinctively dodged and counterattacked, but he simply could not withstand Lu Chen's blows. He kept retreating, while Lu Chen relentlessly pressed forward with heavy punches, determined not to let Zhao Yuntian escape his attack range. In fact, to completely cut off Zhao Yuntian's chance of fleeing, Lu Chen even used the Dragon Claw technique to firmly hold onto him. To outsiders, it looked as if Zhao Yuntian was actively seeking death, throwing himself under Lu Chen's fists, being trampled over and over again. In just 3 breaths, Lu Chen had landed over 100 punches on Zhao Yuntian, causing him to spit blood repeatedly. It wasn't that Lu Chen was being ruthless, he could sense that this second-tier martial artist was truly tough and was even stubbornly circulating his energy and blood, searching for a chance to turn the tables. Therefore, with the initiative in his hands, Lu Chen was even less likely to give him an opportunity. Since he had caught him, he aimed to secure victory in one fell swoop. He would not relent until the outcome was decided. This was something Lu Chen had learned during the summer when he ventured deep into the wilderness with the soldiers. Having learned from bloody lessons, he understood the principle of not leaving a snake alive to bite back. The surrounding students were dumbfounded, watching as Zhao Yuntian continued to bleed profusely. Wasn't this too brutal? Lu Chen's ferocity left no room for Zhao Yuntian to even admit defeat. The leading professor from North China Martial University could no longer hold back, standing up and shouting, "That's enough, we concede." Only then did Lu Chen retract his fists, but he still did not step back, instead staring at the bloodied but unyielding Zhao Yuntian just a meter away, ready to continue his assault. This freshman champion from North China Martial University was not to be underestimated, whether in strength or willpower. Cough cough. Zhao Yuntian coughed up more thick blood and intermittently said, "I haven't lost yet." Lu Chen raised his fist to continue, but suddenly a figure appeared before him. It was the leading professor from North China Martial University. "You won," the professor said, supporting the swaying Zhao Yuntian, his expression somewhat grave, but still managing to force a strained smile at Lu Chen. "In student matches, it's enough to just touch upon the outcome." Lu Chen nodded and then cupped his fists, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." Since the teacher had stepped in, the outcome was settled. Once the leading professor took Zhao Yuntian away, the freshman champion from North China Martial University finally fainted in frustration, accepting treatment. A heavy silence fell over the preparation area of North China Martial University. They never expected that their confident challenge would end in such a disastrous manner. Zhao Yuntian was their backbone, the strongest among them, and he had fallen to the same person. Out of 9 fighters, they had already lost a third to Lu Chen alone. How could they continue? Humph. The leading professor from North China Martial University snorted coldly. "Is this how you lose confidence? If you give up now, who will you be able to face? Just because 1 or 2 people lost, you forget your own responsibilities? Each of you is a genius, a warrior. After a comrade falls, you should stand up and redeem the shame." Boom! The remaining 6 students' passion was instantly ignited, each with red eyes, locking their determined gazes on Lu Chen. "Yes, we are not mere followers, we are also the main force. When someone falls, we must bravely step up and fill the gap. The saying goes, the sorrowful soldiers must win, and knowing shame leads to courage." That is exactly it. Lu Chen felt the fighting spirit of these people and secretly admired them while quickly swallowing a nutritional supplement to replenish his energy and stamina. The battle with Zhao Yuntian had indeed taken a toll on him. The biggest issue in trying to take down the remaining 6 by himself was his physical strength. Meanwhile, the stands of the playground and the live streaming platform were once again in an uproar. Some were happy, some were worried, and various discussions and comments were swirling, changing the tide dramatically. 1. Shifu actually won, defeating a second-tier martial artist with the cultivation of a 9th-tier warrior. Most of the students on the playground were freshmen from Jiangnan Martial University, and seeing their chief perform so impressively left them both excited and incredulous. Before this, although they verbally supported Lu Chen, they were actually quite anxious inside. After all, the students from North China Martial University came prepared, and their strength was evident. On the surface, their side appeared to be at an absolute disadvantage. Even though Lu Chen had already defeated 2 opponents, the situation remained the same. The fact that the chief martial artist from the opposing side had not yet made a move loomed over all the students from Jiangnan Martial University like a mountain. It wasn't until this battle determined a winner that the students from Jiangnan Martial University finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt invigorated. At this rate, North China Martial University was truly going to return empty-handed, shooting themselves in the foot. Zhao Yuntian is no ordinary second-tier martial artist. His highest achievement is slaying a third-tier, sixth-stage exotic beast. With such strength, he would easily rank in the top 50 of the two schools' 100-strong list. This means our Chief Lu, with the cultivation of a 9th-tier warrior, already possesses the strength to enter the top 50 of the 100-strong list. How long has he been enrolled? It seems there hasn't been such a fierce person in the past few years. In the eastern stands, Ren Jinghong ignored the cheers of the surrounding students and turned to Lu Fian, beside her. So, Yanzi, I was right, wasn't I? Moreover, I can sense that this is not even his limit. If he were truly in the wilderness or on the battlefield, he could be even more decisive and win faster. Lu Fian was silent for a moment before stiffly saying, without the strength to match a 4th-tier exotic beast, he is not worthy of being compared to us. Ren Jinghong chuckled lightly at her words and said no more. Compared to the jubilant atmosphere at Jiangnan Martial University, those supporting North China Martial University on the live streaming platform, especially the students from North China Martial University, fell silent. Zhao Yuntian, whom they had high hopes for as their anchor, had also been defeated. Moreover, it was after Lu Chen had already defeated 2 opponents, losing despite having the advantage in stamina and cultivation. What more was there to say? The students from North China Martial University were all high achievers and would not mindlessly lash out at such a time. They did not criticize the celebrating students from Jiangnan Martial University, nor did they blame their own students who had fought and lost. After a brief silence, they spontaneously organized themselves and began to cheer each other on in the live stream. No shame and fight harder. North China Martial University will never give up. Always supporting you, go for it, classmates. The students from Jiangnan Martial University also chose not to mock their opponents at this time, instead opting to respect them. If it weren't for such a worthy opponent, what significance would their victory hold? Lu Chen had no time to pay attention to the dynamics in the live stream, but he could vaguely sense that the remaining opponents on the other side had become even more spirited. There was a palpable atmosphere of determination, as if they were prepared to fight to the death. After silently calculating an additional 10,000 credits for himself, he actively began to operate the Qi absorption technique to recover his stamina and vitality. The Qi absorption technique senses that the master has consumed too much and is accelerating the absorption of nutrients. A delightful prompt echoed in his mind, and Lu Chen felt the vitality within him continuously replenishing. In just 10 breaths, more than half of his consumed vitality and stamina had been restored to 80%. The system truly does not deceive me, Lu Chen marveled inwardly. This was the source of his confidence to take on 9 opponents alone. With such a powerful support system, his sustained combat ability was beyond ordinary comprehension. The students from North China Martial University did not give Lu Chen much time to recover and soon sent out another challenger. This is an ordinary-looking girl, but her presence is truly astonishing, and her martial arts skills at the 9th rank are no joke. North China Martial University, Zheng Fei, please give me your guidance. The girl proactively cupped her fists. Lu Chen also returned the gesture seriously, giving her enough respect. The two were ready to clash, and in the blink of an eye, they collided. Fists and palms intertwined, figures flying. The girl named Zheng Fei learned from the lessons of the previous 3 and chose a steady approach instead of being reckless. Her martial skills leaned mostly towards defense and agility, making it difficult for Lu Chen to find a flaw. She was determined to wear Lu Chen down, creating an opportunity for her teammates. After over 100 exchanges, Zheng Fei's own exhaustion increased, allowing Lu Chen to seize the opportunity and deliver a devastating wind blade kick. However, at that moment, Zheng Fei displayed remarkable resilience, managing to hold on for another 30 moves before Lu Chen locked onto her vital points and knocked her out of the fighting range. There was a heavy silence from the North China Martial University side. They didn't know how much longer Lu Chen could hold on or why he could withstand so many of them. With 4 of them left, if this continued, they would truly be overwhelmed by a single opponent. The 5th student from North China Martial University soon took the stage. This was a student who had trained in body refining martial arts and had perfected a mid-grade earth-level body refining technique. Therefore, Lu Chen found this battle even more challenging. But just when everyone thought Lu Chen was about to be drained, he once again displayed extraordinary endurance, defeating the 5th opponent with sheer strength. Lu Chen's complexion had turned somewhat pale, although his physical strength and vitality could be replenished through the accelerated breathing technique. The mental toll from such high-intensity combat was also immense, especially when he had just defeated Zhao Yuntian. Using the dragon roar technique had taken a significant toll on his spirit. This kind of mental exhaustion couldn't be recovered in a short time. However, I should still be able to hold on for the last 4. In contrast, the students from North China Martial University were on the verge of despair, being suppressed by Lu Chen alone. Anyone facing an opponent they couldn't defeat or exhaust would likely feel powerless. Since Zhao Yuntian, it felt like they were at the end of their row, yet why could Lu Chen continue to win against 2 more without falling? They had already gained such a significant advantage. What could still support him in fighting so hard until now? If Lu Chen knew their doubts, he would tell them it was due to desperation. It was the thirst for credits. At this stage, nothing could motivate him more than this. These 9 opponents from North China Martial University were not enemies in Lu Chen's eyes, but rather the sound of credits and resources clinking. On the main viewing platform, Vice President Zhou had completely relaxed, turning to Professor Su beside him. If we let Lu Chen rest now, the remaining students should have a good chance of winning, right? Professor Su glanced at the preparation area, where Chen Hao and others were still grimacing while eating sunflower seeds and fruits, and nodded. No problem. Then let's let Lu Chen take a break. We should at least give him some face. Vice President Zhou exhaled comfortably, revealing a smile. When North China Martial University won last year, they didn't relentlessly pursue us either. This is a matter of reciprocity, Vice President Zhou said. Generously. Professor Su said somewhat awkwardly, I'm afraid this kid has gone a bit crazy now and might not be too willing. Vice President Zhou looked at Professor Su with some confusion, not quite understanding his meaning. Professor Su smiled and said, you probably don't know this kid well enough. He's only holding on for the school's credit rewards. If you make him give up now, it would be like taking away tens of thousands of credits from him, and Lu Chen definitely won't be willing. Professor Su hadn't expected that Lu Chen could really go this far. At this rate, if he continued, he might actually break through the 9 students from North China University of Martial Arts all by himself. So he understood that it would be quite difficult to persuade Lu Chen to stop now. Vice President Zhou widened his eyes slightly. Is that so? Professor Su nodded. Anyway, I definitely can't persuade him, because I already promised him he could fight until the last moment. If we really intervene forcefully, it might dampen Lu Chen's enthusiasm, and he won't be useful in the future. As the leading teacher, he could indeed force Lu Chen to step down, but the consequences of going back on his word were also unpredictable. For a student like Lu Chen, the school had to show a great deal of respect. Vice President Zhou was momentarily stunned, then reacted and said irritably, Old Su, what do you mean? Are you trying to be the good guy and make me the bad guy? Professor Su shrugged and flattered, you have a great reputation, he can't possibly ignore you. Vice President Zhou scoffed, what kind of talk was that? He was the vice president of Jiangnan University of Martial Arts. Did he really need to personally intervene for such a trivial matter? After a moment's thought he said, fine, it's just credits. I can make the decision, I'll give him 90,000 credits. You go tell him right now, Vice President Zhou said decisively. Brilliant, that solves the problem. Professor Su finally stood up and walked to the preparation area. At this moment, Lu Chen had already won another match, defeating his 6th opponent. The playground was filled with thunderous cheers, and Lu Chen's reputation was unmatched for the time being. At least he had established an absolutely unshakable position among this group of freshmen. Professor Su called for a timeout, allowing both sides to rest for 10 minutes. Lu Chen walked down with a pale face, and soon people from the school hospital came up to treat his wounds and replenish his nutrients. Chen Hao and other classmates rushed over, shoving fruits into Lu Chen's mouth. Brother Chong, everyone believes you can take on 9 opponents now. But you should rest a bit, give us a chance to show off too. Chen Hao, a tall guy standing 2 meters away, half-squatted in front of Lu Chen, thick-skinnedly said. During this time, he had become quite familiar with Lu Chen. Especially after Lu Chen practiced the rapid-fire fist technique with him for over 10 times, Chen Hao was genuinely impressed. Chen Hao's current goal was to keep up with Lu Chen and not fall too far behind. He wasn't trying to steal Lu Chen's credit or achievements, he could see that Lu Chen didn't look too well, so he sincerely wanted him to take a break. There were only 3 people left from North China University of Martial Arts, and with their 8 people, they could definitely win. Lu Chen was eating chilled fruits by himself, ignoring the conversation. Alright, you all go prepare first. I need to talk to Lu Chen for a moment. Professor Su arrived just in time to disperse the surrounding students. When it was just the 2 of them, Professor Su lowered his voice and said, Lu Chen, know when to stop. It wouldn't be good to let North China University of Martial Arts lose too badly. We are just competitors, not real enemies, Professor Su emphasized. Lu Chen turned to look at Professor Su, understanding his meaning. After all, they were all Chinese comrades on the same front, there should be some leeway in their competition. Lu Chen agreed with this goodwill among compatriots, but he still reluctantly said, what about my credit rewards? Professor Su's face darkened, he knew Lu Chen would bring this up. Vice Principal Zhou has already agreed to add an additional 30,000 credits as a reward, all for you. The rewards for the other students remain unchanged. Professor Su advised, you don't need to keep pushing yourself, you can still Get the credits you deserve while taking care of the other students. Why not? Lu Chen immediately smiled upon hearing this. This was more like it. He could earn credits without offending North China Martial University too much, and of course, he was willing. Chen Hao and the others could also share in the spoils, not completely left out. However, such an opportunity was rare, and Lu Chen didn't want to stop there. He grinned and said, "Mentor, how will you compensate for my loss of reputation?" Professor Su was clearly taken aback. "What? Where did this loss of reputation come from?" Lu Chen replied matter-of-factly, "I did say in front of millions of viewers in the livestream that I would solve everything by myself. Now, if I give up halfway, it will definitely make people think I'm just boasting. Won't that affect my reputation?" Lu Chen analyzed seriously. Professor Su was left speechless. How could this kid be so thick-skinned? You just made a statement, and now it's tied to a reputation issue? Seeing that the pause time was about to end, Professor Su hurriedly said, "What do you think we should do?" Lu Chen chuckled, "Since the school has credit rewards, shouldn't our college do something too? Just give me 30 or 20,000, and that would be enough." Professor Su's face darkened further. It seemed he was trying to pull ideas from the ancient martial arts college. 30 or 20,000 credits? He didn't have the authority. Like Vice Principal Zhou. However, Professor Su still suppressed the urge to hit this kid and gritted his teeth. "It'll be 1,000. I can't give you more. If you still think that's not enough, then keep pushing yourself. I won't care anymore. Anyway, when you go out and meet students from North China Martial University or those powerful graduates, just be careful not to get hit with a club," Professor Su said with a hint of threat. Lu Chen immediately grinned and replied, "Mentor, what are you talking about? I suddenly feel that my reputation isn't that important. 1,000 credits is enough, so it's settled. Next, should I go up and perform, or should we switch people?" Lu Chen comfortably lay back. Why would he continue to push himself if he could win by lying down? As for the so-called loss of reputation from boasting, Lu Chen didn't care. An extra 1,000 credits was much more appealing. "No need, we still have to let them owe us this favor." Professor Su pressed Lu Chen down, not allowing him to take the stage again. If this kid went up again and acted out a scene of losing to his opponent, who knows what kind of trouble would arise. With that level of acting, did he really think it was that impressive? A discerning person would see right through it. Alright then. Lu Chen was delighted and turned to the eager classmates on the sidelines, shouting, "Qin Haiyuan, you go up and show some spirit." "Sure thing, Brother Chong. Just watch, I won't embarrass you." Qin Haiyuan was a student in the ancient martial arts program, student ID 06, a direct admit from the second year, now only 17 years old. Qin Haiyuan was a proud and talented student, but after being trained by Lu Chen a few times, he had submitted to this top student, much like Chen Hao. Professor Su noticed Lu Chen's prestige in the class and secretly approved. The ancient martial arts program and even the entire grade needed a leader like him. Seeing Lu Chen replaced by Qin Haiyuan, there was an immediate stir of discussion in the playground and the live broadcast room. Some said Lu Chen had exhausted himself and went off to rest. Others speculated it was to save face for Huabei Martial University, so they let Lu Chen stop while he was ahead. But regardless of which side they were on, no one would question Lu Chen's strength anymore, nor would they mention his earlier bravado. It was clear to anyone with discernment that Lu Chen truly had that strength. Especially for those from Huabei Martial University, they understood the situation even better. They were grateful for the consideration from Jiangnan Martial University, but to avoid a too embarrassing defeat, the remaining 3 students still gave their all to face the subsequent will battle from Jiangnan Martial University. These 3 students were all 9th Dan martial artists, with considerable strength, and after taking down 5 students from Jiangnan Martial University, they eventually fell one by one. Those audience members who had been somewhat hesitant finally understood that it wasn't that the students from Huabei Martial University were too weak, but rather that Lu Chen from Jiangnan Martial University was too strong. He single-handedly took on 6 competitors from Huabei Martial University, which was indeed impressive, especially since one of them was a second Dan martial artist. As soon as the exchange battle concluded, Lu Chen had already received a reward of 100,000 credits, even making it into the top 100 of Jiangnan Martial University's credit ranking. This was a special case among first-year students, even surpassing the vast majority of second-year students. Once the dust settled, the students from Huabei Martial University, under the leadership of their awakened captain Zhao Yuntian, shook hands and reconciled with the students from Jiangnan Martial University. Zhao Yuntian, though injured, still displayed the demeanor expected of him, looking at Lu Chen and saying, "I admit, I underestimated you before. However, we will meet again at the National College Martial Arts Competition. Next time, I won't lose to you again." Lu Chen replied calmly, "Likewise." At the end of each year, major martial arts universities across the country hold a national college martial arts competition. However, the scale and format of such competitions are not comparable to the current ones. Lu Chen had watched previous competitions, which were almost all real combat matches in the wilderness, far more authentic and brutal than the practical assessments of the college entrance exams. Moreover, the National College Martial Arts competition is not limited to first-year students. Rather, each martial arts university selects the top 100 competitors from the entire school to participate together. As a first-year student who had just enrolled, he was actually at a disadvantage in terms of age and training accumulation. Most of the time, first-year and even second-year competitors were merely supporting roles or potential stocks. The real main force consisted of third and fourth-year students. Of course, the rewards for such competitions were extremely generous, and Lu Chen was determined to participate. Therefore, before the end of the year, he needed to work harder and prepare well. Whether he could become a mainstay of the school would depend on the accumulation of the next 6 months. After a brief but relatively friendly post-match exchange, Lu Chen approached Professor Su again. "So, what's up? You've got your credits, what else do you want?" As soon as Professor Su saw Lu Chen's demeanor, he knew he was back for more benefits. Lu Chen said, matter-of-factly, "Professor, you saw it too, right? Most of the martial arts techniques I chose last time are now perfected. Can I select another batch?" Lu Chen said casually. In today's battle, Lu Chen had showcased his perfected techniques: the rapid fire fist, the layered wave palm, the cloud smoke step, and the subtle dragon's roar. Therefore, he believed he no longer needed to demonstrate excessively. Professor Su secretly thought it was abnormal. He had been paying attention to Lu Chen's training methods, such as seeking out relevant classmates or teachers for exchanges and sparring. But that was just a normal approach. So why could he perfect so many martial arts techniques in just a month? This speed of comprehension, not to mention Jiangnan Martial University, even looking across the nation or the history of martial arts, it would be hard to find a second one. Professor Su steadied himself and asked, "How has your training with the breaking wave technique been since last time?" While martial arts could be shared, the important matters concerning inheritance could not be forgotten. The key question was whether Lu Chen, this exceptionally talented assistant researcher, could repair the incomplete martial arts. A strong comprehension could only benefit him alone. If Lu Chen could indeed rely on his own understanding to restore the martial arts, he would be a great contributor to the entire Huaxia martial arts community. Lu Chen also understood what this meant and nodded decisively. "Rest assured, mentor, I have made progress. I believe that within 3 months I will be able to restore the breaking wave technique." This was still a relatively conservative estimate. Based on the current progress of the breaking wave technique, Lu Chen felt that in another 2 months it should be perfected. By then, he would have the ability to record the complete breaking wave technique and pass it on. While benefiting all Huaxia martial artists, it would also bring him some small gains. Professor Su's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pressed, "Are you sure? This matter cannot be taken lightly. You must know that even our school's senior martial arts professors would take at least 3 years to restore a martial art of this level. Is your 3-month estimate an exaggeration?" Su Dongxing needed to confirm this timeline. The difference was no small matter. There were no more than 30 people in the country capable of restoring martial arts of this level. The ones he mentioned who could take 3 years to restore could be counted on one hand. Therefore, the labor and time costs of restoring Earth-level martial arts had always been a significant issue, troubling various parties in Huaxia. If Lu Chen could truly restore a high-quality Earth-level martial art within 3 months by his own efforts, the significance would be immense. Most importantly, Professor Su thought of those heavenly-level martial arts that no one could restore. Yes, the rare and unfathomably powerful heavenly-level martial arts were the fundamental guarantee for Huaxia's standing among the world's top 3. Unfortunately, the heavenly-level martial arts found in ancient martial relics in Huaxia had not exceeded 20 types to date, and only 5 of them were complete. If Professor Su imagined Lu Chen could possess the ability to restore heavenly-level martial arts after reaching the martial sovereign level, what monumental significance would that hold? At that time, which country on this blue planet would dare to challenge Huaxia? Thinking too much, can't dream. Professor Su quickly urged himself to stop his wild thoughts and looked seriously at Lu Chen. "You must keep this matter completely confidential, otherwise, not only will it be in vain, but it could also harm you. Do you understand?" Lu Chen nodded earnestly. He knew what this meant. "Good," Professor Su praised, "you are doing well, keep it up. Once you restore it, come find me immediately. By then, you will truly be a pillar of the nation and your treatment will be improved," Professor Su said with conviction. "As for the martial arts you need to train, as long as they are available in the school's arsenal, feel free to choose. You won't need to confirm with me again in the future. I will have them sent directly to your dormitory," Professor Su promised again. "Thank you, mentor. I will definitely work hard to restore the martial arts." Back at the dormitory villa, Lu Chen immediately placed an order for 8 types of human-level martial arts techniques. Soon, someone delivered them, and Lu Chen accepted them on the spot. The reason he chose to cultivate human-level martial arts first was that he increasingly realized the importance of foundational techniques. The more he explored the basic human-level martial arts, the higher his starting point would be when he practiced earth-level techniques, and the speed of his progress would also rise accordingly. The saying "sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting" would illustrates this principle. Furthermore, he wanted to wait until he broke through to the martial master level before choosing earth-level techniques more suitable for that stage, so he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the martial arts and the Jiangnan Martial University's arsenal belonged to him, they wouldn't escape him eventually. Next, Lu Chen plunged into the energy chamber with his 100,000 credits. Now that he had enough credits, his first priority was to break through the martial master realm in one go. After his encounter with Zhao Yuntian, Lu Chen's desire for the martial master level intensified. In that battle, if it weren't for the effectiveness of the dragon capture technique and the dragon chanting formula, Lu Chen might not have been able to defeat Zhao Yuntian. Once he reached the 9th stage of the martial artist level, even if he practiced in the energy chamber, his progress slowed significantly. He only improved by 2% every hour. This meant he would need to practice tirelessly in the energy chamber for 2 days and 2 nights to possibly break through this stage. The credits required for those 2 days would be nearly 15,000. If Lu Chen hadn't just had a windfall, he truly couldn't afford it. The middle-aged teacher in charge of managing the energy chamber once again felt Lu Chen's frenzied absorption rate. If it weren't for the higher-ups' orders and having seen Lu Chen's performance on the playground, he would have kicked Lu Chen out long ago. This kid's consumption of energy was almost equivalent to that of 10 peers. As time passed, on the morning of the 3rd day after Lu Chen entered the energy chamber, a series of prompts sounded in his mind. Breath technique is about to break through the major barrier. Breath technique has evolved again, efficiency and potential doubled. Breath technique is desperately hungry, please replenish energy quickly. Lu Chen's heart stirred, he was about to break through. Sure enough, the breath technique has evolved again. The one I practice is already vastly different from the one distributed by the state. Fortunately, I'm breaking through in the energy chamber, otherwise I don't know how much nutrition I would have consumed. Lu Chen felt fortunate as he fully operated the breath technique, suddenly feeling an astonishing suction erupt from within him, sweeping away the energy filling the chamber. What's going on? The middle-aged teacher in the monitoring room widened his eyes, nearly knocking over the chair behind him. Why is the chamber Lu Chen is in suddenly operating beyond capacity? The middle-aged teacher quickly realized, could it be that he is about to break through? Isn't that too fast? Is there really no bottleneck from the 9th stage of martial artist to the martial master realm? The middle-aged teacher was astonished. He had also come from the martial artist level, and it had taken him a full 6 months to break through that barrier, and he was still considered a genius in his class. Who would have thought that Lu Chen, who practiced right under his nose every day, would break through so quickly? He clearly remembered that a month ago, Lu Chen was only at the 7th stage of martial artist. It was acceptable for him to take a month to go from the 7th to the 9th stage. However, to break through from the 9th stage to the martial master realm even faster was beyond his comprehension. This is bad. This level 3 energy chamber probably can't sustain Lu Chen's consumption. The middle-aged teacher quickly realized. Logically speaking, a level 3 energy chamber should be sufficient even for students at the martial master level. However, the middle-aged teacher understood Lu Chen's cultivation speed. He was comparable to a martial master even at the martial artist level, and if he were to break through to the martial master level, wouldn't his consumption be even greater? Without time to think further, the middle-aged teacher hurriedly called the higher-ups to explain the situation. Immediately activate the energy supply of the level 4 elemental energy chamber. Don't delay his breakthrough. The response from the other side was decisive. The middle-aged teacher was taken aback, quickly hung up the phone, and performed a series of operations while wiping the cold sweat from his brow, secretly shocked. Such treatment for Lu Chen was likely unique among the students. The level 4 elemental energy chamber was actually reserved for the teachers of the school, most of whom were powerful figures at the martial sovereign level or above. He never expected that a freshman could cause such a commotion just by breaking through to the martial master realm. What shocked him even more was that within 10 minutes, 2 significant figures burst into the monitoring room. One was Professor Su Dongxing from the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute, and the other, even more impressive, was Vice President Zhou from Jiangnan Martial University, a true martial king powerhouse. Professor Su, Vice President Zhou, what brings you here? The middle-aged teacher asked in astonishment. Vice President Zhou waved his hand, offering no further explanation, and simply stared intently at Lu Chen on the monitor. How is it? Is his energy supply sufficient? Professor Su was even more focused on Lu Chen's every move, more anxious than Vice President Zhou. The middle-aged teacher quickly replied, it's enough, it has already been temporarily converted to the energy source of the level 4 chamber. That's good. This kid can't be judged by common sense. I'm afraid. He didn't even prepare any nutrients to take advantage of the school's resources, Professor Su said, letting out a big sigh of relief, then spoke irritably. In fact, under conditions of insufficient energy output in the elemental energy chamber, Lu Chen could completely supplement it with a large amount of nutrients. But Professor Su guessed correctly, Lu Chen really hadn't brought much in terms of nutrients this time. After all, he had spent so many credits to access the elemental energy chamber. Why would he need nutrients? Nutrients don't come for free, do they? At his stage, what he needed were level 3 nutrients. A single level 3 low-grade nutrient stick was worth at least 1 million huaxia coins. Naturally, Lu Chen wanted to save as much as possible. Vice President Zhou chuckled helplessly. Damn, can this money really be saved? I remember this kid made quite a bit during the college entrance examination, and the school allocated him several hundred million in research funding. What is he hiding it for? Professor Su said with a bitter smile. It should be for other uses. Besides, he earned so many credits this time, isn't it just to use the school's elemental energy chamber? Vice President Zhou laughed. He really is stingy. However, I have to say, this kid's cultivation speed is truly fast. In just over a month, he's about to break through to the martial master. Moreover, Vice President Zhou's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixated on Lu Chen, who was in the vortex of elemental energy. His foundation is very solid, and the purity of his elemental energy is already comparable to that of a high-level martial master. How did he achieve that? Professor Su shrugged, looking innocent. I can't explain that either. It's like practicing martial arts. Have you ever seen anyone with such speed? Vice President Zhou laughed heartily. True. In any case, this is a great thing. Jiangnan Martial University has really struck gold. Perhaps we won't have to wait until he reaches his junior year. He might surprise all the major universities nationwide by the end of next year. Professor Su countered uncertainly. But do you think it's possible that by the end of this year he could compete as a main force for the school? Vice President Zhou was slightly taken aback and looked deeply at the figure in the chamber. It doesn't seem impossible. Ha ha ha. The two big shots in the monitoring room exchanged hearty laughs, while the middle-aged teacher trembled beside them. At this moment, Lu Chen felt so happy he could sing. He felt he had struck it rich this time. The school's elemental energy chamber was truly powerful. Even the terrifying throughput generated by the evolved chi gathering technique could be supported by this chamber. Lu Chen silently calculated that to break through this step, if using nutritional supplies, he would need to spend at least tens of millions of huaxia coins. And here, in less than an hour, he could barely manage 300 credits. Perfect. An hour later, the where Lu Chen was located finally returned to calm, and the storm gradually subsided. Lu Chen looked at his cultivation level, which had stabilized at the first stage of a martial master. Level, Martial Master Stage 1, 5%. Lu Chen did not leave but continued to consume credits to improve his cultivation in the. After a significant increase in his cultivation, his absorption speed became faster, but his training progress slowed down again. This was because the required for each stage doubled. According to his calculations, at this stage in the, he should be able to increase by 1% in an hour. Well, in 4 days I can reach the second stage. In another 8 days to the third stage, and then I will have no credits left. Before he could think too much, Lu Chen suddenly felt something was off. Why does it feel like the concentration here has decreased? He had a very clear feeling that the decrease in concentration was causing his training speed to drop. I spent credits, and I still can't enjoy the service? So, Lu Chen angrily walked out of the and went to the monitoring hall, wanting to seek an explanation. He ran into Professor Su, who was waiting there. As for Vice Principal Zhou, he had left after seeing Lu Chen successfully break through. You broke through? Professor Su asked with a pleased smile. Lu Chen replied calmly, it was a lucky breakthrough. Why are you here, mentor? Lu Chen felt there was nothing remarkable about his breakthrough and no need to make a fuss. Professor Su smiled and said, you are the first student of this cohort to break through to a martial master. Of course, I had to come and see. What Lu Chen was concerned about was not this, and he continued, since you are here, I want to ask Teacher Zhang why there was a problem in the I was in? The concentration there has clearly decreased, seriously affecting my training. Teacher Zhang was the middle-aged teacher responsible for regulating them and felt quite wronged upon. Hearing this, Professor Su quickly understood what Lu Chen meant. He said irritably, how can you say that? If it weren't for Teacher Zhang adjusting the output of the in time, would you have been able to break through successfully? This left Lu Chen stunned. What did that mean? Did he misunderstand something? Professor Su then said, I don't know how you practice, but your usual absorption speed is comparable to an ordinary martial master. That operates at full capacity almost every time. And when you broke through to a martial master today, the third level simply couldn't meet the demand. If it weren't for Teacher Zhang promptly redirecting from The fourth level, you would have likely failed. Professor Su defended Teacher Zhang. Only then did Lu Chen realize that they had such a grading system. He quickly thought of the root cause of why he absorbed faster than others. In addition to the automatic cultivation of his active cultivation doubled, along with the multiple evolutions of his and the enhancement from this led to his absorption speed of being far higher than others at the same level, comparable to a high-level martial master. And when he broke through to a martial master, this advantage became even more apparent. Even the so-called third level couldn't keep up. Realizing this, Lu Chen knew he had wronged Teacher Zhang and quickly put on a smile, saying to Teacher Zhang, "Teacher, I didn't mean to blame you. I was just overwhelmed with joy after my breakthrough." He joked that this Teacher Zhang was the supervisor of the and must not be offended. Otherwise, how could he train here in peace in the future? Teacher Zhang glanced at Lu Chen speechlessly and then looked at Professor Su as if to say, "Is this student always this thick-skinned?" Professor Su was not surprised and reminded Lu Chen, "The third-level energy chamber is no longer suitable for you. From now on, you will practice in the fourth-level chamber and Teacher Zhang will make proper arrangements." Lu Chen had no objections and quickly thanked Teacher Zhang. "Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Zhang. I don't mind, but the fourth-level energy chamber requires 600 credits per hour, so don't say I didn't warn you," Teacher Zhang replied non-committally. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately felt less happy. This was burning money. The price had directly doubled. "Teacher Zhang, mentor, this can't be right. I can't afford this. How about you arrange for me to stay in the third-level chamber and maintain the energy output from earlier?" Lu Chen shamelessly suggested again. Teacher Zhang ignored him and Professor Su laughed and scolded, "You really think too highly of yourself. The third-level chamber cannot maintain such high-intensity energy output for long, otherwise it will accelerate damage. Being allowed to use the exclusive fourth-level chamber for teachers is already a special exception, and it's even more favorable than for the teachers." Professor Su continued, "Do you think this high-purity energy just comes from nowhere? You wouldn't be able to exchange for such conditions outside, no matter how much you spend. Let me put it this way, the operation of the energy chamber comes at a high cost. It doesn't just appear out of thin air. Students earn credits, which is also a form of equivalent exchange. Whether through contributions or completing tasks, they repay this cost. If we really calculate it, the school's credit system is already quite considerate of the students." Hearing this, Lu Chen understood the reasoning behind it. However, he felt that the credits he had just worked hard to earn probably wouldn't last long. Professor Su guessed what Lu Chen was thinking and softened his tone, saying seriously, "The country has already made considerable resource allocations for us. The privileges the school gives you can be said to be unique, so you should be content. If you want to enjoy the benefits without putting in effort, the school and the country would have been overwhelmed long ago. How could they sustain development?" Professor Su seemed genuinely worried that Lu Chen wouldn't understand, earnestly educating him. "This is also the fairest form of education. If you want more, you have to fight and earn it yourself." Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, Lu Chen stopped joking and obediently said, "Understood, mentor, I'll go earn credits now." 100,000 credits really doesn't last long. There's nothing more to say. Now that he was also a martial artist, he should quickly take on some school tasks to earn credits. However, before that, he could still improve to the second stage of martial artist here. By then, his efficiency in completing tasks would also be higher. Moreover, now that he had reached the martial artist realm, it was time to choose a few suitable earth-level martial techniques for this stage. In the martial artist realm, the external energy was more solid, and long-range attacks had become one of the main means for martial cultivators, not weaker than close combat. Therefore, Lu Chen still needed to carefully plan and adjust his combat style. After sending off Professor Su, Lu Chen, guided by Teacher Zhang, arrived at the fourth-level elemental energy chamber. Here, he practiced the chi-gathering technique to absorb elemental energy, and once again felt that familiar sense of fullness. "It's a bit expensive, but it's worth it." Lu Chen could only comfort himself like this. No longer dwelling on it, he began to browse the school's electronic weapon library, searching for suitable earth-level martial skills for his current stage. Having reached the martial master realm, his vital energy had become more solid, but there were still distance limitations. Theoretically, the effective killing range of a martial master's vital energy is about 100 meters. Beyond 100 meters, the power of the vital energy would significantly weaken until it dissipated. Therefore, the North Dipper 7-star arrow remained Lu Chen's strongest long-range attack method, primarily targeting more distant and agile flying beasts. What he needed to choose now were earth-level martial skills with lethal capabilities within a 100-meter range. The body-refining defensive martial skills he had learned before, along with the two major movement techniques, and even the rolling knife 18 styles, overlapping waves palm, swimming snake sword, and dragon roar wave, were more inclined towards close combat or support, and were not very applicable at long distances. Fortunately, the weapon library at Jiangnan Martial University had hundreds of earth-level martial skills, enough for Lu Chen to choose from. The high-grade earth-level returning Yuan sword technique. This is the martial skill practiced by Zhao Yuntian. Its power is not weak, I can select it first. Once this sword technique was unleashed, the sword's aura was heavy, exploding with power concentrated at a point, requiring a certain distance to accelerate and gather energy, making its long-range power far superior to close combat. So Lu Chen did not hesitate and directly selected it. Flower-picking finger. Flying flowers and plucking leaves can all harm the enemy. It's a dart technique that uses external objects as a medium to carry vital energy, allowing for a greater killing distance. Lu Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing this finger technique. Medium-grade earth level selected. Xian Koan knife technique. What a domineering name. Lu Chen then focused on another knife technique. This high-grade earth-level knife technique, once unleashed, would unleash a tidal wave of knife aura, sweeping through thousands of troops, serving as a range-based long-range killing method. After selecting these 3 earth-level martial skills, Lu Chen then set his sights on the only top-grade earth-level martial art. In the library, 10,000 heavy palms. This was actually a martial skill more suited for close combat, using an extremely mysterious method to compress multiple layers of vital energy into the palm. With a single palm strike, it felt light yet heavy, and the vital energy could erupt within the enemy's body, destroying their internal organs. This should be considered the most lethal martial skill Lu Chen had seen so far, purely born for killing. With the 4 martial arts he favored selected, Lu Chen no longer hesitated and consecutively chose 4 various earth-level martial arts. After all, he would eventually have to practice all the martial arts here, so the order didn't matter. In addition to these 8 earth-level martial skills, Lu Chen also selected 20 human-level martial skills as backups. In case he was not on campus, it wouldn't hinder his martial skill training, ensuring the automatic training system wouldn't be idle. The efficiency at the weapon library was very high, and that same day, they directly delivered what Lu Chen needed to the elemental energy chamber and supervised him as he received it. At this point, Lu Chen's martial skills became even more diverse, and with a flurry of crazy yet wonderful notification sounds in his mind, his panel changed once again. Name: Lu Chen level, Martial Master Stage 1, 15%. Martial skills: Human level low grade, 9 Shadow Steps perfected. Human level medium grade, 7 Steps Killing Fist perfected. Human level high grade, Thunder Palm perfected. Human level top grade, Tiger Roar skill perfected. Earth level low grade, Rolling Knife 18 styles perfected. Earth level medium grade, Golden Bell shield perfected. Flower picking finger minor. Achievement 17%. Earth level high grade, Dragon Capture skill perfected. Dragon Roar wave minor achievement 39%. Breaking wave technique minor achievement 13%. Returning Yuan sword technique minor achievement 1%. Shen Koan knife technique minor achievement 1%. Earth level top grade, 10,000 heavy palms entry 35%. As for the 10 human-level martial skills he had chosen before his breakthrough, he had already reached perfection in them shortly after breaking through to martial master. With the continuous evolution of the automatic training system, practicing human-level martial skills now felt as easy and simple as eating and drinking. Even if it were a top-tier martial skill at the human level, it would probably take just 3 to 5 days to perfect it. With his martial skills supplemented, Lu Chen continued to focus on absorbing and expelling Yuan energy to enhance his cultivation. For days later, Lu Chen's cultivation indeed broke through again, reaching the 2nd stage of a martial master. It was likely that Zhao Yuntian, who had just sparred with Lu Chen, would not have expected that in just a few days, Lu Chen's cultivation would catch up to his. After consolidating in the Yuan energy chamber for another day, Lu Chen finally emerged. There was no choice, his 100,000 credits were nearly exhausted, and if he didn't leave soon, he would be kicked out. Stepping out of the dim Yuan energy chamber, he was greeted by bright sunshine and pleasant weather. It was already the Mid-Autumn Festival, but the weather in Magic City remained warm. Lu Chen took a deep breath of the fresh, moist air, feeling his heart lighten. When he opened his phone, he discovered several missed calls. There were calls from Chen Yufei and classmates from his class. Lu Chen first returned Chen Yufei's call, only to hear an excited voice on the other end. Brother Chong, you finally made an appearance. I thought you had been kidnapped. What do you want? Lu Chen, uninterested in the guy's banter, asked directly. Chen Yufei then laughed. It's nothing serious. We haven't seen each other for several days, so I thought I'd invite you out to hang out. I'll let you in on a secret. There are several beautiful senior sisters who are your little fans, Chen Yufei said mysteriously. Boring, Lu Chen replied irritably. Just tell me the time and place. Ha ha. Chen Yufei laughed heartily. Brother Chong is on board. I was afraid you wouldn't come. It's tonight at the Tiancheng Grand Hotel by the east gate of the school. Don't worry, it's on me, Chen Yufei said grandly. Lu Chen shrugged. Am I the kind of person who cares about a little meal money? I'll be there on time, and bring Ching Ching along. Chen Yufei let out a long sigh and hung up before Lu Chen could scold him. Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Having a few good friends was indeed a blessing, so he cherished it all the more. Both Chen Yufei and Lu Qingqing had helped him during his difficult times, so Lu Chen would never distance himself from them. He called Shen Hao and learned that a senior from the ancient martial arts major was looking for him, so he ignored it and went straight back to his dorm. Tomorrow he would be going out on a school assignment and needed to prepare well for forming a team and selecting tasks. To continue rapidly improving his cultivation, he needed to earn more credits, and going out to execute tasks was undoubtedly the fastest way to do so. As night fell, Lu Chen arrived alone at the Tianshang Grand Hotel outside the school, where he was directly welcomed by Qin Yufei into a private room on the third floor. "Everyone, let's welcome our school's great contributor, Chief Lu," Chen Yufei exclaimed dramatically, and the room erupted in cheers and applause. Lu Chen glanced around and saw that, apart from Lu Qingqing, all were second-year girls from Zhang Yuro's dormitory. 2 boys and 6 girls made for a lively table filled with chatter. "Junior, sit down quickly. We wouldn't dare to start eating without you. We've been drooling all over the place," one of the short-haired girls called out enthusiastically. "Chen." Yufei hurriedly led Lu Chen to the main seat, while he sat next to the short-haired girl, winking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen noticed Lu Qingqing blushing slightly to his left and the short-haired girl to Chen Yufei's right, and he quickly understood that this guy had taken a liking to the senior. Lu Chen remembered that the short-haired girl was named Gong Wei from the Harbin base, and she was a very lively and outgoing girl with a bit of a tomboyish vibe. This time, he thought Chen Yufei had good taste. The two seemed quite compatible. "Let's consider this our belated mid-autumn gathering, and also a celebration for Brother Chong. Everyone, raise your glasses," Chen Yufei proposed, lifting his cup. The girls immediately cheered and raised their beers, downing them in one go. Several beautiful and mature seniors couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Lu Chen. These second-year students were much more open than the first-year girls who had just entered college. After 3 rounds, the seniors began to toast Lu Chen one by one. "Junior, you probably don't know, but you're already a campus celebrity. So many people want to get to know you." "Exactly, our class has a lot of people paying attention to you. You're quite the catch now. It's our honor to have a meal with you." With 3 women putting on a show, and considering there were 6 women who had been drinking, it was indeed lively. Lu Chen found it hard to get a word in edgewise apart from drinking. By the end of the meal, apart from Lu Qingqing, who only sipped her drink, the other girls had flushed faces. At that moment, Gong Wei suddenly looked at Lu Qingqing beside Lu Chen and said boldly, "Qingqing, you're too reserved. When you're with us sisters, don't hold back. Sister tells you, if you like a guy, you should say it boldly. Don't let someone else steal him away." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's face turned even redder, more so than from the alcohol, but she only stole a glance at Lu Chen and didn't say a word. Seeing this, Chen Yufei chimed in. "Brother Chong probably doesn't even know yet, but our Qingqing is now the recognized beauty of the biology department. TSK, I don't know how many young talents from other schools want to pursue Qingqing." The two were clearly trying to matchmake Lu Chen and Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing, hearing this, became anxious. "No way. Lu Chen, don't listen to his nonsense. I really don't." Lu Chen understood Lu Qingqing's feelings and smiled. "It's fine. If someone is pursuing you, it means you have charm. But if you don't want to, no one can force you." However, Lu Chen had to admit that Lu Qingqing was indeed quite beautiful, definitely not inferior to those so-called campus flowers. Back in high school, Lu Qingqing was low-key and simple, yet she was still the undeniable class beauty. Now in college, she had paid a bit more attention to her outfits, and she suddenly looked more mature. Standing at 1.72 meters tall, with a perfectly curvy figure and a fair face that was stunning even without makeup, along with an elegant and refined demeanor, Lu Qingqing stood out among any group of women. Moreover, although Lu Qingqing's strength is not outstanding at Jiangnan Martial University, she is already an 8th-tier martial artist, which adds a touch of heroism to her. Wearing a white hoodie and blue skinny jeans, her simple outfit brings out a contrasting beauty that blends gentleness and wildness. Hey! Chen Yufei waved his hand in front of Lu Chen's eyes. Chonggood, are you dumbfounded? Qingqing is blushing. Cough. Lu Chen quickly averted his gaze, silently reciting the ice heart technique. He was currently in a period of martial arts advancement and couldn't let romantic feelings cloud his judgment. Moreover, there's a saying that Lu Chen found very reasonable: women only affect the speed of drawing the sword. As far as Lu Chen knew, there were some martial arts in this world that, once broken, could not be cultivated again, even with an automatic cultivation system. Cough. Thinking too far, Lu Qingqing had just come of age. What was he thinking? In the end, Lu Chen and Lu Qingqing tacitly chose to avoid the topic. Lu Chen didn't want to talk about love, while Lu Qingqing was worried that if they spoke about it, they wouldn't even be able to remain friends. Dinner lasted until after 10, and Lu Chen sent Lu Qingqing back to her apartment alone. After receiving a glare from Sister Yu, who was waiting downstairs, he returned to the dormitory in a huff. However, to his surprise, there were 2 unfamiliar girls waiting for him in front of the dormitory villa. They weren't completely unfamiliar, as these 2 girls were quite famous at Jiangnan Martial University. One was Lu Fian, ranked 3rd on the top 100 list, and the other was Wenren Jinghong, ranked 10th on the top 100 list and 1st on the beauty list. Senior sisters, are you looking for me? Lu Chen asked curiously. I have to say, the moment he saw Wenren Jinghong, Lu Chen was truly amazed. If Lu Qingqing was the pure and gentle type, then Wenren Jinghong was the true embodiment of a queen, exuding a regal aura. At first glance, all he could see were her long legs and black stockings. Looking up, he could finally notice her exaggerated curves in her face, which could be described as enchanting and graceful. Indeed, women only affect my resolve. Lu Chen recited the ice heart technique again to suppress the alluring thoughts that arose in his mind. Wenren Jinghong tossed her slightly curled long hair and smiled charmingly. Junior Lu, you wouldn't refuse us at the door, would you? Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, then realized that the senior sister Chen Hao mentioned was actually Wenren Jinghong. However, he had never met Wenren Jinghong or Lu Fian before. Why had they come? Specifically to find him? Please come in. Lu Chen didn't want to refuse, so he opened the door and welcomed the two senior sisters inside. After entering, Wenren Jinghong glanced around and smiled sweetly. This is the cleanest male dormitory I've ever seen. Lu Fian frowned slightly, standing at the door and unwilling to enter the living room. Lu Chen didn't insist. After pouring 2 cups of hot water for them, he asked, I wonder what the senior sisters are looking for me about? Wenren Jinghong casually placed her long legs on the coffee table, her lips curling up slightly. Junior, there's no need to be nervous. I'm here just to invite you to join our battle team. As Wenren Jinghong's words fell, Lu Chen was even more surprised. Join your battle team? Why? My strength should still be insufficient to help you, right? The fact that Lu Chen had broken through to the martial master level was known only to his mentor, Vice Principal Zhou, and teacher Zhang from the Yuan Energy Chamber. Even Chen Yufei and Lu Qingqing had not noticed. He had heard of Wenren Jinghong's battle team, which was one of the strong teams at Jiangnan Martial University, with each member being a martial master and even high-ranking martial masters like Lu Fian. Such a team could challenge Martial Zone or Level 4, so why would they want to include someone who had just entered school? Not long ago? Wenren Jinghong lowered her long legs, straightened her proud upper body, and with a flirtatious glance said, What if I said it's because I have taken a liking to you? Lu Chen immediately felt a surge of unnamed anger. At his age, being teased by a stunning school beauty was hard to bear. However, he remained clear-headed. Although he was somewhat handsome, the senior in front of him was no vase, so how could she care about such superficial looks? Senior, please don't joke around. If I took it seriously, you would probably just turn around and leave. Wenren Jinghong laughed. That's really sad to hear. It seems the junior has someone in his heart and is not interested in his sister? Lu Chen was left speechless and simply chose not to respond. How boring. Wenren Jinghong put away her teasing expression but still exuded charm. To be honest, what I value is your potential. I believe that given time, you will definitely become a mainstay of our battle team and help me achieve more. Moreover, the camaraderie formed in a university battle team is the most reliable. Even after graduation, we can still trust each other with our lives. So, what I want is not just your help during school, but also a qualified comrade after graduation. At this point, Wenren Jinghong's eyes sparkled again. Who knows, it might even be a relationship beyond just comradeship. You should know that the school encourages students to form battle teams for wilderness practical training. This is to cultivate our cooperative combat abilities and also to plan for the future. Entering the wilderness for hunting not only allows for personal rankings and rewards but also offers additional team rewards. Double the gains, why not? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen replied, Senior, joining a battle team is indeed a good thing, and I really admire your team. However, I still want to form my own team. At least in my team, I can be the one in charge, right? Lu Chen made it clear that joining their team was not out of the question, but he wanted to be in charge and be the captain. He was absolutely unwilling to follow Wenren Jinghong's orders. Wenren Jinghong could certainly hear the underlying meaning in Lu Chen's words. Before she could say more, Lu Fian, who was standing at the door, coldly snorted, You think you can be the captain just because of that? Wenren Jinghong quickly interrupted Lu Fian and continued to smile as she persuaded, Junior, don't mind her. Fian just speaks too bluntly, but she has a good heart. Wanting to form your own battle team is certainly a good idea, but that can only be realized after you break through to Martial Master. Before that, you can only stay in school. Don't you need credits? At this point, Wenren Jinghong earnestly said, How long does it take to break through from a martial artist to a martial master? 3 months? Half a year? Wenren Jinghong said, Are you willing to just wait and waste time? But if you join our battle team, you can go out and take on tasks. Right now, not only earning a lot of credits but also honing your combat skills. Hearing this, Lu Chen no longer hid it and somewhat shyly said, But Senior, I am already a martial master. As he spoke, Lu Chen revealed a hint of aura. Clearly at the second stage of martial master. At this moment, Wenren Jinghong, who had always been confident, was stunned. Lu Fian, standing beside her, quickly flashed into the living room and stared at Lu Chen. When did you break through? Lu Chen replied calmly, Just a couple of days ago. It was a stroke of luck. To break through to the second stage of a martial artist in one go, an 18-year-old second stage martial artist, Wenrun Jinghong could no longer sit still. She approached Lu Chen and directly reached out to pinch his cheek, seemingly wanting to confirm if he was real. Lu Chen quickly stepped back, avoiding Wenrun Jinghong's delicate hand, mainly afraid of embarrassing himself. This senior sister, standing in front of him, exuded an astonishing beauty and charm. Wenrun Jinghong naturally withdrew her hand and let out a captivating laugh. It seems we have an incredible prodigy at Jiangnan Martial University. I was too abrupt. However, I must say, I am even more interested in you now. Still the same thing, join our battle team, and you can be a main force right away. You will have certain priority in the distribution of battle achievements. Moreover, I'm not afraid to tell you, our battle team is supported by the Wenrun family's vast resources, which is not something an ordinary battle team can compare to. Wenrun Jinghong threw out an even bigger bait. But, upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt even more resistant. The Wenrun family was the martial arts family behind Wenrun Jinghong. Family resources would certainly be beneficial for cultivation, alleviating worries. But if he used such family resources, would he not have to pay anything in return? Without thinking too much, Lu Chen knew that such family investments would demand even greater returns. At that time, he would truly become someone else's worker, serving the so-called aristocratic family. Sorry, senior sister, I still hope to build my own battle team from scratch. Lu Chen firmly shook his head. Unappreciative, Lu Fian coldly remarked before returning to the doorway. Seeing that Lu Chen had made up his mind, Wenrun Jinghong pretended to be sad and pouted. Alright, you can try it out first. However, I must remind you of one thing. It's very difficult for a new battle team to survive in the wilderness. Not only are there competitors from the school, but there are also those ruthless wilderness hunters who will bully you. In short, our Jinghong battle team welcomes you at any time, and I hope you think it over. Lu Chen nodded seriously. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I will be careful. Then I'll take my leave. I've left my contact information for you. Call me when you've made up your mind. Wenrun Jinghong turned to leave, leaving Lu Chen with a graceful silhouette. By the way, as she reached the door, Wenrun Jinghong suddenly turned back. If you miss me, you can also arrange to meet me privately. Leaving behind a series of laughter, Wenrun Jinghong and Lu Fian walked out. What a fairy! Lu Chen gulped down the lukewarm water on the coffee table, calming his slightly restless mood. However, Lu Chen would not regard Wenrun Jinghong as just a pretty face. This woman was formidable, not only in strength but also in charm and means, which made Lu Chen feel wary. And that Lu Fian, with strong abilities, gave Lu Chen a considerable sense of pressure. The fact that such a genius was willing to stand behind Wenrun Jinghong was even more intriguing. By the time Wenrun Jinghong and Lu Fian left, Lu Chen quickly calmed his mind to prepare for forming a battle team and going on missions. He first ordered a batch of supplies on the platform outside the school, including a set of high-grade bows and arrows worth over 5 million, multiple sets of third-level nutritional supplements worth over 10 million, and 3 million worth of various medical supplies and communication equipment. Academic credits should be used wisely. It's more cost-effective to purchase outside the school with money. After that, Lu Chen began to look for candidates for his team. Wenrun Jinghong was right about one thing. The teams formed in university are not limited to the campus. Once they enter society, they will still be the most reliable comrades. Therefore, from the very beginning of forming the team, one must be cautious and prefer quality over quantity. Trustworthy, with potential, and complementary skills, these are the basic requirements. Lu Chen thought to himself. The first choice for meeting these criteria would be students from the ancient martial arts major. Their talents are undoubtedly the best, and since they have just entered university, they haven't yet solidified their paths, making them more promising and easier to build trust with than second or third year students. Moreover, after more than a month of interaction, Lu Chen, as the class monitor, had gained a deeper understanding of his classmates. Chen Hao is one, and Qin Heiyuan is another. Lu Chen first selected these two. Their temperaments were compatible with Lu Chen's, and they both respected him. Additionally, their abilities and potential were among the top in the ancient martial arts major and the entire freshman class. Chen Hao possessed innate strength and exceptional conditions, combined with his training in the great strength diamond body and rapid fire fist, making him a solid tank and a strong melee fighter. As for Qin Heiyuan, he appeared gentle on the surface but was actually a genius with a violent fighting style. His starfire gun technique combined with the explosive flame step made him an output monster that could explode at any moment. Speaking of this, it must be mentioned that once one reaches a high level of martial arts, especially as a martial master, the manifestation of the aura becomes solid, and the attributes of earth-level martial techniques gradually become evident. For instance, Chen Hao's great strength diamond body and rapid fire fist lean towards the earth element's weight and defense. In contrast, Qin Heiyuan's starfire gun technique and explosive flame step emphasize the fire element's explosiveness and ferocity. Lu Chen's dragon capture skill, layered wave palm, and breaking wave technique embody the water element's flexibility and control. The returning origin sword technique, rolling knife 18 styles, Big Dipper 7-star arrow, and Shan Koan knife technique focus on the metal element's sharp attack power. Additionally, the Poison Dragon Spear and 100 Flower Whip involve the wood element's vitality, capable of containing toxins and replenishing life force. Of course, what is mentioned here is merely a focus, not an absolute. Most martial arts harmonize multiple attributes, just with different emphases. For example, Lu Chen's Golden Bell Shield possesses the weight of the earth element, the flexibility of the water element, and the rebound of the metal element. Besides, there are some martial arts derived from the 5 elements. For instance, the Wind Blade Leg and Swift Wind Shadowless Step emphasize the wind element. In summary, Lu Chen's inclusive approach to cultivation, encompassing all 5 elements, is merely an exception. Most martial artists, with limited energy, will choose a path that suits them when they begin practicing earth-level martial techniques, like Chen Hao with the earth element and Qin Haiyuan with the fire element. Therefore, the teammates Lu Chen needs to select now must encompass all 5 elements, and he must at least find 3 people representing metal, water, and wood. Although he is on a path that includes all 5 elements and is proficient in various techniques, he has not yet reached that level. Moreover, the strength of one person is limited, which is why a team is needed to achieve complementary effects. In the perilous wilderness, it is essential to have trustworthy teammates who can compensate for each other's weaknesses to survive for a long time. With this in mind, Lu Chen already had a few candidates in his heart. However, whether they would be willing to join his team would have to wait until tomorrow to find out. Early the next morning, Lu Chen called each of the people he had chosen to his dormitory. 4 boys and 2 girls, all classmates majoring in ancient martial arts. As soon as Chen Hao entered, he exaggeratedly shouted, "Chongge, your living conditions are just unbeatable, I'm so envious." Qin Haiyuan also looked around curiously at Lu Chen's dormitory villa. These 2 were among the classmates who were quite familiar with Lu Chen, so they were not very polite. The other 4 classmates appeared somewhat reserved, sitting on the living room sofa, waiting for Lu Chen to greet them. "Please sit down, I have something to discuss with you all." Lu Chen invited everyone to take a seat, then said seriously, "Chongge, just tell us what you need, there's no need to be polite with us." Chen Hao laughed boldly. Lu Chen no longer held back and got straight to the point. "I want to form a long-term team to do tasks together, venture into the wilderness, and earn credits. Do you want to join?" As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Chen Hao immediately cheered, excitedly saying, "Of course, Chongge, that's fantastic. I've been thinking about this for a long time." Qin Haiyuan also chimed in, "Yeah, I just worry about holding you back." Lu Chen nodded, somewhat satisfied with the performance of these 2, and then turned to look at the other 4. Guidao, with superb knife skills and sharp attacks, was a cold and taciturn handsome guy. Zhang Xiong, with speed that could be considered second in the class, was also quite clever. Cheng Zishu, a girl from a family of medicine, was proficient in wood-based martial arts and medical skills. The last one was Zhang Tao, who ranked at the bottom of the class, skilled in snake swordplay and cloud smoke steps, both leaning towards water-based martial arts. Seeing Lu Chen looking over, Guidao simply nodded coldly and responded with a single word, "Okay." Cheng Zishu and Zhang Tao exchanged glances, then showed joyful expressions, nodding repeatedly, "We'll follow the class leader." When it came to the last one who hadn't expressed his stance, Zhang Xiong hesitated, somewhat avoiding Lu Chen's gaze. Lu Chen noticed the other's attitude and calmly said, "Don't overthink it, forming a team is voluntary. If you have any concerns, just say them." Only then did Zhang Xiong raise his head and say, "Actually, I'm already prepared to join a sophomore team that my cousin is forming." "So?" Lu Chen smiled upon hearing this, "That's great. 2. Everyone has their own aspirations, we won't force you." Zhang Xiong stood up and said, "In that case, I won't disturb you any longer." Lu Chen personally saw Zhang Xiong out, then turned back to discuss specific details with the other team members. Zhang Xiong stood outside the door, faintly hearing the laughter and joy inside, sneering as he walked away, muttering, "A bunch of inexperienced freshmen thinking they can form a team on their own. Without even a martial master, how long will they have to wait to take on tasks? Once you enter the wilderness, you'll know how terrifying it is without any seniors to guide you, following you, let alone earning credits from tasks. I don't even know if I can survive and come back." In the dormitory villa, Lu Chen and the others were not disheartened by Zhang Xiong's departure. Instead, they were enthusiastically planning and discussing. "What we need to do first is to prepare the supplies needed for entering the wilderness. Especially your weapons and equipment, you must choose the most suitable and the best. Don't hesitate to spend money. Once our strength increases, we will quickly earn it back. If anyone has difficulties, feel free to bring them up now, and we can think of solutions together." Lu Chen spoke confidently, sharing his thoughts. At this moment, Chen Hao shyly raised his hand and said, "Brother Chong, I have a question." "Go ahead," Lu Chen replied directly. Chen Hao scratched his temple and said, "To be honest, isn't it a bit too early for us to prepare these now? Our team doesn't have a martial artist yet, and we can't enter the wilderness or take on off-campus missions. In the short term, preparing now might not be useful later." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, I almost forgot to tell you, I broke through to become a martial artist a couple of days ago. So, as long as we are willing, we can start taking on missions anytime. As Lu Chen spoke, a hint of martial artist aura emanated from him, startling the other 5 into standing up. Wow, Brother Chong, that's amazing. You broke through to a martial artist so quickly, Chen Hao exclaimed with wide eyes. Qin Haiyuan gave Lu Chen a thumbs up, excitedly saying, I knew it. Following Brother Chong is definitely the right choice. Look at Zhang Xiong, he will surely regret not teaming up with us in the future. Guidao's eyes flashed with determination, his spirit soaring, as if his thoughts had already flown to the wilderness outside the school. The other 2 girls, Zhang Tao and Cheng Zishu, also looked delighted. With Lu Chen, a martial artist leading them, their team would soon be able to take on missions, allowing them to earn credits faster and continuously acquire training resources. A quick step leads to faster progress, and this way, everyone's cultivation would rapidly improve. That's great. My fists have been itching for action, no doubt about it. I'm going to buy that level 3 boxing gloves when I get back. I've been eyeing them for a long time, but couldn't bring myself to buy them. Chen Hao was the most excited. He had long yearned for the life of college students entering the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts, and he didn't expect to get the opportunity so soon. Lu Chen nodded, signaling the 5 to sit down before continuing, then it's settled. Now let's talk about missions. For us, the credit tasks suitable for the team mainly fall into 2 categories. One category is long-term tasks, which involve cooperating with the station troops to hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness or gather medicinal herbs and then exchange them for corresponding credits based on the level and value of the beasts and herbs. The other category is short-term designated tasks, which involve striking against martial artist criminals based on intelligence, as well as various specific tasks released through official platforms. My idea is to first go to the wilderness to hunt beasts, starting from easy to difficult, progressing step by step. This way, we can better hone our teamwork and manage our time, earning credits in the long run. As for the short-term designated tasks, we can decide based on the situation later. How does that sound? Lu Chen looked at the 5. Chen Hao immediately cheered, I don't mind, but I think Brother Chang's idea makes sense. After all, our team is newly formed, and we haven't worked together before. Qin Haiyuan also nodded, saying, I'll follow Brother Chong. Guidao responded lightly, okay. Zhang Tao and Cheng Zishu appeared both excited and nervous, but they also responded in succession, we comply. Good. Lu Chen immediately made a decision, since there are no objections, let's prepare today and head into the wilderness early tomorrow morning. Let's make an agreement in advance. The rewards we gain in the wilderness will be distributed according to merit among the 6 of us, and no one can take credit for another. Also, the wilderness is like a battlefield. I hope everyone can follow orders when the time comes. I can guarantee that everyone's safety is the top priority here. No problem, as long as I can kill a few in the wilderness, I'll agree to anything. Chen Hao laughed heartily. At that moment, Zhang Tao eagerly raised her hand to speak. Brother Chong, since our team is just starting, shouldn't we come up with a name? Cheng Zishu echoed, right, I heard that before entering the wilderness, we need to register the team name, and later they will tally the squad's achievements. Exactly. Chen Hao shouted, we have to come up with a powerful and impressive team name. Who knows, our team might soon become famous throughout the school, no, the whole country. How about calling it the Sun-Slaying Team? Chen Hao suggested with bright eyes. Then, he was met with 5 pairs of eyes looking at him as if he were an idiot. Are you serious? You're not afraid of being struck by lightning with a name like that? Chen Hao scratched his head and looked at Qin Haiyuan beside him, glaring, you think it's not powerful? Then what do you suggest we call it? Qin Haiyuan thought for a moment and smiled, how about the Thunderbolt Team? Still as a maiden, moving like thunder. Guidao casually said 4 words, Blade Edge Team. Cheng Zishu followed up, Butterfly Dance Team. When it was Zhang Tao's turn, she blushed and said, Moonlight Team. After the 5 of them shared their opinions, they all looked at Lu Chen, who was checking his phone, wanting him, the captain, to make a decision. Lu Chen held up his phone and smiled, all these team names have already been registered, you can't use them. Chen Hao immediately felt frustrated, see, my Sun-Slaying Team is quite popular, it's already been registered. The others then thought of dozens of impressive names, but unfortunately, they were all taken. The key was that according to the rules, team names could only be 2 characters long. In the end, they had no choice but to brainstorm and came up with a low-key but powerful team name, Team 87. Seeing Chen Hao sulking, Lu Chen chuckled, the team name is just a code, Team 87 is already quite impressive. If we get the chance in the future, we might even win an official reserved code, then that would be truly impressive. The Huaxia official has some reserved codes passed down through generations that ordinary teams cannot use. For example, names like Mountain River, Dragon Guardian, Dragon Scale, Sun and Moon, etc. can only be used by teams that have made special significant contributions or special military organizations, representing the highest honor recognized by the state. Alright, that's it for today, everyone go back and prepare. Lu Chen started to send them off. Once I successfully register here, the platform will send you invitations and confirmations. Remember to accept them. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, gather here on time. No problem, Team 87, may we have a victorious start. Chen Hao shouted, and only then did he leave with excitement along with the others. On October 17, early in the morning, Chen Hao and the others gathered at Lu Chen's dormitory. As they looked at each other, they couldn't help but feel a surge of energy. Each of them was dressed in lightweight black level 3 combat suits, looking spirited and vigorous. Such high-level combat suits are expensive, costing at least $1 million for a set, but they are indeed worth the price. Level 3 combat suits are primarily made from the skins and furs of specific Level 3 exotic beasts. Combined with high-tech methods, they are not only impervious to knives and guns, fire-resistant and insulated, but also lightweight and resilient. Even someone like Chen Hao, who can transform, cannot tear these suits apart. In addition to the combat suits, everyone's weapons had also been upgraded. Chen Hao wore a pair of silver level 3 gloves that fit snugly on his hands, which he claimed cost over 10 million. Qin Haiyuan carried a holster on his back containing his newly purchased foldable red dragon gun, also a level 3 weapon. Guidao had a scabbard slung diagonally at his waist, housing an authentic level 3 tang knife. Chang Zishu carried a first aid kit on his back and had a coiled level 3 vine whip at his waist. Jiang Tao carried a silver snake sword, looking heroic and dashing. When the five looked at Lu Chen, they found he only had a highly elastic black backpack, nothing else. Chonggu, where's your weapon? Qin Haiyuan asked, a bit puzzled after circling around to take a look. The others also turned to Lu Chen. In their impression, Lu Chen was skilled in various martial arts, including the rolling knife 18 styles and the wind-cleaving axe, so he should have at least chosen one weapon. Lu Chen smiled and pointed to his backpack. It's all in here. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen led the six onto a nearby school bus, heading straight for the wilderness fortress. Their destination was the wilderness area along the Yangtze River, located on the southern side of Chongyang Island, classified as a level 3 zone. This area hardly has any exotic beasts above level 3. Once a level 4 beast or a level 5 beast king is born, it will be detected by humans and promptly eliminated. As for the wilderness facing the East China Sea, it is known as the Death Zone, as no one can be sure when a powerful beast king might suddenly emerge from the coastline, and humans cannot accurately partition the vast sea. Therefore, with their current strength, Lu Chen and the others dared only to venture into the level 3 wilderness. However, even so, this place was incomparable to the wilderness of Guanyun City that Lu Chen had once roamed. Guanyun City is located inland, where level 3 exotic beasts are scarce and their types limited. In contrast, here, near the Yangtze River estuary, the flow of various exotic beasts is incalculable, covering land, sea, and air, making it impossible to eliminate them all. The campus of Jiangnan Martial University is built nearby for good reason. It not only facilitates students' wilderness training but also helps the military guard the fortresses along the East China Sea and the Yangtze River, serving multiple purposes. Danger also means opportunity. In such a place, opportunities and wealth are everywhere. Half an hour later, the six arrived at Fortress Number 1, close to the estuary, by school bus. All wilderness fortresses have stationed troops for security. To enter the wilderness, one must register here and obtain permission. Team 87, you are all freshmen from Jiangnan Martial University? The person in charge of receiving Lu Chen and the others was a young lady in military uniform. After checking their team information, she looked up at Lu Chen in surprise. Hello, yes, we are all new students this year, Lu Chen replied with a smile. The other teens nearby, who were also registering, couldn't help but cast surprised glances. Freshmen dare to form a team to enter the wilderness? Ha ha, don't get scared and wet your pants, kids. A bounty hunter team from society laughed loudly. Junior students, why not go back and accumulate some experience before coming? The wilderness isn't that easy to handle, another senior team from Jiangnan Martial University kindly reminded. A commotion erupted around them. It was indeed a battle team formed by freshmen, which was quite rare. Most freshmen, if they truly wanted to enter the level 3 wilderness zone, would seek out experienced teams to join, as this could help them avoid many detours and significantly reduce risks. What are you laughing at? The young lady scolded. Anyone who disrupts the order will be kicked out immediately, and their qualifications will be revoked. Once the surrounding teams quieted down, the young lady turned to Lu Chen and the others, her expression serious. I must remind you that the level 3 wilderness zone is very dangerous. If you lack experience, it will be even more difficult. Are you sure you want to enter? Lu Chen glanced at his teammates behind him, who were excited, nervous, and curious, but showed no signs of fear, and then nodded. Affirmatively, yes, we are ready. The young lady nodded and continued, I need to verify your personal information. Without a martial artist, you cannot pass. She then began to scan the detailed information of Lu Chen and the others. However, as soon as she scanned Lu Chen's identity information, her eyes widened in shock and she quickly stood up to salute. Hello, officer. Goodness. An 18-year-old captain with over 300,000 military achievements, was this really a student? The young lady could hardly believe the information she was seeing. She was certain she had never seen such a young captain before. Although he wasn't officially serving in the military and only held a military rank, those military achievements were genuine and could not be mistaken. Lu Chen straightened his body and returned a standard military salute before saying, "No need to be formal, sister. I'm just a figurehead, not a formal officer." Chen Hao and the others behind Lu Chen were stunned. What was going on? How did Lu Chen become an officer? Their team leader had such an identity? Looking at the young lady's shoulder insignia, which was at the second lieutenant level, why was she saluting Lu Chen? The nearby teams that had been laughing moments ago also cast curious glances. This young freshman was actually a relatively high-ranking officer? Impressive. The young lady realized that Lu Chen did not want to draw attention to himself, so she sat back down, straightened her posture even more, and confirmed Lu Chen's information again, feeling even more astonished. 18 years old, second-tier martial artist. Top student of the Ancient Martial Arts Comprehensive Major at Jiangnan Martial University, assistant researcher at the Ancient Martial Research Institute. What a monstrous genius! The young lady could hardly believe her eyes. Each of these titles was no less significant than that of a captain. Then, she checked Chen Hao and the others' information and couldn't help but feel dazed again. Although the others had not yet reached the martial artist level and did not have as many impressive titles as Lu Chen, each of them was a high-tier martial artist. The key point was that they were indeed young. Most of them had just recently come of age, and the youngest was only 17. Can you believe it? She was certain that these few geniuses from the Ancient Martial Arts Comprehensive Major at Jiangnan Martial University, even if they were not martial artists yet, all had the strength to challenge level 3 exotic beasts. The most crucial thing was that they had great potential. No wonder they dared to form a team to enter level 3 wilderness. This 87th battle team needs to be closely monitored. The young lady casually made a note to report. All set, we have enough teams, just wait for the fortress to open, she said, looking up. Later, Lu Chen and the others received various exclusive emergency rescue communicators, referred to as rescue devices. These devices were fully functional, not only capable of emergency calls for help but also able to record video in real time, communicate with the garrison at the fortress, and had an indispensable positioning feature. The wilderness within Huaxia was not a lawless land. Martial artists could not kill each other, or they would face legal consequences. On the contrary, the state encouraged martial artists or teams to help and support each other. Once a lone hunter or team requested assistance, the fortress would promptly notify nearby teams to come to the rescue. Under the system of checks and balances, the order in the domestic wilderness was relatively controllable. However, even so, there would still be bounty hunters or teams that clashed due to personal grudges or competition for prey. The rescue devices and laws were merely 2 layers of protection but could not completely eliminate such occurrences. Brother Chong, look at that big screen over there. Chen Hao suddenly pointed to the prominent display on the opposite wall while they were waiting at the entrance of the wilderness. Lu Chen focused his gaze, and the screen displayed the leaderboard for the level 3 wilderness area. It's the beast hunting leaderboard. We can also check it on the rescue devices we just received, Qin Heiyuan said from the side. This leaderboard is mainly divided into 2 major sections. Qin Heiyuan appeared very familiar with it, recounting with ease the national level 3 wilderness overall leaderboard and the monthly leaderboard that resets every month. Each leaderboard is further divided into team rankings and individual rankings. The overall leaderboard shows the cumulative results over the years, and the top 100 teams and individuals displayed are mostly established teams and hunters. After all, they have a long history of accumulation. The monthly leaderboard is different. It resets every month specifically to encourage newcomers like us. Qin Heiyuan became noticeably excited as he spoke. Lu Chen had heard of this leaderboard but was not as familiar as Qin Heiyuan. He curiously asked, what are the benefits of making it onto this leaderboard? He only knew that these achievements could be exchanged for credits at school but was unclear about the advantages of being on the list. Qin Heiyuan replied excitedly, it's a big deal. This isn't limited to our school or the Magic City leaderboard. Brother Chong, it's national. All universities, martial arts schools, individuals, including official ones in all of Huaxia, the teams and individuals that can enter the level 3 wilderness will compete for the rankings. Once you make it onto the list, you'll be famous nationwide, renowned across the land, proving your strength and confidence. It's a leaderboard that everyone pays attention to. Isn't that impressive? Lu Chen frowned slightly. Was it just fame? Isn't there any substantial benefit? Lu Chen asked somewhat unwillingly. What good was fame if he wasn't really trying to become an internet celebrity? Qin Heiyuan found it hard to understand Lu Chen's line of thinking. Wasn't the glory of standing out among billions of people enough to entice anyone? However, he still answered honestly, of course, there are substantial rewards. After all, high achievements mean significant contributions. For us students, besides being able to exchange achievements for credits, once you make it onto the leaderboard, the school will also provide additional credit rewards. For civilian teams and individuals, if they can make it onto the list, they can gain access to certain scarce resources from the authorities. I see. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Having rewards was good. Contributing to the country and society was certainly important, but if there were rewards and recognition, it would motivate him even more. That's great! Chen Hao exclaimed, slapping his thigh and shouting boldly, then our team 87 will aim for the top of the monthly leaderboard first, haha. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said nothing more. Qin Haiyuan glanced around cautiously and advised, Brother Hao, keep your voice down, don't let others laugh at you. Chen Hao shot Qin Haiyuan a glare. What are you laughing at? Why are you laughing at me? We may not compete for the overall leaderboard, but we can still aim for the monthly one, can't we? Everyone starts from scratch, who's afraid of whom? However, many people around who heard the voice were indeed whispering and subtly mocking. Qin Haiyuan quickly lowered his voice and said, the monthly rankings are indeed recalculated every month, but the difficulty is also extremely high. We're not just competing with students from the same year, but also with those from the second, third, and fourth years. Brother Hao, think about it, with our current strength, can we compare to those seniors? Qin Haiyuan continued to analyze patiently. Moreover, this is just Jiangnan Martial University. What if we consider hundreds of universities nationwide? And then there are the official and unofficial teams? At this point, Qin Haiyuan pointed to the large screen above. Do you see? Every team on the rankings has its origin. Today is already the 17th. Looking at the teams above, only 2 are from Jiangnan Martial University, and they are both second and third year teams. If I say this, you should know how difficult it is, right? Lu Chen and Chen Hao also looked closely at the screen, and indeed, there were only 2 teams from Jiangnan Martial University on the monthly rankings. Chen Hao fell silent. Guidao sneered coldly, while Chang Zishu and Jiang Tao looked somewhat dejected, as if they had been struck. Yes, their team, composed entirely of freshmen, had only Lu Chen as a second-tier martial artist. How could they compete with those established strong teams? At that moment, Lu Chen instead smiled and heavily patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. What's there to be afraid to say? Have you forgotten our team's name? If we can't even set a small goal, what's there to talk about being ambitious? Just because we can't do it now doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. We not only need to strive for the top, but we also need to dominate the 4th level area and the forbidden zone in the future. How about that? Chen Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn it, Brother Chong is right. I just set a small goal. What's there to be afraid of? You almost led me astray. No ambition. Qin Haiyuan smiled, not saying much. He had more comprehensive information, so he knew how great the difficulty was. However, he understood that Lu Chen was boosting morale, so he naturally wouldn't go against that. This kid is quite interesting. Lu Chen unexpectedly glanced at Qin Haiyuan, feeling a spark of cleverness. Then, Lu Chen saw a group of people walking towards him. Among them was a familiar face. I thought it was someone talking big here. Turns out it's our freshman from Jiangnan Martial University, a young man with a streak of yellow hair among the 7 mocked. Chen Hao immediately spotted the familiar face and stepped forward with a low grunt. Zhan Xiong, are you here to stir up trouble? Among this group, some were avoiding eye contact, including Zhan Xiong, who had refused to join the 87th team last night. Under Chen Hao's questioning, Zhan Xiong dared not look at his classmates, especially Lu Chen. He had been surprised to see Lu Chen and the others from a distance because he thought none of these classmates should be martial artists and shouldn't be here. But when he saw Lu Chen and the others pass the review and prepare to enter the wilderness, he realized he had underestimated Lu Chen's progress and strength. Regret wasn't quite the word, as Lu Chen's team was still far weaker than his second-year team, which was composed entirely of martial artists, including a captain who was a 5th-tier martial artist. But since they were classmates, Zhan Xiong didn't want to face them. Unexpectedly, his loss of composure was noticed by his teammates, and coupled with his earlier mockery of Lu Chen and the others in front of his teammates, he was forcibly brought over when Chen Hao was boasting. I didn't mean that, Zhan Xiong defended himself. To be honest, he still felt a bit of awe towards Lu Chen, the top student. Competing for the top student at the start of school, he had been beaten up by Lu Chen. After Lu Chen practiced martial arts and demonstrated his strength while communicating with his classmates, Zhan Xiong noticed it. Coupled with the time when Huabei Martial University challenged them, Lu Chen's display of power made Zhan Xiong feel intimidated. However, Zhan Xiong was not convinced. He always wanted to surpass Lu Chen. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to join the sophomore battle team, seizing the opportunity to complete tasks and earn credits, then surpass Lu Chen to compete for next year's class leader and top student. The senior with yellow hair scoffed and patted Zhan Xiong on the shoulder, saying casually, "What's there to be embarrassed about? They're just a bunch of freshmen who don't know their place. Stick with us, and I guarantee you'll defeat the so-called top student within 6 months." Zhang Xiong lowered his head, feeling even more reluctant to face Lu Chen. Damn it! Chen Hao, having been mocked repeatedly and hearing someone openly provoke Lu Chen, was already feeling a surge of anger. Lu Chen stepped forward to stand in front of Chen Hao and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations, there's no need for more words. Please, feel free." The senior with yellow hair wanted to lecture the younger students a bit more, but he was interrupted coldly by the buzzcut youth who seemed to be in charge. "Alright, no need to discourage them." Only then did the yellow-haired senior quiet down and obediently step back, saying, "Okay, Captain, I just can't stand people showing off." The buzzcut youth turned to Lu Chen, looking down at him and said, "I am Zhong Chuyun, a sophomore majoring in ancient martial arts. Having ambitions is good, but the wilderness is not a place for fantasies. Leave your contact information. If needed, we can offer assistance." Lu Chen smiled without warmth and replied, "No need, thank you, senior." After saying that, Lu Chen led Chen Hao and the others to another place, clearly unwilling to stay with these seniors. "Zhang Chuyun?" Qin Haiyuan murmured, "I remember now, he is ranked 67th on the school's top 100 list and is also the top student of the sophomore year." Lu Chen and the others looked at Qin Haiyuan, somewhat surprised. Zhang Chuyun was actually the top student in her sophomore year, and she was also a master ranked 67th on the Jiangnan Martial University's top 100 list? Especially the top 100 list. The value of that ranking was not low. Having been at Jiangnan Martial University for just over a month, they understood what the top 100 list represented. It was not just a hollow title but a testament to real achievements, even more respected than being the top student of a cohort. Such achievements were earned by hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness. Therefore, each student on the top 100 list would be noted for the strongest exotic beast they had killed. For example, Lu Chen, although he was the top student in his freshman year and had defeated Zhao Yuntian, a second-tier martial artist, during a challenge at North China Martial University, he still lacked the relevant achievements to qualify for the top 100 list. Having strength and daring to kill exotic beasts in the wilderness were two different concepts. Many students, when entering the wilderness and facing those bloodthirsty and ferocious exotic beasts, could barely unleash half of their usual strength. Such people had no right to be on the top 100 list. Also, the Zhongming battle team we just saw, the sophomore team that made it onto the monthly achievements list, is indeed Zhong Chuyun's team, Qin Haiyuan added. So, it seems they really do have the qualifications to look down on us. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, but his fighting spirit was high. He had seen the bloodshed of hunting in the wilderness. Lu Chen was not a novice. Seeing Chen Hao wanting to argue back, Lu Chen smiled and interrupted, "The entrance is about to open. Let's take our first step well." Zhong Ming battle team, Zhong Chuyun? Lu Chen's goals were far beyond that. If he really wanted to become famous by joining another battle team, he could have joined the Ginghong battle team long ago. The Ginghong battle team, led by Wanren Jinghong, was not on the list here because they lacked strength, but because they had already ventured into level 4 or even forbidden wilderness areas where true power resided. At this moment, the 10 battle teams had gathered, and the energy gate opened, with each team streaming out in order. Leading the way was the Zhongming battle team. However, once they entered the wilderness, they quickly headed purposefully towards the dense forest to the left, with only the blonde guy glancing back with a hint of disdain. "SB. Chen Hao muttered two curse words under his breath. "Brother Chong, which way are we going?" Qin Haiyuan asked proactively. Lu Chen did not hesitate and pointed to the right front, saying, "Let's go that way. According to the map, level 2 exotic beasts are more active there, which will help us practice and get accustomed." If it were just Lu Chen, he would definitely charge straight towards level 3 exotic beasts. But since he was leading a newly formed team, he had to take responsibility and quickly bring the others up to speed. In the true wilderness, dangers lurked everywhere. One person's strength was ultimately limited. If they could not complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, it would be hard to go far. This was why various battle teams emerged, a natural result of survival of the fittest. With Lu Chen's command, the 6 of them no longer hesitated, forming the pre-agreed formation as they rushed into the depths of the forest. Lu Chen led the way, Chen Hao followed, Qin Haiyuan was on the left, Guidao on the right, and the 2 girls were protected in the center. Especially Chang Zishu, the team doctor, who needed the strongest protection, as she was the biggest logistical support. The forest here was extremely dense and humid, especially since the disaster. Not only had the beasts mutated, but the plants had as well. This was evident from the peach trees around them, which stood over 20 meters tall. The mature peaches produced by these trees each year were the size of human heads, and they were not just delicious but also a top-grade nutrient that could replenish energy. During harvest time, the peaches here would be snatched up crazily from all over the country, and even the exotic beasts would be tempted to fight for them. To get back to the point, the 6 of them ventured deeper, remaining extremely vigilant along the way. Even when encountering other human teams also, Entering the wilderness, they would deliberately avoid them. In the wild, the dangers were not just from the strange beasts. Only Lu Chen remained calm and composed. After all, he was an experienced hand who had roamed the wilderness of Guanyin City for an entire summer. It wasn't that he was not cautious, rather, with his golden bell shield, Lu Chen had already developed a preliminary ability to see in all directions and hear from all sides, allowing him to sense crises in advance. At a certain moment, just as the six were about to bypass a muddy pit, a low croak suddenly echoed. Accompanying this sound was a pink shadow that shot out from the mud like a bullet, directly targeting Chen Hao, who was at the back. Chen Hao reacted swiftly, throwing a punch without looking back, releasing a sonic boom that struck the incoming red shadow. The red shadow was hit head-on and suddenly recoiled, attempting to hide back into the mud pit. At that moment, Guidao, who was on the right, had already turned around and without hesitation drew his sword to slash, the sword energy even arriving before the red shadow, striking at its source. Splash! Mud flew everywhere as Guidao's sword energy and Chen Hao's punch energy smashed into the bottom, sending a dark green shadow flying, with bright red blood splattering into the air. By the time the green figure landed, it had already been cleaved in two, its death a horrific sight. At this point, Lu Chen had already turned back to glance at the two and calmly asked, "Who recognizes this second-level strange beast?" Qin Haiyuan, seeing the beast's corpse, paled slightly and said, "This is a black marsh frog. From the earlier fluctuations it should be a second-level, sixth segment." The two halves of the corpse indeed belonged to a frog-like strange beast, its black-green body about a foot long. The red shadow that had just ambushed Chen Hao was its tongue, extending over 2 meters. If Chen Hao hadn't reacted in time, he could have been ensnared and captured by that long tongue. Of course, given Chen Hao's cultivation and his powerful body, it was more likely that the black marsh frog was pulled out by him. Lu Chen noticed that Qin Haiyuan was somewhat unaccustomed to this bloody scene, but he managed to maintain his composure, so he didn't say much more. He then turned to Cheng Zishu and Zhang Tao, who were bent over and retching, and said, in an unquestionable tone, "You two, go collect the valuable materials from the strange beast." Upon hearing this, the faces of the two girls turned even paler. Collecting materials from a strange beast was akin to performing an autopsy on the spot. Skinning and dismembering the beast was even more nauseating than witnessing the bloody scene. Brother Chong, is that really necessary? They clearly haven't done this before," Qin Haiyuan said, seeing the girl's miserable state and quickly discussing it. Lu Chen shot a glance at Qin Haiyuan and nodded slightly, then, "Let's add you to the mix. You three together, not just this strange beast, but all the strange beasts we hunt today will be collected by the three of you." Qin Haiyuan's face immediately turned bitter. "What does this have to do with me?" Seeing the three unwilling, Lu Chen's expression turned serious. "Do you think the wilderness is just a playground? This is a slaughterhouse. If you can't even get through this hurdle, you might as well go back to class early." Qin Haiyuan's face stiffened, and he had no choice but to shuffle closer to the strange beast's corpse. Cheng Zishu, seeing this, also trudged forward with a pained expression. After all, she came from a medical family and had some tolerance for this. Only Zhang Tao was somewhat unconvinced, looking at Lu Chen with doubt. "Captain, if we have to face the bloodshed, shouldn't you set an example first? Prove it." Even with Chen Hao shooting her warning glances from the side, Cheng Zishu stubbornly stared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled. "All right, I appreciate your spirit of questioning, but if I prove myself, the next strange beast's corpse will be collected by you alone." "No problem." Zhang Tao gritted her teeth and held on. Then, she watched as Lu Chen took a few steps to the half-dead body of the black frog, reached out and dug out a chunk of bloody frog meat, swallowing it whole. Not only Zhang Tao, but even the obviously more knowledgeable Chen Hao and Guidao were stunned, feeling their stomachs churn. "Brother Chong, do you really have to be this ruthless to yourself?" Chen Hao and the others stared wide-eyed at Lu Chen's actions. "Wow." Qin Haiyuan and Zhang Tao finally couldn't hold it in and vomited their breakfast. Lu Chen chewed carefully, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and grinned, saying nonchalantly, "This is a great tonic." He fixed his gaze on Zhang Tao and calmly inquired, "How about it? Is it okay? If not, I can dissect it myself. But you all have to watch closely." This was no challenge for him. Back when he followed the soldiers deep into the wilderness of Guanyin City, Lu Chen had tried eating various edible exotic beast meats raw. For those soldiers who had fought in the wilderness for years, this was basic training and an essential skill. Zhang Tao touched the corner of her mouth, shaking her head like a rattle drum. "No, that's not necessary. Brother Chong is amazing." She was mainly worried that Lu Chen would eat the disgusting exotic beast corpse piece by piece. "All right, Brother Chong, let me handle it." As Zhang Tao spoke, she hurriedly stumbled toward the half-corpse of the he-ice frog. Strangely, whether it was because of the vomiting or having seen Lu Chen swallow the frog meat whole, Zhang Tao felt her tolerance had increased and it wasn't so hard to accept anymore. Qin Haiyuan and Chang Zishu felt the same way. The three of them busied themselves around the two piles of exotic beast corpses, while Chen Hao gave Lu Chen a thumbs up from behind them. He understood that what Lu Chen was doing was necessary and the quickest way to see results. If they couldn't even handle this small scene, they would likely become a burden in this wilderness, filled with slaughter and bloodshed. Lu Chen ignored Chen Hao and continued to vigilantly observe his surroundings, preventing anyone or any exotic beast from ambushing them. He had actually sensed the presence of the exotic beast in the muddy water earlier. He just pretended not to notice to train his teammates' adaptability. From the reactions of his teammates, it was clear that Chen Hao and Gu Yidao had real hunting experience, with good on-the-spot reactions and psychological resilience. The remaining three clearly lacked in this regard. They probably had only faced domesticated exotic beasts in hunting grounds, and had no experience dealing with wild exotic beasts and slaughter on their own. Therefore, to quickly enhance the team's combat capability, Lu Chen had to do this. If some still couldn't manage, then it would be better for them to leave as soon as possible. A level 2, 6-segment He-Ice Frog is worth around 600,000, which is 6,000 battle points or credits. Lu Chen calculated silently. It was indeed easier to earn credits in the wilderness. However, before conquering the wilderness, I must first conquer these teammates. Lu Chen noticed subtle emotional fluctuations in Gu Yidao, especially after he had slain the exotic beast with one strike. It seemed he was somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Chen's perceived dullness as the team leader. Lu Chen didn't mind the small competitive emotions among the team members. On the contrary, he appreciated their rebellious spirit. Because they had that potential. After all, each one could be considered a dragon among men. A wild horse, once tamed, often becomes a true steed of 1,000 miles. So, Lu Chen planned to slightly adjust his strategy. Otherwise, some teammates might think that their chief and captain was just a name without substance, unable to wield a blade. Continue. Once Qin Haiyuan and the others finished gathering, Lu Chen commanded, and the 6 of them set off again. Lu Chen still took the lead, quickening his pace into the dense forest, guided by his keen senses. Before long, a green shadow suddenly darted out from the thick branches above the team, like a flash of lightning, aiming for Chang Zishu in the middle of the group. These exotic beasts were too well disguised. They even knew how to conceal their presence. Once they launched a surprise attack, ordinary people wouldn't have time to react. Chang Zishu gasped and reached for the vine whip at her waist, but by the time she made her move, it would definitely be too late. Chen Hao let out a cold shout, his gaze like lightning, and his fist struck out. Gu Yidao's reaction was even faster, and he couldn't even see how he drew his sword before a flash of blade light had already slashed out first. But this time, both of them missed. The fist and blade energies crossed each other, resulting in a complete miss. The green shadow that had ambushed them had already been caught by a claw mark before the fist and blade energies landed and before Chang Zishu made his move, and it was pulled into Lu Chen's hand midair. Lu Chen turned around, his palm glowing with golden light, gripping a writhing green snake. It's a second-level, 8th-stage green bamboo snake. Lu Chen explained lightly as he turned back, then crushed it with a single squeeze. Jiang Tao, it's up to you. Lu Chen casually tossed the snake's corpse to Jiang Tao, letting her collect it independently. Jiang Tao watched the snake's body fall to the ground, too afraid to catch it directly. I'm most afraid of these soft-bodied creatures. Jiang Tao wailed inwardly, but she didn't dare to refuse. After all, she had just promised to collect the next one herself. However, this thing was really slippery and disgusting. Jiang Tao felt 100 unwillingness in her heart. Not just her, but Qin Haiyuan and Chang Zishu also feared it. Like a tiger, wanting to avoid it at all costs. What's wrong? Do you want to eat it raw? That's fine. This green bamboo snake is non-toxic and even more nourishing than the black swamp frog from earlier, Lu Chen kindly reminded. Jiang Tao's face turned even paler, and she quickly put on gloves, closed her eyes, and picked up the snake's corpse, trembling as she dissected and collected it. Although her movements were quite unorthodox and slow, Lu Chen didn't push her further. Meanwhile, Gu Yidao had his eyes slightly closed, replaying the lightning-fast confrontation in his mind. Clearly, he had drawn his sword first and was indeed faster than Chen Hao and Chang Zishu. Why, then, was Lu Chen, who was further away and acted later, faster? Gu Yidao was extremely confident in his swordsmanship. Having reached the perfect realm of the middle-grade earth-level sword draw gave him the confidence to pursue the ultimate speed of his blade. Yet even so, he had still been outpaced by Lu Chen, which forced Gu Yidao to reflect deeply. Moreover, Lu Chen's decisiveness, precision, and ruthlessness in his actions left Gu Yidao in shock. Next time, I must be faster than him, Gu Yidao vowed in his heart. He knew that his overall strength was currently inferior to Lu Chen's, but he could not tolerate losing to Lu Chen in the area he was most skilled at. In contrast, Chen Hao and Qin Haiyuan felt no abnormality. Wasn't it only natural for the captain to perform at this level? The two of them had fought with Lu Chen many times and had long since deeply experienced his strength. The 6 quickly set off again, continuing to search for traces of the exotic beasts. Half an hour later, as they passed a dead tree, Lu Chen suddenly swung his palm towards the sky without warning. A crescent-shaped blade energy shot up into the air, directly cleaving a spider-like exotic beast hanging from a branch in half, leaving no complete corpse. A second-level, 7th stage three-eyed venomous creature. You. 3 go collect it, but be careful of its venom sacs and venom threads. Shin Haiyuan and the others exchanged astonished glances, sighing, when the captain is performing, we have nothing to do. Chen Hao and the 2 girls nodded in agreement. Gui Dao's right hand had already tightened around the sword hilt, only to let go in despair. In that brief moment, he hadn't even noticed the disguised exotic beast. Gui Dao suddenly realized that the gap between him and Lu Chen was almost all-encompassing. Since he wanted to conquer his teammates, Lu Chen was not going to give them a chance to turn the tables. With his keen senses and rich wilderness experience, any exotic beast that appeared nearby had no chance of escaping his perception. Thus, Lu Chen was able to detect the location of the exotic beasts first, naturally leaving no opportunity for his teammates to intervene. The journey continued in the same manner, with Lu Chen leading the way, and all the secondary-level exotic beasts along the route fell to his hands. The unique wet and hot coastal conditions here gathered a distinct variety of exotic beasts, primarily frogs, snakes, spiders, and mosquitoes. However, regardless of the type of exotic beast or any special bloodline abilities they possessed, none could withstand more than 3 moves in Lu Chen's hands. Of course, the main reason was that this area was mostly populated by secondary-level beasts. By 5 in the afternoon, the teammates, including Chen Hao and Gu Idao, were numb. Throughout the day, they hardly had a chance to land a finishing blow, only able to watch as Lu Chen slaughtered his way through, while they followed behind to collect the corpses. However, it must be said that they learned a lot from Lu Chen, predicting the movements of exotic beasts, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses, avoiding potential dangers. Especially Qin and Yuan, the 2 girls had become accustomed to the bloody scenes and were quite skilled at collecting the bodies of the exotic beasts. Let's call it a day here. The wilderness after dark is the most dangerous. We risk being surrounded, Lu Chen said after tearing apart a secondary level 9-segment iron line centipede, turning back to remind them. The others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were also apprehensive about the wilderness after dark. The most terrifying aspect was not the usual attacks from exotic beasts, but the black mosquitoes that roamed in the night, a thought that sent shivers down their spines. The secondary-level black mosquito beasts here were each half a foot long, with blood-sucking mouthparts as sharp as arrows. Even someone as formidable as Chen Hao would lose half his life if bitten. Moreover, the black mosquitoes always moved in swarms at night, with the advantage of flight, making them a nightmare for wilderness hunters. Brother Chong, we really did gather quite a bit today, Qin and Yuan said excitedly on the way back, responsible for collecting and packing a total of 12 secondary-level exotic beasts, the weakest being 4 segments and the strongest 9 segments. Altogether, that's enough to exchange for over 70,000 battle points, which means over 70,000 credits. Of course, most of it is thanks to Brother Chong. Qin and Yuan flattered. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. The efficiency is still too low. Starting tomorrow, I will separate from you. You need to actively hunt beasts and hone your skills. Lu Chen continued. Brother Chong, isn't that a bit much? Just the few of us? Qin and Yuan sounded a bit anxious. Upon hearing this, the others were also worried. After all, without a seasoned martial artist like the captain leading them, they were unsure if they could handle a crisis. Don't worry, I won't be too far away. We can respond to each other at any time, Lu Chen said firmly. After a day, these teammates had developed a certain level of acceptance of the wilderness, and Lu Chen had established considerable authority among them. Therefore, starting tomorrow, they needed to begin acting independently rather than developing a habit of relying on him. What Lu Chen needed was a team where everyone could stand on their own, not just a group that could collect corpses or cheer from the sidelines. Only in this way could they face more and stronger exotic beasts and opponents in the future, greatly improving efficiency. When they returned to the fortress, the relevant personnel from the garrison received the results they had collected and directly converted them into credits for distribution. A total of 73,500 battle points. Congratulations, you have surpassed the vast majority of student teams entering the wilderness. For the first time, the soldier said with a hint of admiration. For students who can hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness, they are also given the utmost respect. Really? I remember when our Zhongning team first entered the level 3 wilderness area, we earned 11,000 battle points. At that moment, a group of people passed by, and it was indeed the Zhongning team. The one who said this was still that yellow-haired guy. Chen Hao wanted to refute him, but Lu Chen directly pulled him away. There was no point in a war of words. Both achievements and dignity had to be earned through strength. After getting on the school bus back to the dormitory, Lu Chen summarized the experience with his 5 teammates until after 8 o'clock. That's it for today. After returning, I hope everyone makes full use of the credits they've earned. to improve their cultivation and quickly break through to the martial master level. Also, we need to make up for the classes we missed during the day in the evening, Lu Chen emphasized. No problem, we'll listen to Brother Chong. Upon hearing this, the teammates agreed with the rhythm and atmosphere, readily accepting. Moreover, judging from today's gains, the credits earned during the day in the wilderness were enough for them to spend the night in the energy chamber. Future gains would only be greater. Once everyone dispersed, Lu Chen headed straight to the energy chamber and entered the level 4 area. During today's wilderness trip, he personally earned nearly 50,000 credits, enough to splurge. That's right, Lu Chen decided that starting today he would stay in the energy chamber at night. After all, for him, even if he really slept in the energy chamber, the chi gathering technique would automatically cultivate, helping him quickly accumulate his cultivation. After a night passed, Lu Chen's cultivation progress increased by 12%, bringing him a step closer to the third stage of martial master. The next morning, the members of Team 87 simply gathered directly in the hall of the energy chamber. It seemed that everyone had made progress, and they were all in high spirits. At their level, the amount of sleep they needed could be greatly reduced, and they would become even stronger due to the benefits of their cultivation. Brother Chong, we are ready, let's go, Qin Haiyuan said excitedly. After yesterday's experience, he felt that he had undergone a certain degree of psychological transformation. The others felt the same, especially after experiencing the true benefits of the credits. They were even more motivated. Let's go. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was the reason he valued these people. They had an extremely strong capacity for acceptance, and in just one day, they could understand many things and effectively change and execute them. On October 18, after entering the wilderness, Lu Chen no longer traveled with the other 5 but moved parallel to them at a distance of about a mile. This way, it could both train the independence of the others and allow for mutual support at any time, while also greatly improving the efficiency of hunting beasts. By the end of the day, the 5-person team had harvested over 60,000 battle points, while Lu Chen alone had earned over 90,000. At this point, Shen Hao, Guidao, and the others became even more aware of the significant gap between them and Lu Chen, feeling slightly inadequate even when combined. Thus, in the following days, the 5 worked even harder to hunt beasts and cultivate, with their gains increasing day by day. But no matter how hard they worked, their daily gains were always less than Lu Chen's, and the gap was even widening. It wasn't that Lu Chen encountered more exotic beasts, rather, he occasionally cleared out the level 3 exotic beasts lurking nearby, which naturally led to more battle points. On October 30th, when the members of Team 87 presented their gains at the fortress again, they finally attracted attention from all sides. 210,000 battle points, congratulations! You have made it to the top 100 of the monthly rankings. The soldier responsible for the statistics was shocked. Lu Chen and the others were also somewhat surprised. How did they unknowingly make it onto the rankings? Looking up at the light screen on the wall, it was indeed true. Team 87 had prominently secured the 100th position on the team rankings. My goodness, this new student team is too fierce. They made it to the top 100 of the monthly rankings in just half a month. There was a gasp of astonishment from the crowd. The attention received by the monthly rankings is indeed very high. After all, it looks at the national level of the 3-tiered beast zones. The Zhongming team had a good harvest today. After planning for a long time, they finally succeeded in ambushing a nest of Heezy frogs, earning a total of 200,000 battle points. On the way back to the fortress, the team members were all very excited. Generally speaking, it is not easy to achieve such a large harvest during the day. The wild beasts are active at night and have certain hiding methods and escape awareness, making hunting increasingly difficult. If it were a direct confrontation, humans would definitely have a significant advantage in the wilderness area. However, the beasts would not give them that opportunity, so earning 200,000 battle points in a day is already quite remarkable. Cousin, how is it? Following us is not a bad choice, right? In just half a month, you're almost breaking through to a martial master. From today's trip, you'll get 2,000 credits. Huang Mao pulled at Zhang Xiong, still boasting. With great enthusiasm, Zhang Xiong secretly smiled bitterly, finding it hard to refute his cousin to his face. 2,000 credits? Ha! After working hard all day, his contributions were not much different from the other team members, yet he could only get 1%. He didn't dare to tell Huang Mao that in the past few days, Lu Chen's 87 team had been earning over 100,000 battle points every day, and each person could get over 10,000 credits. Compared to those classmates, he felt utterly poor. If I hadn't rejected Lu Chen back then, now. Zhang Xiong sighed inwardly, knowing that it was useless to think about it now. That team could no longer accommodate him. How's that 87th team doing lately? Are they too scared to enter the wilderness? Huang Mao asked with a hint of mockery. Since the last unpleasant encounter, the two teams had not met again, so Huang Mao and the others were unaware of the 87th team's current situation. The only one who knew the situation, Zhang Xiong, felt too embarrassed to bring it up. Shut up. At that moment, Zhong Chuyun, who had already entered the fortress to inquire, suddenly snapped, staring at the bottom row of the light screen. Ranked 100 on the monthly list, 87th team from Jiangnan Martial University, Captain Lu Chen? One team member's eyes nearly popped out. How is this possible? Huang Mao also noticed it at that moment, following the gazes of others, and was momentarily speechless. Is this really them? Zhang Xiong widened his eyes, but his gaze was somewhat hollow, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew the 87th team had not done poorly, but he didn't expect them to rise to the top 100 on the monthly list so quickly. This was the national ranking for teams entering the Level 3 wilderness area, and the significance was self-evident. Although his Zhongming team currently ranked 29th on the monthly list, their members were all experienced hunters, and most of them were martial masters. Moreover, Lu Chen's 87th team had only entered the wilderness on the 17th of this month. This meant that in just half a month, this newly established freshman team had defeated the vast majority of teams nationwide and made it onto the monthly list. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiong felt increasingly dejected, as if he had missed the best opportunity. Huang Mao seemed to sense something, regained his composure, and patted Zhang Xiong, saying, "Don't think too much about it, it's not a big deal. No matter how much they progress, their current strength is still not as good as ours. And we are also improving. We won't be caught up just because they are younger." Huang Mao's words seemed to have some reason behind them. "Let's go." Zhong Chuyun's voice was somewhat cold. After handing over the day's harvest, he quickly led the group away. He understood best how significant it was for a freshman team to rise on the battle performance monthly list in just half a month. Moreover, among this group of freshmen, there was only one martial master, the rest were merely martial artists. In the student villa area of Jiangnan Martial University, in a villa located halfway up the mountain, when Rin Jinghong stared at the light screen on the wall, her seductive lips slightly curled, her eyes filled with charm. "Did you see? Yan Zi, our junior, has led a group of martial artists to the monthly rankings of the third level area in just half a month." When Rin Jinghong shifted her gaze to Lu Fian, who was meditating on the balcony. Lu Fian's eyes were closed, facing the distant sea view, her whole body filled with surging energy, continuously absorbing pure elemental energy from all directions. After another long breath, Lu Fian finally awakened from her meditation, opened her eyes, and said coldly, "Indeed impressive. It's a pity he's still too weak for us and won't catch up in this year's martial arts competition," Lu Fian continued. When Rin Jinghong nestled into the soft sofa, her fair, jade-like long legs resting on the coffee table, and said nonchalantly, "The school's martial arts competition is just a momentary thing. What I care about is his potential in the future. If he can join the Jinghong battle team or enter our family, it will be a great help to me." Lu Fian turned around, downed a large cup of white liquor from the coffee table in one go, and left with a parting remark. "But he seems uninterested in you, sigh." When Rin Jinghong was left speechless, wondering if this Yan Zi didn't know how to give someone a little face. In the capital city, North China Martial Arts University, Zhao Yuntian had just returned from a killing spree in the third-level wilderness area covered in the smell of blood. He had temporarily followed the second-year seniors to hunt beasts in the wilderness, but his performance there was on par with any team member. Even the captain, who had reached the 5th stage of martial arts, praised him, saying his strength was not inferior to his own. As a third-stage martial artist, by the time of the National College Martial Arts Competition, I will reach the 4th stage. Zhao Yuntian was full of fighting spirit. "Lu Chen, this time, I hope you get a chance to participate and compete with me again." At that moment, a teammate suddenly exclaimed, "The 87th battle team, completely formed by first-year students from Jiangnan Martial University, has made it to the monthly rankings? That Captain Lu Chen, could it be the one from last time?" The teammate trailed off, unable to continue. After all, Zhao Yuntian, who had been defeated by Lu Chen, was right beside him. Zhao Yuntian's eyes turned slightly red as he stared intently at the name on the screen. "Yuntian, are you okay?" the captain asked, stepping forward. "Captain, I'm going to train." Zhao Yuntian lowered his head and quickly left, heading straight for the elemental energy chamber at the school. Not enough, I need to be stronger." It wasn't just the two schools. In the south and north, universities across the country, various organizations, families, martial arts schools, and even officials and military personnel all took notice of this rising group of new stars on this day. This was not an exaggeration, as every new team or individual that made it to the monthly performance rankings would attract attention from all sides. Moreover, it was a team entirely formed by freshmen. Even Principal Wei from the first high school in Guanyin City, far away, called Principal Fong out for drinks, exclaiming with delight, "This kid is still so far ahead." Meanwhile, Lu Chen was helping his teammates push towards the martial artist realm. 7 days ago, Lu Chen had already broken through to the 3rd stage of a martial artist. Every day after returning from the wilderness, Lu Chen almost always slept in the energy chamber, so this breakthrough speed was not surprising. Even Chen Hao, Qin Haiyuan, and others, under Lu Chen's influence, spent most of their time in the energy chamber. This led to the rapid advancement of the entire team's cultivation. In just half a month, Chen Hao, Qin Haiyuan, and Guido had all reached the peak of the 9th stage. They were just one step away from breaking through to martial artist. As for Jiang Tao and Chang Zishu, because they were originally behind in cultivation, they had not caught up yet. However, their progress was the fastest, having advanced from the 6th stage to the 8th stage. Of course, this was largely due to the practical experience in the wilderness and the continuous influx of credits for each person. It could be said that their credits were all spent on honing their skills, either improving their cultivation in the energy chamber or selecting new martial techniques. As a new battle team with only one martial artist, their achievements in the wilderness surpassed those of established teams, mainly thanks to Lu Chen's role as a scout and controller of the battlefield. The keen senses brought by the Golden Bell Shield, combined with the mental perception enhanced by the Dragon Roar Wave, allowed him to more accurately find the traces of exotic beasts. Moreover, with Lu Chen's diverse offensive, defensive, and controlling martial techniques, any exotic beast he discovered had no chance of escaping. Naturally, as the cooperation among team members became increasingly tacit, each playing to their strengths, their efficiency also rose significantly. Not to mention anything else, just the collection of exotic beast corpses was something Jiang Tao and Chang Zishu had become quite adept at. They could eat while running and dissect without changing their expression, resembling a skilled butcher. Qin Haiyuan had the most comprehensive information gathering. Whenever they entered a new area, he could provide detailed analyses including air humidity, soil acidity, and suitable species. Once they encountered an exotic beast, Qin Haiyuan could immediately give an accurate description detailing the type, level, habits, and critical points of the beast. In this regard, Lu Chen felt somewhat inferior. Qin Haiyuan's theoretical knowledge was explosively rich, and he was good at analysis and summarization, forming his own system, much like an intelligence expert, at least with that potential. As for Chen Hao and Gui Dao, they focused more on training and practical combat, one excelling in defense and the other in offense, their cooperation becoming increasingly exquisite. These three were also the most likely to break through to martial artist. For Lu Chen, moving from the peak of the 9th stage to breaking through to martial artist was almost without bottlenecks. However, for ordinary martial cultivators, this was a significant hurdle, and many people got stuck at this stage, unable to move past it. Of course, with the talents of Chen Hao, Gui Dao, and Qin Haiyuan, this hurdle would not trap them. It just required time to brew and settle. What Lu Chen needed to do now was to help them shorten this time and further enhance the overall strength of the team. Only in this way could they hunt exotic beasts more efficiently, earn credits, and achieve a higher ranking on the monthly performance leaderboard next month. Today, reaching the 100th place, the school had already rewarded each of them with 10,000 credits. This made Lu Chen even more anxious, as credits meant wealth and resources. Although the credits were temporarily enough for him to squander in the energy chamber, no one would complain about having more. Not to mention, he was quite envious of that silver sword in the credit shop, which could repel even beast kings. Once owned, he could roam the country freely. However, with 8 million credits, he was still far from it. And those Beast King blood and Beast King leather armor were treasures that couldn't be bought outside. I've already shared my insights from my breakthrough. Did you all remember? In the 4th level energy chamber, Lu Chen carefully explained the details and feelings he experienced during his breakthrough to Chen Hao, Gui Dao, and Qin Haiyuan, hoping to inspire them. Chen Hao hesitated and said, "Brother Chong, I remember what you said, but I still haven't found that feeling of blood and energy transformation you mentioned." Guido and Qin Haiyuan nodded in agreement, expressing the same sentiment. It wasn't that they weren't trying hard, but despite their rich theoretical knowledge, there was still a difference when it came to actual application. Moreover, it was about applying it to the most mysterious human body. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Although he understood, he didn't have personal experience. After all, he had no bottleneck during his breakthrough. "It's okay," Lu Chen said. "Seriously, just remember the feeling I described." "What about the condensation fruit you exchanged for credits?" Lu Chen asked again. The three quickly took out a golden little fruit from their pockets, which looked like a glowing cherry. This item was virtually unavailable on the market due to its rarity, so it could only be exchanged in the military and a few prestigious schools. One condensation fruit required 80,000 credits. Each student could only exchange for one. Its function was simple. It could assist martial artists at their peak to take that final step. While it couldn't guarantee 100% success, it could at least increase the chances by 30%. Since you're all ready, let's begin. In this 4th level energy chamber, your chances of breaking through are higher. Lu Chen directly used his authority to bring the three into the 4th level energy chamber. In fact, having the three of them in the same room to break through posed certain risks. If someone failed, it could affect the others' states. Or if someone succeeded first, it might put psychological pressure on the others. However, Lu Chen believed in the mindset of his teammates. He trusted that they would fully utilize the advantages of the situation. Seeing others succeed could help them absorb experience, while witnessing failures could provide valuable lessons. Most importantly, they could tangibly feel the details of others' breakthroughs, which would benefit their own. After all three were selected as geniuses from across the country, top students in the ancient martial arts program. "I'll go first," Chen Hao shouted, then without hesitation swallowed the condensation fruit, and closed his eyes to begin operating the energy absorption technique frantically. In the energy chamber, pure energy began to roll and gather towards him, while Chen Hao's body emitted a peculiar pulling energy due to the condensation fruit. About a quarter of an hour later, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly brightened and he smiled. It worked. You too carefully sense his changes in blood and energy. This is the process of solidifying and transforming the blood in energy. Gui Dao and Qin Heyuan quickly focused their attention, sensing Chen Hao's transformation. At that moment, in the monitoring room, Teacher Zhang called in Professor Su Dongxing from the ancient martial arts program again. "Professor Su, isn't what they're doing a bit too reckless?" Teacher Zhang expressed some concern. Professor Su smiled slightly. "It's fine, this is also a bold attempt. Breaking through bottlenecks varies from person to person, there's no need to be confined to one method." Though that was the case, Professor Su felt uncertain in his heart. In this top institution for cultivating martial artists in the country, he had seen too many situations. The opportunity to break through a major barrier has always varied from person to person and cannot be generalized. Lu Chen's method, even if successful, may not necessarily be applicable to others. However, if Chen Hao and the others could indeed break through smoothly, it would be of great significance to Jiangnan Martial University. Having 4 new martial masters emerge in the first half of their freshman year would overshadow all other universities nationwide. Given time, when these individuals reach their sophomore and junior years, wouldn't they suppress other prestigious schools to the point where they can't hold their heads high? It is precisely for this reason that the school awarded a large number of credits when the 87th battle team ranked in the first month. If it weren't for the freshman battle team, there wouldn't be so many. "I hope they can move a bit faster, one step quick, every step quick," Professor Su expressed his hopes. The deeper we delve into the study of extraterrestrial civilizations, the more we feel our insignificance. There isn't much time left for this generation to develop steadily. Only by boldly breaking through and seeking innovation can there be hope for survival. In the energy chamber, Qin Heyuan and Gui Dao were carefully sensing Chen Hao's bodily changes. This perception was much more vivid than listening to Lu Chen's verbal descriptions. Half an hour after Chen Hao broke through his bottleneck, Qin Heyuan suddenly had an epiphany and closed his eyes. A look of joy flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This kid actually comprehended it on his own, truly worthy of being a gifted student. Indeed, Qin Heyuan had not consumed the essence fruit. Under Chen Hao's influence, he found his own breakthrough point. Gui Dao noticed Qin Heyuan's movements but did not feel jealous or anxious. His gaze shifted between the two, patiently discerning their commonalities. Another half hour passed, and just as Chen Hao consolidated his martial master cultivation and was about to awaken, Gui Dao finally closed his eyes and consumed that precious essence fruit. It worked. Lu Chen felt the change in Gui Dao's aura and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the breakthroughs of the three were surprisingly smooth, with none failing. They truly were little geniuses, second only to himself. Chen Hao opened his eyes, his face filled with joy, just about to speak when he was stopped by Lu Chen. Seeing the movements of his two teammates, Chen Hao understood and felt even happier and more gratified. "We succeeded." Professor Su exhaled deeply. "I'll report to Vice President Zhou that 3 more martial masters have emerged among the freshmen. This is a spectacle that hasn't happened in previous years." Teacher Zhang was still in shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. It had only been 2 months since the start of the freshman year, and 4 martial masters had already emerged from the ancient martial arts program. This was truly unprecedented. He remembered clearly that the most qualified martial artist in recent years, Wu Tao, who was currently at the top of the school's 100-strong list, only broke through to martial master in the second semester of his freshman year. Once these freshmen break through this barrier, their cultivation will advance rapidly again, with no bottlenecks. The various resources of Jiangnan Martial University are not mere decorations. In the chamber, seeing that the 3 had successfully broken through and were continuing to consolidate their cultivation, Lu Chen quietly exited and went to another chamber. In 2 months, the National College Martial Arts competition will take place, and my strength is still insufficient. Before the competition, I must at least have the strength to confront a level 4 beast head-on. Although he was a freshman, Lu Chen's goals had never been with his peers. Those competitors, both overt and covert, would not stand still just because he was a freshman. The invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations would not be delayed just because he had just come of age. Therefore, Lu Chen still needed to seize every moment to enhance his strength. His opponents were the strong from the entire school, the nation, the world, and even unknown extraterrestrial visitors. This world is not a peaceful and prosperous era, it is merely that today's Huaxia is relatively stable. he must remain vigilant even in times of peace. My goal is the stars and the sea. I must work hard and be diligent. With this thought, Lu Chen glanced at his cultivation and martial skills, feeling quite satisfied. Most of the newly learned earth-level martial techniques could now exert a certain degree of power. In just over a month, these newly practiced earth-level martial techniques should be perfected. They will be more than enough for the martial arts competition, Lu Chen thought to himself. Including that incomplete wave-breaking technique, it would also be refined to perfection. This martial art holds great significance, and Lu Chen has been keeping a close eye on it. Soon, Lu Chen settled down and actively practiced the qi gathering technique to accelerate his cultivation accumulation. A full day and night passed, and it was not until November 1st that Lu Chen awoke from his training. In less than 10 days, I will reach the 4th stage of Martial Master. Before the competition, reaching the 6th stage of Martial Master should be about right. Although there is still a gap compared to the top-ranked Wu Tao in terms of strength, it may not necessarily be. If I earn enough credits and can exchange for a few drops of Beast King's Heart's Blood, perhaps I can narrow the gap in cultivation with the senior students. 1 million credits do not seem so unattainable for Lu Chen and the 87th battle team now. Stepping out of the secret chamber, Chen Hao and the others were already waiting outside, each brimming with confidence, the powerful aura of the first stage of Martial Master evident. Today is the first, a new month. We aim for the top 10 in the monthly rankings, Lu Chen said with great determination. Brother Chong, Chen Hao, now somewhat belatedly filled with awe, said, "Isn't it too difficult to aim for the top 10? How about the top 50? Those who made it onto the monthly rankings were all top-tier strong teams. Starting from the 100th place, every step forward became incredibly difficult, and the further ahead, the harder it became." Lu Chen chuckled, "Aren't you aiming for the top spot? Why have you lost that bit of ambition after breaking through? The top 10 in the monthly rankings rewards each person with 200,000 credits from the school. Isn't that appealing?" "Very appealing." Chen Hao immediately perked up. "Damn it, whoever backs down is a grandson." "Good." Lu Chen waved his hand. "Call Cheng Zishu and Zhang Tao. Let's set off now. This month, we will win at the starting line." Cheng Zishu and Zhang Tao were stunned when they arrived. Did we really just break through? The efficiency and success rate are too high. They had some understanding of the difficulty of breaking through to a martial master. It shouldn't have been this easy. Even with the support of there was still a risk of failure. When you both reach the peak of the 9th stage, you can do it too. Lu Chen had already set up a psychological hint for the two. "My buddy is broke and still owes Chong good 30,000 credits. Let's hurry up and have a fight." Chen Hao was already itching with anticipation. With the breakthrough in cultivation, his strength had surged. When they were at the 9th stage of martial artists, Chen Hao and Gui Dao could take on a level 3 initial stage beast head-on. Now, even if they faced a level 3 beast at the 4th or 5th stage, they would still have the strength to fight. The genius of ancient martial arts was not just a title, especially after half a month of wilderness training, they were truly formidable. "Let's go, our main target this time is the level 3 beasts," Lu Chen said. "The four of us also need to take this opportunity to climb onto the school's top 100 list. Only by making it onto the school's top 100 list would they qualify to participate in the National College Martial Arts Competition at the end of the year." The group got into the vehicle and headed straight for the level 3 wilderness area. Coincidentally, they encountered the Zhongming battle team again in the fortress hall. However, this time, the members of the Zhongming battle team were intentionally or unintentionally avoiding Lu Chen and the others, and no one came up to talk. Especially after noticing the martial master aura on Chen Hao and the others, the Zhongming team became even more silent. Zhan Xiong hid at the back of the team, his face full of disappointment and dejection. In half a month, the 87 battle team had produced 3 martial masters, while he was still stuck at the 9th stage of martial artists, far from breaking through. "Qin Haiyuan, Gui Dao, they were originally not better than me." Zhan Xiong was filled with regret and jealousy. The blonde guy standing next to him said sourly, "What's there to be proud of? The gap between us is still huge, and it's impossible to catch up." "Ha, those idiots from the Zhongming battle team must have been dumbfounded just now. It was so satisfying." Once they entered the wilderness, Chen Hao laughed excitedly. "And that Zhan Xiong, there's nowhere for him to cry now that he's regretting." Lu Chen said nonchalantly, "No need to dwell on that. Let's head in this direction where level 3 beasts are more concentrated. Everyone be careful, and this time, don't act alone." The 6 of them fell silent, each one serious and prepared. Cheng Zishu and Zhang Tao, still at the 8th stage of martial artists, were protected in the middle, mainly responsible for providing medical support and collecting beast corpses. The direction they chose this time was close to the riverbank, significantly increasing the probability of encountering level 3 beasts. 9 o'clock direction, height 7 meters, Lu Chen suddenly shouted while they were on the move. Qin Haiyuan, on the left side of the team, raised his dark red spear without hesitation. Just as Lu Chen's voice fell, a 3-eyed venom spider appeared in sight, spitting venom strands from a large tree on the left side of the team, entangling towards Qin Haiyuan. Level 2, 9th stage, leave it to me, Qin Haiyuan shouted, his spear shooting out like a dragon, scattering spear flowers, each one bursting forth with a hot aura, shooting towards the three-eyed venom spider perched on the branch. This was Qin Haiyuan's perfected Earth-level martial skill, the Starfire Spear technique. Wherever the Starfire aura passed, the spider's venom strands were burned to vapor. The spider was about to dodge but was already surrounded by the Starfire. Boom! With a loud bang, the three-eyed venom spider was blown down, becoming a charred corpse. Qin Haiyuan stepped on the explosive flame step, quickly going back and forth, bringing the spider's corpse back and throwing it to Zhang Tao, who looked eager. It had been 2 days since she had dissected a beast corpse, and she was feeling a bit restless. While Qin Haiyuan was taking action, the others remained alert, watching their surroundings to prevent other beasts from coming in response to the noise. Let's go! Lu Chen continued to lead the way, and the group maintained their speed. Zhang Tao had already dismembered and collected the corpse of the poisonous spider along the way. To complete this task more efficiently, Zhang Tao even exchanged credits for a complete set of level 3 dissection and collection tools. In terms of professionalism in corpse collection, no one in the team could compare to Zhang Tao. Not a single part would go to waste. 3 o'clock direction, height 5 meters. Not long after, Lu Chen spoke again. The group stopped, and Guidao furrowed his brows, seeing a giant black swamp frog leap out of the mud, its long tongue shooting out like a spring. Level 3, Stage 2, be careful, cut its tongue, Qin Haiyuan warned in time. No need. Guidao shouted sternly. A cold light suddenly flashed from his sheath, and with a swift draw, he slashed out. The blade's aura was like thunder, cleaving downwards, crossing 10 meters to land. The leaping black swamp frog was split in half, including its extended tongue, perfectly divided in two. Impressive, a single strike to kill a level 3, stage 2 beast, as expected of brother Dao, Qin Haiyuan admired. Guidao coolly sheathed his sword, but the involuntary upward curve of his lips betrayed his pride. Just a small effort. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen ahead, unable to suppress his competitive spirit. Now that he was also a martial artist, he wondered if he could compete with the captain. Lu Chen sensed Guidao's restless heart and thought to himself that this kid felt capable after his breakthrough. Soon, Lu Chen saw a color-changing python blocking their path, fearlessly charging straight at the group. Qin Haiyuan's face turned pale. It's a level 3, stage 5 color-changing python, everyone be careful. Keep moving, leave it to me. Lu Chen lightly commanded, charging towards the more than 10-meter-long python without slowing down. As the distance between the human and the python closed to just over 20 meters, Lu Chen reached out and forcefully pulled the giant python towards him. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the others, Lu Chen activated the golden bell shield, using all his strength with his golden hands to tear the more than 10-meter-long giant python in half, casually tossing it to Zhang Tao behind him. Let's go! Throughout it all, the group didn't even slow down, as if Lu Chen had merely done it effortlessly. My god, a level 3, stage 5 beast was directly torn apart by Brother Chong, Qin Haiyuan exclaimed. Why do I feel like I've become stronger, yet the gap with Brother Chong has grown even larger? Guidao's earlier excitement faded, but it quickly transformed into a spirited determination. Such a captain was worth him pursuing as a long-term goal. Just as the group pressed forward through the wilderness, pushing through until noon. That day, the rescue device in their hands suddenly emitted an urgent sound. Emergency rescue, a nearby team is trapped, please assist, please assist. The rescue device also displayed the coordinates of the caller, less than 10 miles from Team 87, that's a shallow area of about 6 acres, where a level 3 high-stage black-armored crocodile used to appear. Qin Haiyuan was familiar with the surrounding terrain. Brother Chong, should we go? Chen Hao licked his lips, eagerly inquiring. The rescue device was still beeping urgently, indicating that the person in need of help had not yet been rescued. The 87th battle team, located within 10 miles, was likely the closest team. Lu Chen did not hesitate for long and quickly made up his mind, let's go take a look. But the situation there is unclear, we can't rush in blindly, we should assess the situation first before taking action. It wasn't that Lu Chen was particularly eager to help, but he understood the significance of such a rescue device. In the wilderness, if human martial artists could not assist each other in times of crisis, it would be like a pile of loose sand, and the consequences would eventually fall upon themselves. Every martial artist was a valuable asset to the country, the backbone of resisting the invasion of alien beasts, and should not be easily abandoned. Moreover, after saving someone, there were merit points to be earned at the fortress, although they would have to be deducted from the rescued person's points. Otherwise, there could be instances of cheating. Without further ado, the 6 of them quickly changed direction and rushed towards the location indicated by the device. 10 miles was merely a 5-minute journey for them. After navigating around a dense forest, they indeed arrived at a wide shallow area, surrounded by black marshland. Lu Chen did not let the others enter but instructed them to temporarily hide in the woods while he himself bent down and ran towards the marsh. After passing through a patch of reeds, he leaped onto a tall bald cypress in the marsh and looked out. Sure enough, on the edge of the shallow area, two young women of decent appearance were desperately fleeing, pursued closely by two black-armored crocodiles over 8 meters long. In front of them in the marsh, 5 stone-skinned toads were blocking their way. Level 3, Stage 8 black-armored crocodiles, and Level 3, Stage 4 and 5 stone-skinned toads. Lu Chen silently counted, and he even saw other marsh beasts approaching nearby. These two, at least, are Stage 4 martial artists. How could they be so careless as to run into a beast's den? Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. Everyone knew that such places were teeming with hidden beasts. Ordinary teams would not dare to venture deep inside and could only lie in wait on the outskirts. But these two women had run so deep, weren't they just feeding the crocodiles? At that moment, the two women were constantly changing directions, darting left and right, trying to escape the encirclement. However, those beasts were not slow either, especially in the marsh, where they had a clear advantage. Breaking through was not going to be easy. It looked like they would not last even a quarter of an hour before being torn apart by the beasts. Chong-gu. What's the situation? Came the voice of Qin Haiyuan from the communicator. Lu Chen looked around. His position was relatively safe, both offensive and defensive, and replied, "You all come over." To save someone, relying on just himself would likely not be enough. They needed the strength of the team. Soon, Chen Hao and the other 5 climbed up a tree and saw the situation clearly. We can't save them with just the few of us," Qin Haiyuan said with a serious expression. "There are clearly many more beasts lurking there. Once we take action, we will alert them. At that point, not only will we fail to save them, but we will also be in danger ourselves." Qin Haiyuan looked at the two charming women with some sympathy but did not act impulsively. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. "Why don't we wait for other teams to arrive and then look for an opportunity to save them?" Gui Dao remained silent, clearly in agreement. Lu Chen then looked at the two girls, wanting to see their attitude. Jiang Tao was playing with a small dissection knife in her hand and calmly said, "I don't think it's worth the risk." Cheng Zishu clearly felt some reluctance but ultimately echoed, "If we had the capability, we could save them." Lu Chen smiled, feeling quite satisfied with his teammates' attitudes. Very good, they did not act impulsively to become heroes out of a moment of compassion. However, at this moment, Lu Chen spoke up, "We still need to save people, but we really can't take unnecessary risks. I have a better plan, but I need your cooperation. If we do this right, we can not only save them but also make a big profit." Lu Chen said, his eyes shining. Just the exotic beasts they could see now were worth nearly 400,000 battle points. If they could take them all down, it would be a huge gain. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the others immediately perked up. "We'll listen to you, Brother Chong. What do we need to do?" Chen Hao said, cracking his knuckles. "In a moment, we might attract nearby exotic beasts to attack us. What you need to do is simple, hold this big tree and buy us some time." After Lu Chen finished speaking, without waiting for others to ask, he opened his backpack. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Chen Hao and the others, Lu Chen took out a folded recurved bow from his bag. With a shake of his left hand, the bow opened up. "A bow? Brother Chong, you're actually a bowman? This thing is hard to practice," Qin Haiyuan exclaimed in surprise. They had never seen Lu Chen practice archery. This kind of ranged shooter was quite rare. It wasn't that it wasn't popular, but it was too difficult to practice, and it would be better to practice marksmanship when the opportunity arose. In most teams, it was also rare to find such players. Lu Chen grinned, and without saying a word, he knocked an arrow. Oh no, to be precise, his bow didn't have arrows. His arrows were formed from his own condensed chi. Whoosh! When the arrow shot out, Qin Haiyuan felt a ringing in his ears, and even the thick branches under their feet trembled. When they shifted their gaze to that side, they saw the head of a stone-skin toad explode, just opening a breakthrough for the two female martial artists. Damn! That arrow! Chun! How couldn't help but curse, it was just too impressive. A level 3 4-stage stone-skin toad 800 meters away, and Brother Chong took it down with one shot. Incredible! Qin Haiyuan was equally dumbfounded. Jiang Tao and Cheng Zishu's eyes lit up. They finally understood how Lu Chen planned to save them. With such sniper-like abilities, they could save people without taking risks. Gui Dao's eyes were filled with astonishment, but he quickly calmed down, gripping the handle of his knife, scanning the area beneath the big tree, ready to respond to any sudden changes. Whoosh! Whoosh! With 5 consecutive sounds, Lu Chen's arrow chi streaked through the air like shooting stars, each arrow precisely exploding a stone-skin toad. In the blink of an eye, he had opened a path for the two to escape. Immediately after, Lu Chen swallowed a level 3 nutrient pill, continued to knock an arrow, and aimed at the black-armored crocodile behind the two. Ding! The sound from a distance even reached them. They saw the arrow chi land on the black-armored crocodile, creating sparks but failing to penetrate its black-scaled armor. The black-armored crocodile has extremely high defense. Even Brother Chong is struggling, Qin Haiyuan joked half-heartedly. Lu Chen smiled slightly, adjusted his breath, and his internal chi surged like boiling water as he drew the bowstring again. The Big Dipper 7 stars arrow. Since mastering it, this was the first time Lu Chen used it in front of others, and it was in a real battle to hunt exotic beasts. However, he felt no awkwardness. Instead, there was a smoothness as if it were an extension of his own body. The 5 arrows that killed the stone-skin toad earlier were not truly the Big Dipper 7 stars arrow, they were merely precise and powerful. With Lu Chen's current martial artist level of 3, combined with a high-grade level 3 bow, the power of a single arrow was enough to annihilate most level 3, 5-stage exotic beasts. However, against the extremely strong defense of the level 3, 8-stage black-armored crocodile, relying solely on such archery power was insufficient. Chen Hao and the others widened their eyes, eager to see how Lu Chen would deal with the 2 black-armored crocodiles. If they couldn't pose a threat to the enemy, even if they managed to rescue the 2 women, they wouldn't be able to retrieve the bodies, and they would have to retreat quickly. At that moment, Lu Chen's expression was serious as he bent the bow and knocked an arrow again, releasing it with a whoosh. His movements did not stop there. After 1 arrow, he immediately pulled the bowstring again and shot a second arrow. Then came the third, 4th arrow. Lu Chen's right hand, which pulled the bowstring, seemed to create an afterimage as if it had never moved. 7 arrows manifested in the air in a very short time, forming a line. The Big Dipper, 7 stars in a row. This was the true Big Dipper 7 stars arrow. Boom! The first arrow struck the back of a black-armored crocodile, followed by the second, third arrows. The 7 arrows exploded at the same point without any deviation. Even though the black-armored crocodile was moving at high speed, it could not evade. Chen Hao and the others noticed that when the third arrow exploded, the scales on the back of the black-armored crocodile had already been blown apart. The subsequent arrows repeatedly struck the blasted opening, ultimately wreaking havoc inside the black-armored crocodile. From 2 miles away, everyone heard the wretched cries of the black-armored crocodile, watching as the level 3, 8-stage black-armored crocodile was flipped over and soon lost its life. Damn! Chen Hao shouted exaggeratedly, a martial artist at level 3 can kill a level 3, 8-stage black-armored crocodile from a distance. Chonggu, you're going to send a little cow to heaven. Xin Haiyuan laughed in agreement. With this achievement, Chonggu is definitely in the top 10 of our school's 100 strongest. The highest achievement of one. Ren Jinghong was killing a level 3, 8-stage flipping river dragon when she was at level 3. But she was already in her second year, so she can't be compared to Chonggu. Chang Zishu and Zhang Tao were also excited. We've recorded it. We can report it when we go back. Lu Chen turned around and said irritably, we're about to be surrounded, and you're still chatting here? The others turned back and were startled. In the nearby swamp, indeed, more than a dozen exotic beasts emerged, including stone-skin toads, 2-headed water snakes, and iron-thread centipedes. Fortunately, most were level 2 exotic beasts, with only the 2-headed water snakes reaching level 3 stage. Gui Dao was already standing under a tree, gripping the knife handle, ready for battle. Chen Hao, go help Gui Dao. The rest of you stay in the trees to support, Lu Chen commanded, then turned back, bending the bow and knocking an arrow, aiming at another black-armored crocodile. With Gui Dao and Chen Hao's combination of offense and defense, they were more than capable of dealing with the surrounding exotic beasts. Although both had just broken through to level 1 martial artists, in terms of combat power, they were definitely capable of confronting level 3 or 4-stage exotic beasts head-on. The dazzling sword energy once again crossed 700 meters, killing the second black-armored crocodile. Lu Chen felt a wave of emptiness within him. His vital energy had been nearly exhausted. He quickly swallowed another level 3 nutrient pill, feeling the nutrients rapidly transform into vital energy, and he felt somewhat better. In terms of sustained combat power, Lu Chen was the strongest. At this moment, the 2 women they had saved were completely out of danger. But they remained relatively calm, even having the presence of mind to drag away the corpses of the exotic beasts shot by Lu Chen, and they rushed towards the tree where Lu Chen and the others were. Thank you for the rescue, one of the women, who had a beauty mark on her face, said breathlessly. You're welcome, let's get up the tree first, Lu Chen replied, glancing down without noticing the beauty of the 2 women. The woman looked around, her face slightly pale, as more and more exotic beasts gathered due to the commotion. Among them were several mid to high-level 3rd-tier beasts, almost reaching the base of the tree. This meant they were now completely surrounded at the base of this large tree. Chen Hao and Gui Dao had already killed more than a dozen exotic beasts, but facing the increasing number of beasts surrounding them, they also began to feel overwhelmed. Brother Chong, what should we do? We can't get away, Xin Haiyuan said with a serious expression. However, Lu Chen remained calm and instructed, collect all the beast corpses, we need to prepare to retreat. Faced with so many beasts attacking, Lu Chen didn't dare to stay any longer. Chen Hao and Gui Dao were taken aback. Even at this point, they still had to collect the corpses. Carrying so many beast corpses would make it even harder to escape. At that moment, Lu Chen smiled slightly and took out a hooked arrow, connected to a long rope from his backpack. Get all the beast corpses up here. Xin Haiyuan, Chang Zishu, you 2 prepared to retreat first. Then, Lu Chen climbed 3 steps up to the top of the tree, about 30 meters off the ground. He bent his bow and shot an arrow, which immediately sent the rope flying, reaching a tree root 500 meters away in an instant. Lu Chen pulled on the rope, which became taut, forming a slope. Qin Heyuan's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. Brother Chong is brilliant, haha. This was a way for them to retreat using the rope from the air. The surrounding exotic beasts, none of which could fly, could only watch helplessly. Stop chatting and hurry up. This tree won't hold off the beast horde. Lu Chen glared. Qin Heyuan and Chang Zishu quickly laid their long guns across the rope and slid down, avoiding all the nearby beasts. As long as they escaped this shallow area and marsh, they would be out of the beast's territory and they wouldn't pursue them relentlessly. After Qin Heyuan and Chang Zishu also wrapped his vine whip around the rope and smoothly slid past. Lu Chen instructed Zhang Tao to collect the beast corpses on the spot to reduce everyone's burden. While he said to the two rescued women, "It's your turn." The two women glanced at the exotic beasts they had brought back before leaving one by one along the rope. "What are you looking at? They didn't kill these," Zhang Tao muttered indignantly. After the two women had moved away. However, her hands didn't slow down at all. In no time, she had dissected a black-armored crocodile. The 8-meter-long black-armored crocodile, after Zhang Tao processed it, could fit into one backpack. As the number and strength of the surrounding exotic beasts increased, some had already noticed the rope in the air and began to attack from a distance. Lu Chen frowned and said, "There's no time, Guidao, you go first and meet us on the other side." Guidao's face turned pale, clearly exhausted, and his right hand holding the knife trembled slightly. In contrast, Chen Hao, this guy, activated his great strength diamond body, transforming into a 2.5-meter muscular giant, able to withstand for another 15 minutes without any problem. Guidao didn't hesitate. With a few leaps, he reached the top of the tree and slid down the rope towards the opposite side. But just as he was halfway down, only about 12 or 13 meters from the ground, a stone-skinned toad suddenly leaped out of the swamp, jumping over 8 meters high. The toad croaked and spat out a ball of poisonous water. This was a level 3 second-stage stone-skinned toad, which would normally pose no threat to Guidao. But now, Guidao was hanging on the rope, unable to exert any force. To avoid the attack, he would have to let go of the rope. Once he let go, he would inevitably fall into the swamp and be surrounded and killed by the surrounding beasts. Guidao's expression was solemn, unafraid, ready to jump down and fight these beasts to the death. Zhang Tao gasped, unable to look. "Don't worry about it." At that moment, Lu Chen's voice shouted from afar. Before the shout faded, a streak of light in the form of an arrow had already arrived first, accurately intercepting the poison spat out from the stone-skinned toad's mouth. Immediately after, a second arrow shot directly killed the stone-skinned toad. Guidao's tense body relaxed, and he glanced back at Lu Chen, accelerating to slide towards the opposite side, finally landing safely without incident. "I almost forgot about you, Brother Chong, the sharpshooter." Zhang Tao patted her heaving chest, laughing in relief. At this point, Zhang Tao had already finished dissecting the second black-armored crocodile. "There's no time, you take the collected beast corpses over first. The rest, leave it to me." Lu Chen glanced at the increasingly gathering beasts around and frowned. Zhang Tao, without suspicion, grabbed 2 backpacks filled with black-armored crocodile materials and slid away. Halfway through, a beast attempted to ambush Zhang Tao. However, with Lu Chen's 3 arrows shot out, Zhang Tao made it to the other side without incident. "Chen Hao, it's your turn, hurry up." Lu Chen called out to Chen Hao, who was holding the line at the base of the tree. Chen Hao turned back, grinning. "Brother Chong, you go first, I can hold on, just go." Below. Indeed, with Chen Hao's physical strength, he hadn't been injured and was still in great shape. Lu Chen scolded, "Stop talking nonsense and go. I have a way to get across." Chen Hao's great strength diamond body was impressive, but it also had its limits. Not to mention, if he got bitten by that level 3 high-stage black-armored crocodile, his defense would be broken in an instant. The bite force of the black-armored crocodile was the most terrifying. Chen Hao remained unmoved. The first time he disobeyed Lu Chen's orders. Lu Chen felt both gratified and exasperated. "Damn it, is this the time for you to play the hero?" Thinking this, Lu Chen jumped down from the tree, grabbing Chen Hao by the collar. With a strong pull, he lifted the over 600 pounds of Chen Hao up to the top of the tree. "Go!" Lu Chen kicked him, sending Chen Hao flying out. Chen Hao had no choice but to grab the rope and slide down. "Brother Chong!" Chen Hao's eyes turned red as he looked back at Lu Chen. "Get out of here, I'm going to unleash my full power." Lu Chen laughed and scolded, his spirit rising. Boom! At this moment, the tree, no longer defended by Guidao and Chen Hao, was finally surrounded by the ferocious beasts. Some crashed into the tree, some climbed, all targeting Lu Chen, the only one left on the tree. "Brother Chong, hurry over." Chen Hao, having slid to the opposite side, turned back and shouted loudly. But it was too late. The tree beneath him was swaying dangerously from the beast horde's attacks. Once Lu Chen stepped onto the rope, he would soon fall into the swamp due to the tree's collapse. So, it seemed that this escape route was already cut off for Lu Chen. Moreover, with the beasts closing in, the Big Dipper's 7-star arrow could no longer exert its power. "Brother Chong, we're coming to help you." Xin and Yuan clearly saw Lu Chen's predicament and shouted, wanting to return to the swamp with the others. Lu Chen shouted, "Don't come over, or you'll be expelled from the 87th battle team." "Don't worry, I can handle it," Lu Chen emphasized again. Immediately, Lu Chen faced the beasts climbing the trees and unleashed a flurry of punches, executing the mid-grade earth-level rapid fire fist. With each punch thrown, a wave of fist energy struck the beasts in the trees. Any second-level beast was killed on the spot. The third-level beasts were knocked down to the ground, falling into the beast horde before they could charge again. Lu Chen changed his technique from rapid-fire fist to mountain-splitting seal. The mid-grade earth-level mountain-splitting seal sent out a punch that created a 5-meter radius of fist energy, greatly increasing the coverage area. In just 4 punches, Lu Chen cleared the beasts surrounding the large tree, leaving them severely injured if not dead. The large tree beneath him was temporarily safe, but Lu Chen did not leave. Instead, he first slid the corpses of the beasts left on the tree down to the other side using a rope. These were all second and third level beast corpses, worth over 100,000 battle points or credits combined. Chen Hao and the others on the other side were astonished. "Brother Chong, what time is it? And you're still thinking about collecting corpses?" Lu Chen chuckled and shouted, "Of course, we can't waste this, these are all ours." While speaking, Lu Chen took another bite of a nutrient item, feeling his excessively consumed vitality quickly recover, and once again unleashed the mountain-splitting seal at the beasts gathering below the tree. After just a few strikes, the large tree beneath him was almost stripped bare by the fist energy, leaving only a 1-meter thick trunk still standing strong. Beneath the mountain-splitting seal, the roots of the tree were littered with the dead and injured beasts. Lu Chen couldn't let this opportunity slip by. With one hand he continued to use the mountain-splitting seal, while the other hand was poised in a claw grip. Dragon capture technique. The claw marks descended, lifting the dead beasts into the air, which were then transported over using the rope. The teammates on the other side were even more shocked. Was Brother Chong really going all out, collecting corpses like a production line? The key was that he was actually pulling it off. One hand executing the mountain-splitting seal, the other using the dragon capture technique. It was dazzling yet completely harmonious. No one else present could achieve such control. Lu Chen was having a blast, while Chen Hao and the others, who had initially been worried, after a moment of shock, eagerly began to collect the spoils. This was all battle achievement, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Just in this short time, they had already surpassed their gains from the previous half-month. The gap between us and him is so huge. Gui Dao, who was not responsible for collecting corpses, sighed while helping Lu Chen keep an eye on the movements of the beasts. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. Lu Chen's strength was undoubtedly formidable, but how could he not tire from fighting so many beasts? Even with abundant energy, it was impossible to have that much vitality stored. But he quickly set aside these thoughts as a reflection of a massive creature appeared in his line of sight, and he urgently shouted, "Captain, retreat quickly, the black-armored crocodile horde is coming out." Without needing a reminder from Gui Dao, Lu Chen had already noticed. Perhaps the commotion here was too loud, alarming the group of black-armored crocodiles deep in the shallows. Climbing up to take a look, he saw a mass of black scales emerging on the water's surface, clearly a horde of black-armored crocodiles, at least 100 of them. Especially the 2 leading black-armored crocodiles, nearly 10 meters long, were evidently the top predators among the third-level, 10th-tier crocodiles. Seeing the dark scene, Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. It was impossible for him to suppress this group of black-armored crocodiles alone, and once surrounded, there would be no place to escape. "It's about time to go," Lu Chen thought, and with a flick of his hand, he unleashed 4 mountain-shattering seals to drive back the beasts around the tree roots. Then, he leaped onto the rope and executed the wind shadow step, flying down as if walking on flat ground. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of 100 meters. "Chonggu, be careful!" Qin Haiyuan shouted anxiously from the opposite side. Boom! The large tree behind Lu Chen was once again surrounded by the beasts, which were crashing into it recklessly. The rope shook violently due to the tremors from the tree. However, as Lu Chen dashed along the rope, he maintained his balance despite the ups and downs and sways. At the same time, after running 150 meters, Lu Chen surprisingly turned back, retreating swiftly while drawing his bow again, shooting at the beasts below the tree. Arrows rained down, exploding around the tree roots, driving back the beasts that were crashing into the tree once more. At this point, Lu Chen had retreated 300 meters. Some beasts below attempted to intercept him midway but were pushed back by a few of Lu Chen's fist seals. Phew! I almost forgot, Chong Ji's movement technique is also exceptional. Qin Haiyuan breathed a sigh of relief. So, having multiple perfected martial skills really allows for such flamboyance. Chen Hao watched in awe, feeling envious. This is what they mean by having many skills not weighing one down. Not to mention anything else, just the ability to run like the wind on a swaying rope was something none of them possessed. Approaching 30 meters, Lu Chen leaped to the ground, glanced at the beast corpses that Jiang Tao had collected and packed, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Grab the stuff, let's retreat quickly." The 6 of them, along with the 2 rescued women, sped off into the dense forest. the roars of the beasts gradually fading away until they completely disappeared. The territorial awareness of the beasts was quite strong. As long as they distanced themselves from their territory, they generally wouldn't pursue relentlessly. The group stopped in a deserted stone forest. Chonggu, this area is relatively safe. Let's take a break, Shin Haiyuan suggested, familiar with the surrounding terrain. Lu Chen nodded and said, let's rest for a bit and sort out our gains. This rescue operation, though thrilling, had yielded significant rewards. Just from the 2 black-armored crocodiles and 5 stone-skin toads that Lu Chen had shot down earlier, they were worth over 300,000 credits. Additionally, there were the beasts that Guidao and Chen Hao had slain under the tree, all of which were brought back. Plus, they needed to tally up how much they had harvested from Lu Chen's last wave of collection. Before leaving, at that moment, the 2 rescued young women approached. The one with a beauty mark, around 30 years old, spoke up first. Thank you for saving us. Lu Chen was in a good mood and smiled at her, saying, no need to be so polite, we help each other out. May I ask if you are a student battle team? The woman continued with a smile. Lu Chen did not hide it and replied, yes, we are all students from Jiangnan Martial University. He could tell that these 2 women did not belong to the official or military ranks but were rather civilian martial artists. However, the woman did not leave or discuss compensation. Instead, she glanced at Jiang Tao and the others who were cleaning up the spoils, slightly furrowing her brow and saying, no wonder you don't quite understand the rules of the wilderness. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Chen was stunned, and Chen Hao and the others, who were busy counting their harvest nearby, also looked over. These 2 women were acting strangely. They saved you and now wanted to teach us the rules? Lu Chen raised his hand to gesture and turned to the woman, asking, what do you mean? Little brother, the woman smiled again. In the wilderness, whoever finds the prey first gets to keep it. So, the woman pointed to the collected beast corpses on the ground and continued, these should belong to us. Damn! Upon hearing such shameless words, Chen Hao immediately got angry and rushed over, blaring, I don't think you look that great, but your thoughts are quite beautiful. You saved us, and now you want to turn around and steal our prey? The woman, however, was unafraid, showing none of the earlier embarrassment, and cheerfully said, I've already thanked you, but we sisters fought hard to get this prey, so we have to claim it. Lu Chen stood in front of Chen Hao and sneered, we are college students, not 3-year-olds. Your reasoning probably won't hold up anywhere. You should leave. I'm afraid my teammates won't be able to resist taking action against you. Lu Chen didn't expect that the ones he saved would turn out to be such ungrateful people. In fact, ungrateful was too mild. It should be biting the hand that feeds. The woman, however, had no intention of leaving and continued to smile. We won't leave without our prey. How can you be so shameless? We hunted those beasts ourselves. Why should we give them to you? Moreover, we have video evidence. When we get to the stronghold, you won't have a leg to stand on. Chang Zishu also stepped forward. Even with her good temper, she could no longer tolerate the 2 women's nonsense. It's simple, just destroy the recording and there will be no evidence, right? At that moment, a tall figure emerged from behind a giant rock, wearing a gloomy smile and shouting, Lu. Chen's expression remained unchanged as he shouted, regroup. From the moment the burly man appeared, Lu Chen understood. It wasn't that the 2 women were ungrateful, this was a complete scam and trap. With the appearance of the burly man, figures began to emerge from behind other large rocks around them. There were 7 in total, each a mid to high-level martial artist, subtly blocking Lu Chen and the others' escape route. The 2 women had already floated back when the strong man appeared, their speed even matching Lu Chen's full effort. They gave Lu Chen and the others no chance to capture them. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen understood even more. With the speed of these 2 women, how could they not have escaped earlier? They were merely bait. Not only to lure out the black-armored crocodile and swamp beasts but also to attract rescuers. Lu Chen looked at his communicator and rescue device, his expression growing more serious. Chonggu, our signals have been jammed. Shin Haiyuan also noticed this problem. This group of people was not here for good. They had long been prepared to catch them all in one net and would not give them a chance to call for help. Lu Chen was at the front, with Shin Haiyuan and Guidao on either side, while Chen Hao stood at the back, protecting the 2 women in the middle. Faced with this group of fierce and ruthless villains, Lu Chen did not panic but coldly looked at the burly man who had reached the 8th rank of martial artist. So, from the very beginning, your distress signal was fake? The burly man, clearly the leader of the 9, laughed heartily and said, little brother, you're quite quick on the uptake. That's right, otherwise, how could these 2 have ventured deep into the lair of the black-armored crocodile? He was referring to the 2 women who had already approached, posing flirtatiously. Let me tell you, although they are only 4th rank martial artists, they are the best at escaping. So, even if you can't arrive in time, nothing will happen to them. The burly man said proudly, as if everything was under his control. Lu Chen understood completely. This group was using the 2 women, who were skilled at escaping, as bait, leveraging the sympathy of other teams to lure out the exotic beasts and either harvest them or cause mutual destruction. Then, the others would hide in the shadows, waiting for the dust to settle before coming out to catch everything in one net. Such behavior was utterly inhumane. Not only did they exploit the goodwill of others to hunt beasts for themselves, but in the end, they also intended to slaughter and harm those who came to help. This was beyond what any human could do. And if they encountered a stronger team coming to rescue, they had an escape route. At worst, they could pretend to be innocent victims. Realizing this, Lu Chen felt even colder inside and said in a deep voice, "Some people are worse than beasts. You are much more detestable than the exotic beasts." The burly man nonchalantly replied, "Thank you for the compliment, little brother. What can we do? It's all for survival. If we didn't do this, we wouldn't know how. Many times we would have died by now." He continued to feign lament. "So, have you thought it through? Hand over the beast corpses and I can let you leave." The burly man no longer explained much, pointing his large knife at Lu Chen and the others. With a cold smile, Lu Chen was too lazy to respond and simply turned to give his teammates behind him a look and a gesture. "Prepare for battle, hold nothing back." Chen Hao and the others felt a heaviness in their hearts. The current situation was far more dangerous than when they faced the beast horde earlier. Those two fourth-rank martial artist women were already difficult to deal with, not to mention there were 7 others who were at least fifth-rank martial artists. In contrast, the highest rank on their side was Lu Chen, a third-rank martial artist. There were even Chang Zishu and Jiang Tao, 2 martial artists. Moreover, they had just fought a fierce battle against the beast horde, and their energy was significantly depleted. Students are just students, too impulsive and immature. The leading man saw that Lu Chen and the others wanted to resist and continued to coax them. "I've seen your archery skills, they are indeed impressive. But look at the surrounding environment. At such a close distance, you can't exert your full strength. Surrender, your life is more important. Surrender my ass. You've already gone too far, this is clearly about killing and silencing us." Lu Chen thought to himself, understanding that once he surrendered, the only fate awaiting them would be total annihilation. "You consumed so much energy earlier, you probably don't have much strength left now, right? TSK, why make things harder for yourself?" The man incessantly tried to undermine their morale. But Lu Chen could tell that the other side was actually wary of them. All this talk was merely an attempt to make them yield without a fight. "You all hold your ground, as long as we don't get scattered, we still have a chance to turn the tide." Lu Chen ignored the other side and turned back to reassure his team. "Don't worry, Brother Chong, as long as I'm alive, we won't lose our things." Chen Hao gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Lu Chen replied irritably, "What things? The most important thing right now is lives, not a single one should die." Chen Hao understood and repeatedly agreed. Before they could say much, Lu Chen had already rushed out alone, protected by the golden bell, his speed soaring. As he charged straight at the leading burly man, a prolonged defense would lead to loss. It was better to take the initiative and capture the leader first. The burly man's expression turned cold as he shouted, "You don't know what death is. With your meager cultivation and boxing skills, you think you can compete with me head-on? You all deal with the others, let me handle this kid. Quick battle, quick resolution." At the burly man's command, he raised his large knife, charging back like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. He believed he had seen through Lu Chen's tactics and was fully confident. With his archery skills unusable, the 2 sets of boxing techniques limited in power, and his movement skills more suited for escape, how could he possibly fight against him, especially after consuming so much energy? When it came to fighting ruthlessly, he was even less afraid. The number of martial cultivators who had died at his hands was no less than 80. The woman with the beauty mark behind him reminded, "Big brother, be careful, this kid has some wickedness about him." The burly man charged out without looking back, leaving only one sentence, "Finish him in 3 moves." Before they even got close, a fierce aura erupted, colliding in the middle. The burly man's large knife swung continuously, the solid knife aura rampaging towards Lu Chen, cutting off all his escape routes. Facing these ferocious knife auras, Lu Chen unleashed his punches like rain, his rapid-fire punches reaching their peak, the fist auras exploding like scattered fireworks, breaking through all the knife auras. His speed did not decrease as he broke through the residual force of the aura collision, closing in within 10 meters. Close combat? I'm even stronger. The burly man's body turned with the knife, the wind from the blade swirling up a fierce gale, creating a terrifying knife aura vortex. Once someone got close, they would be sucked into that vortex, unable to escape, torn to pieces by the knife auras. But just as the two were within 5 meters, Lu Chen's chest suddenly swelled high, then collapsed, and he let out a deafening dragon roar. The invisible sound wave penetrated the impenetrable knife aura vortex, hitting the burly man's head without a doubt. Buzz! In an instant, the burly man stood dazed in place, the knife aura vortex momentarily pausing. In that brief moment, Lu Chen wasted no time using the already prepared dragon capture technique, simultaneously charging forward. With both actions, the distance between them closed to 3 meters in the blink of an eye. In that lightning-fast moment, the burly man regained his senses, reacting swiftly, raising his knife to counterattack. But at that moment, Lu Chen's right hand had already formed a flower-picking gesture, having unknowingly pinched a blade as thin as a cicada's wing between his fingers. the flower-picking finger at the micro-realm. The blade struck like lightning, drawing a mysterious arc between the two, accurately hitting the burly man's throat. Puff! After a faint sound, the blade sank into the burly man's throat, then flew out from the back of his neck, landing over 20 meters away at the feet of the two women. Gasp! The burly man's eyes bulged wide, filled with disbelief. He wanted to speak, but no sound came out. Stop the nonsense, since you live worse than a beast, consider it a kill. Lu Chen left behind this sentence, his figure already disappearing. Lu Chen did not pay attention to the two women who were scared silly. Instead, he turned around and charged towards the enemies, who were attacking Chen Hao and the others. It took him only 2 minutes to deal with the leader of this group, but Chen Hao and the others were already struggling. Surrounded by 6 mid to high-level martial artists, Chen Hao, Qin Haiyuan, and Gui Dao were fighting for their lives. Chen Hao transformed into a 2.5-meter-tall muscle giant, his robust body withstanding most of the attacks while he crazily unleashed a barrage of punches to prevent the enemies from getting closer. His great-strength diamond body had decent defense, but being continuously hit by the fierce energy was taking its toll, and he was already covered in injuries. On the other side, Gui Dao had completely given up on defense, swinging his sword to unleash a dense barrage of sword energy, attacking in return and using relentless strikes to replace defense. If it weren't for the gunfire from Qin Haiyuan that constantly helped block those lethal attacks, Gui Dao would have likely fallen by now. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao and Chang Zishu, who were protected in the middle, were not idle either. One wielded a sword while the other cracked a whip, helping their 3 teammates fend off some of the stray energy attacks. The 5 of them had developed a very tacit cooperation. Although it couldn't be called impregnable, it was the best defensive formation they could manage. However, they all knew they couldn't hold out much longer, not only because the opponents were too strong but also due to their previous exhaustion. They were nearly running on empty. Just as they were struggling to hold on and about to be overwhelmed, 6 beams of light suddenly descended from the sky, landing precisely on the 6 enemies. Poof! Poof! 2 fifth-tier martial artists were hit in their vital points and dropped dead instantly. The remaining 4 reacted quickly, turning around just in time to block the sword energy, sustaining only minor injuries. The 4 who narrowly survived were terrified. What was happening? Where was their leader? They quickly looked back and saw Lu Chen descending from 6 meters in the air, the bow in his hand gleaming ominously. It turned out that Lu Chen had taken advantage of their distraction, stepping on a large rock to leap into the air and shooting 6 arrows mid-flight. He certainly wouldn't miss such a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Indeed, with 6 arrows fired in quick succession, he directly killed 2 of them, successfully helping Chen Hao and the others break free. However, without the advantageous conditions from before, he could only land helplessly after shooting. The 4 surviving villains were stunned. How was this possible? The boss was killed by him. It was only then that the 2 stunned women reacted and shouted loudly. The 4 finally saw the corpse 100 meters away. How could this be? The 4 were horrified. How could their leader have died in such a short time? They had clearly been in the advantageous position, and the boss had even said to finish it quickly. They had indeed achieved a quick resolution, but the dead person was not supposed to be their leader. Lu Chen landed on a large rock and let out a slight sigh of relief, seizing the moment while the enemies were still dazed to quickly swallow a nutrition bar. The chi-gathering technique senses that the master has overexerted himself and is operating frantically. A familiar prompt echoed in his mind, rapidly restoring Lu Chen's vitality and stamina, allowing him to continue fighting against the remaining enemies. Brother Chong has killed someone. Qin Haiyuan, relieved from the crisis, said in disbelief after assessing the situation. Chen Hao was already covered in wounds and blood, but he gritted his teeth and stood firm, saying fiercely, "So what if I killed someone? Shouldn't such beasts be killed?" However, to be honest, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Killing someone was not the same as hunting beasts. These were living people just like them. Although he knew it was necessary to kill, or else he would be killed, seeing this scene still sent chills down his spine. Gui Dao felt the same. He had never killed anyone, but he remained relatively calm, still coolly holding his sword aimed at the remaining enemies. "You must avenge our brother." The woman with the beauty mark gritted her teeth and roared. However, she merely stood by the corpse of the burly man, not daring to step forward. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, and one of the 7-segment martial artists said fiercely, "Liu Zai, come with me, let's avenge the boss. You 2 handle the others, they are already at their wits' end. We absolutely cannot give him another chance to sneak attack with arrows." As they spoke, the 4 rallied their spirits, splitting into 2 groups, deliberately maintaining a position with obstacles between them and Lu Chen. "Don't hold back, kill if you must," Lu Chen whispered, reminding Chen Hao and the others before putting away his bow and charging at the 2. What if he didn't have the convenience of shooting arrows? He had already dealt with the most troublesome boss. Why should he fear the remaining scattered soldiers? These 4 still appeared ruthless, but Lu Chen could sense their growing unease. His vitality had recovered to 70%, and facing 2 7-segment martial artists, he truly felt unafraid. One of the two wielded a knife, the other a sword, and they kept their distance from Lu Chen, unleashing a torrent of knife and sword energy that rained down upon him. They also realized that Lu Chen had many tricks up his sleeve, so they couldn't pull too far away, nor could they get too close and risk being hit. The best strategy was to stay about 10 meters away, using their sword and knife energy to suppress Lu Chen. The speed of the energy was extremely fast, making it impossible to dodge with mere footwork. Lu Chen unleashed his rapid-fire fist technique, dispersing most of the sword and knife energy, while he braced against the parts he couldn't avoid with his golden bell shield. However, he was still at a disadvantage. Although the golden bell shield was strong, it was still trembling and at risk of being broken. The two opponents were even more astonished. Damn it, is this kid even human? How many Earth-level martial arts has he mastered? How come each one is at perfection? They were both nearing 40, having trained for over 20 years, and they only had 2 perfected Earth-level martial arts. Compared to this excessively young student, they felt like trash. It was precisely because of this gap in martial arts that their originally absolute advantage in cultivation could not be brought to bear. Just as the two were astonished and had to bombard Lu Chen with attacks, they failed to notice that, beneath their feet, slender threads like snakes had appeared without them realizing it. The other end of the threads was Lu Chen's left hand, fingers extended snake sword, both strong and flexible. Especially after stepping into the martial artist realm, this sword technique could produce countless slender threads of energy, achieving unexpected victories. Whoosh! 2 entwining threads suddenly emerged from beneath their feet, wrapping around their ankles. With a sharp pull, the sword threads snapped. However, the two lost their balance, their faces filled with shock. Now's the time. Lu Chen seized the opportunity, his body leaving a residual shadow as he closed the distance between them, arriving just 2 meters in front of the two. Roar! The dragon's roar wave erupted again, temporarily stunning the two. The dragon capture technique followed closely, pulling the two into his grasp. Lu Chen grabbed one by the neck and casually twisted. Crack! With a tilt of their necks, the two quickly lost their vitality. It was a swift resolution. In fact, Lu Chen took only a minute to deal with the two. This was true speed in battle. After killing 2 more people, Lu Chen felt no psychological discomfort at all. He directly bypassed them and charged towards the two, who were beating up Chen Hao and the others. Chen Hao and his group were on the verge of collapse, each severely injured. Chen Hao and Gui Dao were the most heavily wounded, having reached the end of their rope, yet they still gritted their teeth and refused to fall. Lu Chen once again produced 2 blades in his hand. With a flick of his fingers, the blades whistled silently as they shot towards the 2 men's backs. However, these 2 6th-tier martial artists had been cautious this time and had already sensed the change, so they were prepared. Just as the blades were about to reach them, they turned their heads and knocked them away. Then, instead of stubbornly pursuing Chen Hao and the others, they exchanged glances and turned to flee. Damn it, a team of 9 was almost wiped out by a young kid on the opposite side. What was the point of continuing to fight? The 2 women on the other side were also quick to react. As Lu Chen killed 2 more, they had already turned and fled into the distance, ignoring the corpse of their so-called leader. Want to run? Lu Chen's gaze was cold, and he had no intention of letting the remaining people go. Chang Zishu, help the others with their injuries. With a command, Lu Chen leaped onto a large rock, jumping 8 meters high. With his bow already in hand, he knocked an arrow in mid-air, aiming at the 2 women who had already fled 500 meters away at lightning speed. Die! The 7-star pearl arrow reappeared, and 6 arrows shot out in succession, creating 2 waves of arrow energy that soared hundreds of meters in the air, striking the 2 women in the back. The 2 4th-tier martial artist women, hearing the sonic boom behind them, turned pale with fear, wanting to dodge and plead for mercy, but there was no chance left. Lu Chen's arrow energy could pierce even a 3rd-tier 8th-stage black-armored crocodile, let alone them. Their deaths could only be described as shattered, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. After shooting the arrows, Lu Chen didn't even look back. As he landed, he leaped again, returning to mid-air, turning to look at the 2 fleeing 6th-tier martial artists. With a grin, Lu Chen once again pulled the bowstring, the 7-star pearl forming a line, and shot one of the men dead. If you run again, you'll be next. Lu Chen's deep voice made the only surviving villain stop in his tracks, his body stiffening as he turned around. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he trembled, raising his hands and kneeling on the ground, shouting, "No, I won't run. I won't run, little brother, spare my life." Lu Chen's archery was truly terrifying, especially after creating distance. It was simply unbeatable. The memory of his partner being shot to pieces was vivid in his mind. How could he dare to take risks? Are all young people so fierce nowadays? He lamented inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have provoked this group of students. Lu Chen landed on the large rock but did not put away his bow. Instead, he pointed coldly at the villain 300 meters away and said, "Find your jamming device and turn it off, then kneel and wait. If there's any movement, you know the consequences." Lu Chen did not approach to bind the man, wary of tricks. As long as the jamming device was turned off, Lu Chen could report to the fortress and hand this person over to the law enforcement for investigation. Moreover, Chen Hao and the others were severely injured and needed urgent medical assistance from the fortress. With Lu Chen's bow aimed at him from a distance, the man dared not make any sudden moves. He could only glance reluctantly at the dense forest over 200 meters away and then obediently went to turn off the jamming device. 200 meters, if he dashed into the forest, he could completely avoid Lu Chen's arrows. But he also realized that this student was more cautious and ruthless than he had imagined, and there was no way he would be given such an opportunity to escape. With the jamming disabled, Lu Chen quickly contacted the fortress, briefly explaining the situation. The fortress took it very seriously, instructing them to wait in place. Within half an hour, a whole squad of soldiers, accompanied by a medical team, arrived. These are not ordinary warriors, but a special combat team trained by the military, led by a peak martial artist who was a genuine colonel in the army. With these formidable military martial artists present, the lone criminals could no longer stir up any trouble and were taken away with faces ashen. The colonel, who appeared to be around 40, approached Lu Chen, saluted him with a standard military gesture, and then smiled, saying, "I am Wang Chongshan, and you must be Second Lieutenant Lu Chen, right?" Lu Chen quickly returned the salute. "Hello, Colonel Wang, I am Lu Chen." Wang Chongshan lowered his hand, his eyes, which contained a restrained brilliance, scanned Lu Chen and Chen Hao and the others before he sighed. "It's hard to believe that you are just a group of freshmen. We have already gained a preliminary understanding of what happened earlier. If the information is correct, this group of criminals is indeed wanted wilderness drifters. They have long been lurking in various wilderness areas both domestically and abroad, committing murder and robbery with no evil deed left undone. Then, they trade with some underground markets, especially foreign forces, making a fortune. So, you don't need to feel burdened, they are indeed people who deserve to die," Wang Chongshan reassured. Lu Chen glanced at Chen Hao and the others, who were receiving emergency treatment nearby, and saw that they all relaxed a lot upon hearing Wang Chongshan's words, which eased his mind. "Thank you, Colonel Wang. Actually, we had no choice but to kill. However, I would like to know if there are any rewards for assisting in capturing these wanted criminals?" Lu Chen asked, somewhat sheepishly. Colonel Wang laughed heartily, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to ask this question first. "Of course there is, and it's a substantial reward. Come on, I'm also curious about how you managed to do it. Let's go back with us, and we can sit down and discuss it in detail," Colonel Wang said, waving his hand. The medical staff had already treated Chen Hao and the others' wounds, and they were now being lifted onto stretchers and taken to the ambulance. Soon, Lu Chen was personally invited by Wang Chongshan to the armed vehicle, and they headed back to the fortress. As for the bodies of the criminals and the beast materials that Lu Chen and the others had collected, there would naturally be someone to organize and bring them back. When they returned to the fortress, it was a little past 4 in the afternoon on November 1st. Most of the teams and hunters that had entered the wilderness had not yet returned. Lu Chen was taken directly to a camp of the fortress garrison, following Wang Chongshan into one of the open reception areas. "Second Lieutenant Lu, I have reviewed your information. You accumulated over 300,000 military merits even before entering university. You truly are a promising young talent," Wang Chongshan said, personally brewing tea for Lu Chen with admiration. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Colonel, you flatter me. I'm not that noble. Haha, I was just trying to earn some more resources for cultivation." "Ha ha." Wang Chongshan laughed heartily. "That's straightforward. That's what young people should be like. You don't have to live so hard. We have confirmed that this group is indeed A-level wanted criminals in the country. As for the reward," Wang Chongshan paused here. Lu Chen quickly raised his head, becoming serious. "Ha ha." Wang Chongshan laughed. "Again, I'm not joking with you. The reward amount is 100 million, but for your status, it can be converted into 1 million military merits or 1 million academic credits. How to choose specifically is up to you." Wang Chongshan looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. 100 million, 1 million academic credits. This killing actually comes with such a high reward. I still want the credits, after all, it's not just my achievement. Lu Chen did not hesitate much and made his choice. A part of this reward would also be shared with his teammates. After all, without Chen Hao and others helping to share the pressure and hold back the others, it would have been difficult for Lu Chen to completely annihilate that group of villains on his own. Moreover, the resources Lu Chen needed were mostly concentrated in the school, so it was more appropriate to exchange the reward for credits. Wang Chongshan nodded, respecting Lu Chen's choice. "Let's not mention this anymore. I really feel that it's a bit of a waste for you to be in university. Have you considered joining the military or transferring to Jinwu Military Academy?" Wang Chongshan suggested gently. With your qualifications and potential and this killing intent, you could surpass me in less than a year, at least becoming a colonel. Before you turn 20, it's even possible to be promoted to a major general. At this point, even Wang Chongshan himself felt a bit excited. A major general at 20, my goodness, he had never heard of such a thing. But, looking at this student in front of him, he felt it was truly possible. Lu Chen smiled politely but awkwardly. He couldn't even remember how many people had urged him to join the military. However, for Lu Chen, who pursued freedom, this was not the best choice. He could only politely say, "Thank you for your high regard, Colonel Wang. If the military needs my help, I will not hesitate. The soldiers of Huaxia are the ones I respect the most. It's just that. As you can see, I'm just an ordinary person, used to freedom and leisure, and I really don't want to tarnish the profession of a soldier." "You little rascal," Wang Chongshan said half-jokingly, as if anyone isn't ordinary. "Forget it, just don't forget that you still hold a military rank, and it's enough to walk alongside us." Wang Chongshan then said, "I still need to remind you that the wilderness is fraught with danger. Some people are more terrifying than the beasts, so you must always be on guard." Lu Chen nodded. He had already experienced this. He curiously asked, "How can wanted criminals like them still enter the wilderness? Shouldn't the fortress block them directly?" Wang Chongshan sighed and said, "You probably still don't fully understand the uniqueness of the wilderness. To be honest, there are quite a few wilderness drifters like them. The fundamental reason it's hard to eliminate them is that they don't travel back and forth through the fortress to the domestic base. If it were an inland wilderness area, we could control it better and wouldn't let such people have the chance to escape. But in border areas or coastal wilderness areas, we don't have many ways to manage it. Wilderness drifters can easily move between wilderness areas where checkpoints cannot be set up and their supply points and trading places are not in the domestic base. Either some underground forces within the base actively go to the wilderness to find them, or they trade directly with foreign forces through the border wilderness areas. We can guard the domestic base, but we don't have the resources to fully control all wilderness areas. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Wang Chongshan asked in return. Lu Chen vaguely understood that border or coastal wilderness areas were generally extremely dangerous. No-go zones. The border of Huaxia was vast, and if they really wanted to completely seal and guard it, it would consume too many people and resources, making it not worth the effort. Thus, there were drifters willing to take risks and venture into these forbidden zones. However, the situation isn't that bad. The vast majority of martial cultivators from our country are trustworthy. After all, no one wants to be denied entry by the domestic base and lose their foundation for survival. Moreover, the military also has a large number of mobile law enforcement teams like us, patrolling various wilderness areas to eliminate the bad apples. Wang Chongshan spoke lightly, but Lu Chen could sense a strong aura of killing intent behind it. Whether in the base or the wilderness, the Chinese military is an unshakable pillar of the nation. It is precisely because of these lovely people that China can be the safest country on Blue Star. This has been true both before the Great Disaster and after the terrifying Great Disaster, especially when compared to those countries that were destroyed in the Great Disaster or are still suffering in dire straits. This feeling becomes even more pronounced. Without the strength of the nation and the sacrifices of these soldiers, how could their generation have such a comfortable environment to grow up in? Let alone living and cultivating. Even survival would be a problem. Alright, that's enough for now. Leave your contact information and you can reach out to me anytime if something comes up. If there are opportunities for merit on my side, I will think of you, Wang Chongshan said, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder. Don't worry, the rewards will definitely be no less than what you earn hunting beasts in the wilderness. Colonel Wang is joking. I'm not that kind of person, Lu Chen said, feeling a bit embarrassed. You brat, Wang Chongshan laughed. Go on, your teammates should be fine by now. Remember, the time left for you to grow quietly is probably not much. Hurry up and get stronger. I hope we can fight side by side in the future. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully and left the military camp, being led back to the fortress hall by a soldier. From Wang Chongshan's last words, Lu Chen could tell that this world was really about to undergo another great change. The second invasion of alien civilization might be imminent. At that time, the world order would change again and no one could remain unscathed. I'm still not strong enough. Lu Chen's thoughts were swirling, but by the time he returned to the hall, he had already regained his composure and stopped overthinking. Chen Hao and the others had fully recovered. With the military's medical conditions, even those on the brink of death could heal quickly. At this moment, they were waiting in the hall, each looking up at the light screen, excitedly discussing. Is everyone alright? Lu Chen walked over and followed their gaze, momentarily stunned. The top of the November monthly ranking, Team 87, with a record of 578,600 points. Following that was the individual ranking, and prominently, the captain of Team 87, Lu Chen, with 423,200 points. Chong-gu, look, we topped the list. Qin Haiyuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lu Chen, pulling him excitedly and shouting. Chen Hao also exclaimed in a deep voice, I really didn't expect that the small goal set last month would be achieved at the beginning of this month. No doubt about it, Chonggu is amazing. Lu Chen glanced at the increasingly crowded group around them, realizing that their top-ranked team was almost surrounded by onlookers. He quickly said, let's head back to school. First, this is just the first day of the month, the key is whether we can maintain it. Lu Chen was very clear-headed. In a month, the monthly rankings would constantly change, and being first on the first day didn't mean much. When Lu Chen and the others returned to school, the outside was already in an uproar, with all sorts of rumors about them flying everywhere. The Zhongming battle team, just back in the fortress hall, was the first to be hit, each one hardly believing their eyes and ears. What damn, is this real? Over 500,000 battle points in a day. Did they break into the lair of the alien beasts? How many are still alive now? The blonde-haired guy's hair was almost standing on end, no longer caring to comfort the dazed Zhang Xiong beside him. Their harvest for the day was only 200,000 battle points, which was already considered an extraordinary performance. But compared to the 87 battle team, it was simply nothing. Captain Zhong Chuyun said nothing, just gritted his teeth and said, go back and prepare, tomorrow we'll go try that place. The others' expressions changed slightly. It seemed the captain was also stimulated, really planning to take them on an adventure. Not just them, all the teams returning to the hall saw the prominent team on the screen, and even more prominent was Captain Lu Chen. For a moment, discussions about Lu Chen and the 87 battle team became rampant. As expected of the youngest lieutenant, I have to ask him for an autograph next time. The young lady who was responsible for receiving Lu Chen and the others back then was also somewhat captivated. She knew that Lu Chen's team not only had these achievements but also made a great contribution today, which had spread internally among the troops. However, due to confidentiality regulations, it wouldn't be shared outside. The news here spread like it had wings, quickly flying out of the fortress to all parts of the country. In Kyoto, at North China Martial Arts University, Zhao Yuntian had just returned from the wilderness area. His bloody smile froze. Lu Chen. Zhao Yuntian gritted his teeth, wiped the blood from his face, and turned to leave. Captain, I'll go back to cultivate first. The 80,000 battle points he had desperately earned that day suddenly felt worthless in comparison. At Jiangnan Martial University, many students had just finished class when they heard the news that shook the entire school. The 87 battle team and Lu Chen personally achieved the dazzling feat of topping the national monthly rankings in the level 3 wilderness area. Moreover, Lu Chen's personal strength also made it into the top 10 of the recognized 100-strong list at Jiangnan Martial University. Because of Lu Chen's age and time since enrollment, his ranking directly placed him ahead of Wenrin Jinghong, pushing her out of the top 10. These achievements once again surpassed Lu Chen's previous brilliance, breaking various records and making him the center of discussion at Jiangnan Martial University. Once more, no one could believe that this was something a freshman who had only been enrolled for 2 months could accomplish. However, the next day, when Rin Jinghong single-handedly took down a level 4 initial stage alien beast in the level 4 wilderness area, pushing Lu Chen down to the 11th place again, the students then realized that when Rin Jinghong was already a 6th-stage martial artist and had the strength to fight level 4 alien beasts. Lu Chen and the others did not pay much attention to the discussions outside. Instead, after returning to school, they took a good rest for a night to recover their energy. Early the next morning, Professor Su notified them to go to the energy chamber to receive their rewards. It was for their capture of the wanted criminals, personally met by Vice President Zhou Yuantong. You all did very well this time, not only bringing glory to our school, but also clearing out a batch of bad apples from the national martial arts community. Vice President Zhou was in high spirits. However, for your safety, we cannot publicize this matter widely. I hope you understand. Lu Chen quickly replied, of course, the school is doing this to protect us. These wilderness drifters had complex dark connections behind them, and it was unknown what kind of villains might be involved. So, it was better not to spread the word as much as possible. This was also the reason why Lu Chen was determined to hunt down all the criminals, leaving no future troubles. Vice President Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Of course, your rewards will not be small. In addition to the million credits exchanged for the rewards from the military, the school will also give each of you an additional share of the Beast King's heart's blood. I hope you can make good use of it. Continue to strive for self-improvement, bring glory to the school, and contribute to the country, Vice President Zhou said firmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Chen and the others' breaths became rapid. The Beast King's heart's blood? My god, it's priceless outside, but worth 1,000,000 credits at school, and they are being rewarded with it? This is not just one share, but one for each person. The school is being incredibly generous. Lu Chen never expected that the school's rewards this time would be so extravagant, far exceeding the military's rewards by several times. With this share of the Beast King's heart's blood, their strengths could increase significantly. Lu Chen had originally Planned to save enough credits to buy it later, but he didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Vice President Zhou looked at their reactions with satisfaction and smiled after a moment. This reward is indeed substantial, but I have an additional request and I hope you can fulfill it. Lu Chen's heart stirred. Please speak, teacher. We will do our best. Vice President Zhou continued, you have made a good start this month, temporarily ranking first on the monthly leaderboard for the 3rd district. I hope you can maintain this advantage and truly secure the top spot for this month. This reward will be considered in advance from the school. Can you do it? Vice President Zhou asked with a smile. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Was this an advance on the monthly leaderboard reward? But after a moment's thought he understood. The influence of being first on the monthly leaderboard radiates nationwide. If they could truly achieve it, then the influence of Jiangnan Martial University would rise significantly. Even the subsequent investments from the country would increase. Moreover, the enrollment work for Jiangnan Martial University next year would be much easier. The principal's investment in this advance reward could be said to be beneficial in every way. Secretly giving a thumbs up in his heart, Lu Chen's expression became serious. I guarantee we will complete the task. Vice President Zhou laughed heartily. It's not really a task. It would be best if you can do it, but if you can't, I won't ask you to compensate. The school also has another consideration, which is to hope you can quickly improve your strength and participate in this year's National College Martial Arts Competition. But don't worry, the rewards for the martial arts competition are separate and will not be deducted from this. Lu Chen and the others were filled with excitement. The school had high hopes for them. After all, you are only freshmen, so the requirements for you in the martial arts competition are not high. As long as you can gain more experience and bring back good results next year, that will be enough. That's all. I have to say, the Beast King's heart's blood is already here. Prepare well, and you can absorb it. How far you can go depends on your own fortune. Vice President Zhou personally brought the precious Beast King's heart's blood over, urging them to absorb it and guarding them. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year and a prosperous year of the tiger. The blood of the Beast King is rich in energy, but it is also very domineering, not as pure and gentle as in the energy chamber. How much can be absorbed depends on one's physical foundation and endurance. Vice Principal Zhou personally led the 6 to a relatively spacious level 4 energy chamber, guiding them to sit cross-legged while introducing the precautions. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to absorb the blood of the Beast King. If anyone wants to wait for a better moment, now is the time to withdraw. Chen Hao and the others exchanged glances but said nothing. They understood that this might not be the best time, as their foundations were not solid enough, which would lower their absorption efficiency of the Beast King's blood. However, if they continued to wait, they knew the gap between them and Lu Chen would only grow larger. Would they still be worthy to remain in the 87th battle team then? Especially for Jiang Tao and Chang Zishu, the weakest in cultivation, they were even less willing to become useless burdens. Moreover, if they didn't use this opportunity now, they might miss their chance to enter the school's top 100 rankings and participate in this year's martial arts competition with Lu Chen. The pros and cons were hard to calculate in a moment. However, after exchanging glances, the 5 reached a tacit agreement. Use it. Why not? If it weren't for this drive, would they really have a chance to obtain the Beast King's blood? Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, hesitating would make them even less deserving to stay in the 87th battle team. So, facing Vice Principal Zhou's sharp gaze, the 5 ultimately chose to sit on the mats, quietly adjusting their breathing, striving to face this rare opportunity in the best state. Since no one is withdrawing, let's begin. I will protect you here. The process of absorption is extremely painful. If anyone cannot hold on, I will intervene in time, Vice Principal Zhou reminded again. At this moment, a tube of crimson blood was placed in front of each of Lu Chen's group. Although it had long been separated from the Beast King's body, the blood still rippled slightly in the test tube, as if boiling. Just open it and drink. Once opened, energy will spill out, so don't hesitate, Vice Principal Zhou said, sitting cross-legged among them with a serious expression. Lu Chen no longer hesitated. With a martial king to protect him, what was there to worry about? He was the first to open the test tube and tilted his head back to gulp it down. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated and quickly followed suit. A fishy sweet taste filled their taste buds, and soon Lu Chen had no mind to focus on the taste of the Beast King's blood. First, a wave of heat surged in his stomach, as if someone had lit a fire inside him. Then, this heat began to spread from the inside out, reaching his internal organs, then his bones, and finally his muscles and skin. He turned a fiery red, steam rising from his head, looking quite frightening. Not just Lu Chen, but the other teammates were in similar situations, some even more exaggerated. Except for Chen Hao, who had practiced the great strength diamond body, they couldn't help but groan in pain, curling up. These kids really have courage. Professor Su had arrived in the monitoring room at some point, closely observing the situation in the energy chamber. Beside Him stood a short old man with long white hair and beard, looking rosy and exuding an air of vitality, like a fairy. Teacher Zhang appeared quite reserved in front of this old man. The reason was simple: this old man was the principal of Jiangnan Martial University, one of the few peak martial kings in China, Old Master Zhang Qian. This Principal Zhang, now over 150 years old, was a figure who had lived since before the Great Catastrophe, and had grown stronger with age. It can be said that when Principal Zhang stamps his foot, the entire southern part of Huaxia trembles 3 times. I didn't expect that a few freshmen practicing would even stir the reclusive Elder Zhang. Zhang Qian looked at the images on the monitor with a kind smile and said, "Xiao Su, are these the students you mentioned?" Professor Su, in front of this figure, could only be considered a junior, and quickly replied, "Yes, teacher, especially Lu Chen. His progress is very fast, and he is now already a third-tier martial artist. Moreover, the martial arts restoration I mentioned to you is also what he is currently working on." Professor Su continued, "Not bad, not bad." Zhang Qian, satisfied, stroked his chest-length white beard. "If he can really do it, then bring him over to let me have a look." "Do you think they can absorb that much? It won't cause the school to suffer a loss, will it?" Zhang Qian then asked curiously. Professor Su felt a bit embarrassed. Knowing his teacher's temperament, he understood that the principal was concerned about the school's investment. 6 Beast Kings. Heartblood is equivalent to 600 million Huaxia coins. Professor Su quickly patted his chest and said, "Teacher, please rest assured, they are definitely worth it. I can't say for this year, but next year, helping our school defeat North China Martial University and Central Plains Town Martial should be no problem. By then, the funding support from the country will definitely far exceed the school's investment." Principal Zhang glared at Professor Su. "The way you say it makes it sound like I'm worried about money. Of course, if it can make Old Tang and Xiaogao suffer a setback, I would be very happy. They won against us the last 2 times and even dared to mock me. Ignorant. At worst, I can just go catch a few fish from the sea to make up the loss. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten fish in a long time." Professor Su shivered again. "Is you serious about catching fish? That's the Beast King, a dominant ruler of the sea, only you can say it so casually. Wow. This young man is impressive." Wow, he broke through so quickly. Principal Zhang suddenly focused on the monitor. Professor Su and Teacher Zhang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "At your age and with your high position, could you please pay a little attention to your image?" The young man Principal Zhang referred to was Lu Chen in the Yuan Energy secret room. He himself didn't expect that the Beast King's heartblood would be so potent. Just 2 minutes after he consumed it, a rapid alert sound echoed in his mind. The breathing technique senses the overflowing and domineering energy, the cultivation. Speed skyrockets 100-fold. "Come on, master, charge." Thus, in less than half an hour, Lu Chen's cultivation soared from a 3rd-tier martial artist to a 4th-tier martial artist. It should be noted that his previous progress was just over half, and it would have taken at least another 10 days to break through to the 4th tier. Moreover, even after his breakthrough, the cultivation speed of the breathing technique remained unabated, as if it had been equipped with a supermotor, operating wildly, inhaling and exhaling to accumulate yuan energy. This speed is simply against the heavens. Although his body was in pain, Lu Chen was enjoying it. Pain and joy intertwined. The energy contained in the Beast King's heart's blood is extremely rich, but it dissipates quickly as well. If it cannot be absorbed rapidly, a significant loss will occur. This was Lu Chen's realization, so he had already begun to actively operate the qi absorption technique, doubling the speed of absorption. The increase in cultivation speed was just one aspect. Lu Chen simultaneously felt that scorching aura constantly impacting his physical body. From the inside out, it was extremely domineering and painful, and it was becoming increasingly intense. Lu Chen thought that if his body could no longer withstand this pain, or if he were injured, as a result, it would be the moment to stop. At that time, Vice Principal Zhou would forcibly intervene to sever the remaining power of the Beast King's blood. "So, the longer you persist, the more you gain," Lu Chen mused, piecing together the key from Vice Principal Zhou's earlier reminder. Fortunately, his physical body was already strong, far surpassing other martial cultivators of the same realm due to his training in the Golden Bell Shield. Even Chen Hao, who possessed innate divine strength and practiced the great strength diamond body, might not surpass Lu Chen in this regard. Therefore, Lu Chen had not yet felt his limits, allowing that scorching sensation to rampage within him, further strengthening his body. Time passed slowly in pain, and for Lu Chen and the others, it felt exceedingly prolonged. Following Lu Chen, the already lagging Zhang Tao and Cheng Zishu also broke through, reaching the 9th stage of martial artists, and they were rapidly advancing. However, these 2 girls were inherently weaker than the others, and now, enduring that tearing force was already quite difficult, nearly to the point of fainting. Moreover, their efficiency in absorbing elemental energy was far inferior to Lu Chen's, resulting in a significant amount of beast blood elemental energy being wasted, making them feel as if they were in a steamer surrounded by mist. Vice Principal Zhou frowned slightly. ready to intervene at any moment. But he soon noticed that these two female students had once again endured the pain and were fully absorbing elemental energy, persisting in their assault on the martial artist realm. A moment's thought made Vice Principal Zhou understand. It seems they are motivated by the chief, Lu Chen, not wanting to fall behind. Indeed, this is also a test of willpower. If they endure, the future will be better and broader. Not just the two girls, Guidao and Qin Haiyuan, although in slightly better condition, were also suffering immensely, merely holding back their voices. Only Chen Hao, with his special physique and training in the great strength diamond body, was relatively at ease. However, his efficiency in absorbing elemental energy was still inferior to Lu Chen's, and it wasn't until 2 hours after swallowing the Beast King's heart's blood that he finally broke through a small realm, reaching the second stage of martial artists. Following closely were Guidao and Qin Haiyuan, who also stepped into the second stage of martial artists. It was at this moment that Zhang Tao and Chang Zishu successively reached the peak of martial artists, and with their strong willpower they bit through the they had hidden in their mouths. The two girls were actually attempting to forcibly break through the martial artist realm under such circumstances. Not bad, these little ones are quite impressive. At least they have the heart of a strong person, Principal Zhang said with satisfaction, stroking his beard in the monitoring room. Professor Su appeared somewhat nervous and excited, clenching his fists. He had experience and knew that as time passed, the force that tempered the body would become increasingly intense, naturally posing a greater test for the individuals. Just then, Principal Zhang suddenly exclaimed, pulling out a strand of his beard, and said with wide eyes, "Did you see that? That little guy has broken through again, hasn't he?" Professor Su was also taken aback, staring at Lu Chen on the screen in disbelief. Fifth stage of martial artists? That's not scientific, it's too fast. Principal Zhang chuckled, "There's nothing unscientific about it. Didn't you notice? The elemental energy spilling from him is very little. What does that indicate? The efficiency of this little guy's absorption is very high, really high, far surpassing others. So, it's only natural that he breaks through faster." Principal Zhang answered himself. Professor Su suddenly realized that indeed, the thin white mist rising from Lu Chen's head indicated that he had absorbed and refined most of the elemental energy. But is this really natural? Lu Chen's cultivation is the highest, so logically he should require the most elemental energy to break through, and should be the slowest among them. Yet, he is breaking through the fastest, even surpassing those two girls at the martial artist level. The gap in between is truly widening. An 18-year-old fifth-tier martial artist. Professor Su's mouth gaped open, unable to close. Oh my! When did my beard fall out? At that moment, Principal Zhang suddenly cried out in despair, holding his beard with a pained expression. Professor Su didn't respond. "After all, you just pulled it out yourself, don't blame us." In the secret chamber, Vice Principal Zhou also focused his attention on Lu Chen, his gaze filled with surprise and admiration. This kid is still a standout. He has indeed made use of the Beast King's heart's blood. In the blink of an eye, another half-hour passed. Zhang Tao and Chang Zishu, who were gritting their teeth to hold on, began to show signs of change, their breaths surging as they finally broke through to the martial artist realm. Moreover, with the support of the Beast King's heart's blood, their cultivation surged again within an hour, reaching the peak of the first tier of martial artists, stabilizing completely. But just then, the two girls relaxed their hearts and could no longer hold on, fainting one after another. To hold on until now is quite an achievement, Vice Principal Zhou muttered, extending his hand to the two girls, extracting the residual Beast King energy from their bodies. From 8th tier martial artist to 1st tier martial artist, not a waste. Seeing the two girls' expressions gradually calm, he finally felt relieved and stopped paying attention to them. About another hour later, Chen Hao's breath surged again, breaking through from 2nd tier martial artist to 3rd tier. Then came Guidao and Qin Haiyuan, who also broke through in succession, reaching the 3rd tier of martial artists. However, these two also reached their limit and fainted. Vice Principal Zhou followed suit and saved them. "These kids, I don't know where they get their motivation, insisting on holding on until they faint," Vice Principal Zhou sighed. Back in the day, he didn't have such willpower. As the four emerged from their pain, only Lu Chen and Chen Hao remained in the secret chamber, still gritting their teeth to persist. Their physical foundations surpassed others, and the body refining method played a crucial role. Another half-hour later, Lu Chen's breath suddenly surged again, and under the astonished gazes of Vice Principal Zhou and Principal Zhang outside, he forcefully reached the 6th tier of martial artists. At that moment, he also felt extreme pain, as if his entire body was no longer his own, feeling like he was about to burst from the overwhelming energy. With each breakthrough, that pain seemed to escalate. His mind was in chaos, almost reaching the brink of fainting. But Lu Chen was still unwilling to give up. This opportunity was too rare, only once in a lifetime. The improvement in cultivation was secondary. The most crucial part was the enhancement of his physical body, which would benefit him for life. If he could hold on a little longer, his body could be further strengthened. But I really want to sleep, Lu Chen thought dizzily, wanting to doze off. Just then, a prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. The golden bell shield senses strong stimulation and evolves into a top-tier earth grade. The wonderful prompt sound made Lu Chen, who was on the verge of fainting, regain his senses. Golden bell shield. It can actually evolve. At that moment, Lu Chen felt a significant increase in his physical endurance. In the panel, the grade and cultivation progress of the golden bell shield underwent a dramatic change. Earth grade supreme, golden bell shield great success 23%. Lu Chen was overjoyed, and at the same time he had a clearer understanding of his state. The evolution of the golden bell shield was equivalent to helping him expand his already limited body capacity, allowing for further refinement and strengthening. The external manifestation of this refinement and strengthening was that the newly evolved golden bell shield was rapidly improving. Great success 23%, 30%, 50%, subtle 1%, 5%. Under this enhancement, Lu Chen was even beginning to adapt to the pain caused by the Beast King's blood, instead feeling a slight sense of comfort. This kid can actually hold on. At this rate, he might break through to the 7th stage. Vice Principal Zhou sensed Lu Chen's unusual state and was ready to intervene, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen managed to pull through, and his cultivation continued to grow. At that moment, on the other side, Chen Hao finally made another breakthrough, reaching the 4th stage of a martial artist. However, he had also reached his limit and fainted. From the 1st stage to the 4th stage is already impressive. He truly lives up to being a descendant of the Chen family from the northeast. Vice Principal Zhou nodded in satisfaction, stripping away the remaining domineering energy to allow Chen Hao to recover on his own. Now, only Lu Chen remained in the secret chamber, continuing to endure. 2 hours later, Lu Chen's cultivation finally broke through again, successfully entering the 7th stage of a martial artist. It was also at this moment that his evolved Earth-grade Supreme Golden Bell Shield reached a state of perfection once more. The energy from the Beast King's heart's blood had still not been exhausted, and that overwhelming pain surged back, striking directly at Lu Chen's mind. In the monitoring room, Principal Zheng stroked his beard, smiling as he said, "This little guy has done very well. It's quite remarkable that he has held on until now." However, after 3 consecutive breakthroughs, the stimulation from the Beast King's blood is rising sharply. It's no longer something that can be sustained by willpower alone. Professor Su secretly chuckled, thinking that the old man should be careful not to speak too confidently, lest he pull out his own beard again. Lu Chen was originally a miracle, and he was here to create an even greater miracle. "I can't sleep. If I pass out, I'll waste this great opportunity." Lu Chen held onto his obsession in his heart, but his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Once his mind broke down, he would only have fainting as an option, something he could not control. But at that moment, the prompt sound in his mind appeared. Again, Dragon Roarwave senses strong external stimulation, cultivation speed skyrockets, assisting the master. The Dragon Roarwave, which was originally in the subtle realm, unexpectedly reached perfection in just a short quarter of an hour. Lu Chen's mental will thus became even more resilient. Although the pain was still intense, it was not enough to make him faint. "As long as I don't pass out, I can definitely hold on." Lu Chen endured unimaginable pain, his steel teeth nearly grinding to dust, refusing to open his mouth to ask Vice Principal Zhou for help. Hold on. The Beast King's blood worth 1,000,000 credits is equivalent to 100 million Chinese yuan. Wasting even a bit is a crime. Lu Chen had already started to think wildly, but at least it could distract him from the repeated onslaught of pain. It is no exaggeration to say that the pain he was enduring now was even more intense than what Chen Hao and the others had just experienced at their limits. Because Chen Hao and the others could at least faint when they could no longer endure it due to their body's self-protection. However, Lu Chen's mental will was too strong, which allowed him to feel each pang of pain even more clearly. This kid can really endure. Vice Principal Zhou stared at Lu Chen's already distorted and somewhat grimacing face, unexpectedly feeling a hint of admiration. And this persistence lasted for more than 2 hours once again. Lu Chen felt as if a century had passed. His cultivation finally surged again, breaking through to the 8th stage of a martial artist. It was at this moment that the intense pain suddenly receded. Like a tide, the energy of the Beast King's heart's blood was exhausted at this instant. An indescribable sense of smoothness filled his entire body, and Lu Chen felt as if his physical form had undergone a transformation, brimming with boundless power. He exhaled deeply. The breath lasted for half a minute, creating a wave of air that made the secret chamber resonate. Lu Chen did not rush to open his eyes but first checked his status panel. Name, Lu Chen. Level 8th stage martial artist 1%. Martial arts, human grade lower tier, 9 shadow steps perfected. Human grade middle tier, 7 steps killing fist perfected. Human grade upper tier, thunder palm perfected. Human grade supreme tier, tiger roar skill perfected. Earth grade lower tier, rolling knife 18 styles perfected. Earth grade middle tier, wind blade leg perfected. Flower picking finger subtle 15%. Earth grade upper tier, dragon capture skill. Perfected, dragon roar wave perfected, breaking wave technique subtle 33%, returning yuan sword technique major achievement 18%, Chen koan knife technique major achievement 16%. Earth grade supreme tier, golden bell shield perfected, 10,000 heavy palm minor achievement. The Beast King's heart's blood is terrifying. My strength has at least doubled, right? Lu Chen sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat unclear about how strong he truly was now. Ouch. My beard. In the monitoring room, Principal Zhang accidentally pulled out a strand of his beard, causing him a pang of heartache. Professor Su had no time to mock the principal now. Instead, he focused intently on Lu Chen, murmuring, 8th stage martial artist, an 18-year-old 8th stage martial artist. Moreover, he has mastered various martial arts. This kid might really shine in this year's martial arts competition. In the secret chamber, Lu Chen opened his eyes and saw a pair of bright, piercing eyes staring intently at him. Principal Zhou, are you all right? Lu Chen asked curiously. Vice Principal Zhou shook his head and asked in return, tell me honestly, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? And what about your strength? How strong are you now? Lu Chen replied honestly, I feel very comfortable in my body. As for my strength, I'm not quite sure. Before this, he estimated that he could at most hold his ground against a level 3 9th stage beast, with the outcome depending on performance. As for now, he should be able to match a level 4 initial stage beast, right? In other words, he should be about the same as an ordinary first stage martial sovereign. However, martial sovereigns have the means to fly, which Lu Chen still could not do. Come on, while others are still unconscious, come with me to the virtual trial tower, I'm really too curious. The virtual trial tower is actually one of the important resources of Jiangnan Martial University, but since Lu Chen enrolled, he has never tried it. He feels that this virtual platform is not suitable for his cultivation, and is far less efficient than practicing in the energy chamber or engaging in real combat in the wilderness. I didn't see your records in the virtual trial tower, you must think it doesn't help you much, right? Vice President Zhou asked curiously after leaving the energy chamber. Lu Chen replied honestly, time is tight, I just prefer to spend it on cultivation and real combat. Vice President Zhou nodded, your thinking isn't wrong. Although virtual spaces can simulate battles and even cultivation, providing data reference and analysis to a certain extent, their effect on improving strength is not significant. Therefore, for martial cultivators, we do not recommend becoming obsessed with it, but it is quite useful for collecting data and verifying strength. Lu Chen nodded in understanding. Although he had never tried it, he had heard of the virtual trial tower. Before he could think more, the two had already arrived at the location of the virtual trial tower. It was a crystal towered building nearly 100 meters high, filled with a sense of modern technology. Vice President Zhou personally led the way, and they moved smoothly to the end of a corridor on the 3rd floor. On both sides of this long corridor, there was a heavy mechanical hatch door almost every 3 meters. Once you go in, just follow the instructions and cooperate, relax and don't resist, Vice President Zhou reminded. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe here, nothing unexpected will happen. Lu Chen didn't doubt the school's safety measures, he just felt a bit curious. Opening the hatch, Lu Chen stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. It was a room of less than 10 square meters, simply arranged, with the most eye-catching feature being a highly mechanical chair. Welcome, student Lu Chen. Identity verification successful. Please take a seat to accept virtual space information collection, a neutral mechanical voice announced. Lu Chen complied and sat down in the chair. Then, according to the instructions, he placed his hands and feet in the designated positions. A semi-transparent helmet descended from above, gently covering his head. The backrest and armrests automatically adjusted to fit closely to Lu Chen's body. Soon after, Lu Chen felt a series of very slight electric currents flowing through his body from head to toe. Information collection complete. Welcome Lu Chen to the virtual space. The voice sounded again, and then Lu Chen felt a moment of dizziness, his mind becoming chaotic. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. In front of him was a vast hall, empty and eerily quiet. Lu Chen was not in a hurry, instead, he carefully checked his status. Upon doing so, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Collecting my information and completely replicating me into a virtual world? This reminded Lu Chen of a new concept proposed in his previous life. It seemed that it had already been realized here. His body, spirit, and even the martial arts he mastered could be fully restored here. Moreover, when Lu Chen cut his finger, he found that even the pain was replicated 100% and the bleeding state was no different. A 100% simulated virtual space can actually achieve this. Lu Chen began to understand the significance of the virtual trial tower. It was precisely through simulating reality to achieve the purpose of trial. Because here, he could also exert all his strength and could die just the same. The opponents he would face would be the same. Therefore, he could set the opponents he needed and fight with all his might. Even if he died here, it would not cause any harm to his real self. At most, it would just be a bit exhausting. In the midst of contemplation, a young woman suddenly appeared before Lu Chen, looking flawless yet almost unreal in her beauty. "Hello, Lu Chen, please confirm your request for entering the virtual trial tower," she said in a melodious voice devoid of any human emotion. Lu Chen calmed himself completely and replied, "I want to test my combat power limit through battles with exotic beasts." The virtual beauty did not hesitate. "No problem. How would you like to choose the battle scene, beast types, levels, and quantities?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Wild Plains, one-on-one. Let's start with a level 4 initial stage Storm Force Ape." "Understood." Switching scenes. "Please prepare, Lu Chen." Lu Chen exhaled, and in the next second, his surroundings changed again. Before him lay an endless grassland, and a 5-meter-tall Storm Force Ape was staring intently at him from 100 meters away. The level 4 initial stage Storm Force Ape had strength comparable to an ordinary first-stage martial master. Lu Chen felt that this Storm Force Ape was extremely realistic, likely created through a special information collection method. Roar! Before he could think further, the Storm Force Ape let out a furious roar and charged at him. "Let's start with you and see what my current strength is," Lu Chen said, unarmed. He exploded a pit in the ground beneath him, and his figure appeared 10 meters away, directly facing the level 4 initial stage Storm Force Ape. In the control room of the virtual trial tower, Principal Zhang, Vice Principal Zhou, and Professor Su had gathered, pulling up Lu Chen's battle footage to watch closely. "Xiao Su, how far do you think he can go?" Principal Zhang glanced at Professor Su, who was nervously watching. Professor Su hesitated. "To be honest, I can't predict. Lu Chen has progressed too quickly since enrolling. I still can't grasp his limits. After consuming the heart's blood of the Beast King, his strength has taken another qualitative leap, making it even harder to see through." Vice Principal Zhou chimed in. "This kid is indeed hard to read. Moreover, this is a virtual battle. We can only get a rough idea. A person's explosive strength in a real life and death battle cannot be simulated. Some may perform better than in virtual battles, while others may not fare as well in real danger." Principal Zhang nodded. "That's true. Real combat is always more thrilling than virtual space. Environment, experience, will, on-the-spot performance, and even personal condition are all key factors affecting victory in life or death. But at least we can see some of the little guy's potential here." Professor Su's eyes were glued to the screen as he said, "The teacher is right, and this year's National Martial Arts Competition is innovating, taking place in a virtual wilderness, which can help him adapt in advance." Lu Chen had stayed in the virtual trial tower for more than 8 hours before finally dying and being forced to exit. He discovered that as long as he didn't die directly in the virtual trial tower, he could continue to fight indefinitely. Even if he was exhausted or seriously injured, he could recover inside. Of course, the virtual trial tower would also set a mandatory exit time, preventing anyone from becoming trapped in an endless cycle. Overall, the battles in the virtual trial tower were almost indistinguishable from reality. Perhaps the original intention of creating this virtual trial tower was to completely replicate reality, or at least come very close, Lu Chen thought to himself, feeling that it was actually quite terrifying. If someone became addicted and couldn't extricate themselves, they might truly lose the distinction between reality and the virtual world, ultimately destroying themselves. As his gaze refocused, Lu Chen felt a wave of headache and dizziness, as if he had genuinely experienced several hours of intense battle. Especially the feeling of being slapped to death by the final beast in the challenge was so real that it made Lu Chen experience death for the first time. In that moment, there was an indescribable emptiness and darkness, as if his soul was about to plunge into an abyss. Even though Lu Chen had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation and fear arise at that moment. These feelings had completely surpassed the physical pain of death itself. "So, even in virtual space, I can't let myself die easily," Lu Chen resolved. Not out of fear, but because he didn't want to become accustomed to facing death, thereby losing his reverence for life, becoming indifferent to the notion of false death. He was very clear in his mind that once he became numb to false death, he would turn into someone who disregards life, becoming a killing machine. From another perspective, if he no longer revered death, would he still be able to unleash all his fighting power when facing life and death crises? Would he develop a sense of numbness and lethargy at the moment of death? Lu Chen had never tried, but he would rather never experience it. Leaving the mechanical chair with lingering fear, Lu Chen opened the hatch and saw Vice Principal Zhou waiting at the door. However, Vice Principal Zhou appeared very serious at that moment and said sternly, "I believe you have gained some insight. What I want to remind you is that even in virtual battles, do not take life and death lightly. You must distinguish between the virtual and the real. In true combat, you only have one life. So, strive to achieve the greatest victory at the smallest cost. Do you understand?" Lu Chen took a deep breath, his mind becoming clearer, and nodded earnestly. "Thank you for the reminder, Vice Principal Zhou. I will remember it." Vice Principal Zhou's reminder was timely and concise, aligning perfectly with Lu Chen's thoughts. "It's best that you understand," Vice Principal Zhou continued seriously, "many people do not take this seriously. They fight recklessly in virtual space, trading injuries for injuries, even injuring 1,000 enemies while harming themselves 800, thinking they are very brave. Ha, it's all foolish behavior, Vice Principal. Joe scoffed. He had seen too many people like this who, even after countless reminders, still wouldn't listen. It was like addictive games. Some people knew they should stop but still couldn't extricate themselves from the pleasure. You should go back now and reflect on your shortcomings. Your teammates have also woken up. Take some time to rest and don't forget our previous agreement. Vice Principal Joe waved his hand. Yes, Vice Principal Joe, I will make sure to do that. Lu Chen knew that Vice Principal Joe was referring to maintaining the top position on the monthly leaderboard and participating in the National Martial Arts Competition at the end of the year. However, after this significant increase in strength and the validation in the trial tower, he felt even more confident. As he watched Lu Chen leave the virtual trial tower, Vice Principal Joe's serious face could no longer hold its composure, filled with shock and joy. Monster, this kid is just too monstrous, but I like it. The more monstrous, the better. While muttering, Vice Principal Joe's figure flickered and returned to the control room. Principal Zhang and Professor Su were still there, fixated on the playback of the earlier footage, their eyes not blinking. Physical fitness, mental will, combat awareness, experience, and dazzling combination martial skills, TSK. How long has it been since I had a student like this? Principal Zhang had pulled out half of his white beard in excitement, but he couldn't care less about the pain, only marveling incessantly. Professor Su cautiously interjected, Ahem, teacher, Lu Chen is my student. And he's the one I painstakingly dug up from the Hudong base. Principal Zhang glared, his beard bristling. What's yours and mine? Aren't your students mine too? However, Xiao Su, you did well this time. I can't say much, but if this little guy doesn't meet an untimely end, he definitely has the potential to become a martial king. Who knows, he might even catch up to me in the future. Professor Su dared not refute, but he was indeed taken aback by Principal Zhang's assessment. A martial king. There are fewer than 100 in all of Huaxia, and in nearly a century, the accumulation is still under 100. What a small probability. Just looking at Jiangnan Martial University, one of the top martial arts academies in the country, they have produced fewer than 10 martial kings over the years. This illustrates the rarity of martial kings and the immense difficulty of breaking through to that level. As a high-level martial master, Professor Su had first-hand experience. If there were no accidents, he would never reach that step in his lifetime. Reflecting on the past, he too was once praised as a genius by the old principal. And now, truly, talents emerge in every generation while the previous waves die on the beach. However, he did not think the teacher was exaggerating. After witnessing Lu Chen's performance in the virtual trial, Professor Su felt that he might not even be a match for this kid now. With the cultivation of an 8th-level martial master, could he really tear apart a 4th-level, 5th-stage beast? What do you think? Did Lu Chen give it his all in the virtual trial tower? Vice Principal Joe suddenly interjected. Professor Su was slightly taken aback, hesitating. I don't think so. He risked his life in the end. Principal Zhang adjusted his beard again, shaking his head. That's hard to say. But with just over a month until the National Martial Arts Competition, who knows how much more he will grow. For prodigies like Lu Chen and me, the scariest part isn't how strong we are now, but how fast we progress, making it impossible to predict. Vice Principal Joe and Professor Su exchanged glances, tacitly choosing to lower their heads and quickly change the subject. Should we make Lu Chen's results in the virtual trial tower public? Principal Zhang immediately decided, of course not. Confidential, it must be kept confidential. Raise the confidentiality level of Lu Chen's performance to the highest, and no one is allowed to check until the martial arts competition is over. Let's give everyone a surprise when the competition starts. When Principal Zhang's words came out, Vice Principal Joe and Professor Su naturally had no objections. However, after this competition, Lu Chen will definitely make a name for himself, and by then everyone will know, Professor Su said. Those foreign forces might have ulterior motives because of this. Should we continue to keep it a secret? Or not let Lu Chen participate? In fact, according to his meaning, there was no need to let Lu Chen enter the National Martial Arts Competition at all. This way, no one would focus on Lu Chen, and it would give him more time and space to grow. People fear fame, and the saying that a tall tree catches the wind is something everyone understands. Before Principal Zhang could respond, Vice Principal Zhou spoke first. That's not appropriate. Professor Su, keeping a genius hidden, can certainly provide them with a safer space to grow. But can a martial artist trained this way still become a strong one? If this continues, he might as well not go to the wilderness and just stay in school every day, practicing in seclusion. Most importantly, without competition and struggle from opponents, the growth rate of a genius will be greatly reduced, and they might even go astray, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from the crowd. Principal Zhang smiled and said, alright, Xiao Su understands this too. He just cares too much for talent. Let's do it this way, you all just pay more attention to that little guy. I think it's still very necessary to cultivate his survival skills in adversity. When Lu Chen returned to the energy chamber, Chen Hao and the others had indeed woken up, each excitedly discussing their gains. Seeing Lu Chen come back, Chen Hao was the first to leap forward, beaming, Brother Chong, I'm now also a 4th-tier martial artist. How about that? Impressive, right? Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction, quite impressive. With your great strength diamond body, there should be few 3rd-tier beasts that can easily break your defense. Qin Haiyuan followed up, Brother Chong, Dao Ge and I are a bit behind, reaching the 3rd tier of martial artists. We're at the 1st tier of martial artists, and we should be able to reach the 2nd tier within a month. Zhang Tao glanced at Cheng Zishu and smiled. Their gains were actually not weaker than those of Qin Haiyuan and Guidao, as they had broken through the bottleneck from martial artist to martial master, which was a qualitative change. Not bad. After this, our 87th battle team has seen an overall improvement in strength. Sweeping through the 3rd-tier wilderness area should be a piece of cake, Lu Chen said with satisfaction. At this moment, Qin Haiyuan couldn't help but be curious and cautiously asked, Brother Chong, what about you? Did you reach the 6th tier? Chen Hao, Guidao, and the others quickly looked over, all staring at Lu Chen's reaction. Before Lu Chen swallowed the heart's blood of the Beast King, he was still at the 3rd tier of martial masters. Comparing their improvements, the ideal situation for Lu Chen would be to break through to the 6th tier of martial masters. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the more energy is required for a breakthrough, and the greater the difficulty. Therefore, breaking through to the 6th tier of martial masters is more challenging than Chen Hao's consecutive breakthroughs through 3 realms. Seeing Lu Chen hesitate, Chen Hao immediately shot a reproachful glare at Qin Haiyuan. What are you saying? Brother Chang's cultivation far exceeds ours. Even breaking through to the 5th tier would be a pleasant surprise. Right, Brother Chong, don't feel any psychological pressure, it's fine. While comforting Lu Chen, Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a bit of secret delight. It wasn't that he was gloating, but he felt that he was finally catching up to Brother Chong in cultivation, not dragging Lu Chen down too much. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, wanting to say something but hesitating. He felt there was nothing to hide and confessed, actually, I'm now at the 8th tier of martial masters. Oh, the 5th tier is nothing. With Brother Chong's martial skills, Chen Hao started but couldn't finish, mainly startled awake by the 4 pairs of wide eyes around him. What the hell? 8th tier? Chen Hao's eyes nearly bulged out. Shangge, say that again. What level are you at now? Lu Chen smiled and said, don't get excited, I really am at the 8th level of a martial artist now. Just lucky, it's about the same as everyone else's progress. Chen Hao almost swore, is that what you call about the same? From the 3rd level of a martial artist to the 8th level, let me calculate, how many breakthroughs is that? Chen Hao's mind was a bit muddled. 5 times. Qin Haiyuan interjected mercilessly, breaking through 5 realms in a row. Chongge, you might have broken another record. Many have used the Beast King's heartblood in history, but none have reached your level. There are no records of that, Qin Haiyuan said with a slight bitter smile. Comparing people really makes it hard to live. The gap in between is just too vast. With Qin Haiyuan's information reserves, he couldn't find the words to describe Lu Chen's feat at the moment. I can't say there won't be anyone after you, but at least you've achieved something unprecedented. Qin Haiyuan thought to himself, feeling like his worldview had been shattered. This isn't martial arts. Guidao remained silent, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was palpable. He was not someone who easily admitted defeat. The stronger the opponent, the more his fighting spirit soared. Zhang Tao and Cheng Zishu lowered their heads in shame. When Lu Chen reached the 3rd level of a martial artist, they were still at the 8th level of a warrior. Now, they had broken through to martial artists, but the gap with Lu Chen had only widened. Were they really students of the same age group? Were they really all geniuses? In the ancient martial arts program of Jiangnan Martial University? Why, among geniuses, was there such a disparity? The 5 fell silent, staring at each other for a moment before Qin Haiyuan spoke up. Chongge, actually, after we returned from the wilderness last time, we realized our shortcomings. We don't want to hold you back anymore. Qin Haiyuan appeared unusually calm. Glancing at the other teammates, he continued, we thought we could catch up to you with the help of the Beast King's heartblood, but we didn't expect that we still fell too far behind. Lu Chen frowned slightly, scanning the 5 of them. What exactly do you want to say? So, Changge, if you don't mind, let's temporarily disband the 87th battle team. You have better options. Chen Hao followed up, a bit bitterly. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Although they were reluctant, they truly didn't want to hold him back. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect them to have such thoughts. What are you talking about? Lu Chen's expression turned serious. In fact, you are already very outstanding. Of course, you're just a little bit behind me. Lu Chen joked again. Unfortunately, no one could laugh. Was this consolation even persuasive? The gap between them wasn't just a little, but a billion little things. Everyone has their strengths. There's no need to compare your weaknesses to others' strengths. Lu Chen returned to a serious tone. Chen Hao's physical defense, Qin Haiyuan's information integration ability, Gui Dao's killing power, Chang Zishu's medical skills, Jiang Tao's logistical support. Do you all not see these? Lu Chen countered. But, Chonggu, these abilities can be found in other teams and they are better than ours, Qin Haiyuan said softly. Lu Chen smiled. So what? Is there anyone in our cohort better than you? Our potential, synergy, and trust are what matter most. The five fell silent again. They certainly didn't want to disband. It would be too regrettable to give up on a team that had finally begun to show results. In the end, the five no longer clung to their decision, and Qin Haiyuan took the initiative to say, then let's give it another try? But, Chonggu, you must promise us that the 87th battle team cannot become your burden. When you need to go solo, absolutely do not hold back because of us. Lu Chen felt greatly relieved. His teammates' awareness was quite high. He nodded seriously and said, I understand. The importance, in fact, everyone is the same. Don't worry, the team doesn't always have to be tied together. As long as we can achieve mutual victories whether we come together or separate, that is the best state. Lu Chen's words were very clear, and it could be considered a consensus reached with Chen Hao and the others. When their cooperation was beneficial, they could act together and rely on each other. And when someone needed to act alone, there was no need for moral coercion. They could simply do as they pleased. This relatively free approach was not only advantageous for Lu Chen but also more beneficial for the development of others. For example, now that they were going to continue hunting beasts in the wilderness, it was certainly more advantageous to set out together as a team. After reaching a consensus, everyone felt more relaxed. On November 3rd, the members of Team 87 set out again. With their strength having significantly increased, their confidence was higher, and their goal was to secure the top spot on this month's performance leaderboard. Brother Chon, we didn't go to the wilderness yesterday and our ranking dropped to 5th, reminded Qin Haiyuan on the way to the wilderness. Lu Chen nodded, cracking his knuckles. No problem, we'll make up for it. Today. This time, we're going straight to the lair of the black-armored crocodile. If it had been the day before yesterday, Lu Chen certainly wouldn't have dared to storm the black-armored crocodile's lair. But now, the difficulty was not that great. Not just him, but Chen Hao and the others were also eager to fight, itching for a big kill. At 9:30 a.m., Lu Chen and his group arrived at the shallow area. From last time, Brother Chon, let me go, Chen Hao volunteered, wanting to act as bait. After scanning the surroundings, Lu Chen said, be careful. Qin Haiyuan will go with you, pay attention to coordination and don't rush in. They found a more than 30-meter tall bald cypress tree where they could overlook the entire shallow area. Gui Dao and Jiang Tao stood guard at the base of the tree, preventing nearby swamp beasts from approaching. Chang Zishu was also in the tree, not far from Lu Chen, to prevent any stray beasts from affecting him. Everything was ready, and Chen Hao and Qin Haiyuan left the big tree, heading straight for the shallow area. Along the way, they casually dealt with some second or third-tier low-level beasts. When they reached the edge of the shallow area, they threw the corpses of the beasts they had killed into the water. The smell of blood spread, enough to lure out the lurking black-armored crocodiles in the shallow area. They're coming. Sure enough, in less than 15 minutes, a mass of black appeared on the water's surface, revealing several large black-armored crocodiles, most of which were third-tier. Bring them ashore, Lu Chen shouted into the communicator. Received. Qin Haiyuan responded. Chen Hao and Qin Haiyuan turned and ran. Those black-armored crocodiles would not be satisfied with the beast corpses in the water and quickly chased after them. Surrounding them were various beasts hidden in the swamp, also drawn by the commotion, blocking Chen Hao and the others' escape route. Leave the black-armored crocodiles to me, you deal with the other beasts, Lu Chen commanded, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. Buzz. One after another, like a meteor shower, arrows rained down around Chen Hao and Qin Haiyuan, killing one third-tier black-armored crocodile after another. After reaching the 8th stage of the martial master realm, Lu Chen no longer needed the Big Dipper 7-star arrow. A single arrow was enough to accurately kill a third-tier high-level black-armored crocodile. As for the stray beasts, Chen Hao and Qin Haiyuan could handle them. Under the tree where Lu Chen was, the commotion also attracted many swamp beasts. However, under Guidao's blade and Jiang Tao's sword, no beast could approach the big tree. Chang Zishu wielded his vine whip, knocking down some beasts that tried to jump onto the tree. The 6 of them worked closely together, and their efficiency in killing beasts could only be described as harvesting. In just half an hour, there were already over a dozen corpses of black-armored crocodiles piled up around Chen Hao and Qin Haiyuan, along with many other types of beast corpses scattered around. The strong smell of blood wafted out, immediately attracting more powerful black-armored crocodiles from the shallow area. Lu Chen's arrows hardly paused, providing stable and rapid output to ensure the safety of Chen Hao and Qin Haiyuan. Before long, 2 10-meter-long black-armored crocodiles, reaching the peak of the 3rd tier, surfaced and charged towards the 2. Lu Chen held his breath and focused, the bow in his hand drawn to the point of illusion. Last time, I couldn't deal with you, but now is not the time for your arrogance. The Big Dipper arrows reappeared, a barrage of arrows spanning nearly 1,000 meters, piercing into the heads of the two black-armored crocodiles, instantly flipping them over. With these two big guys taken care of, the remaining black-armored crocodiles were no longer a problem. The 6 of them fought fiercely in the black-armored crocodile's lair, continuing until around 3 in the afternoon, when no other beasts dared to show their faces in the vicinity, and only then did they stop. Brother Chong, have we wiped out all the beasts here? Chang Zishu asked, somewhat stunned as he came back to his senses. Lu Chen took a bite of a high-grade nutritional supplement and smiled, not quite. There are still quite a few beasts hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. However, they shouldn't dare to come out in the short term. Today's harvest is good enough. Chang Zishu and I will stay here to observe and keep watch. You all go help collect the bodies, Lu Chen ordered. Guidao and Jiang Tao said nothing and hurried towards Chen Hao and Qin Haiyuan. They had hunted too many beasts today, and collecting the bodies would take some effort. By the time they transported all the beast corpses out of the swamp, an hour had already passed, confirming that there was no danger around. Lu Chen finally left the big tree and joined Cheng Zishu and the others. Brother Chong, what a great haul. I roughly estimated that we have at least 120,000 battle points today, Qin Haiyuan shouted excitedly. Lu Chen looked at the sky and smiled. Let's collect quickly, we need to get back to the fortress before dark. This time, not only Jiang Tao but everyone, including Lu Chen, personally helped collect the beast corpses. By the time it was nearly 6 in the afternoon, the group finally finished their work. The transport vehicle sent by the military also arrived. When the hunting of beasts exceeded a certain amount, the military would send a transport vehicle to assist. Goodness, I heard you needed a transport vehicle, so I came personally. But I didn't expect you to have killed so many beasts. The person in charge of the transport was none other than Wang Chongshan, whom they had met just the day before. When he saw the pile of beast corpses on the ground, even this well-informed military colonel was taken aback. Had Lu Chen and the others turned this place into a slaughterhouse? He knew best the difficulty of hunting beasts and had never seen such a haul before. Colonel Wang, thank you for your trouble, and we appreciate your help, Lu Chen said without further explanation, simply expressing his gratitude. Oh. At that moment, Wang Chongshan suddenly fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, his eyes shining. Lu Chen, I can't be seeing things. Your cultivation level? Wang Chongshan's keen eyes detected the fluctuations in Lu Chen's cultivation. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed and said, it's just that I achieved some merit last time, and the school rewarded us with the heart's blood of the Beast King. No wonder, no wonder. Wang Chongshan nodded slightly. No wonder you were able to sweep through the black-armored crocodile's lair this time. Wait a minute. Wang Chongshan squinted, realizing, last time you were only at the 3rd stage of Martial Master. Consuming the heart's blood of the Beast King shouldn't have directly elevated you to the 8th stage of Martial Master, right? This was truly bizarre. He had used the heart's blood of the Beast King in the military before, but he had never seen such an increase. Lu Chen chuckled, just lucky, just lucky. Impressive. Wang Chongshan realized he had underestimated this talented student. What a pity. If it weren't for the rules against recruiting people, I would really want to drag you into the military. Back at the fortress for Italy, the performance of Team 87 on this day surprisingly reached over 1.45 million points, far exceeding that of Team 1. Even with a day off in between, they once again leaped to the top of the monthly leaderboard, pushing other teams back down. This is truly the fearless spirit of a newborn calf. Are these newcomers really going to stir up the lair of the alien beasts? It can't be cheating, right? If there are any martial masters in the team, they shouldn't be able to enter the level 3 alien beast zone. With the military's guarantee, it's impossible for there to be martial masters, but we can't rule out the possibility of someone with overwhelming combat power, someone who possesses the strength of a martial master at the martial apprentice stage. After all, they are top students from Jiangnan Martial University. The surrounding area was filled with discussions, including on related forums and platforms of various universities, all talking about this big news. In the dormitory villa of Wanren Jinghong, she paced barefoot on the floor, somewhat annoyed. That Lu Chen, he probably already has the strength to defeat level 4 alien beasts. If I had known this earlier, I should have increased the conditions to pull him in. Lu Fian casually replied, what's the big deal? Don't we all have that level of strength in our team? Before entering the level 4 zone, we also held the top spot on the monthly leaderboard. It just wasn't challenging anymore, so we gave it to the newcomers. Wanren Jinghong shook her head. It's different. Have you forgotten when we achieved that? It was in the 2nd semester of our sophomore year. The gap in between is immeasurable. I miscalculated. Wanren Jinghong looked at Lu Fian, her eyes filled with longing. What do you think we can do to make him change his mind? Lu Fian glanced at 1-run Jinghong's long legs and black stockings and decisively said, "Offer yourself." 1-run. Jinghong rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, "Wait until he can win first place in the national martial arts competition, then it might be worth it." In the following days, Lu Chen and the others entered the level 3 wilderness zone every day, pushing through and repeatedly refreshing Team 87's performance, maintaining their top position. When they returned to school at night, they wouldn't be idle. Even if they were catching up on the lessons they missed during the day, they would do so in the energy chamber, as their credits were sufficient. Lu Chen's cultivation and various martial skills were steadily improving, and he was also receiving new updates. His short-term goal was clear: to raise his cultivation to the 9th stage of martial apprentice before the national martial arts competition and fully master 30 ground-level martial skills, forming several mature combination techniques of his own. On November 18, they searched for a long time but did not encounter a single lair of level 3 alien beasts. Could it be that area 1 of the Yangtze River has been cleared out by us? Chen Hao said, somewhat frustrated. It was almost noon, and they had only earned over 100,000 points, all from scattered beast hunts, which was quite unsatisfactory. Qin Huiyuan looked at the electronic map in his hand and analyzed. It seems that we have already cleared all the explored alien beast lairs in Area 1. In the short term, it's hard for a large-scale group of alien beasts to breed. At this point, Qin Huiyuan also felt a bit excited. Reflecting on their actions during this time, even he found it hard to believe. Sweeping through a level 3 zone was not something an ordinary team could achieve. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen finally said, "In that case, let's prepare to go to other level 3 zones. Although it's a bit far, it won't have much impact." Just as they were about to leave, their rescue devices suddenly flashed, indicating that someone nearby was calling for help. After looking, Qin Huiyuan quickly said, "It's near the three-eyed poison spider cave we cleared a few days ago. It's about 5 miles from here. It seems there are still stragglers. Brother Chong, should we go?" Chen Hao and the others also looked at Lu Chen, recalling the psychological shadow left by their last rescue of the wilderness wanderers. If they encountered another human ambush, it would be too unworthy. Sometimes in the wilderness, humans can be more terrifying than the beasts, for they plot and scheme. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's go. Don't worry, if there really are people plotting harm, we'll take care of it." With his current strength, there was nothing to fear in this level 3 wilderness area. Moreover, whether it was genuine rescue or retaliating against those wilderness drifters, the rewards from the military and the school would not be small. They set off immediately, but this time they did not rush in all at once. Instead, Lu Chen and Chen Hao took the lead, while the others spread out 2 miles away, allowing for timely support and avoiding being surrounded. However, when Lu Chen arrived near the cave, he discovered that the one sending the distress signal was actually an old acquaintance. It was the members of the Zhongming battle team. At that moment, they were surrounded by a group of three-eyed, venomous spiders that had rushed out of the cave, and even their captain, Zhong Chuyun, along with 3 other team members, were suspended in the trees by spider webs. But when Lu Chen and Chen Hao arrived, they happened to see that the blonde senior was pierced through the chest by the forelimb of a venomous spider, half of his shoulder bitten off. Besides him, another team member had already been half-eaten by the spider. If it weren't for Zhong Chuyun and another surviving team member having practiced some body refining techniques, they would likely have met the same fate. Those two are already dead. Chen Hao glanced over, not gloating, but sighing. Captain, hurry, save them." Zhang Xiong, who was dodging left and right with his agility, saw Lu Chen's figure and shouted for help. Besides him, there was one other member of the Zhongming battle team who had not yet been captured, desperately fighting against 2 level 3, 4-stage venomous spiders. Lu Chen did not hesitate and shouted, "Save them." His bent bow was instantly drawn, the bowstring taut, and 4 arrows of energy coalesced above. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrow shot out, accurately killing the 4 venomous spiders that were preparing to feast. Immediately after, Lu Chen's arrows pierced through the web that trapped the 4, allowing them to break free and fall to the ground. However, the webs of the three-eyed venomous spiders were laced with potent poison, and although the 2 who escaped were free, they were clearly heavily poisoned and unable to fight for the time being. The surrounding three-eyed venomous spiders surged forward to attack, but at that moment, Chen Hao had already activated his great strength diamond body and charged forward. His rapid-fire punches unleashed extraordinary power, driving back the surrounding venomous spiders. A few of the higher-level venomous spiders met their end under Lu Chen's arrows. Once the surrounding venomous spiders were cleared by Lu Chen and Chen Hao, the members of the Zhongming battle team finally relaxed, each one looking dejected. Captain Zhong Chuyun supported the body of the blonde senior, filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, I was too reckless and got you all into trouble." Lu Chen and Chen Hao exchanged glances, both feeling a wave of sorrow. This experience once again sounded the alarm for them. In the wilderness area, people could truly die. Zhang Xiong stood to the side, feeling a pang of regret. He had not expected such a consequence. They had only wanted to achieve more battle results, not to mention catching up to the far-ahead 87 battle team, but simply to make some progress, yet they found themselves in such a predicament. If it weren't for Lu Chen and Chen Hao arriving in time, their entire battle team would likely have perished here today. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiong approached Lu Chen with a face full of shame. Captain, thank you. If it weren't for you, our fate would have been even worse. Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, Zhong Chuyun suddenly looked up and said seriously, Lu Chen, a great favor in saving lives need not be thanked. If you ever need anything from me, Zhong Chuyun, just speak up and I will not hesitate. For the Zhongming team and the once rejected Zhang Xiong, Lu Chen actually harbored no hostility. The relationship between the two sides was merely one of competition. He never expected that their next meeting would result in such an outcome. The phenomenon of deaths in the wilderness area was not uncommon. Among them were many students from various martial arts universities. After the Great Disaster, although this situation had decreased, it was still unavoidable. To cultivate more strong warriors to deal with the endless emergence of alien beasts was an essential lesson for martial artists, one that could not be escaped. When they left the wilderness that day and returned to school, the members of the 87th team were somewhat silent. Hearing about it was one thing, but witnessing the death of a classmate firsthand was another, and it struck them even more deeply. Let's all pull ourselves together, Lu Chen reminded everyone in the rest area of the energy chamber. We have been well protected by the military. The annual death toll reported by the military far exceeds that of the major universities and civilian hunters. Lu Chen said seriously, what we can do now is to seize every moment to become stronger. I can't say we can help the world, but at the very least, we must protect those around us. Lu Chen did not say more. These teammates were smart people and would not lose their fighting spirit due to a single experience. Returning alone to the energy chamber, Lu Chen looked at his personal panel. Name, Lu Chen level, Martial Master 8th stage, 55%. Martial skills, Human. Grade low, 9 shadow steps perfected. Human grade middle, 7 steps killing fist perfected. Human grade high, thunder palm perfected. Human grade supreme, tiger roar skill perfected. Earth grade low, rolling knife. 18 styles perfected. Earth grade middle, wind blade leg perfected. Earth grade high, dragon capture skill perfected. Dragon roar wave perfected. Breaking wave technique minor, 73%. Returning yuan sword technique minor, 21%. Jian koan knife technique minor, 12%. Earth grade supreme, golden bell shield perfected. 10,000 heavy palm major, 5%. After reaching the martial master 8th stage, Lu Chen's rate of improvement in the level for energy chamber had also slowed down. At this stage, he could only improve by a maximum of 2% in one night, and with the progress made during the day by consuming level 3 nutrients, it was only about 3% each day. Although this speed had already exceeded the imagination of all martial artists at the same level, Lu Chen still felt it was too slow. The broader his knowledge and the more he understood, the more he felt his own insignificance, and the sense of urgency in his heart grew stronger. He was still very young, and the future was vast. But time waits for no one. The global rampage of alien beasts would not wait for him, nor would the impending alien invasion. Therefore, Lu Chen had repeatedly applied to Professor Su to use the level 5 energy chamber at the school. Unfortunately, Professor Su did not agree. To be precise, even Professor Su did not have the authority to do so. The cost of constructing a level 5 energy chamber was extremely high, and the materials used were very scarce. There were only 3 level 5 energy chambers in the entire Jiangnan Martial University, exclusively for the 3 martial kings of the school. Logically, only martial kings could withstand the intensity of the energy impact. However, Lu Chen believed that his body, especially after several evolutions of the qi absorption technique, should be able to endure it. In the end, Professor Su patiently provided Lu Chen with a solution. That was to allow him to consume credits to build a new level 5 energy chamber for himself. Although there was no credit mall, the school could give him the green light in this regard. However, the cost was truly shocking to Lu Chen. It would require at least 20 million credits. At the same time, he would have to make a significant contribution to the school, such as ranking high in the national martial arts competition in December. Damn it, this is really outrageous, Lu Chen thought to himself, feeling a pang of heartache. 20 million credits, that's 2 billion. This level 5 energy chamber is comparable to a house made of pure gold. It's even twice as expensive as a complete set of Beast King leather armor. My dream, the Silver Sword 30 fighter jet, is gone. Lu Chen thought of the fighter jet that was supposed to be his, feeling a pang of heartache. The Silver Sword 30 fighter jet, said to be able to take on the Beast King head-on, is worth 8 million credits. After more than half a month of effort, Lu Chen had earned 12 million credits, enough to buy it. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he realized that he should choose the level 5 energy chamber, which is more practical. With a level 5 energy chamber, he could quickly break through to the martial sovereign realm, enhancing his own strength. Calculating it all, I'm still a poor guy. To build a level 5 energy chamber, I still owe 8 million credits, Lu Chen lamented. Why does it feel like the more he earns, the less he has to spend? Nevertheless, despite his complaints, Lu Chen understood that this was the price he had to pay. Wanting to enjoy better resources, even exclusive resources reserved for martial kings, isn't that easy? 20 million credits is not just a simple number, it means he has to hunt for materials from exotic beasts. An equivalent exchange, trading goods for goods, makes sense. Once I have my own exclusive level 5 energy chamber, I can rent it out to Professor Su and those high-level martial sovereigns when I'm not using it. I'll definitely earn it back one day. Thinking this way, Lu Chen felt happy again. He couldn't be making a losing deal. With his mind at ease, Lu Chen's thoughts returned to his cultivation. After swallowing the Beast King's heart's blood and fully stimulating the Dragon Roar wave, his mental will had grown stronger, bringing him a series of benefits. The most direct one was the increased speed of automatic cultivation in various martial arts. So, after more than 10 days, his flower-picking finger had reached perfection, and both the returning Yuan sword technique and the Qiankuan blade technique had entered the subtle stage, showing initial power. The most powerful Earth-level ultimate technique, the 10,000 heavy palm, had also reached great success. Only the broken wave technique, which was still being repaired, was progressing relatively slowly and needed a bit more to truly reach perfection. Lu Chen had thought about the reason. After all, it was a flawed martial skill, and without a counterpart, there was no one at school to practice with, so slow progress was normal. At most, in another month, it will be fully repaired. By then, I will have new income, and I can drop the title of assistant and become a formal researcher. My salary and research funding should also increase. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt even more at ease. Being a bit poor now isn't scary. As long as he has a steadily increasing income, he will have his day to turn things around. On the last day of November, the name of the 87th Battle Team and their captain, Lu Chen, undoubtedly occupied the top position on the monthly leaderboard. No one could shake it. The second-place score was nearly half of theirs. At least. At the moment this achievement was announced, martial arts forces across the country and even the world were discussing these rising stars. Various online and offline discussions were buzzing. The news department of Jiangnan Martial Arts University specifically reserved a front page to promote the deeds and honors of Lu Chen and others. The school's loudspeakers continuously built momentum for them, establishing them as role models for all students. Even far away in Guanyun City No. 1 High School, banners were hung at the school gate to inspire all high school students due to the impact of this monthly leaderboard. Lu Chen's personal account on the Huaxia Heroes platform saw a surge in followers, nearing 100 million. However, Lu Chen hadn't logged into the platform for a long time and didn't expect to make money from it, so he didn't pay much attention. At that moment, Lu Chen and Chen Hao, as well as others, left the dormitory low-key as campus celebrities, not heading to the Yuan Nung's secret room, but rather relaxing at the Tiancheng Grand Hotel at the school gate. Besides the members of the 87th Battle Team, there were also old friends Chen Yufei and Lu Qingqing, along with a few senior sisters from Li Yuru's dormitory. Chen Yufei and a senior sister named Gong Wei had recently made rapid progress in their relationship and had confirmed their romantic involvement, spending every day in a honeyed bliss. Come on! Congratulations to all the juniors for reaching the top of the monthly leaderboard just 3 months into school. This is worth celebrating. Cheers! Gong Wei was as generous as ever, raising her glass. First. Not only that, several members of your 87th Battle Team have made it onto the school's top 100 list and can represent the school in this year's National Martial Arts Competition. Li Yuru also raised her glass in congratulations. This was indeed true. Chen Hao, Guidao, and Qin Heiyuan had all made it onto the school's top 100 list due to their achievements in slaying exotic beasts in the wilderness. Chen Hao ranked 58th, Guidao 65th, and Qin Heiyuan 82nd. The three had not cheated but had relied on their individual efforts in the wilderness to achieve their scores. As for Jiang Tao and Cheng Zishu, their cultivation and combat power were slightly weaker, so they did not make the list. But even so, for a freshman team to produce 4 top 100 contenders was already astonishing. The 4 of them would also represent the school in the National Martial Arts Competition starting next month. This honor had never before fallen to a freshman. You juniors need not feel pressured, it's your first time participating. Even if you can't be the main force, you can gain experience and come back stronger next year, one of the senior sisters advised. Chen Hao and the others nodded in agreement, thinking to themselves that while they might not be the main force, the Lu Chen sitting in front of them certainly was. When he was at the 4th stage of martial arts, he had already surged into the top 10 of the leaderboard. As for now, with Lu Chen reaching the 8th stage of martial arts, just how strong he was remained a mystery even to his teammates. But they were certain of one thing: Lu Chen was not incapable of defeating a level 4 exotic beast, he simply hadn't had the opportunity yet. In the martial arts competition, we should finally see the captain's true strength. They all felt a sense of anticipation. After a few rounds of drinks, they continued discussing the upcoming national topic, the National Martial Arts Competition. Qin Heiyuan suddenly spoke up. From what I understand, this year's National Martial Arts Competition is somewhat different from previous years. It will no longer prohibit mutual killings in wilderness combat. As soon as Qin Haiyuan finished speaking, the slightly tipsy crowd fell silent, all looking at him. Similar news had been rumored, but they were still unclear about the specific details of the competition. Lu Qingqing, sitting next to Lu Chen, occasionally took a sip or quietly poured tea for Lu Chen. Hearing this, she became somewhat concerned. And if students are not prohibited from killing each other, won't that cause casualties? This was the key point that Qin Haiyuan mentioned. It didn't matter in the wilderness practical training, but if students were allowed to kill each other, were they really going to let these seed players slaughter one another? Sister-in-law, don't be nervous. Qin Haiyuan smiled at Lu Qingqing, which made her blush deeply. Lu Chen coughed lightly and said, "You should get to the point." All right, Qin Haiyuan quickly replied, "I believe everyone has seen the school's virtual trial tower." Virtual trial tower? Li Yuru responded, "I know. Isn't that something only our 3 major martial arts schools have? Could it be that this martial arts competition will take place in virtual space?" Lu Chen's heart stirred. It seemed possible when put that way. Qin Haiyuan put down his glass and spoke confidently, "That's right, it will be a battle in virtual space. In fact, there have been plans for this in the country before. However, at that time, the virtual technology was not mature enough to accommodate so many high-intensity battles. But after years of research and technological breakthroughs, it should be feasible now. So, this national martial arts competition will most likely take place in virtual space. This way, students from universities all over the country won't need to gather in one wilderness. They can meet in virtual space. Moreover, even if they really die in there, it won't cause casualties in reality." Ganwei curiously asked, "How do you know so much? This news hasn't been announced yet, right?" Qin Haiyuan chuckled, "I'm just speculating. You probably haven't noticed, but last month, martial arts universities across the country have already started building virtual trial towers. This already indicates a lot. So that's how it is. In that case, it really is possible to fight in virtual space." Lu Chen thought to himself. He had considered this when he previously ventured into the virtual trial tower. Although it wasn't suitable for cultivation, it was perfect for various practical assessments. Because only in virtual space could students truly unleash their potential and experience battles that closely resemble reality, selecting the true victors. Perhaps, it won't be long before the college entrance examination system is reformed to take place in virtual space. Lu Chen's thoughts expanded further. And there's more. Qin Haiyuan suddenly dropped another bombshell. This martial arts competition may not be limited to our Huaxia country. According to my friends abroad, they are also busy preparing virtual trial towers. So, it's very likely that students from foreign universities will participate in the martial arts competition. This will be a globally watched event. Qin Haiyuan concluded. The others were momentarily stunned, shocked by this news. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The national martial arts competition had evolved into a global martial arts competition? The significance of this was completely different. After the Great Disaster, the domestic and international environments were completely different, and the global situation became even more severe and complex. Especially as humanity gradually stabilized the situation and established their own survival bases, the struggles between various parties, both overt and covert, never ceased. During the Beast disaster period, most countries around the world indeed united to resist external enemies. However, once the disaster temporarily passed, even bringing new development opportunities in a new era, the conflicts between countries naturally arose. The competition was no longer limited to the original fields of technology, economy, and military, but extended to many areas such as the development of primordial energy resources for precious medicines and individual powerhouses. Especially in the face of the impending invasion of alien civilizations, which country would be at the forefront of the world became a point of contention. Issues such as global discourse power, the ownership of revival lands, and the rights to use certain public resources became sources of disputes. Therefore, when Lu Chen heard that this martial arts competition might cover the globe, he thought of these great power disputes. Of course, as a student, he had no right to participate in national-level matters. However, Lu Chen thought that such an opportunity to bring glory to the country would surely come with exceptionally generous rewards afterward. Moreover, being able to spar with the young masters of various countries was indeed a great opportunity to prove his strength. The martial arts competition will start in 3 days, so we don't need to guess. Accurate news should be announced in a day or two, Qin Haiyuan concluded. After a hearty meal, everyone returned to their own places. Lu Chen went directly to the 4th-level primordial energy chamber, sat down cross-legged, and checked his training progress. Name: Lu Chen level, Martial Master 8th stage, 92%. Martial skills: Human grade low, 9 shadow steps perfect. Earth grade high, Dragon seizing skill perfect, Dragon roar wave perfect, Breaking wave technique minor, 90%, Returning origin sword technique minor, 85%, Gen Kuan blade technique minor, 76%. Earth grade top, golden bell shield perfect, 10,000 heavy palm minor, 8%. In 3 days, my cultivation will be sufficient to meet expectations and break through to martial master 9th stage. With the returning origin sword technique and Xian Kuan blade technique, if I visit 2 professors from the academy, I should be able to perfect them as well. Lu Chen thought to himself that participating in this martial arts competition in such a state would be completely justified. As far as he knew, the top student on the Jiangnan Martial University's 100-strong list, the soon-to-graduate senior Wu Tao, was currently also at martial master 9th stage. However, this martial arts competition is different from previous ones. I have no information about the foreign powerhouses, Lu Chen pondered. But what did it matter who they were? He had already prepared sufficiently. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, damn it. In short, just do it. Casting aside distractions, Lu Chen began to immerse himself in his training until 3 o'clock. In the afternoon on December 1st, when he finally received a notification from the school, all students on the 100-strong list were to gather in the confidential room. It's here, it seems. They are going to announce the competition format, Lu Chen thought, leaving the primordial energy chamber. When he arrived at the confidential room, about 60 or 70 people were already seated. Chen Hao, Gui Dao, and Qin Heiyuan were sitting in the last row, behaving very humbly as junior students. Chonggu, over here, Chen Hao quietly reminded, saving a seat for Lu Chen. Lu Chen sat next to Chen Hao and then had the chance to glance around at the seniors. All of them were students from Jiangnan Martial University who had made it onto the 100-strong list, each one spirited and vigorous. Even when deliberately restraining their aura, the room was still filled with a sense of killing intent. Lu Chen glanced at one Ring Jinghong sitting in the front row, along with the indifferent Lu Fian beside her and the silent Zhong Chuyun in the third row. Among the upperclassmen, he was only slightly familiar with these 3. Shifting his gaze to the other people sitting in the front row, they were all well-known figures in the school, among the top 10 on the 100-strong list, including the top-ranked Wu Tao and the second-ranked Wang Tang. Although Lu Chen had never clashed with them, he was well aware of their reputations. At that moment, when Rin Jinghong suddenly turned around, met Lu Chen's gaze, and with a smile as bright as a flower, called out, "Lu Jr., don't be shy, come sit with me." She lightly patted the empty seat beside her, her long black stockings draped over the chair, clearly reserving the spot. But the scene seemed to suggest, "Come sit on my lap, big brother." In an instant, dozens of eyes locked onto Lu Chen, especially some senior boys in the middle who were secretly glancing at Rin Jinghong's background. Their eyes seemed to be shooting fire. Beside him, Qin Heiyuan looked at Lu Chen with a mix of fear and admiration, giving him a thumbs up under the table. It was as if he was saying, "Wow, bro, when did you hook up with her? After all this time, we had no idea you knew Rin Jinghong so well. She is the true flower of Jiangnan Martial University, and everyone knows she's a rich beauty." Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He thought, damn it, I really don't know her well, we've only met once. Who knows why? Being stared at by a group of powerful figures on the top 100 list, with jealous and provocative gazes, Lu Chen truly felt overwhelmed. He quickly lowered his head, pretending that she wasn't calling him. "I hope I can avoid this, don't call me, don't pay attention to me." Lu Chen muttered to himself, really not wanting to have anything to do with Rin Jinghong. Unfortunately, Rin Jinghong was not going to let it go, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Chen in the back row. "Lu Chen Jr., you're in the top 10 of the 100 list, no need to be so modest. If you don't come over, I'll feel embarrassed sitting here, shall I go find you?" Lu Chen stood up abruptly, unable to pretend any longer, and hurried to the empty seat beside Rin Jinghong, sitting down without looking back. "We've only met once, senior sister, you're too polite. I just got lucky to make the list, I don't dare to compare myself with the seniors," Lu Chen said loudly, causing Qin Heiyuan in the back row to almost burst out laughing. He didn't expect bro to have a moment of embarrassment. His survival instinct is too strong, Qin Heiyuan whispered. "What's wrong, why are you laughing?" Chen Hao asked, puzzled. Qin Heiyuan patiently explained, "Didn't you hear? Bro just made a double entendre." On the surface, he was expressing his luck and strength, but why only mention the seniors? Because he wanted to show he has no designs on Rin Jinghong. To let these seniors not think too much, and not to harbor resentment against him. Chen Hao scratched his head. Is it really that exaggerated? Qin Heiyuan looked at the oblivious Chen Hao with exasperation, affirming, "Of course it is. You probably don't know how charming this senior sister is." According to incomplete statistics, at least half of the seniors on the 100 list are either openly or secretly pursuing Rin Jinghong. And even more incredible, the virtual duels triggered because of this senior sister happen thousands of times every year. Tell me, how can bro not be afraid? He's not afraid of strength, but those repeated challenges from rivals can be really annoying, Qin Heiyuan chuckled. After hearing this, Chen Hao was left speechless, and after a long while, he sighed, "What kind of eyes do these people have? Too thin. My mom says a wife should be a bit sturdier, good for childbearing and also brings good fortune to her husband." Cough cough. This time, even Guidao, who usually never smiles, couldn't help but choke. At this moment, Lu Chen, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, wished he could finish the meeting and leave quickly. When Rin Jinghong whispered in his ear, her intoxicating fragrance wafting over, Lu Jr., don't be nervous. In the martial arts competition, sister will take care of you. Thank you, senior. For one Rin Jinghong, Lu Chen only wanted to keep his distance. Seeing that one Rin Jinghong wanted to continue, the piercing gazes from behind felt like sharp swords. Lu Chen quickly looked towards the door and said, Vice Principal Zhou is here. This was a savior. Lu Chen had never found the burly Vice Principal Zhou so endearing, at least he was much more approachable than one Rin Jinghong beside him. One Rin Jinghong glanced smugly at Lu Fian on the other side, then straightened up, naturally switching to a demure demeanor. Zhou Yuantong stepped onto the podium alone, cleared his throat, and the room fell completely silent. Scanning the room, Zhou Yuantong said, now that everyone is here, let's begin. The 100 students seated below immediately perked up, knowing that Vice Principal Zhou was about to officially announce the rules of the martial arts competition. Let's cut to the chase and get to the point. Vice Principal Zhou stated directly, I believe many of you have already heard about the changes to this competition. That's right. This martial arts competition is completely different from before. It is no longer limited to our domestic martial arts universities, but a competition that spans multiple countries worldwide. No, perhaps it shouldn't be called a competition, but rather a battle would be more fitting. Zhou Yuantong's tone shifted, becoming quite serious. In addition to us, the genetic warriors from the United States, the biochemical maniacs from Bear Country, as well as ninjas from Japan and martial artists from Kimchi Country, among other affiliated nations, will also participate. It's not limited to universities, even young masters trained by organizations or those from military backgrounds are eligible. As long as they are between the ages of 18 and 23, the number should be between 2,000 and 3,000. As soon as Zhou Yuantong finished speaking, the students below could no longer sit still. The strongest countries in the world were joining. Was this going to be a war? Quiet. Zhou Yuantong's voice thundered, and the room fell silent again. This is not a war, but it is almost like declaring one. Of course, the country will not let you students actually bleed and sacrifice yourselves. Therefore, the venue for this competition is set in a virtual space. And the theme of the competition is no longer friendship first, but survival of the fittest, Vice Principal Zhou declared sternly. Survival of the fittest? The students were once again shaken. Although these 4 words were not bloody, they sensed a strong undercurrent of bloodshed. Principal Zhou, are we going to fight against those young masters from abroad? A student couldn't help but raise his hand to ask. However, looking at his expression, it was not one of nervousness, but rather a subtle excitement and bloodlust. Zhou Yuantong maintained his expression and said, there will definitely be fighting. However, there is a priority to consider first. First, you must withstand the pursuit of foreign races. If you can survive and eliminate them, then you can deal with those foreign competitors. Only after eliminating the foreign contestants can you compete with your peers from other domestic universities and finally, with those from our own school. This point has been agreed upon by all domestic universities. Stability at home allows for defense against external threats. No matter how we compete among ourselves, we must not let outsiders take advantage. Vice Principal Zhou concluded with righteous fervor. Yes, the students responded loudly, as this was a principle they had always accepted. No matter how they fought domestically, once faced with an external enemy, they must unite against it. At this moment, a student suddenly stood up and asked loudly, Principal Zhou, I have one more question. What if, while dealing with foreign races, someone from abroad strikes us first? According to what Vice Principal Zhou had just said about priorities, they were to first eliminate the foreign races before engaging in battle with foreign contestants. But the students were worried about what would happen if the foreign contestants struck first. Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. Everyone did not trust those foreigners that much. Vice Principal Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that nonsense? Of course, we kill whoever dares to provoke first. Kill that son of a bitch. No one is allowed to embarrass me. The student, upon hearing this, immediately sat down in frustration. It seemed that Vice Principal Zhou was much angrier than he was. Seeing that many students were intimidated by him, Vice Principal Zhou quickly reined in his fury. Of course, our Huaxia is a nation of etiquette. If others do not provoke us, we need not bully them excessively. However, you must remember, this competition is no longer child's play, but a true battle for the nation. Although it is a virtual war, the significance of this battle is immense. As the future pillars of our country, your performance may very well determine our nation's future standing in the world, and it also concerns the redistribution of certain important resources. Vice Principal Zhou continued with a serious expression. This is not only for the country but also for you personally. There are too many secrets I cannot reveal, but I can clearly tell you that after this battle, those who perform excellently will have a tremendous opportunity. So, don't drop the ball, understand? Zhou Yuantong scanned the entire room and said sternly. Understood. Yes. The students were all fired up by the imposing Vice Principal Zhou, each one shouting along, fighting for the nation. How fortunate they were. Principal Zhou, you haven't mentioned the specific competition rules yet? A student, having calmed down, stood up to ask. Indeed, after talking for so long, they still didn't know the specifics. But Zhou Yuantong just chuckled and said, I don't quite understand the specific rules either. However, this is meant to test your adaptability, so when you reach the battlefield in the virtual space, you will naturally understand. I also want to remind you that this competition will be broadcast live worldwide, but it is not recommended for minors to watch. So, you should know how brutal it will be. With that, the students fell silent. They realized once again that this was truly not just a battle against the beasts. The slaughter among humans would be bloody and fierce. The atmosphere was thick with gunpowder. Lu Chen sat below, silent, but he already felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. This was real combat, no longer a child's game. Virtual combat was also real combat. Meanwhile, the contestants from various countries outside Huaxia were also preparing intensively for battle. Baka, your primary task is to kill all the Huaxia people and let them witness the might of our country. Martial arts are the ancient civilization heritage of our country. Let the Huaxia people see what true martial cultivation is. Before the disaster, we were the most powerful country in the world. Now, with the most advanced gene enhancement technology, we must still be the strongest. Yura. November 3, 9:30 p.m. In the energy chamber, Lu Chen's aura suddenly surged. Level, Martial Master 9th stage, 1%. I've finally made it. Lu Chen felt the rush of energy within him, and his heart soared. Not only had his cultivation level improved, but his return to origin sword technique and Shinkuan blade technique had also reached perfection this afternoon. Everything is ready. Tomorrow I will venture into the virtual space. This time, I must earn back a level 5 energy chamber. It would be even better if I could receive a reward of a heavenly stage martial art. There were no heavenly stage martial arts in the armory. Such rare martial arts were only found in single digits nationwide, and most martial masters were not qualified to practice the forbidden techniques of heavenly might. Heavenly stage martial arts were not only exorbitantly priced but also required absolute loyalty to the country, with only those martial masters or even martial kings who made significant contributions being eligible to practice. Lu Chen was now a 9th stage martial master, and his next step was to break through to martial master, so he was also preparing for the future. Of course, even without a heavenly stage martial art, the rewards offered by the school this time were exceptionally generous. Nearly 3,000 young experts from around the world were participating. As long as one made it into the top 100, they would earn 1,000,000 credits. For every rank gained, an additional 1,000,000 credits would be awarded. This was an unprecedented reward, highlighting the importance the country and the school placed on this martial arts competition. Moreover, even Vice Principal Zhou had mentioned that those who performed excellently in the competition would have a rare opportunity. Although Lu Chen did not know what it was, he could guess that this so-called opportunity was likely more important than money and credits. Not continuing to cultivate in the energy chamber, Lu Chen returned to his dormitory villa, which he had neglected for a long time, and surprisingly fell into a deep sleep. The next day at 10:30 a.m., Lu Chen arrived punctually at the school's virtual trial tower. At this time, the area outside the virtual trial tower was already packed with students who had come to hear the news. Various large banners filled the surroundings of the virtual trial tower. Fight globally, bring glory to the country. Chinese martial arts, everlasting and thriving. Defeat the little sun, crush the little stick. Jiangnan Martial University, #1 in the world. Lu Chen felt dazzled, and he even saw someone holding up a giant photo of himself, shouting encouragement. Upon closer inspection, it was the group of senior sisters from Li Yuru's dormitory, along with a neglected Chun Yufei and the quietly watching Lu Qingqing. Come on, brother Chong. Get the global first place back. Chen Yufei spotted Lu Chen and quickly shouted with enthusiasm from a distance. Lu Chen smiled in return, exchanged a glance with Lu Qingqing, nodded slightly, and then made his way through the crowd, entering the restricted area. At this moment, the virtual trial tower had been taken over by the military, with a martial king from the military personally overseeing it. No one was allowed to enter the virtual trial tower except for the contestants. This was to ensure that the contestants could fight in the virtual space without any distractions and focus entirely on the competition. As Lu Chen passed by the soldiers lined up at the entrance, 2 soldiers stood at attention and saluted him, and everything was understood without words. This time, you fight for the glory of the country, we will guard your back. A sense of mission surged within him, and Lu Chen paused, returning a standard military salute to the 2 soldiers. Entering the virtual trial tower, Lu Chen went directly to the room marked with his name, opened the hatch, and stepped inside. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen sat down. The helmet descended, and the information was recollected. Congratulations, student Lu Chen, on your remarkable progress. The virtual martial arts competition will commence at noon sharp. Would you like to enter now? A mechanical voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen took a deep breath, waited until he was completely calm, and then responded, yes. Although there was still more than an hour left, he could enter the virtual space early to acclimate himself. After a moment of disorientation, Lu Chen arrived in a closed but relatively comfortable space. The perfect virtual beauty appeared again. Lu Chen felt that this time, the other party seemed even more real, though he wasn't sure if it was an illusion. Hello, Lu Chen, the virtual space has been upgraded again, coming closer to reality. This is your private space, and no one can invade your privacy. I am your exclusive secretary, Su, and I can provide you with all feasible services, including the basic human needs of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The virtual beauty displayed a sweet smile, and her voice no longer had that synthetic feel. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Had the virtual training tower advanced to this level? What exactly did all feasible services entail? Forget it. It's just a string of code, just code. Lu Chen silently recited in his heart, trying not to overthink. Su, please arrange this place to resemble the energy chamber of the Wu University in Jiangnan. Lu Chen still felt that such an environment would help clear his mind. Lu Chen calmly said, also, change into a professional outfit. It would be better to dress more conservatively. Okay, Lu Chen. Su transformed, changing her short skirt into a fitted suit, even taking the liberty to add a pair of black-rimmed glasses. At the same time, the space they were in turned into a slightly dim energy chamber, with a mat appearing on the floor. Lu Chen glanced at the transformed virtual Su, feeling too exhausted to comment, and sat cross-legged on the mat, saying, I need to rest for a bit, you can go now. Yes. Su turned and vanished. Completely clearing his mind, Lu Chen closed his eyes, waiting for the official start of the competition. At a certain moment, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out in the chamber, waking Lu Chen. The urgent alarm continued for a minute before a strong synthetic voice echoed in the room, warning. Alien invaders are attacking Blue Star. Enemy warships have been intercepted. Alien elite soldiers have breached our space defense line and entered the island waters, preparing to invade our survival base using individual combat tactics. All warriors are to prepare for airdrops to the islands and hold off the alien invaders. The urgent voice resounded in the chamber, leaving Lu Chen momentarily dazed. What was going on? The alien races mentioned by Vice Principal Zhou were not the beast tribes on Blue Star, but real extraterrestrial beings? Good heavens! Were they going to use the virtual space to simulate the scenario of an alien invasion for practical training? Cosplay space warfare, really? Attention! The levels of the alien warriors range from level 3 initial stage to level 4 peak, totaling 3,000. Your mission is to hold off the alien warriors for 72 hours to buy time for our side. Even if it costs you your life, you must defend humanity's last line of defense. Finally, Lu Chen saw images of the alien races displayed. They were about 1.2 meters tall, resembling humans, with sharp horns on their heads and monkey-like faces. Each alien warrior wore skin-tight black snakeskin clothing that could even cover their faces. There was also basic information about the immortal warriors of the alien races. Immortal warriors, products of genetic technology, possess pure strength, speed, and reflexes. The horns on their heads grant them strong regenerative abilities. Only by destroying their brains can they be killed. A large pile of introductions about alien races filled Lu Chen's mind, and he memorized every word. This information was crucial, determining the outcome of the battle, and not a single detail could be overlooked. Killing a level 3 segment alien earns 1 point. For each segment increase in alien level, an additional point is awarded. However, for level 4 aliens, each segment increase grants 10 points. A peak level 4 alien is worth a full 100 points. Lu Chen recalled the scoring information, understanding that this was the ranking system for the battle. It was still a points system. As it stands, killing a human does not earn points, Lu Chen thought to himself, realizing this could reduce the mutual slaughter among contestants from various countries. Moreover, although there is only one peak level 4 alien, there are 6 level 4 segments 7 or 8 aliens. There are no less than 100 in the mid to low segments of level 4. The strength of level 4 aliens is equivalent to the martial sect masters of Huaxia. On the human side, the total number of martial sect masters does not exceed 10. No wonder we are required to hold off the aliens with our lives. By this calculation, the aliens are the hunters, and we are the true prey, Lu Chen reflected, feeling an increased sense of urgency. Just as he was pondering, the synthesized voice in the room began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, airdrop begins. Whoosh! The scenery before Lu Chen shifted again, and the surroundings became a misty expanse as he donned a parachute, free-falling from a great height. Lu Chen strained his eyes but could not see if there were other humans around. However, he could vaguely make out a cluster of islands below. As he descended closer to the ground, Lu Chen opened his parachute, drastically reducing his speed and beginning to drift toward the islands below. The archipelago was vast, and from his aerial view, Lu Chen could not even glimpse its entirety. As he got closer, he saw that the island he was about to land on was covered in towering trees. The mist around him gradually receded, yet Lu Chen still did not see anyone else, as if this expanse of land contained only him, creating an eerie solitude. He also lacked the communicator he usually used in the wilderness, making it impossible to contact his kin. This had already been mentioned. The communication technology of the alien races far surpassed that of Blue Star. Therefore, using a communicator at this moment was absolutely forbidden, as it would not only reveal their intentions but could also lead to their location being locked onto. When he was still over 100 meters from the ground, Lu Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. There was an ambush. He saw a shadow suddenly leap out from the canopy of a large tree directly below, crossing nearly 100 meters and charging toward Lu Chen. As it got closer, he could see that it was a monster wrapped in snakeskin black clothing. An alien? Lu Chen remained calm despite his surprise. Even while on the parachute with no leverage, he felt no fear. With a shake of his body, he broke free from the constraints of the parachute and, using a technique akin to the flower-picking fingers, threw it toward the alien. The massive canopy resembled a large net, enveloping the alien. Sizzle! The curved blade in the alien's hand sliced through the canopy, splitting it in two. Damn it, this alien's weapon is also the most advanced, almost on par with our level 4 weapons, Lu Chen thought bitterly. His canopy, reinforced with elemental energy, was quite resilient, yet it was unexpectedly torn apart by the alien's strike. However, this moment of respite allowed the alien to lose its advantage as Lu Chen quickly descended. He too fell rapidly, maintaining a combat posture and refusing to relax. At this point, he had noticed that the breath of this alien race seemed to be at level 3 segment 6, not particularly troublesome. With this in mind, Lu Chen deliberately controlled his breath, remaining at martial artist segment 4. The method of breath control came from a low-grade earth-level martial art he had found in the armory half a month ago, called the breath concealment technique. In addition to being able to control the strength of his breath during battle, he could even suppress his life fluctuations. Relatively speaking, most martial artists had no energy to cultivate this skill unless they intended to become assassins. However, Lu Chen had an automatic cultivation system, so it didn't matter if he learned another strange martial art. At this moment, he was hiding his cultivation not to play the fool but to avoid detection by alien races as much as possible. The probing methods of the alien races were superior to those of humans. If they detected his cultivation early, they might immediately send a level 4 powerhouse to hunt him down. In that case, he would be too passive. On the contrary, he was currently only revealing his cultivation at the 4th stage of a martial master, which allowed him to attack or defend as needed. In midair, Lu Chen and the alien were still falling, but their fight had not stopped. A flicker of eerie light flashed from the alien's horns, and then a beam of elemental energy shot towards Lu Chen, who was several meters away. Lu Chen did not hold back. Sensing the intensity of the beam, he swung his palm like a knife, unleashing the rolling knife energy of the 18 knife techniques, which spread out like ink. The knife energy cut through the space between them, dissipating the elemental beam and striking the alien. Bang! The alien was knocked over by the knife energy, tumbling into the treetops before rolling down to the ground. Boom! Lu Chen landed, creating a massive pit, then leaped out of the pit and charged towards the alien without hesitation. He had already sensed that the alien had not died from his knife energy. In fact, due to the strange and tough snakeskin battle suit the alien wore, Lu Chen's knife energy had not been able to break through its defenses. Damn it, in terms of equipment, these aliens are simply a dimensional strike, Lu Chen muttered to himself, activating the swift wind shadowless step, transforming into a blur as he rushed towards the alien. Gurgle. The alien made a strange sound, probably cursing Lu Chen. Of course, Lu Chen couldn't understand, but that didn't stop him from retorting with a curse of his own. CNM. The alien's large eyes behind its mask were filled with confusion, but its speed in attacking was not slow, as it charged back at Lu Chen. This virtual alien is quite realistic, Lu Chen thought, maintaining his movement while preparing to engage in close combat with the alien. He also wanted to test the alien's close combat abilities. As they drew near, Lu Chen's golden bell shield activated, enveloping him in a light golden, form-fitting veil. This was the evolved version of the golden bell shield, which was several times stronger than before and not as bulky. Ding! The alien's curved blade struck Lu Chen, producing a ringing sound. Lu Chen was unharmed, and the alien's blade was knocked away by a tremendous rebounding force. Speed and strength are decent, stronger than an average 6th stage martial master, Lu Chen analyzed inwardly. However, they seem to lack the enhancement techniques we have in martial arts, relying only on brute force. With this thought, Lu Chen charged forward again, wanting to test the unarmed alien further. But at that moment, his expression changed slightly as he sensed 7 or 8 shadows rushing towards him. Are they calling for reinforcements to surround me? Lu Chen scoffed, then I won't play with you for now. Dragon capture technique. Lu Chen reached out and grabbed a massive suction, pulling the alien that wanted to avoid the confrontation into his grasp. Crack! With a sudden force, he twisted and broke the alien's neck. However, Lu Chen quickly realized in shock that the alien in front of him twisted its neck and came back to life, baring its teeth at him. Really unkillable? Lu Chen muttered, extending his other hand and delivering a wave palm strike to the alien's head. The hidden force of the wave palm penetrated through the alien's headgear and skull, reaching its brain. This time, the alien finally gasped its last breath. Ha! Lu Chen exhaled, lifting the small alien corpse and turning to run. A group of alien beings roared behind him, their eyes red, chasing him frantically. With all his might, he activated the windless step of the perfect realm, gradually shaking off the pursuing aliens. Only then did Lu Chen have a chance to catch his breath. He discarded the communicator from the alien's corpse to prevent them from using its location function to find him, and he slipped into a hidden cave with the alien's body. This was a rare opportunity. He prepared to dissect it for a more comprehensive understanding of the aliens. Meanwhile, the spectators outside the virtual space had already begun to boil over. Various discussions and analyses flooded the major platforms, and those gathered offline to watch were also busy. I can't believe there are really aliens. I always thought it was just a legend. The aliens in this virtual space look so real and terrifying, they even curse. How do you know they are cursing? Could it not be begging for mercy? Outside the virtual trial tower of Jiangnan Martial University, a crowd had already gathered. The outer walls of the virtual trial tower continuously switched between scenes of the school's students fighting, divided into dozens of sections. As long as a student from the school joined the battle, it would be automatically broadcasted. Lu Chen, the top student, is still strong. He was ambushed by the aliens before he even landed, and it was a level 3, 5-stage alien, yet he instantly countered. A 4-stage martial artist counterattacked and killed this alien, and even managed to escape after being surrounded. If it were me, I would definitely be killed on the spot. Of course, otherwise, how could he be the top freshman and make it into the top 10 of the 100-strong list? Don't underestimate Lu Chen. Even though he is only a 4-stage martial artist now, his combat power is nearly at the peak of martial artists. Among the students watching, only Chang Zishu and Jiang Tao knew Lu Chen's true cultivation level. Although they didn't know why Lu Chen could hide his cultivation during the battle, they understood that this greatly enhanced Chong Ji's safety. Of course, there were also those who were concerned about other participating students, and they were discussing fervently. What a pity, Senior Lu originally had a chance to escape, but he was betrayed by that little notebook from our country. Damn it, some little notebooks just can't change their nature. Even during a major battle with aliens, they still think of backstabbing. It's truly despicable. And that mixed breed from H country is even more despicable, actually ambushing Senior Chang Yi from behind. He wanted Senior Chang Yi to be the scapegoat, helping him hold off the pursuing aliens. If it weren't for Senior Chang Yi's strong abilities, he would have really been killed. If I were in there, I would have taken out that mixed breed first. For a moment, outside the virtual trial tower, there were cheers of encouragement, curses, and exclamations of regret. In the live broadcast rooms of various online platforms, the discussions became even more intense. The start is not good. The aliens have already occupied the islands early and are on high alert, while our people are fighting separately, truly becoming prey. And the most terrifying point is that the aliens can communicate freely, while we can't gather, being cut into a scattered mess. In less than an hour since the battle began, over 300 people have already been killed by the aliens, and even more are injured. At this rate, we won't last 72 hours. Some summarized and analyzed with a pessimistic tone, but there were also those with a positive attitude, analyzing. Fortunately, the range of the islands at sea is vast, and the aliens cannot fully control it. As long as our people hold their ground and engage in guerrilla warfare with the aliens, picking them off one by one, we can still buy some time. On the Jiangnan Martial University side, Shen Yufei, who was staring intently at the screen, suddenly exclaimed, "Not good, that group of aliens is heading straight for the cave where Chenggu is. How did they find him?" Li Yuru and the others also saw the scene on the screen, their faces instantly paling. In the footage, Lu Chen was completely suppressing his aura in the cave, focusing intently on studying the alien's corpse. Outside the cave, 8 aliens, led by a level 3, 9-stage powerhouse, silently surrounded Lu Chen, their target clear. Jiang Tao watched Lu Chen's movements, her brow furrowing as she said, although Chonggu discarded the alien communicator, I suspect there might still be something inside the aliens that can be tracked. However, she wasn't as worried as Chen Yufei. A level 3, 9-stage alien, plus 8 level 3 high-stage ones. Trying to ambush Chonggu, wasn't that just asking for death? Not just them, but a group of students and teachers from Jiangnan Martial University nearby also noticed the scene. Lu Chen, hurry up and run, or you'll miss your chance. Lu Chief, did you hear? Don't just stand there, run. Knowing full well that Lu Chen couldn't hear them, they still shouted outside, hoping to give him some mental support or to comfort themselves. At that moment, Lu Chen, who was in the virtual space, of course, couldn't hear the warnings from outside. He had finally helped the alien out of its tough, snakeskin battlesuit, which was impervious even to blade energy, and had dug out the horn from its head, now studying it in his hand. Is this thing why they have so-called immortality? Lu Chen had already tested it. These aliens indeed had regenerative abilities. Even a dead alien could quickly regrow flesh after a piece was removed. However, once he dug out the unique horn from its head, that regenerative ability vanished. Thus, Lu Chen believed the key lay in this horn. Perhaps it contained something that promoted the alien's regeneration. Just as he wanted to continue his slicing research, a sudden sense of danger surged in his heart, and without hesitation, he activated the golden bell shield, enveloping himself in golden light. Boom! In the next moment, the entire cave collapsed. Streams of elemental energy beams pierced through the fallen rocks and soil, aiming at Lu Chen buried beneath. It's over, Lu Chen has no defenses at all. The millions of spectators outside gasped in disbelief. But the next moment, a loud cheer erupted. Rumble! In the virtual space, from the collapsed rocks, a figure shot up into the sky, crashing down outside the cave, holding a gleaming curved blade. It was Lu Chen, who had just been hit by the elemental energy beams. However, clad in the top-tier golden bell shield, he was unscathed, instead igniting the rage within him. Just in time, I was about to find you. Lu Chen glanced around, feeling not fear but joy. Kill! His figure became ethereal, leaping to appear 10 meters away. The curved blade sliced through the neck of a 7-stage alien. The blade cut through the alien's snakeskin battlesuit, effortlessly severing it. The alien's head instantly relocated, black blood spraying 2 meters high, dead beyond recovery. Using the enemy's spear against their shield, the alien's blades are indeed useful. Lu Chen's killing intent surged, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, charging towards the other aliens. In an instant, the online and offline audiences erupted in excitement. 7 points, 8 points, 7 points. Lu Chen's wind shadow step combined with the cloud smoke step activated, making his body blur with speed. Since he had already found the weaknesses of these alien races and had a powerful weapon in hand, he felt even more at ease. The aliens were also fast, but their technique and explosive power were relatively weak, making them no match for Lu Chen, who possessed perfected body techniques. Moreover, these aliens were all at level 3, so they were even less of a threat to him. While chasing and slashing at the aliens, Lu Chen kept scoring points for himself, feeling immensely satisfied as he sent them sprawling. Sizzle! A series of energy beams shot towards him, but they couldn't even touch the hem of Lu Chen's clothes. Gibberish. The aliens were speaking in their foreign language, but unfortunately, Lu Chen couldn't understand and didn't care to listen. Just kill, why waste words? Clang! The leading level 3, 9th segment alien suddenly burst forth with speed, managing to block Lu Chen's strike. Moreover, the leader's weapon was clearly of a higher grade, slicing Lu Chen's curved blade in half. Good blade! Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and his cultivation suddenly surged, reaching the 5th segment of a martial artist. Dragon capture technique. With a claw strike, he pulled back the leader who had been knocked back several meters. The immense force cultivated from the golden bell shield was transferred to his other palm, and he slammed it down heavily on the leader's head. With a buzzing sound, the leader was stunned. Lu Chen laughed heartily, snatching the alien leader's curved blade, and then charged out again, swiftly killing the remaining 3 aliens. From start to finish, it took no more than 2 minutes for Lu Chen to slay the 9 aliens that had surrounded him. Apart from the leader who was killed by the shock, the other aliens were all decapitated. This time, Lu Chen did not collect the bodies, he simply held the leader's curved blade and turned to flee. He didn't believe that even this curved blade weapon would have a tracking function. The evolved golden bell shield gives me strength that is even more powerful than the same level of aliens, and its defense is not inferior to their leather armor. With my 5th segment martial artist cultivation, dealing with peak level 3 aliens is no problem. As Lu Chen ran, he secretly summarized his thoughts. At this moment, the audience watching the battle outside the virtual space was in an uproar. Online and offline, the number of people following this battle exceeded 10 million. This does not even count the many more viewers from abroad. Well done, that was exhilarating. No wonder he is the top freshman at Jiangnan Martial University. No wonder he made it to the top 10 of the 100 strongest list as a freshman. By the way, Lu is also the top of the level 3 wilderness area leaderboard last month. Incredible. He single-handedly took on 9 aliens, and each of them was at a higher cultivation level than Lu Chen. Hey, didn't you notice? It seems Lu Chen just broke through from the 4th segment to the 5th segment. What's going on? Can one break through in the middle of a battle in virtual space? Haha, look. Upstairs, there's a fool. Surely no one can't see that Lu Chen was just hiding his strength before, and now he's finally revealing his true cultivation. Outside the virtual trial tower, the students of Jiangnan Martial University were even more ecstatic, cheering. Brother Chong is so domineering, killing like crazy, these aliens are simply no match for him. I was just about to comfort him after he got eliminated, Chen Yufei shouted. Not far away, Jiang Tao shot a sideways glance at Chen Yufei, thinking, this is just the beginning, it's merely Brother Chang's basic skills. Online, professionals had already begun to focus on commenting on Lu Chen's battle. Everyone, don't just think that Lu Chen from Jiangnan Martial University is unstoppable because the aliens are too weak. In reality, Lu Chen is just one of the exceptions. The strength he displayed is due to his profound martial arts foundation. If I'm not mistaken, in that battle, Lu Chen at least showcased 6 perfected level earth-grade martial arts. Low-grade earth-level body refining martial arts, golden light wave, wind walking step, cloud smoke step, low-grade earth-level overlapping waves palm, rolling knife 18 styles, and high-grade earth-level dragon capture skill. God, is he really only 18? At 18, he can cultivate 6 types of earth-level martial arts to perfection and skillfully apply them in combat, even forming seamless combinations of martial techniques. I've been a martial master for over 40 years, and all this time I've been living like a dog? Why does he master more martial arts than I do? As soon as this martial master, who had lowered himself to comment online, finished speaking, the crowd below burst into laughter. You're right, dog, people can't be compared. Moreover, we all know at Jiangnan Martial University that Chief Lu's mastery of martial arts goes beyond this. Don't let your titanium alloy dog eyes get blinded later. In the virtual space, Lu Chen was still unaware that he had become a hot topic of discussion outside. He was currently hiding in the crown of a large tree, checking his points, 75 points, currently ranked 7, not bad. He glanced at the people ahead of him. First place, North China Martial University, Gao Chenjun, 156 points. Second place, M Country Hello University, Madison, 138 points. Third place, Central Plains Town Martial University, Luo Changhe, 126 points. Fourth place, Our Country Divine Strategy University, Yamamoto Ichiro, 107 points. Fifth place, E-Country Saint Bai University, Limon, 98 points. Sixth place, Jiangnan Martial University, Wu Tao, 86 points. Not bad, China is leading by a wide margin. I'm not too far behind. Lu Chen chuckled to himself. However, the battle had only been going on for 2 hours, and the leaderboard was still rapidly changing, which didn't mean much. Everyone's scores were closely contested. There were still several contestants who had reached the martial master level but hadn't exerted their full strength, otherwise, they would have surged ahead long ago. Lu Chen also noticed that right behind him was his schoolmate Lu Fian, and her points were quickly catching up to his. Gao Qianjun? Lu Chen recalled the person Professor Su had emphasized before the battle began. The pride of North China Martial University, he had led the university to win the national martial arts competition twice in a row. This person had become a nightmare for all college students in the past 2 years. A 22-year-old third-tier martial master, isn't that terrifying? It was Gao Qianjun. And Madison, Limon, and Yamamoto Ichiro, if Lu Chen remembered correctly, had also reached the martial master or 4th-tier level. Wu Tao, a 9th-tier martial artist, could temporarily keep up with them, which was already quite impressive. Lu Chen then turned his gaze to those eliminated by the alien races and couldn't help but frown. Over 500 people have been killed and eliminated? At this rate, we might not hold out for 72 hours. Lu Chen realized that their side was still at a clear disadvantage. If they couldn't stabilize their position, they would soon collapse completely. Lu Chen pondered while taking a nutritional item from his backpack and holding it in his mouth to replenish his consumed vitality. Although he had dealt with those alien races swiftly and effortlessly, in reality, Lu Chen had employed various combinations of Earth-level martial techniques to achieve a quick victory, which had taken a toll on him. Fortunately, this virtual battlefield replicated reality infinitely and provided them with ample supplies. His backpack contained not only high-energy nutritional items but also a simple first aid kit as well as the folding bow and flying knives he needed. However, Lu Chen also discovered a significant drawback. In the virtual space, he could not utilize the automatic cultivation system, thus losing the ability to quickly replenish his stamina and vitality. Fortunately, my chi gathering technique has undergone several evolutions, granting me endurance far beyond others. As long as I don't get caught up in prolonged battles, I should be able to handle most crises. Lu Chen waited in place for a full quarter of an hour, restoring his physical condition to its peak while already formulating his next plan. For now, I won't consider cooperating with others. Lu Chen thought, as he did not trust the foreign competitors. The domestic competitors could be relied upon, but without prior coordination, it would be difficult to form effective combat power, and differing opinions could lead to mutual hindrance. The identities assigned to them in this competition were originally meant for each to fight independently and adapt as needed. Unless I run into Chen Hao, Qin Haiyuan, or the others, it would be better to coordinate with them. However, finding someone in such a vast battlefield was like searching for a needle in a haystack, so Lu Chen did not plan to actively seek them out. Acting alone, hunting alien races, quick battles, and never lingering. This was the combat plan Lu Chen set for himself. He did not want to be the prey but to change his identity and become a solitary hunter. As long as I am not surrounded and held back, even a mid-high level alien race of the 4th tier is not impossible to fight. Determined, Lu Chen no longer lingered, operating the breath concealment technique to suppress his presence and leap down from the large tree. In that moment, even his breathing and heartbeat became extremely faint and his aura fluctuations were nearly imperceptible. Although the breath concealment technique could not enhance combat power, it was a remarkable auxiliary ability for hunting and assassination. If he didn't think it necessary, Lu Chen would have wanted to cover his face again, as it would have been more fitting. Landing lightly on the ground, Lu Chen did not use any movement techniques, instead relying solely on his basic physical speed to move stealthily, still not slow. He chose his direction simply by advancing toward the area with a strong smell of blood. After the enhancement of the Golden Bell Shield, his 5 senses became sharper and his ability to discern smells reached an extraordinary level. Moreover, his earlier examination of the alien corpses was not in vain. He had deeply etched the faint fishy odor in his mind. Locking onto his target, Lu Chen concealed his presence and moved through the dense forest as if walking on flat ground. After about 10 minutes, Lu Chen's nostrils twitched slightly and he quickly leaped onto a large tree, glancing down with his peripheral vision. Before long, he saw a group of alien warriors rushing in from a distance. Lu Chen carefully discerned the aura of the aliens and understood the situation. In his heart, 1 4th tier, 1 segment, and 4 high-level 3rd tier. A total of 42 points. Although they were not isolated aliens, Lu Chen was confident he could handle this wave. However, that 4th tier alien might hold me up for a moment. After hesitating for just a few seconds, Lu Chen made up his mind and acted. As long as he did not give them the chance to send a distress signal, a slight delay was acceptable. No longer hesitating, Lu Chen took out his bow from his backpack, opened it, and aimed at the approaching aliens. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 600 meters. Now! From the treetops, Lu Chen released the bowstring, and 7 arrows shot forth in an instant. From stillness to motion, the transition was seamless. The 7-star convergence arrow had already been mastered by Lu Chen. In the midst of 7 arrow auras, 4 were shot towards the 3rd-level alien beings. The other 3 arrows were aimed at the leading 4th-level alien. The 600 meters distance was covered in an instant. By the time the alien leader noticed, the arrows were only 50 meters away, leaving no chance to evade. The leader reacted the fastest, instinctively raising the curved blade in his hand, only to be struck by 3 arrow auras. 1 arrow deflected the curved blade, while the other 2 hit the leader squarely in the forehead. As for the 4 3rd-level aliens, they had no chance to react and were each struck in the head by the arrow auras. Even though the arrow auras were enhanced by a 3rd-level bow, they still couldn't pierce the alien's skin suit. However, Lu Chen's sword aura was clearly more powerful than that, infused with a violent, dark energy. The mask could block the arrow auras, but it couldn't stop the dark energy contained within. Thus, the 4 3rd-level aliens were instantly killed. The leading 4th-level alien, however, was clearly much stronger. Even though he was shaken by the dark energy, he managed to hold on, albeit feeling a bit dizzy. Just as the alien leader steadied himself and prepared to counterattack, he saw a figure with a curved blade appear before him. Swish! Lu Chen swung his blade, but the quick-reacting 4th-level alien blocked it with his own blade. As expected of a 4th level, the reaction speed is impressive, Lu Chen thought, while his movements became even more ruthless. The Rolling Blade 18 styles were fully unleashed, each strike faster than the last, stirring up clouds of dust around them, forcing the alien to defend passively. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen accumulated to the 9th strike, his momentum like a rainbow, pushing the alien back repeatedly. When the even more powerful 10th strike came down, the alien finally couldn't withstand it, and Lu Chen's fierce blow severed his neck, decapitating him. Throughout this encounter, the 5 aliens had not even had a chance to call for help. 4th-level aliens are indeed much more troublesome, but I think I've roughly grasped his limits, Lu Chen mused as he took the leader's curved blade, then concealed his presence and slipped away, hiding once again in a large tree several hundred meters away. He left behind a ground strewn with alien corpses, allowing them to rot in the wilderness. Although there was no chance to send a message, their kin should have a way to find out. Once other aliens come to investigate, it will be my time to wait for them. Hidden in the treetop, Lu Chen recovered while holding his breath and waiting. He checked his score, 117, but his ranking had dropped to 9th. Lu Chen was not anxious, those experts must have stabilized their positions and started to counterattack. However, he also noticed that the number of eliminated participants was increasing, now exceeding 800. The good news was that Qin Hao, Qin Haiyuan, and Gui Dao had not yet been eliminated. Although the three of them were slightly weaker, their survival adaptability was still quite good. As long as they didn't take reckless risks and maintained their positions, they would naturally have a chance to catch up later. Did everyone see that? Classmate Lu Chen has once again demonstrated a mid-grade Earth-level martial art. If I remember correctly, this should be the 7 stars converging arrow. It is said to be even harder to cultivate than high-grade Earth-level close combat techniques. It's truly hard to imagine how he managed to do it. Moreover, his arrow's power is immense, capable of killing a level 3 high-tier alien in one strike. I suspect that Lu Chen's Big Dipper 7 stars arrow has begun to merge with other martial techniques. Note, it's merging, not just combining. The effects are entirely different. Outside the virtual space, the martial arts master providing professional commentary seemed particularly focused on Lu Chen's battle. His expert analysis attracted a large wave of viewers. Can you tell us how Lu Chen, with his 5-stage martial master cultivation, killed that level 4 alien? Someone suggested. That's already quite obvious, the martial arts master explained. 3 arrows injured the level 4 alien. Then came the relentless rolling knife 18 styles, catching the alien off guard. This time, Lu Chen didn't even use winning techniques like the dragon capture skill. I analyzed that there are 2 possibilities. Either he wanted to probe the level 4 aliens' capabilities, or Lu Chen wanted to conserve energy for any sudden changes. Or perhaps both possibilities exist. But regardless, Lu Chen's ability to confront a level 4 1-stage alien with his 5-stage martial master cultivation is enough to prove his explosive power once again. Now, I am even more eager to see where Lu Chen's limits lie. Let's wait and see. After hearing this commentary, the audience erupted into discussion. No matter how tense the other competitors' battles were, watching Lu Chen always felt exhilarating. They felt that Lu Chen exuded a sense of confidence that provided a strong sense of security and control. It was as if those mysterious aliens who struck fear into the hearts of most humans were insignificant in front of Lu Chen. Therefore, watching Lu Chen's battles was truly a pleasure and also inspiring. Of course, Lu Chen's ability to maintain a position in the top 10 of the score rankings with his 5-stage martial master cultivation was also one of the reasons. Inside the virtual space, Lu Chen waited on the treetops for less than 10 minutes before he saw another team of aliens approaching. However, this time it was 2 level 4s accompanied by 3 level 3s. Among the 2 level 4s, one was at 1 stage, while the other had surprisingly reached 3 stages. The 5-person team was significantly stronger than the previous one. It seems the aliens react quickly. As soon as they sense something is off, they can immediately call in a stronger team. Moreover, they rarely act alone now, Lu Chen analyzed quietly. He observed the movements of the 5 aliens, deciding whether to take action. Chattering. The alien team stood before the corpses, speaking in a language he couldn't understand, but it was clear they were very angry. Lu Chen observed for a few minutes without any signs of being discovered. After searching in vain, the alien team was already preparing to leave. The 3 level 3s were responsible for carrying away the bodies, while the 2 level 4s guarded them from the front and back. Now's the time. Seeing the aliens with their backs turned, Lu Chen could no longer hold back. The 7 stars converging arrow shot out again, and as the arrow left the bowstring, Lu Chen had already put away the bow, brandishing his curved knife as he charged forward. There was no need to look at the result. Lu Chen rushed straight at the 2 level 4 aliens. Boom! Halfway there, the 3 level 3s had already been shot down, and the 2 level 4s were forced to retreat repeatedly. Kill! Lu Chen's movements were so fast they blurred, and with a wind blade kick, he sent the 1-stage level 4 alien flying several dozen meters. Meanwhile, his curved knife had already unleashed the rolling knife 18 styles, slashing at the other level 4 3-stage alien. Ding ding! After 3 strikes, the alien's head was severed from its body. It wasn't that he was weaker than the previous one, but Lu Chen had built up power with 2 strikes and then used the dragon capture technique, preventing the opponent from blocking with their blade. Taking advantage of that moment, his curved blade fell upon the alien's neck. Moreover, this time, to resolve the battle more quickly, Lu Chen utilized his 6th rank martial artist skills. By the time the level 4 first segment alien regained its senses, Lu Chen had already charged forward with his blade. This alien must have sent a distress signal, so there was no time to waste. Quick battle, quick resolution. Lu Chen dared not delay. With his right hand, he swept aside the opponent's curved blade, while his left hand, glowing with golden light, struck the alien's head, deflecting the beams shooting from its horns. The last alien was dead. Just then, Lu Chen heard a whistling wind approaching from afar. A true alien master has arrived. Lu Chen turned and ran, not looking back, not even glancing at the strength of the incoming alien. He pushed his speed to the limit, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed several hundred meters into the depths of the jungle, disappearing from sight. In less than half a minute, a fast-moving alien warrior appeared on the battlefield, its aura indicating it had reached level 4/6 segment. Gore! This alien master let out a sharp roar of anger, but Lu Chen's trace was already lost. 2 level 4s were dispatched earlier. This time, the reinforcements will surely be much stronger. At this moment, Lu Chen, having retreated several miles away, sensed that there were no pursuers behind him, so he slowed down, thinking to himself. He wasn't without confidence in dealing with stronger aliens, but it was easy to get entangled, and it would consume more time. There's also a high chance of becoming a primary target for the aliens, which isn't worth it. At the very least, from the perspective of earning points, it wasn't cost-effective. Lu Chen hid in a tree again, swallowing nutritional pills to replenish his strength. At this point, his points had reached 179, rising to 6th place again. Just as he was recovering to peak condition and preparing to continue hunting, Lu Chen suddenly heard some movement in the distance, rapidly approaching his direction. Baka, Chinese girl, cooperate with me, and I guarantee your safety. A disgusting voice came from afar, along with 2 figures quickly running one after the other. The tall woman in front, clad in combat gear, was none other than Wenrun Jinghong. Behind her, a short figure in black, sporting a mustache, was clearly a ninja from her country, chasing closely and moving even faster than Wenrun Jinghong. Why is it her? What bad luck? Lu Chen thought as he recognized the approaching figures and wanted to keep his distance. At that moment, the country ninja suddenly accelerated and leaped in front of the panting Wenrun Jinghong, blocking her path. Miss, I mean no harm, I just want to team up with you to fight the enemy. I, Sato Seiji, am a level 3 9th segment ninja and can protect you. Wenrun Jinghong at this point had completely lost her usual charm, her pretty face cold as she said, get lost, I have no interest in teaming up with you. Sato Seiji, however, remained polite. In our country, the strong have a responsibility to protect the weak, especially a beautiful girl like you. Wenrun Jinghong turned to leave, unwilling to engage with him. But Sato Seiji's movements were strange. He drifted and blocked her path again. Miss, please give me a chance to pursue you. You are simply T. Lu Chen really didn't want to get too involved with Wenrun Jinghong, but he couldn't stand this kind of bullying against his fellow countrymen. So, he helped Wenrun Jinghong out of the predicament, considering it a moment of impulsive bravery. Vice Principal Zhou had said that when encountering foreign provocateurs against Huaxia, just kill them, what's there to hesitate about? As soon as his voice rang out, the 2 people confronting each other not far away were clearly taken aback. There was actually someone hiding here. Why hadn't we noticed? Who is it? Sato Seiji's slanted eyes fixed on Lu Chen, his ninja blade already gripped in hand. Lu Shueti. Wenrun Jinghong recognized the newcomer, first feeling joy, then showing an anxious expression. Don't get involved, hurry and leave here. Did she not want to kill this persistent our countryman? But after engaging with Sato Seiji, Wenrun Jinghong understood that she was simply not his match. With her martial artist 6th stage cultivation, her combat power exceeded that of others in the same realm, capable of slaying a level 4 initial stage beast. However, Sato Seiji was no ordinary person. His cultivation was at the 3rd level 9th stage, second only to Yamamoto Ichiro among the our country participants. The key point was that his combat power was very strong. Just a moment ago, he had single-handedly slain a level 4 3rd stage alien. Wenrun Jinghong knew that Lu Chen had great potential, but he was still young, and his cultivation and strength were inferior to hers. Staying here, Lu Chen would not only be unable to help her but might also provoke Sato Seiji, becoming a senseless sacrifice. Therefore, at this moment, Wenrun Jinghong did not want to involve Lu Chen. Baka, so it's a Huaxia person, damn it. Sato Seiji, however, did not want to let the troublesome Lu Chen go. His figure flashed, and he took small steps, charging at Lu Chen with his knife. He had no feelings of pity for this Huaxia man who had barged in. Baka, your sister. A cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he leaned down with his curved knife, striking down in a rough and direct manner. Clang! The 2 knives clashed in mid-air, producing a piercing buzz. A flicker of surprise crossed Sato Seiji's eyes as he felt an immense force far beyond his own, nearly knocking the ninja blade from his hand. Lu Chen, using the force from the clash, performed a somersault and landed gracefully. Competing in strength? Even with just the martial artist's 6th stage cultivation, combined with the physical strength from the Golden Bell shield, he could suppress his opponent. He wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation at all. Wenrun Jinghong initially wanted to intervene but now retreated to the side, uncertain. Martial artist 6th stage? Wenrun Jinghong muttered, wasn't he at the 3rd stage? When did he jump so many levels? Wait, she realized he must have used the Beast King's Heart's Blood. Because she had used the Beast King's Heart's Blood before, she could elevate her cultivation to the martial artist's 6th stage in a short time. But even so, Wenrun Jinghong still found it unbelievable. Because as a martial artist's 6th stage, Lu Chen could actually confront Sato Seiji head-on, this was no illusion. Baka. After failing his attack, Sato Seiji completely calmed down and no longer acted recklessly. Ninjutsu, Earth Split. With a deep shout, Sato Seiji did not approach but struck from a distance. The yellowish blade aura came in low, resembling a wall of earth, rising and falling, pressing towards Lu Chen. Break this junk. Lu Chen sneered inwardly, swinging his knife to slash, sweeping the blade aura and drowning the earthen wall. However, Sato Seiichi's attack did not end there. The ground beneath Lu Chen suddenly trembled, a violent wave seeming to burst forth from the earth, surrounding Lu Chen for a kill. Be careful. When Rin Jinghong cried out, she had already suffered a loss earlier. This her country ninja's sword technique was quite insidious, hard to defend against. Lu Chen scoffed, showing off in front of the master. Without even looking, he stepped forward and stomped heavily on the ground. Earth-level middle grade, wind blade leg. Boom! The ground around Lu Chen collapsed downwards, more than a meter deep, yet the spot where he stood remained as stable as ever. As for the rolling waves underground, they had completely vanished. Sato Masanori was taken aback. His invincible ninjutsu had been seen through at a glance by the opponent? How could this be? Let me try mine. Lu Chen, uninterested in the opponent's tricks, took the initiative. Boom! With a similar slash from a distance, a thunderous roar erupted. Countless blade auras crisscrossed, resembling a net of blades, crashing towards Sato Masanori like a tidal wave. Earth-level high-quality Shen Kuan blade technique, full of control and momentum. In comparison, Sato Masanori's earlier blade technique was like a mere embroidery needle. Sato Masanori's face changed dramatically. He felt a sense of insignificance facing the vast ocean, realizing that no matter which direction he dodged, he would be cut down by the chaotic blade auras. Ninjutsu, Earth Escape! Sato Masanori shouted, and in an instant his body vanished. Boom! Hundreds of intersecting blade auras struck the ground where Sato Masanori had just stood, creating a massive pit several dozen meters wide. However, Sato Masanori's figure had disappeared, leaving no trace of where he had escaped to. Yet, at the bottom of the 2-meter-deep pit, a clear pool of blood remained. Lu Chen, be careful, this is their Earth Ninja's ground escape technique, elusive and unexpected, when Rin Jinghong warned, both awed by Lu Chen's strength and alerting him. Lu Chen glanced around, sneering, the stench on you is just too strong. As he spoke, Lu Chen extended his claw-like hand and reached towards the ground 3 meters to his left. Dragon capture technique. The claw mark sank into the ground, and soon after, a struggling figure was pulled out, Sato Masanori. Sato Masanori's face was pale, with multiple knife wounds on his body, yet he couldn't help but struggle in horror. How did you find me? You're too talkative. Lu Chen couldn't even be bothered to pull him closer. His fingers clenched, and Sato Masanori's eyes bulged. Crack! Already severely injured, Sato Masanori had no strength to resist as his neck was snapped, dying a tragic death. Not worth mourning. Lu Chen waved his hand, tossing Sato Masanori's corpse into the nearby pit without a glance. When Rin Jinghong was now in a daze, no wonder his points can stay in the top 10. It turns out it's not just luck. She had noticed Lu Chen's ranking far above her own. Run. Jinghong had thought Lu Chen was just lucky to encounter weaker opponents, never expecting his strength to have reached such a level. Even her most trusted Lufian, now at the 8th stage of martial arts and ranked 3rd in the school's top 100, would likely not be a match for Lu Chen. Thinking of this, when Rin Jinghong couldn't help but lower her head, feeling a bit ashamed. She had previously said she would protect Lu Chen. Now it seemed like a joke. But then when Rin Jinghong thought Lu Chen could protect her. Lu Jr., I really didn't misjudge you. Let's team up, we can definitely be unstoppable. As she spoke, when Rin Jinghong looked up at Lu Chen, only to be astonished to find that the junior she valued had already run hundreds of meters away, almost out of sight. Senior, I can't protect you, let's just go our separate ways. Lu Chen, having already fled several hundred meters, faintly heard the voice behind him and immediately ran even faster. Haha, refreshing, well killed. Don't talk about uniting against alien races with such despicable and shameless little bastards. Does he even qualify to fight alongside us? Good job, Chief Lu. I almost vomited blood when I saw our Huaxia players get tricked to death by that little bastard. Now it's satisfying. Lu Chen solo killed the second strongest expert from our country. Truly a revelation. I've decided, from now on, Lu Chen is my idol. Anyone who disagrees, I'll tear them apart. What kind of broken ninjutsu was that? In front of our Huaxia martial arts, it's nothing but child's play. Outside the virtual space, the Huaxia audience watching Lu Chen slay Sato Seiji were overwhelmingly supportive of him. Meanwhile, abroad, especially among the netizens from our country, they were criticizing Lu Chen on international channels, saying he disregarded righteousness and harmed their country's genius. However, such people were quickly silenced by the flood of Huaxia netizens, who overwhelmed them with insults until they vanished without a trace. When it comes to roasting, our Huaxia netizens have never lost, okay? Don't even mention roasting, you little bastards. We can roast our own if we get angry. After a chaotic barrage of insults, the audience's attention shifted to something strange. But that girl is really beautiful. Why doesn't Lu Chen know how to seize the opportunity? After saving the beauty, he could have formed a team. What a wonderful encounter that would be. After this battle, won't he be able to embrace the beauty? What a pity for my burning heart for. Gossip. There were also opposing voices. Nonsense, what do you know? This proves my brother Chang's unwavering martial heart. As the ancients said, with no woman in the heart, the sword is naturally divine. Have you heard? Short-sighted, too short-sighted. Soon, the professional martial commentator came online again, pulling the audience's attention back. Back to the main topic, haven't you noticed? Lu Chen's cultivation has increased again. He's already at the 6th stage of martial master. Yeah, what's going on? Chief Lu isn't using hacks in the virtual space, is he? A netizen questioned. Damn hacks, this virtual space is connected globally, go ahead and try to hack it. Someone below immediately retorted, supporting Lu Chen. The martial commentator quickly clarified, that's not what I meant, I was thinking of a rather obscure martial art. Many people may not have heard of it. This martial art is called the breath restraining technique, which can conceal one's aura, making it difficult to discern true cultivation. So, Lu Chen has added another perfected earth-level martial art to his repertoire. Moreover, considering the wind blade leg and the Qian Kuan blade technique he just used, oh my, I can't even remember how many earth-level martial skills he has mastered. After the martial commentator finished speaking, the comments below became lively. Again, do you think Lu Chen has already reached the martial sovereign level? An 18-year-old martial sovereign, my goodness, does such a thing really exist in this world? Forget about martial sovereign, I've never even heard of an 18-year-old 6th stage martial master. One thing is certain, among his peers, there's no one globally who surpasses Lu Chen in cultivation. Just talking about cultivation is a bit narrow-minded. Can you find a peer whose martial arts and combat power can match Lu Chen? In any case, I believe that soon, Lu Chen will be the leader of this generation, unmatched by anyone. Lu Chen was still unaware that he was being mythologized. Outside, he was secretly relieved that he ran fast, otherwise it would have been hard to escape. A beauty like Wen Rin Jinghong was simply a walking disaster. Even if he could handle it, Lu Chen didn't want to get involved. Beautiful women are innocent, but the word desire is like a knife. For such people, he chose to keep his distance. Holding his breath, Lu Chen found a hidden spot in the tree canopy, swallowed some nutrients, and restored his stamina. More than 3 hours had passed since the battle began, and over 1,000 contestants had been eliminated by the alien race. Lu Chen's score was 179, temporarily placing him 8th. I need to hurry and continue my hunting plan. With a firm resolve, once he regained his state, Lu Chen continued to follow the scent, racing against time to hunt the aliens. With the breath-concealing technique at his disposal, he could maintain a significant advantage, able to advance or retreat as needed. If he encountered aliens at level 4, stage 3 or above, Lu Chen would not reveal himself. However, as long as the aliens were at level 4, stage 3 or below, even if there were 2 or 3 of them together, Lu Chen would quickly finish them off and take the points. Under the sufficient guerrilla-style assassination, Lu Chen's score steadily climbed, and after another 3 hours, he broke through 1,000, reaching 1,087 points. Looking at the current leaderboard, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. First place, North China Martial Arts University, Gao Qianjun, 1253 points. Second place, Hello University of Country M, Madison, 1138 points. Third place, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Lu Chen, 1087 points. Fourth place, Central Plainstown Martial University, Luo Changhe, 968 points. Fifth place, Country or Divine Strategy University, Yamamoto Ichiro, 948 points. Sixth place, Country E Saint Bai University, Limon, 891 points. Seventh place, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Wu Tao, 806 points. Eighth place, Country H Bangcha University, Park Nahui, 749 points. Ninth place, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Wang Tang, 726 points. 10th place, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Lufian, 699 points. Third place. If I can hold this until the end, how many credits will that be? Lu Chen felt he was about to get rich. For now, among the top 10, Jiangnan Martial Arts University occupies 4 spots. We're almost dominating the leaderboard. Vice Principal Zhou and the others must be laughing like crazy, Lu Chen thought. However, he also noticed that there wasn't a single top-tier warrior at the martial sovereign level from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. On the contrary, the other 6 were likely martial sovereigns or at least level 4, and they probably hadn't fully unleashed their power yet. Besides this, Lu Chen deliberately looked for the rankings of Chen Hao and the others. He found that Qin Haiyuan and Guidao had already been eliminated, leaving only Chen Hao struggling with his score, stuck at just over 200, not moving for a long time. Not only Chen Hao, but Lu Chen's own gains in the past half hour had also suddenly dropped, as he had hardly found suitable prey. It seems that the weaker aliens have mostly been killed. Even if there are still some left, they will likely be accompanied by high-level aliens. Next, it will be a tough battle, Lu Chen analyzed quietly. Facing high-level alien powerhouses, it was no longer feasible to attempt a solo sneak attack and escape in one strike. I need to find other opportunities and wait for the right moment. With this decision made, Lu Chen plunged into the dense forest, choosing a direction to dash towards. In the current situation, it is most reasonable to unite with other experts to continue guerrilla tactics against the foreign teams. However, Lu Chen still felt that those experts, especially the foreign ones, were not trustworthy. Without prior tactical drills, recklessly coordinating could lead to a higher chance of failure, and it was easy to be betrayed by teammates. Moreover, there was already a competitive relationship among everyone who could guarantee that they wouldn't stab you in the back at a critical moment. Another important point was that even if Lu Chen was willing to find someone to cooperate with, those martial arts masters wouldn't look highly upon him. Therefore, Lu Chen thought of other clever methods. I won't coordinate with them, but I can hide aside and reap the benefits, as long as they can help share some pressure at a critical moment. Lu Chen called this passive cooperation. After all, most people were temporary teams, relying on strength to score, and no one could blame anyone. As long as I don't find someone from my own country, as long as the Chinese don't deceive the Chinese. During the guerrilla hunting earlier, Lu Chen had already encountered several groups of players teaming up for warmth. Now was the right time to find them. Park Junha is one of the top players from H country, second only to Park Ni Hui, with a martial artist rank of 9. Even when facing a level 4 second-tier foreigner, he could still hold his own. Relying on his strength, after entering the battlefield, he engaged in guerrilla tactics while gathering experts from friendly nations. Park Junha believed that only in this way could he efficiently earn points. Thus, he had already gathered an 8-person team. 3 of them were also from H country and knew him. Although their strengths varied, they at least listened to him. The other 4 were from our country and India, all martial artists of rank 7 and 8. As for those weaker, Park Junha had no interest in including them in the team. With these people assisting me, I don't believe I will lose to that woman Park Ni Hui this time. Park Junha chuckled to himself. Park Ni Hui is the pride of H country's Bangcha University and the only martial arts master on their trip. But she also has another important identity. She is Park Junha's half-sister and one of the heirs of the consortium. Therefore, Park Junha has never submitted to Park Ni Hui and has always wanted to surpass her. This global competition is the best opportunity to prove himself. Brother Junha, that woman is too proud. She definitely won't have your charisma, a fellow student flattered him. Of course, Park Junha replied confidently, even though his current points only ranked him outside the top 20. From my analysis, the foreign races have already begun to consolidate their forces. Each team hunting us has at least one mid to high-level foreigner. Park Junha said confidently, so, fighting alone is no longer feasible. We will only be picked off one by one. Only elite teams like ours can counterattack the foreigners. With 8 people working together, we can even fight against a level 4 6-tier foreigner, Park Junha asserted. Beside him, Du Minhyun quickly asked, Brother Junha, what if we encounter a level 4, 7, or 8-tier foreigner? Park Junha disdainfully glanced at Du Minhyun. Among the foreigners, there is only one level 4 9 tier, 2 8 tiers, and 4 7 tiers. On such a large island, what do you think the probability of us encountering them is? Du Minhyun immediately chuckled awkwardly. Brother Junha really thinks long-term. Of course, Park Junha said proudly, so, by combining our strengths, we can at least ensure we remain undefeated. Then what are we waiting for, Brother Junha? Let's go kill them. Du Minhyun became excited upon hearing this. Smack! Park Junha slapped Du Minhyun on the neck and glared. What are you rushing for? Just rush out like that. What if we get surrounded by 2 enemy squads? Don't worry, I've already sent Zheng Tai to find the target. Du Minhyun timely asked, what target? Park Shinhai laughed heartily. Find the squad of Huaxia people, then pretend to join them and engage the enemy squad. When they both suffer heavy losses, we can lure the enemies over and benefit from the fisherman's gain. Isn't that a 2-for-1 deal? Du Minhyun's eyes lit up. Great, this means letting the Huaxia people attract the enemies while we take the kills. Park Shinhai noticed Du Minhyun's admiring gaze and sneered inwardly. Damn it. The Huaxia people have stolen our martial arts heritage. I'll let them feel my wrath. When my father sees this, he will surely value me more. In the distance, on a large tree, Lu Chen couldn't help but curse. Damn it, can you believe this? This H country bastard actually thought of the same thing as me. But he wants to trick the Huaxia people. That can't be allowed. It would be a pity to kill him directly. I must give him a taste of his own medicine. With that thought, Lu Chen turned and left, following the recently departed Zheng Tai. Moving away, Jin Zhang Tai was at the 7th stage of martial arts but was very skilled in body techniques, so even when encountering a mid-level 4th-tier enemy, he had a certain ability to escape. That was why he was sent out as bait. Their squad had been moving around and had already spotted a 5-person Huaxia squad not far away. So, Jin Zheng Tai was now going to find those 5, pretend to join them, and actively attract the enemies. Even if those Huaxia people didn't agree, he had his own other methods. Because the enemies were very sensitive to the smell of human blood, as long As he sprinkled the blood from the emergency blood pack along the way, he would definitely be able to lure the enemies over. By then, those Huaxia people will have no choice but to fight. Jin Zhangtai had already begun to fantasize about the huge rewards he would receive from Park Jinhai after the great battle. But just as he was 2 kilometers away from the temporary camp preparing to take out the blood pack, a silent arrow suddenly fell from the sky. By the time Jin Zhangtai reacted, he could only activate his protective energy to try to block it. But how? Could Lu Chen's Big Dipper arrow be something he could withstand? The protective energy was instantly shattered, and the arrow pierced through the back of Jin Zhangtai's head, flying out from his open mouth. A spray of blood erupted in the dense forest, and the smell of blood immediately spread far and wide. Intense pain followed, and Jin Zhangtai's eyes widened. He wanted to see who had ambushed him before he died. Lu Chen leaped down, somewhat disdainfully grabbed Jin Zhangtai by the ankle and carried him back. Along the way, a clear trail of blood extended, the smell of blood spreading far and wide. Jin Zhangtai's eyes finally closed. It was too frustrating. It would be better to die quickly. Park Jinha, along with the remaining 6 team members, was patiently waiting in the agreed-upon hidden pile of rocks. He felt relatively reassured about Kim Jongtae, believing that he would spare no effort in his work for the consortium behind him. It must be admitted that Park Jinha truly enjoyed the taste of power and money. Even after the great disaster, these things remained so alluring. Brother Jinha, do you smell something strange? Suddenly, Du Minhyun stood up, looking warily outside. Park Jinha was jolted awake from his daydream, quickly gesturing to the others, and took a few steps to hide behind a large rock, peering out through the crevice. What he saw startled him. Not far away, under a big tree, lay a familiar figure. It was none other than Kim Jongtae. Jongtae, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to go find the Huaxia people? Park Jinha whispered sharply. At that moment, Du Minhyun also came over, and upon closer inspection, his face turned pale with fear. Brother Jinha, look at Jongtae. Is he injured? He had spotted a tiny bloodstain on Kim Jongtae's collar. Park Jinha was taken aback. Quick, go check. But as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled his head back, his expression darkening. Damn it, a small team of other races is coming over. It must be that foolish Kim Jongtae who alerted them and led them straight here. Du Minhyun also saw it. 5 other races were rapidly approaching from the distant woods, especially the leader among them, who was undoubtedly at the mid-level of the 4th rank. Brother Jinha, what should we do? Let's run. Du Minhyun exclaimed in panic. Run my ass, it's too late, isn't it? Just a 4th rank, 5th stage? Kill. Park Jinha completely calmed down. He could see clearly that among the opposing races, there was only one at the 4th rank, and it should be at the 5th stage of the 4th rank. As for the remaining, for at the 3rd rank, they were even less of a concern. Among the group he had gathered, although there were no martial sect masters, each was an elite from their respective countries. Although they were all still martial artists, their combat power was mostly sufficient to rival the initial stage of the 4th rank. 7 against 5, having 5 people deal with that 4th rank, 5th stage race should not be a big problem. With a command, Park Jinha did not hesitate any longer, leading 4 people out to charge at the 4th rank race that was rushing over. The remaining 2 took a detour to engage the other 4 3rd rank races. At this moment, Lu Chen was hiding in a large tree 500 meters away, leisurely watching the battle. I have to say, this Korean has some skills. At least he didn't flee at the last moment, otherwise it would be a waste of my time. He chewed on a chicken-flavored nutritional bar while stroking the curved bow in his hand, ready to take action at any moment. The battle near the valley quickly escalated, with both sides eager to resolve the conflict swiftly. The other races were worried about humans escaping, while Park Jinha and his team feared attracting other nearby race teams. Puff! A 3rd rank, 8th stage race was decapitated by a contestant from India. But immediately after, a curved blade from another 3rd rank, 9th stage race descended, severing the Indian contestant's right arm at the root. These races fought fearlessly. As long as they protected their heads, they didn't care how they were cut elsewhere. In the blink of an eye, the Indian contestant managed to take down another 3rd rank race, but his life ended there, as a beam of light pierced through his neck. The remaining ninja from our country narrowly escaped with his mysterious ninjutsu, ready to take down the 2 remaining injured races. But just then, an arrow shot in low, directly exploding the head of the ninja who had just popped up from the ground. Don't rush, they haven't finished fighting over there yet. Lu Chen muttered to himself, watching helplessly as 2 level 3 alien beings ran over to help their leader. Damn it, what bunch of useless fools, they can't even hold off level 3 aliens. Park Jinha was being beaten so badly that he was spitting blood, and when he saw 2 level 3 9-segment aliens surround him, he was instantly furious. Logically, this shouldn't be happening. They had a 5-to-1 advantage, and it was clear they were gaining the upper hand. How could they let the other aliens come over to cause trouble? You go stop him, Park Jinha ordered his subordinate Du Minhyun. If they sent out one more person, they still had a chance to fight. Du Minhyun didn't hesitate, turning away from the battle and charging towards the two level 3 aliens nearly 200 meters away. But just as he leaped forward, ready to show his might, an arrow suddenly shot straight towards his face, leaving him completely unprepared. Thud! The arrow broke through Du Minhyun's protective aura, and the beams emitted by the two aliens swiftly killed him. Park John-ha glanced over and nearly exploded with rage. Damn it, what's going on? Can't you hold them off for even a minute? At this moment, the two level 3 aliens successfully joined the fray, increasing the pressure on Park John-ha and the others. Especially that level 4-5 segment alien who, after receiving assistance from its companions, finally had a moment to breathe and began to unleash its power. It slashed down a level 3-8 segment ninja from our country, and a beam from its horn pierced through the forehead of an expert from India. In an instant, only Park John-ha and another person from H country were left standing. Park John-ha panicked and turned to flee. This is unbalanced, Lu Chen muttered, and the 7-star convergence arrow shot out again, striking down the two level 3 aliens. Just as Park John-ha was about to escape, he was stunned again. Who was helping him? This time, he clearly saw the arrow that had killed the aliens. I'm here to help. You, kill. Lu Chen leaped down from the tree and quickly rushed towards the last remaining level 4 alien. Park John-ha was still trying to piece together what was happening, but he felt that he could fight again. Kill. The last two people from H country desperately surrounded the half-damaged level 4 alien. By the time Lu Chen arrived, the three of them were already at their limit. Lu Chen certainly wouldn't hold back. He leaped high and executed the Qiankuan blade technique, sweeping out to strike. Wrong target. Park John-ha felt the overwhelming blade aura approaching and was instantly horrified. The intersecting blade auras instantly killed the other H country contestant while also sending Park John-ha flying, severely injured. As for the level 4 alien, it was beheaded by Lu Chen, who followed closely behind. Who are you? What do you want? Park John-ha felt his life force rapidly fading and angrily questioned. Lu Chen grinned. Sorry, I'm from Huaxia. Leaving behind those words, Lu Chen turned and ran, as another alien team was already rushing over in the distance. Damn, once I leave the virtual battlefield, I won't let you go. Park John-ha could only roar in anger, unable to move. Leaving him here to die was worse than killing him. It was clearly to make him hold off the pursuing aliens, right? Park John-ha realized a bit too late. Was this all part of that Huaxia person's scheme? Had he become his cover? Damn it. Thud. Lu Chen paid no mind and quickly disappeared into the distant forest, leaving the scene behind. He thought of a saying, teammates sacrificed to the heavens, boundless power. Such teammates were meant to be used as bait. The spectacular battle has come to an end, and the international online feud outside the virtual space has escalated once again. Netizens from Country H, Country R, and Country India protested against Lu Chen. However, soon a large number of professional Chinese trolls took their positions, suppressing those foreign trolls to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. The discussions and controversies outside were vibrant, while the battlefield in the virtual space was truly thrilling. The battle had been going on for nearly 10 hours. With almost no pause in the fighting between both sides, the identities of hunter and prey were constantly shifting, especially after 10 hours of sifting. The half of the people still on the battlefield were all elites among elites. The foreign side was also continuously adjusting their tactics, leading to increasingly fierce and brutal battles. The number of eliminated contestants was rising, but the corresponding number of foreign casualties was also increasing. Lu Chen's points continued to rise. He adhered to the strategy of sacrificing foreign teammates, which was proving to be highly effective. Utilizing his advantages in stealth and agility, he would first lure the foreign enemies to the location of the foreign teams with the scent of blood, then wait for the right moment to strike. If the foreign enemies he lured were too strong or too numerous, Lu Chen would avoid them. If both sides were evenly matched, he would take the opportunity to reap some kills and then make a quick escape. The tactics devised by Park John-ha were almost being played to perfection by Lu Chen. Park John-ha and the others who were eliminated nearly fainted from anger in the real world. Under such cunning maneuvers, the number of foreign teams that fell victim to Lu Chen's traps was increasing, particularly those from Country R, Country H, and Country India. Moreover, to avoid misunderstandings, every time Lu Chen had a chance to show himself, he would shout a few catchphrases. For instance, when encountering a team from Country R, he would shout "Ashiba," then charge at the foreign enemies to claim kills. When facing a team from Country H, he would yell "Baka" or "Yoshi." After wandering through the islands for a day and night, the number of foreign enemies who died at Lu Chen's hands was growing. Of course, there were also quite a few foreign contestants who died because of him or due to internal strife. What infuriated those foreign contestants the most was that they never figured out which country Lu Chen was from until their deaths. Well, only after being eliminated could they know. Unfortunately, after being eliminated, they could only rage impotently. Outside, Baka, cunning Chinese monkey, only knows how to hide behind and shoot arrows in the dark, has no real strength. Ashy BA, if I see him outside, I will make him pay. However, these voices were quickly drowned out by the Chinese netizens' counterattacks. You were the ones who started the traps, and you still have the face to boast after being eliminated? Pa, what's wrong with shooting arrows in the dark? With your capabilities, do you have the right to face our Chief Lu head-on? You don't even understand the principle of deception in battle. You should just go back and study hard. Chief Lu is just trying to conserve strength and seek victory steadily. If he unleashed his full power, you and those foreign enemies wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, Lu Chen was unaware that the outside world was in an uproar. He was considering changing his tactics again. There was no choice. He had already exploited most of the teams he could, and if he continued, he would likely become the enemy of his own side. Moreover, after such a long fight, the foreign side had also suffered significant losses and had adjusted their tactics again. Each foreign team now had at least one high-level 4-star or two mid-level 4-stars stationed, leaving almost no opportunity for the humans to take advantage of sneak attacks or to win with fewer numbers. Of course, this distribution among the foreign teams would also reduce their search range and the speed of mutual support. Thus, this was forcing the human side to confront them head-on, even leading to a direct showdown. It had been over 40 hours since the battle began, and by now, it could be considered that they had completed the basic task of holding back the foreign enemies. Although there are only a little over 700 contestants left, the alien race has also suffered heavy losses, with more than half of their numbers reduced. It is already unlikely for them to eliminate the remaining contestants. However, Lu Chen knows that not only he, but the other contestants also do not want to stop here. After all, this is not a real battlefield. Everyone's ultimate goal in entering the virtual battlefield is still to earn points and achieve a good ranking. As long as there is one person still fighting, the others dare not stop. Therefore, a direct confrontation is inevitable, even if it means fighting to the death in the end. Lu Chen does not want to die, even in the virtual space. But he also wants points, so he must prepare for a hard clash. Looking at his total points, 3858, he is currently in second place. The first place is still firmly held by Gao Qianjun from North China University of Science and Technology, with a score of 4,223. No more talking, let's do it. Lu Chen made up his mind. The time has come, so he will no longer take shortcuts and will confront the alien team head-on, without any worries. Without hesitation, Lu Chen followed the scent of the aliens and began to actively search for their team. Moving through the dense forest with ease, Lu Chen accelerated to full speed, turning into a blur, and soon arrived near a waterhole. Here, he indeed found an alien team resting. It was still a 5-member team, but 3 of them were level 4 and 2 were level 3 high rank. Among the 3 level 4 aliens, 2 were level 4-5 rank, and 1 was level 4-2 rank. Take them all down, a total of 136 points. Lu Chen did not rush in to fight 5 against 1 but took out his bow again. The 7-star convergence arrow suddenly shot out, targeting the 5 aliens from 500 meters away. However, this time, his arrow energy did not go as smoothly. The 2 level 4-5 rank aliens reacted too quickly. Almost the moment Lu Chen released his arrow energy, they became alert. The beams shot from their horns accurately intercepted 2 of the arrow energies, while the other 2 were withstood by their bodies. Only 3 arrow energies succeeded, killing the 2 level 3 aliens, but only pushed the level 4-1 rank alien back a few steps. The aliens began to shout loudly, and one of the level 4-5 rank aliens charged over with a loud bang, moving almost as fast as Lu Chen at full sprint. One at a time? You really underestimate me, Lu Chen sneered, putting away his bow, leaping out empty-handed and landing on the ground. With the first step, Lu Chen's aura surged to Martial Master 7 rank. With the second step, his aura rose to Martial Master 8 rank. With the third step, his momentum climbed again, reaching Martial Master 9 rank. At this moment, Lu Chen finally unleashed his full power on the battlefield, engaging directly with the alien powerhouse. A layer of golden light enveloped his body, and his eyes radiated golden brilliance, resembling a fierce golden deity. Die! A roar erupted, sounding like a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. Dragon's roar wave. The sound wave stunned the nearby aliens, and at that moment, Lu Chen had already accelerated, again arriving above the aliens. Rapid fire fist. Lu Chen's fists fell upon the alien's head, creating a series of phantoms, with the hidden force of overlapping waves exploding. Poof! The level 4-5 rank alien collapsed like a pile of mud, unable to let out even a scream. Outside the virtual space, the foreign netizens and eliminated contestants who had just been shouting and cursing suddenly fell silent. This turnaround is a bit too fast. Weren't you a 6th Dan martial artist? How did you suddenly become a 9th Dan? And weren't you a sneaky assassin? How did you turn into a warrior who confronts head-on? It's one thing to be a warrior, but a 9th Dan martial artist, and you just crushed a 4th level 5th Dan alien with a single blow. How is that scientific? Not only is it unscientific, but it also doesn't seem very martial arts-like. Park Jinhye is almost too embarrassed to face anyone now. The 5 of them, all 9th Dan martial artists, couldn't even surround and defeat a 4th level 5th Dan alien. With such a comparison, how do the netizens who supported him earlier feel? On the contrary, the supporters of Lu Chen from Huaxia are practically exploding with excitement. Wow, what am I seeing? He really is an 18-year-old 9th Dan martial artist. Lu Chen really went head-to-head with a 4th level 5th Dan alien and won with one move. Is that something a martial artist can do? Look at the remaining aliens, they are like chickens before Lu Chen, completely powerless. But I'm curious, if Chief Lu has such strength, why did he hide it at the beginning? The professional martial arts commentator quickly appeared. There is no doubt that Lu Chen is the biggest dark horse in this martial arts competition. We previously underestimated him. An 18-year-old 9th Dan martial artist is simply unprecedented. The key is that this 18-year-old 9th Dan martial artist has an explosive combat power. I can only say he truly deserves to be the top of Jiangnan Martial University and the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. As for the questions raised earlier, including the foreign netizens' doubts, I think I can analyze them here. Why did Lu Chen initially hide his cultivation and strength, choosing ambush and assassination as his main tactics? It's simple, adapting to the situation and timing. Think about it, if he had shown all his strength without understanding the situation, what would the consequences be? He would probably not only become the primary target of the aliens' attacks. Moreover, those foreign contestants, as competing geniuses, would they let Lu Chen live? At that time, Lu Chen would likely become a target for everyone. Even if he could win, he wouldn't be able to sustain it, and even if he could sustain it, he wouldn't have the time to waste. The most important and crucial point is that Lu Chen's efficiency in assassination and ambush is not low, otherwise, how could he have remained in the top 10? Now, the situation is different. Lu Chen can certainly show his skills. With the aliens greatly reduced and some foreign contestants with ulterior motives about to be cleared out, both sides are nearing a decisive battle. What's left to hide? Of course, it's time to go all out. I believe it's not just Lu Chen, those top martial artists probably haven't unleashed their full power either. Now is the time for the heroes to compete for victory. The martial arts analysis was thorough, and the audience below was full of praise and support. However, some of Lu Chen's supporters began to worry. This should be Lu Chen's limit, after all, he is still a martial artist. Someone immediately jumped out to oppose. Limit my foot. Didn't you see how fierce Lu Chen was just now? Facing a 4th level 5th Dan alien, it was as easy as chopping vegetables. I think he can at least go head-to-head with a 4th level 6th Dan. Meanwhile, in the principal's office on the upper floors of Jiangnan Martial University, Principal Zhang, Vice Principal Zhou, and Professor Su were all present. There was also a robust middle-aged man in military uniform, his face glowing as he stared at Lu Chen's live broadcast. This man was General Tang Feihu, the commander of the station troops in the Magic City base, a formidable martial king. Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance, he was actually about the same age as Professor Su, nearly 60 years old. Teacher Zhang, you've made it so hard for me to find out. Lu Chen is clearly already a 9th level martial artist, and he even has the strength to fight at the 4th level 5th rank, yet there's nothing about him in the military department's records. Tang Feihu looked at Principal Zhang with some complaints. He had already started to notice Lu Chen, this young man who had achieved great military merit at such a young age and held the rank of captain. He just didn't expect that he had underestimated Lu Chen. We didn't expect it either, Principal Zhang thought to himself, not even knowing when Lu Chen had broken through to the 9th rank. However, he certainly couldn't show that on his face. How could he admit to not knowing about the best student in his school? That would be utterly embarrassing. Vice Principal Zhou laughed and took over the conversation, saying, Feihu, don't blame the principal. Lu Chen only broke through recently after swallowing the heart's blood of a beast king. In order to prepare for this martial arts competition, we didn't leak any information. Tang Feihu seized the opportunity to ask, you must have tested him before, right? Can you reveal where Lu Chen's limits are? Vice Principal Zhou and Professor Su exchanged glances, then both looked at Principal Zhang. Why are you looking at me? We're already on the battlefield, there's no need to hide it, Principal Zhang said nonchalantly. Professor Su smiled at Tang Feihu and said, last time in the virtual trial tower, Lu Chen ultimately fell before a 4th level 8th rank beast. The strength of the alien races set in this virtual space is somewhat suppressed. It should be similar to the beasts of the same realm. Tang Feihu's resolute face showed surprise. A 9th level martial artist can slay a 4th level 7th rank beast? Professor Su quickly downplayed it, saying that only represents individual beasts. General Tang should understand that there are also powerful fighters among the alien beasts. Moreover, the abilities of alien beasts and races are varied. If he encounters an opponent that counters him, it would be a different conclusion. Tang Feihu stood up, slightly excited, and said, I know that. But even so, it's still quite impressive. Vice Principal Zhou pressed his hand down. Don't get Too excited. I forgot to tell you, during the last test, Lu Chen was still an 8th level martial artist. Tang Fei, who was even more astonished. So, you're saying his combat power can almost cross an entire major realm? Principal Zhang said calmly. What else is there to say? Just look at whose student he is. That kid Lu Chen is as fierce as I was back in the day. Tang Fei, who didn't have time to agree with Principal Zhang, self-praised and said sternly, it's such a waste for this kid to stay in school. Let me take him away. Going to gallop on. The battlefield is his true calling. Principal Zhang glanced at Tang Fei, who, can you guess why he didn't go to the Central Plains Martial University? Besides, after this competition, there will be plenty of departments wanting to recruit him. Do you think you can get in line? Tang Fei, who was momentarily stunned by this question. Alright, we'll talk about these things later. Let's watch the competition first. I also want to know where this kid's limits are now and if he can compete with those martial genius. Principal Zhang said with a smile. Lu Chen, with overwhelming force, dealt with 3 level 4 alien beings and then quickly left. After all, he was not yet a true martial sovereign, and in terms of blood energy reserves, he was somewhat lacking. The cost of high explosive power was the rapid consumption of blood energy, leading to insufficient endurance in high-intensity battles. Therefore, he had to leave the battlefield quickly, conceal his presence, find a place to recover as soon as possible, and then fight again. In the next 20 hours, Lu Chen traveled across various islands, confronting one strong level 4 alien after another. The most dangerous moment was when he fought against 2 level 4 6-stage aliens, and was ambushed by a level 4 7-stage alien lurking nearby. Lu Chen did not expect that a high-stage level 4 alien would actually learn to set an ambush. If it weren't for his Earth-grade top-tier Golden Bell shield, which allowed him to withstand a strike from the opponent, and if he hadn't used the Dragon Roar Wave just as the shield was about to break, that battle would have truly been in jeopardy. After that, Lu Chen became even more cautious. He could only ambush the aliens and absolutely could not be ambushed by them. With only 10 hours left until the end of the competition, Lu Chen checked the score rankings again. First place, North China Martial Arts University, Gao Xianjun, score 85-25. Second place, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Lu Chen, score 80-87. Third place, M Country Hello University, Madison, score 76-25. Fourth place, Central Plains Town Martial University, Luo Chenghe, score 73-35. Fifth place, Our Country Divine Strategy University, Yamamoto Ichiro, score 69-48. Sixth place, E Country Saint Bai University, Li Mon, score 67-59. Seventh place, H Country Bangcha University, Park Nanhui, score 62-65. Eighth place, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Wu Tao, score 41-06. Ninth place, North China Martial Arts University, Li Mengzhou, score 37-26. 10th place, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Lufian, score 35-89. Indeed, the martial sovereign contestants from various countries and schools have already erupted. Among the top 7, everyone except me is a martial sovereign, Lu Chen summarized to himself. Moreover, Wu Tao in 8th place is clearly at a significant disadvantage compared to Park Nahui in front. Looking at the remaining contestants who had not yet been eliminated, there were actually fewer than 100. The battle had reached its conclusion. Furthermore, the aliens no longer acted separately but had gathered at a rocky beach and did not come out. Lu Chen understood that this was merely a setting by humans against the virtual aliens, forcing all contestants to stand out for the final showdown. Lu Chen concealed his presence and tracked to this point, then hid behind a large rock outside the rocky beach to observe the movements of the aliens. 1 peak level 4 9 stage, 2 level 4 8 stages still alive. Lu Chen first noticed the 3 strongest among the aliens. There are still 2 level 4 7 stages left. There were still 5 level 4 6 stages among the aliens. The number of level 4-5 stages and below was even greater, totaling no less than 50. As for the remaining level 3 aliens, there were just over 100, mostly high-stage level 3s. Overall, the strength retained by the aliens still held the upper hand. The key was that they were now gathered together, unable to be taken down one by one. Unless the remaining contestants from various human countries could work together, anyone who approached would be surrounded and killed on the spot. Or rather, this was no longer a matter of willingness, it was the only choice. Not only did Lu Chen notice this, but he also saw that many contestants had already hidden nearby, on guard against each other. Everyone tacitly chose to continue waiting until everyone found their way here, gathered together, and made the final decision. Before long, Lu Chen unexpectedly saw Chen Hao leading a team of Chinese contestants, quietly approaching. This guy, no wonder he has survived until now, it turns out. He has been leading a team. Lu Chen chuckled to himself. He noticed that there were actually 15 Chinese contestants beside Chen Hao. Although none of them were high-ranking martial artists, the energy generated by this group of people gathered together was still quite significant. Moreover, judging by the situation, Chen Hao had clearly become the leader of this group. Realizing this, Lu Chen glanced at the rocky beach in the distance before turning to make his way over. 3 kilometers away from the rocky beach, there was still a dense forest. When Chen Hao and his group of 16 reached this point, they dared not approach any closer. In fact, most of the contestants were now hiding in the forest, quietly observing the movements. Brother Chong, someone is coming, a young man beside Chen Hao suddenly said alertly, and the others quickly picked up their weapons like startled birds. Chen Hao turned to look and immediately showed a delighted expression. It's Brother Chong. Quick, put down your weapons, Chen Hao shouted. He is the Brother Chong I mentioned to you. Lu Chen, the top-ranked second in points, that big freshman? Chen Hao's temporary teammates exclaimed. As Lu Chen approached, admiration appeared on their faces and they hurriedly shouted, Hello, Brother Chong. Brother Chong is really impressive. Brother Chong, you are a real man. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback but quickly realized it must be because Chen Hao had mentioned him. Don't be so polite. Haozi, what's your situation? Lu Chen greeted the others and then looked at the excited Chen Hao. Chen Hao smiled. We can't compare to you, Brother Chong. Single-handedly, you made it to second place on the leaderboard, putting a bunch of martial artists beneath you. Chen Hao gave a thumbs up in admiration. Lu Chen said, enough chit-chat, tell me your situation. You saw it too, Brother Chong. My strength is low, so I've been looking for contestants from our Huaxia universities to band together for warmth. As we walked, more and more people gathered. Chen Hao said shyly. Lu Chen felt it wasn't that simple. They were all strangers and each had their own pride as martial artists. Why would they follow Chen Hao? Moreover, he could see that this group was genuinely united. To be precise, they were united around Chen Hao, forming a certain cohesion. The key was that several of them were clearly stronger than Chen Hao. How could they obey him? Lu Chen had traveled through various islands and had never seen such a united and friendly group with so many members. How did you do it? Lu Chen asked curiously. Chen Hao scratched his head. It's just that everyone is giving me face, temporarily maintaining unity here, nothing special. That's not it. At that moment, a small girl who was a third-tier martial artist spoke up. We believe in Brother Hao because he is really righteous. Anyway, when I was surrounded by 2 foreign tribes, it was Brother Hao who took the initiative to help me and even gave me the chance to score. That's right, me too. Brother Hao is unmatched when it comes to his loyalty to his brothers. A young man who was a 6th-tier martial artist added, I was ambushed by those scoundrels from our country, and if it weren't for Chen Hao bringing people to help, I would have died in a very humiliating way. In an instant, everyone around was talking about Chen Hao's selflessness, almost ready to swear brotherhood with him on the spot. Lu Chen found it both amusing and admirable, secretly thinking, so you came here to be the big brother, making selfless contributions. No wonder these people trusted Chen Hao so much. They trusted not only his strength but also his loyalty. However, this was indeed undeniable. Lu Chen had deeply experienced Chen Hao's loyalty and generosity in daily life. Personal charm, after all, is something that cannot be resisted. Let's get back to the point. Lu Chen took the initiative to say, next, we have a tough battle to fight. What are your plans? Chen Hao replied naturally, just do it. We've been lucky to survive this long. Brother Chong, whatever you say, we'll do it. Even when facing clearly superior foreign races and competitors much stronger than themselves, Chen Hao showed no signs of fear. This was one of the things Lu Chen admired most about Chen Hao. He had a fearless heart. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen said, you don't have to listen to me. Since they are your people, you need to take responsibility for them. But I'll remind you of one thing, make sure to reserve some strength and be wary of those foreign competitors who might stab you in the back. Chen Hao nodded seriously, I understand, Brother Chong. Later, I might have to face those mid-high level foreign competitors head-on, so I won't be able to look after you. You'd better take the opportunity to eliminate the remaining level 3 foreign competitors while protecting yourselves. The two discussed some specific details and then Lu Chen left alone. Soon after, Chen Hao and his group of 16 split into 3 teams, each moving away and pretending to be unfamiliar with one another. With 3 hours left until the end of the competition, almost all the remaining competitors had gathered here. They still divided themselves into many factions based on nationality, clearly delineated. Lu Chen observed carefully, there were 93 remaining competitors, of which 36 were from Huaxia. There were 19 from country M, 17 from country E, and a total of only 21 from countries H, R, India, and others. Especially for countries H, R, and India, the remaining numbers were pitifully small, and they still didn't know why. After all, the foreign teams that had been tricked by Lu Chen had almost all been wiped out, with no chance to relay the news to others. As time was running out, the competitors from various countries finally came together to discuss strategies. The 36 from Huaxia gathered, and as they looked at each other, most were familiar friends or rivals. It was Wen Rin Jinghong who spoke first. There's still a chance for the final battle against the foreign races, and I believe no one wants to give that up. I propose that the three people with the highest scores represent us to discuss the upcoming tactics with representatives from other countries. The person beside her, Lu Fian, nodded and simply said, I agree. Chenhao glanced at Lu Chen and without hesitation said loudly, I have no objections either. After all, one of those three was Lu Chen, whom he would definitely support. As soon as Chenhao finished speaking, the 15 competitors who came with him also expressed their support. This time, the supporters exceeded half. Following that, the remaining people from Jiangnan Martial University also did not oppose, including Wu Tao and Wang Tong, who had the highest prestige. Most others were from North China Martial University and Central Plainstown Martial University. After glancing at each other, they had no objections. The three people with the highest scores in the country were Gao Qianjun from North China Martial University, Lu Chen from Jiangnan Martial University, and Luo Changhe from Central Plains Xinwu, which meant each school had one representative, no problem. Gao Qianjun had a cold expression, standing tall like a spear, giving off a strong sense of pressure. Holding a black spear, he said with a stern look, I can handle the peak level 4 foreign race. I won't take care of the others. Everyone had heard of Gao Qianjuan's solitary nature to some extent and didn't pay much attention, turning instead to Lu Chen, who ranked second in points. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen said, in terms of tactics, I'm definitely not as good as senior Luo Changhe from Central Plains Xinwu. However, I can try to deal with a level 4-7 stage 4 in race. This was not Lu Chen being modest or retreating, it was the truth. Luo Changhe was the top student in his senior year at Central Plainstown Martial University and one of the only 2 martial sect masters from Huaxia with very high prestige. Moreover, Zhongyuantown Military University is a military academy, which places the utmost importance on cultivating students' tactical abilities. Furthermore, students who graduate from military academies are bound to become soldiers of Huaxia in the future, naturally earning everyone's trust. Therefore, Lu Chen is not at this moment going to compete with Luo Changhe for dominance. Luo Changhe possesses a certain righteous spirit that belongs to soldiers. He did not decline but instead stated with righteous indignation. At this point, there's really not much strategy to discuss. A direct confrontation with the remaining alien races is already inevitable. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. We just need to fight. My strength can barely handle level 4, 7th or 8th tier aliens. However, I propose that contestants from various countries can temporarily form alliances, at least until we completely resolve the alien threat to avoid internal strife. It would be best to form groups of 2 or 3. We don't need to have much tacit understanding, but at least we can complement each other's strengths and support one another. Luo Changhe then looked at the others. I agree, Lu Chen succinctly supported, representing the stance of Jiangnan Wuda. No objections, Gao Qianjun said coldly. Good. Luo Changhe breathed a slight sigh of relief. In that case, we can talk to the representatives of other countries. After discussing some details, Luo Changhe took the initiative to approach the representatives of other countries to discuss the matter of a temporary alliance. Before this, there had been some gaps among everyone, but now facing the decisive battle with the alien races, most understood the gravity of the situation. Soon, a relatively unified opinion was formed among all parties. The primary goal of this battle is still to eliminate the high-tier level 4 aliens. Only by achieving this can humanity secure the final victory. Especially the peak level 4 alien leader. If he cannot be defeated, it will be difficult to achieve a decisive victory. Therefore, the result of the discussions among the representatives of various countries is that 2 people must join forces to kill the peak level 4 alien at the first opportunity. This task falls on the recognized strongest individuals here, Gao Qianjun and Madison. One is a 3rd-tier martial master, and the other is a level 4, 3rd-tier genetic warrior, each with a glorious record of slaying level 4, 7th and 8th tier beasts. With their combined strength, they are most likely to defeat that peak level 4 alien. The 2 level 4, 8th tier aliens and 2 level 4, 7th tier aliens will be dealt with by Luo Changhe, Yamamoto Ichiro, Limon, Park Nahui, and Lu Chen. They must resolve these high-tier level 4 aliens in the shortest time possible and then quickly support the other contestants. With everything in place, the contestants from various countries organized and set off towards the rocky beach to encircle and kill. The final battle is coming. Although the impact on individual final scores is not significant anymore, this battle is crucial. It will reveal everyone's true strength. Unleash your power, children. Let us see the spirit of this generation of youth. Outside the virtual space, almost all live broadcasts have been focused on the final battle. Only a few small screens are dedicated to the high-ranking alien leaders, especially the peak-level leader of the 4th tier. Everyone understands that the key to victory in this battle lies in the strongest confrontations. People cannot contain their excitement, not only to witness the strength of this generation of youth, but also to see the hope of humanity overcoming the alien races. The teachers and students of Jiangnan Martial University have all voluntarily fallen silent, silently cheering for their peers, seemingly afraid of disturbing them. In the principal's office, Principal Zhang also straightened up, reminding, keep in touch with the virtual space control center at all times. If humanity is at a disadvantage, we must propose further suppressing the strength of the alien leaders. Although this is a virtual battlefield under global scrutiny, we cannot afford to lose. This concerns the morale of all humanity when the aliens truly arrive. Tang Fei, who nodded solemnly, understood, teacher. All parties have reached a consensus, there will be no mistakes. As a general in the military, he certainly understands the importance of morale. But he also knows that they cannot let their side win too easily, otherwise it would only lead to blind arrogance. Morale may be high, but humanity could lose its sense of crisis, thinking that the alien races are not that formidable. Therefore, this battle must strike a precise balance. They must win, but it must be a difficult and brutal victory, awakening the world while also maintaining morale. On the rocky beach, the alien forces stood ready. When they saw a group of humans charging in small formations, they all raised their curved blades, waiting for the leader's command. Charge! The leader let out a furious roar, leading the charge into the crowd. Behind him, several high-ranking aliens followed closely, each exuding a fierce aura. Stop him, we cannot be scattered. Luo Changhe shouted, gathering his strength to confront a 4th-tier 8th-stage alien. Gao Qianjun remained silent, arriving first to block the peak-level alien leader. With his gun, Madison from the M country did not back down, almost simultaneously confronting Gao Qianjun, sandwiching the alien leader from both sides. Madison's muscles bulged like a bodybuilder, and he wore a pair of tiger claws on his hands, his punches moving so fast they blurred. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Ichiro and Park Nahue also attacked another 4th-tier 8th-stage alien, one with a mysterious movement and the other with an ethereal grace, not falling behind. The remaining two 4th-tier 7th-stage aliens were engaged by E. countries Raymond and Lu Chen. Lu Chen activated his golden bell shield, wielding a curved blade, and exchanged dozens of blows with the alien, neither side gaining the upper hand. He also took a moment to observe Raymond not far away, unable to suppress his admiration. Raymond was a 4th-tier 2nd-stage bio-warrior, with a unique combat form. It is said that bio-warriors are created by E country using biotechnology that matches individuals' physical qualities and characteristics with powerful alien beasts, resulting in half-beastmen with certain beast abilities. These bio-warriors not only possess the formidable physique and strength of alien beasts but can also awaken the bloodline abilities of certain beasts, combined with human intelligence, allowing for comprehensive growth and transformation. At this moment, Raymond had transformed from a 2-meter-tall man into a nearly 5-meter-tall bear man. Except for his face, he was almost indistinguishable from a steel bear, with fur as tough as steel wire. Each punch he threw could send the 4th-tier 7th-stage alien flying. The curved blade of the alien struck him, but it could only sever some hair or leave a slight blood mark on his skin, unable to break through his defenses at all. This bio-warrior is quite formidable, Lu Chen thought as the final strike of the rolling knife 18 style sent the opposing alien flying 7 or 8 meters. Glancing at the mid-low tier battlefield, Lu Chen frowned slightly. They can't hold on for too long, we must quickly deal with these high-tier aliens. The number of mid-low tier aliens had the advantage, and the human side couldn't delay for long. In just 2 minutes, 20 to 30 had already been killed or injured. With this in mind, Lu Chen no longer hesitated. He glanced at the aliens rushing over, one hand executing the dragon capture technique while the other wielded the Qian Kuan blade, effortlessly lifting an alien's head into his grasp. It was as easy as taking something from a bag, as if the alien had willingly offered its head for Lu Chen to strike. Lu Chen's face turned pale, feeling a wave of emptiness within him. Both the dragon capture technique and the Qian Kuan blade were extremely draining on one's vitality, especially when facing opponents far beyond his level. He even felt a tearing sensation as if his life force was being completely drawn out. Swallowing the nutrients hidden in his mouth, Lu Chen did not linger but prepared to help others deal with those mid-low tier level 4 aliens. Just then, he suddenly heard Luo Changhe's anxious shout, "Quick, go help Gao Qianjun." Lu Chen paused, turning to look at Gao Qianjun, who was getting further away, his heart sinking. In just 2 short minutes, Madison had already been severely injured, having lost an arm to the alien leader's blade, and his abdomen was pierced by an energy beam, clearly on the verge of losing combat capability. Gao Qianjuan's situation was not much better. A long spear danced in his hand, creating a flurry of spear shadows, repeatedly striking the alien leader's head. However, despite the fierce-looking attacks, they had no effect on the alien. On the contrary, the alien leader's curved blade and energy beams were incredibly lethal, each near miss, inflicting wounds on Gao Qianjun. If it weren't for Gao Qianjuan's impressive agility, his fate would likely be no better than Madison's. Lu Chen quickly assessed the situation and understood that it wasn't that Gao Qianjun and Madison were weak, but that the alien leader was too powerful. He was at least twice as strong as the level 4, 8-tier aliens. In terms of speed, strength, defense, and even the energy beams shot from his horn, he far exceeded expectations. No wonder he's at the peak of level 4, he has no flaws at all. Lu Chen thought as he rushed over, contemplating how to break through the enemy's defenses. The most terrifying thing is the alien leader's defense. If we can't even break through the defense of his head, then he is practically invincible. Clang! Gao Qianjun was once again knocked back, a deep wound visible to the bone on his chest, yet he still showed no sign of distress. His skin armor can't be pierced. Gao Qianjun said to Lu Chen, who had come to assist, his lips pale. It was unclear whether he was explaining for himself or reminding Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the curved blade he had seized from the level 4 alien, unwilling to accept defeat, and charged forward. Slash! With his exquisite blade technique, Lu Chen's curved blade quickly grazed the alien's skin armor, barely making contact before retreating. It really can't be cut. Lu Chen was taken aback. Isn't this like giving the aliens a cheat? Although they know these alien races are virtual, giving them cheats is a bit unreasonable. The physical defense of the alien leader is already very strong, and now with armor that even the alien's curved blades can't cut through, how are we supposed to fight? No wonder Gao Qianjun and Madison, two martial arts masters, were beaten so badly together. The alien leader doesn't even need to defend, he can just focus on attacking madly. Moreover, the speed and attack of this peak-level alien are indeed not weak. Just now, during the exchange, Lu Chen's golden bell shield was almost broken from a glancing blow. After all, his current cultivation level is only at the 9th stage of martial arts, which is a significant gap from the opponent. The Earth-level top-grade golden bell shield is powerful, but it also requires vitality to support it. Use dark energy to strike his vital points. After Gao Qianjuan's injuries eased a bit, he charged forward again with his spear. This person's fighting spirit truly made Lu Chen look at him in a new light. At this moment, Madison had already avoided the battlefield and was urgently treating his wounds from a distance. If the intensity of the dark energy isn't enough, it will be hard to shake the sky. Lu Chen understood that Gao Qianjuan's method was to channel dark energy through the opponent's armor to strike the alien's only vital point in the brain. Lu Chen had successfully used this tactic against other alien races before. However, seeing Gao Qianjuan's spear, which clearly contained dark energy, repeatedly strike the alien leader with little effect indicated that this alien leader's ability to withstand dark energy was also extremely strong. Let's give it a try. Feeling a bit of recovery in his vitality, Lu Chen simply discarded his curved blade and joined the fight barehanded. To conserve vitality and stamina, Lu Chen did not use his chi for long-range attacks but activated the golden bell shield and closed in. Utilizing the cloud smoke step and coordinating seamlessly with Gao Qianjun, Lu Chen quickly found an opportunity and delivered a full-force wave palm strike right to the alien leader's forehead. Bang! The alien leader was knocked back a few steps but merely shook his head and charged back an even angrier. A thick beam of elemental energy shot from the horns on his head, sweeping across the area and grazing Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately felt his protective golden bell shield tremble as if it would shatter, and his internal vitality was rapidly depleting. Damn it, the wave palm really can't kill him. Lu Chen was shocked. The martial arts he practiced, the wave palm, specialized in dark energy, yet it still couldn't do anything to this alien leader. It was as if the guy was just standing there, and he couldn't kill him. While Lu Chen was lamenting in his heart, he had to cooperate with Gao Qianjun, constantly fending off the alien leaders storm-like attacks, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Teacher, 3 parties have already proposed to weaken the alien leader. Should we support it? In the principal's office of Jiangnan Martial University, Tang Feihu inquired. With their insight, they could see that these students couldn't take down the alien leader. If this continued, they might be counter-killed or the alien leader might escape. At that point, the remaining contestants would be quickly swept away by the alien leader. In this battle, the human side would be utterly defeated. At this moment, Principal Zhang sat upright, his face serious, but he shook his head slightly and said, "Wait a bit longer. The more it gets to this point, the more it can force out their potential." "Don't worry, it's not out of control yet," Principal Zhang said firmly. Meanwhile, countless viewers around the world, both online and offline, focused their attention on this battle, hoping for a miracle to happen. In the virtual space, a voice suddenly echoed in the minds of the remaining contestants, almost pulling them out of their fighting state. "Attention contestants, the score for killing the alien leader has been raised to 1000. Please note, Lu Chen's movements did not slow down, and his mind became even more active. 1000 points, what's going on? Is there a heavy bounty? 1000 points are indeed crucial in this final moment. Whoever obtains these points can significantly improve their ranking, and the subsequent rewards will naturally increase. For those ranked in the top 10, these 1000 points are even more vital. Especially for Lu Chen and Madison, whoever gets the 1000 points can easily surpass Gao Qianjun and head straight for first place. This final reward can be said to have unleashed the full potential of several individuals. Madison, who had a broken arm and was healing in the distance, felt invigorated and charged back in with fierce determination. The other martial artists engaged in battle with the high-level alien race were also stimulated, squeezing out their strongest powers, eager to quickly defeat their opponents and then surround the alien leader. Lu Chen observed, "Well, come on. Let's see if you can take down the alien leader." After Madison joined, he quickly dodged to the side and swallowed some nutrients to restore his strength. At the same time, Lu Chen didn't let himself idle. He was constantly pondering ways to break through the enemy. It must be said that this last-minute reward of 1,000 points was quite tempting for him. "Right, let's do it this way. If it still doesn't work, then I'll have to step aside and let someone else take over." Lu Chen suddenly brightened up, thinking of a secret move. However, before that, he had to hurry and regain some strength. Even as the battle around him grew increasingly intense and the casualties among the contestants mounted, he had to remain calm and gather power for this strike. Boom! Madison's other arm was also chopped off, causing him to scream in pain, cursing in a foreign language that Lu Chen couldn't understand. But this expert from Country M, spurred on by the points, was indeed ruthless, swinging his legs and charging back in. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he fought, he couldn't break through the alien leader's defenses. Not just him, soon Yamamoto Ichiro and Park Nanhue also dealt with their 8th-stage opponent and rushed over to attack the alien leader. Their moves were exquisite, capable of striking at the vital points of the alien leader's head. But the result was still the same. They couldn't break through the defenses and could only stare in frustration. The half-bear man from Country E then joined in, his massive bear paw hitting the alien beast leader's head, but it merely made the leader shake his head. During this time, Lu Chen was still holding back his final move. He didn't know if it would work, but it was the best possibility he could think of. At a certain moment, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened as he looked at the alien leader, who was being besieged by 4 experts. Madison had already been killed. Lu Chen stepped closer, not even activating the golden bell shield. His right hand trembled slightly, veins bulging, as if he was carrying too much weight to bear. Boom! The alien leader was suddenly sent flying by a shot from Gao Qianjun, landing to Lu Chen's left. Now's the time. Lu Chen suddenly accelerated to the left front, leaping high into the air, coming above the alien leader. "Die!" he roared, unleashing the dragon roar wave. The alien leader momentarily froze, and Lu Chen's trembling right hand took the opportunity to lightly tap his head. 10,000-layer wave palm. Crack! As the palm fell, the pursuing experts faintly heard a crisp sound. Bang! The alien leader crashed into a pile of rubble and could no longer rise. Swish! On the leaderboard, Lu Chen's name suddenly leaped to the top, surpassing the second-place Gao Qianjun by more than 600 points. Gao Qianjun, Yamamoto Ichiro, and others who were preparing to continue hunting. The alien leader froze in place. Dead? How could he suddenly be dead? With just a light palm strike, he killed the alien leader who had left them helpless. "You're just a 9th-tier martial artist. How did you do it?" No one could discern the secret contained in Lu Chen's palm strike. This time, even the professional commentators outside the virtual space couldn't figure it out. After a burst of cheers, the martial arts commentator with millions of followers online exclaimed, "Incredible! Lu Chen, with the cultivation of a 9th-tier martial artist, has fought his way through and, after single-handedly slaying a level 4, 7th-tier alien, has once again set a record by killing a peak level 4 alien leader with a single palm strike." The strength of the alien leader is something everyone has witnessed. Even facing the onslaught of 4 or 5 martial arts masters, he remained undefeated. But just when everyone felt victory was out of reach, Lu Chen, this young freshman, stepped up once again. I can't say what kind of martial arts he used, but its power is evident, and the alien leader had to die on the spot. After this battle, Lu Chen has undoubtedly become the #1 in the global martial arts competition. From a certain perspective, he has reached the pinnacle as a freshman. I believe this moment will be recorded in history. This virtual competition is of great significance. Lu Chen represents not only Jiangnan Martial University but also our great China. We have witnessed a new star rising, which is truly exhilarating. The martial arts commentator spoke passionately, igniting the enthusiasm of countless viewers. They won. With the elite forces of the aliens completely defeated, humanity naturally emerged as the victor, and the remaining aliens were no longer a concern. Although it was just a virtual battle, the combat scenes created in the virtual space felt so real that countless viewers were immersed in it, as if they were there in person. Thus, they cheered, celebrating the victorious contestants and the triumph of humanity on Blue Star. In the principal's office of Jiangnan Martial University, Tang Fei, who looked at Principal Zhang with admiration, "Teacher, you really have foresight. Did you know in advance that Lu Chen would have this move?" Principal Zhang stroked his beard and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, without a bit of confidence, who would dare to play with fire?" Vice Principal Zhou and Professor Su looked at Principal Zhang with skepticism, not quite believing it. This little guy actually thought of merging the 10,000 heavy palm and the layered wave palm to unleash a stronger hidden force, winning in one strike. If it weren't for that, I might have really messed up this time, Principal Zhang thought to himself, realizing the secret behind Lu Chen's palm strike. In the virtual space, Lu Chen also felt a sense of fear. Fortunately, I reached the critical point of the alien leader's endurance. If it hadn't worked, I might have just kicked the bucket. With that last strike, the palm strike that killed the alien leader was indeed a moment of inspiration for him, using the fusion of the layered wave palm and the 10,000 heavy palm. The 10,000 heavy palm is also a method of stacking hidden force, and as a top-tier Earth-level martial art, its power is much greater than that of the layered wave palm. However, Lu Chen's 10,000 heavy palm was still at the major completion stage, so he initially chose to use the layered wave palm. But when the layered wave palm also failed to achieve results, Lu Chen thought of merging these two distinct palm techniques to enhance the power of the hidden force stacking. That palm strike drained all of Lu Chen's vitality, but it achieved the desired effect, finally killing the alien leader. If my 10,000 heavy palm could also reach perfection and I merged it with the perfected layered wave palm, I would undoubtedly have even greater control, and its power would be incomparable, Lu Chen thought to himself with anticipation. However, thinking about this now feels a bit distant. At the moment, he has no fighting power left, his internal energy and blood completely depleted, and it will take a long time to recover here. Moreover, the dragon's roar that accompanied that fatal blow also damaged his spirit, requiring time to recuperate. Right now, all he wants is to have a good sleep. Sleeping in the virtual space can also nourish the spirit, otherwise, those of us who have been inside for 3 days and nights would have long since collapsed mentally. But just then, Lu Chen felt a distinct hostility approaching. Alarm bells rang in his heart as he looked up towards the source, and there stood Yamamoto Ichiro, the top expert from Country R, Raymond from Country East, and Park Nahue from Country H had already gone to hunt down the remaining alien races, yet this person was walking step by step towards Lu Chen. After this battle, you should become a hero of your younger generation in Huaxia, Yamamoto Ichiro said, holding a ninja blade, closing in. Therefore, I must kill you here to shatter the spirit of the Huaxia people. I'm sorry, Lu Chen-kun. At this point, Yamamoto Ichiro even bowed to Lu Chen, politely expressing his apologies. To hell with your apologies, you hypocritical little bastard. Lu Chen propped himself up, cursing inwardly while already searching for an escape route. In his current exhausted state, even moving was a struggle, and he was certainly no match for this little bastard. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to just wait to die, even in the virtual space. You can't kill him. At that moment, Gao Qianjun, who was healing 100 meters away, suddenly stepped forward, pointing his spear at Yamamoto Ichiro's back. Gao Qianjun was heavily injured, his face devoid of color, one arm hanging limply. But his attitude was resolute, the spear held straight and steady, ready to unleash a deadly strike at any moment. Yamamoto Ichiro's expression changed slightly as he turned slightly, saying, "It's none of your business. Have you forgotten that it was Lu Chen-kun who took your first place at a critical moment?" Yamamoto Ichiro tried to stir up conflict, but Gao Qianjuan's response was still decisive. That's between the two of us, a competition within our Huaxia, and it has nothing to do with you. Yamamoto Ichiro's expression darkened further, sneering, well, since that's the case, then. Before he could finish, Yamamoto Ichiro suddenly lunged forward like a flash of lightning, stabbing his blade towards Lu Chen, who was within 10 meters. At this moment, Gao Qianjun was still too far away to save Lu Chen in time. Just at this critical moment, Lu Chen, who appeared to have no resistance, suddenly revealed a thin, wing-like, handleless flying knife between his fingers. Flower-picking finger. With almost no energy attached, using pure physical strength, he threw the flying knife, aiming for one of Yamamoto Ichiro's eyes. Clang! Yamamoto Ichiro reacted quickly, deflecting the flying knife with a swipe of his blade, but his forward momentum was slightly affected. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Chen retreated 2 steps, increasing the distance slightly. "Chongge, I'm here to help you." At this time, Chen Hao, who had sensed the anomaly and rushed over, finally arrived, activating his great strength diamond body to shield Lu Chen. Thud! Yamamoto Ichiro's ninja blade pierced through Chen Hao's chest, emerging from his back. At this stage, Chen Hao's great strength diamond body couldn't withstand a 4th-level ninja's blade. Ugh! A black spear swept in, striking Yamamoto Ichiro's cheek with the force of thunder, sending him flying several dozen meters, landing on the ground and twitching. After all, Yamamoto Ichiro had just gone through a series of battles and now being hit in a vital area by Gao Qianjuan's spear, it was a miracle he could withstand it. It was Gao Qianjun who had finally arrived. "Haozi, how are you?" Lu Chen supported the fallen Chen Hao, asking with concern. Chen Hao touched his pierced chest and chuckled. Damn it, his skill is still a bit lacking. He missed the mark, so my life is safe. But getting hurt in this virtual space really does hurt. Chen Hao laughed heartlessly. Lu Chen patted Chen Hao's shoulder, and everything was understood without words. "Wait, I'll get revenge for you, bro." After saying that, Lu Chen supported Chen Hao and walked step by step towards Yamamoto Ichiro, who was still struggling for breath. "Thanks, senior," Lu Chen said as he passed by Gao Qianjun. He casually picked up a curved knife and approached Yamamoto Ichiro, first spitting in disdain, then without hesitation he swung the knife down, severing his head. He couldn't be bothered to say another word to someone like that. Yamamoto Ichiro is dead, and the remaining few ninjas from our country still want to avenge him. However, they soon realize that a dozen or so Chinese students have gathered around Lu Chen. Most of them are the younger brothers brought by Chen Hao. Brother Chong, you are now our great hero in China. Even if we die, we will never let that little notebook harm you again. Not just them, but other students from Jiangnan University of Martial Arts are also subtly protecting the area, preventing foreign competitors from getting close. At this moment, the foreign tribes have been mostly eliminated, so the relationships between countries have become delicate again, resembling the world order outside. There are still 25 people on the Chinese side, while the total number of competitors from other countries is less than 30. Moreover, the interests among the countries outside of China are not aligned, making them even more reluctant to completely turn against China. Everyone present has some injuries and has consumed a lot of energy. Wanting to fight again is a matter of will without the strength to do so. Lu Chen, the only regret this time is that I couldn't compete with you. Seeing the foreign competitors lowering their flags, Gao Qianjun approached Lu Chen, who was sitting cross-legged to recover, and said seriously, with less than half an hour left until the end of the competition, they have exhausted themselves too much, and there is indeed no chance for a fair and exhilarating battle. It's not that Gao Qianjun looks down on the other competitors, but those old rivals have already fought, and only Lu Chen, this dark horse, ignites his fighting spirit. Lu Chen's face is still pale, and he calmly replies, I will definitely seek your guidance in the future, senior. Lu Chen does not have a bad impression of Gao Qianjun. The other party did not take advantage of his weakness but instead helped him deal with Yamamoto Ichiro. This is a worthy opponent. From Gao Qianjun's battle just now, Lu Chen admits that he is not necessarily a match for him at this moment. He can use special tricks to kill the leader of the foreign tribes, but he might not be able to withstand Gao Qianjun's deadly spear techniques. Of course, there is also a significant gap in both age and cultivation between the two. If Lu Chen were given another 2 or 3 months, he believes that Gao Qianjun would definitely not be his opponent. Gao Qianjun nodded at Lu Chen before returning to the resting area of North China University of Martial Arts. There is an old rival of Lu Chen whose gaze is somewhat dim, so my gap with him has grown to this extent. This person is Zhao Yuntian, who had challenged him 2 months ago. He is now a 6th-tier martial artist, having broken through consecutively after consuming the heart's blood of a beast king. He had thought he could once again compete with Lu Chen in the martial arts competition and redeem himself. Zhao Yuntian never expected that Lu Chen's strength had reached a level where he could contend with senior Gao Qianjun. The gap in between fills Zhao Yuntian with despair. It seems he will have to spend his entire college life trying to catch up. But with Lu Chen's progress, how could he possibly stand still and wait for him? Besides Zhao Yuntian, there is another familiar face among the surviving competitors from North China University of Martial Arts. To be precise, she can only be considered a fellow townsman, as she had little direct contact with Lu Chen during high school. It is Xiang Yueya, who graduated from the same high school as Lu Chen. After entering North China University of Martial Arts, she worked hard to cultivate and, with the massive resources of her family backing her, barely reached the 3rd tier of martial artists. This allowed her to participate in this martial arts competition, adding a layer of gold to herself while also getting to know the outstanding young talents of her generation. However, upon reaching this world-class stage, she realized that the true elite among the elite was actually her former classmate from the same high school. The classmate she had only slightly cared about but did not want to lower herself to befriend. How ironic! She survived by hiding in the martial arts competition, while that classmate remained high above, even reaching the pinnacle in the end. This is simply a standard case of a world apart. She understood that she had long lost the best opportunity to win over Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen still lacked the support of a wealthy family, he had already become the founder of a wealthy family himself. Coming from a privileged background, she knew best that this was completely different from being a second-generation rich kid who relied on their family and was not in control of their own life. Lu Chen also saw Xiang Yueya, but he merely nodded lightly before ignoring her. It was just a nodding acquaintance. Lu Chen had no interest in this girl who was so young yet already keen on scheming. The various contestants had different thoughts, sitting cross-legged to recover while remaining vigilant against anyone who might strike in the final moments. At a certain moment, a cold synthetic voice echoed in the virtual space, "Congratulations to all contestants for annihilating the alien race and securing a crucial opportunity for our blue star. Now, please exit the battlefield." Immediately, all contestants felt a jolt of their spirits and returned to their respective private spaces. Student Lu Chen, congratulations on reaching the top. Would you like to rest here for a moment? Su can provide you with a massage and relaxation service. Su, dressed in a secretary's professional outfit, appeared. Just in time, her voice soft. Upon returning to his exclusive private space, Lu Chen instantly felt his energy restored and even the injuries on his body had completely vanished. However, the mental fatigue still required time to recover. No need, Lu Chen said, though. Mentally exhausted, his will was firm. Take me out. The next moment, Lu Chen opened his eyes and returned to reality. His physical condition was still strong and robust, but a wave of weakness and pain in his head made him take 2 minutes to adjust before he felt slightly better. He opened the hatch, took a breath of fresh air, and finally felt grounded. The real world is still the most beautiful. Although it had only been 72 hours, the nearly continuous state of battle had left Lu Chen feeling somewhat overwhelmed, and he really wanted to go back and sleep for a while. Lu Chen could already faintly hear the roaring cheers outside, the students from Jiangnan University celebrating for the contestants outside the trial tower. Upon seeing Lu Chen appear, the 2 soldiers guarding the door turned and saluted him with a standard military gesture. Representing Huaxia, he had secured the global first place in this martial arts competition, earning the respect of the soldiers. Lu Chen returned the salute seriously, then, led by the 2 soldiers, walked out of the trial tower, finally feeling the bright sunlight outside. Lu Chen is out. Shifu is amazing. First, global first. As soon as Lu Chen stepped out, the entire area outside the virtual trial tower erupted in excitement. There were still a few contestants behind him preparing to exit, but upon hearing the noise, they quickly hid away. Going out at this moment would only be self-deprecating, as all the spotlight had been stolen by Lu Chen, who would still recognize them. It was quite embarrassing. Lu Chen glanced around. Good heavens, did the entire school come? The square outside the virtual trial tower was packed with people, at least 20,000. Lu Chen cupped his fists in gratitude to the crowd and said, "The glory belongs to all Huaxia contestants. Please do not forget to cheer for them." This statement came from the heart, and it was also a survival instinct, as otherwise it could easily lead to ridicule and online bullying. Well said. Hi. Emotional intelligence, a student shouted. Lu Chen, I love you, marry me, I can give you 10 kids, a girl screamed. Suddenly, a group of girls surged from the audience, clamoring to confess their feelings, making Lu Chen blush. Under the protection of 4 soldiers, Lu Chen hurriedly made his way through the crowded crowd, fleeing in a panic. Along the way, Lu Chen dared not look up, yet he was still subjected to many girls blowing kisses at him. Phew. After waiting for half an hour inside the virtual trial tower, the other contestants finally breathed a sigh of relief and could go out. Outside the virtual trial tower, there were waves of cheers and applause. As he was warmly sent off, Lu Chen finally returned to the quiet dormitory villa. He hurriedly took a shower and collapsed into bed. The school had strictly prohibited anyone from disturbing the recently returned contestants, allowing them enough time to recover their energy and reflect on their experiences. Lu Chen knew it must be lively outside, with discussions about him heating up, but all he wanted was peace and quiet. He slept until just past 8 the next morning, awakened by the hunger in his stomach. Stretching lazily, Lu Chen stood on the balcony with a view of the sea, feeling completely relaxed and revitalized. After taking some nutritional supplements, he sat languidly in a lounge chair on the balcony, finally opening his phone. There weren't many calls, likely because friends and family didn't want to disturb him. However, there were quite a few congratulatory messages. Some were from classmates at Jiangnan Martial University, while others were from friends like Chen Yufei, Lu Qingqing, and Li Yurua, and even a few high school classmates from far away. Messages from Principal Wei of Guanyin City, Principal Fang, his homeroom teacher, and even instructors and soldiers he met in the military camp were also among them. Lu Chen felt warm inside but only replied to a few messages from elders and teachers before tossing his phone aside. As for the online hype surrounding him and various controversies both domestically and internationally, he ignored them all. After dozing on the balcony for half an hour, Lu Chen finally got up and headed out. Professor Su had sent him a message asking him to rest well before meeting to discuss things in detail. Now that the martial arts competition has concluded, it's time to fulfill my reward. Just thinking about it made Lu Chen feel energized. After contacting Professor Su, Lu Chen headed straight to the conference hall on the top floor of the research institute, which wasn't too far from his dormitory. Upon entering, he realized he wasn't the only one there. Besides Professor Su, there was also Vice Principal Zhou and a middle-aged general in military uniform. Professor Su, Vice Principal Zhou, Lu Chen greeted them first, smiling broadly. Professor Su took the initiative to introduce, "This is General Tang Feihu, the military commander stationed at the Magic City base." Lu Chen then realized the significance of this person and quickly stepped forward to salute, saying, "Hello, sir." General Tang Feihu stood up, returned the salute seriously, and then smiled warmly, saying, "No need to be formal. Although you hold a military rank, you are not an active duty soldier. Just call me senior brother from now on." After all, I graduated from Jiangnan Martial University too. Like you, I was once the top of my class. General Tang laughed heartily. Vice Principal Zhou and Professor Su exchanged glances, secretly amused, as this was clearly an attempt to build rapport for future connections. Sure enough, after indicating for Lu Chen to take a seat across from him, General Tang continued with a smile. Junior brother, I actually came this time specifically to congratulate you. Lu Chen quickly replied, thank you for your concern, senior brother. It was just a small competition. The global youth martial arts competition is no small matter. It's comparable to us soldiers going into battle, General Tang said. Moreover, you truly brought glory to the country, which is of great significance. General Tang smiled and added, in light of your performance in the global martial arts competition and your outstanding results, I have specially applied for an exceptional promotion in your military rank. Lieutenant Lu, from now on, you will be called Major Lu, General Tang said seriously as he took out a military rank medal. Lu Chen felt a slight shock. He was already being promoted to major? He hesitated and said, but I don't have enough military achievements. I'm afraid I don't deserve it. Officers and soldiers in the military with significant accomplishments didn't receive promotions as quickly as he did, and Lu Chen was genuinely taken aback. Vice Principal Zhou urged from the side, there's no need to belittle yourself. General Tang is right. Your contributions this time are substantial and of great importance. This is the military's affirmation of you and represents the country's regard for you. Lu Chen solemnly accepted the medal. Thank you, General Tang. Although I am not a soldier, I can at least guarantee that I will never do anything to betray the country. Good, your words are enough, Tang Feihu said, patting Lu Chen's shoulder with satisfaction and admiration. Vice Principal Zhou and Professor Su stifled their laughter again. Lu Chen's unintentional remark had directly thwarted Tang Feihu's prepared attempt to recruit him. As a dignified major general and a martial king, Tang Feihu had personally met with Lu Chen with the intention of bringing him into the fold. However, Lu Chen's implication was clearly that he did not want to join the military directly. How could Tang Feihu not understand? He indeed did not press further, only solemnly promised, junior brother, as long as you can always stay true to your heart, the military's doors will always be open for you. I have important matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. After saying this, Tang Feihu stood up to leave. Lu Chen quickly got up. Thank you, senior brother, I'll see you off. Tang Feihu left decisively, and after Lu Chen escorted him out of the main entrance, on the first floor he returned, feeling a bit more relaxed. To be honest, in front of this martial king general who had come from the battlefield, Lu Chen still felt a bit anxious. This was completely different from facing Vice Principal Zhou, a martial king, especially since he had politely declined the invitation of a martial king general. Don't worry, General Tang is not a petty person and won't hold it against you. A junior Vice Principal Zhou noticed Lu Chen's unease and smiled as he advised. I might as well tell you that after this martial arts competition, and even during it, there have already been various domestic and international forces wanting to recruit you. There are official ones, as well as some aristocratic families, martial arts schools, financial groups, and organizations, all offering quite a lot. However, we have mostly helped you turn them down. Vice Principal Zhou became slightly serious at this point. Lu Chen, although your strength is already quite good, being at the 9th level of martial arts gives you the strength comparable to a high-level martial sect. But you must remember, this is just a starting point for you. Looking at the whole country, the whole world, and even the impending extraterrestrial civilizations, you still have a long way to go, with more potential and possibilities. Moreover, among martial sects or 4th-level powerhouses, there are many old fellows in their 50s, 60s, or even hundreds, whose experience in cultivation and combat far surpasses that of you young people. Their potential may not be as great as yours, but in terms of strength and means, they should not be underestimated. Vice Principal Zhou said sternly, so, we hope you continue to learn and grow, rather than overextending your potential. Transferring to Central Plains Town Martial University is fine, but if you join those aristocratic families or financial groups too early, you will only become a high-priced tool for their use. Always remember, for us martial cultivators, wealth is merely an external matter. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Principal Zhou. After a pause, Lu Chen asked, Vice Principal Zhou, Professor Su, what is the reward the school is giving this time? Is this kid really that straightforward? Vice Principal Zhou glanced at Professor Su, silently conveying his embarrassment. I just said that wealth is an external matter. Did this young man not take it in? It's not easy to fool him, and painting a pie in the sky won't work either. Professor Su chuckled and gave Vice Principal Zhou a knowing look. Vice Principal Zhou sighed helplessly. The school was really going to bleed this time. However, on the surface, he did not beat around the bush and looked directly at Lu Chen, saying, of course, the school will keep its word. With your performance in the competition, a reward is inevitable. Lu Chen calculated, being in the top 100 meant 1,000,000 credits as a reward. So, Having fortuitously secured first place, that meant 100 million credits? According to the exchange rate of credits to Huaxia currency, that was 10 billion. At that moment, Lu Chen felt his heart race double. Vice Principal Zhou was right, wealth is indeed an external matter. But the problem is, the cultivation resources obtained through wealth after conversion are no longer external but become one's own strength. Vice Principal Zhou's smile stiffened as he said, the reward of 100 million credits after deducting the cost of building your 5th level energy chamber leaves you with 80 million. Thank you, Vice Principal Zhou. Lu Chen was overjoyed. With this assurance, he felt at ease. Vice Principal Zhou's heart was bleeding. 80 million credits was not just a simple number but represented tangible resources that the school had to provide. Professor Su added from the side, don't worry, the 5th level energy chamber is already under construction and you should be able to use it by tomorrow. Lu Chen was even happier and asked, is there anything else, Professor Su? Didn't you say that after achieving a good ranking there would be other additional rewards and opportunities? Professor Su, who had just been reveling in schadenfreude, was suddenly at a loss for words. Who would have thought this kid could actually take first place globally? What do you say, Vice Principal Zhou? Professor Su looked at Vice Principal Zhou, naturally shifting the pressure onto him. Vice Principal Zhou felt a bit of a headache, but facing Lu Chen, this great contributor, he couldn't play tricks. A complete set of heavenly stage martial arts will be given to you when you break through to Martial Sovereign. Of course, whether you can master it depends on yourself. Lu Chen was overjoyed. This was exactly what he needed. It was just Martial Sovereign with the 5th level energy chamber. It would only take a month or two, right? He also understood Vice Principal Zhou's meaning. The difficulty of practicing heavenly stage martial arts was extremely high. It was rumored that most martial sovereigns couldn't even enter the door and only high-level martial sovereigns or even martial kings could master such martial arts. But Lu Chen was not superstitious. He was someone with a cheat and he feared nothing more than difficult martial arts. Is there anything else? Lu Chen pressed for more. The military could promote him 2 levels. Our school should be even more generous, right? Vice Principal Zhou was starting to lose his composure. There's also an opportunity for martial sovereigns, but it will probably be after the new year before we can give it to you. You'd better break through quickly to avoid missing the chance. Alright, I just remembered, Principal Zhang has something important to discuss with me. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to continue, Vice Principal Zhou hurriedly stood up and said, I'll take my leave, you all continue your conversation. Before he finished speaking, Vice Principal Zhou had already vanished, jumping out of the 3rd floor window. Professor Su was dumbfounded. Was it really necessary? He turned to the still eager Lu Chen and smiled. Alright, what's yours will not be cut by the school. There will be plenty of time in the future. Make good use of this harvest to enhance your strength. And don't neglect the matter of repairing your martial skills. It's important for you, the school, and the country. Lu Chen nodded seriously. Understood, Professor Su, thank you. After that, Professor Su also hurriedly left. Lu Chen returned to his dormitory, completely immersed in the happiness of I have finally become rich. Although it cannot be compared to those true aristocratic families, at least for a short time, I no longer have to worry about credits or resources and I can focus on my cultivation. Martial Sovereign. The next step is to break through to Martial Sovereign as soon as possible and then my strength will increase significantly, especially after witnessing the strength and methods of martial sovereigns like Gao Qianjun and Park Nahui. Lu Chen's anticipation for breaking through to Martial Sovereign grew even greater. Compared to martial masters, martial sovereigns have a more robust and pure vital energy. Their external vital energy is more solid, and they possess the ability to briefly control their flight. True high-level martial sovereigns can even condense their external vital energy to be comparable to a level 4 weapon, and they can change in various ways. However, for Lu Chen, what truly fascinated him about the martial sovereign realm was the transformation of mental will and the qualification to cultivate heavenly tier martial arts. These two aspects are closely related. Upon reaching the martial sovereign realm, the transformation and enhancement of mental will resonate further with the surrounding vital energy, and one begins to gain the ability to control external vital energy. This is a completely different concept from the methods of martial masters. Once the vital energy of a martial master leaves the body, it becomes uncontrollable and cannot change anymore. In contrast, after the vital energy of a martial sovereign leaves the body, it can still be briefly manipulated by mental will, allowing for various changes. This is also the essence of heavenly tier martial arts, as if a soul has been injected into martial arts, making it even more unpredictable and profound, even giving rise to extraordinary phenomena and totems. Of course, the difficulty of heavenly tier martial arts goes beyond this. The consumption of vital energy and the requirements for purity are much higher, making it unbearable for ordinary martial sovereigns. Lu Chen also wondered if he was about to become a cultivator like those in the novels of his past life. However, after deep contemplation, he realized that the essence of martial cultivation is fundamentally different from so-called cultivation. Martial cultivators cultivate themselves. Whether it is mental will or vital energy in physical body, it is the continuous development of the body's potential. This includes the control of external vital energy by martial sovereigns, which can only resonate with their own mental and vital energy to influence their own strength and cannot utilize external forces from the world that do not belong to them. In contrast, the legendary cultivators cultivate the power of heaven and earth, ultimately shedding their mortal bodies and transcending to become immortals. These two paths are fundamentally different in direction. Of course, Lu Chen does not know whether there are truly cultivators in this world. He only understands one thing: to keep moving forward on the path of martial arts as far as he can go. Is martial sovereign the end of martial arts? To what extent can this mortal body be developed, and can it transcend the ordinary? Martial sovereign is really just the beginning, Lu Chen firmly believed. Name: Lu Chen level, Martial Master 9th rank, 2%. Martial arts, Human rank lower grade, 9 shadow steps perfected. Human rank top grade, Tiger Roar technique perfected. Earth rank lower grade, Rolling Knife 18 styles perfected. Earth rank middle grade, Swift Wind shadowless steps perfected. Earth rank upper grade, Dragon capture technique perfected. Dragon roar wave perfected. Breaking wave technique refined 85%. Returning origin sword technique perfected. Shen Koan knife technique perfected. Earth rank top grade, Golden bell shield perfected. 10,000 heavy palms major achievement 79%. Not bad. The incomplete breaking wave technique should be repaired and perfected within a month. But this speed of cultivation improvement is truly hard to look at. After 3 days of fighting in the virtual trial tower, his cultivation had only increased by 1 percentage point. Although he wasn't in the elemental energy chamber, this speed was still making Lu Chen anxious. Moreover, even if he were cultivating in a level 4 elemental energy chamber, he could only improve by at most 1% in a whole day. Fortunately, a level 5 elemental energy chamber will be available soon, and with the nutrition from a level 3 upper grade supplement, I should be able to break through to Martial Sovereign within a month. Thinking of this, Lu Chen became even more expectant. What he was looking forward to was whether his automatic cultivation system could evolve again when he broke through to Martial Sovereign. No more talking, I'll prepare to enter seclusion for cultivation. Lu Chen made up his mind. In the time that followed, he decided not to continue hunting beasts in the wilderness. After all, his credits were sufficient for now, giving him plenty of confidence. Using the day before his seclusion, Lu Chen took the initiative to gather his teammates, including Chen Hao, as well as friends like Chen Yufei and Lu Qingqing, for a relaxing meal. With his immense wealth, Lu Chen was generous and treated everyone. During the meal, Lu Chen shared his plans, and Chen Hao and the others expressed their full support. They realized that the gap between them and Lu Chen was too great. If they were to forcefully team up to venture into the wilderness, the pressure on themselves would be even greater, and they would only hold him back. Fortunately, the 5 of them were now quite strong and could venture into the level 3 wilderness area on their own. However, the 817 did not disband. Instead, they became more cohesive and free. Lu Chen also allowed them to recruit suitable new teammates as needed to expand and strengthen the 87 team. There was only one principle: better to have fewer than to have poor quality. No one should be a fish in troubled waters. As for Lu Chen, the captain, he could temporarily step back into the background. The meal lasted until 1 in the morning, and Lu Chen returned to his dormitory to rest for the night. The next day around noon, Professor Su notified him that the exclusive level 5 elemental energy chamber built for him by the school was complete. Lu Chen was overjoyed and wasted no time rushing over. Your level 5 elemental energy chamber is built right next to Principal Zhou's. Its safety is beyond doubt, Professor Su said, standing outside the elemental energy chamber with Lu Chen, a hint of envy in his voice. This place is also equipped with a virtual pod connected to the virtual trial tower, making it convenient for you to enter and verify your strength at any time. Professor Su added, "Don't worry, it's a free gift, it won't deduct from your credits." Lu Chen looked at Professor Su with an innocent expression. "You've misunderstood me. I was thinking about how to better repay the school." Professor Su was too lazy to expose Lu Chen. "Just fix your martial arts as soon as possible, that would be the best repayment. I've already made big promises. If you let me down, I'll really have nowhere to put my old face," Professor Su said half-jokingly. "Don't worry, Professor Su, it will be soon," Lu Chen replied earnestly. "That's good," Professor Su said. "Seeing how eager you are, I won't waste your time. Go in and give it a try." After watching Professor Su leave, Lu Chen finally stepped into his exclusive level 5 elemental energy chamber. Identity verification successful. "Welcome back, student Lu Chen." A familiar gentle voice came out, almost making Lu Chen think he had returned to the virtual trial tower. However, he quickly realized that it wasn't a virtual space, but rather that this exclusive energy chamber had an intelligent program implanted that could be controlled smartly. Moreover, this intelligent program should be integrated with the one that served him in the virtual space. Sitting down on the cushion in the center of the chamber, Lu Chen adjusted his state to the best and then issued the command, "Su, help me activate the energy output." Received, student Lu Chen. It was indeed Su Su's voice. Immediately, Lu Chen felt the pure and rich energy quickly fill the chamber, enveloping him. The purity and concentration far exceeded that of a level 4 energy chamber. Ding! The chi gathering technique senses the abundant and pure energy supply, becoming extremely excited with the cultivation speed increasing fivefold. The wonderful prompt sound appeared, making Lu Chen's mood even better. With the addition of the nutrient and my active cultivation, I can increase by 5 to 6 percentage points every day. Lu Chen calculated that in less than 20 days he could reach the peak of a martial artist and was hopeful of breaking through. Putting aside distractions, Lu Chen swallowed a high-grade level 3 nutrient and began to actively operate the chi gathering technique. In an instant, a storm of energy erupted in the level 5 energy chamber, forming a vortex of energy centered around Lu Chen. This kid Lu Chen is really getting more and more abnormal. He can actually hold on here. Professor Su, who was watching this scene in the monitoring room, exclaimed. Before leaving, he instructed Teacher Zhang, who was staying behind, keep an eye on him. If there are any signs of a breakthrough, contact me in time. Okay, Professor Su, teacher. Zhang replied, to be honest, I'm even more curious than you about how long it will take him to break through. Getting old, getting old. Professor Su sighed as he left the energy chamber. With his current level of 6 segments in martial arts, he was struggling to withstand the impact of the level 5 energy chamber and truly didn't know how Lu Chen managed to do it. Discussions about the global martial arts competition, both on and off campus, online and offline, had yet to subside. As the central figure of the heated discussions, Lu Chen was now completely in seclusion. The goal he set for himself this time was very simple. He would not leave seclusion until he broke through to martial artist. Regardless of the changing winds and clouds outside, it had nothing to do with him now. For 24 hours a day, he only needed less than 3 hours for eating and sleeping, and that was also done in the energy chamber. Despite this routine, Lu Chen did not find it tedious because he could clearly feel himself growing stronger every moment. This was, after all, a kind of enjoyment. In the blink of an eye, he had spent 19 days in the energy chamber, and the time had come to December 28th, around 3 in the afternoon. While he was meditating with his eyes closed, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a dazzling light flickering in them. It's finally time for a breakthrough. Name, Lu Chen level, martial artist 9th segment, 99%. The breakthrough is just one step away. For others, the constraints of the realm are still unfelt by Lu Chen. So, he immediately took out the 4th level nutritional bars he had prepared, ready for use at any moment. Although I've become wealthy, the consumption of resources is becoming increasingly terrifying with my improvement, Lu Chen muttered, feeling a bit pained. It's not that he was stingy, just the 4th level low-grade nutritional bar required for a martial artist was worth nearly 10 million huaxia coins. And with Lu Chen's cultivation digestion speed, after reaching the martial artist level, he would probably need one a day. This means that just for the consumption of nutritional items, he would need tens of millions daily. Calculating this way, the academic credit reward he just received really doesn't amount to much. Of course, great consumption brings great returns, and Lu Chen's cultivation speed is also beyond what ordinary people can reach. Moreover, the speed at which martial artists earn money is proportionate. Hunting a 4th level exotic beast is enough to exchange for resources worth over 10 million. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt much more balanced. Money can be earned again. As long as his strength continues to improve, he can maintain long-term stable development. With everything ready, Lu Chen had the intelligent assistant Su Su play a soothing guzheng piece, bit into a nutritional bar, and then began to operate the chi gathering technique without distraction. In an instant, a storm of elemental energy swirled around Lu Chen, even more intense and terrifying than before. Ding! The chi gathering technique is accumulating sand to form a tower, about to break through the major barrier. The last progress bar jumped, and Lu Chen's cultivation began to transition to the martial artist realm. Ding! The chi gathering technique is evolving, greatly enhancing efficiency and potential. The chi gathering technique is insatiable and lacking energy. Please replenish energy quickly, master. The continuous prompts greatly excited Lu Chen, and he quickly swallowed the nutritional item in his mouth. The chi gathering technique is well-fed, refining chi and blood, strengthening the body and spirit for the master. With this internal and external resonance, the chi gathering technique operated wildly, and Lu Chen's body and internal chi and blood underwent transformation step by step. This time, it wasn't just the purity of his chi and blood that transformed, his mental will was also becoming more resilient and robust, subtly resonating with the circulating chi and blood around him. This is the characteristic of a martial artist. However, this process is relatively long, equivalent to refining the spirit and chi and blood anew. Whenever energy runs low, Lu Chen needs to take a bite of the nutritional item to avoid running out. This scene in the secret chamber startled Teacher Zhang, who was monitoring it, causing him to jump up in surprise. It started, he really is beginning to break through. Incredible, incredible. I remember the last time he broke through to martial artist was just like yesterday. This is too fast. Teacher Zhang recalled carefully. Lu Chen's breakthrough to martial artist had definitely not exceeded 3 months. From just breaking through to martial artist to now breaking through to martial artist, it had been less than 3 months. What does this mean? Teacher Zhang had never heard of such a thing. By the way, I almost forgot. I need to inform Professor Su and Vice President Zhou quickly. Remembering Professor Su's instructions, Teacher Zhang hurriedly made a call. In less than 10 minutes, Vice President Zhou and Professor Su arrived at the Elemental Energy Secret Chamber one after another, staring wide-eyed at Lu Chen on the screen. This kid really broke through. Didn't he feel the bottleneck from martial artist to martial artist? Vice President Zhou said in shock, puzzled. Professor Su replied slowly, perhaps geniuses don't have such things. Vice President Zhou rolled his eyes, as if no one was a genius in their youth. Can this kid compare? By the way, what about old Zhang? Should we inform him? Professor Su said while staring at the screen. I've already sent a message. The teacher is attending a meeting in Kyoto and can't come. But he told us to keep a close eye on Lu Chen and not let anything unexpected happen. Vice Principal Zhou said matter-of-factly, of course, nothing unexpected can happen. This kid is not just our school's treasure now. Looking at this commotion, it seems it won't end anytime soon. I'll stay here and keep watch today. Professor Su, if you have things to do, go ahead, there's no need to worry. Professor Su shook his head and said, he is my student. Of course, I can't leave. I still want to see what makes this martial master Lu Chen different from others. Of course, it's different. Vice Principal Zhou said, puzzled, look at this commotion. It's almost comparable to when I broke through to martial king back in the day. Can it be the same? In the secret chamber, Lu Chen needed to take a bite of nutritional food every hour, otherwise, the supply would be insufficient. 3 bites for 1 stick, which is 10 million. Not to mention Lu Chen. Even Professor Su, who was watching the surveillance outside, felt heartache for him. This transformation lasted a full 2 days and 2 nights, consuming a total of 16 nutritional sticks. Converted to Huaxia currency, that's over 100 million. This doesn't even account for the energy needed from the 5th level energy chamber, which together would be worth at least 300 million. Goodness, it finally stopped. If it didn't, I would have to turn around and hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness, Vice Principal Zhou joked. The energy he absorbed in this step far exceeds that of an ordinary initial stage martial master, Professor Su analyzed. In my opinion, he can at least match a 5th or even 6th stage martial master. Vice Principal Zhou nodded in agreement. Plus, with this kid's martial arts and explosive power, among martial masters, he might be comparable to some old-timers. Professor Su glanced at Vice Principal Zhou, wondering who he was joking about. In the secret chamber, Lu Chen still had not opened his eyes. At this moment, a prompt sound echoed in his mind again. The breathing technique has evolved, greatly enhancing efficiency and potential. The breathing technique has been reforged for the master. Just when Lu Chen thought his breakthrough was complete and was ready to savor it, the prompt sound rang out again. The automatic cultivation system has sensed the master's spiritual transformation is complete and is beginning to evolve. Goodness! Lu Chen almost jumped up. It appeared his system upgrade was really about to happen. His system had undergone a complete upgrade twice before. Once when he mastered the Tiger Roar technique and once when he made progress with the Dragon Chant wave. Both times were due to his cultivation of martial arts that strengthened his spiritual will. Therefore, Lu Chen had wondered if this breakthrough to martial master would once again promote a system upgrade. Unexpectedly, the surprise truly arrived on schedule. Moreover, this system upgrade was completely different from the previous subtle upgrades with martial arts. The spiritual transformation brought about a system upgrade that was a significant metamorphosis in a different sense. What benefits would come after the system's transformation and upgrade, Lu Chen did not know yet. However, he was particularly looking forward to it. Name: Lu Chen level, Martial Master Stage 1, 1%. Martial Arts, Human Rank Low Grade, 9 Shadow Steps perfected. Human Rank Top Grade, Tiger Roar Technique perfected. Earth Rank Low Grade, Rolling Blade 18 Styles perfected. Earth Rank Middle Grade, Swift Wind Shadowless Steps perfected. Earth Rank High Grade, Dragon Capture Technique perfected. Dragon Roar Wave perfected. Breaking Wave Technique Subtle, 95%. Returning Origin Sword Technique perfected. Shen Koan Blade Technique perfected. Earth Rank Top Grade, Golden Bell Shield perfected. 10,000 Heavy Palm Subtle, 18%. Taking advantage of the gap during system evolution, Lu Chen glanced at his panel data again. He wanted to reference this data and compare it after the system evolution. Lu Chen noticed that after these days of automatic cultivation, both the breaking wave technique and the 10,000 heavy palms had made significant progress and were nearing perfection. The waiting time was torturous, so Lu Chen shifted his focus to the changes in his body. First was the transformation of his mental will, making him feel that his mind was clearer, as if he had boundless energy. Moreover, because of this, his control over his physical body and the qi and blood within had risen to a whole new level. It felt as if he could mobilize every inch of his skin, muscles, even bones and blood vessels, and even his internal organs could be controlled to a certain extent. As for the changes in the flow of qi and blood within, it was even more incredible. If the qi and blood of a martial master before was like a small stream, now it felt as if there was a great river flowing within him, and it was an extremely pure and controllable river. Furthermore, this qi and blood was no longer limited to refining his skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs, but was beginning to wash and refine his blood in cells more deeply. This is martial cultivation, constantly digging into one's potential from the outside in. Becoming more and more pure, Lu Chen thought to himself. The mysteries of the human body are endless, and this is precisely the lifelong pursuit of martial cultivation. Ding! System evolution completed. At this moment, a pleasant prompt sound echoed in his mind, invigorating Lu Chen. What changes will there be? He eagerly wanted to know. Congratulations, Master, the Qi gathering technique has risen, cultivation speed doubled. The breaking wave technique is revitalized, cultivation speed doubled. The 10,000 heavy palms are not to be outdone, cultivation speed doubled. A series of prompt sounds, including the Qi gathering technique and many other martial arts yet to be perfected, all had their cultivation speeds multiplied. After the initial shock, Lu Chen was filled with overwhelming joy. After the system upgrade, the speed of automatic martial arts cultivation has skyrocketed. Moreover, the Qi gathering technique had already evolved once before, greatly enhancing its efficiency and potential. Now, with the system upgrade, it had been further enhanced, so his speed of improving his cultivation at the martial master level would likely not be inferior to that of a martial teacher. It is known that the higher the cultivation level, the slower the speed of advancement, as the amount of energy required for each level up is massive. This is a consensus in the cultivation world. However, with the evolution of the Qi gathering technique and the system upgrade, Lu Chen hardly faced any issues in this regard. This is simply like cheating. Lu Chen thought to this point, suddenly realizing that he was indeed cheating. However, he didn't feel ashamed about it. Fast cultivation means fast resource consumption, and these are all resources I've earned through hard work. In short, it was just 2 words: satisfying. The surprises brought by the system upgrade were far from over. Just as Lu Chen was immersed in his exhilaration, a wave of prompt sounds appeared again. Congratulations, host, for accumulating and unleashing your potential, comprehending the true meaning of martial arts and merging secrets. The perfected martial arts you have cultivated are beginning to deduce, categorize, merge, and evolve. Lu Chen was overjoyed. Martial arts fusion has really appeared. I am a genius. Having practiced dozens of martial arts and reaching perfection in each, Lu Chen had once thought about merging similar martial arts. Moreover, in the recent battles, he had managed to grasp some tricks on his own. For instance, the preliminary fusion of the 10,000 heavy palm and the layered wave palm had greatly increased the power of his dark energy, breaking through the defenses of the alien leader. Additionally, layering dark energy onto the Big Dipper 7 stars arrow also produced unexpected results. However, Lu Chen did not anticipate that after the system upgraded again, it could actually help him incorporate this fusion. This aligned with Lu Chen's initial idea of accumulating strength before unleashing it, first mastering all techniques and then refining them to the point of being able to conquer the world with a single move. It was like studying: first read extensively, then categorize and systematize, and finally read concisely and deeply. So refreshing. Ding! 9 shadow steps, cloud smoke steps, swift wind without shadow steps, wind blade legs, fusion successful, evolved to earth grade supreme. Lu Chen carefully sensed, is this the fusion of body techniques? Ding! Tiger roar skill and dragon chant wave fusion successful, evolved to earth grade supreme. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This is the fusion of techniques that strengthen the spirit. Ding! Iron wire fist, 7 steps kill fist. Rolling knife 18 styles, Big Dipper 7 stars arrow, return to origin sword technique, Chen Kuan knife technique, fusion successful, evolved to earth grade supreme. This is offensive techniques? Lu Chen hesitated slightly. Ding! Heart piercing. Foot 5 poison's hand, poison dragon spear, 100 flowers whip, flower picking finger, fusion successful, evolved to earth grade supreme. Cloud piercing finger, bone transformation palm, wandering snake sword, layered wave palm, dragon capture. Skill, fusion successful, evolved to earth grade supreme. 3-inch palm, thunder palm, pearl cannon fist, fusion successful, evolved to earth grade upper grade. Open stone hand, stick mountain lean, arm through punch, flip mountain seal, fusion successful, evolved to earth grade upper grade. After a series of delightful notifications, almost all of Lu Chen's martial arts that had reached perfection successfully fused. Lu Chen's personal panel underwent a tremendous change. Name: Lu Chen. Level: Martial Grandmaster First Stage, 1%. Martial Path Earth Grade Upper Grade, True Meaning of Explosion 15%, True Meaning of Strength 23%, Breaking Wave Technique Mastery 95%, Earth Grade Supreme, True Meaning of Attack 51%, True Meaning of life 5%, true meaning of softness 16%, true meaning of speed 27%, true meaning of spirit 45%, true meaning of body 77%, / 10,000 heavy palm mastery 18%. Just as Lu Chen was savoring his own changes, a series of notifications appeared. In his mind, ding. Breaking wave technique feels inadequate. Cultivation progress greatly increases, entering the realm of perfection. 10,000 heavy palm unwilling to fall behind. Cultivation progress greatly increases, entering the realm of perfection. Lu Chen was stunned. But immediately after, the notification sounded again. Breaking wave technique and 10,000 heavy palm have reached perfection, automatically merging into the true meaning of softness, greatly enhancing the true meaning of softness. Wow! Lu Chen was startled himself. What was going on? Breaking wave technique and 10,000 heavy palm have reached perfection? Indeed, only after martial arts reach perfection can they be refined and merged into true meanings. Name: Lu Chen level, Martial Sect 1 stage, 1%. Martial Arts Earth Grade Superior. True meaning of explosion 15%, true meaning of strength 23%. Earth Grade Excellent. True meaning of attack 51%, true meaning of life 5%, true meaning of speed 27%, true meaning of spirit 45%, true meaning of body 77%, true meaning of softness 85%. Looking at the newly formed clean and smooth panel, Lu Chen felt a strange illusion. It seemed like he had learned a lot, but in the end, it felt lonely, almost as if it was about to dissolve. However, he quickly realized that the accumulation of his half a year of cultivation was not lost, but rather refined and purified, becoming more systematic. All his martial arts had merged into these seemingly simple true meanings. The true meaning of attack is primarily focused on offense, derived from offensive martial techniques like the return to origin sword technique. The true meaning of life represents the endless cycle of life, derived from vibrant martial techniques like the 100 Flowers Whip. The true meaning of softness is about overcoming hardness with softness, with a focus on internal restraint, derived from techniques like the layered waves palm and the 10,000 heavy palm. The true meaning of explosion emphasizes explosive power, derived from martial techniques that focus on explosive force, such as the rapid fire fist. The true meaning of strength embodies power and weight, derived from techniques that emphasize strength, like the mountain turning seal. The true meaning of speed pursues speed, derived from techniques that achieve victory through speed, like the swift wind shadowless step. The remaining true meanings of spirit and body correspond to mental will and physical refinement, respectively. Each true meaning contains the essence of many similar martial arts, refining the true source. Whether it's the techniques of various martial arts or the secrets of strength, they are all summarized and integrated into the true meanings, available for use at will. At the same time, the martial techniques learned before can still be used independently without being affected. This is true integration, free and effortless, Lu Chen realized after careful perception. Moreover, he had an even more surprising insight. These true meanings can also be combined and shine together. For example, certain combinations of the true meaning of speed and the true meaning of attack can enhance offensive power. After refining these true meanings, the techniques become mere appearances. The real power lies in the eruption of their inner true meanings. Lu Chen can now use the opening stone hand technique to unleash part of the strength of the 10,000 heavy palm, which is a manifestation of true meaning, no longer completely limited by techniques. In summary, it can simplify complex techniques and be versatile, serving the true meaning of martial arts, with power merging and stacking. Techniques are merely superficial, true meaning is where the original power resides. I'm afraid this is the path where all martial arts converge. And I am just beginning to comprehend its meaning. The road ahead is still long. While Lu Chen was excited and surprised, he remained very clear-headed and calm. Having cultivated so many martial arts to perfection, he had only just begun to merge true meanings, which shows their profound nature. This can also be judged from the grades and progress bars of each true meaning. Earth Grade Excellent and even the upcoming Heaven Grade is clearly not the endpoint. However, Lu Chen felt that he had at least found the path to continue moving forward, truly stepping into the gate of martial arts. In the future, I will need to continuously fill and merge new martial arts, refining and evolving true meanings to form my own martial path. Lu Chen had already noticed that the original martial techniques section on the panel had been renamed to Martial Path, the so-called technique approaching. The path probably means this, Lu Chen thought to himself. After being lost in thought for a full half hour, Lu Chen finally came back to his senses. I am now a martial sect. Moreover, thanks to the comprehensive evolution of the system and the integration of martial arts, even the breaking wave technique and the 10,000 heavy palm have reached perfection. It seems that only by cultivating martial arts to perfection can one refine true meanings. The progress bar displayed by the true meaning of martial arts represents the rank. Once the progress reaches 100%, it will evolve to the heavenly level. The gains of this day are truly immense, so much so that Lu Chen doesn't even know where to start laughing. In the monitoring room, Vice Principal Zhou frowned slightly. Hasn't this kid already successfully broken through? What is he doing there, grinning like an idiot? Did he hurt his brain during the breakthrough? Professor Su rolled his eyes. Can't you think positively? He's probably savoring the feeling of the breakthrough. When I broke through to Martial Sovereign, I was even more excited than he is, Professor Su explained for his student. Finally up, let's go take a look. Together. Vice Principal Zhou saw Lu Chen get up and quickly led Professor Su over. As Lu Chen walked out of the energy chamber, he saw Vice Principal Zhou and Professor Su staring at him, wide-eyed. You broke through to Martial Sovereign? Vice Principal Zhou asked, forcing a smile he thought was friendly. Lu Chen nodded. Thank you, Vice Principal Zhou and Professor Su, for your concern. I didn't let down the school's rewards in training. I finally broke through. But the cost this time was a bit high, over 200,000 credits. Vice Principal Zhou's smile almost faltered, while Professor Su was directly annoyed. Listen to this, is this even human language? You broke through to Martial Sovereign and still complain about spending too much money. Are you trying to get the school to compensate you? That's just ridiculous. Vice Principal Zhou quickly regained his smile. It's good that you broke through. If I remember correctly, the day after tomorrow is your 19th birthday, right? Yes, that's right, 18 years old and already a Martial Sovereign, breaking the historical record. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Principal Zhang is not here, and I have a lot to do, Vice Principal Zhou said as he turned to leave. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't know what this kid would come up with to take advantage of him. Vice Principal Zhou, what about the heavenly level martial arts? You promised me last time? Lu Chen quickly called out to Vice Principal Zhou. No way, heavenly level martial arts, how could he forget that? That's a level higher than the 8 true meanings he currently masters. Lu Chen thought that this so-called heavenly level martial arts should contain stronger true meanings. He would need to practice to compare the specific differences. Vice Principal Zhou didn't play tricks. Don't worry, come find me tomorrow and I'll teach you personally. You can also follow me to practice this heavenly level martial arts. As for whether you can master it, that depends on your own comprehension. Vice Principal Zhou said with a hint of schadenfreude. The difficulty of heavenly level martial arts is not something you can imagine right now. Even the top tier earthly level is far from it. After saying that, Vice Principal Zhou was about to leave again. However, Lu Chen's next sentence made Vice Principal Zhou turn back once more. When I broke through to Martial Sovereign, I had an epiphany and completed the restoration of that wave-breaking technique, Lu Chen said honestly. This time, not only Professor Su but even Vice Principal Zhou was taken aback. Really? Vice Principal Zhou quickly asked. He had known that Lu Chen was working on restoring that incomplete top-tier earthly level martial arts and had made some progress, but he didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. The top-tier earthly level martial arts weren't much to him. However, the significance of being able to quickly restore such martial arts was immense. Absolutely true, Lu Chen confidently affirmed. What are we waiting for? Let's go, let's head to the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute and give it a try. Vice Principal Zhou grabbed Lu Chen's arm and hurried towards the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute. Professor Su, come along to witness this. Professor Su was also extremely excited and quickly followed. The underground training ground of the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute is a vast and private place, completely inaccessible to outsiders, and devoid of any surveillance that could leak information. Vice President Zhou brought Lu Chen there in a matter of 3 minutes, flying through the air. By the time Professor Su hurried over, Lu Chen was already prepared. Let's begin. Let me see if the martial arts you repaired are truly perfected, Vice President Zhou said with a serious expression, standing at the edge of the arena. Professor Su also had a gleam in his eyes, carefully watching Lu Chen's every move. They were both veteran professors from Jiangnan Martial University who had previously attempted to repair martial arts with some success. However, whether it was Vice President Zhou, a martial king, or Professor Su, a high-ranking martial sect master, they both needed a long time to deduce even a low-grade earth-level martial art, starting from at least 3 years. As for deducing the more important and difficult heaven-level martial arts, it was simply out of the question. Professor Su had never even managed to achieve minor success with a heaven-level martial art, while Vice President Zhou had only barely perfected a low-grade heaven-level martial art. Without any references or various perfected heaven-level martial arts to draw from, attempting to repair those incomplete heaven-level martial arts was nothing but a pipe dream. Thus, they placed their hopes on Lu Chen, a genius who was far beyond ordinary in martial arts cultivation. Of course, the two of them, with their relevant successful experiences, could at least determine whether Lu Chen had truly repaired the wave-breaking technique and earth-level martial art. If it was merely a hollow imitation, it would hold little significance. Please, Vice President Zhou and Professor Su, offer your guidance, Lu Chen said, no longer speaking further, and directly began to demonstrate the perfected wave-breaking technique on the spot. The movements were fluid and controlled, and Lu Chen showcased it vividly in the training ground. But that was merely the surface. Vice President Zhou and Professor Su understood the underlying principles. They were observing whether Lu Chen had restored the breathing, strength, and the essence of martial truth contained within this martial art. As Lu Chen's continuous movements gradually revealed the strength and true meaning belonging to the wave-breaking technique, it appeared as flawless as the external forms. After a long while, Lu Chen finished his demonstration and stood still, looking at Vice President Zhou and Professor Su, only to find the two of them still standing there in a daze. Vice President Zhou, Professor Su? Lu Chen called out as he approached them. Oh. Vice President Zhou was the first to come back to his senses, the light in his eyes startling Lu Chen, making him feel as if he were being stared at by a creepy uncle. What do you think? Vice President Zhou did not draw a conclusion but instead looked at Professor Su. Professor Su exclaimed. It worked, it really worked. It's absolutely a perfect restoration, and it might even be more powerful than the original martial art. How on earth did you achieve this, surpassing the original? Vice President Zhou was equally astonished. Upon hearing Professor Su voice his thoughts, the two of them exchanged words, analyzing the nuances of the martial art, discussing passionately, completely forgetting about Lu Chen, the originator. No, I must inform old Zhang as soon as possible. This matter is too significant to delay. Vice President Zhou suddenly snapped back to reality. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Chen to say much, he hurriedly left, muttering to himself, I've struck gold, truly. Struck gold. The great cause of martial arts in our China is indeed promising. Professor Su stayed behind, looking at Lu Chen with satisfaction, saying, You really did it, very good, excellent. Vice President Zhou is just too excited. Don't take it to heart. Rest assured, I will help you report your repaired martial art, and when someone practices it in the future, you will receive corresponding rewards. Also, you will soon be able to become a formal researcher at the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute. Lu Chen's eyes immediately lit up as he asked, What are the benefits of being a formal researcher? Professor Su was in a great mood and didn't bother to dwell on these matters. He said, 100 million a year. Although you are still a student, your status is already equivalent to a specially appointed professor at Jiangnan Martial University. Oh, Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed. As a novice martial artist who had to consume tens of millions of nutrients daily, 100 million was hardly enough to fill the gaps. However, what Professor Su said next greatly excited him. In addition, you will have access to all the incomplete heavenly tier martial arts at the Ancient Martial Research Institute as your research subjects. That's great. He had thought he could only cultivate one heavenly tier martial art, but happiness came so suddenly. After becoming a formal researcher, he could actually access all heavenly tier martial arts. The incomplete ones didn't matter. He wasn't afraid since the system would help him repair them. Professor Su, watching Lu Chen grin foolishly, secretly chuckled to himself, this kid can be caught off guard sometimes. Even if you are not a formal researcher, with your repair ability, the school will still let you try to repair the incomplete heavenly tier martial arts. Of course, Professor Su wouldn't say this out loud, otherwise, he didn't know what conditions Lu Chen would propose next. However, Professor Su kindly reminded him, repairing martial arts is certainly beneficial to the country and the people, but I must remind you not to delay your own cultivation. Allocating your time well will be beneficial for your long-term development, Professor Su said earnestly. Lu Chen could sense Professor Su's goodwill and quickly expressed his gratitude. Professor Su, don't worry, I know my limits. In fact, he wasn't afraid of wasting time because the repairs of these martial arts would be done automatically. As for which aspect of martial arts to repair first, let's wait until Principal Zhang returns to decide. Professor Su thought for a moment and then said, No problem, Lu Chen replied happily. In Kyoto, Zheng Xian, as a true pillar of the nation, had just finished a small meeting that could influence the overall situation in China. He felt somewhat heavy-hearted, and was preparing to go to North China Martial University to sit down with a few old friends, chat, and relieve his boredom. At that moment, Vice Principal Zhou's phone call came in. What? Really? Good, I'll head back now. I'll be there this afternoon. After hanging up, an old man with red hair asked old Zhang, Weren't you going to come sit with me? Why are you leaving now? Leave what? I have something urgent over there. I'll talk to you next time, Zhang said anxiously. The secretary nearby was preparing to arrange a plane to pick up Principal Zhang. However, Principal Zhang stopped him, saying, You all take the plane back, I'll leave first. Then, Zhang leaped into the air and quickly transformed into a black dot, disappearing into the sky. What happened to this old guy? Wasn't he just downcast? The red-haired old man, who was also the principal of North China Martial University, Tang Qianzhong, muttered in confusion. Lu Chen had just returned to his dormitory and rested for less than 2 hours when Professor Su came knocking again. Lu Chen, come with me. Professor Su, what's the rush? Lu Chen asked, puzzled by the professor's expression. Principal Zhang wants to see you, Professor Su said seriously. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Is it that Principal Zhang? The Principal Zheng Qian of Jiangnan Martial University, whom he had only heard of in the nearly 4 months since he enrolled. To be precise, since he arrived in this world, he had heard many stories about the old man. He was a legendary figure who had survived from the time of the Great Cataclysm to the present, growing stronger with age. During that period, if it weren't for someone like Principal Zhang emerging, the losses to Huaxia would have been unimaginable. Moreover, even after the Great Cataclysm, Principal Zhang remained a stabilizing force for Huaxia. He helped the country navigate the turmoil following the cataclysm and only stepped back from the front lines of battle after reaching 100 years old, becoming the principal of Jiangnan Martial University. After entering the martial arts education field, Principal Zhang made outstanding contributions to Huaxia. Half of the 8 peak martial kings of Huaxia had received guidance from him. This old man, who had witnessed the changes before and after the Great Cataclysm, lived a legendary life, and his remarkable stories could fill a day. Although Lu Chen had only been in this world for less than a year, he felt deep admiration for such a figure. He never expected to meet this legendary old hero up close now. It's the one you think it is. Professor Su nodded and reminded Lu Chen, no need to be nervous, Principal Zhang is a rather kind person, not at all pretentious. Lu Chen nodded, he wasn't nervous, just a bit curious and excited. The two quickly arrived at the principal's office. Just as Professor Su was about to knock, a gentle voice came from inside, come in. Teacher, I've brought Lu Chen, Professor Su said, looking at the elderly man sitting in the grand chair. Hello, Principal Zhang, Lu Chen said, focusing on the old man in the chair. With white hair and a long beard, his face glowing with health, he gave a feeling of being enveloped in a spring breeze. He lacked the sharp pressure of Vice Principal Zhou and could even be described as approachable. However, Lu Chen understood that it wasn't that Principal Zhang was ordinary, rather, it was because he had reached a state of simplicity, completely concealing his brilliance. Principal Zhang waved his hand, Su Laosher, you can leave, I'll have a casual chat with Lu Chen. Professor Su shot Lu Chen a warning glance, implying that he shouldn't discuss any conditions with Principal Zhang. Professor Su understood well that while Principal Zhang was good at everything, he was surprisingly frugal. He could understand, after all, he had lived through the Great Cataclysm and had seen real human suffering. Frugality had become a habit. But this kid Lu Chen doesn't know, he better not annoy the principal, Professor Su thought anxiously as he closed the door and waited outside. He should have reminded Lu Chen earlier, but he hesitated, for fear of ruining the principal's grand image. Little fellow, have a seat, Principal Zhang said, pointing to the somewhat chipped wooden sofa across from him, smiling. Lu Chen sat down as instructed. Principal Zhang gently stroked his beard and nodded lightly, not bad, breaking through to martial zone so quickly was beyond my expectations. Actually, I've been paying attention to you for a long time, starting from when you consumed the Beast King's heart's blood. And then during the martial arts competition, you didn't disappoint me. Lu Chen didn't expect that he had already caught the attention of this elusive old man and quickly said, thank you for your concern, it's all thanks to the school's nurturing. Ha ha. Principal Zhang laughed heartily, being too modest isn't good, the school has only done its part. How far you can go and how fast you can go mainly depends on yourselves. But what truly surprised me was the results and speed at which you repaired the martial arts techniques. The long-term significance of this, I fear you may not fully understand yet. Old Zhang did not beat around the bush, clarifying the purpose of their meeting. I hope you can guide me, Lu Chen said honestly. He knew that repairing martial arts could accumulate more heritage for Huaxia and cultivate more powerful martial practitioners. However, from old Zhang's words, it seemed there was more to it than that. Old Zhang smiled and said, in fact, our accumulation over the years in Huaxia has already given us enough confidence in the realm of human and even earth-level martial arts. Any further repairs would merely be icing on the cake. Moreover, most professors and scholars, although slow in their repair speed, have accumulated a considerable number over the years. However, old Zhang's tone shifted as he fixed his gaze on Lu Chen. The true contribution that can be called a timely assistance, even a groundbreaking achievement, lies in the repair of heaven-level martial arts. Do you understand? Lu Chen nodded, somewhat confused. In total, Huaxia only has 5 complete heaven-level martial arts, which you should have heard of. Old Zhang continued. Lu Chen nodded, he had indeed heard of them. Moreover, these 5 heaven-level martial arts are merely of the lower grade among heaven-level techniques. The true meaning of martial arts contained within them is sufficient for an ordinary martial king, and in fact, most martial kings have not been able to fully cultivate a single heaven-level martial art. But, old Zhang said slowly, for me and those old fellows, it is still not enough. For example, I became a martial king before I was 60. Now, I am almost 160 years old. For nearly 100 years, I have devoted myself to studying heaven-level martial arts, and I have thoroughly understood them. Yet even now, we old fellows have not broken through the martial king level. Do you know why? Lu Chen suddenly looked up. Are you saying there is a higher realm above martial king? Old Zhang nodded as if it were obvious. Of course there is. Just because it doesn't exist now doesn't mean it never existed before, nor does it mean it won't exist in the future. At least, there have been relevant records in ancient martial relics. Lu Chen's heart surged with excitement. He had had such thoughts, but without a path walked by predecessors, he dared not be certain. Now, receiving affirmation from old Zhang made Lu Chen yearn even more for the future path of martial arts. So why is that? Returning to old Zhang's earlier question, Lu Chen was also curious. Because the true meaning of martial arts is insufficient, old Zhang said. With a hint of excitement, to be precise, the true meaning of martial arts contained in the lower grade heaven-level martial arts is not enough to support a breakthrough for a martial king. I believe you have experienced this every time you break through a major barrier. Lu Chen wanted to say, I really haven't experienced it, namely, I haven't encountered a bottleneck. But he was afraid that saying it would get him in trouble, so he just nodded in silence. Without a certain level of martial arts cultivation, one's understanding and application of the physical body, vital energy, and energy will be lacking. How can one break through each realm barrier then? Martial arts and cultivation realms are actually complementary. Principal Zhang continued to speak eloquently. And what is called understanding can be interpreted as the true meaning of martial arts I mentioned, or a kind of obscure rule and origin. Martial techniques have their limits, but the true meaning of martial arts has no limits. This is the field we must continuously explore. Whether it is the ancients or what we now refer to as human level, earth level, or heaven level martial arts, the fundamental difference and gap lie in the depth of the true meaning of martial arts. Through my years of research and experience, Principal Zhang continued, if one can cultivate higher grade heaven level martial arts, there is hope to break through the bottleneck of the martial king. Do you understand what I mean? Principal Zhang looked at Lu Chen. After all, it is difficult for martial cultivators below the martial sovereign to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. Most martial cultivators can only master a handful of martial techniques and remain at the surface level of skills. Lu Chen nodded slightly. He not only understood but had already categorized and refined it. However, he felt it was better not to voice such astonishing words. The realm above the martial king is the greatest pursuit for us old fellows, as well as for all martial kings in Huaxia. Principal Zhang sighed. However, I can responsibly tell you that this is not for ourselves. Or rather, it is not just for us to become stronger or to live longer, Principal Zhang said with a hint of solemnity, but for our Huaxia and for the survival of Blue Star. Lu Chen's expression shifted. Is what Principal Zhang referring to the threat of extraterrestrial civilizations? Principal Zhang nodded. Not just extraterrestrial civilizations, but also other countries on Blue Star. After all, countries have never been united. In recent years, the M country has begun to develop deeper gene drugs to supply those gene warriors who have reached the peak of level 5. If they truly succeed, you can imagine the awkward situation for our Huaxia, including E country's research on biochemical warriors, which is also striving to break through level 5. If we old fellows cannot find a breakthrough, even if we can hold on for a few more years, we might not be able to stand against them then. Just as Lu Chen was secretly shaken, Principal Zhang scoffed and changed the subject. Of course, even if they can truly break through level 5, we are not without the power to fight back. Huaxia's martial arts is currently the most authentic practice method on Blue Star. Even if they really produce level 6 warriors, we martial kings are still capable of dealing with them. But what if they break through to level 7? What will be the consequence if we remain stagnant then? Principal Zhang's tone grew somber. At that time, we will either give up martial arts and cultivate gene warriors above level 5 for our Huaxia, or we will become a vassal of another country. Principal Zhang sighed, but neither option is the best way out. I have always believed that the path of martial arts in our Huaxia is the one with a future, Principal Zhang declared earnestly. To be honest, the research on gene drugs in our country has not stagnated over the years. We are not lagging behind other strong nations. In fact, we have secretly cultivated a batch of gene warriors that combine gene drugs and martial arts, and the prospects seem quite promising. If we still cannot break through the martial king barrier, we might very well be replaced by the gene martial cultivators that will be vigorously promoted in the future. Principal Zhang spat. Isn't this a typical case of discarding the essential for the trivial, buying the box while discarding the pearl? Although those gene warriors and biochemical warriors abroad have a low threshold and can even be developed in bulk, their lifespans are short, clearly a last-ditch effort. That goes against the laws of nature. Lu Chen understood in his heart that although old Zhang was speaking about foreign countries, he was actually questioning the domestic development of gene martial arts. He understood the old man's concerns. He did not want martial arts to be gradually eliminated by gene technology. Let's not mention this anymore. Let's continue discussing our martial arts path. Old Zhang, the principal, shifted the topic. Among the 18 heavenly level martial arts we have unearthed, 3 are of high quality, and 1 is of the highest quality. Unfortunately, they are all incomplete legacies. So, Lu Chen, if you really have the hope of restoring one of the high-quality heavenly level martial arts, it would be equivalent to saving the martial arts of our Huaxia. Although Lu Chen was mostly listening, he was greatly shocked inside. He had realized that what Principal Zhang was saying was of great significance. To what extent it was significant, Restoring heavenly-level martial arts had become an urgent matter. Although some high-level officials in the country, especially those in agencies that believe in gene technology, are not optimistic about the future of martial arts, we old folks have never given up. I hope you can also become one of us in the future, to seek the future of martial arts together. Principal Zhang spoke earnestly. If you can really do it, you will be the pioneer of a new era for Huaxia martial arts, worthy of being called the true masters of the world. Lu Chen nodded seriously. I dare not call myself a pioneer, but old Zhang, I will do my best. After Principal Zhang nodded in appreciation, he sneered. When it comes to gene technology, it was inspired by the alien relics from the time of the Great Catastrophe. How could it be possible to surpass the gene technology of alien civilizations in just 100 years? If we don't find another way, when the day of alien civilization truly arrives, they will know how foolish they are. Old Zhang spoke with a hint of resentment. Lu Chen faintly sensed from these words that there were indeed many supporters of gene technology emerging in the country. The time left to explore new fields of martial arts was truly limited. Objectively speaking, Lu Chen did not think that gene technology was a completely wrong path. After all, it was all for cultivating the strength to protect Huaxia and the Blue Planet. However, from his own perspective, he felt that martial arts was the more long-term path. Principal Zhang was right. Alien gene technology was clearly far ahead of the Blue Planet, so how could it be easily surpassed in this regard? It was just that in terms of time, there was probably really a bit of a shortage. With the call for gene technology within, threats from other countries outside, and looming alien invasions above, could he really make it in time? How is it, old Zhang? After Lu Chen left, Vice Principal Zhou came to the principal's office and asked cautiously. He had heard some rumors and knew that the old principal was not in a good mood, and he also understood what Lu Chen's success in repairing the Earth-level martial arts meant. Principal Zhang sighed slightly. It's hard to say. I want to believe in the potential of that little guy Lu Chen, but I'm afraid time won't be enough. There is a specific implementation plan for popularizing genetic martial arts in Kyoto. Principal Zhang said with great distress. Some prestigious schools have already joined the pilot program. Although it's voluntary for the students, I'm worried that this batch of children will go astray. By then, they won't even have the chance to regret and start over. Vice Principal Zhou comforted him. You don't need to worry too much. After all, it's just a pilot program. Moreover, it's all for the long-term strategy of resisting the enemy together. Mutual verification isn't a bad thing. Vice Principal Zhou was clearly more open-minded than old Zhang. Principal Zhang blared. What long-term strategy? This is just taking shortcuts, and it's a shortcut with no way back. What I'm really worried about is that other schools and students, seeing a shortcut, will still be able to focus on diligently cultivating martial arts. In a few years, martial arts will be crowded out. Vice Principal Zhou was slightly shaken, feeling that old Zhang's concerns were not without reason. You work hard for 20 or 30 years to reach the level of a martial master, but those who practice genetic martial arts only need a certain physical foundation to quickly attain the strength of a martial master or even a martial sect master through genetic technology. Who could resist such temptation? But then he thought again and said, at least for those with poor qualifications in martial arts, this is still a decent path. Walking on two legs is definitely safer than walking down a dark path. Moreover, with the crisis approaching, the country indeed needs to quickly cultivate a large number of mid to high-end combat forces. Old Zhang said wearily, I know what you're saying makes sense. This is also their consideration. However, I'm just old and a bit stubborn. I've been fighting for 3 years with old Tang. Give us 3 more years. If we still haven't found a way out above the Martial King level in 3 years, then let it be. But in these 3 years, no students from North China Martial University and Jiangnan Martial University are allowed to touch genetic drugs. Old Zhang said firmly. It would be a real shame to waste these students' talents. 3 years, a fight to the death. Vice Principal Zhou echoed. Teacher, I will support you together with the professors at the school. As for Lu Chen, I will personally teach him the heaven-level martial arts. Principal Zhang waved his hand, and after Vice Principal Zhou left, he sighed. If only that kid Lu Chen had been born a decade earlier. 3 years to repair the top-tier heaven-level martial arts. How is that possible? Being able to fully cultivate a low-tier heaven-level martial art would already be unprecedented. However, with his talent, at least he can leave behind a seed for the future resurgence of martial arts. This was the fundamental reason why old Zhang valued Lu Chen. On the last day of December, Lu Chen still did not relax or rest after his recent breakthrough. He arrived early at the underground training ground of the Research Institute, waiting for Zhou Yuantong, who was to teach him the heaven-level martial arts. Everyone says that cultivating heaven-level martial arts is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and Lu Chen could even feel that Principal Zhang actually did not have high hopes for him to repair the heaven-level martial arts in a short time. But Lu Chen was determined to see for himself just how difficult the so-called heaven-level martial arts really were. You're here? At 9. In the morning, Vice Principal Zhou appeared on time at the underground training ground. Regarding the heaven-level martial arts, Vice Principal Zhou did not disturb anyone and came alone. Principal Zhou, thank you for your trouble, Lu Chen said respectfully. Good. Vice President Zhou got straight to the point. This is the heavenly stage martial arts I have cultivated. You should first receive the inheritance. Lu Chen solemnly took the precious transmission jade slip and, following his words, absorbed it. Instantly, a vast stream of information surged into his mind. The name of this low-grade heavenly stage martial art was quite imposing. Flame Dragon emerges from the abyss. It seems to be a heavenly stage martial art that contains the true essence of explosion, Lu Chen realized. Do you know the fundamental difference between heavenly stage martial arts and earth stage martial arts? Seeing that Lu Chen had finished receiving the information, Vice President Zhou spoke up. However, before Lu Chen could respond, he answered his own question. First, it's the essential difference in true meaning. Only when the true meaning of martial arts reaches what we call the heavenly stage can it be called heavenly stage martial arts, capable of condensing martial arts manifestations and containing heavenly might, Vice President Zhou stated emphatically. Lu Chen then understood that insufficient true meaning in martial arts meant that the external manifestation could not condense into a manifestation totem, and thus there was no so-called heavenly might. At that moment, the heavenly stage martial art Flame Dragon emerges from the abyss, which Lu Chen had just received, appeared on his martial arts panel. Along with it came a pleasant notification sound. Ding! Flame Dragon emerges from the abyss has just arrived, entering the basics on its own. Flame Dragon emerges from the abyss senses a profound foundation of explosive true meaning. Cultivation progress skyrockets, entering minor success. Name: Lu Chen level Martial Sovereign first stage 1%. Martial Path Earth Stage Upper Grade Explosive True Meaning 15%, Force True Meaning 23%, Earth Stage Peak Cutting True Meaning 51%, Life True Meaning 5%, Speed True Meaning 27%, Divine True Meaning 45%, Body True Meaning 77%, Soft True Meaning 85%. Heavenly Stage Lower Grade Flame Dragon emerges from the abyss minor success 35%. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, feeling both surprised and that it was to be expected. It was all the accumulation of his various martial arts that allowed Flame Dragon emerges from the abyss to reach minor success right from the start of cultivation. Indeed, without perfection, one cannot refine and integrate into true meaning. Lu Chen confirmed his speculation, as his explosive true meaning had not shown any significant improvement. At this moment, Vice President Zhou was still talking animatedly beside him. The difficulty of entering heavenly stage martial arts is not comparable to earth stage martial arts. Ordinary martial kings need 1 or 2 months to catch a glimpse of the path. I took 15 days back then. As for minor success, don't even think about it without 3 to 5 years. Of course, I took 1.5 years, which could be considered outstanding among martial kings. Lu Chen. Vice President Zhou looked at the dazed Lu Chen, thinking he was stunned by his words, and continued, Your talent should be above mine. But you have just broken through to Martial Sovereign, so as long as you can enter the basics within a month, that would be considered a prodigy. Lu Chen remained dazed, wanting to say something but hesitating, thinking to himself, I've already reached minor success, big brother. Is heavenly stage martial arts really that difficult? Of course, he ultimately didn't voice it, fearing it might discourage Vice President Zhou. Moreover, it was somewhat too shocking. It was better to wait a few days to mention it. At that moment, Vice President Zhou changed the subject. Now, I will show you the manifestation totem of this martial art, which will also benefit your cultivation. Lu Chen's eyes immediately lit up. This was the accelerator coming. The Flame Dragon emerges from the abyss, observing the masters demonstrating their skills, gaining immense benefits, and the cultivation speed increases tenfold. As expected, it has appeared again. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. At this moment, the air around the two became as hot as a furnace, all stemming from the heavenly martial arts demonstrated by Vice Principal Zhou. With a casual wave of his hand, a fiery red long serpent, 2 meters long, surged forth, swirling around him as if it were a living creature. Lu Chen was both shocked and amazed, carefully sensing the energy. Is this the manifestation totem of heavenly martial arts? Truly marvelous. Although it was also transformed from the vital energy, the energy and true meaning contained within were simply incomparable to earthly martial arts. Moreover, as Vice Principal Zhou changed his hand gestures, the vital energy red serpent became vivid and lively, appearing near and far, its might overwhelming as it twisted and turned. Only by perfectly cultivating the true heavenly martial arts can one condense the manifestation totem. Vice Principal Zhou spoke with a hint of pride while skillfully controlling the vital energy red serpent. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was observing his own martial arts cultivation progress. An hour passed and the progress of the Flame Dragon emerging from the abyss had only increased by 1%, even with the cultivation speed increased tenfold. This meant that without Vice Principal Zhou's guidance and practice, it would take him 10 hours to achieve a 1% increase. Moreover, This was only the minor achievement stage of this martial art. Lu Chen calculated that at this speed, without Vice Principal Zhou's guidance, it would take him a month to reach a major achievement, another 3 months to reach the subtle stage, and then another 6 months to possibly reach perfection. So, relying solely on myself, it would take nearly a year to fully cultivate a low-grade heavenly martial art? Lu Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied. Although this speed far exceeded Vice Principal Zhou's expectations and was beyond what a martial king could imagine, Lu Chen still felt it was too slow. It was a desecration of his external aid. There must be a way to accelerate this. Lu Chen thought, aside from seeking acceleration from Vice Principal Zhou, he needed to find other methods. For example, enhancing my true meaning of explosion or the true meaning of divinity should also promote the cultivation of heavenly martial arts, Lu Chen contemplated. 2 hours later, Vice Principal Zhou left, stating he would set aside 2 hours each day to guide Lu Chen without inquiring about his cultivation progress. He felt it unnecessary, as it was just the beginning of cultivation and he hadn't even found the door yet, so what was there to discuss about progress? However, before leaving, Vice Principal Zhou handed Lu Chen a fragmented high-grade heavenly martial art, allowing him to slowly familiarize himself in preparation for future restoration. This martial art, personally selected by Principal Zhang, was called Fire Feather Meteor, sharing the same origin as Flame Dragon emerging from the abyss, both emphasizing the true meaning of explosion. Lu Chen naturally accepted it without hesitation. Fire Feather Meteor has just arrived, entering the door on its own. Fire Feather Meteor senses the profound foundation of the true meaning of explosion, and the cultivation progress skyrockets, entering minor achievement. Fire Feather Meteor Minor achievement 3%. Everything fell into place, and Lu Chen's Fire Feather Meteor directly stepped into minor achievement though. The cultivation progress was noticeably inferior to Flame Dragon emerging from the abyss. After all, it was a higher level high-grade heavenly martial art, and the difficulty was much greater. There's no need to rush to input all the heavenly martial arts into the system. I need to study these 2 martial arts first to research ways to accelerate, Lu Chen thought as he returned to his exclusive 5th level elemental energy chamber. If he couldn't further accelerate, the time spent cultivating these heavenly martial arts would be too much. Although objectively speaking, it wasn't slow, the situation was becoming increasingly urgent and Lu Chen didn't feel he had that much time. The true meaning of martial arts is the foundation for cultivating heavenly martial arts, and it is also the concentrated result after the martial arts reach perfection. So, if I can enhance the true meaning of martial arts through other channels, it should also reverse the cultivation speed of heavenly martial arts. For example, by cultivating martial arts of the human and earth ranks to perfection and refining the true meaning of explosion, one can accelerate the training speed of the Flame Dragon rising from the abyss and the Fire Feather Meteor. Moreover, if the true meaning of the gods can be enhanced, it can also accelerate the overall process. Unfortunately, the 8 true meanings that have been refined cannot be automatically improved. Lu Chen noticed that the 8 true meanings he had refined could not be automatically enhanced like martial arts. Only through the perfection of various martial arts could the true meaning of martial arts be elevated. The good side was that the 8 true meanings would not occupy the space for automatic cultivation, allowing Lu Chen to simultaneously cultivate 8 martial arts. With this in mind, Lu Chen immediately took action, directly selecting 8 martial techniques containing the true meaning of explosion from the electronic armory. Among them were 3 human rank techniques and 5 earth rank techniques. In less than an hour, a dedicated person delivered the transmission jade slip. Lu Chen did not delay and quickly completed the reception. Ding! Human rank. Mid-grade explosive punch. Feeling the rich true meaning of explosion, skyrocketed to perfection. Ding! Human rank high grade. Crimson Flame Palm. Feeling the rich true meaning of explosion, rushed to perfection without stopping. Ding! Earth rank low grade. Explosive Flame Step. Feeling the rich true meaning of explosion, reached the subtle realm and the training speed surged. Ding! Earth rank mid-grade Starfire Spear Technique. Feeling the rich true meaning of explosion, reached the subtle realm and the training speed surged. Lu Chen was stunned. This speed is simply exhilarating. With the foundational essence of the true meaning of explosion combined with the mental transformation during the breakthrough to martial sovereign and the overall upgrade of the system, he found that cultivating human and earth rank martial techniques was now effortless. Human rank martial techniques instantly reached perfection, and even the low-grade earth rank techniques could directly reach the subtle realm. Moreover, the progress of automatic cultivation for these earth rank techniques was almost jumping every hour. Lu Chen estimated that within 2 or 3 days, the newly learned low and mid-grade earth rank techniques would reach perfection. Lu Chen noticed that after the 3 newly learned human rank techniques reached perfection, they indeed refined the true meaning of explosion, which increased his true meaning of explosion by 1 percentage point, from 15% to 16%. With the rising tide, both his flame dragon rising from the abyss and fire feather meteor had improved, and the training speed had slightly increased. Flame dragon rising from the abyss felt the growth of the true meaning of explosion, and the training speed slightly increased. It really works. If the Earth rank martial techniques reach perfection, the increase will definitely be greater. I truly am a genius. It sounds complicated, but it's actually quite simple. It involves using the easily perfected human and Earth rank martial techniques to refine and strengthen the true meaning of martial arts, thereby promoting the faster cultivation of the more challenging heaven rank martial arts. Once the heaven rank martial arts also reach perfection, more true meanings of martial arts can be refined to supplement them, leading to the cultivation of even more difficult upper mid-grade heaven rank martial arts. This creates a virtuous cycle, accelerating cultivation. On January 1, 2137, it was Lu Chen's birthday. He stepped out of the Yuan Energy secret room and treated Chen Hao, Jin Yufei, Lu Qingqing, and others to a feast, casually listening to them talk about their recent situations. Before returning to the Yuan Energy secret room once again, having reached the first stage of martial sovereign, Lu Chen's cultivation speed in the Yuan Energy secret room was quite good, achieving a 10% progress each day. From this day on, he began to sweep through the human and earth-level martial arts containing the true meaning of explosion in the Jiangnan Martial University's arsenal. The human-level martial techniques could be perfected in about a day, while the earth-level martial techniques, depending on their grade, required 3 to 15 days. Under such frenzied cultivation, Lu Chen managed to perfect all the human and earth-level martial arts containing the true meaning of explosion in the school in less than a month. During this month, Lu Chen's gains were also tremendous. Not only did his cultivation reach the third stage of martial sovereign, but the true meaning of explosion also reached the peak level of earth grade. With rising tides, the two heavenly level martial arts, Flame Dragon rising from the abyss and Fire Feather Meteor, also progressed rapidly. Name: Lu Chen level, Martial Sovereign. Stage 3, 15%. Martial Path, Earth Grade Upper, True Meaning of Strength, 23%. Earth Grade Peak, True Meaning of Destruction, 51%. True Meaning of Life, 5%. True Meaning of Speed, 27%. True Meaning of God, 45%. True Meaning of Body, 77%. True Meaning of Explosion, 66%. True Meaning of Softness, 85%. Heavenly Grade Lower, Flame Dragon rising from the abyss, Great Perfection, 87%. Heavenly Grade Upper, Fire Feather Meteor minor perfection, 68%. This speed had greatly exceeded initial expectations. However, at this moment, Lu Chen looked at his panel data and felt somewhat troubled. There are no more human and earth-level martial arts containing the true meaning of explosion in the school. This was what troubled Lu Chen. Losing this aspect of enhancement would inevitably slow down the cultivation speed of the two heavenly level martial arts, especially the heavenly level Upper Fire Feather Meteor, which was already difficult and incomplete, making the cultivation speed even slower. The 8 vacant automatic cultivation slots in the system cannot be wasted, Lu Chen planned in his mind. Now it's a matter of choice. Either search outside the school for human and earth-level martial arts containing the true meaning of explosion, continuing to specialize in these two heavenly-level martial arts, or first perfect all the other types of human and earth-level martial arts in the school, enhancing the remaining martial path true meanings. Lu Chen carefully pondered the pros and cons. As for the other heavenly level martial arts currently existing in Jiangnan Martial University, Lu Chen did not consider cultivating them for the time being. After all, once the martial path true meanings were enhanced, cultivating other heavenly level martial arts would also be much faster. This was not contradictory. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. No need to think too much, just focus on perfecting one heavenly level martial art first to strengthen my power. Lu Chen quickly made up his mind to prioritize collecting external martial arts with the true meaning of explosion. It's just spending money, wealth is an external thing, nothing to be distressed about, Lu Chen muttered through gritted teeth. Thus, after his birthday, Lu Chen began to spend money lavishly. He bought back all related martial arts inheritances that could be purchased. If they couldn't be found on the market, he would buy them from the military. With his military rank, he wouldn't be turned down. As a result, Lu Chen's cultivation and the two heavenly level martial arts continued to advance by leaps and bounds. During his closed-door training, Lu Chen even spent the Spring Festival in the Yuan Energy Secret Room with Su Su. Under such cost-ignoring cultivation, in less than a month, Lu Chen's true meaning of explosion reached a level close to the Earth grade limit, on par with the true meaning of softness. Meanwhile, his two heavenly level martial arts were both becoming more refined and approaching great perfection. Continue. Lu Chen glanced at his increasingly depleted wallet, not caring about the pain, and poured more into it. Another month passed. By the end of March, Lu Chen could hardly find any person-level or earth-level martial arts containing the true essence of explosion outside the school. He even swept through the relevant martial arts of other universities through Vice Principal Zhou. In total, Lu Chen had practiced no less than 100 types of related martial arts. Fortunately, effort always yields rewards. At the moment he heard the prompt sound, Lu Chen felt that everything was worth it. Ding! The flame dragon emergence has reached perfection, integrating the true essence of explosion, and the true essence of explosion has evolved to low-grade heavenly level. Name: Lu Chen level, Martial Sect 5th stage, 5%. Martial Path high-grade earth level, true essence of strength, 23%. Low-grade heavenly level, true essence of explosion, 86%. High-grade heavenly level, fire feather meteor grade completion, 62%. This really isn't easy. Lu Chen felt an impulse to burst into tears, a strong sense of achievement rising within him. After spending a full 3 months, he reached the Martial Sect 5th stage, and he finally cultivated the Flame Dragon Emergence, a low-grade heavenly martial art, to perfection, successfully integrating it with the true essence of explosion. Moreover, the progress of the true essence of explosion was close to evolving to the middle-grade heavenly level. By that time, the power of the Flame Dragon Emergence would no longer be low-grade heavenly but truly at the middle-grade heavenly level. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was truly drained. Now, with hardly a drop left, his nearly 10 billion wealth had been squandered in just 3 months, and now the money and credits on his account were down to just 3 digits. Spending nearly 10 billion assets in 3 months, I'm afraid I'm the number one prodigal in the world, Lu Chen sighed silently. Of course, if people knew that Lu Chen had not only advanced from the initial martial sect to the 5th stage in just 3 months but had also perfected a low-grade heavenly martial art, they wouldn't just offer 100 billion, even if he threw in 10 times that wealth, many would be willing to exchange with him. Just speaking of vice Principal Zhou, who guided Lu Chen for 2 hours every day, since he saw Lu Chen start to showcase his cultivation results, he hadn't mentioned his own glorious history of cultivation, especially in mid-January, after Lu Chen's Flame Dragon Emergence reached great completion. Vice Principal Zhou's dark circles under his eyes grew heavier, and he began to doubt his own life. By February, Vice Principal Zhou directly took a leave of absence, and Principal Zheng personally came to guide Lu Chen. Thus, by the end of February, Principal Zheng's white beard, which had a fairy-like aura, was almost bald. Well, he had pulled it out himself. However, this time Principal Zheng didn't care about feeling heartbroken. According to his own words, "I'm going bald, but I'm very happy." So, Lu Chen was now thinking whether he should tell the 2 principals that his Flame Dragon Emergence had already reached perfection. May heaven bless Huaxia, may heaven bless martial arts. In 3 months, with the realm of a martial sect, I will master a low-grade heavenly martial art. Don't say now, even during the prosperous ancient martial arts period, there has never been such a record. Lu Chen, tell me honestly, how much chance do you have to repair that high-grade heavenly martial art, Fire Feather Meteor, and how much time will it take? In the end, Lu Chen did not hide anything from Principal Zhang. First, Zhang would definitely notice, since he guided him every day, and second, there was no need to. It would allow Zhang to see hope for martial arts advancement and also gain more martial arts inheritance from him, so why not? Of course, there was no need for Lu Chen to boast to anyone other than Zhang, Vice Principal Zhou, and Professor Su. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. However, Lu Chen did not expect Zhang to be so excited. At this moment, facing the long-awaited gaze of Principal Zhang, Lu Chen hesitated a bit. It wasn't that he lacked confidence, but the current objective conditions did not allow him to boast. He had already perfected the martial arts containing the true meaning of explosion and had refined and integrated them, but he was still quite far from repairing that high-grade heavenly martial art, Fire Feather Meteor. As it stood, he could only wait for Fire Feather Meteor to repair itself through effort. Based on the current training and repair speed, it will take at least 2 years to reach perfection, Lu Chen thought to himself. Unless he could find more martial arts containing the true meaning of explosion or martial arts containing the true meaning of divinity, he could not continue to enhance the training speed of this high-grade heavenly martial art. With this in mind, Lu Chen asked in return, Principal Zhang, I want to know, what complete heavenly martial arts do we currently have, and what true meanings of martial arts do they contain? Zhang was slightly taken aback but did not hesitate, recounting as if it were a treasure the complete heavenly martial arts, besides the flame dragon emerging from the abyss you are practicing. There are also the low-grade heavenly martial arts, tree roots spreading, chi colliding with the Big Dipper, and the mid-grade heavenly martial arts, cloud turning and rain covering, and mountain shaking. They correspond to the true meanings of life, gold, softness, and strength, respectively. Lu Chen almost couldn't hold back. What kind of martial arts names were these? 4 character rhymes were one thing, but why did it always feel like some strange things were mixed in? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing Lu Chen's strange expression, Zheng quickly asked. Lu Chen hurriedly retracted his thoughts and shook his head. It's nothing, Principal Zheng. I originally wanted to find more martial arts containing the true meaning of explosion to verify and accelerate the repair of Fire Feather Meteor. But it seems that there is a lack in this area. Zheng then understood and did not doubt it. Deriving and repairing heavenly martial arts from similar martial arts had been his effort for many years, but the efficiency was pitifully low. Moreover, he knew that Lu Chen had been searching for relevant martial arts recently and was even secretly assisting him. With this in mind, Zheng felt quite gratified. This indicated that Lu Chen was genuinely working hard to repair that high-grade heavenly martial art, Fire Feather Meteor. After pondering, he said, "Currently, there are only so many of this type of martial arts left. Unless we can find new ancient martial relics." After hearing this, Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed. Without complete relevant martial arts for him to refine, the true meaning of explosion could not advance, and the training and repair speed of Fire Feather Meteor would slow down. However, he still forced himself to be optimistic and conservatively said, 3 years, within 3 years, Fire Feather Meteor should be able to be repaired. 3 years? Zheng's eyes lit up excitedly, saying, if it's within 3 years, then maybe there's still time. Good, that's great. Zheng said excitedly, Lu Chen, just go all out, whatever you need, just say it, I will support you. I need money, I need a massive amount of resources, the more the better, Lu Chen thought to himself. However, he still did not say it out loud. Old Zheng controls the resources of Jiangnan Martial University, and how they are allocated is subject to various oversight, so how could he possibly show favoritism for no reason? Moreover, the country has already shown an inclination towards Jin warriors. Lu Chen did not want to put old Zheng in a difficult position, and besides, he was not someone who liked to take advantage of others. He loved wealth and needed it, but he did not seek alms. However, while wealth could be set aside, the inheritance of heavenly stage martial arts was still necessary, and it fell within old Zheng's authority. Old Zheng, I want to learn the remaining 4 heavenly stage martial arts. This way, I might be able to verify them against each other, which would be beneficial for deducing and repairing. Old Zheng readily agreed, no problem, I will help you apply. Back in the energy chamber, Lu Chen began to practice the various human and earth stage martial arts offered by the school. These martial arts were freely available to him, at least preventing Lu Chen from going bankrupt immediately. After 10 days, Vice Principal Zhou personally delivered the transmission jade slips for the 4 heavenly stage martial arts. Throughout the process, Vice Principal Zhou did not inquire about Lu Chen's training progress again, probably fearing another blow to his morale. Ding! The great tree takes root, entering the door on its own. The great tree feels the profound foundation of the true meaning of explosion. Training progress skyrockets, entering minor success. Ding! She charging towards the bull, entering the door on its own. She charging towards the bull feels the profound foundation of the true meaning of chopping. Training progress skyrockets, entering minor success. On that day, Lu Chen's 4 heavenly stage martial arts all reached the minor success stage. And due to the solid foundation of martial arts true meaning, the speed of automatic training was quite satisfactory. Name, Lu Chen. Level, Martial Sovereign 5th stage, 7%. Martial arts earth stage top quality. True meaning of chopping, 68%. True meaning of strength, 25%. True meaning of life, 39%. True meaning of softness, 89%. True meaning of speed, 32%. True meaning of spirit, 45%. True meaning of body, 77%. Heavenly stage low quality. True meaning of explosion, 86%. Great tree taking root minor success, 36%. She charging towards the bull minor success, 52%. Heavenly stage medium quality. Turning clouds and covering rain minor success, 29%. Lifting mountains and shaking earth minor success, 18%. Heavenly stage high quality. Fire Feather Meteor major success, 63%. During these 10 days, Lu Chen practiced various human and earth stage martial arts at the school, leading to significant progress in his major true meanings. Even the most lagging true meaning of strength evolved to earth stage top quality. After acquiring the 4 major heavenly stage martial arts, the system still had 5 empty slots. Lu Chen did not take on the remaining incomplete heavenly stage martial arts but planned to leave the slots open to continue practicing human and earth stage martial skills. However, the martial skills available at the school were nearly exhausted, and he was now left with nothing. Therefore, it was unlikely for him to stay at the school and engage in closed-door training. The urgent task is to make money and then practice all the human and earth stage martial arts outside the school. Lu Chen did not even realize that, unknowingly, he was close to completing the original concept of Wan Fa Tong. Throughout Huaxia, or even the entire Blue Star, it was probably hard to find anyone more knowledgeable and proficient in martial arts than him. In this regard, even the vast majority of martial kings fell short. Choosing to leave school had another reason. After Lu Chen reached the 5th stage of Martial Sovereign, the benefits of the 5th level elemental energy chamber were no longer significant for him. Here, the progress of his cultivation was only 1% a day, while it was still exceptionally fierce for others. Lu Chen found it unimpressive. He had consulted Professor Su and even the 2 principals. According to old Principal Zheng, within the school, you are already invincible. Your stage is no longer on campus. A balance of work and rest, movement and stillness is the best way to cultivate. In real combat, not only can one hone battle experience and practical skills, but it can also stimulate potential and solidify foundations, along with many unexpected gains. Moreover, the true essence of martial arts is not only contained within martial studies but also lies in the mountains and rivers in the midst of battle. Going out to explore might inspire new insights. Ultimately, old Principal Zheng convinced Lu Chen with a simple reasoning. In the ancient martial era, with so many brilliant martial traditions and the true essence of martial arts contained within them, how did they first emerge? It couldn't have appeared out of thin air, it was created by those before us. How did they create it? By shutting themselves away in hard training? Impossible. It must have been gradually comprehended from the combat environment of the cold weapon era. We dullards may not grasp creation, but your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. Perhaps it will be different for you. Lu Chen found this very reasonable. Summarizing insights from battle might indeed promote the elevation of the true essence of martial arts. After all, he could now integrate martial studies, directly pointing to the source of the true essence of martial arts. Of course, the primary goal was still to earn resources through battle, first perfecting all existing human and earth-level martial arts and refining the true essence of martial arts. On April 15, after entering the virtual trial tower and verifying his strength against virtual alien races, Lu Chen stepped out of the elemental energy chamber and left the quiet and peaceful campus alone. The excitement of the global martial arts competition had gradually faded, but Lu Chen's fame remained undiminished. As he walked, most of his classmates greeted him with smiles, and even 3 beautiful senior sisters slipped him love letters. Being handsome can sometimes be a hassle, Lu Chen thought somewhat smugly. Leaving the school, Lu Chen headed straight for the nearest coastal Forbidden Zone wilderness. This time, he intended to enter the Forbidden Zone alone to hunt. In addition, old Principal Zheng had assigned Lu Chen a special task, a high-difficulty mission jointly issued with the military. If Lu Chen could complete it, not only would he receive a generous reward, but it would also resolve a major concern for both the school and the military in Magic City. What he needed to do now was to boldly enter the Forbidden Zone and hunt alien beasts to his heart's content. This mission had a time limit of 1 month, because in a month, Lu Chen would have to go to the place of opportunity mentioned before the last global martial arts competition. The top 300 performers in the martial arts competition qualified for this. Among them, nearly 100 slots were from Huaxia. What kind of opportunity could warrant such a grand mobilization involving multiple countries worldwide? Lu Chen pondered as he arrived at the Forbidden Zone fortress to register. Lieutenant Lu, welcome back safely. After completing the registration, the soldier in charge stood up and saluted Lu Chen. Lu Chen returned the military salute, thank you. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding crowd, Lu Chen passed through the magnificent Forbidden Zone fortress and entered the wilderness of the Forbidden Zone, which had the highest mortality rate. At the same time, in the command room of the Magic City Garrison headquarters, besides Tang Feihu, only a small team dressed in camouflage combat uniforms waited quietly. This team consisted of 5 members, 3 men and 2 women, each standing straight, exuding vigor, yet their presence was completely restrained. If one wasn't careful, it would be easy to overlook their existence. Lu Chen has set off. Tang Feihu looked at the 5 men and said in a firm tone, do you understand your mission? The middle-aged officer at the front answered without hesitation, understood, sir. Protect Lu Chen and eliminate the spies. Tang Feihu nodded slightly and added, remember, it's covert protection. You must not expose yourselves easily, nor can you have direct contact with Lu Chen. Yes, the 5 replied in unison. Tang Feihu continued, this is a rare opportunity. As the most elite and secretive shadow team stationed in the Magic City, the mission takes precedence over everything. However, you must remember that the priority of this mission is to protect Lu Chen, and there can be no mistakes. Yes, we guarantee the mission will be completed. Once the 5 members of the shadow team left, a slightly shorter figure appeared in the command room. It was Principal Zhang. Teacher, the shadow team has already set out. Tang Feihu said, his authoritative demeanor softening slightly with respect. Principal Zhang sat in his chair, squinting and smiling. Are you confident? Tang Feihu replied. Seriously, rest assured, teacher. Unless the entire shadow team is wiped out, Lu Chen will definitely be safe. The shadow team is made up of excellent candidates I personally selected from the Central Plains Jinwu, trained for over 10 years. Each one is now at the high level of martial sect, most proficient in tracking and assassination. They have executed numerous counter-espionage missions without a single failure, and even eliminated a level 5 ninja from country or overseas. No one is more suited for this mission than they are. The high level of martial sect mentioned by Tang Feihu refers to the realms of martial sect levels 7, 8, and 9. Principal Zheng nodded slightly. To cooperate with your mission to eliminate spies, Lu Chen is willing to take risks. I hope there are no mistakes. You should know how important he is. Tang Fei, who then realized how significant Lu Chen was in the teacher's eyes, and quickly said, "Please rest assured, teacher. If anything changes, I will take action myself." Principal Zhang sighed. During the chaotic times of disaster, indeed many spies have infiltrated the country, some even hiding for over 100 years without being exposed. They may be old, but they have secretly trained the next generation, causing us considerable losses. Therefore, I can understand why the military wants to use Lu Chen to draw out these deeply hidden spies. Tang Fei, who agreed, "Teacher understands the greater good. Indeed, this is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Because of Lu Chen's performance in the global martial arts competition, he has already made it onto the A-level assassination lists of 3 countries. So, once he is exposed in the wilderness, it will inevitably attract a large number of spies. Even knowing they will be cleaned up afterward, they won't be able to resist taking action." Tang Fei, who emphasized, "Whether it's about the greater good or not, that's not really the point. I'm just a leisurely old man now. But if they want to assassinate my student, they better see if they have the capability," Principal Zhang said with a smile, then looked at Tang Fei, who cheerfully, "However, shouldn't we discuss how to reward this little guy Lu Chen afterward?" Tang Fei, who was taken aback, realizing the teacher had been waiting for this. What merit did Lu Chen have to make the teacher personally negotiate for his benefits? Due to the secret mission, Lu Chen would not team up with anyone this time as he entered the forbidden wilderness. Moreover, after entering the wilderness, he specifically chose less populated areas to hunt exotic beasts, to avoid involving innocent people. The coastal area is both a forbidden zone and encompasses the level 4 wilderness area. It is called a level 4 zone because there are also very few level 5 beast kings appearing on the shore. It is referred to as a forbidden zone because it is adjacent to the East China Sea, which could potentially attract beast kings from the ocean. The coastline and the sea are inherently difficult to separate. So the level 4 zone and the forbidden zone are interconnected. Fortunately, under normal circumstances, as long as one does not venture deep into the sea, the powerful level 5 beast kings will not actively attack. After all, with the intelligence of beast kings, they understand the consequences of approaching human fortresses. However, even in a level 4 zone, the danger here is already incomparable to that of a level 3 wilderness area. Without the strength of a martial sovereign, encountering a level 4 exotic beast or a group of level 3 exotic beasts poses a significant life threat. Therefore, the number of human hunters here is relatively small, as martial sovereigns are indeed a scarce group. The place where Lu Chen currently is was a seaside resort before the disaster, but now it has long been in ruins, becoming a paradise and nest for coastal exotic beasts. I've heard there are many shrimp soldiers and crab generals here. I wonder if they taste good, Lu Chen muttered as he entered a dilapidated office building, heading straight for the underground parking lot. Near the coastline, there are many shrimp and crab exotic beasts, affectionately referred to as shrimp soldiers and crab generals by hunters. However, one should not underestimate these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Having evolved into exotic beasts, they possess considerable strength, and there have even been instances of king-level king crabs. Once these shrimp soldiers and crab generals are captured by hunters, they become a delicacy for the wealthy in the base, making them a popular luxury food. As long as they can be made into delicious exotic dishes, there is no possibility of them becoming a plague. In Huaxia, there wouldn't be enough to eat. Besides shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the seaside also has many exotic beasts like turtles, mosquitoes, and sea eagles, which should not be underestimated either. Lu Chen was currently tracking a type of ant-like exotic beast that prefers to burrow underground. He was following a group of level 3 blade ants that had gone out to forage. This type of exotic beast generally does not appear on the beach but prefers to burrow into the basements of dilapidated buildings, appearing in groups. Therefore, Lu Chen planned to find and eliminate a few nests, which would save him the trouble of searching one by one. "I think I might be sick, a kind of illness where I get anxious when I have no money," Lu Chen thought to himself as he arrived at the underground parking lot. He was now so broke that he could barely afford nutritional supplies if he didn't earn some money. Soon, he would have to rely on the wind from the northwest. This underground parking lot had long since changed beyond recognition, but the dark and damp environment was perfect for ant colonies to nest here. Watching the group of blade ants burrow into a corner, Lu Chen took out the raw meat he had prepared earlier from his backpack, which even had traces of blood on it. He then scattered it near the ant nest and hid in the shadows, waiting. This bait-throwing method is simple and crude, but most people really wouldn't dare to use it because they can't handle the swarming ant colonies, let alone directly invade their nests. Lu Chen could be said to be bold due to his high skills, but more so because he was poor. While completely suppressing his presence, he observed the movements around him, patiently waiting. At his current level, combined with the martial arts insights and techniques he mastered, Lu Chen could already perceive everything within 100 meters, from the slightest rustle of grass to the blowing wind. In less than A quarter of an hour, a group of blade ants indeed emerged from the corner, dispersing to maintain vigilance. This is indeed the location of the ant nest. Lu Chen confirmed his target while observing the movements of the blade ants. These exotic beasts are not very large, only about half a foot long. However, one must not underestimate them as their bloodline talent is pure strength, sheer power. The power of the blade ant can exceed 500 times its own body weight, which is several tons of force. Coupled with its razor-sharp legs and an exoskeleton harder than fine steel, this creature's lethality is indeed terrifying. Of course, the most frightening aspect is the collective advantage of the blade ants. When thousands of them come rolling in, even if there are no high-level strong ones among them, it can still make one's scalp tingle. Lu Chen watched as those blade ants effortlessly carried away the scattered pieces of meat, preparing to return once again. It's time to act, Lu Chen confirmed in his heart, no longer hesitating, and dashed out. With what seemed like an unremarkable palm strike, a massive palm imprint of vital energy instantly crossed over 30 meters, smashing a group of blade ants dead at the entrance of their nest. To leave the lower-ranked blade ants with complete corpses, Lu Chen only used 10% of his true intent of softness, simply shaking them to death with his internal force. Then, Lu Chen no longer concealed himself but boldly stood at the entrance of the ant nest, waiting for the reinforcements of the blade ants. Sure enough, after the scent of blood spread, more blade ants quickly emerged from the cave. However, due to the narrow entrance, only 1 or 2 blade ants could crawl out at a time. Lu Chen took advantage of this opportunity, taking them down one by one, each strike perfectly measured. In less than 10 minutes, a mountain of blade ant corpses had piled up at the entrance, numbering in the hundreds. The bodies of second-level blade ants were valued between 100,000 to 1 million. The third level ranged from 1 million to 10 million. So, Lu Chen roughly calculated that in this half hour he had already harvested beast corpses worth 50 to 60 million. Are there no fourth-level ones? Lu Chen was making money hand over fist, but he was also somewhat puzzled. But soon, he sensed something was off. Turning around, Lu Chen grinned, so it was a feint coming out from another entrance. About 100 meters behind him, a dark mass of ants appeared, at least 500 or 600 in number. Leading them were 5 blade ants, reaching the second or third segment of the fourth level. This ant swarm had clearly sneaked out from another exit, intending to launch a pincer attack on Lu Chen. Unfortunately, as soon as they stepped within 100 meters, Lu Chen noticed them. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come on, my money, Lu Chen said, unafraid, and turned to charge straight at the aggressive swarm of ants. A thin layer of golden light enveloped him, enough to make him unafraid of the blade ants' sharp legs and bites. So, he just needed to unleash his attacks. In an instant, this battle turned into a one-sided massacre by Lu Chen. Whether they were third or fourth level blade ants, they were no match for him. Often, he only needed a light palm strike or a snap of his fingers to kill several. At this moment, although Lu Chen only displayed the cultivation of a 9th level martial artist, killing those 4th level blade ants was still effortless for him. Whoosh! Half an hour later, Lu Chen exhaled deeply, glanced at the corpses of blade ants scattered all over the ground, and nodded slightly. 200 million should be about right. Then, he stood guard by the mountain of beast corpses, silently waiting for someone from the fortress to come and escort them back. At this time, Lu Chen was unaware that, over 300 meters away, a dark gun barrel had quietly emerged from a pile of rubble.